Plants are really conscious, like this azalea shrub of mine. Not long ago, I was surprised to find out that I could actually move. As I played with the branches that were sometimes soft and sometimes hard, I saw many strange bugs on my body, much larger than the common species. I frantically waved my branches, trying to drive away the large number of pests. As I shook, I suddenly felt the tiny scales on my leaves collectively opening up, and then a milky white liquid sprayed out from under the scales. With a hiss, a faint yellow mist rose around me, causing all the bugs to fall down, and suddenly floating panels appeared in my mind. Leaf mutation skill, paralysis service, injecting turbid gas 20 can activate the mutation skill deadly poison fog. Although I didn't understand what the turbid gas mentioned in the panel was, from the convulsions of the bugs, I already understood the effect of the paralyzing poison. Seeing that the bugs were still barely alive, I hurriedly responded to the panel, activating the mutation. Change quickly. As the command was issued, I felt a large number of tiny tubular protrusions growing on the back of my leaves. I recalled the action of using the paralyzing poison just now. This time, another type of venom sprayed out from the tubular protrusions, and in an instant, a small group of purple mist rose from the bushes. After the mist dissipated, the bugs lying on the ground finally became completely dead bodies. A faintly glowing substance slowly floated up from the bodies of the bugs, gathering towards my trunk. As the fluorescent substance was absorbed, the panel once again displayed a prompt message. Gaining turbid chi 35. Please strive to obtain chi. Evolve towards the top of the food chain. So this is chi, and it can also devour evolution. After a superficial analysis of the known intelligence, I realized a terrifying possibility. That is, in order to evolve to the top of the food chain, all the mutated creatures in the forest are probably hunting each other. The forest that felt comfortable and peaceful just a few minutes ago now gives me a sense of imminent danger. At this moment, a gust of wind parted the grass on the other side of the stream, and I caught a pair of malicious eyes hidden in the grass. I couldn't move, experiencing firsthand the greatest disadvantage of plants facing animals. Unexpectedly, several minutes passed and the surroundings remained calm. The other party apparently hesitated after seeing the poison I released earlier, giving me time to start thinking about a strategy to kill the enemy. But do I have any other means to use? The panel once again displayed the divine tree seedlings. Currently, the unlocked but inactive mutation options are as follows. After carefully examining the details of several options, I decided to inject the just absorbed impure energy into the flowers to obtain the skill of aromatic temptation. Just because the available mutations are not enough to survive in front of large animals, there is no other choice but to prioritize ensuring that I can obtain impure energy more quickly. I immediately drove all the stamens to eject a large amount of pollen, and soon all the small animals perched on other shrubs slowly gathered around. Caterpillars with horns on their heads, color-changing snails, electric centipedes, glowing tree frogs, various mutant creatures gathered more and more. This is the best time for slaughter. The small animals had not yet awakened from the intoxication of the flower fragrance, and they saw a sudden rise of purple mist around their bodies, and then all died of poisoning. Clusters of gray-white fluorescent substances floated towards my body. The creatures in the bushes remained motionless, giving me time to circulate and brush off the turbid chi. A whole day passed. Besides the movements in the bushes, I occasionally heard earth-shattering roars coming from deep within the forest. By noon of the second day, despite spraying pollen continuously and having killed most of the small mutated creatures nearby, the quiet environment was disturbed. The source of the disturbance was not a few splashes suddenly rising in the stream next to the bushes, but a frog about the size of a cat jumping onto the shore cautiously towards me. Just as the frog hopped to a distance of over 2 meters from itself, a huge figure rushed out from the distant bushes. Before I could react, I saw the frog being crushed into a patty by a thick and sturdy hoof, followed by a large mass of grayish-white fluorescent substance entering the perpetrator's body. The culprit who killed the frog was an injured wild boar with broken tusks. The mutated wild boar looked at me, suddenly stood up, apparently evolving the ability to fight. More surprisingly, it took a branch, bent down, drew a line 2 meters away from me, and then hid back in the bushes. It seemed that the wild boar had learned about the range of my poisonous attacks through observation. Based on the wild boar's size and mutation abilities, I quickly planned a strategy against the enemy in my mind. The accumulated turbid energy could finally be used on the blade. I instantly infused the turbid energy into the roots and began to level up. At this point, both the main root and the fine root hairs gained the ability to move like octopus tentacles. However, when I tried to continue leveling up, it showed that the turbid energy was insufficient. The octopus level should be sufficient. The root system, which had mutated 3 times in a row, expanded rapidly in the soil, allowing Yang Jiju to feel an abundance of power, and he tried letting the roots wriggle in all directions, and after grasping the feel of it, he immediately began to dig deeper. In addition to the ongoing underground digging, Yang Jiju let a few branches hang down. After some scratching and clawing of the branches on the ground, the new shoots that had just sprouted from the base were covered by him with soil. All the action was for one purpose, the trap. As early as the Stone Age, primitive people have begun to use tools to make traps for hunting beasts stronger than themselves. And that was an invention that came out of countless life and death struggles. And it was a watershed between hunters with higher intelligence and wild beasts, benefiting from the rich ecological environment and the long-term moisturizing of streams. The soil under Yang Jiju's feet is very loose and breathable, and the tentacle-like roots have a huge space to operate underground. The silent digging continued throughout the day until a golden moon climbed the crags and the underground trap was thoroughly prepared. But the surface of the earth looked no different, creating a perfect camouflage. And his prey, the boar, had been walking behind the branches used to obscure Yang Jiju's view every 2 hours since he showed up to peer in, like a prison guard patrolling a cell. In every patrol, Yang Jiju was able to hear from the sound of the footsteps that it always walked with all 4 feet on the ground, and only when peeping would it stand upright in order to see more clearly. And this habit of its convinced Yang Jiju of one thing: the boar had not yet fully mastered the method of stabilizing its center of gravity in the upright posture. He'd crafted the trap just right for this big, fat man who couldn't stand still. Only, a trap is not complete without bait. In order to make the boar step into the trap, he needs to come up with the highest value bait. This is something Yang Jiju knows very well in his heart. Also, he was clear on one thing: the pig hunt had to be completed this night, and the standoff could not continue to drag on. If it stayed up, the boar would evolve far beyond itself, because even if he continued to use aromatic lure to gather the small animals over, the prey would be intercepted by the boar on the way, and with this guy in the middle of it, he wouldn't be able to get a single bit of turbid air. However, Yang Jiju had more than just this pig to worry about. In addition to the bad near worries, just this afternoon, the far worries have also appeared. Although his field of vision was extremely drastically weakened, Yang Jiju was still able to fully capture the sounds from the depths of the forest. An hour after the meeting with the wild boar, birds of prey swarmed over Yang Jiju's head like dark clouds, because the big trouble at hand had not yet been resolved. Yang Jiju did not pay excessive attention even though she noticed the unusual situation. But just at dusk, the strange situation appeared again. Another flock of flying birds left the perch. They came from the same direction as the last flock, and this time, in addition to the flock of birds flying in fright, Yang Jiju also heard a dull ringing sound from the distance, which sounded like the sound of a huge object crashing. At this point, survival instinct had already made him feel that what was happening in the distance was by no means simple. Sure enough, within the next hour, that dull sound came twice in a row, while the ground also gave a slight shake. It was not difficult to judge from the violence of the sound and the shaking of the ground that a great commotion was approaching the valley of the stream below this crag. There were 2 possibilities for making this level of commotion: either some extremely large animal was moving, or it was a natural disaster similar to an earthquake. And either way, it means that a danger higher than the level of the boar is approaching the creek valley. The unknown danger brought a deeper fear to Yang Jiju than facing a wild boar. It seemed to be due to the tremendous pressure. Obviously surrounded by moist air, Yang Jiju felt a burning from the depths of the forest. He secretly planned in his heart, "I can't spend any more time with this pig. At the very least, I have to find out what is going on in the forest." After waking up in this body, his eyes have always seen only this small valley, like a frog at the bottom of a well. He desperately wants to understand the world beyond the valley, and one of the new abilities that has been unlocked among all the mutations has convinced him that as long as he survives this fight, even as a plant, he still has the opportunity to explore the outside world. Uplift requires 1,200 points of turbid air. Between thoughts, Yang Jiju entered the final wait for the boar warden's next round. For the moment to strike. If you lose, you will turn into dust. If you win, you will not only be able to survive, but you will also be able to get a large amount of turbid air from the boar. This is the only law of the forest: kill or be killed, and no creature may break it. The withered carcass of the critter at his feet left Yang Jiju with mixed feelings in his mind, knowing that a new carcass would appear here before dawn, and it could be the pig, or it could be himself. This life and death duel has finally come to a head. The long wait scorched the night, and even as he heard the boar's footsteps approaching again, a wave of joy grew in Yang Jiju's heart, the joy of reuniting with a longtime friend. The boars still peered greedily through the cracks in the branches, not unlike during the day, and the fetid odor of their saliva wafted on the wind, and the moment it turned its back with a slight grunt and prepared to leave, Yang Ji wished that the 2 thickest of all the branches were gripped around her waist. Had he possessed the body of a human before he came to this strange world? He would be taking big, deep breaths at this very moment, for the poisonous scheme he was about to perform would require a huge price to pay. After all, no trap is complete without bait. With the thought of fight, the 2 branches tightly wrapped around his trunk, and after finding the best angle, he poured out all his strength. The bark of the tree emitted a clicking crunch, followed by the continuous crackling sound of fibers being twisted and snapped from the tree trunk within its wrapping. Accompanying the sound, his body exposed to the surface of the earth swayed and planted itself on the ground, sap rapidly oozing outwards from the broken surface. At the same time, the panel's color changed from a ghostly blue to a fishy red and displayed a series of malfunction messages. Flowers are all gone. Aromatic seduction power is disabled. 99% damage to blades. Power and range of lethal fog greatly reduced. Stem damage 98%. You're in near-death mode. Leave your last words, dying sapling of God's wood. Among these fault messages, Yang Jiju stared at the one that indicated the degree of damage to the blades. 99%. Not 100%. Not only did he see the hint on the panel, but from his physical senses, he was sure that his killer was still there. As for the severed limb that had been discarded, it was lying in front of his eyes, and because of the loss of the tree canopy, his visual height was now completely attached to the earth's surface, like a person lying on the ground. With that kind of vision, it's hard to see what's going on in the neighborhood, but his hairy root whiskers caught a slight tremor in the ground, and the humming and gurgling confirmed it conclusively. The fat man had indeed heard the sound of the tree trunk falling to the ground a moment ago, and it had turned around and was cautiously approaching. The shaking grew, the humming and gurgling sounds came closer and closer, and Yang Jiju gradually tensed her heartstrings. Finally, a large, smelly black face appeared in his field of vision, first sniffing at the fallen tree trunk, then looking up and around, and finally, supporting its body upright on its hind legs in an attempt to make sure the perimeter was safe before it began to enjoy the meal. Sure enough, it habitually stood upright on both feet in order to see more clearly. This action was clearly seen by Yang Jiju, who was lying on his back inside the mud and was struggling to survive. This second was the perfect time to do it. Although the root system with octopus tentacle-level athletic performance could not wrestle with the boar head-on, it was still more than enough to launch a sneak attack. He quietly stretched a few of his thickest main roots out to the surface of the soil and wrapped them violently around the boar's hind legs while the rest of the root system churned rapidly underground. Discovered the bat behind the boar panicked and lowered its head to observe. In this instant, the scene in front of its eyes made it shocked. It turned out that the ground where he stood was completely supported by these gnarled roots. When the roots began to stir, the soil surface was like water surface like a wave. The underground huge deep pit was also exposed in front of the wild boar. The boar, which had lost its center of gravity, stared wide-eyed as it fell backward, its rounded eyes seeming to question, could it be that the broken branch and the deep pit were both the work of this mutated sapling? The drastic change happened so fast that the boar did not have any room to think about it, and with a scream, its huge body fell into the pit, unable to get up because its hind legs were firmly caught, and it could only struggle hard in the dangling and inverted position, and all movements were to no avail. The mournful howling of the hogs extended and echoed throughout the valley of the stream. Between struggles, the boar looked up in horror at the still writhing roots that gradually wound their way up its hind legs, wrapping around its entire body in no time at all. At this moment, the boar's psychological defense had completely collapsed, and the feeling of powerlessness made him stop howling. Next, something that made the boar even more desperate happened. The thinnest of the roots pushed aside a small, inconspicuous mound of earth, and the shoots and green leaves hidden within appeared in front of the boar. It had been peeking through the grass for so long that it certainly understood where the poisonous gas was coming from. The moisture in the bushes had begun to condense, and the stream valley was approaching dawn, the time when the sun and moon turn, and at this moment, the bright moon didn't seem to want to sleep. The dazzling light had burst out with force, constantly shattered in the air and crashed onto the few tender leaves that Yang Jiju had deliberately kept. Thin dewdrops embraced the sparkling moonlight, morphing into dreamlike turquoise waves, and beneath the tiny ripples, silently, purple mist rose into the air. Though it was only a small, hardly noticeable mass, it was enough to make the boar completely give up its futile resistance, tears dripping down its cheeks and into the dirt. The roots curled around the boar's torso, bringing its face up to the shoot's heels and keeping it just close enough to be bitten but not bitten. After the struggle just now, the boar's breathing was even more rapid than usual, and this small insignificant mass of poisonous mist was inhaled into its lungs as much as it could. That struggle had likewise long ago caused the boar's heart rate to spike to twice its usual rate, and the toxin quickly began to spread the moment it entered the body. After a few minutes, Yang Jiju began to feel the obese body in her arms had relaxed all its muscles. After a few more minutes, the boar began to convulse violently and foam at the mouth, and the filth that spewed from its incontinence made the tufted shrubbery stink to high heaven. Finally, the dawn came, the sun and the moon completed the alternation. The breathless boar wild also completely stopped moving. Its stiff body floated a large grayish-white fluorescent substance in the embrace of Yang Jiju's root system, and the obese corpse withered away, the tear stains hanging on its chin dried by the cool morning breeze. This gust of wind drew the first daylight of the morning. and the rising sun sprinkled warmly into the valley of the stream, bringing to a close the vicious battle that had taken place here. Facing the morning sun, the victorious Yang Jiju wanted to both shout and howl. With the joy of survival and the awe of the forest caught in his heart, he stared blankly at the boar's two truncated tusks. A mere boar had nearly killed him, and he could not even imagine what would have happened to him if he had been in such a sorry state against the powerful creature that had forced the pig into the valley of the stream and dared not go out. As that large mass of turbid air entered his body, he also felt the cruel rules of nature reminding him once again, if he wanted to live, he had to keep climbing towards the top of the food chain until no creature could devour him. After the turbid air was completely absorbed, a new prompt appeared on the panel, snapping him out of his stupor. Devouring mutated creatures, gaining 6,211 turbid air. There are sufficient reserves of turbid air to activate a number of mutated abilities. 6,211. The reward from the boar exceeded Yang Jiju's expectations, and after a little bit of thinking, in addition to the ability to pull up from the ground, he activated the stem ability, which had a relatively low consumption of turbid air. As well, I've injected turbid air 20 into the stem, and I've gained the skill, hard bark. To give the bark the thickness and hardness of heather grade, I have injected 100 turbid air into the stem, and obtained the skill, iron wall bark. To give the bark the thickness and hardness of iron birch grade. The stem finished mutating twice in a row, and the new options that appeared in the panel made him overjoyed. Healing! Exclaiming softly in his mind, he activated this newly unlocked mutant ability without hesitation. When twisting off his own body as bait, he chose to operate at the limit. With the incision completely plastered to the edge of the base, the original plan was to slowly repair the body after defeating the boar by relying on the small shoots retained to twig and develop. Unexpectedly, the large amount of turbid air given to him by the boar had provided a way to bring his bodily functions back up faster. I've injected 800 of turbid air into the stem, and I've gained the skill, speed healing, rapid healing. The time it takes for all your organs to sprout is drastically reduced, and the more water, nutrients, and sunlight they receive, the faster they heal. And the more basal damage can't be healed. Remaining turbid air, 4,124. The new ability immediately came into play, and the section of his body instantly drew out new shoots. And although the degree of lignification was not as great as before, this burst of growth allowed Yang Jiju to regain a wide field of vision, and the color of the panel returned to its original light blue. Stem damage 67%. Dying condition lifted. Blade damage 82%. Power and range of lethal mist ability steadily recovering. Because of the repair of the stem, in time your flowers will bloom again. Vital signs are rising. Congratulations, you're not dead. Not dead. The words irritated Yang Jiju like a needle, and he cried and laughed. Deep down, of course, he knew that he had simply not died this time. He knew nothing of the full extent of this strange world, but because of the vicious battles he had experienced, Yang Jiju now understood what the most important thing he should do was. The outside must be littered with creatures more menacing than boars, and in order to survive, he must have enough intelligence about the forest to never again be caught in the dilemma of being in the clear while the enemy is in the dark. It was time to reconnoiter. When he felt the main root become as thick as a python, he completely crawled up from under the dirt. Although he was able to pull himself up from the ground, as a tree he was unable to run, and his mobility was far inferior to that of an animal. The feeling of walking slowly with a plant body is very wonderful, reminding Yang Jiju of the various tree people he once saw in games and movies. But unlike the way those tree people move, his current walking is closer to an octopus crawling on land. He is now walking closer to an octopus crawling on land. Just as he was savoring the novelty of the walking experience, there was another dull thud in the distance, a sound that reminded him once again that he had merely survived the fight with the boar. How long one can continue to be a survivor is still unknown. Whether the next step is to go forward and scout or hide, it's time to hit the road. He would have liked to cover the boar with his own broken branch and bury it before leaving, but the loud noise was clearly closer than it had been during the night, and he had no more leisure to lay out a funeral for his enemy. Nevertheless, he gently brushed the wild boar's eyelids with his root whiskers, so that it could lie down in the mound with its eyes tightly closed. As the first strong enemy he encountered in the new world, the wild boar had earned Yang Jiju's respect. What's more, without it, Yang Jiju wouldn't have been able to quickly obtain such a large amount of turbid air and get rid of the unknown danger that was approaching step by step. Being able to move makes the probability of survival far greater than being stuck at the edge of a stream and left for dead. Only, where should the reconnaissance begin? Based on the celestial phenomena observed in the past 2 days, Yang Jiju had long since recognized the general direction. To the east of the valley is that lofty crag, and to the north and south are also slopes, but not as high as the rocky walls on the east side. Only the west. The terrain seems flat, but densely lined with huge trees. With Yang Jiju's height could not see what was in the forest. and the source of the loud noise was the west. After much deliberation, he decided to climb the hillside to the north. Getting out of the lowlands first was a priority. The view from here was too poor and passive. He needed a high point conducive to reconnaissance. Moreover, it is from the northern slopes of the mountain that the creek flows to the valley floor, and tracing the creek at least does not fall into the predicament of lack of water. After the route was set, the slow migration began, and this tortoise-speed movement didn't inconvenience Yang Jiju too much, because he had no idea what was hiding in the mountains and forests, or at least he had to be careful to watch out for enemies that would make the boar lose its tusks. Moving forward cautiously at every step can instead make the migration path safer. The mountain path near the valley of the stream was still gently ascending, and after slowly traveling for half a day, Yang Jiju found that the path ahead had become steeper, but he also saw an excellent landing spot. High as far as the eye could see, a landslide, a natural cave was cut into the section. Most animals could hardly reach the location along the mountain wall, but as a land octopus Yang Jiju was able to climb up there easily. As a terrestrial octopus, Yang Jiju was able to climb up easily, and as long as he landed at the entrance of the cave, he was able to get a wide view and plenty of daylight, as well as a shelter from birds and animals. Every step towards his destination he took with care. The occasional odd hissing of birds and animals echoed through the forest, and he had to be careful to avoid all high-level predators. So anytime he came across a large animal's footprints or dung trails he took a careful detour. Without realizing it, he had passed through cluster after cluster of trees and stepped over large and small rocks. On the way he looked up at the sky many times, afraid that the birds of prey would notice his presence. The sky wasn't as clear and translucent as it had been yesterday. The clouds were starting to change their faces, and the mountains were cloaked in a misty veil from the excessive humidity. Under natural cover, he picked up the pace slightly, rising from old age tortoise speed to young adult tortoise speed. With the help of a faint yellowish sunset, he finally reached the cave and the landslide break before sunset. It was a naturally formed grotto with low but dense vegetation nearby, and it was difficult to even spot the cave at the bottom of the hill without a careful lookout. With a radius of about a meter, the hole was just the right size, and after confirming that there were no other creatures nesting inside, he planted his roots on the cave floor and fiercely extracted water to replenish his strength, like a marathon runner who had just finished a long run. But the branches of the tree poked out along the hole. His posture was like a human whose legs were wrapped in a quilt but whose upper body was protruding. This gives the roots cover and also facilitates photosynthesis in the leaves. With an open line of sight and excellent concealment in the bunker, Yang Jiju, who had found a new home, finally relaxed his tense nerves, never wanting to experience being watched by a predator in the bushes again. The dull sound came many times during the ascent today, and, judging by the bearings, seemed to be nearing the valley of the stream. Fortunately, he was already far away, and Yang Jiju, who was hiding in the cave with peace of mind, straightened the branches of the tree and propped its crown high to look down. From his current position he was able to get an unobstructed view of the dense forest below the mountain, but due to the weather, as the temperature dropped, the deep mountains became even more hazy, with dark clouds covering and lifting the moon with the wind, and then covering it again and lifting it again, causing the forest to change between gray and black over and over again, accompanied by the occasional whistling of birds and beasts. The blurred forest seemed incredibly treacherous and grotesque. Whatever the creature, it is bound to be easy to get lost in the depths of the mountains if one is not careful everywhere. During the day, he had already memorized the route he took on his way up the mountain, and he recognized the location of the valley clearly, but when he looked out over the valley under such visibility, the only thing he could see was the mist in his eyes. This made him anxious again. In order to avoid falling into a passive situation again, Yang Jiju thirsted for all the information about this forest as soon as possible, but he could do nothing now but wait for it to clear up in his lair. Due to his poor vision, he was unconsciously reminded of telescopes, drones, satellite maps, and other once familiar human technologies, and his heart was slightly sour. Now, he deeply appreciated how helpless, lonely and difficult it was to survive in the wilderness. Gloomy weather is inevitably frustrating and empty. In the quiet solitude, bits and pieces of his past life seemed to be awakened. The past boring life actually made him a slight nostalgia. Kind of want to read comics, listen to music, and drink milkshakes. The milk tea store downstairs seems to have finished its renovation today. I didn't make it to the opening. The family doesn't know what will become of the azaleas on the balcony, now that they have no one to take care of them. The dark clouds got tired of flying and began to return to the earth. The leaves caught a few small raindrops and the canopy drooped involuntarily. He let his consciousness empty and began to listen to the light rain. There is an old saying among humans, people are far away when the sun goes down and the wine wakes up, and the wind and rain come down from the west building. Who was the one who said this old saying? The rain pattered down, and Yang Jiju was immersed in it. New life as a plant is like a dream, but the silence didn't last long. something shifted in the distance. He caught it in his afterglow, and so discovered something strange in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. In the arboreal forest to the west, about less than 300 meters from the stream valley, a strange giant column broke out of the ground, and even though it was covered in fog, the outline of a small cluster of trees being lifted off the ground could still be seen from this hillside. And after a few seconds the dull ringing sound was once again heard by Yang Jiju. It turns out that what had been closing in on the creek valley was this thing. It must have been a living creature, for the column twisted a few times after it had burrowed out of the earth. But unfortunately the fog was so thick that Yang Jiju could only barely see the silhouette of the huge thing, and was completely unable to recognize its true form. At this very moment when the pillar was just sticking out of the earth's surface, a starburst of light flashed up near it, the light being caught in the fog and causing a halo of orange to swirl within the forest. The warm hues thrilled Yang Jiju, who had thought he would never see the all-too-familiar flames again. But, close on the heels of the fire, a crisp ringing sound with echoes jumped up through the forest as well. This was not a sound that a mutated creature could make. Yang Jiju heard it clearly. It was clearly the sound of a gunshot. On the way to migrate, Yang Jiju had made countless speculations about this strange world. The gunshots came at the right time to help him overturn 90% of his conjectures. A few gunshots were already enough to prove that there were higher intelligent creatures in this world. As for whether they were human or not, it needed to be scouted at close range to be able to ascertain. Regardless of whether the other party was human or not, Yang Jiju was determined to see them as a target that must be avoided. He was a tree now, and the phrase on the panel, "Please do not expose yourself to creatures stronger than you," was always in his mind. And the species that possessed firearms undoubtedly belonged to creatures that were stronger than himself. Thinking of the other hand's weapon, Yang Jiju fearful, if he is still in the same place in wild boar entanglement, I am afraid that a tree and a pig have become a dead soul under the gun. The power of the guns and flames were in no way something he could withstand in his current body. Individuals with firearms are powerful enough, and having firearms also means having the ability to produce, organize, and they can be much more dangerous than giant beasts. Because of these unexpected visitors, Yang Jiju, who had just found a new home, began to worry again. I hope they don't come up the mountain. If they do, I don't have any chance of surviving. While worrying, he looked at the behemoth in the distance and silently lamented. At the very least, I have to evolve to that level to be able to fight with them. The column seemed to be enraged by the shots and quickly lunged at the firing position. And next thing you know, another shot rang out, and it jerked violently for a few moments, and then immediately retreated back into the ground. Apparently the winner had not yet been decided. Yang Jiju, who was watching the battle, waited for its next strike, and he preferred to see a lose-lose situation at the moment. But things didn't go in the direction he had hoped for. For having been shot, the giant creature seemed to have retreated or lurked, and the stream valley didn't emit any unusual movement again for the next couple of hours. The forest was again shrouded in quiet smoke and rain, and Yang Jiju did not dare to relax his vigilance in the slightest. In case the two sides fought up the mountain, he would have to pull up roots and escape at once. He did not want to be involved in this battle, so all night long he kept a deadly eye on the direction of the stream valley. The nerve-wracking vigilance continued until dawn. The rain ceased and the sun rose in the east. The fog gradually lifted. The view in the direction of the stream valley became clear. The huge unknown creature was nowhere to be seen, and there were no renewed gunshots in the forest. But tranquility is not a good sign. It means that powerful enemies still lurk in the darkness. In such a situation, Yang Jiju could do nothing but to stay put and hide in the cave to get well, and then act when the opportunity arises. The clear sky after the rain was like a blue enamel bowl that held the forest inside, and it was only early morning, but the sunlight quickly evaporated the dewdrops from Yang Jiju's body, and immediately afterward, he felt a sudden stinging pain. That's when he remembered that azaleas, while sun-loving, are not as sun-tolerant as trees. The trees on the mountain slopes were generally low and dense, but the shade effect was far less than the tall trees in the stream valley. Yang Jiju wasn't willing to retreat into the cave at this time of the year to cool off. Although he wanted to save the turbid air, in order to maintain the best view, he still had to spend the air where he should. The few mutant abilities that had been unlocked but not activated, he remembered clearly. Infuse the turbid air into the blade. I've injected turbid air 35 into the blade, and I've got the skill, fearlessness of the scorching sun. Fearlessness of the sun, leaves become thicker and sunlight resistance is raised to the level of roses. In doing so, not only was he able to continue scouting the foothills in the blazing sun, but the branches and leaves were healing at a rapid pace due to the ample light, and one of them once again spawned a new bud. Bathed in the warm sun, he felt his body thrive, his strength and spirit far surpassing what it had been before the duel with the boar. The quite spacious cave was slightly cramped. Every time you activate the organ mutation, you will unlock the new options for the next stage. And this time, after the blade mutation, It actually unlocked 2 new abilities at the same time. Yang Jiju was a bit surprised. New Leaf Mutation, Cold and Heat Skill, requires 200 turbid air injection. New Leaf Mutation, Misty Mist Skill, requires the infusion of turbid air 600. His amazement rose to surprise when he saw the latter's detailed instructions. This could be just the ability he needed most at the moment, being so close to the battlefield between the gunman and the huge creature. The trick of hiding was much more practical than any other gimmick. Without much thought, he directly activated this life-saving new ability. I've injected 600 of turbid air into the blade, and I've obtained the skill, Misty Mist. Misty Mist, spray atomized water vapor through the holes in the blades. With a range of 50 meters, the field within this radius will be covered in mist, and it requires constant consumption of water, so it cannot be used in the uplifted state. Remaining turbid air, 3,489. As long as the water supply is sufficient, he can actively create fog, although the range is not as natural as last night's weather. But this is, after all, the ability to take the initiative to perform. Even if the future encounter with those guys with guns, he also good to hide their shape. The probability of survival increased dramatically. Right now, Yang Jiju's means of preserving his life were barely enough, but he hoped even more that the only person who was good at hiding in this forest was himself. With the countless battles that might ensue, he desperately needed the ability to recognize where things like the gunman and the giant creature were, to know the enemy and know himself. At this moment, a highly ambitious idea surfaced in his mind. If only we could create an intelligence network to monitor the entire forest. This forest is both home and a hunting ground, a battlefield. Without intelligence, there is no initiative. It's a pity that none of the mutated abilities that have been unlocked have anything to do with scouting. At this stage, could it be that we can only live with this? Looking at the remaining turbid air and those few abilities on the panel, Yang Jiju fell into deep thought, shaking one of the roots that hadn't burrowed into the soil to investigate itself again, trying to figure out the next tactic. Over-concentrated thinking made him overlook the small change in the stream valley. Just as he was checking himself out, several unfamiliar figures scurried out of the arboreal forest to the west, and stopped by the stream, the site of Yang Jiju's duel with the boar. There was a click as the heavy boot hit a broken branch. The owner of the boots was a tall man, dressed in camouflage combat fatigues, who stomped thoughtfully on a tree branch. The forest had been washed away by the rain, though the insect and ant carcasses near the mound were still clearly visible. What caught his attention more was the interior of the mound. There was something in that pit floating on the surface of the muddy water. The man crouched down, picked up a branch and ruffled the floating object a few times, finally recognizing it as a wild boar carcass that had been dried out and then sucked up water, resulting in a disfigured appearance. Another turbid body. It seems that there is not much high-value prey at all in this area besides worms. A woman's voice rang out behind the large man, her tone extremely contemptuous. The man didn't respond, unsteadily pulling the goggles stuck to his forehead downward with a gentle tug and snapping them over his eyes. After scrutinizing the soil around him, he yanked the boar's carcass out of the large pit and used his dagger to sharply slice open the chest cavity, picking out the crumpled entrails, frowning slightly as he threw out 2 words in a muffled voice: poisoned. The woman did not think. Still contemptuous smile: poison kill on poison kill. I guess it is a poisonous snake and so on. Even if swallowed, the boar is not still cloudy body. With the ground, that big fat cannot be compared to the captain. Are you not overly nervous? The tracks nearby indicate that the thing was small, and I suspect that it dug the trap before tricking the boar into coming over and poisoning it, which means that the creature has a high level of intelligence and has to be taken with a lot of care. Captain, you're too. The woman had dropped her backpack behind her on the ground and cupped the stream to wash her face. But the man she called captain raised his voice to interrupt her whining as he called out in a commanding tone to a group of 5 people, including the woman: from now on, all hands stay on toxin detection and keep your gas masks on standby. Although she had looked unconcerned a moment ago, when she heard the captain's order, the woman and the other 4 replied with a firm yes in the characteristic military accent. Hearing everyone's response, the captain's voice softened a bit. Don't underestimate any creatures in the trial forest. After devouring them, even the smallest bugs may turn into an existence that we can't defeat at all, such as that guy under the ground. By now, the whining woman had obediently followed the captain's example of snapping her goggles to her eye sockets, and her tone of voice had lost its earlier frivolity as she earnestly answered: Captain, the entire area has been swept of prey, and there are only worms left. So what do you say? Should we just take it as it comes, or should we put up a fight with it? Let's go back to the camp and deliver the goods first, and come back to deal with the big bugs once we've resupplied. As he replied, the captain glanced at the quadrupedal cargo droid guarded by 2 other team members. He walked over to the cargo droid and patted the full cargo bay, an unnoticeable smile playing at the corners of his mouth, but it only flickered and his expression was once again serious and cold as he walked over to the stream and looked out at the northern slopes of the mountain. After a few moments of staring, he raised his hand and pointed. Set the evacuation point on the hill. The flat ground has been dug out by the worms in a number of tunnels. It's not safe to wait for the helicopters here. The 5 except him again answered yes in unison. And on the hillside, the man's goggle-wearing lookout finally made Yang Jiju notice something strange in the stream valley, and the memories of being spied on by a wild boar came to him. At this time he didn't know that the trauma caused by the wild boar had already caused him to unintentionally acquire an extreme sensitivity to sight. He immediately stopped the small movements of any organ in his body and pretended to be an ordinary tree. Because of the distance, he could only see a few small figures through his naked eye when he looked into the valley, but he still recognized their general shape. Humans? 6 in all, armed to the teeth, plus a 4-legged iron guy. This distant view made Yang Jiju once again glad that he had made the right decision, because when he counted the heads, he vaguely saw the boar carcasses that had been dragged out of the earth pit. If he had remained in the same place to boil the pig, it can be imagined what would have happened to him. He was instantly alert, although those people have not yet started the action. But Yang Jiju has already understood, when this kind of higher intelligent creatures in the vicinity never want to expose the traces, it happens to spray pollen to lure the enemy and then carry out the poisonous killing of the way on the side of easy to leave a very obvious traces. The poisonous spots he sprayed out didn't evaporate that easily, and if it hadn't been for the rain, it was likely that humans would have recognized what species he was. He would never dare to hunt in his new home until the humans left the area. The clear sky after the rain put the birds in the mountains in a happy mood. They jumped and sang happily, and flew in a line to the top of Yang Jiju's head. The feathers of these little fellows hung in brilliant flamboyance, sometimes blue as a lake, sometimes red as a blazing sun, and were evidently of a mutated breed. Unfortunately, even though the turbid air was delivered to the door, Yang Jiju didn't dare to move a muscle. Patience, patience, he tried to calm himself, eyeing the birds that were twittering when they reached the edge of his mouth. It's simply not practical to catch them with branches or roots, and in terms of speed, Hauken would be a match for birds, but he dared even less to release the poisonous mist at this time. The few humans walking in tactical formation were slowly ascending the mountain along the stream, getting closer and closer to his nest. If he rashly released poison to hunt, even if he hid the dried body of the bird in the burrow after he got it, the poison spots would not be well covered. Besides, now he didn't know if the humans would walk to his house or what their purpose was in coming up the mountain. By observing the way they moved, Yang Jiju could only be sure of one thing, that the iron guy walking on 4 legs like a large Boston power dog was very important in the eyes of the humans, because the 2 men in the team always kept their guns close to it, one in front of the other to form a protective effect, and the robot's awkward pace seems to be the reason for their slow travel. Taking another look at the clothing, guns, and equipment of several people, Yang Jiju gained a further understanding of what lay beyond the forest. Their belongings were not unfamiliar to Yang Jiju's eyes, so he assumed for the time being that these humans were in the same era as his own past life. After all the signs he had seen so far indicated that the technology of the 2 worlds was almost equal. As they got closer, the huge box on the robot's back caught Yang Jiju's attention, something that made him very apprehensive. Ever since he heard the gunshots in the forest, he had been speculating on why humans were in the forest. The more he went along with his guesses and extrapolated all the possibilities, the more he was seeped through the trunk by a sense of foreboding. The appearance of the oversized metal box added to his worries, and he feared that the truth was in line with his suspicions. Crates of this size were obviously used for shipping supplies, and if one were to enumerate the supplies in the forest that would be of interest to a human, the first of them might just happen to be a mutated creature such as himself. Next, a member of the human team confirmed Yang Jiju's suspicions with a practical action. The only woman among the 6 suddenly arrowed forward and quickly drew the knife at her waist and stabbed at a boulder. As she gradually twisted the hilt of the knife, blood dripped down the blade and the stone faded away from the protective color used for camouflage. When she got a good look at the real face of the stone, she immediately drew her saber out, and taking a step back she immediately connected with a skillful horizontal swinging motion, and a snapping turtle's head landed and rolled a few times. As she sheathed the knife, the woman actually laughed a few times in triumph, and sharply took out another short knife, disemboweling the snapping turtle's body in 3 strokes, plucking out some of its parts and taking them to the side of the robot. The metal box opened 2 doors, and with blood-covered hands, she carefully stuffed the snapping turtle's body parts into the clear container in turn, then fed the container into the interior of the large box, jamming it into slots like test tube racks. On the slots, at least 100 identical transparent containers were stuck, some of the organs encapsulated in them even remaining pulsating. Even with such a long-distance glimpse, Yang Jiju suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Although he had neither heart nor guts, the shot did make his base thump, however, and the sap circulated rapidly through his body as if it had met a high-pressure pump. Sure enough, they're here to hunt. His suspicions were confirmed, and the worst situation arose. They had entered the forest of their own accord in order to obtain various organs. This means that there may be an endless stream of more humans with the same purpose coming here to hunt. Even if those involved in the hunt did not include humans, this dark forest was already in crisis. The entry of higher intelligent creatures into the game was tantamount to adding an unpredictable danger, and a heavyweight one at that. Yang Jiju, who had only escaped for a day, was once again pushed into the abyss called fear, another strong emotion that joins with fear. The nameless fire in his heart drove a tremor through the still branches, and the birds resting in the treetops stopped singing and tensed with him. Since a technological product like robots has been developed, human productivity must not be low and the population must not be small. If the mutated creatures threatened the safety of human society, they definitely had the means to gather an army to swat away the forest. But they only come here to hunt in small groups. So what exactly is this activity considered in the eyes of the humans? Is it thrill-seeking entertainment? Is it a spare harvest? Am I the crop? We have been forced to accept the laws of the forest, struggling to find a silver lining, and in your eyes we are the crops? Yang Jiju, who was holding a bark of fire, got angrier and angrier as she thought about it, but the woman was laughing and dancing in front of her companions, as if she was showing off how powerful her knife was just now, and the guts of the snapping turtle she had discarded were spread messily on the ground, and the blood stained the soil red. Hate to hate. Yang Jiju still has self-knowledge. The scene in his eyes could not help but make him sigh in his heart. If it is not the snapping turtle that meets the human being but himself, what is spread out there may be the bark of a tree. Needless to say, the guns held by the other party. The woman just showed exquisite knife skills also let Yang Jiju weigh clearly what a huge gap in strength exists between himself and them. He sighed in oxygen and didn't move a muscle, keeping up the guise of an ordinary tree. No one realized he was there, and the group continued to start marching. The cave is located on a landslide break, and the human's current position is directly below the break, which they apparently had to navigate around the steep, nearly 75-degree slope. Although I don't know what the purpose of these few nasty ghosts up the mountain is. In any case, it's a good thing for Yang Jiju that they left this place. Seeing the team slowly moving forward, about to turn their backs and walk elsewhere, Yang Jiju silently recited in his mind, "Well, water does not offend the river water. You walk your Yangwan road, I cross my. I am the One Tree Bridge." Encountering humans at such close quarters without revealing their identity is cause for celebration. Once they were gone, one had to hurry up and get busy. Get busy for the sake of evolution. The forest is full of dangers. If you want to keep yourself in the safest state, always relying on camouflage will not work. The snapping turtle with personal experience gave Yang Jiju enough warning. Evolving to become a stronger creature is the only proper way. He was plotting how to hunt with human interference and keep evolving to the level of the big guy in the ground when a small movement from the team interrupted his musings. They stopped in a slightly more open spot, and the 6 men formed a circle to shield the robot, the tallest man firing a flare into the sky while another in the group removed 2 tubes. Fixing his eyes on it, Yang Jiju could probably recognize that it was a handheld signaling baton commonly used by soldiers. After about 3 minutes, the sound of propellers vibrating came from the distance. The sound of the propeller is coming from due south. Looking up into the distance, Yang Jiju saw small black dots like sesame seeds appearing in the sky, gradually approaching him. The human at the bottom of the hill, who was holding the signaling rod, also held the lit rod in both hands and waved it high into the air. The remaining 5, all cautiously alerted their surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the helicopter arrived. But the helicopters were not the only ones flying. The roar of the engines and the noise of the propellers shaking the air stirred up the resting birds, and the machine guns on the side of the helicopters roared incessantly, aiming at the various exotic birds that pounced on them and raining bullets down on them. At one time, hot shell casings and bird debris splattered on Yang Jiju, who was not only burned by the blade, but also stained with a mouth of hair. He couldn't sneeze under the shock of the heavy fire. When the surroundings quieted down again, both Yang Jiju and the humans pricked up their ears and watched the stream valley and the arbor vitae with tense expressions. Flocks of flying birds are a small matter, but if the monster that hides underground is attracted, everyone will suffer. The human being's whole play let Yang Jiju completely puzzled. If the situation is not good, he intends to immediately spray a cloud of hazy mist, and then take advantage of the chaos to escape to the other side of the mountainside, and even ready to be forced to the end of the road when rolling down the mountain, wrapped in the base of the branches and roots to shrink into a ball of action. He is still able to do it. Fortunately, other than the helicopter, there was no further unusual movement in the forest. The men were able to nimbly draw their hands to work with the crew, though they kept their eyes peeled for the mountain below. As soon as the helicopter lowered the sling, the humans on ground alert quickly snapped the hooks into several slots on the robot's body. Then they climbed the rope ladder in turn. During the climb, everyone turned their fronts toward Yang Jiju. That was when he finally got a good look at the human's equipment hanging from his chest, a gas mask. Humans in the process of going up the mountain. He vaguely glimpsed that these people had a very obstructive thing hanging on their chests, and it turned out that it was a protective gear for poison casters like himself. Even though it's in the way, humans still hang it on their chests and can quickly put it on at any time, whether it was likely or not. The only thing Yang Jiju could assume now was that they had investigated the environment of the stream valley while they were stationed there, and so had taken precautions against the creatures that were administering the poison. Thankfully, they were now acting like they were planning to evacuate, not search the mountain. Fear of the aftermath caused Yang Jiju to involuntarily shiver. Higher intelligent creatures, they really are not easy to deal with. As he sighed helplessly, the last man also grabbed hold of the rope ladder, and the helicopter reclined, dangling the robot as it wobbled toward the direction it had come from. Finally, the departure of the unexpected visitor ended the farce that had lasted from last night until now. The forest slowly returned to its rightful quiet. Put. Yang Jiju spat out the bird's hair hanging on his mouth and shook his body again. Finally subsided. These several assholes are simply the god of the plague. I have only the first day of this new home to move in and bumped into you guys. Count me unlucky. He hung his head and raked the ground for shell casings, sweeping the brass shell casings that left the smell of nitrous smoke to the bottom of the hill like a sweeper. These shell casings were like bad luck stain ominous things in his eyes and should be rolled as far away as possible. Having only just put down roots in their new home, the humans had come close to touching it. A truly unfortunate state of affairs. But the gas mask he had just seen made him realize that he had dodged a bullet by a fluke. I don't know if it was bad luck or good luck, but no matter what, you can't just pick up a life by luck every time, can you? In his previous life and in this life, he had never thirsted for strength as he did now, for strength that could defy human fire. I'm too helpless and weak now. Even if he could keep evolving, he simply didn't know how far he would evolve as a cuckoo. Didn't know if he would be able to match the giant creature that hid underground to keep the humans cautiously on their toes, and didn't know how long it would take for him to become that powerful. Poof! The branch curled up the last shell casing that hadn't been swept down the hill, and then he threw it with all his strength at the back of the helicopter, cursing at the same time as he threw it. Pestilence! But don't come back! Get as far away as you can! Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. At the bottom of his heart, he still understood how those plagues could never return. Hunters with great firepower will surely come to the forest again, and will come in a steady stream to harvest mutated creatures like themselves. Next time you meet them, you can't count on luck. Not long ago, the entrance to the house has been cleaned up by him. Time again near dusk. Look around. There is nothing worth paying attention to the nearby vision. He went out of the cave, will be scattered around the broken limbs of the birds one by one to pick up, absorbing the remnants of the scattered turbid air. Fine-tuning the life of his course will not let the stall of the snapping turtle entrails are so wasteful. He carefully dug a hole and buried the shriveled corpses that had been drained of their turbid air, not wanting to leave any traces of mutated creatures active in the neighborhood as he wondered if the humans would pass by his doorstep the next time they entered the forest. A trip to sneak around picked up more than 200 points of turbid air for nothing, and the exasperation in his heart was suppressed, his spirit revitalized. Now he is quite complacent in pulling up this ability. Long legs is more comfortable than no legs. He cannot help but in his heart sincerely thank to bored Big Brother, from the time he'd settled in until now, and even including the move. He'd done no hunting at all for the sake of hiding, and the turbid air he'd cupped in his hand had all been given by the boar. Now that the humans had temporarily withdrawn, it was time to start hunting again themselves. They couldn't keep eating their old food, not to mention the fact that he was in need of some mapping around the new mansion, and the surrounding terrain and environment were all just roughly known to him by looking at them from a distance from his perch. Whether the plan in his mind had any chance of getting off the ground, he would have to scrutinize it through a field trip. Since we can't go toe-to-toe with humans in the short term, the intelligence network for reconnaissance will have to be set up quickly. Humans should be under their own watch for what they have done, where they have gone, and what they have encountered in the forest. As long as you keep track of their whereabouts, you can hide even if you can't fight them. Trying to reach that point wasn't enough just by standing on high ground and looking out. And none of the currently unlocked variants reminded him of the scouting aspect of the ability. That being the case, there is no point in worrying too much, and there are still only 2 words that can be done: evolve. Just like against Brother Boar. In short, go ahead and fish for a large amount of turbid air and activate all the mutations you can before you do so. The setting of his new home was not like that little creek valley, where he was able to rise up and take the initiative if he spotted his prey from a high vantage point. Moreover, after obtaining the ability of Hazy Mist, Yang Jiju thought about it left and right, and always felt that this ability was not only good for hiding, but that the mist, paired with other abilities, could probably be combined to become a marvelous hunting method. It was just that, forced by human interference. He never had the chance to practice his newly designed hunting combos. Taking advantage of the fact that the helicopter had already left, it was just the right time to strike. So we might as well try an unlucky person who wasn't too dangerous tonight. Just now the helicopter to pick up the express made such a big noise did not provoke a powerful predator, which gave Yang Jiju a pill of peace of mind. After going out, he is no longer as fearful as when he went up to the mountain, a lot more bold. However, being able to muster up the courage to leave the house and do some exploring was largely due to his new ability, Hazy Mist. You can hide in the fog at any time, just like going out with an umbrella on a stormy day. Even if your pant legs will still get wet, it's always safer than going without rain gear. And, thanks to the good weather after the rain, he has fully recovered from a full day in the sun, with oily new leaves growing on every branch. With the spirit of robust green leaves, if there are small people dare to break into the fog, waiting for them is a poisonous hell. Of course, he would try to avoid using that extreme tactic until he had no choice. Tonight continued today that clear and cloudless weather. Under the moonlight, this head shaking like an octopus crawling in the mountains of the shrubs make the surrounding snakes, insects and ants creepy. If I saw the previous life of this strange tree, I am afraid that I would have been scared to wet his pants. Due to the fact that the mist ability required a large amount of water, he had only searched along the stream this trip out even if it was in search of prey. The mountains twist and turn, and the stream forks multiple branches in its path toward the valley floor where it flows. During the daytime, the humans were traveling up the stream from the bottom of the valley, and it was obvious that there would be no surviving mutant creatures on that path, and at most there would be a few low-value leaks left. So Yang Jiju followed another tributary of the stream into a completely unfamiliar piece of woodland. Perhaps because of the strong reproduction ability, the trees growing in this place are almost exclusively peach trees, the beautiful peach blossoms scratching their heads against the cobalt blue moonlight. Looking at such a scene, the whole body only left a flower bone. Yang Jiju actually born a trace of jealousy. TCH, what's the big deal? When I grow a little taller and bigger, I'll bloom much more powerful flowers than you mediocre people. Perhaps because he was too lonely after holding himself back for a few days with no one to talk to, or perhaps because his tight nerves finally got a chance to loosen up after the humans left. He once again forked the tree's waist and lifted up his branches to point at these peach trees that were twice as tall as he was. Besides, what's the use of looking good? Can you guys move? Can you move? Poof. None of the peach trees in the vast expanse that he couldn't even count moved like he did. He couldn't help but wonder if he was the only plant in the entire forest that had begun to evolve. Curious thoughts had just gotten a head start when something moved beside him. It was not a peach tree that moved, but an animal with its back to him, a monkey. In his previous life, Yang Jiju was quite disgusted with this kind of animal. To say the least, among the monkeys, only the golden monkeys were more attractive to him, but with the same family of this kind of short-tailed monkeys, no matter how cute the behavior, he couldn't like it, not because of their behavior or looks. Yang Jiju's aversion is simply a spontaneous physiological emotion. Just as some people don't eat cilantro, some don't eat green onions, and some don't eat beef. And in this life, the fear of mankind had led him to unintentionally project his abhorrence onto the monkey in front of him. From the monkey's back, it was impossible to tell if it was a mutated creature. However, its stance of scratching its ears and furtively looking around made Yang Jiju unable to help but stand on tiptoe to observe the tree root carefully for a while. When seeing clearly what this shrewd monkey was holding, Yang Jiju suddenly realized that he was not the only one who picked up the remains of the flying bird on the mountain after the helicopter left. It picked up, even a few times more than Yang Jiju. Looking at the figure, Yang Jiju no longer hesitated. The unlucky man of the night identified the candidate. However, what makes Yang Jiju doubtful in his mind is why the monkeys don't pick up and devour it right away, but have to pick it up next to the stream to eat? And why is it so slow to start enjoying it when it's already collected so much? As he wondered, the figure of another monkey appeared in a very tall peach tree in the distance, even thinner in profile, and he could recognize it as a female as he squinted slightly at the cracks in the bark. So it is. Yang Jiju suddenly realized that there were also such groveling characters in the monkey's hat. The relationship between the two monkeys moved Yang Jiju slightly. Moved to think of a one stone, two monkeys scheme. I just don't know how lucky I'll be when I pull off this ploy. He rubbed the leaves excitedly, crouched low, and, with as little noise as possible, crept slowly along the water's bank toward the monkey. Along the water's edge was a must in order to fully utilize his skills. He kept 2 or 3 of his softer roots submerged in the water at all times as he crawled. The Misty Mist skill requires the consumption of a large amount of water, so it cannot be used while uprooted. Here's a description of this skill that appeared on the panel. However, the hints given by the panel led him to a loophole. On the way here, after releasing the mists a few times, he realized through actual feedback from his body's senses that the loophole did exist. Before walking into this peach grove, after experimenting, He had actually tested the way to be able to create mist in the uprooted state, as long as part of the root system soaked in the water and drew hard, while the other part of the root system was responsible for the walking. Then the water source for creating mist would still be sufficient. Moreover, since the transmission of water in the body can be fully regulated according to the contraction or opening of the fiber tubes by oneself, the concentration and range of the mist can be controlled according to one's own needs as long as one practices diligently. This male monkey, who was wholeheartedly courting, will be the first victim to experience being touched from behind by a strange tree in the mist. Only 3 meters away from the monkey's back, Yang Jiju began to release a light mist. He did not want to instantly turn this place into a heavenly court. That would certainly scare away the monkey. Approaching another meter, he increased the suction of water and the mist became thicker. At this point, the monkey nervously looked back down. But unfortunately, he was a step too slow. With a poof sound, a large amount of water mist erupted in front of the monkey, which had never seen such a strange phenomenon, and was dumbfounded in place. When it finally realized that this place was not good and that it should hurry to get out of the dense fog, it went to pick up the treasures on the ground that it had painstakingly gathered back without dying. Such a slow response and foolish judgment cost it dearly. After the fog gradually dissipated, it realized that it had been trapped in a wooden cage. Although Yang Jiju's height was like a child's, but the sturdy and powerful root system was thick and long. Erecting his body, he only gently snapped downward, naturally turning into a birdcage-like structure, covering the monkey steadily underneath. And as he rooted downward, the space in the cage became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, the monkey had nowhere to run. No matter how it gnawed and bit and scratched, the root system also only hurt some fur. Anxious and crazy monkey in the cage yakking and screaming. Far away from the female monkey naturally heard its screams. If he came to rescue him, Yang Jiju's plan to kill 2 monkeys with 1 stone would have been successful. Swinging, the female monkey has arrived at a position about 10 meters away from Yang Jiju. In order to let the bait continue to work, he clamped the roots, so that the male monkey cannot move, but left a few points of force. The bait cannot be dead. This trip out to hunt, once directly caught 2 monkeys. Yang Jiju from the heart pleased up. Think about the impending harvest of turbid air, feel happy. But the female monkey stopped and stood on the top of a tree looking away from this monkey and tree by the stream. This abnormal behavior made Yang Jiju start to be on guard again. He drew out a root whisker and wrapped it tightly around the male monkey's neck, in case the female monkey had any strange tricks. At the very least he had to make sure that the battle would be one-on-one, and if the other party acted rashly, the male monkey would have to be strangled to death first. The female monkey did move, just made a movement that was not expected by Yang Jiju, and by the looks of it, it was also not expected by the male monkey. The female monkey, who had been standing in the treetops and observing for a while, chose to run away, not even uttering a single twittering call, and without looking back, she swung on the swing and disappeared into the depths of the peach forest. As it bounced and weaved between the trees, countless flowers fell throughout the peach tree forest, and the male monkey's eyes were wet with tears as the pink petals fell to the ground. Looking at its expression, it seemed to have repeatedly done hundreds of mental struggles, but in the end, it could only indignantly bare its fangs in the direction where the female monkey had left, and gibbered viciously twice. In such a situation, Yang Jiju also looked a little bit unable to stand it. For the dignity of the male monkey, he was at the best angle with the fastest action to end the male monkey's pain. That female monkey's mutation, he didn't see it at all, and the moment this male monkey's body fell on the ground, Yang Jiju was able to see for real. Its mutation was in its eyes. Inside the eye frame were 2 compound eyes. Together with the remains of a flying bird on the ground, the monkey turned into a withered corpse. As the turbid air entered Yang Jiju's body, he shook the crown of the tree inside. What's the use of having good eyes? No matter how good your eyes are, you still can't see through the monkey's heart. Stupid, devouring mutated creatures. Gained 1, 615 turbid air. Remaining turbid air, 5,319. The harvest was not as good as what Brother Boar had given us, but it was passable. It was just that there was no telling when the humans would reappear, and a trip out on the hunt should earn as much as possible. This amount obviously did not allow Yang Jiju to enjoy himself, not to mention that the female monkey had just slipped away, and he still wanted to go deeper into the peach forest to find some more prey. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the sparkling light reflected from the creek suddenly gave him a radical inspiration. Because the terrain of the peach grove is relatively flat compared to the hillside, the stream joins into a pool of water a short distance away. When I was squatting at the bottom of the valley, the big frog that had been trampled by the boar had popped up on the shore from the bottom of the water. The water must be inhabited by a large number of mutated creatures as well as the land, and he had just sprayed the mist that move well. With a thought, he was going to try out the new stance that had been conceived from that fresh inspiration. With exuberance, He walked to the edge of the pool of water that had a radius of about 20 meters. What creatures were hiding here he didn't know for the moment, and to be on the safe side, he lifted a large stone and threw it in towards the center of the pool of water. Dong wow! The water rippled tremendously, and the owner inside was disturbed and quickly began to swim. After roughly guessing the size through the water surface, Yang Zhizhu was so scared that he took a few steps backward. How could he not expect that such a huge creature was coiled inside such a small pool of water? Looking at the ripples caused by the other party stirring under the water, Yang Zhizhu was too eager to ask it face to face. The house is so small. Can you live in it? The size of the waterhole's owner caused him to back off. He was much more patient now than he had been as a human, and wouldn't choose an opponent he couldn't fight out of greed. But about to turn away, he sensed something was wrong. This guy is so huge but lives in a small pool of water. For what reason? Could it be stuck? Just as he was about to retreat, the big guy under the water fluttered, revealing first his head and then his tail fin. So it's a big carp sub. When he saw the carp's head clearly, young Pillar couldn't wait to laugh out loud. It was afraid that it had exterminated a number of monkeys in the place, for the fellow was evidently a carp, but had evolved the head bait as the lantern fish had done. The funny thing is that the bait, as it happens, is in the shape of a short-tailed monkey. I'm sure it evolved to such a size all by feeding on monkeys in the forest. Since it was a weapon specialized for monkeys, Yang Zhizhu had nothing to fear, and he began the test of his new move. As a first step, he moved a couple of large rocks to block the stream flowing to the waterhole. In the second step, carefully sticking to the edge of the pool of water, he plunged half of his roots into the pool, and with all the strength he could muster in his body to win as quickly as possible, he violently began to suck in the slips, and at the same time, the blades spewed the mist out as fast as they could. In an instant, the peach tree forest was filled with fog, and the pool of water became shallower and shallower at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only, by ruthlessly letting the current wash over his body like this, Yang Zhizhu felt like he was drowning from the roots to the leaves of the tree. It was pretty hard to bear, but knowing that it wouldn't jeopardize his life, he stuck the other half of the root system underwater again as well. Because of the extreme strength of pumping water, the fog's range of action far exceeded the 50-meter range illustrated on the panel, and the peach grove became incomparably bizarre, with an entire pool of water that was hardened and all evaporated by him within a few minutes. Until he heard the sound of snapping, Yang Zhizhu hiccuped. According to the plant's ability to store water, he wouldn't need to drink any more water for the next few days. Through the rolling fog, he looked toward the snapping sound and could only see the outline of the large carp sub lying on its side, bouncing hard in the mud pit. If he had to come forward to fight, he would never be a match for the carp, which was too big, so he had to crouch here and wait for its gill flaps to stick and die of lack of oxygen. Yang Zhizhu, who had taken a bath from the inside out, felt like her body was floating on water, and the exhaustion caused by the maximum amount of power had also made her whole body sore and swollen. But the night's hunt had moved the muscles and bones well, not to mention that the bark had become firmer and the fibers had become tougher. But at least getting out to hunt drove away the boredom of sitting rooted up in the dirt and stupid for so long, and after practical drills, he had grasped the method of hunting in the forest without leaving poisonous spots. In the days to come, there was still a need to go back and evolve more strange moves out, so that on the day when they really had to fight hard with humans, they wouldn't be at their wits' end. After about half an hour had passed, the fog thinned out a bit and the carp's gills stopped moving. Devour mutant creature, gain turbid air 10591. The sheer size of the numbers made Yang Zhizhu want to rub his eyes, but since he couldn't rub his own, he rubbed his fish eyes. Remaining turbid air, 15,910. Tens of thousands of turbid air. Enough for him to have a good round of evolution. Not in vain. Just don't know how much time it took. Yang Zhizhu looked up at the starry sky. Look at the position of the moon. At the moment it was already the latter part of the night, so he hurriedly moved the stones blocking the water flow away, then pulled up his roots and rushed back. The types of creatures that come out during the day are very different from those that come out at night. And just because you don't encounter danger at night doesn't mean that your way home is safe during the day. Moreover, having harvested a large amount of turbid air to his satisfaction, at this moment, he didn't mention how much he wanted to hurry home to greet the next day's daylight, go home and study mutations and then photosynthesize beautifully all day. When he returned home, Yang Zhizhu was just in time for the early sunrise. Too busy in his previous life, that muddled life of more than 20 years was too haphazard. He always said that he wanted to climb the mountain to see the sunrise when he traveled. But his body, which had been suffering from chronic fatigue and illness, did not allow him to achieve what he wanted in the end. He had never asked for a day like this to sit in his own home and take in the beauty of the mountains. Crossing his legs, he leaned lazily against the doorway of his cave and said airily, "Check yourself." With a command, the panel pulled up the data Yang Zhizhu wanted to know. A mutant goat tramp named Yang Zhizhu, a sacred wood seedling, divinity has not yet sprouted, and needs to be infused with clear air for sprouting. Evolutionary grade, turbid body, can only absorb turbid air, life expectancy, 0.5/9, crown height 1.5 meters, remaining turbid air, 15,910. The unlocked but not activated variant options are as follows. Root system, firm and flexible, requires turbid air 4,200. Stem, large tumor bulb, requires turbid air 3,700. Leaf blades, suitable for both hot and cold, need turbid air 200. Flower, fragrant flower, requires 3,900 air. Fruit, no available mutations yet, you're not even an adult yet. Seed, no available mutations yet, you're not even an adult yet. Roughly calculating the bill, he ordered again. Activate the blades first, 200 only, cheap. I've injected 200 tons of turbid air into the blade, and I've got the skill, cold and heat, cold and hot. When the season changes, you can spontaneously metabolize and change the leaf form that best suits the current temperature, just as a puppy changes its fur in spring and fall. I don't know what season it is, but this ability certainly won't be used today, and the temperature and humidity in the mountains are just right. After becoming a plant, Yang Zhizhu gradually learned to enjoy the physical changes brought about by photosynthesis. The battle with the boar was only 1 meter 3 at that time, and it has grown in size over the past few days. The breeze was gentle and he soaked up the daylight. A beautiful day in the life of a brutal hunt. Now that he had plenty of turbid air on hand, he wanted to see what other changes he could make besides growing in size. The panel, displaying the newly unlocked mutant abilities. New leaf mutation, serrated scale, requires 5,100 turbid air. It's a bit expensive. Better start with the cheap ones and inject the turbid air into the stem. I've injected 3,700 turbid air into the stem, and I've got the skill, tumor sphere. Dig tumor balls, depending on your needs. You can sludge nutrients anywhere on the branch to create a hard, compacted, extra-large tumor. Note, due to its large size, the berm will be extremely heavy on your body. It is recommended that you let the branches return to their normal state after use. Also, do not use the large tumor ball in the uplifted state. The ball is too heavy and you will fall to your death. Tumor balls? Kind of interesting. Try it. Following the panel's instructions, he rooted the tree firmly and crapped the nutrients to one of the thickest branches, which then quickly bulged out at the end as if watered down into a measly orb. As the nutrients continued to be delivered, the orb grew larger and larger. This marvelous change looked at Yang Zhizhu jaw-dropping, and the branch falling on the tree tumor, but also clearly able to feel the weight of the heavy weight, as if the hand pinched a bowling ball. In less than 10 seconds, the tumor stopped expanding and looked like it had reached the end of its journey, the size of which was already quite impressive, roughly 30 centimeters in diameter when weighed with our eyes. Looking at his appearance, he cried and laughed. 1 meter 5 in height, 30 centimeter diameter fist. This ability shaped like a fist should obviously be used when encountering a situation where one must fight physically. However, after shaking this branch a few times with force, Yang Zhizhu wondered in his heart. The tree tumor was just too bulky and heavy for him to be able to put up a boxing-like stance with his soft branches. If he couldn't even pick it up, then what was the use of this ability? Such a poor hands-on experience made Yang Zhizhu's heart thump. It wasn't being pitted by the panel, was it? Spent a good amount of wasted air. Also, the physical sensations while maintaining the trellis did fit the description of the ability. Not only were the branches painfully numb from the tugging, but the large mass of nutrients sloughed off in his fist slowed down nutrient transfer throughout his body, and dizziness began to well up. Since his body was really hard and tight, he drained the nutrients that had built up before he could even try out the proper use of the tree tumor. It took several minutes of rest to ease up, but in those minutes, after calm reflection, it was as if he had realized something. Thoughtfully, he held the 5 or 6 branches aloft for a moment to survey them, and finally realized he hadn't quite broken out of the shell of his human mind's limitations. Try again. The 5 or 6 branches twisted into a bundle, while the thickest of them, resludging nutrients at the end, slowly bulged into a tumor. Holding the tumor in this manner, you can still feel the rather heavy weight and it is difficult to maintain the position of holding the ball. However, even human fists are not just for throwing straight punches. He slowly followed these branches to find an angle and began to fling his entire trunk. As he twisted at the waist, the trunk began to swing, and as the lumbar rocking motion increased, the tumor swung like a chain hammer. Finally, Yang Zhizhu, who had fully grasped the knack of generating power, made the tree tumor quickly fling up madly around, and under the effect of centrifugal movement, the 30-centimeter diameter fist had also formed a rather terrifying power, even cutting through the air to emit a whimpering sound. Yang Zhizhu, who wanted to try out the force, only slightly twisted the angle of his body, and it was enough to make the tree tumor turn from being thrown horizontally to a vertical position on the ground. Whoosh bang! The huge destructive force even formed a tiny shockwave on the ground, and the sand and soil were raised with it. When the dust landed, what appeared in front of Yang Jiju's eyes was a mound with cracks running in all directions. Such an amazing force. If smashed on the animal's head, the degree of destruction can be imagined. It is a pity that last night that big carp fish has already gone to the west. Otherwise, Yang Jiju really want to use this trick with it head-to-head competition. This move, naturally, reminded him of the common punches he used in his childhood when he was fighting with his playmates. With a flash of inspiration, he decided to name the blow that came out of the tree tumor as One-Armed King's Fist, Mighty Enhanced Version. Now that the roots and leaves were able to perform the ability to control the enemy in close combat, Yang Jiju's confidence in surviving in this forest had doubled several times. Although the force of the just created One-Armed King's Fist technique was sufficient, the accuracy was still far from good, and needed more practice. After the tree tumor drained away, he soothed his spirit before noticing the next stage of the stem's mutation that appeared on the panel as usual. New stem mutation, step up. Need to inject clear air 50. The color of the string of text was a dull red as opposed to the usual familiar light blue. When she saw the small number of 50, Yang Jiju was stunned, then read the panel's description again, and was hooked by the word clear. Clear, obviously, as opposed to turbid. The prompts on the panel were clear. The next stem mutation could no longer be satisfied with turbid air. When he came across the word turbid earlier, he had already anticipated that there would be such a threshold in the journey of evolution. It seems that one is about to hit a bottleneck. Again, this means that prey as well bullied as monkeys and large carpfish can no longer fulfill the subsequent evolutionary needs. It's finally time to start hunting each other with really strong enemies. Photosynthesis was continuing, and the physical sensations were supposed to be quite soothing. But he couldn't help but swallow the sap at the thought of the vicious battle he was about to face. Where would prey with clear air in their bodies hang out? This was a question, and how the gap in strength between himself and them was an even more important question. Gotta be well prepared before you go into battle. Under the pressure, his tone of voice strained even as he gave orders to the panel. Next, roots. I've injected 4,200 turbid air into the root system. I've got the skill, firmness and flexibility. Flexibility, equal hardness of your own bark or flexibility of a vine plant. You can control the root system to switch freely between these two directions. New root mutation, listening to the earth, requires 100 air infusion. Listening to the earth. The moment those 4 words popped out, his entire attention was seized, and after checking the detailed instructions again, he suddenly raised 2 branches and tapped them against each other in the air, making an applauding motion. That's it. Listening to the earth. The air stored inside the living body is always connected to the Earth's core, and every flow of energy generated in the body will stir waves of different sizes in the air sea, and your root system penetrates deep into the earth, and if you listen with your heart, you will be able to capture the location of all mutated creatures within a 500-meter radius, just like a sonar. This was the first time he had unlocked out the mutant ability related to reconnaissance, and it was tantamount to seeing a bright light in the darkness, killing the enemy, stealth, and reconnaissance. Possessing the complete 3 axes, he was able to truly stand his ground in this crisis-ridden forest. Today, the final piece of the puzzle finally appeared. The next plan can already be drawn up, in order to fill in the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle. Where to absorb the 100 points of clear air before the humans return to the forest has become the current priority. Remaining turbid air, 7,810. This balance can only choose between flowers and blades. How these two do not look like the current urgent need of the ability. He decided to save this last turbid air, wait until the actual battle and then make a choice depending on the situation. Straightening out the accounts. The mutation just activated just in time for the root system to complete its physiological and structural modifications. After he pulled himself up and tried his touch, both the main root and the hairy roots were now able to be as soft as they wanted to be, and as hard as they wanted to be, which was a marvelous experience. Only, after researching and researching, he hadn't come up with a tactic to go along with this new ability for the time being. He was playing with the main root, which was soft and hard, when he remembered something else. Whenever he checked himself, there was always a line on the panel that he had ignored. Evolutionary grade, turbid body, can only absorb turbid air. You can only absorb turbid air? That means that before I go hunting for clear air, I still have to activate all the mutations of the leaves and flowers at this level of turbid body, right? Following the literal meaning of the word, Yang Jiju tentatively deduced so, but on second thought, the remaining gap was small. And, not far from home, the prey was perched. Monkeys are creatures that commonly live in groups, so follow the signs of their lives and you might be able to pull out a nest. Yesterday was the night to go hunting, now the time is still early, but see only one step away from breaking through the turbid body. Was that a small series of numbers gripped the heart? The original leisure of the excitement swept away. Say it and do it. With the clear skies on the hillside, he was no longer worried about being exposed to other mutant creatures, even if there was little obvious cover. Now that he was different from the past, the hunting moves in his hand could be combined to produce multiple variations, and even if he met a strong enemy, he could choose to entangle or escape. Granted, he cautiously chose the old route. The sun was blazing, and at the point in time when the light was at its best, he followed the stream to the grove of peach trees again. On this trip, he flung himself into a six-pack and barged right in. Pieces of peach blossom in the sunny moment showed a different splendor from the flavor of the night, so beautiful that he was lost in thought for a moment. One is here to hunt and not to indulge in the beauty of the scenery. Little monkey, sip, sip, come on little monkey. In his consciousness he had shouted a few times, but the sound had only echoed in his own consciousness. Through the shadows of the trees, he searched for traces of the monkeys, and some air-dried feces did remain on the ground, but no sign of the monkeys was ever seen. Is it possible that the female monkey reported that they've all moved? Now that he was all over the place and still extremely careful where he should be, he clearly understood that there was another possibility. Thanks to the canopy's all-around vision, the movement of the big man's peach tree, he also always kept an eye out. The intelligence of monkeys is not comparable to ordinary animals. These guys are extremely cunning. In such a dense forest, you have to beware of ambushes. As he searched, he clenched his fists, ready to cast a large tumor ball. His footsteps tightened a bit as well, with most of his roots walking with a tight grip on the ground, ready to dive into the ground at any moment. When the mountain wind penetrates into the peach forest, it will always set off a rustle, and the peach blossoms will certainly sway with the wind on the branches. If it wasn't for the wind, Yang Jiju wouldn't have been able to notice anything strange in the peach grove. He gathered his attention to a peach tree directly above his head. The peach blossoms were indeed beautiful, but why did they not move at all? Another gust of wind hit him, and that's when he realized the trickery. It wasn't a peach blossom at all. Camouflage, and multiple units of it at that. He hurriedly looked up and around all the peach trees in the forest, and on almost every one of them, there were so many dozens of peach blossoms that would not be blown by the wind. Ambushed. It was too late. He immediately rooted down to the ground, and his branches began to bulge with large tumorous orbs, while the leaves spread out with force, so that if the situation was not right, he would need to unleash his mists to escape. Sure enough, seeing him take his stance, the enemy in the peach tree began to move. Dozens of monkeys had long surrounded him, and the reason why they failed to notice was because each of them was holding a snapping turtle of the same kind as the one that had been stabbed to death by the woman that day, a snapping turtle that had evolved a protective color. Hiding behind a turtle shell as a shield is like wearing natural optical camouflage. Seeing such a huge number, Yang Jiju immediately gave up the idea of a deadly fight. Fortunately, there are a few roots that are always attached to the stream, which he is about to spray the mist to escape. However, although the peach blossoms covered the sky, he saw in a trance a dark shadow sweeping overhead at great speed, and the next second, the sound of whistling approached from above his head. The line of sight passed through the layers of flowers and leaves, and seeing the densely packed small black dots in the sky, Yang Jiju was so shocked that she couldn't care less about releasing the mists. That thing, for himself and the monkeys on the ground, amounted to extinction. He didn't hesitate to curl up and wrap his base in layers of branches and roots, transforming it into a ball of wool used by old ladies to knit scarves, but in extra large size. Making sure that he had shielded the base intact, he began to perform his new ability that he had just gotten today, and his roots became hardened. This sudden emergency situation simply made Yang Jiju's newly learned rigid flexibility directly become instinctive, and naturally made it out without much thought. The movement flew through, and the roots of the tree that served as the shell of the sphere became solid, and all the monkeys were still standing in the treetops amazed at the weird tree balls, not even noticing the metal cylinders that were falling from the sky. The first explosion lifted just enough to send a peach tree and a couple of monkeys holding up snapping turtles through the forest, followed by a second and third voice. In an instant, the peach grove was turned into a sea of fire. Only a cluster bomb could cause such widespread devastation. The shockwave blew Yang Jiju back and forth on the ground, and the panel lit up with a bright red glow once again, until the explosion stopped completely. Yang Jiju endured the severe pain and stretched out a few roots, using his already blurred vision to barely find the direction of the water pool. He clenched his teeth and hissed frantically in his mind as he crawled towards there with all his strength, making sure to reach the waterhole before the flames completely carbonized him. At the same time, 3 helicopters entered the forest from due south and arrived over the creek valley. The woman who was cackling in her seat closed her tablet and made a face toward the man sitting across from her. "Hey Captain, the new drones are fun." The man's face sank and he replied coldly, "Don't waste the bomb. It's expensive. Count the cost of every bomb and don't use it where you can't get a profit back. Like bombing insignificant critters." The captain's face didn't show any change in expression, but a few points of dissatisfaction could be heard from his words. The woman grunted impatiently before he could finish his sentence. She used the tablet, which had turned off its screen, as a fan, fanning it toward her sweaty neck, while her other hand tugged at the collar of her shirt to try to let the cool air in. The special black tights inside the camouflage jacket were a bit thick and seemed to be lacking in heat dissipation. As she fanned herself, she argued, "I'm not helping ground units clear the danger, am I? I'm just trying to see how it works in the field." After a few seconds of silence, the captain sighed, not wanting to spend more time with her, but in his heart, he spat out, "It's to hunt, not to fight. How can he dissect it when it's all burnt to ashes?" Cursing silently, he reached out and snatched the tablet. The helicopter was still in the process of landing, and the fuselage had smoothed out, so watching the video on the screen didn't give him a dizzying experience. The video played a zoomed-in view of the drone as it flew through the mahogany forest, and it was hard to see what was hiding under the leaves and peach blossoms in the regular footage. But switching to the thermal imaging, he saw a record of dozens of heat sources jumping and weaving in and out of the trees, eventually rounding something up. There were creatures with intelligence in the forest, so he wasn't surprised by the roundups, but the dozens of creatures rounding up their targets weren't caught on camera thermally. The peach grove was so close to the stream valley that he subconsciously associated it with the large barrow, and involuntarily guessed that perhaps the creature that had killed the boar had indeed been a venomous serpent, possibly having grown to the point where it would have required dozens of mammals to round it up. So it seems that target possesses the value to be hunted, and just at that thought, he tapped his head. TCH. It was all the fault of the woman in front of her that potential prey had been blown to smithereens and had done herself a favor. He would never have allowed this troublemaker to accompany the team if he hadn't been given a generous allowance as a caretaker by his superiors. Had to send someone to the bombing zone to see if they could still pick up valuable organs. Speaking into the microphone on his collar, he gave the order in a hushed voice. Team D, go search the peachwoods. Initial judgment is that the target creature is a venomous snake. Be sure to watch out for any purple venomous patches remaining on the ground. Target size is uncertain. It may have been blown up, or it may have survived and is hiding nearby. The word yes was answered cheerfully over the headset. Hearing the reply, he held the hatch overlooking the D team, which had already assembled on the ground ahead of time, and watched as the three hunters sped off in their light mountain bikes toward Peachwood Grove. The rest of the hunters, however, used the ropes in turn to reach the ground. This time, in order to decapitate the giant worm, he even took the pain of raising the cost to 6 times the usual amount, bringing in 24 hunters including himself, drone bombing, war dog-type hunting robots, and all kinds of specialized equipment for underground combat. Mutant creatures that big are full of treasure, and even if the organs harvested from the worms are of average quality, there's enough to offset the cost. For the sake of performance, let the cost be high. Once the helicopter had completed its transportation mission and began to return, the captain affixed the morale badge bearing the Trial Forest District 6 hunting license to his left arm and hollered sternly to the group, "All buck up and get to work." "Ah ha 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 ha." The woman learned to wolf whistle and responded to the captain with the utmost enthusiasm. Her laughter echoed through the mountains for a while. More than 100 high-decibel explosions caused tinnitus in Yang Jiju's ears, which he never imagined would occur even if his body was not structurally equipped with an organ such as a cochlea. After stumbling and rolling over into the pool of water, he experienced both the suffocation of near drowning and the intense pain from the burn. Some of the branches and roots were burnt black, and the moment they entered the water they stirred up a cloud of white smoke on the surface of the pool. These limbs must have been wasted. He arched his back, the roots of the tree that were still able to move taking hold in the dirt while the branches still carefully shielded the base, his whole body trembling and shaking from the shock and burn he had just received, as if, between them, he felt like he was now a human crouching underwater shivering all over. All the dangers he had encountered in the forest had not struck him with the level of fear he now felt. I don't know how long he sat there, but his tinnitus gradually eased, and he heard the crackling of plants and the screams of monkeys in the peach grove, and the reflection of the fire in the pool of water was particularly blinding. This is the experience of being hit by a bomb. Without that move just now, I would have been turned into charcoal, just like them. He did not dare to look more than once at the miserable state of the trees, nor did he dare to get up from the water at all, so he continued to remain huddled and motionless. There was the sound of another splash beside him. That must not have been self-inflicted. Who is it? The branches of the tree were snapped off in many ways, and the main trunk showed a large number of cracks, and his vision was severely impaired. There was a blurry figure there at Splash. No, it was 2 blurry figures. Gathering his breath, he struggled to try and get his vision in focus as the 2 figures slowly reunited. It turned out to be a monkey with half its fur burned off. Yang Jiju didn't know how it survived, but immediately remembered the scene where he was surrounded by monkeys just now. It's the enemy. These few days of living in the forest had made him thoroughly accustomed to one thing: all mutated creatures were enemies, and only one could survive as long as they met. Without saying a word, he didn't care about his injuries. He pushed his body straight and took a step towards the monkey who was sitting at the edge of the water, biting his teeth and panting heavily. With his current physical state, he was completely unable to care about the matter of leaving a trace, whether it was punching a king's fist, strangling with a root system, poisoning, any technique would do. He was going to end this enemy. But when he walked up to the monkey and saw that the monkey was not the least bit wary, he stopped all his movements, and his fist, which was already halfway clenched, slowly shrunk like a leaky ball of leather. This monkey was a circle larger than its counterpart, and quite muscular, and in its arms was the corpse of a female monkey, and although the body was already in tatters, Yang Jiju recognized it at once from the general features. It was the female monkey that he had met by chance last night. The male monkey rested the female monkey's head on his lap, looked up at Yang Jiju, released a smile, and then slowly closed his eyes, and, slightly raising his head, assumed a posture of leading his neck to death. That look of having transcended the world was simply out of place with the blazing fire around him. For a moment, Yang Jiju was at a loss as to how to respond. The tree and the monkey, both were silent for a moment. They were quiet, but the crackling caused by the wildfire was all around them. It disturbed him and he didn't want to hear anymore. Yang Jiju's branches drooped, dragging his heavy steps along the stream, toward the forest beyond. Dead leaves continued to fall from him in a fine rustle, picked up by the mountain winds and swept into the flames, and nearby tongues of fire occasionally reached out to him with their arms outstretched to claw at him. Today, he didn't want blood on his hands, and he didn't want to stay here for a moment. He wants to go home, just want to go home. Dropping his head, he continued to take a few steps when suddenly something hard hit him, which went right through the bark and continued to squeeze into the interior of the trunk, spinning and squeezing at high speed. A smell of smoke rose from the bark, followed by the sound of continuous gunfire he heard. Yang Jiju watched as one of his branches was clipped by gunfire and spun several times in the air. The sharp pain nearly made him lose consciousness. The panel popped up with a rapidly flashing alert box before the branch even hit the ground. You're gonna be in a near-death state if anything else falls off of you. Ever since waking up in the forest, he had dealt with the matter of death endlessly, numb to it and completely used to the fights between wild animals for survival. But why are you outsider assholes sticking your noses in it too? Humans! Fierce anger roused him from his disheveled state, and at once he turned his eyes toward the spot from which the bullet had come, but through the flames and smoke he could see nothing at all, while his assailant again pulled the trigger. Hearing the gunshot, by instinct he tried to reach for something to protect the base again, but what was left of his roots were carrying wounds and his movements became so sluggish that he was completely too late. Misty, yes, I still have Misty. But it was only when his body began to drive the leaves with his thoughts that he took a complete look at his misery. The leaves all over his body were burned and bald. What else? Bullets whizzed past him again, and for the first time he was in such a desperate situation, with absolutely no means of coping. But you can't just give up. At the very least, to find cover to hide. He lifted his roots and tried to move to dodge, but his own mobility was lacking. Where could he escape the gunfire? It was only after taking a wobbly step that the pain of being hit by a bullet was felt on his body again. He staggered in pain and his vision began to blur, and he was about to fall to the ground when he heard a throaty scream from the human. At the same time, the gunfire stopped, in one of the directions to be exact. It was in this falling position that his dazed eyes caught a thin figure, a small man with a swift, wind-like pace, running at himself from the direction of the waterhole, and arriving at his side in a few steps. Before he could see what the visitor looked like, he felt his trunk shoved by two hands. The force pushed himself off the ground, and it took him a moment to recognize the thin figure. The monkey, only half-furred, opened its mouth wide and bared its slender fangs, the sea of fire reflecting a reddish, menacing light in its compound eyes. A clear and loud ape cry resounded through this fiery hell, and even the rolling black smoke shrank 3 feet from the momentum of this voice. After kicking Yang Jiju out a few meters, it tilted its body back in place, its arms rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the twisted bundle of muscles far exceeded the level of strength a monkey should have. Seeing this posture, Yang Jiju thought of an ancient human sport, the javelin. The monkey's valiant form, heavily surrounded by flames, resembled that of the primus warriors of ancient Sparta, and the next instant it stepped forward, shouted out another loud cry, and hurled the object in its right hand fiercely. The object was clearly a boar's tusk tied into a javelin with a stick. The cyclone sucked away the tongues of fire that the fanged javelin had come into contact with in its flight, and with the sound of the breaking wind, the tusks once again caused the human to cry out in agony. Without waiting for Yang Jiju to react, the monkey had quickly pounced on the ground and copied something the size of a manhole cover, and then carrying that thing with him, He quickly came to Yang Jiju's side and crouched down. It held the manhole cover-like thing with one hand towards the direction of the gunshot just now, with its back to Yang Jiju. At that moment, Yang Jiju saw that the monkey's arm had regained its normal size, but the skin and flesh had already bloomed, and blood flowed down the arm. This phenomenon, Yang Jiju saw and understood that the monkey's ability to burst out with power in an instant was a bit similar to his own large tumor ball. The gallant and handsome sequence of actions just now stunned Yang Jiju and also stunned the manhole cover. The snapping turtle stared with wide eyes and a huge word of confusion written on its face. Looking at the monkey crouching on the ground with the trees that had fallen behind the monkey's mayfly chrysalis, it repeatedly questioned what it had done wrong in its past life that it would be experiencing these things today. However, seeing the monkey slowly raise his right hand, which was still dripping blood, and put his index finger against his lips to make a silencing gesture, the snapping turtle was blessed and nodded his head as if pounding garlic, and Yang Jiju also bent what was left of the tree branch. The fact that the monkeys were so careful meant that the humans were still alive, but Yang Jiju was more worried about the humans calling for their companions. At this time they must not hide in place, but should leave quickly. But he didn't understand monkey language, so he had to poke the monkey's shoulder with one of the softest roots, and when it twisted its face to look at it, Yang Jiju raised another root and used these two hairy roots to gesture a two-legged walk. Fortunately, the monkey is a higher IQ animal. It seems to pay attention. First take a deep breath, then frowning and pondering for a few seconds, then gesture two fingers against their eyelids, then point to the source of the gunshot just now, and finally, put up his index finger and set it in front of Yang Jiju. He quickly understood what the monkey was trying to say. I see that there is another. Feeling that Yang Jiju seemed to understand, the monkey pointed to himself, then to Yang Jiju, then to the snapping turtle, and, finally, did a two-legged walk following Yang Jiju's earlier example. Then, make a fist and reach for the human position. Go over there and fuck him. Yang Jiju and the snapping turtle nodded together, so the three mutant creatures stayed in formation and felt their way silently towards the source of the gunfire. Protected by the snapping turtle's optical camouflage, they advanced slowly, finally making their way through the still burning forest of dead trees and approaching a human crouched in panicked alert next to the body of his companion. Group D. What's going on? Captain. It's not right. It's so wrong. Where are the poisonous snakes? I suspect that the surviving bombing zone is primitive. And, there is an octopus. Captain. Why is there an octopus in the forest? Don't panic. Stand by in place. C-Team will be here soon. Because the monkey had already lifted the snapping turtle to a position a few meters away from him, even the voice in the headset, Yang Jiju vaguely heard part of it, especially the last few words about arriving soon. In his heart, he said that it was not good, and put his roots on the monkey's shoulders, and the monkey nodded in understanding. So he immediately stood up from his crouching position, and his hands instantly swelled up again, while Yang Jiju stretched out his roots against the ground. The hunter, already sweating from the two pig tusks that had just flown out of the fire and claimed his companion's life, suddenly saw a mosaic of things rapidly approaching him, and when a pair of hairy legs and a few octopus tentacles actually appeared underneath this mosaic, he was at a loss as to how to react, so he had to follow his instincts and squeeze the trigger. The gun had only fired 3 or 5 rounds toward mosaic before his legs were grabbed by octopus tentacles and he instantly fell to the ground, dragged to the heels of hairy legs, and the next thing he knew, poof, he was unconscious, forever. The snapping turtle that was pinched in the monkey's hand and used as a shield and guillotine had already been scared silly, but the monkey was experienced, and as soon as he solved the enemy, he immediately drew a circle with both hands towards Yang Jiju. This maneuver Yang Jiju had seen in the Taijiquan manual, a big watermelon. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, he realized what the monkey meant and immediately performed the same trick he used earlier to dodge the bomb again, shrinking himself into a ball. He couldn't see anything in this position. Only felt a kick and then bam 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 rolled up the slope. The sphere rolls much faster than an octopus-like crawl. Yang Jiju was kicked like a soccer ball for about half an hour, and the movement finally stopped when it felt like every root had rolled and swollen. Thanks to his lack of stomach, he would have thrown up at least 10 pounds. The vertigo hadn't yet subsided when a hand gently tapped 3 times on his shell wrapped in roots, and the monkey was oddly polite. The shell opened a slit, and Yang Jiju took a few sharp breaths of fresh air, and with a bit of strength restored to his body, he unfolded the shell and drilled out. The monkey standing in front of him had retrieved 2 javelins long ago, and it seemed to favor the weapon. But this course it was hard enough, carrying the turtle in its left hand and the 2 javelins in its right, and dribbling the ball along the way. After the spinning stopped and her eyes were no longer misty, Yang Jiju finally saw the broken surface of the boar's tusk so clearly at such a close distance, and recalled the day she had awakened in the valley of the stream. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He had to wonder if everything in the world was really under the sway of fate. The world is not as it should be. and you and I are destined for each other. The monkey he was gazing at was full of exhaustion and sat down on the ground panting heavily, scratching his cheeks lightly a few times. The image of both of them in each other's eyes at the moment could only be described as wretched. Most of the monkey's skin was burned, and his arms had become bloody from the battle just now, and it wasn't hard to see that it was a trauma caused by using his ability beyond the limit state. Then look at Yang Jiju. The root system is only 60% or 70% left. The branches are left with 3 branches, and the main trunk has been cut in half. And the worst thing is the leaves, all of which have fallen off, and it is completely unable to photosynthesize in this current bald state. But thanks to the ability to heal at a blistering pace, he could clearly feel his waist sprouting shoots again. But patience must still be needed to grow new branches and leaves. Ironically, despite all the scars, the flower bones are still hanging steadily on the branches after such an ordeal, and have even shown their colors. What's the use of keeping you when you're all hurt like this? Extra. Searching, he stretched out his root beard to pinch the bracts. When the plant is in bloom, this organ used for reproduction competes with the green leaves for nutrients, so it's better to pinch it off so that the branch can sprout more leaf buds. But on second thought, if he pinched off the flower buds, it would take some time to wait for the next bloom, and it would be troublesome if he encountered a situation where he had to use aromatic seduction in the meantime. So he decided to leave the buds behind for the time being. The monkeys had helped them out, but the humans had just used their communication devices to call for help, proving without a doubt that there were more of them already in the forest. What should I do with myself now? Do you go home and hide? Is it safe to go home now that the humans have passed by their doorstep the last time they came? What puzzled him even more was this place the monkey had kicked himself over to. Where was it? There were countless sky-high trees standing beside me, and compared to others, I was like a soda bottle placed next to a pole. He had never been here before, but looking up, he was able to see black smoke rising into the sky in the direction of what must have been a bombed-out peach grove. In that case, he turned his eyes once more to the hillside beside the peach grove and found the familiar cave. Determining the direction of his home, he craned his head to look at the sun again. This is southwest of home, the arborvitae forest. That's where that big thing broke the ground. Figuring out where he was now, he rushed over to the monkey in fear and reached out his roots to tug on his arm. The monkey lifted his bloodstained face slightly, and those compound eyes animatedly expressed aha. Yangji flexed his roots and pointed to the ground, then had several of them make a motion of arching upward in turn. There is danger under the ground, and it will branch out at any moment. When he finished gesticulating, the monkey was not nervous, but instead put his hands together on the side of his face and closed his eyes, an action Yang Jiju was too familiar with. Does sleeping mean the thing is dormant? The monkey's eyes were filled with determination, and Yang Jiju decided to trust its judgment. In this forest, he was only a newborn who had just been born a few days ago, and since he was accompanied by a senior who was more familiar with the ecology of this place, it was not a bad idea to listen to the other party. Besides, the monkey had experienced the same life and death with himself. Now that there is a common enemy in the forest, it would be a good idea to take a gamble, and the bargaining chip is that necessary trust. But even if the big thing was dormant, the arbor forest was too flat to be considered a safe area in and of itself, and it must still harbor dangers it had never been exposed to before. Could it be possible to stay here and save your life? In the middle of pondering, but saw the monkey suddenly stood up, compound eyes straight staring at Yang Jiju's home. It suddenly made this action, so that Yang Jiju also gazed at it. The figure appeared in front of his house, and by the way the man's arm was slightly bent. It looked like he was holding up binoculars. To Yang Jiju's annoyance, the humans did not leave after they finished scouting with their binoculars, but instead sat down where they were. Had it not been for the open view, he himself would not have chosen to nest there at that time, and I am afraid that it was for this reason that the other party used that position as a sentinel point. In this way, not only could they not return home, but Yang Jiju could not move in the strip that lacked cover. Hatchet. Where to go from here now that you're in a sorry state? Is it better to hide in an arboretum disguised as a tree and nurse your wounds before seeing what's next? But the sounds that didn't belong in the forest immediately made him discard the idea. The roar of the vehicle's engine was getting closer. He wasn't the only one who heard the voice. The monkey beside him took a deep breath and passed his furry hand to Yang Jiju. When holding this hand, Yang Jiju had mixed feelings in her heart, wanting to cry but having no tear ducts. Monkey, it clearly could have left Yang Jiju behind and escaped alone. The dead body collapsed next to the dead tree, making the captain unconsciously clench his fists. Because of the forceful clenching of the teeth, the cold face that is itself unsmiling looks eerie and terrifying, especially reflected by this sea of fire, as if the severe ghosts coming out of the hell. 2 punctures, 1 decapitation, all one-hit kills. The hunter who had been crouched on the ground examining the body stood up and turned to report to him. Both Team C and Team B, which he personally led, were here at the first sign of a call for help, and the murderer had already escaped. The C team now followed the trail forward in pursuit of the hunt, but unfortunately the trail was rough and the vehicle took a long detour to reach the arboretum at the bottom of the hill. Primitives and octopuses were the last words left behind by the last member of Team D. There were obviously a large number of monkey corpses lying nearby, and monkey footprints were left on the ground, but the team member misjudged them as primitives. From this, the captain understood the reason why his men had lost their lives: too much contempt for the mutant creatures in the forest. I am afraid that the subconscious belief that human beings are the only creatures with higher intelligence has led to the delusional conclusion that intelligent monkeys are primitive. One of the murderers can be identified a monkey. But what about the octopus? There were no clues at all from the scene that had anything to do with the octopus. Regardless of what the octopus's true form was, based on what had happened so far, the captain had come to the conclusion that the two creatures with intelligence had formed a specific social relationship and that they had escaped together. Regardless of how far they have evolved so far, if they are not obliterated before it's too late, they will surely turn into an existence with a threat level that far exceeds that of the giant worms. The purpose of this operation was to hunt worms, but the two smart guys were the ones he had in mind to take down right now. How could I even think such a thing? It's so irrational. He mentally berated himself. Indeed, resources should not be wasted in exchange for no profit. Worms were the target of a hunt that could determine the amount of money, and as long as there were no surprises, that prize money would at least allow him to replace his worn-out furniture with new ones, and maybe even take a month off to travel. So far, his work has been beautifully done with few surprises. As a mature and experienced hunter, he is able to accurately estimate the input-output ratio in every operation before he even enters the hunting area stage. As a result, over the years, company executives have been comfortable with his actions in this hunting area, and his performance has been close to a promotion and a raise. A hunter this good would not let the mission be affected by his emotions, so it was only when he wore his goggles that he let the tears quietly drip out. The young hunter, his head in his hands, closed his eyes as his palm brushed his cheek. A ray of daylight shone into the hole in the ground, causing all the small insects floating in the air to reveal themselves. But Yang Jiju's body did not have a single leaf that could be used to release the poisonous mist to solve the problem. However, the little flying insects didn't seem threatening, so the monkey didn't bother to reach out and swat them. The hole in the ground was cold and damp, and so little sunlight could only illuminate the mouth of the cave. About an hour ago, Yang Jiju, monkey, and snapping turtle avoided vehicles all the way and lurked and hid in the arborvitae forest, finally touching this huge hole in the ground and climbing down the vines at the entrance. This hole in the ground is located where the giant creature fought the humans the night the forest was fogged over. Since the monsters that the monkey swore to create such a huge cave were dormant, it would not be a bad idea to go underground and hide. Vehicles can't get into the holes in the ground, and even if a human were to follow them in on foot, it would be inconvenient to drill into those dark, winding, small-sized holes. So instead, inside this huge underground cavern, the three wild animals had a little more room to roam and didn't have to fear the cluster bombs from the sky anymore. But they still need to avoid being discovered by humans as much as possible now. With everyone's broken body, let alone fighting with humans, I'm afraid that escaping in an encounter would be a problem. For the time being, hiding in the ground to rest and recuperate, and when the injury eases up, then go to find a way to live, or to kill a bloody road. When he was at home looking out over the valley, Yang Jiju hadn't had any thoughts of going toe-to-toe with the humans. But the battle in the peach grove had opened his eyes to the possibility of defeating the humans. If his bodily functions recovered, the chances of winning by breaking down the humans one by one in cooperation with the monkey snapping turtle not only existed, but he even felt 7 points of certainty. It was a situation he hadn't dared to envision when he was once alone, but it was clear that now was not the time when they had to fight, and what they should prioritize was to quickly get well from their injuries. Hiding in the cave entrance position was still able to receive some sunlight, so Yang Jiju's speedy healing was not a problem, but after a long journey, it could be seen from the monkey's demeanor that it was enduring great pain. Finally, after confirming that the human vehicle was far away, it wobbled and fell to the ground. It was still conscious, but its eyes were disoriented and it was panting heavily. Yang Jiju knew that the inflammation of the wound had caused it to start running a high fever. If it's left to dry, it may not last long. You obviously can't get anti-inflammatory medicine in the wilderness, but it's time to at least look around for a source of fresh water, a lot of water, and to bring some relief to the monkey's inflammation. Luckily, he is a tree, and finding water is an innate instinct. He plunged his roots into the ground, twisted them several times to feel the different levels of wetness in the soil, and, detecting a general direction, crept toward it. Due to the special environment of the hole in the ground, even though each footstep was taken very softly, it still inspired a crunching echo in the overly quiet grounds. in case there were powerful creatures residing in here. He didn't want to startle the other side. Gotta think of something. The soft roots felt around himself for a moment, and he realized why his feet were so loud. The carbonized rhizomes are still attached to his body and he has not been professionally pruned. Scissors, scissors, scissors. In a hurry, he twisted his body 180 degrees and looked at the snapping turtle that was lying beside the monkey with a worried face. This stare scared the snapping turtle with a jolt and directly applied optical camouflage. Yang Jiju took a big step forward, and lashed a whip towards the air, and the turtle shell made a knock sound. When the snapping turtle carefully disarmed its powers, it had just poked its head out when a pitch-black branch was pestled into its mouth. The snapping turtle's teeth were extremely sharp, and when he felt his throat being mashed, he reflexively bit down hard and spat out a carbonized piece of wood. And then, the strange tree in front of him stretched over another branch, and the snapping turtle understood what Yang Jiju meant. Not long after, the burnt branches and roots were trimmed, but at that moment, Yang Jiju was suddenly struck by an idea. Being a plant himself, the roots were always able to resprout as long as they weren't over-pruned, and now that the purpose of going deeper into the hole in the ground was to find a water source, a scouting operation was supposed to be light, so he gritted his teeth, knocked the snapping turtle's head a few times, and once again stretched over a healthy branch. The snapping turtle did not understand why this is the purpose, only obediently obeyed and bit down, although it experienced a day of ignorance. But at least understand one thing, he survived, all thanks to the two big brothers beside him. As long as it's what Big Brother ordered, just do it. After the full body trim, Yang Jiju was in pain and slowed down for a few minutes before she was able to stand on her feet. Now he's short and refreshing, with half his height left and only 8 roots left. He's really getting to look like an octopus. And, without the burden of a lot of leaves, it won't be so easy to walk around. At this size, he tried casting the rigid flexible ability, and the roots swam a bit faster in their soft and tough state. With that, the body was ready. And with a gesture towards the snapping turtle to follow, he headed towards the water source where he had just detected the osmotic pressure. Even if the darkness in the cave makes the optical camouflage useless, but this guy still has a shell. The previous battle, it blocked a few bullets, surprisingly did not leave a trace of injury. Take it with the action. The sense of security to enhance a lot. Inside the hole in the ground is completely impermeable to the wind, but also cold to the extreme. Change the mammal to come and must be the whole body uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang Jiju is a tree, and snapping turtles, well, is the snapping turtles. According to reason, it should be impervious to wind and light, but the deeper he went, the more Yang Jiju could feel that the front seemed to be flooded with a ghostly green light. Closer to him, he could see clearly that the things emitting green light were some mushrooms growing from the inner walls of the cave. This caused delight to surface in his heart, and he decisively let his roots burrow into the ground to feel it, and the moistness of the soil indicated that a water source was nearby. Then it's easy. As long as you see a large gathering of mushrooms nearby, it means you found a place where you can get water. However, after continuing forward for a short distance and finding mountains of mushrooms, Yang Jiju immediately got goosebumps and hurriedly retreated backward, dragging the snapping turtle to rush back. The underground water source was indeed found, but surrounding the water source were densely packed eggs of unknown creatures, a small portion of which were breaking out of their shells. Looking at that head, the hatchling should be at least a meter long as well. I've stumbled into someone's kindergarten by mistake. Who knows if the parents are around? So of course I have to run away before the other party finds out. On the way to a hasty evacuation, the snapping turtle subconsciously cast optical camouflage, blocking behind Yang Jiju to slow down his pace. The ghostly light of the mushroom was like an arrow, shooting into the water while turning around and flying towards the snapping turtle. It reflected the strong and brave look on its face, full of heroism, as if to say, "Big brother, I'll take the rear." However, both the panicked fleeing snapping turtle and Yang Jiju had overlooked one point. How could the main sense for detecting the environment of underground creatures that survived in the dark for a long time be vision? With a hiss, the two long figures ran at the snapping turtle. The hissing sound of the hatchling of the unknown species really scared the snapping turtle into staying in place for half a second. But in order to cover Yang Jiju's evacuation, it didn't hesitate at all, and twisted its body with clumsy feet, intending to fight with the assailant. After all, it was a turtle that had experienced bombardment as well as helped its big brother to block the gun. Its behavior of gathering courage to meet the monster before even seeing what it was moved Yang Jiju. While the turtle couldn't look behind it, Yang Jiju relied on his all-encompassing vision to capture the two long figures, 3 parts snake-like, 7 parts extremely poorly managed snake-like. They fit Yang Jiju's perception of snakes in terms of length, long for long, just too fat. Mutant creatures existed everywhere in the forest. So even after seeing the fat snake whose size was completely out of the ordinary, Yang Jiju's heart didn't feel surprised. Right now he had only one thought: protect turtle. He had known the snapping turtle for less than a day, but the pair of naive big eyes and its current behavior of being the rear guard made Yang Jiju unable to abandon it and run away by himself. Moreover, in such a cruel forest, it was rare to meet two companions, and without realizing it, he got some mental relief. This emotion that had quietly sprouted from shared suffering was enough to make him let go of his absolute sanity. If you want to lay hands on Turtle, you'll have to ask Grandpa, the tumor ball, if he'll say yes. In his heart, he roared, "Fat snake, don't hurt my turtle." Yang Jiju then twisted his body and charged towards the snapping turtle. In this situation now, how could he care if he would startle the rest of the little ones in the eggshells? With all the nutrients flowing rapidly through his body, he exerted the maximum speed he could achieve, rushing forward with crunching footsteps. As soon as he arrived at Turtle's side, he yanked the short tail behind himself while the roots stomped hard into the soil and the longest branch began to bulge with tuberous balls. The action was done in a single motion, all on the basis of a single-minded effort to save his companion. This impulse made him ignore his current height. The nutrients stored up on his body now were not the same as the original. The tumor ball was unable to form the extreme size, and with such a short branch, even if he threw up a one-armed king's fist, due to the radius being too short, that power would naturally be greatly weakened. "I'm afraid I'm going to lose out, but whatever, turn up first." The snapping turtle was surprised when it felt a tug on its tail, and it knew that Shu had come back to save itself. A stream of hot tears flowed out of its eyes, while its whole body was filled with the fighting spirit to fight the attacker to the death. Facing the incoming enemy, it opened its mouth wide, revealing the sharp, knife-like serrated teeth, gazing viciously at the shadows writhing in the darkness, thinking, "Never mind what is chasing after us. I, Turtle, am not a vegetarian." But he was also very clear about one thing: since he couldn't run away, he had to do it quickly. There were only two of them pouncing now, but if more of these things burrowed out of their eggshells, they could all be accounted for in this place together. Therefore, the snapping turtle could not care about its own safety. Its tail broke free from its restraints, and it quickly rushed forward, wanting to use its mouth full of sharp teeth to share with the other party. But any faster, it's still a turtle. The fat snake squirmed much faster than either of them, and in a few moments the mayfly chrysalis was on its heels. At such a close distance, with the help of the green light mushrooms growing on top of the cave's stone walls, both Yang Jiju and the snapping turtle saw clearly the fat snakes that were chasing after them. They were two bearskin wrinkled worms. Seeing the egg liquid staining their bodies, and the densely packed teeth inside their mouthparts, Yang Jiju almost spat out the base. That disgusting appearance, reminding him of sandworms, sea intestines and other delicious dishes. In his last life when he was a human being he did not dare to eat, and now living ingredients enlarged hundreds of times served in front of his eyes, even more so that he straight to the stomach. What kind of mutation ability the worms had, he and the snapping turtle categorically did not know, but the way they attacked, it made Yang Jiju find a chance to win. It also allowed Turtle to discover the odds. At this time, Yang Jiju had already stabilized his footing, and the small tumor ball on the branch, small as it was, but also swollen to the limit of the size under his current height, turned around, and when they saw this movement, the two worms knew that it was not a good idea to do so, so both of them turned their mouthparts toward the snapping turtle. One of the worms didn't even think about it. It arched its obese body straight toward the forward mayfly nymphs, and that mouthparts opened to the maximum, absolutely able to swallow the snapping turtle in one bite. But the worm is oblivious to the fact that the act of opening its mouth is what Turtle found to be the winning move. Turtle suddenly twisted her face to look at Shu. The corner of her mouth hooked into a shallow smile, as if to say, "Swallow, then let it swallow." That's right, even bullets couldn't penetrate the turtle's armor. Would it still be afraid of those small teeth inside the cavity? The snapping turtle took 2 steps forward, shrinking directly in front of the worm. Toddlers are toddlers, after all, and newborn worms are too shallowly involved in the world to recognize shenanigans. The guy is judging by instinct alone. The animal in front of him smells so good, also acting only on instinct. It raised its head and pushed forward, swallowing the snapping turtle directly into its mouth. Chewing like writhing began within the cavernous intestine, and not many seconds passed before the worm hissed with its head raised in agony and convulsed, spewing viscous digestive juices outward from its mouthparts. After a struggle, a hole opened in the worm's stomach and the snapping turtle's head poked out of it. That wasn't all. When the corpse stopped twitching on the ground, the naked skin quickly crumpled, and clumps of turbid air floated towards the inside of the turtle shell. After a few more seconds, Turtle completely burst through the worm's skin and walked menacingly towards the other worm with all its spikes. Seeing Turtle's brand new body, Yang Jiju exclaimed in his heart that it was a good job. It turned out that this little guy just happened to be just a little bit short of turbid air to obtain this body of bone spurs. I thought the turtle could only be used as a shield or a cloak of invisibility, but I didn't realize it was so resourceful. This made Yang Jiju relieved. These two newly made partners were really reliable. Now, the turtle that got all the spikes proudly raised his head, his mouth puckered into a ground-up cocked look. A look that was so obvious that it didn't need to be translated quickly praise me, as he walked towards the other worm that had survived. Turtle's heart was bursting with joy. Finally, I'll be able to put on a good show in front of Shu. The baby worm didn't even realize what had happened to its fellow brother, and it didn't seem to care about the fact that his brother had turned into dry worm skin, having only just broken out of its shell. It only felt that it was starving, and bent on eating this fellow who had crawled out of its brother's stomach. It foolishly pounced on it, and naturally, it ended up being zapped backward in a hurry. Just like that, it retreated, and without realizing it, it was already sandwiched between the snapping turtle and Yang Jiju. As the spiked turtle approached, the worm could only move in the direction of Yang Jiju, but the whirring little ball, and the gust of wind that the ball set off, made it realize that that thing was definitely a tough character that was not to be messed with as well. The worm hatchling finally realizes that it is being pushed to the brink, but it is too late. After being stabbed by the snapping turtle that squeezed forward, the worm's body made a reflexive action under the feeling of pain, and finally took a step backward as a chrysalis. Now, it could finally enter the range of Yang Jiju. According to the height before the bombing encounter, Yang Jiju could hit the big tumor ball with a meter-long range, but after being cut short, the attack distance of the tumor ball was not only shortened by half, but the volume also swelled to less than the original 30 centimeters in diameter, and the destructive power naturally declined significantly. However, in the action of swinging the small-sized tumor ball, Yang Jiju felt that because his fist became lighter, the speed of his flinging fist was also much faster, and the burden borne by his body to maintain such a small one-size fist was not as much as that of the large-sized tumor ball. This serendipitous discovery had in turn caused him to realize a new move and leap into action. After being forced to move a few more times by the snapping turtle, the worm's ass had reached within range of Yang Jiju. In the consciousness of a few bad laughs, staring at the naked fat butt, Yang Jiju quickly swung his fist down to smash, only to hear a puck sound. The worm's ass at the very end of the fist directly squeezed out a yellowish-green sticky substance. At that moment, it was a fight between you and me. Yang Jiju couldn't care less about being disgusted, and swung his second punch. Indeed, he exclaimed exuberantly in the gap between the two punches. Although the single-shot power of a punch thrown by the small tumor ball was not as powerful as that of the large tumor ball, however, in less than a second's time, the second punch was already able to follow up, which was the benefit of lightness. Because the ball was small and well maneuvered, he was able to fling his already struck fist again at a rapid speed, and rocked back and forth, so that if this move was used to save his life, even if a circle full of enemies stood beside him in a vain attempt to get close enough for a physical fight, they would inevitably have trouble stepping within this range. The newly developed punching technique happened to provide him with the means to defend himself under close range without the leaf. This is used to test moves of the living fist target but suffered a disaster. It was smashed raw pain, but the snapping turtle's bone spurs from the other direction gradually approaching. Worms have no response at all. The obese body is still placed in the range of the tumor ball. Yang Jiju was then nonchalant, because he was a tree. Even if he shouted the name of the move out loud, Turtle would not hear him, avoiding embarrassment, continuing to fling his branches wildly. The back and forth swaying of the lumpy ball continued to whack like a furious storm, and in this real-world practice, he even gradually mastered how to hammer a single point with precision and repetition. And in keeping with his movements, Turtle continued to press forward. Several bone spikes already lodged in the worm's neck, and continued to squeeze forward, sending every segment of the worm's body under his fist. With the wind of the fist, the worm's entrails burst out everywhere, making this hole in the ground filthy and stinking. Until Yang Jiju's whole body strength was used up, the worm turned into a paper worm, leaving a skin. Looking at the slimy filth in his fists and on the ground, he recoiled and remembered the snack he had once frequented the food court to purchase. The pound cake. What he had just done with Turtle was really like the process of making a cake by hand, but the clatter was a real commotion, and it just so happened that more worms had arched through the eggshells and were attracted by the cacophony. Seeing this, Yang Jiju and the crocodile turtle looked at each other and nodded, once again taking up a stance to meet the battle. Larvae are larvae after all, and besides, the soft body of the worm is left to suffer in front of the spikes, and one zap is a leak. Not long ago, the bloody storm ended, cleaning up the results of the battle. The turtle's mouth is almost crooked to the corner of the eye. This battle, he can make a big achievement. Having gotten Shu off the hook and solved the trouble near the water source, Turtle was proud. Determining that there were no remaining worm eggs, Yang Jiju carefully examined the fresh water next to the spawning site, which was a narrow underground dark river. The source seemed to be connected to the stream on the ground, not stagnant water. which made him feel relieved. He couldn't let the monkey drink the dirty water mixed with the worm's internal organs and body fluids, right? The tussle with the worms had delayed quite a bit of time, so I had to hurry up and pick up the purified water and head back. On the way here, he was worried about one thing: even if he found a water source, he still had to go back to the cave entrance to drag the semi-conscious monkey over to drink. But now, the eggshells had solved this trouble. After washing an eggshell that was just the right shape and size, he started back on his turtle. Eggshells filled with water were set up on his branches, and he, sitting on the turtle's back, those spikes in turn gave the roots an armrest on which to land, just enough to be able to sit still. As he staggered, he was all too eager to look in the mirror and see himself and Turtle in this comical state. However, Turtle's pace was a bit anxious and spilled some water. Yang Jiju of course sympathized with it, because he himself was also anxious to bring water back to the monkey to pour it down, and after being separated for such a short while, he was a bit worried about the monkey's physical condition. And the fresh water that was fetched only slightly relieved the monkey's inflammation. How to survive surrounded by humans is still a big question. He didn't know how long the three brothers would need to hide in the hole, and if it was too long, how would the monkeys and snapping turtles solve their food problems? After all, they are not like himself, only relying on light and water to metabolize. Beyond basic survival, they had just cleared away just a cluster of eggs near the dark river, and there was an old human saying, when you see a cockroach, there's already a nest of them in the house. Similarly, when you see a worm egg, the hole in the ground must be harboring countless eggs, either larvae or adult worms. The outside of the hole in the ground was human, and the depths of the hole in the ground were bound to be unsafe as well. Being caught in this place, how to see how bad? Straight to his sorrow. But thankfully, the massive worm larvae that he had just encountered had done him a favor, getting his goal of getting to Peach Grove accomplished. The turbid air contained in each larva was pitifully low, but less becomes more. Without realizing it, Yang Jiju had absorbed more than 1,000 points of turbid air, and an unfamiliar prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. The air is overflowing. Don't take any more. The sea of air is about to take shape. Before going to the Peach Grove, he had 700-800 points of turbid air left in his body, and counting the ones he had just absorbed from the worms, it was just enough to fulfill the total amount needed for the flowers and leaves to activate the next mutation. If he had evolved and gained some means of maneuvering around humans or those bugs in this situation, his chances of survival would have been greatly improved. Back to the monkey, it was time to work on the next evolutionary route, and, also, to figure out what this air sea was. Not only should they study how to improve themselves, but now that they had formed a team with the monkey snapping turtle, between each other, they should also figure out their respective abilities. Humans are veterans of war, and to break bread with them, tactical coordination must be maximized. Recalling Turtle's reliable performance in the battle just now, Yang Jiju unconsciously stretched out a root, scratching and scratching at its chin a few times. It amused Turtle to the fullest. The number of worms that he had just gotten rid of was huge, and Shu only siphoned off a small half of the turbid air, while the larger half gave way to himself. It's no loss to follow such a big brother. The monkey's side profile leaning against the side of the rock came into view, and Yang Jiju and Turtle realized that it was nighttime. The moonlight cast down from above the hole in the ground was dull and pale, shining down on the three mutant creatures covered in scars and blood, giving them no place to hide their fallen state. Monkey's breathing was even more rapid than it had been during the day, his chest rising and falling in agony, and Turtle watched on, tears welling up in her eyes. Yang Jiju, on the other hand, paced back and forth in the neighborhood, searching in a big circle before picking up a fallen leaf of an arbor that had drifted in from outside. The hairy roots are much clumsier than human fingers, and it took a long time of tossing and turning to curl that leaf into the shape of a cup to scoop water from the eggshell. After a short while, the monkey only felt groggy in the midst of someone pouring several large cups of fresh water into his stomach. His stomach bulged like an inflatable, and the urge to urinate immediately began to attack the lower half of his body. But it was just what it needed. The party was close to passing out, and the rapidly swelling bladder finally held it open with its eyelids. The foul stench of monkey urine with inflammation was so strong that the hole in the ground looked like it was inhabited by some gigantic high-level predator, frightening the small animals with a good sense of smell outside the entrance of the hole and scattering in all directions. Under the support of Yang Jiju, the monkey continued to tons for the whole night, back and forth to let the water flush their internal organs. Although at dawn it is still not fever, but at least, the symptoms of inflammation-induced heart disorder bouncing stopped, and the body has regained the strength to barely stand up. 10 or so pisses pulled it back from the dead. A tree, a monkey and a tortoise looked at each other, looking at their respective embarrassed appearance in unison into deep thought. The bombing rounds had left all three of them on the edge of hell, and the whole night they had been hiding in this hole in the ground. They had occasionally heard gunshots and car engines roaring outside, The fact that the enemy was so active in the forest was tantamount to trapping them completely inside a hole in the ground. As it stands, there is really no breakthrough to be found, regardless of what method was used to get out of the trap. It was necessary to wait for the monkey to get better from his injuries first. Yang Zhizhu followed what the monkey had gestured earlier, and posed with the branch in a sleeping motion. Turtle is also quite cooperative, seriously looking around to keep watch. His demeanor is showing the two big brothers, have a good rest. I'm on guard duty. Since entering the hole in the ground up to this time, there was indeed no danger in the vicinity, and besides, the strange tree and the snapping turtle were on the alert beside him. So, even if the heart with a few uneasiness, the monkey still tried to let himself lying in the dry and can borrow a little bit of sunlight position squinting eyes. It understands that the escape action will certainly meet with heavy difficulties. The body must be recovered as soon as possible. The monkey was out of life-threatening danger, allowing Yang Zhizhu to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his whole body was miserable and he had to start healing all the same. The sky is already bright. In the hole in the ground can steal inches of light. Yang Zhizhu hiding in the light under the greedy absorption. The wound finally accelerated healing. The shoots are also in one after another to emerge. The body, which has been through the fire and pruning, finally feels the surge of vitality once again, especially the flower bones that have shown their color and posed as buds. Taking care of the monkey had kept him busy all night, and he hadn't gotten a free moment to tinker with his own body. And now, it was time to study it. Absorbing the sunlight, he focused his eyes on the panel while feeling the recovery of his bodily functions. Infused the turbid air into the leaves and flowers. I've injected 5,100 turbid air into the blade, and got the skill, Sawtooth Scale. Serrated scales, the toughness of the leaf blade is greatly enhanced, while the scales on the leaf surface proliferate outward into sharp, hardened horns. You can control the opening and closing of the leaf blade like a cat's claw to avoid hurting yourself and your family and friends. New leaf mutation, glowing with light. Need to infuse clear air 80. I've injected 3,900 turbid air into the flower, and I've gotten the skill, scent of falling flowers. Fragrance of fallen flowers. The flower house is capable of storing nutrients, and after the flowers are removed, the stamens remain at peak fitness and can continue to emit fragrance seduction until they wither and fade. New flower variation, sweet and savory. Requires 90% of air to be injected. Cat's claws are easy to understand. And as for this falling blossom scent, it looks like it could be used in conjunction with a trap. But I don't need to hunt small bugs now, do I? Aromatic lure can be nearly ineffective against larger creatures. As he was studying in detail how the two abilities he had just obtained should be used, the panel suddenly began to flash with a golden haze of light and played the special effect of a celebratory salute. Happy birthday! Evolution is hard, isn't it? Congratulations and awards. Turbid body extreme. Grade complete. This achievement means you've killed a lot of people, right? What do you think? Don't forget that all the enemies we'll face in the future have experienced the same kind of killings, and like you, I've won every time, and I'm not below you in strength. So, please keep trying to live. Yo, next, build your cloudy air sea into shape. All your organs will be greatly enhanced in their basic ability, and the completion of the construction also means that you have truly stepped into the world of the strong. Air sea construction is something that requires a high degree of concentration. The process, if interrupted, would cause great harm to the base. Start when you're ready. What does it take to prepare? Prepare to be able to maintain a calm and focused mental state for a long period of time. Mental state? Are you kidding me? I'm stuck in a big mess of trouble right now. Calm? How to be calm? The panel's reply made him furious. And, even after asking the panel more questions about the air sea, no more text appeared in that cold box. He had to push himself, staying calm and focused for long periods of time, during which you can't wander off? In that case, this is definitely not a good time. Still bathing in the sunshine, Yang Zhizhu twisted his face to look at the monkey and the crocodile turtle. Now that the monkey has not yet recovered from serious injuries, if he is immersed in building the air sea at this time, will not all the burden of vigilance be placed on the turtle's body? Moreover, the reminder that interruption of the process will cause great damage to the base should not be ignored. And if an unexpected situation occurs during the construction of the air sea, the base injured himself will only drag down his two companions. Before I knew it, the sun was high in the sky, and almost all the broken branches on the body were pulling out some new branches outward. And likewise, after the old roots had been cropped, the pliable and strong new roots were stretching outward from the root plate. With a little more sunlight, the leaves of the oil volume will be lush again. And as far as he is concerned, sunlight is the best anti-hair loss remedy. Yes, a little more sunshine would have restored the body nicely. But how can everything be as it should be? There's more than daylight that can come in from above. Toward the open mouth of this hole in the ground, the familiar metal cylinder slammed straight in. The shockwave from the explosion threw Yang Zhizhu out about 10 meters. and he fell solidly onto the earthen wall of the cave. Unlike yesterday's encounter in the peach grove, there was only one bomb that fell into the hole in the ground this time. And fortunately the location of the explosion was not too close to Yang Jiju, so the flames did not engulf him. Plus, due to the increasing skill in harnessing various abilities, he let the roots become tough and soft the moment his body was impacted, holding up a large, elastic net. So even though he was shaken and sent flying, he only suffered some superficial injuries, and the moment he fell to the ground, the first time he raised his eyes to look for the figure of the monkey and the turtle. Fortunately, the two companions reacted quickly enough. The explosion just happened. The monkey and the turtle have immediately withdrawn to the direction away from the cave entrance. The earth-shattering explosion stumbled, but no bombs fell into the hole in the ground again. The three mutant creatures raised their heads in unison, sniffing and recognizing the sound, understanding that this was still an attack from the air as yesterday. But instead of designating the hole in the ground for projection, the cluster bombs were swept through the nearby forest in a wide area bombardment, commonly known as plowing the ground. That said, it's not a good feeling to hide underground and feel the ground shake. The three hard-boiled men were like hiding in a bomb shelter, trembling and not knowing what to do. The plowing had just subsided, and Yang Jiju wanted to probe down to peer right below the cave entrance, but then he heard the sound of an explosion from far away, and he hurriedly ducked back behind cover. The area destroyed by humans plowing so repeatedly could literally cover an entire arboretum. But was such a big battle necessary? The last time he had witnessed a human obtaining organs from a mutated creature, Yang Jiju had long since solidified the impression that the other party was a hunter. But how could a hunter hunt in such a way? Wouldn't they want to harvest intact organs? The plowing of the cluster bombs did not end during the time he spent silently pushing in his mind just why the humans were making this move. Yet all three, hiding in the hole in the ground, felt a vibration other than that produced by the explosion, a vibration from underground, technically deep in the hole in the ground. This shaking immediately reminded Yang Jiju of the dormancy that the monkey had told him in sign language yesterday. And he couldn't help but glance at the monkey, only to see that it had already twisted its face toward the dark depths of the hole in the ground, and was staring in panic at the abyss that had no idea of where it ended with those compound eyes. When the cluster bombs were plowing the ground, a lot of dirt and debris fell down from above, and Yang Jiju's insteps were covered with a thin layer of dust during the period when the roof was shaking. The layer of dust moved slightly, drifting slowly towards the depths of the cave. How is it possible to generate this level of wind underground? Yang Jiju pondered in horror what kind of creature had been awakened by this explosion. At the same time, he realized an extremely serious problem. The ground, the only way to retreat, was still receiving full coverage bombardment. A wolf in front and a tiger in the back. It's awful. Simply the worst day in tree life. Simply the happiest day of my life. Ha 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 ha. Wood done 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 done. The woman sitting cross-legged on a rocky hill drew a circle with her finger on the tablet again. The captain stood beside her, his face as cold as ever. The mountain winds were stronger today and the dryness of the face caused those two lines of decree to become more defined. That represents years and long hours of hard work in the field. How many rounds of bombing just now? The price of each round of bombing is, he calculated in his mind, and lit another cigarette. Well, lazy to count, let this girl crazy a crazy. On the first day they landed in the forest, they should have begun to strictly execute the plan. And apart from groups D and E, who were responsible for clearing the secondary threats as well as guarding the area, it was only right that groups ABC and ABC would have arrived at the location of the worms a long time ago. But for a whole day and night, all the team members were searching all over the forest for monkeys and suspected octopus creatures, and the company executives' phones rang at least 20 times in a row. But the prey was so cunning that their running tracks ended up disappearing in the arbor, which did confirm the captain's deduction that the monkey, and the creatures that acted with it, definitely possessed a very high level of intelligence, and knew even such things as to obliterate tracks, far beyond the realm of wild animals. Whether it was out of a thirst for smart prey or out of hatred for the death of his men, he was completely unable to suppress the urge in his heart to get rid of the other party. The prey must still be in the arbor, after all. The rotor drones surrounded the suspicious area based on their escape route before the vehicles began their search. But even so, a full night's search failed to find even a shadow of the prey. If it had dragged on for a few more hours, the supervisors might have arrived on the scene in a helicopter themselves to take away his command. Might as well end this personal vendetta before the man of the hour makes his toe-curling entrance. All the other members of the team were standing by behind the two of them on alert, overlooking this sea of fire at the foot of the mountain with huge trees as fuel wood, and one of the tall, skinny hunters finally couldn't stand to look at it any longer, and he timidly took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Captain, it seems like we've deviated from the plan too much, right? Besides, isn't it a little bit of an uneconomical?" The captain didn't answer right away. He inhaled the nicotine deep into his lungs and exhaled a long line of second-hand smoke before squinting at the subordinate and saying, "It's not cost-effective." "Well, I'll remember that, and I'll save it when you lose your little life in the hunting area." The tall and thin man was choked speechless. He was a newcomer who was transferred into this department only half a month ago. His relationship with the captain was not at all comparable to those of the old team members. Just based on the captain's angry words just now, he had already heard and understood what people meant. The captain had a friendship with the deceased, and the misuse of the company's supplies by using his power for personal gain was not to establish him in front of the living team members, the image of love and righteousness in front of the living team members. Today this hunting can really let him hold a bellyful of fire. In the company has always heard that the Trial Forest Area 6 this grim-faced captain outstanding performance, and the mortality rate of team members close to zero. How he just transferred over to think of fishing a large sum of bonus time on the stall so out of the blue. What makes him even more angry is that the original plan is to take advantage of the dormant worms. ABC-3 groups sneak into the worm's habitat, with the War Dogs-type hunting robots, with electric shock and anesthesia drugs in a two-pronged approach to its live hunting. In case of accidents must kill the target, but also be able to obtain the almost intact corpses. To achieve this condition, the prize money can be worth the amount of his previous hard work for a whole year. The prize money can be worth a whole year's worth of his previous hard work. However, several rounds of bombing in a row would surely wake up the worms, and fighting them head-on, the damage to both sides would be hard to predict. Not only would the profits that came to hand be much lower, but it also meant that the hunting team would have to face a hard battle. He had analyzed all the information to the head during the combat meeting, and this worm was dormant in order to build the Air C of the next grade, and it had long since evolved to the extreme in this grade of body clearing. All set? Enter the hole in the ground in half an hour. The captain instructed the entire hunting party as he threw away his cigarette. This has just landed. The tall thin man shivered. His heart was in his throat, cursing, "You crazy have to be hard." The whole company's evaluation of you is calm and collected. I believe in their evil. The captain, meanwhile, stared at a large hole at the foot of the hill and narrowed his eyes into slits. The arborvitae burned like this, and if they hadn't already turned to carbon, there was only one possibility left: catch a turtle in a jar. I'll see where you can run. Drones, something that in the original plan would have been mobilized only if there was a compelling need to fight on the ground. It hadn't occurred to the captain even before he entered the hunting area that he'd actually use an expensive cluster bomb in the matter of burning the woods. The tragic situation caused by the bombing did not draw any change of expression on his face, except that the air conditioning in the car was obviously turned on and it was still unbearably hot, and small beads of sweat were crawling on his forehead. The woman sitting next to him was holding her breath due to the special tights she wore under her jacket, but traveling through the fire, the rare sight outside the window made her eyes twinkle, and she was involuntarily exhilarated, even humming a little song. Except for the captain, the rest of the hunters traveling with her in this buggy always avoided eye contact with her. The tall, thin hunter who had been taunted by the captain half an hour ago was one of them, a woman whose actions had always been marred by accidents of one kind or another when she was in the group, both affecting his income and jeopardizing his personal safety. In the eyes of the tall, thin man, if the woman hadn't been playing blindly with the drone, D-Team wouldn't have traveled alone to the Peach Grove with a lack of cooperation, and if D-Team had lived, the captain wouldn't have been so intentional. So, it's all her fault. The tall, thin man's heart was filled with resentment toward her, and pressing down on the nameless fire, his darkly malicious eyes quietly squinted at the back of her head, which was peeled back against the edge of the car window. This hunt from yesterday is numbered 068, and she similarly screwed up during that 067 operation a few days ago. With the size of 6 hunters, after hunting a large number of turbid-bodied creatures, the party should have simply withdrawn. However, she was too ostentatious in her hunting methods, having to blow up the rabbit burrow for a tiny rabbit and digging deeper and deeper into it, finally provoking a powerful enemy lurking under the ground. However, looking back on the mishaps of Operation 067, the tall, thin man rationally understood one thing: the woes were all because of her. If she hadn't made so much noise, the squad wouldn't have been chased through the woods by the worms, but it was because of the noise she made that the high-value hunting target, whose dormancy had been interrupted, was discovered by everyone. The tall, thin man had repeated the calculation many times with that little mind from the time he entered the hunting area. The accident would be a blessing for the company in all probability, and a blessing for himself if there were no accidents in the D-Team. But at this very second, he really couldn't tell whether the worm's appearance would be a blessing or a curse for him. Perhaps the probability of woe is higher. Worms that big chased the squad into hiding last time, and the easily loaded carrier bots were nearly hitched. There were more hunters here today, but after all, they were going deeper into the other side's home turf. The tall, skinny hunter with nowhere near as much experience as the captain couldn't do the math right, and timidity made his stomach start to churn when he wasn't supposed to be seasick. Worm's great probability has been awakened. Actually led us in this case to go straight to explore people's lair. The company those bastards said with his team steady money. This is not obvious swindle me. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he silently clenched his back teeth as his eyes swept over to Captain Stinkface. Sure enough, Captain Stinkface still had that smelly face. The mouth that had been silent all the way down Stinkface spoke. Shane. Hearing the captain call her name, the woman twisted her face toward the hellish spectacle outside the window to see the captain handing over his palm, which held several vials of green potion. As soon as he saw the bottle, Shane's eyes went straight, his pupils reflecting the same green color as the potion and filled with pleasure. The fact that it was actually on the captain's person surprised and delighted her at the same time. The captain who handed her the potion didn't think the team would encounter great risk in this operation, although he understood that he did choose the most extreme way to get back at the killers of his men. A large part of being able to be so confident was due to this woman named Shane. Just like the new drones, her fielding in the current hunting area is all for one purpose: performance testing. After the senior hunter's training and practical training, repeated tests to get the data if the standard, the company will arrange her to a more suitable stage, the battlefield. As for which treacherous battlefield it would be sent to, that was not something the hunter should be concerned about. All of her hunts a while ago had shown her to be above average, acting in a style that was overly wild. But this warrior against mutated creatures was indeed about to take shape. Today was the right day to test the limits of her fighting prowess under the effects of the drug. If the resulting data was satisfactory, one credit would make up for the other, and those bad old men at the company wouldn't give themselves a hard time for the accident of the worm hunting program. And letting her play well was enough to shave at least 60% of the threat of the worms. In this way, it will kill two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, not being able to get the full body of the worm predicts a significant drop in profits, and I'll have to go back and make up an excuse to the top. The old guys at the company have been waiting for the good news since yesterday. As for why the 20+ calls weren't returned, well, let's just say the cell phone was broken. The captain, who had casually laid out an excuse, pulled open the car door, his clunky boots stepping on top of the ashes. All 21 hunters pulled down the visors of their integrated tactical helmets, the anti-gas and night vision properties maximizing the aids they could provide for fighting in a closed underground environment. After the rotary wing reconnaissance aircraft and the war dog hunting robot were successively lowered down the hole, the hunters also followed the ropes into the battle zone in turn. Shane, who was the only one who had taken off the obtrusive camouflage jacket, didn't even bother to use the ropes, and she leapt into a hole in the ground that was 100 meters deep. The sound the ground made was a poof, surprising her. She had expected to land in a very handsome position like a superhero in a movie, but her feet were soft and she nearly slipped with her unsteady weight. Touching it again with my hand, the softness was cold and smooth and encased in mucus. The whole ground was writhing, and through the night vision goggles, the vision was certainly no match for the naked eye in a natural light environment. So, after glancing around, she could see that it wasn't the ground that was writhing, but a sea of worm larvae that she simply couldn't count. The war dogs hunting robots that she had put in earlier had already started fighting not far away. A burst of high-voltage electricity continued to scorch the worms that surrounded them, but the wave of worms was too rough to kill. She couldn't look at these minions, and before she got off the bus, when she took the potion from the captain gave her special orders. 1. Hit the head. 2. If you find monkeys and creatures shaped like octopuses in a hole in the ground, prioritize hunting. 3rd, as long as it does not go beyond the scope of the communication, it can be freely played without restriction. 4. Retreat when encountering giant worms and rejoin the party. Of the several commands, she only remembered the one about free play. Since the captain allowed himself to let loose and play, how could he possibly enjoy himself by tangling with these little northern noses of mayfly chrysalises on the ground? After half a year, from the end of the convalescence to now, finally meeting with this long-lost old friend, the enhancement agent extracted from the mutated creature again. Of course, we have to go and pick the most powerful creature as the opponent. After breaking the mouth of the first bottle of enhancement and stabbing it into the slot where the tights had been at her collarbone, she suddenly tilted her head back hard, her entire spine stretching out completely under the effect of that crazy surge of power. For about 2 or 3 seconds, her mind went blank and she lost consciousness. Once the bioelectricity of the nervous system had returned to its normal flow, Shane trampled the worm larvae on the pavement and darted like a bullet towards the source of the underground vibrations. Explosions, human chatter, and gunfire converged to fill the hole in the ground with noisy echoes. Judging from the orientation, they were at the entrance to the hole in the ground. In order to listen clearly to everything that was happening in the hole, the monkey was still sticking his head above the water, and squeezing the straw that Yang Jiju had just curled up with a few leaves in his hand. and when the leaves were not removed just now, the curled-up action looked like a cat's paw, which was quite a magical deformation that made the monkey sigh at the marvel of nature. If an enemy appears nearby, it's going to have to use this straw, and it's going to have to retract its head underwater as well. Thanks to these compound eyes, it was able to vaguely catch some movement even though its visibility in the darkness was cut down tremendously. The figure that had just cut through the distance like the wind, no, like a bird of prey, even faster than a bird of prey, sent chills down its spine. The figure erupted with such powerful kinetic energy that the monkey quickly made one thing clear. This human was stronger than all the mutated creatures he had ever fought against. Never let that human find out. Otherwise it's a dead end. The three partners were now hiding in the dark river. The next best thing to being forced to do. Half an hour ago, the vibrations that appeared in the hole in the ground grew in amplitude, and the hissing of a large number of worms came from the ground. The ground bombardment never stopped during this period. It wasn't long before the sound of another human vehicle appeared at the entrance to the hole in the ground. The top and bottom were blocked, so the dark river became the only location where one could hide. Having just squatted in, Monkey and Turtle watched as the countless worms converged into waves, surging outward from the source of the vibrations, and in the blink of an eye, the sea of worms had already surrounded even the edge of the dark river. The three of them leaned their bodies closer together, none of them daring to make any noise. On the way to escape to this place, Yang Jiju and Monkey purposely removed all the green-like mushrooms along the way, just to create an absolutely hidden hiding corner. However, just by hiding, will never pass this difficult, they know it very well. From the time they discovered the vibration deep in the hole in the ground until the entire time they hid underwater, Yang Jiju and the monkey had been signing to each other for quite a while. Turtle as a gesture did not read. Anyway, it does not need to understand. It only knows that he listened to the two big brothers' instructions absolutely cannot be wrong. Only the monkey stroked out the meaning of the massive gestures and fully understood Yang Jiju's plan. Protect Yang Jiju to complete the construction of the air sea, and then kill a bloody path from the encirclement with the help of his greatly increased strength. During this program, Yang Jiju will be in a short dormant state, and no matter what happens to him, he will only be able to rely on Monkey and Turtle to solve it. It was their only option in a situation where they were being pinched on both ends. Being entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, the monkey did not even hesitate for a split second and accepted the battle plan without hesitation, even though it was now barely supporting its body, which had not yet recovered from its injuries, to soak in the water, and had no complaints. It gently stroked the snapping turtle's tail, as if conveying its thoughts, before Brother Shu completes his crucial evolution, it will depend on you and me. At the same time, he also gently pawed Yang Jiju on his back upwards, so that he wouldn't be submerged under the water with his whole body. Now Yang Jiju was like a piece of rattan armor, the branches curling up and pressing against its base while the roots softened and wrapped around the monkey's upper body like a weave. A few cuts removed some of the burden, and he was much lighter, tying a few dead knots so that even if he didn't try to maneuver his body himself, he was able to tie it tightly to the monkey's back without falling off. It was yet another physical form he had been forced to drum up in an emergency situation for use in conjunction with the monkey's actions. This form, he named Tree Root Tactical Vest. From the time he was reincarnated as a cuckoo, perhaps because he had experienced too many vicious battles, he had unconsciously possessed a wild instinct, and whenever he was in danger, he always allowed himself to develop various peculiar ways of using this plant body. Wrapped in this form around the monkey would be able to move around the hole in the ground on his back, and even if he had to mediate with the humans, he wouldn't be able to get separated. Since the double encirclement formed by the worms and the humans was impossible to break through with the three of them's current abilities, there was only one place to place the final bet. Silently glancing at Monkey and Turtle, with apprehension in his heart, he gave that long-prepared command to the panel: begin constructing the air sea. Instantly, it was as if his senses were cut off, unable to perceive the flow of the dark river, hear the hissing of the sea of worms, or smell the fishy odor that filled the air, and the body kept falling into an abyss with no idea where the bottom was. It's darker than a hole in the ground. The only difference is that there are always little sparks and arcs of light that flash from time to time in the darkness. With the help of the faint light, he sensed that he was floating on a choppy black sea. After a short while, a green glow appeared at the bottom of the sea. Following the source of the light, he peered down, his scalp tingling at the sight, a bubbling green eye peering at him from the bottom of the ocean, and in a moment, the other eye opened. Then he saw a giant face hidden beneath the surface of the sea, and it was none other than his own, the face of the human Yang Jiju. The green light grew brighter and brighter, penetrating the sea and reaching the clouds after a few refractions, illuminating the brilliant but treacherous clouds. Thunder rumbled through the clouds, and several bolts of lightning clashed as if they were cold weapons. In a flash, the clouds were split apart, and he looked up to see that behind the clouds was a goat tramp of unparalleled magnificence reaching up to the sky. The orange flowers are like temple chimes, sending dazzling golden light through the clouds. He was reveling in the spectacle of light when the wave suddenly lifted his body off the ground. There were a few dazzling flashes of fire in the darkness, and when the monkey saw what was happening at that location with his compound eyes, he quietly bit down on the straw and disappeared underwater. There was no better weapon than white phosphorus grenades for dealing with dense mutant creatures, and the hunters saw good kills when they threw out a few of them. Only a very few of the hatchlings of mutated creatures mastered the use of their abilities at birth, so the worms in front of them didn't even qualify for the captain to break a drop of sweat, even if the previous generation was noble as a creature that cleansed its body to the extreme. But piled up they were merely giant babies with a relatively large head. This kind of meat maggot, as long as the number is not too exaggerated, it is difficult to pose a big threat to humans. Such a scenario is a minor one, and the team was able to handle it with ease. The combination of ranged electric shocks and white phosphorus grenades from the wardog hunting robots helped the hunters advance steadily. As they traveled, there was an unusual commotion coming from the depths of the hole in the ground below. However, the captain only stared there for a moment, then turned in the direction of the dark river and held out two fingers in a forward gesture. What's happening deeper underground isn't even a concern. There's Shane there. He knew Shane would never follow orders. This girl's profile was always in his head: enhancer addiction, bipolar disorder, and a penchant for killing. Such bad habits it was hard to tell which was the cause and which was the effect. In short, no matter what, with her nature, she would definitely go straight to the lair to challenge the giant worm. This is just right. With her holding the giant worms at bay, he himself can lead the team to carefully search every corner inside the cave. And according to the route, perhaps after burning all the forks of the cave to the ground, he can just go to meet up with Shane, and completely finish off the giant worms that have been tossed to death by that crazy girl. Flying machines capable of hovering were stationed above the straws for several minutes at a time. Monkeys are no strangers to them, and such craft often serve as eyes to help humans scout out inaccessible environments. The current standoff with the flying machine across the water felt like an enemy sticking close to his canopy and searching the neighborhood, and the monkey's heart thumped, knowing that he hadn't been exposed yet but thanks to the snapping turtle held above his head. Humans did not immediately follow the arrival of this flying machine, but in the darkness, the environment changed. Rapid bursts of flame plunged into the dark river, the always slightly swaying current laced with psychedelic colors. At this point, the monkeys did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and still hid underwater without making any noise as originally planned. Next, the sound of gada gada footsteps getting closer and closer to the underground river. Because his head was underwater, the monkey did not hear the familiar sound. It wasn't until its compound eyes pierced through the water and vaguely saw the arcs of electricity waving and flinging in the air that its brows tightly locked into the shape of walnuts, and its feet didn't hesitate to start powering up, and at the same time, it gently knocked on the snapping turtle's ventral armor. Hide failed. Prepare to start Plan B. The robots that made the arcs were often seen in the forest, and the monkey had had a few encounters with them, so the sight of the arcs erupting into the darkness with their first brilliant blue light convinced him that the ploy to hide underwater had failed. He had never personally experienced the power of the robot, but thanks to his excellent eyesight, he had seen mutated creatures die horribly under the arc time and time again, especially those underwater. And now, just 20 or so paces away, the ghostly blue light kept swinging violently, fluttering like a whip, causing the monkey to simply give up on the idea of getting away with it. If the enemy moved any closer to the water, even if it hadn't been exposed for a while, the robot would only need to tentatively fling an arc of electricity into the water, and he and his companions would not even get a chance to escape or resist, directly turning into corpses that had been roasted in the water. Its left hand lifted the snapping turtle gently upward while its right hand gripped the wooden handle of the pig-toothed javelin. At a very slow pace, the monkey began to poke his head above the water's surface, gradually observing everything around him more clearly. The robots that created the arcs were close enough to count, at least 4 of them, and they differed greatly from the robots that carried huge metal boxes on their backs. The smaller type had more flexible joints and moved in a way that was close to canine, and ran at a fast pace. As for the arc weapons, they were powerful but had a relatively short range, so it was still possible to escape by quickly bypassing such robots. It wasn't just the snapping turtle's optical camouflage that kept the enemy at bay for the time being, but the massive worm hatchlings surrounding the surface of the water overwhelmed the robots and scouts as well. However, when the other side gets a few steps closer, when the worm larvae here are no longer able to pester them, Plan B must be executed immediately. Monkey got his body ready to move quickly. The robot that fired the electric arc created a loud noise. The worms were swarming towards them. These babies that had not been born for a long time had no idea what the concept of death was. They just relied on their curiosity and appetite, flooding towards the humans like waves. But in the end, they were only able to slap the robots' feet and turn into burnt corpses. With each wave, the robots crushed the low wall of corpses and pushed on, their overhead lamps illuminating the cavern as if it were daytime. Its mighty power silently proclaims to these lowly creatures that the most powerful force in the world comes from civilization. The group made up of humans didn't panic and followed close behind. Arcs and flames alternated in turn. The hunting party was littered with corpses wherever they went, and the worm larvae that surrounded the water source were cleared of most of them in no time at all. Continuously advancing through the sea of bugs towards the water source, the human figure, wearing a helmet and heavily armed, finally appeared in the monkey's field of vision. But they weren't close enough, and the monkey tensed up, waiting for the other to move on. Just a few steps. Plan B. It starts before the dive. Before Yang Zhizhu softened the roots and wrapped them around the monkey's body, he didn't forget to use sign language to ask about the fastest mutation ability it could activate at the moment. Learning of the monkey's impending ability, he resolutely used the turtle's mouth as scissors to cut off some of the roots and branches again on a body that had already shrunk around. With his turbid body extreme, even cutting off part of his limbs could provide enough turbid air for the monkey to devour. And helping the monkeys get new mutated abilities straight away is to deal with this current situation of being surrounded by humans after revealing their whereabouts. The frequency of the arcs and burns dropped. There were few worms left in the vicinity, and a few of the foremost of the line of robots and humans were already standing next to the dark river, within 10 paces of the monkeys under the optic camouflage shields. The adrenaline made it forget the pain of its injuries for a short while, both eyes staring straight at these people on the shore, and it wanted to wait for the humans to get closer before making a move. However, in the middle of the group, the tallest man gestured, and the weapons on the backs of the four-legged machine robots collectively emitted an eerie blue light, and all of these weapons were neatly pointed at the surface of the dark river. 10 seconds ago, there were still some worm corpses being burned nearby, and with the robot searchlights illuminating the entire cavern like an operating room, the helmet goggle module's night vision had been turned off, and under the firelight, the captain took a few approximate glances with his naked eyes at the dark underground river. The plan that was set was to completely clean out the hole in the ground, so naturally no corner should be missed, including underwater. The evolution of all creatures in the hunting area is genetically constrained in some way, and creatures like monkeys, of course, could not have evolved the abilities of an electric eel. Therefore, the war dog is the most efficient means. He did not think too much, just out of combat experience, habitually threw the sensor device to the war dog, gave the command to shoot at the water. However, within this half-second of the weapon's energy buildup, the sudden change in the water caused him to subconsciously revoke the command. The dark river quickly rises up a huge wave, splashed on the bank a few members of the team, wetting them all over. If the war dog shoots, there is a chance of accidentally wounding a few of them, and the next sharp pain felt in his eardrums made the captain instantly understand the status quo. It was not the churning of fish creatures that had stirred up this barrier of water, but sound waves brought on by the high cries of apes and monkeys. You couldn't cover your ears with a helmet on, and all of the hunters were bent over on their knees from the sonic shock they received, and a few even threw up right into their visors. Only the captain, as an ordinary human whose physical strength was far inferior to Shane's, kept himself focused entirely through his strong will, staring intently at the source of this burst of sound waves hiding behind the waves of water. He finally came face to face with the monkey, and, at the same time, saw the monkey quickly raise a javelin in its right hand to shoot down the two rotor-winged scouts above its head. And, while everyone was still recovering from the aftershock of the sonic boom, popped up onto the shore at a breakneck pace and disappeared out of his view in a puff of smoke. Even though his legs were paralyzed and it was difficult for him to catch up, the captain barely managed to touch the sensing device on his wrist in a near-stun state, and switched all the dogs of war to automatic enemy retrieval mode. After a brief exchange of words, the captain felt a stirring exuberance that he had not felt in a long time. Never one to take the enemy lightly. I actually made the same mistake as those 3 kids in Group D. He hadn't encountered such a difficult foe since his peaceful retirement in Sector 6. Based on the hasty supervision just now, it was difficult for him to judge what grade the monkey had evolved to. However, there was one thing that could be determined: if the monkey that escaped continued to evolve, the threat level would definitely far exceed that of the giant worms. This conclusion was reached not only because of the monkey's tricky mutant abilities, but he had faced mutant creatures with even more powerful abilities before joining this company. But the way this monkey reacted when confronted with an enemy showed off its extensive combat experience, and what's even more frightening is that it has mastered how to use its tools. The javelin and the odd armor shaped like a vine that he wore were by no means items that should exist in the animal kingdom. Recovering from his dizziness, the captain told his team to keep up with the war dogs, and started running himself. In the midst of the chase, a thought suddenly came to his mind: a creature shaped like an octopus, doesn't that rattan armor look a bit like it? The high-pitched, Loud and clear ape cries ran through the entire hole in the ground, and the remaining worms at the edge of the water source were even shaken out of their entrails because they were too close. The snapping turtle was also in a complete coma, rolling its white eyes and foaming straight up. So now escaping with the snapping turtle and an injured body was a huge physical burden for the monkey. It gritted its teeth and used its excellent eyesight to find trails all over the rugged hole in the ground, meandering repeatedly. Yang Jiju's base was tightly pressed against the monkey's back heart, and in the midst of the monkey's running, his consciousness that was immersed within the chaos was slightly distracted. At this moment, the sap in his body accelerated along with the air surge, and the moment he was distracted, the bark cracked a seam, and the consciousness within the air sea felt a sharp pain. That loud ape cry just now meant that hiding had failed. Again, with his slightly divided five senses, the monkey's violent heartbeat gave him an idea of the current situation. Plan B, borrow small-sized tunnels to detour. Being implemented. The situation is worse than expected, but there was nothing he could do. The escape must be left entirely in the hands of the monkey. Diving deep into the air sea, he must not be affected by what was happening in the outside world at this critical moment, and must not be impatient. Within the sea of air, any distraction would cause the huge underwater face to reappear, with an expression of mute and frustration, ecstasy and rage. Each time the face appears, it sets off a huge wave that rolls the dirt from the bottom of the ocean straight up into the sky, and then the inner workings of each organ of the root, stem, leaf, flower, and fruit species are refilled with a murky grayish-white substance, undoing the cleansing he had previously endeavored to sink his teeth into. It was only after being swallowed by the waves within this chaos many times that he comprehended the so-called air-sea construction. The only way one's consciousness could be brought inside the clean and translucent chakra was to focus completely on sensing the giant golden tree behind the clouds, and to see every flow of energy in the body from the inside out. In this state, a greenish-colored liquid would then slowly spread out along the veins, flushing all the organs of the body from the base. Such a process of flushing, so that he completely will be able to achieve the next evolution of his own see clearly. The heart will be more clear about one thing, as long as soon as possible through this painstaking and laborious meridian flushing, he will be able to protect the monkey and tortoise out of harm's way. He sank down and once again let his consciousness focus on the dazzling giant tree. Before closing his eyes, this last trace of distraction was dispelled. You two must hold on. Wait for me to come out. Rotor scouts were completely unable to keep up with Shane's speed, but the hole in the ground had left behind a large number of worm corpses, and the machines were still able to follow the trail to the deeper underground. After following them some distance further, the scouts' communications with the squad began to blur. That's when the captain's voice, "Shane, come back. There's been a change of plan." It was only transmitted over and over again on the channel, and could not be answered in any way. Due to the sheer distance Shane had penetrated, the 12 rotary wing scouts were either attacked by worms or got stuck because they were lost along the way. In the end, only one was spared, and it was connected to Shane's personal communication device, and the gauge that calculated the vertical depth read 252 meters. The footage used by this scout plane to make hunting records captured the huge dome high above. The lens did not automatically switch to night vision mode because the nearby ambient light source was bright enough. The source of the light came from the green mushrooms that covered the dome, and the same green light even spread along the vertical tunnel under the dome that had a diameter of a full 100 meters deeper and deeper into the ground with no end in sight. After repeatedly scanning the neighborhood, the rotary wing scout freaked out and immediately climbed upwards due to the detection of a large number of worms, and worms 4 or 5 times larger than the hatchlings, and the camera looking down from above finally confirmed Shane's back. Finding this back, it flew straight to Shane's side as if it had seen a loved one, and used its stomach to push twice into the shoulders of Shane, who was gazing into the abyss in fascination. The light touch brought Shane, whose helmet and tights were both stained with blood, back to reality. While twisting her head to look at the scout, the blade held in her right hand was raised upwards, and just as her feet kicked in, she dodged to the back of the scout with a speed that the camera couldn't even capture, the blade wheeling and dancing 3 times in a row horizontally, slicing out all of the worms that were pouncing on the scout in neat and beautiful sections, ending the flurry of motion. Before the worm's body hit the ground, she made her way back to the edge of the tunnel and looked down to the bottom of the abyss. An unusual odor continued to emanate from there. Because of the helmet that separated them, the AI carried inside the scout thought that Shane's face still maintained its usual look of disinterest. In fact, at this point she was on the verge of screwing her face into the shape of Captain Stinkface, even as her teeth clenched so tightly that the muscles of her face produced a slight soreness. With 2 vials of enhancers used up in her hand and 4 vials left, the captain was well aware of her dosage limits. Shane is just bad character. She's not stupid, so terrified. On the last hunt, Operation 067, the team chipped off some of the flesh from worms that had burrowed out of the ground, and after laboratory analysis, The technical department came up with a very accurate assessment. Based on the assessment, it was not difficult to deduce that with her strength, she could definitely tie with her opponent with the aid of the enhancers. If the worm was forced to respond to the battle when its hibernation was interrupted and its body was injured, there was even a great probability that he himself would win. However, that presupposed that the giant worm could only be killed once. When she encountered the giant worm within the squad's cone range, she took advantage of the fact that the opponent was wounded and chased it all the way down, opening countless holes in its body. It wasn't until she chased them into this strange cavern that she took advantage of the open field and completely hacked the giant worm from head to tail with the same gutting knife technique she used to slaughter an eel. But something strange happened. She was about to use her comm device to try and contact the captain to report her good news when, with a twist of her head, the two massive bodies disappeared into thin air. After a moment more, the sound of a giant object crashing to the ground came upwards along this straight tunnel that emitted an eerie green light. Shane, whose senses were extremely sensitive, was 100% certain that there were giant living things under that abyss. Her mind was now highly focused on gazing at the very bottom of the tunnel, her nervousness completely replacing the joy she felt before the battle began. It was because of her high level of mental concentration that she didn't even question the man-made structure of metal mixed with stone tiles that bordered the massive dome and vertical tunnel. Only the AI stored in the scout chip curiously photographed the perfect hemispherical structure of the dome once more. The forest fires in hunting area 6 burned endlessly, and the birds and animals that survived the bombardment did what they could to flee to safety. However, because the ground is shaking more and more violently, tall trees that have not yet burned out continue to collapse, continuing to expand wildlife casualties. The tremors even reached other hunting areas. At this moment, Shane was fleeing wildly from the source of the unusual vibrations. The mechanical claws of the rotary-winged scout were firmly clasped to the back strap of her gun, and the expression in the LCD viewport repeatedly switched between whimpering and help oh help oh help. The moment she felt a gust of wind push her into the bottomless tunnel, she decisively injected the third bottle of enhancer, which made her escape up by stepping on the wall at the edge of the tunnel with great difficulty, grabbing the scout in her hand which was out of control due to the strange wind. To be precise, the strange gust of wind wasn't pushing her down into the abyss from behind, but rather the suction that sucked in everything above her from the bottom of the abyss, including some of the smaller worms. The hole in the ground is 3 kilometers deep, and this bizarre phenomenon in an airtight environment is clearly the work of a living creature underneath. Instinct and experience both reminded her in her head, retreat. There are 3 bottles of enhancers left, and in this case, you may not fight on the enemy's home turf. She didn't hesitate to run along the same path, trying to control her facial muscles to give herself a big grin like she usually did, but her body wouldn't listen. The teeth were still biting and emitting gusts of soreness. In this state of total body tension, she was able to be acutely aware of any changes occurring in any corner of her surroundings. So, when the creature behind her spat slime, she jumped sideways and dodged it easily. The moment she stood her ground, she turned around in a glare that gave her the creeps. A writhing creature shouldn't be able to move so swiftly, and she wondered how the giant worms had come to life and crawled up the tunnel so quickly. All she knew was that she had to flee back to the entrance to meet the captain now. Immediately, at once, unable to even communicate with the captain at a depth of 3 kilometers, Shane was now experiencing some regret for his venture. Shane, come back. There's been a change of plans. The captain gave the order into the microphone. The third attempt to call Shane. No answer came through the channel. Anxiously waiting for Shane's response, his hands were now shaking a little. After a few minutes of traversing around in the intricate twists and turns of the tunnels, he saw a hunter leaning in a corner with a javelin made from a bundle of boar tusks tied to a wooden stick strapped to his abdomen. This is the 4th team member killed in Operation 068. He had never been hit so hard, and as a result, realized what a terrible quagmire his mistakes had dragged the team into, all because of his own gullibility. To remedy this, Shane must now be recalled immediately. If the giant worm is abandoned and all efforts are made to deal with the monkey, the situation should still have a chance to turn around. Carrying with him a hatred of himself and that monkey, as soon as he heard the sudden sound of gunfire from the rear, he hastily removed the dog tags from his team's chests and rose to follow the sound. The monkey was too smart for its own good climbing, and it chose routes that went up and down. And during the chase, one of the dogs of war failed to make the jump and fell into the chasm, while another got stuck in a gap in the rock and developed a programming error. The terrain was too complicated for the captain to catch the monkey with his own 2-legged pursuit, so the war dog was only able to keep hunting in the way of automatic enemy retrieval. In this circuitous chase, both the dogs of war and the hunters were gradually dispersed. This gives the monkeys the opportunity to take them one by one. Inexperienced young hunters are inadvertently caught by hands sticking out of cracks in the ground by the ankles or stabbed in the vitals by pig-toothed javelins jutting out from around corners. The hole in the ground was filled with the sound of gunfire along with calls from the team yelling at each other to report the monkey's whereabouts. The chaotic scene clearly indicates that the monkey has been around the complex small tunnels walk behind the pursuers. The captain could not fail to see this, and he knows better than anyone else. This time should be arranged in the hole in the various forks blocking the monkey's retreat, and then slowly search and kill. However, the extreme anger and the anxiety caused by Shane's loss of connection caused him to lose his usual sanity in this moment. As a result, the bad cycle gets worse and worse. 2, 3, 4 names. More bodies of his men appeared on the road he passed. Finally, around a corner, the furryback flashed through the night vision lenses. As far as combat was concerned, the captain was nowhere near as physically fit as Shane, but he was so experienced with firearms that he didn't need to aim, and the gun fired 3 bullets straight at the figure. One of the bullets did hit its target, as could be ascertained by the sound of flesh splitting and bone crunching. However, just as the captain stepped away and rushed towards the back, the ground once again produced a slight heave, and he held onto the wall before he could stabilize his body. And when he came back to his senses, the monkey's figure disappeared once again. But the slight earthquake had calmed him down, and if Shane was still fooling around underneath, he'd be in big trouble. Turning on his microphone, he gave the order to the team that was searching for the monkeys to stop the hunt, then made another attempt. Shane, hear the answer. Answer at once. All that came through the channel was a noisy rustling. The advantage of having a pair of compound eyes is that the javelin throw never misses. After a lot of chasing and fleeing, both pig-toothed javelins were left on the enemy's corpse. The load was lightened, but the only weapon left in the monkey's hand was the barbed shield. The snapping turtle had not yet awakened from the stupor caused by the ape's cry, and the optical camouflage was briefly lost, so the monkeys didn't even get a chance to find a little hole to burrow into and hide. The only thing it has to do is to keep this campaign war going, but the long meanderings were beginning to deplete its strength. After resolving the 4th enemy, it had just escaped to the corner and stalled in place for half a second due to its physical strength slipping on the soles of its feet. Just half a second's work. The monkey might have been able to dodge the bullet if the pursuer it encountered hadn't been the taller man. It never thought that the human would be able to hit itself with precision without having to raise the gun. 3 shots rang out, 2 hitting the turtle shell and 1 penetrating the monkey's flank. The kinetic energy of the bullet caused its body to lurch. By sheer will to live, the monkey hissed viciously, launched himself into a stump and leapt forward, flopping down next to the bunker. It was about to get up and continue to flee, but the ground suddenly shook, and a fissure that gradually widened at a speed visible to the naked eye appeared under its feet, and it rolled and crawled and fell into it. The sudden crack in the ground seemed to help it shake off the tall man, but burns, gunshot wounds, blood loss, and exhaustion converged, and the monkey felt dizzy, and his heartbeat became fast and slow. It no longer even knew where to run next, but the humans behind it must still be searching to catch up, and it knew it had to keep moving. Just as he had just stood up and scrambled to pick up the snapping turtle that had fallen next to him, the ground that had just collapsed due to the earthquake ruptured once again, and down the steep incline, the monkey slid down holding onto the snapping turtle. The ramp looks like it was formed by drilling by a giant object anyhow. This is visible because the inner walls of the ramp are sporadically lined with green glowing mushrooms, which provide a weak illumination effect, and the mushrooms were similarly crowded with cluster after cluster of eggs. Fortunately, the ramp was extremely steep, and the monkey slid down almost vertically, so that the freshly broken worm didn't have time to react to what exactly was bearing down beside it. The stumbling and sliding continued for the better part of a few minutes, and in the process the monkey realized that the further down he probed, the more mushrooms and spawn there were. When it finally hit the ground, it dropped down into a cluster of worm eggs, while several flying machines that had been destroyed by the worm larvae fell down beside it. Thanks to its superior eyesight, it only needed a quick glance around to realize that this place wasn't the end of the ramp at all, but only stuck itself on the ground where it could stand because the steepness was slightly more gentle, and it just so happened that, just as it straightened up, holding onto the worm egg, a faint green light not far away reflected an unusual movement. A slender human in tights popped up from the bottom of the ramp. The larvae of the worms, which had already broken out of their shells beside them, discovered the monkey, and at the same time the fast-sprinting human. Shane had wanted to rely on the 3rd vial of enhancer to retreat along the original path from the dome's location, but that giant worm after resurrection was even more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, and no matter how fast she ran, it was still difficult to break free from the terrifying suction force. Forced to fight head-on, she who was being dragged down could only answer the battle head-on, slashing frantically at the worm's mouth for an unknown number of times before the worm temporarily showed fatigue and was unable to continue to use that ability to create wind tunnels, and the injury slowed down its movement as well. Despite inflicting some damage, it was obviously unrealistic to kill it once more in a hard fight. The worm's body was quite a bit sturdier than before, and even if he used up 2 more vials of enhancers, Shane judged that he would only be able to fight it to a standstill. So, after the 4th bottle of enhancer injection, she once again began to run away. Even if she had to fight with one of them, she had to lure this fat man to the entrance of the cave. With the war dog, the chances of winning will be much better. Without the interference of the wind tunnel, she sprinted with all her might for a while before she could temporarily shake off the huge, fat bug behind her. Since the return trip was the way she had come, she knew that the top of the steep slope in front of her was one of the worms' spawning grounds, and the slope was steep enough that she had to jump up. From the moment they encountered the giant worms, the signal light on top of the communication device continued to flash red. The moment he leapt, Shane saw the worm eggs all over the ground, and also saw that signal light return to its normal green color. At the same time, a familiar voice rang through the headset. "Shane, answer immediately when you hear me. Answer immediately." She was so excited that she finally laughed again. "Wow, ha 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 ha, Captain, dear Captain, Shane, there's been a change of plans. Whatever position you're in, come back to me immediately and assemble. I'm on my way to you, Captain." The worm's ability to, but before she could report, the captain interrupted sharply and loudly. "Forget about the worm. You now, horse, back, do not let that worm move again. First together, monkey." Then the signal lights began to flash red again, and the current position was still too far from the captain, and communications were once again down. Monkey? Shane couldn't understand why the unsmiling and calm captain would yell at himself, or why the captain would purposely shout out the word monkey. She had similarly traveled with the team to the scene when Team D encountered the accident, and whatever dead or dying monkeys were inside that peach grove were nothing more than turbid-bodied lowlifes, not worth mentioning at all. She was convinced that the total destruction of Group D was purely due to carelessness. But why was it that from the intermittent communication just now, it could be heard that the captain seemed to be very nervous about such a lowly creature? What's so scary about monkeys? Monkeys? Monkeys that appeared underground. The captain really guessed right. The monkey who searched the forest all night without finding it was really hiding underground. Hiding in this place. Right in the middle of the densely layered eggs stood a scaly monkey with a turtle in his arms. Shane laughed a few more times, amused by the woeful combination. The creation of a target that the captain wanted would actually appear in front of him. If the captain has always cared about this poor ghost, just kill it to make the captain happy. The worms had some distance to go to catch up, and taking out a cloudy-bodied monkey was no trouble for Shane. She didn't even pull out her sword, but she learned an ape's cry under her breath, and made a sound that taunted the monkey, and galloped straight toward it, arriving at the monkey's heels in the blink of an eye. But Shane didn't do anything right away. She paced from side to side beside the monkey a few times, for the mutated creature in front of him didn't look like it needed a hitman to end it at all. And the injuries all over its body spoke volumes. It had burned to the end of its life. It would be fun to leave the two of them here for the bug to swallow in one gulp, Shane thought to himself. However, upon closer inspection and seeing that this guy was wearing a weird costume similar to rattan armor, disgust surged to his heart. How can wild animals mimic humans? Lower creatures will always be lower creatures, and prey will always be prey. What is the decency of a lowly creature to wear a raggedy dress in the mold of an intelligent creature? She moved up to the monkey and mimicked a couple of monkey ear scratches, followed by a slap to the face, but the lowly creature actually twisted its face back arrogantly, looking right at her without fear in its eyes. Annoyed, Shane couldn't help but make a killing move as she suddenly turned back and kicked out with force. Hearing the noise from the monkey's cervical vertebrae, she knew that the little episode was over, and very neatly drew the short knife she had used to disintegrate and stepped on the turtle that had fallen from the monkey's arms. However, the sudden rustling sound in her headphones distracted her. And before the other party could speak, Shane reported with gusto. "Captain, guess what? I ran into the monkey you've been pining for on the road." "Oh no, now it's a dead monkey." The silence on the other end of the headset continued for 2 seconds, as if stunned. As the voice rang out, she could hear the captain getting a little agitated. "Good job. What kind of creature is that octopus?" "No, that armor-like thing on it? Killed it too?" "Ha, you mean the broken cane?" Just after asking this, Shane suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching him at an extremely fast speed. The giant worms couldn't have caught up so quickly. Just as she was about to turn her eyes to the direction of the scent, she heard the sound of a heavy object hitting her helmet and her own facial bones. In the posture of his body flying out crookedly, Shane forced himself to endure the pain of cracking his bones, and his eyes searched around, finally getting a good look at the heavy object that had struck him. Balls? A ball wrapped in bark? The kinetic energy brought by that ball was too strong, and her body knocked through 4 or 5 bug eggs in a row before she finally fell heavily to the ground, and the breath clogged in her chest took half a day to exhale. When she shook her head to let the ringing in her ears ease, she realized that her surroundings had been engulfed in fog. The green light from the mushrooms and the shadows of the spawn of the bugs within such a misty wrapping gave one goosebumps. Escape? No. Moving through the mist, a fast alone is more likely to fall into a trap instead. Seeing the ground suddenly drilling out slender tentacles to stab at him, in the moment he jumped up to dodge. Shane realized that the only way he could get out of here alive was to get rid of this mist-making enemy. With her body airborne and still on the ground, she didn't hesitate to inject the 5th vial of enhancer, and without waiting for the potion to be fully absorbed, the sphere that had just struck her smashed down, this time from above her head. With his body in the air and unable to dodge, Shane had no choice but to curl both arms in front of his chest in a triangle support position. The shape of the sphere looked consistent with the one that had just hit his head, but it was considerably larger in size, thanks to the effects of the enhancers. Even after taking the blow hard, the head and vital organs were not seriously damaged. Still, the incredible force pushed her body downward, crushing a few eggs before embedding it 2 inches deeper into the ground. The shock instantly passed from her back to her front chest, and her internal organs seemed to have shifted, relying on the taut muscles of her entire body to lock each joint as viciously as hinges, so that she didn't fall apart. The moment he received this move, Shane had already judged his opponent's strength with his senses. If it was about the explosion of power, it might be slightly weaker than the giant worm, but the combination of the mists, the tentacles stabbing from the ground, and the solid, powerful sphere showed that this opponent was tactically far superior to the giant worm that had a huge body but relied mainly on brute force, and perhaps even surpassed all the mutated creatures in the forest. Being caught up with this cunning foe in such an enclosed environment was as bad as it was desperate. On the ground, Shane for the first time had the idea of calling out the word help, but she was alone in the wormhole, and the helmet's electronic module had been completely destroyed by the impact just now. No way to contact the captain. No way to contact anyone. She experienced a deeper fear than when she faced the giant worm that had returned from the dead. A hazy mist surrounds the spawning grounds, and the uncomfortable sound of larvae breaking out of their shells wafts through the damp, chilly and fishy air. Low life, low life, low life everywhere. I'm not dying in this hellhole. Fueled by fear, her heart pumped nutrients to every corner of her body as fast as it could, and this extremely fast metabolism finally allowed the 5th vial of potion to be fully absorbed. With a cry of rage, she began to fight back. The potion had drastically increased the strength of her tendons and bones, and, despite being directly hit by that ferocious blow just now, the egg liquid and larvae behind her back provided a cushion as she landed, so she was still able to endure the brief chest tightness and pain to make the fastest reaction. The arm against her chest felt the force of the sphere fade, and taking advantage of the break, she pushed the large ball upward with all her might and quickly rose from the ground, taking large strides at a speed that no normal person could even see. Just 2 steps away, with her afterglow, she realized why the captain cared so much about the creature. As she expected, a few tentacles stabbed out from where the sphere had just struck. If it wasn't for his lightning-fast reaction speed, he was afraid that he would have to eat another move. This creature could no longer be described simply with the word cunning. Dodging the constantly tracking tentacles along the way, she meandered and ran towards the short sword that she had accidentally let go and dropped when her head was struck by the sphere a moment ago, and while picking it up, she also drew her usual battle-worn saber from the sheath on her back with her other hand. Hands gripping her customary weapons, she leapt with a light touch to the top of a cluster of bug eggs piled high. Holding her breath and concentrating her mind and body in sync, she began to sense everything in the mists while being on guard for tentacles that could come stabbing from the ground at any moment. Apart from the hissing of the larvae and the commotion made by the giant worms that were slowly chasing them upwards as they moved, no other sounds emerged from this spawning ground. It's hard to claim an enemy on sound. However, faint shifts in light and shadow were taken into her eyes as far as the eye could see. The mists, though hazy, could not completely block out the light. Mushrooms colored this fog a pale green, and the halo of light flickered in and out of the dense vapor, like countless pairs of hiding eyes. These small eyes that covered the spawning grounds in all directions helped Shane catch the alien figure in hiding. Something oddly shaped wobbled, just 10 meters in front of them. Positioning his target, Shane readjusted his breath. His feet suddenly fired, and his body shot straight at the strange figure as swift as lightning. The water droplets fell gently, dripping into the clear surface of the lake, creating a small ripple. Hearing the ticking sound, Yang Jiju slowly opened her eyes, slightly raising his eyes upward. He saw the soft aurora borealis. Turning his eyes downward slightly, he saw the boundless lake. He stood above the calm surface of the lake, not happy or sad. His heart was relaxed. The massive human face under the water and the giant tree in the sky were nowhere to be seen, and curling his arms slightly, he found some sort of flowing substance circulating and surging beneath his skin. In another blink, his body actually became crystal clear at his whim, and through the transparent skin, he saw the veins within him shimmering and bursting outward. The meridians stretched out layer by layer, weaving thousands of threads and strands, weaving a heavenly net, connecting all the dots and stars under the lake bottom and above the aurora borealis. The magnificent scene was unreal and mesmerizing, and he was mesmerized by it. Air and sea clarity. Embrace the beautiful nature with a brand new body. You're growing like a baby. Eat more. Don't stop. The five senses are back at the base. Back to the roots, stems, leaves, and flowers. He then heard a sound of a broken cervical vertebrae and felt his body lose weight at the same time. Looking around at everything, Yang Jiju immediately understood the situation and immediately made movements that could ease the impact. Before the monkey's body hit the ground, the root system wrapped around its shoulders and back quickly spread out. Thanks to this elastic net, the monkey was kicked flying and about to fall to the ground. The monkey's body finally got enough cushion. The neck bone fracture injury stops here. After landing on the ground and slowing down for a few seconds, feeling the faint heartbeat coming from his furry back again, Yang Jiju breathed a sigh of relief and gently rested the monkey on the ground. Next, before he could catch his breath, he let his root system grab the ground, mimicking a knee-bending motion to form a bending stance, and when the power was sufficiently built up, his body erupted with a kinetic energy that was absolutely unreachable before the air sea was formed, and he quickly swooped down towards the human's head, and in his flight, the branches also pinched out the tuberous balls. The human was wearing a helmet, but the moment she awoke, Yang Jiju recognized her by her size, her saber, and her flirty, playful way of speaking. The image of this woman disemboweling a snapping turtle with a knife blade when she first came into contact with a human was vivid in her mind. The tortoise shell that even bullets couldn't penetrate, but she was able to hack and slice her way through it in a big way. The short blade she now held in her hand was the same type she had used when she had disintegrated the snapping turtle, and at her feet was her own companion, Turtle. Such a scene caused Yang Jiju to become furious, and this flying fist smashed solidly into the enemy's skull. Unfortunately for the human, that helmet was extremely rigid, and with the touch of the hit, Yang Jiju concluded that his opponent still had the strength left to respond. After the human flew out horizontally, he didn't say a word and immediately let his body rotate rapidly. The long serrated blades were like small blades thrown up and swung over at the watching worm larvae. Ow, hiss, a baby worm finally broke through the eggshell and straightened up, letting its head shake in a circle. The baby worm finally broke through the eggshell, straightened its body and let its head shake a circle, flaunting an imposing aura as if announcing to the world, this baby was born. In less than a second, it was sliced into 3 sections, and the tentacle-like roots picked up all 3 and pumped them clean. Yang Jiju, who had already evolved into a clear body, simply no longer needed the turbid air from these little bugs. But he's hungry. Grow your body and eat more. Must eat well in these few seconds. Every bite becomes energy used against the woman. In her previous life, Yang Jiju lived in her grandmother's house when she was in elementary school and had a dog. That puppy had no idea what the concept of being full was until he was 6 months old, always stuffing his belly so full that he would explode at any extra bite. Nowadays he kind of understood puppies. It was obvious that he had swallowed most of the eggs, but he didn't feel full no matter how much he ate. While eating, his body also expanded like a blow-up balloon, and without checking himself on the panel he knew that there was no way he would still be that small 1.5 meter man now. So, the pinched up lumpy balls are no longer too much to carry as they were at first, and the growth of the stems and leaves is not quite as savage as it was when the hole in the ground was too dim and lacked light. The same cannot be said for the root system, which has been slammed with organic fertilizer, and the root plates are growing at a rate that can only be described as flooding. Yang Jiju was completely unable to count how many legs he had now grown. He could only tell through the touch of his root whiskers that the brand new growth of long legs was not only quite numerous, but also quite flexible. Combined with the ability to be rigid and flexible, the probability of defeating that human was extremely high. The egg liquid contained a lot of water, and in the process of eating, he had begun the release of the mist, turning the enclosed field into a home base that greatly favored him. With the effect of the foggy cover, he immediately stretched his strong roots as soon as he took a firm step, and quietly probed from the ground towards the human. At the same time, the tumor ball was raised. However, this woman's reaction speed was really out of his expectation. Before the root tip had stabbed out of the ground, she had already sensed the movement, and her body immediately leapt up in the air. Luckily, I prepared a backhand ahead of time. The one-armed king's buster fist, mighty enhanced, smashed into her chest with precision. But with that touch, Yang Jiju knew that the other party actually defended this punch in an airborne stance, and the next root jab was also easily dodged by her. The opponent's strength, which could not be underestimated, reminded him that such a strong enemy must be ended in this favorable venue, or else there would be endless consequences. With what he had just observed of the entire spawning ground, he quietly allowed his body to move up this ramp, reaching out his roots to form a giant net that completely blocked the escape route. But how could he not have expected that even though he was surrounded by the mists, the woman could still detect his location? Even after evolving to such a level, Yang Jiju's eyesight was still completely incomparable to the monkey's compound eyes, and the only thing he saw was an arrow-like shadow. A sharp pain also arose in his abdomen as the shadowy figure quickly arrived in front of him. The long knife went into the wood, almost sticking to the base and stabbing into the body. Even half an inch more crooked was a fatal wound. Just saw that shadow. Yang Jiju has driven part of the root system from the ground upward winding, ready to seize the offender. Only the other party's speed is really too fast. The root system upward stabbed out, but hit the air, and her movements didn't stop. The long blade immediately drew back and the second blade swung immediately after. Yang Jiju's movements were completely unable to keep up with her speed, and if she struck the same part again, he was afraid that he would die under the knife. In the nick of time, the ground trembled, and a fierce piercing wind raced down the top of the ramp toward the ground. The woman's body stumbled and lurched, avoiding being sucked away by the strange wind only by sticking her blade into the ground. And at this time, the mist that had previously spread throughout the entire spawning ground had already dispersed with this gust of wind. The full picture of Yang Jiju was finally revealed to Shane. What the hell kind of monster is this? Trees? Shane quickly associated it with the vine-like thing wrapped around the monkey's shoulders and back just now. She'd seen too many varieties of mutant creatures to make a fuss about mutant plants. What amazed her to no end was that the creature had grown from that little knickknack to a large tree about 3 meters tall in just a few minutes. And how does a large tree manage to be so cunning and deceitful? However, apart from the doubt, she who saw the real face of the other party finally understood. The one that had hammered herself twice in a row earlier was a tree tumor. The tumor was dangling from one of the branches, wobbling and swinging toward himself again, but without the cover of the mist. This clumsy attack dodged with ease. In other words, in this venue where visibility had been improved, the only thing left for her to worry about were the tentacles. Thinking about this, Shane suddenly realized that the thing stabbing out of the ground was the root of this strange tree. Figuring out the enemy's true colors and moves, Shane's confidence increased greatly. Fear faded along with the fog just now, and a light smile reappeared in the corners of her brows. Even though the giant worm had reached its spawning grounds by now and was sucking everything around it into its mouth, she had absolute certainty of ending the tree if she caught an opening. Between the worm's breath changes. A half-minute opening is enough. No, even 10 seconds is enough. The corners of her mouth, hidden beneath her helmet, quirked up slightly as she suddenly leaned down and bent her knees, and when enough force had been built up, she leapt up towards the inner wall of the ramp overhead. The woman jumped to the ceiling and dug her blade into the inner wall of the cave while hanging in the air in a series of movements that confused Yang Jiju, but he couldn't care less about the human right now. His roots quickly poked out of the ground and rolled the snapping turtle and monkey up behind him. If they had been a step behind, the two companions would have been sucked into the belly of the worm with its bloody mouth. But for that one moment of distraction, he ignored the woman dangling above him. Just as the wind tunnel stopped, she drew out her long sword and jumped downward with the ceiling as her point of focus, and flew in front of Yang Jiju at a very fast speed. Another slash struck out. However, the feedback the blade received from stabbing forward was very different from the previous touch when it was stuck into the tree trunk. Fixing her eyes on it, she realized that where the blade was stuck, a tree tumor had bulged out, hardening the knife and preventing it from being pulled out. Although this strange tree moved slower than himself, he was able to advance his defense the moment he recognized the move. Tisk. The face beneath the helmet was full of rage. The attempted draw was delayed for a few seconds, and she had to take 2 steps back in order to make it quick, sticking the 6th vial of enhancer into the slot at her collarbone. It's the next best thing when you're pushed into a corner. Before she could finish absorbing it, the high workload of her heart caused a few drops of blood to flow from her nostrils. There was a huge risk in stacking the effects of the 2 potions, but she couldn't care less about her body in this emergency. I'm afraid I won't even be able to save my life if I don't have to do my best. The monstrous tree blocked the retreat at the upper end of the ramp, and behind it the giant worm opened its maw once again. There was nothing else she could do but this trick. Weapons, with the short blade remaining. Feeling the potion take effect, Shane focused all of his strength into the arm that held the hilt of the blade, twisting and turning his feet. The posed body suddenly disappeared. In less than half a second, the vapors shifted. The short blade slashed at the waist of the strange tree. This time the touch was always right. Ha 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 ha. Subject 2. She had just laughed at the top of her lungs and didn't get the word death out. Indeed, the touch of the blade cutting through something hard passed into the hand. The cut didn't get stuck this time, but Shane's eyes went wide when he tried to pass the blade in front of him to check where the strange pain was coming from. Yeah. The echoes of the tearing echoed over and over again through the spawning grounds. Hands! Where are my hands? She gritted her teeth and looked down to check what had just happened, only to see a few mosaic-like distortions in the air. Optical camouflage. A snapping turtle had guarded the waist of the strange tree at some point. A lot of blood flowed from the corner of that guy's mouth. The short knife plunged deep into the snapping turtle's back armor, and the wrist that had left his small arm still clutched the hilt. I, Turtle, am not even afraid of bullets. Turtle had just awakened to see a human and the fat bug, and in order to protect Shugo, he immediately applied optical camouflage to join the fray, confidently blocking Shugo's vitals thanks to his hard back armor. So, when its own turtle shell was cut open by the short blade, it simply couldn't believe that this was something that human flesh could do. The human, on the other hand, was equally incredulous about having his wrist snapped off in one bite from the invisible turtle's beak. Before the screams stopped, both the human and the turtle were simultaneously wrapped in a yellow mist, their whole bodies paralyzed and unable to move. Seeing that the woman was about to swing her short sword and slash, Yang Jiju advanced and stabbed all of her roots out of the ground in an attempt to block her attack. Who would have thought that her speed would have doubled again, moving so fast that she couldn't even be seen? It was time to take the slash again, and upon realizing that his opponent's stance was far beyond his own, Yang Jiju made sufficient mental preparations to be injured. However, after the clang, he saw specks of blood oozing through the air, and the woman's wrist holding the knife suddenly detached from her arm. Blood dripped from the corner of the turtle's mouth, and its fearless death stare made Yang Jiju's heart sink. The opportunity that her companion had fought for with her life was never to be wasted, and before the woman could recover from her wariness, several root tips finally penetrated her legs. The stinging pain caused her to react, and as she watched she was about to force herself to power her way out with her pierced thighs. Another strand of root whipped upwards, finally removing the helmet that was in the way. By this time, every green leaf on Yang Jiju's entire body had long since been energized. The paralyzing mist gushed out in full force. The turtle and the woman stiffened in unison. The turtle used this to get calmed down. The pain was relieved, while the woman could only watch with her mouth wide open in shock as the branches of the strange tree wrapped around her neck. The sharp blades were like knife blades, leaving a trail of blood on the skin of her neck. Because of her body's unusual strength, this slight pain stimulated her to slowly regain dominance over her muscles. But it was too late. She was about to force herself to break free when she only saw large, densely packed purple droplets emerging from the countless tiny holes in the sap, poisoning. She finally remembered the boar carcass. The captain's words also came to mind: don't underestimate any creature in the forest of trials. A purple spray of water poured forth, stirring up a beautiful and deadly cloud in the air. The woman clenched her lower lip, her snotty, aggrieved face completely wrapped in this cloud. A mournful wail was left behind. Captain. The branch sensed her feeble struggle. The convulsions gradually subsided. It's all over, as the thought had just surfaced in Yang Jiju's consciousness. The strange winds once again began to suck in everything from the spawning grounds. Because the wind was so fierce, the branches abruptly loosened, and the woman was swept along with the purple mist towards the bloody mouth. The appearance of the wind tunnel made Yang Jiju in a hurry, stretching out his roots as fast as he could to finally protect Turtle and Monkey. The thickest roots were now hooked firmly into the soil below, and no amount of suction from the worm could topple him. The tricky humans had been dealt with, and if they endured the strange winds as they had just done, they could pull themselves up and escape from the area. That's how he planned it. However, the worm that had swallowed the lethal poisonous mist into its stomach swung its body crazily in pain, repeatedly hitting every earth wall. This guy's strength was just too terrifying, and after a few violent collisions, Yang Jiju could only feel his feet start to loosen up, and an ominous premonition immediately bubbled up in his heart. As expected, the ground first cracked and unraveled, and the entire ramp began a rapid collapse. All of a sudden the ground shook and rocks kept falling from above, and the obese giant worm hasn't stopped tossing and turning. The sharp pain in its belly makes it jump up and down like crazy. Yang Jiju no longer hesitated, immediately pulling himself up, using his roots to roll the monkey and turtle steadily onto his own body, struggling to make the roots bend slightly collectively, following the example of when he had previously thrown a flying punch, jumping back and forth in this shaky and about to collapse ramp, escaping swiftly towards the top. If you are slow on your feet, you are bound to be buried in this deep underground. However, just as he was fleeing up the ramp, in a single jump, he actually saw a tall, burly human figure brush past him. The figure was Deja Vu. Expecting the human to fight him, Yang Jiju was ready to make a move, but in the wrong moment, he saw the man merely turn his face and glare at himself, then dive deeper into the ground without looking back. The wormhole has already begun to collapse. Is he looking for death? And this guy has such a heavy injury on his body, but he can still act? A rock hit Yang Jiju's head, interrupting his gaze at the man. It's good to save the fight with the strange man. It's important to escape. Ha, you mean the broken cane? After Shane's last words ended, the signal of the communicator malfunctioning was picked up by the captain's equipment. It wasn't a simple signal disconnect. Something must have happened to her. And the captain surmised that there was at least a 70% chance that Shane had encountered the very creature that had acted with the monkeys without ever revealing itself. He held his thighs as his stomach lurched. It's all my fault. Where the hell is Shane? How did the monkey manage to show up at Shane's on such short notice? What the hell did she run into? Shane. Damn. Can't afford to make another mistake. Can't afford to lose any more ministries. Gotta go save her. Yeah, go save Shane. The captain straightened up and braced himself to stabilize his mind, intending to use the microphone to give orders. As it happened, a wounded team member appeared in front of them. He immediately greeted him and assisted him. How is it? Can you still move? Can't die. Captain, the situation is not too good, right? Should we, now, go back to the ground and recuperate? Something's happened to Shane. Go save Shane first. Except you. You're hurt. Stay put. Save Shane. Good. The captain turned his back and prepared to leave as soon as the injured member's words were out of his mouth, and was about to give the order to assemble when he actually heard the sound of gunfire very close to his body. Blood gushed from his chest. Before he fell, the sensor on his arm that was used to maneuver the war dog was roughly ripped off. He was about to faint before he recognized the voice he had just heard. Oh, it's you. You asshole. The tall, thin member of the team, who had been taunted by the captain before the operation, made sure that there were no other hunters in the vicinity, and then commanded the dogs of war to gather to himself with confidence. The slight earthquake earlier had opened up a few small holes in this wormhole, and a large group of worms had once again burrowed along the cracks. Therefore, in order to successfully escape to the cave entrance, he needs the war dogs to help open the way. Such an important strategic resource, used to rescue that crazy woman, is not a waste. Captain. Not the captain. Where is the captain? Hey, what are you doing? The surprised hunter was pounced on by the war dog and instantly turned into a charred corpse with sparks flying all over the place. On the way out, the tall, skinny hunter had taken out a total of 3 of his companions. Finally arriving unharmed at the entrance he had used to enter the hole in the ground, he climbed up the rope in 3 tries and winced as he looked down at the hole in the ground that had become a maggot pit. After cutting all the ropes and confirming that the party of hunters had no means of escape, he started for the high ground in his buggy. I'm here to make money, not to play with crazy people. The tall, thin man cursed and stepped on the gas. A breath of cool air sucked into his lungs. The captain's fainting spell didn't last long. He tried several times to call the crew on the comm channel, and no one answered. And after briefly treating his wounds and bracing himself to search around, he finally realized why no one was responding. No one survived. Simply the biggest hunting failure of my career. He was holding his heart. Smoke. Must have a cigarette. The camouflage uniform has 2 chest pockets. The left one held cigarettes, and he reached into his left pocket out of habit. Because his hands were shaking so much, the cigarette case fell to the ground. So he finally got a good look at the big pit in front of him. Under the night vision goggles, the handful of monkey fur hanging over the edge of the pointed rock was clearly visible. The captain frowned slightly. So it went down this way. Shane, the only member of the team not directly confirmed dead. The only ministry that has a probability of surviving its own bad decisions. The captain took a deep breath and unzipped his right breast pocket, removing a greenish bottle of spare enhancements. Shane's limit is 6 bottles, but for an ordinary person like yourself, 1 bottle is enough to cause multiple after effects. He didn't have a combat suit like Shane's, so the potion went through the syringe into his vein, and the needle even got stuck in his muscles when the power surged, and he simply jumped into the big pit with it. An entire carton of high-grade cigarettes, shaken into the ground by the violent vibrations, remained here forever. The ramp was steep and should not be infested with creatures other than bugs when the ground was shaking. However, just as he entered the ramp, he saw a bouncing creature coming at him. The strange way it moved made him misjudge it for a moment as a giant spider or something like that. It took him a moment to recognize the brush. The guy was a tree. The doubts in my mind were finally answered. Not a viper. Not an octopus. A tree. The killer was right in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to tangle with the creature. Since the strange tree was fleeing upwards, that meant that Shane had more than likely been killed. At least bring back Shane's corpse. From the first day he met Shane, the captain knew how much the girl hated mutant creatures. Can't let her be buried in this hellhole. He had lost hope in the small chance that she was still alive. So, upon physically sliding off the ramp and arriving at a space covered in eggshells, the sight of the rotary-winged scout stuck in a crack in the rocks immediately blurred the captain's vision with tears. The scout's LCD viewport flashed a persistent aha expression above it. Its body jammed into a rocky crevice while a mechanical claw under its belly happened to catch the backstrap of Shane's gun. Her face was septuagenarian and her mouth was slightly open. Shane! The captain yelled out, and all the white phosphorus grenades at his waist were quickly pulled out and thrown at the head of the worm that looked to be snapping at Shane. Yang Chichu jumped and climbed out of the hole. The ground of the arbor forest had become like a sponge, completely untenable, and the tall trees on fire collapsed in turn, and if they were not careful, they would be smashed back into the ground. All the survivors of this wooded area are on the run from their homes, running on the ground and flying in the sky. Yang Jiju joined them, dodging frantically in the sea of fire all the way to Trot, unconsciously, finally climbed to the high ground. Because of the magnitude of the commotion caused by the arbor, all the creatures inhabiting the surrounding mountains, wooded areas, and sylvan valleys ran out to see what was going on, and more strange birds of prey soared in the air. It made him think he was in a strange environment. He then looked up and around, only to realize that the original escape route he had just taken with complete disregard for direction was actually a mountain path that ascended the northern slopes. And, having stood himself near the top of this hillside, he immediately looked down and looked around him, and was struck by the sight of the tiny cave, the familiar and affectionate cave home. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. He had only heard of old horses knowing their way around, but he didn't realize that the old tree could actually go home by intuition as well. His own body was now so huge that he obviously couldn't drill into it. The monkeys and turtles were just right to hide inside, badly injured. They needed a shelter from the wind and rain. Possessed of his present majestic body, he was of great strength, and after placing his companion in his home, he carried a huge boulder from the neighborhood and fastened it to the mouth of the cave, leaving a gap for the exchange of air, and just enough to conceal the interior. The reason for leaving the two companions here was because Yang Jiju, who had seen clearly the path of his own evolution, knew in his heart that there was a way to save the two of them, but that presupposed obtaining a certain amount of clear air. He had to move immediately. The injuries of monkey and turtle could not afford any delay. The benefits of choosing a site for a house here are being realized today. With a single glance at the overlook, he knew where the most easily accessible clear air was hidden. Fighting back the fatigue of having just gotten out of the mouth of a bug, he began to sprint toward the wooded area with the largest number of onlookers. Running along the hillside, the arboretum underfoot began its final collapse, the cracks in the ground widening into gullies which deepened into sheer cliffs. In the blink of an eye, with the roar of a landslide, a large, pitch-black scar appeared in this entire mountainous forest. The arbor kept falling, tumbling into the interior of that scar, sending spark after spark through the writhing sea of worms. Looking at Yang Jiju straight up goosebumps, while in the afterglow, a distant orange stream of light shot into the night sky. Daddy! Daddy, wake up! After firing the flare, the rotary-winged scout's LCD viewport displayed tearful expressions as it repeatedly touched the captain's cheek lightly with its stomach. It captured all of the skyrocketing just now. In the wormhole, the captain took advantage of the worm's retreat, slung Shane over his shoulder, and sprinted upward at a speed completely unmatched by Shane's. The violent collapse has already begun, and it is for this reason that the earth does not break off into new crevices. He saw his way through the mist, stepping on the right landing spot and leaping upward, finally escaping to a safe area before the ground of the arborvitae forest sunk in completely. But the effects of the potion ended right there, and before his body went limp and collapsed, he didn't forget to pass the flare gun into the scout's mechanical claw. Now, waiting anxiously for a helicopter rescue, the scout's captain not only faints, but his heart rate starts to go haywire. The unconscious Shane, who had collapsed next to her, was in even worse condition, losing a lot of blood from the broken surfaces of her right hand and both legs, and even with her extremely strong base physical abilities, she was already out of breath. An earthquake causes a cluster of eggs to bear beneath the stars. With a few crunching sounds, a baby worm proudly poked its head out of the eggshell. Gah, hiss, this baby was born nah. The speedy swooping eagle ripped it out of the egg mixture and took off on wings. Eagle on the way back to the nest smug. Its home is not in the arbor forest. Usually rarely come here to hunt, but today this arbor forest lively and noisy. Powerful hunters have long fled out, leaving some nowhere to hide the weak. Too good to bully. Such a leak do not pick up white not pick up. It had made several round trips and plundered a number of lower creatures. Leaving the fire and passing through the clouds, it reached the top of the crags on the eastern side of the arbor, where there was a pine tree rooted in a crevice of the rock, and in the top of the tree was the nest it had worked so hard to build, with the young birds waiting to be fed. The worms had just dropped into the mouths of the young birds when the eagles suddenly got a chill down their spines as a giant python that had appeared behind them at some point swallowed the family en masse. But because the eagle in the body and scratch and bite, the python could not withstand the pain. Rolled body fell to halfway down the hill. Just fell in front of the 5 grizzly bears. 3 of the little grizzly bear cubs startled. When the bombing occurred, Papa Grizzly had already talked to his family about leaving the area as soon as possible and moving to another hunting area. But the mother grizzly is not impressed. Their couple has been in this hunting ground for more than a day or two to strut their stuff. Even when they encountered the human team has survived many times. So, The mama grizzly took her goodies and her 3 kids, found a better viewing spot, and got high on nuts while watching the arboreal animals escape. When the python descended from the sky, the mother bear was overjoyed in her heart. It was rare to pick up a high-grade prey that was delivered to her door. Without saying a word, she pounced on it and took a bite of the python's neck. At this very moment, the eyes suddenly became foggy, and then they heard the bear cubs screaming miserably, and the back of their own heads received a heavy hammer blow. But Yang Jiju spat out a handful of hair hanging on her mouth. The bear cub that he glared at pulled away, too small to be worth the air. He twisted the trunk of the tree to inspect it, and the injury was neither serious nor minor. Another branch that had only just grown was ripped off, and the bark had several deep scars from the male bear's claws. Even a first strike sneak attack could only be narrowly defeated. An embarrassing look that reminded him of the reminder the panel had once given: all of the enemies have gone through the same kills and survived each time. Everyone was at the same rank, and it was hard to distinguish between their strengths. If he hadn't been so eager to save Monkey and Turtle, he wouldn't have been so reckless. But going forward, you still have to be careful on your hunts. The male bear's corpse rose into a warm jade-like greenish substance that slowly floated into the trunk of Yang Jiju's tree. Devour mutated creatures and gain 65 air purification. It's not enough. Yang Jiju jumped again, anxiously looking around for less intelligent-looking prey. Now he doesn't care if his hunt leaves traces, and uses all the means at his disposal: serrated teeth, lumpy balls, poisonous mist, spikes. This tossing and turning made the forest under the night sky more lively than it had been during the day. The sun had just risen when I got home, and the arbor fire and earthquake had not yet fully ended, and a glance down the hillside showed that what had once been a large, lush forested area was now an abhorrent, hellish sight, so repulsive that 2 more glances at it would make one's stomach turn and vomit. Yang Jiju, who had fought all night with various large animals in the grizzly habitat, now drooped down to the crown of the tree, and his arms had long since been broken, swinging back and forth suspended only by the bark of the tree, with at least half of his long legs turned into short legs, and with every step he took, he was dropping leaves from his body, miserable, looking like a tourist who has been burglarized on a journey. However, the hasty hunt had finally allowed him to gather enough clear air. I've infused the flower with Qingtai 90, and I've gained the skill, sweet and savory. Sweet and savory, your nectar is not only delicious, it also heals the creature's body quickly, and mortal wounds don't heal. Escaping the wormhole until now, he had always been careful to guard the only flower he had on him while hunting, for fear of being gripped off in battle. Luckily, after all that ordeal, the flower had only lost a few petals and the ovary had not been damaged. Not more than a few seconds after the activation of the mutant ability, Yang Jiju had a strange sensory experience. The experience made him a little shy, and the shyness deepened as the nectar was squeezed drop by drop into the mouths of the monkey and the snapping turtle. It's a good thing both of these guys are in a coma, or how embarrassing. Sure enough, the monkey who drank the nectar, the ups and downs of his heart gradually became steady, and the turtle's hemorrhaging also stopped, and only then did Yang Jiju dare to gently pull the short knife stuck in the turtle's back out little by little, until the entire short sword had been drawn out of the tortoise shell. The hand the woman had left on the hilt had still not been dislodged. Yang Jiju had to marvel how strong one had to be to hold the knife so tightly. At the same time the heart began to rear its head, when they fought at the worm's den, without Turtle's help. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for myself and that woman to split the difference. And what level was she considered to be among all humans? If there were a large number of enemies of such skill amongst the humans, it was clearly not enough to have evolved only to the level she was at now. Besides, the woman had perished in the wormhole, and the arbor had become what it was today. Would mankind have ignored it? If the helicopter comes again with a strong enemy like that again, he looked down at the monkey and turtle. Beside him, where are we going to run away? Bombed, escaped into the arbor, chased, escaped into a hole in the ground, went round and escaped again. This is just too woeful. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel, and the more aggrieved I feel angry. The indignant Yang Jiju resolved that she could not be on the run forever, since the grade had already been upgraded. Obtaining some more clear air to activate Earth listening as soon as possible was the next step. And then, traps specialized for humans must be spread throughout the forest. If you dare to come here, I'll make sure you don't come back. Bathed in sunlight, Yang Jiju threw boulders in the direction of due south to vent his anger, and the stones landed and rolled into the sea of white insects, smashing out a poof wave. Perhaps because of his own noise, the turtle beside him suddenly moved. This brought tears to Yang Jiju's eyes, and sap bubbled straight out of the cracks in the bark. Kane gently raised his eyelids and let out a fa-wa-wa-wa when he saw Shugo, who was much taller but covered in rags. 1 second it was following Turtle Tits, crawling step by step towards that light, and the next, Turtle Tits picked it up and threw it heavily to the other side of the river. There's a mountain breeze and sunshine, but no scary humans or those nasty fat bugs. It knew that tree must have gotten itself out. It's really not a bad idea to follow such a big brother. Duh. There was still no answer on the other end of the phone, and the team's communication channel had been cut off since the first day of the operation. And when it was disconnected, the person in charge of the front line, the operation leader, had even replied with a text message, "Everything is fine. Don't worry." The bald man in the suit with the manager printed on top of his badge cursed into the phone and then threw it to the ground. After bracing himself and taking a deep breath, he picked the phone up again and wiped it painfully with the corner of his shirt a few times. Bigard, the ops captain, had been doing all his jobs beautifully, so this near small moody behavior of his yesterday didn't bother himself. What a rare opportunity to have dinner with the bigwigs at the top this evening. And what an honorable moment it was to have it ruined at the hands of this asshole. Bigard. So who? Just you. This operation was authorized by you, right? The superior, who was not many times higher than his own status, asked breezily as he looked down at his cell phone. The manager immediately smiled. Yes, I authorized it. Operation 068. Look at this. The moment the other party handed over the cell phone, the manager's smiling face quickly crumpled as if it were wind-dried. The wooded area in the video has become scorched earth and continues to collapse. My friend's company. The team they sent out took it when they were passing through. The superior held his head high as he took a drink of his red wine. What happens in my own hunting area? Others know about it before I do. He still had a smile on his face as he said this. The manager was dumbfounded, unable to find any pretext at all. And his superior, seeing that he had nothing to say, straightened his collar and left the table, still keeping a smile on his face as he left a message to the few people who had dined. I'm sorry, I'm not up to the challenge of drinking, and one glass makes me blush. Apparently, the dinner could not be continued. The manager did not go home, and he did not even know how he got back to the office. Beads of sweat were bigger than soybeans on his forehead, and he now wondered how much damage the hunting party itself had caused. He didn't care to calculate it either, because, compared to the loss of the hunting area being unable to operate, even the total destruction of the team would only be a fraction of a percent. With the forest land being destroyed like that, the mutant creatures inhabiting it would naturally migrate to other hunting areas, and the performance that originally belonged to one's own would become someone else's performance, while the profits that belonged to one's own company would, of course, become the profits of another company. The job must be untenable, and he guessed that the big shot he had just dined with might have already given the personnel department an offer to deal with him, just waiting to receive the official paperwork during the day tomorrow. He waited in his office for the first half of the night and then the second half of the night in front of the operating room door when his cell phone received a notification that the helicopter had landed. While waiting, cursing under his breath, "Bigard, you asshole. It's impossible to find decent work for yourself in this city-state. Bigard is even less findable. Where do we go from here? Do we go back to the city-states of strife? Bigard came here to retire as a hunter. And what is one not doing for a bowl of comfort tea and rice?" The manager rubbed his bald head and sighed frequently. However, to his surprise, that supervisor did not instruct the HR department to discuss the matter of severance with him, but instead sent a message, "Urgent matter. Return to the company immediately." Oh, there you are. Then who? When he knocked on the door and entered the office, his boss actually politely poured him a cup of coffee. Instead of a letter of dismissal, what he had in front of him was a non-disclosure agreement. "I'll arrange for a special division of the company to communicate with you about every detail of Operation 067 and 068. And please report truthfully everything you and the frontline teams know. Is there anything special about these two operations? I don't seem to remember. The special thing is, well." The supervisor pressed a button on the desktop. All the curtains closed automatically, and the manager found that his cell phone had turned right into a brick. When the only source of light left inside the office was a dim desk lamp and the atmosphere became a little less than right, the supervisor projected a video onto the cloth screen. That's a record taken by a rotary-winged scout that followed the hunting party's movements. After zooming in, the manager rubbed his eyes and saw a huge dome on the cloth screen, then followed the camera further to see the completely bottomless tunnel. "So who? Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." "That's money. It's worth much more than mutant creature organs." The supervisor suddenly shook the manager's shoulder in excitement. "Your operation leader, Bigard. I've already arranged the best medical resources for him, and when he wakes up, he'll go back inside that hole in the ground as a guide and help us mine that relic. But he, I'm afraid, is no longer able to carry out frontline missions, right? That's serious injury. The bugs inside have not been cleaned out yet either." "Geez, so who? Why don't you get the hang of it? You're both going to be rich, and after this mission, he won't have to enter the hunting zone for the rest of his life, instead of not being able to. Understand? Getting rich?" Hearing those two words, the manager couldn't hide his greedy eyes despite his efforts to suppress them. The small change in expression was completely collected into the eyes of his superior. He stood by the window and gently peeled open a piece of blinds. Moreover, for this operation, I will arrange military-grade armament for the frontline team personnel, just like that crippled girl. This time, at least 10 squads of the same level as her will be equipped for you. Then who? Don't worry, as long as the cost is in place, the danger doesn't exist at all. All 10 squads are Shane level. How big of a program is it? Such a high cost. The manager stood up excitedly and walked straight next to his superior and bowed. I am grateful for the favor. The specialists fishtailed into the advanced operating room and began studying Captain Bigard's injuries. Meanwhile, the doctor in the general operating room, after filling Shane, who had already been treated for his trauma, with a large amount of antidote, walked over to the adjacent office, where the reconciliation officer had been waiting for a long time. The two men took the form and filled it out item by item. It's a shame. It costs a lot of money to make a warrior that is specialized against mutated creatures. The doctor shook his head in sight as he wrote and drew. Does it still work? Do not joke. This is not nonsense. It. Warrior. Can fight is sure. Cannot fight is shit. Can only be taken as a test body? The last well. You know. Document. Ha? This one. It's not bad looking. Let's do something fancy with the form. What do you mean? I'm educated. I have an acquaintance on Pleasant Street. If the company doesn't intend to keep this scrap, I'll take it and sell it. And we'll split the money 50-50. What do you say? The doctor suddenly stopped the pen in his hand and pondered for a moment. Who takes 5? Hiss, it's been 3 sunrises and 3 sunsets since I was born. Survive nah. Humbug hey. The worm hatchling had witnessed the eagle take its compatriot. So, smartly, it hid in the eggshell. Only when the earthquake stopped did it try to wriggle upward, finally crawling out of the ground to where the grass and green trees grew. Then, in search of food and water, the crawl continued north up the hill, while its compatriots are piling up in the pits as mayfly nymphs. It's the only one that keeps pushing on. Life goes on, climbing goes on. Poof. The tree that fell from the sky smashed it to pieces. This fall almost protruded Yang Jiju's interbranch discs, but the enemy who had lifted him off easily had already attacked again, and he hurriedly wrapped the base with his roots and immediately hardened it. Thanks to the rigidity of this shield, the pair of bull horns had shaken him to the point where his entire body was numb. But at least he had saved his life. After rolling dozens of circles on the ground, Yang Jiju opened a hole in his shell to take a peek, only to see that the bison's nose high-frequency spraying hot air rushed over. The other side is at least 10 meters tall, like a small mountain-like body stepped on the ground rumbling. This time, catching the bull's horns at the right distance, Yang Jiju chose to jump in place. The body slightly vacated to avoid a collision that could kill, and in the air quickly unfolded the root system to lift the shell, and then stabbed at the bull's head. And when the strong roots curled around the bull's head, he then put the branches and leaves all together, and the 2 kinds of poisonous mist sprayed out at the same time, which finally made the bison's attack weakened. However, this bull's body was huge, and it was still able to struggle after being poisoned, and even the movement of moving sideways made crack after crack on the ground. As it rampaged down this one, the hillside had begun to drop rocks downward. When the bison was finally poisoned all over and fell to the ground with a loud crash, the mountain shook slightly, and Yang Jiju's home, along with a few boulders, fell to the bottom of the valley. Yang Jiju, who was sitting on the ground next to him, brushed his branch across his canopy. Devour mutated creatures, gain clear air. 72. This bison was followed on his way to help monkey and turtle find food, and after 3 days of photosynthesis, he's now 2 meters taller. A 5-meter-plus tree wasn't exactly tall, but walking around in the forest, occasionally searching for food, and occasionally fucking with powerful mutant creatures. He couldn't keep a low profile if he wanted to. Usually he was the one out looking for prey, but today he had encountered the first challenger who came straight to his door. As a result, the home is gone. Now this bare break in the hillside was just too good to stand right in the center and use as a target for the drone bombers. Not a shred of cover or camouflage existed, and a blind man could hit 10 rings. Not only was the home gone, but being blocked at the door by this bison made Yang Jiju realize a very serious problem. My current behavior has nothing to do with plants at all. And if I were to move like this in the forest on a regular basis, it would be too easy to be targeted by humans. While coiling his own trellis, he contemplated, squinting his eyes towards Monkey and Turtle, who had just ducked into the bushes as soon as the battle started. A target as big as me is better suited to hide as a home base. We still have to fight as a team, and you two must get better quickly. Every day he would secrete some nectar for Monkey and Turtle to imbibe, and both of them were already looking significantly better. The monkey's neck was wrapped in an Elizabethan ring that Yang Jiju had woven with his own roots. After all, it hurt. But with time, it would surely recover as good as new. The most heartbreaking thing for Yang Jiju was still the turtle. Its shell that was split by the short knife with a large opening could never go back to its previous intact shape. Only a layer of skin membrane grew out of the scar. And in the future, if it received another penetrating injury in the same location, it would be extremely easy to injure the heart. The friendship of life and death makes Yang Jiju want to find a piece of peach grove. With these two righteous friendship, but unfortunately the monkey and turtle once common habitat of the peach grove has long been burned to ashes. Today, Yang Jiju is similarly without a home. It's done move. This time, the site selection is not just about the view as it was in the beginning. Humans are actually heartless enough to use drones to bombard the forest, so the new home must be airproofed. Also, fresh water is an important consideration. And now that you are traveling with monkey and turtle, the address where you make your home must be close enough to a food source. Solving these problems is not enough, and humans could move in at any time. Easy to set up traps and an easily defensible location will provide the greatest security. Yang Jiju was really fed up with being whisked away by the humans. Intentions came and went, and Yang Jiju squinted at the crags on the east side of the stream valley, the highest peak as far as his own eyes could see. Only by standing in that place and looking up high could you get a good idea of the entire landscape of the vast forest. After living in the forest for so many days, that highest peak was always on his mind. He couldn't climb it himself in the beginning, but with this body today, he would surely be able to make it if he wanted to summit the crags on the east side of that stream valley. If you can get a good understanding of the terrain, at least you can make a simple map of it, and you will have a reliable route to find a place to move to. As it happened, the dark clouds that had been gathering since last night were about to pour down, so it was better to choose a day and take advantage of the cloudy day to go on the road, to avoid this tall figure being probed by the moonlight. After discussing the matter in sign language, just after nightfall, Yang Jiju carried monkey and turtle on his shoulders, and followed the mountain range, all the way to the east, advancing towards that highest peak. What was harvested from the dry fights all over the place in the past 3 days, and counting the warmth delivered by the big bison, was enough to activate the earth listening, and there was even room to activate the other organs. The tail end of the arbor fire was not over when we hit the road. Considering that when the fire is extinguished by the rain, the ecology of this forest will change quite a bit, perhaps with an influx of strong enemies or a plethora of new prey. Therefore, the meticulous Yang Jiju still chose to only activate the earth listening, the hand to save some air. Who knows what will happen in the future? Earth listening. With this ability, the way to that peak can sense the mutated creatures that are approaching you and avoid the danger in advance. The monkey was accompanied by the body, and was more than capable of checking out any dissimilarities within the visual range of the naked eye. In this way, safety on the road is assured. There was some reluctance in the star-crossed migration, and they always looked around to check the dire situation at the bottom of the hill Creek Valley. Since the arboreal landscape has changed, that place has become a place for worms. Arborvitae, needless to say, where there are still woods, should be renamed Big Pit from now on. Peach Grove, although the grass has begun to grow, but the bare look is also straight to sigh. However, the group didn't sink in frustration at what they saw along the way. The culprits have paid a terrible price with the combined efforts of 3 forest dwellers. With the help of the monkey's compound eyes, the road to the highest peak was unexpectedly smooth, with proper hiding detours along the way, and no overly powerful mutant creatures or human encounters. Before he reached the top, a glance on the way over, Yang Jiju finally mapped out the complete topography of this forest. The mountain range in which the crag is located cuts across the east and west like a knife blade. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking west, I could see the end of the bug pit, where an even more expansive arborvitae forest still stood, with no boundaries, and the north side is continue to spread the mountain range. At first glance with other mountains and forests are no different, but then look more carefully, but can see strange-shaped creatures in the various mountains between the jump back and forth. Their head size, completely no less than the giant worms in the ground, distance so far away. Yang Jiju were scared by that scene, root crown a shiver, touching the sigh. No matter where to settle down, it is better than that ghost place. Looking further south, the gentle hills look like cotton flowers, at the end of which is the coastline, and then when you hit the eye, in a crescent-shaped bay, there is a pier and a few short buildings, and a few ships carrying containers are also anchored in the sea. The last time he'd seen a helicopter heading south, he'd guessed that there might be a human camp nearby, and that had been the case. So, the south side of the forest is not a good place to make a home either. Sooner or later that place will become the front line of conflict with humans. The sights seen from these directions did not exceed Yang Jiju's perception. Only, on the east side of the mountain range, the vast grassland was not only filled with all kinds of mutated creatures, but also the ruins of buildings could be seen everywhere. Vehicle wrecks that had been rusting for I don't know how many years piled up on the long cracked highway. The place was extremely open. It would have been the worst possible choice to move there, and if he had grown any taller, he would have been an absolute living target for drones. At this time, Yang Zhizhu heart a little disillusioned. Want to find a unique address to settle down? More difficult than imagined. While pondering where to migrate to next, the monkey gently knocked Yang Zhizhu's head and pointed to a boulder along the cliff. Following the monkey's finger, Yang Zhizhu could not help but be stunned. Stone stakes are inserted into the cliff edge and a section of trestle is connected by iron cables. Those stone pillars and stacks have withstood considerable erosion over the years, and around them, there are no signs of recent human life. Taking a closer look, Yang Zhizhu only felt the bark of the trees tingling. Each stone pillar was carved with the pattern of azaleas. Curious, he headed toward the trestle and found a man-made trail to the top, which led to the highest summit of the entire mountain range, where a building was vaguely erected on the thin cloud-shrouded summit. The curiosity aroused by the engraving of the azalea made Yang Zhizhu unable to resist the urge to go in and find out what was going on, but she didn't know if it was safe there. His inner anxiety seemed to be appreciated by his companion. The monkey suddenly jumped from Yang Zhizhu's shoulder to the ground and gestured with his hands. "Wait for me. I'll scout." Before Yang Zhizhu could stop him, he saw him bouncing up the hill holding his Elizabethan ring. It made Turtle and Yang Zhizhu have a heart attack. Not long after, Yang Zhizhu, who was anxiously waiting for the monkey, finally saw it return, and the guy gave a thumbs up from afar. Safe. Having a good eye is always a big help when scouting. Now Yang Zhizhu was relieved and took a step behind the monkey towards the top of the mountain. Both sides of the road to the building were lined with alpine vegetation, and the treetops were inhabited by a large number of birds, among which the unmutated varieties were recognized by Yang Zhizhu with the memories of his previous life. At least half of the birds of prey were listed as protected animals in the world where he had lived as a human. Seeing this situation, Yang Zhizhu pondered. These upland creatures were already rare birds and animals at their base, and then they were able to evolve. So who could recognize them? Perhaps there are mutant creatures in the mountains that completely refresh one's perception. Unknown varieties must be more dangerous than known varieties. Multiple hunts with each other had made him realize that creatures that repeated strange tricks were much harder to deal with than guys who were big but only had brute strength. He couldn't help but worry again. Don't run into any tough opponents before you find a livable place. The body encased in the cloud felt the moisture had turned into droplets. Night rains are coming. Since the building is empty, take shelter inside tonight and find out what happened to the engraving of the rhododendron. However, as soon as he looked up and gazed at the dead and strange buildings, Yang Zhizhu began to be puzzled. Traces of artifacts could be seen everywhere in this quiet and nice place, but there was no sign of living people. What have humans ever experienced here? Why did you leave? How long have they been gone? The doubts in his mind twisted together like this dark cumulonimbus cloud, getting darker and gloomier, and he was getting closer and closer to the looming building. It was at this distance that he recognized that the building was an ancient tower. The path in front of the tower is neatly paved with stone steps. Stepping onto the stone steps, the body is enveloped by thick water vapor. The vision becomes gradually blurred. This road to the top all depends on the perception of the feet. It wasn't until they ascended the small square at the end of the stone steps that Yang Zhizhu raised his head and squinted carefully before he saw the two heavy doors in the haze. The gate was closed and crawling with vines. The siding of the tower had long since completely fallen off, and every brick and tile had reached a level where it could be sent to a museum. It must have been years since humans left this place. However, just because there are no living people doesn't mean there's no danger. For safety's sake, Yang Zhizhu detected the neighborhood through earth listening to make sure that no large mutated creatures existed. He then circled the dilapidated ancient tower and scrutinized it in the courtyard. The place looked anyhow like a place where some kind of religious activity was carried out and abandoned too long ago, with weeds and moss and vines making up the coat of the building. Even before opening the gate, the turtle had to be bothered to bite away a large branch of lonicera that was stuck in the doorway. The light in this vapor haze was already faint, and the moonlight streaming into the tower through the vine-covered glass windows didn't even reach the brightness of a match struck in the darkness. The investigation had to wait for dawn. Monkey and turtle have entered the ancient tower for the night, while Yang Zhizhu, whose body is too tall, can only lean against the tower, shallowly rooted and guarded outdoors, spreading out the branches and leaning back to meet the impending downpour. Haven't had a bath since we got out of the worm's cave. The LCD viewport of the rotor scout displayed a shivering expression. It didn't recognize any of these strangers except the manager. For several days, they went back and forth drawing information from their memories, especially the two operations 067 and 068. That huge dome and the tunnel underneath seemed to have attracted a very great deal of attention from these strangers. So, after returning to the command center, it has been kept in this room full of all kinds of instruments. Otherwise, it would have gone to the medical center to see Daddy and Shane. It was especially worried about Shane. Rotor Scout had gotten a sneak peek at how the company handled disabled fighters. The wagon rattled and Shane stifled a grunt from the hospital bed. She raised her right arm first and gave it a few gentle shakes, unable to see her right hand before she remembered what had happened in the hunting area. So, in a million pieces of panic, she fought to hold herself up to check her legs. No. She frantically scratched her hair with her left hand, completely unable to accept the fact that she could not be a warrior anymore. This life is from the company. Go on the offensive as a warrior so that the company can get its money back on itself. It's only when you get your money back that you're willing to continue to invest in costs, such as therapy, such as prosthetic surgery. A warrior like himself who was still in the trial stage without a single battle merit, nullified would have to go as a test body. The tests were varied, more or less related to augmentations and such. After all, the main business of the company he worked for was related to mutant creatures. No one would want to accept that for the rest of their lives, and neither would Shane. It seemed as if a subconscious sense of dependence commanded her brain, and in such a moment of despair, the captain's face came to the fore. She yelled at the driver, "Where's the captain? Captain Bigard. I want to see the captain." The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and ignored it, but Shane's eyes widened as he seemed to remember something important. "The captain. Is the captain who saved me back? Is the captain injured? How is he?" Perhaps out of boredom with her raving, the driver sighed and replied, "You're no longer a warrior, nor a member of the hunting team, and now, you're not even halfway related to the company, so die so that you'll have a better life in the future." "Nothing to do with the company? Now isn't the department that took me to test the potion?" Her face full of surprise amused the driver to sneer twice. "Hey, little girl, a scrap like you stay in the company as a pot of medicine. The end is either death or madness. I'm a person who likes to do good deeds, and I've helped you find a better way to live." As soon as the words left his mouth, the driver eased on the brakes and pulled over, getting out of the car with his companion sitting in the passenger seat. A few snapping footsteps in the water later, the back door of the minivan pulled open. As the bed was unloaded and the rain poured down, Shane barely blinked to keep her vision clear, and she saw hobos huddled around a fire in a large metal bucket under the tent, punks scribbling graffiti on the shields of the guard robots, a madman in front of a bar yelling no to mutants in the country, and pimps soliciting customers with their goods. The driver whistled playfully and pushed the hospital bed into the dilapidated apartment building behind the pimp. "Welcome to Pleasant Street, little girl, your new home." It was a night of heavy rain, accompanied by wind and thunder, which even made Yang Jiju a bit scared, touching this ancient tower all night long, for fear of being struck by ungrateful lightning. Dawn. The rain had stopped and the wildfires in the bug pits had finally been extinguished, and all the moisture in the air had been recycled back into the dirt, so rays of morning sunlight hit the interior of the old tower through the glass windows. Yang Jiju, who had been tormented by curiosity all night, could not hold it in any longer, immediately put the longest branch into the interior, wanting to check what the purpose of this dilapidated tower was, and why it would have something to do with Azaleas. The tower turned out to be empty except for a few broken bushels and the already broken idol. Much to his dismay, the monkey climbed up the stairs to the top of the tower and back down again, and saw no artifacts. However, coming closer to examine the base of the idol on the first floor of the ancient tower, Yang Jiju's heart thumped. The idol was made of stone and the upper part was nowhere to be found, and its lower part is in the shape of a tree root. In front of this already broken idol were dozens of futons. He probably came to the conclusion, this tower is indeed a religious building, where humans used to worship trees, and as for the tree they worshipped, it was most likely a cuckoo of my species? Cuckoo god. God would? There were many times he noticed the line on the panel when he was in the cloudy body. Divinity has not yet sprouted, and needs to be infused with clear air for sprouting. A few days ago, because the air he came into contact with was all turbid air, he naturally put this divinity behind him. But the base of the idol he saw in the ancient tower made him start paying attention to this so-called divinity. Divinity sprouting? What a concept! Air, magical substance used to activate mutation. How wonderful! For the sake of air, organisms devour each other and move to the top of the food chain. Creature is insatiable and only knows how to ask for what it wants. The only God who has the power to create and bless all beings. The divine sprout, God's reward, seal your remaining air in the fruit for other creatures to eat. Each fruit can seal 200 clear air. The first stage of the first phase of the development of divinity through the infusion of air 10,000. Sealing my air in the fruit means that as long as I bear fruit, I can make whoever I want evolve? Thinking about it more carefully, Yang Jiju's spirit was revitalized. This ability allows me to have a large army that is completely at my command. No wonder there are idols of trees inside the tower, and there are azaleas carved everywhere around it. So it turns out that mankind started worshipping sacred trees a long time ago. longing for the scene of being worshipped by a large group of mutated creatures. Yang Jiju gently rested the branch on the shoulders of the monkey and the turtle, thinking, when I start a religion in the forest in the future, you two can be patriarchal animals. But with this ability, the amount of clear air that needs to be consumed is too much, isn't it? A whole 10,000 points. I fought a big bison yesterday, and the bark came off a little bit, and it was only 72 points of clear air on a guy that good. This divinity. It looks like we have to think long and hard about it. I came up the mountain yesterday to scout, and I haven't yet chosen an address to set up my home, which is the most important thing in front of me. Scratching the crown of the tree, he scrutinized the interior of the ancient tower once more, making sure that there was nothing in every corner that was an object of note, and then he pulled the branch out. After tossing around indoors for a while earlier, the sun was now high in the sky. The visibility at this time of year is much better than last night's rainy day. So, having just pulled the branch out of the tower and straightened himself up, he couldn't help but freeze for a long moment. It turns out that this summit that I climbed up yesterday was not a whole mountain. The mountain peak split in half, like a fish mouth looking up at the starry sky. The foot of this tower, just erected in the upper bar of the fish mouth. A cableway of chains connected the upper and lower jaws of the fish's mouth, and at each end stood several equally ancient towers. And from Yang Jiju's current position overlooking the cleft in the middle of the two cliffs, you can see the lake at the bottom, the complex ecology formed by the enclosing water, and some dilapidated and ancient buildings. Just a quick glance made him hit the bottom of his heart. If he were to take root in the cracks, absorbing daylight wouldn't be a problem, while food, water, and concealment were all available. The only thing missing is air defense. Throne Peak. On the way to the lake, Yang Jiju came across a foundation stone that had been eroded by the wind for a long time. Since he came to this world, it was the first time he recognized the name of the place where he was located. But, where is the throne? This mountain peak doesn't have that aura in any way. Yang Jiju still decided to follow the shape and call the place Fishmouth Peak. If the bottom of the cliff didn't exist as a powerful threat, Fishmouth Peak could be its own future lair. In his previous life, surviving between the cracks was a description. He could never have imagined that from today onwards he would actually have to survive between the cracks. Literally. The vegetation growing inside the cracks is colorful, and at first glance it looks gorgeous and charming, but when you're in it, you always feel uncomfortable. And behind those long-toothed, five-clawed bushes or ferns with their pallets knocked over, it's as if there's always some kind of strange creature hiding. Therefore, every time he traveled a distance, Yang Jiju would put down his roots to cast the ability of earth listening. In his listening state, he briefly loses sight and hearing on the ground and is plunged into complete blackness. Perception was all focused on the root system, and as long as mutant creatures existed nearby, the subtle ripples that accompanied their heartbeats and breaths would trigger a resonance within his RC, so that he would be able to accurately know the exact location of every mutant creature within a distance of 500 meters, and through the strength of the resonance, he would be able to judge the strength of the opponent. To his surprise, he listened many times along the way and found no particularly powerful mutant creatures, and likewise, the monkey that had been sitting on Yang Jiju's shoulder and looking around didn't report anything out of the ordinary. A hideout with such a nice environment is unowned, because for a few days now, wherever he went, he would be viciously defeated. Yang Jiju had already prepared himself to fight at any time, but all the people they encountered on the way were minor characters who posed no threat. Is it really such a good thing? A big villa with a mountain view for nothing. Just as the thought came to him, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly pulled his hair violently, and then he heard an unusual sound, a shrill whistle from high above. On the top of the tower on the top of the mountain, an unfamiliar black shadow flashed out, and then it crashed down in free fall, straight into Yang Jiju's body. It pushed him into a stagger and rolled him down to the bottom of the spout like a big steak. The enemy moved surprisingly fast, pushing Yang Jiju down the hill and then jumping after him, but Yang Jiju's trunk was almost rolled out, so he couldn't see his opponent's form at all, and he didn't care to observe during the descent. He only cared about wrapping the monkey and turtle tightly with the root system so as not to fall and get hurt when he fell to the ground. When he fell heavily to the bottom of the cliff and hurriedly climbed up to stand still, the guy who had just attacked him disappeared. Immediately, he let all of his roots burrow very hard into the ground, and mist and earth listening were cast in unison, hiding himself in the mist while going to scout the enemy's location. However, sonar-like listening completely failed to capture the anomalous sea of air. That's a lot of trouble, and like the encounter with the wild boar, he was caught in a dilemma where he was in the light and the other was in the dark. Did the other side retreat? Or did they lurk and wait for an opportunity? There is no way of knowing. A few minutes passed and the guy still hadn't shown up. Yang Jiju simply dispersed the fog so that he could utilize his monkey's eyesight to look around. After checking for a long time, the monkey likewise failed to find where the enemy was hiding. This style of combat made Yang Jiju certain the enemy only launched sneak attacks at moments when they had complete first-hand advantage. It would certainly wait until it relaxed its guard before attacking. And, moreover, this cunning opponent must have prepared an extremely insidious battle plan in advance, because of the location of the claw marks. While the other party had not yet appeared, Yang Jizhu examined the claw marks on his body, just now in the process of falling. The sharp claws scratching these were obviously running towards the monkey and the snapping turtle to attack. Since the sneak attack just now didn't succeed, it was even more important for the group not to scatter to avoid being broken by it one by one. His mind had just so analyzed, when a small movement in his afterglow exasperated him so much that the neck of his tree went askew. Turtle! Seeing the turtle's movements, Yang Jizhu quickly stretched out his root to tug on its tail. A large portion of this little thing's body had already entered a transparent state of invisibility, and even with its tail tugged, the dirt on the ground was still scratched with many claw marks from its incessant forward motion. This appearance again reminded Yang Jizhu of the puppy she raised in her previous life. As long as she held it down next to the rice bowl, the floor would be scratched out like this over and over again. Turtle rushes again. It was bound to want to rely on its characteristic of not being easily detected and go in the direction of the guy's attack just now to out the other guy. Stupid! When the turtle was tied up and carried over his shoulder again, Yang Jizhu heavily whacked the turtle's head, knocking it directly hanging with a puzzled face present. Now we're at a disadvantage. This battle, it's a defensive battle. You stay honest. While angrily scolding Turtle, Yang Jizhu began to observe the surroundings. The rooted spot was close to the lake, and a few clusters of berry-bearing shrubs grew next to it. The upper air is capable of receiving sufficient daylight, and as the ground is very high, it must be very difficult for an external enemy inhabiting the lower part of the mountain to enter this fish mouth, except the fellow who is in hiding. In any case, it is now considered to have arrived at its new home. Now that an unknown intruder has appeared, the first defensive battle in the new home is inevitable. It's just as well. Sooner or later, we have to meet up with the humans. And this intruder that came to the door is just the right place to try out the effects of positional warfare. The enemy was unwilling to show himself, so Yang Jizhu used the trick. When the trap is set up, I'd like to see how capable you are of breaking this grand formation. With a cold smile, Yang Jizhu bent all the branches on this currently much taller body to the ground, followed by the tips of the sturdy roots cutting a large number of holes in the bark. Rooting, a plant nursery method. This method not only encourages the rooting of branches buried below the soil surface, but also promotes the sprouting of new shoots. When this posture was ready, Yang Jizhu seized the only remnant of the flower on his body, and made a color to the monkey, who immediately took the flower, and jumped into the bushes in 2 steps. Falling flowers retain their scent and aroma seduction. With the combination of the 2 abilities, the monkey could gather all the small mutant creatures in the vicinity. Although Yang Jizhu could not use the turbid air now, the creatures of the turbid body could still be used as nutrients for the rapid growth of the body. These nutrients will be the cost of making the trap. It was early in the morning when we rolled down the hill, and now that the sun was up, the fierce sunlight was practically a natural growth hormone. Only after absorbing dozens of small insects, Yang Jizhu felt the bark itching to grow buds. Just make a few cycles so that the green leaves spread over every inch of the soil in this new home and see which angle that intruder can still attack from. Coming, just after nightfall, Yang Jizhu sensed a certain extremely swift figure bouncing back and forth in the fish mouth-shaped fissure through the earth listening. Even though the monkey possessed compound eyes, it didn't have the ability to see at night after all, and it didn't know where to aim the stone clenched in its hand. And although Yang Jizhu was able to capture where the enemy's airsie was by capturing it, the target was moving so fast that even pointing out the enemy's location to the monkey was futile. Until now, no one could determine what species the enemy was, but could only deduce one thing: its eyesight under the night far surpassed that of the monkeys in Yang Jizhu. Trying to actively catch each other in the dark is nearly impossible to do. So, after making a gesture, both monkey and turtle quickly hid next to the base of Yang Jizhu, wrapped inside a spherical shell made of part of the root system. This formation is a veritable defensive battle. The bud points cultivated by the press during the day had already drawn out dark green branches with a large number of fresh leaf buds, which caused Yang Jizhu's misty range to increase substantially. The mist emanating through this large net instantly shrouded the entire fish mouth fissure. From a distance, it looks as if a huge fish is gulping at the sky. With such a wide range of line of sight interference, the opponent would step into a trap if he took a wrong step. Next, it's a contest of patience. Obviously, Yang Jizhu's patience was slightly better. After all, there was a lake nearby as a water source, and this mist could last forever. But that's not the case with the animals trapped in the fog. Done. Lost, it thought to itself. It had stood guard for the entire day, waiting for this favorable environment for its nighttime operations. If it hadn't fogged up, everything would have gone smoothly. Damn it, fog. It let out a low growl of exasperation. Hello. Whether you were attacking or defending, you had to be able to see your target at the very least. After all, your own hunting was very dependent on your eyesight. Just bounced around a couple times. Was going to distract the tree, then pounce and take the monkey. As a result, he was suddenly wrapped in fog and couldn't even recognize the direction. Not to mention catching monkeys, he didn't even know where to run away. Although he had seen that the tree was able to create mist during the day, he hadn't expected that after just one day's growth, the scope of the mist would actually be this big. Tricky, too tricky. Retreat. Holler 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 holler. It let out another low growl, carefully trying to feel its way out of this big fish's mouth by instinct. Who would have expected to feel a tingling sensation all over his body just as his feet stepped on a soft and tender branch? Meow. With a thud, the intruder's body fell to the ground. Feeling a furry body twitching next to the branch that had just been stomped on, Yang Zhizhu stabbed his pointed root without saying a word. However, when the roots poked through the ground, the body was gone. Earth listening also didn't catch any strange movements. After the fog cleared, Yang Zhizhu held the root beard up in front of him for a closer look, and saw the handful of bloodied hairs wrapped around the tip of the root. The parts that weren't stained with blood were snow white and silky, glistening under the white moon. First purr, then meow. Cat? But definitely bigger than a cat. A big white cat. What breed could this be? Yang Zhizhu looked at the back of the man who limped and scurried up the ancient tower and became curious. It was a bit of a shame to move a step slow and not take down this big cat. However, the enemy who has suffered has already left, so it is considered a successful defense. And if he dares to come again, he will just repeat the same trick. He was able to keep his home, but on second thought, he saw new trouble. That cat was moving so incredibly fast that if he were to catch it himself, he would not be able to do so. It can't get rid of me, and I can't get rid of it. This threat can't be shaken off in the short term. So, if the big cats are perched nearby, the monkeys and turtles can't go outside to scout or hunt. But fortunately, the environment in which the home was settled had fresh water and berries, and the food and drink were guaranteed to hold out. Let's just leave it at that and see what happens. He shrugged his branches and indicated to monkey and turtle. You too, just stay home and nurse your wounds. That's all you can do anyway. Monkey nodded, and turtle, not understanding what Shugo meant, went furawawawa out of habit. But what everyone never expected happened on the second night. Again, the figure that couldn't even be captured with the naked eye appeared once more. This time, before Yang Zhizhu could even gesture sign language, the monkey scratched his cheeks a few times and walked over to the tree trunk to hide. The same tactics as last night took effect for the second time, surprising Yang Zhizhu. After a meow, the guy slipped away again. Night 3. The monkey yawned as he leaned against the trunk of the tree that Yang Zhi wished for. Meow dash. Things don't come in threes, and Yang Zhizhu more or less wanted to test that big cat's mental state now. Repeatedly defeated. Repeatedly defeated. Really persistent. A few days, the collection of cat hair can tie cat felt. Night 4. Meow dash. Night 5. Meow dash. Without realizing it, half a month had passed. The monkey removed his Elizabethan ring and looked at Yang Zhizhu dazedly with his head held high in front of him. His trunk now takes at least 3 monkeys to encircle. While reaching a height of 20 meters, the treetops high up have turned into huge umbrella covers, so that when the weather is hot, it is possible to hide underneath the tree to cool off. With such a tree erected near the lake, the ecology of the interior of Fishmouth Peak has gradually become richer, and the birds of prey love to visit this place more and more. In addition to the flying birds, there is another regular who visits every day on time. The big cat persisted, and as soon as the sun went down, he came and harassed a bit, then went back in his dust. Oh no, big cat isn't quite the right term. It should now be called kitten instead. With the advantage of her current stature, Yang Zhizhu no longer bothered to fill her home with mist to deal with it. As soon as the kitten comes, the monkey clips the turtle up the tree and sits waiting for the other to come and climb the tree. The big tree was 20 meters, which wasn't too high for that cat, but the problem was that it was too hard to get close to the 20-meter high trunk. Yang Zhizhu's growth rate after entering the clear body was overly savage. In fact, he would have been able to scurry a few times his current height without several rounds of consistent and well-done pressure to promote rooting. But to set up the perfect trap, he chose to grow horizontally. Now on the valley floor of Fishmouth Peak, the ground within about 100 square meters of his main trunk is covered with his low branching branches. So, his current appearance was not a big tree growing straight up, but more like a giant bonsai that had been styled by a horticulturist and was growing on its back. This stance, not to mention the small size, can cover a very large area with poisonous mist. Such a complex strain stops the cat. If it tries to reach the main trunk through layers of branches and jagged leaf protection, it will have a hard time, and if it takes 2 steps at random, it will step into a trap. Monkey and turtle. on the other hand, hid within these layers of protection, eating berries and waiting for the meow dash. Sure enough, the big cat was once again paralyzed by the poisonous mist, and limped away from Fishmouth Peak in disgrace. Cat, if you keep playing like that, you're going to go bald out. Toward the miserable back, Yang Jiju swung a branch to say goodbye. The cat hair he had collected over the past few days had been tied into a ball of felt, and the fur ball had been coiled in his hands for half a month, growing larger and larger, and he was tired of playing with it, and was more than eager to catch the stupid big cat proper to dish it out. However, even though the big cat fell for it every time, its physical qualities were strong, and lifting the paralyzed state was always faster than Yang Jiju reaching over to grab it. Dumb is dumb, and it's not a skill to fall for a trick and then slip away every time. Check yourself. A mutant goat tramp named Yang Jiju, a sacred wood seedling, divinity has not yet sprouted. Stage 1 divinity has been unlocked. Stage 1 divinity, God's reward, needs to be infused with clear air 10,000. Note, even when sprouting, you need to be an adult to bear the fruit of the reward bestowed upon you. Evolutionary grade, body clearing, can absorb clear air, life expectancy, 0.56/99, crown height 21 meters, average arm span 52 meters, average root length 105 m, remaining air 95. The unlocked but not activated variant options are as follows. Root system, Thorny Inferno, requires 160 air. Stem, Step Up, need to clear the air 50. Leaf blade, light and colorful, need to clear the air 80. Flower, hallucinogenic fragrance, requires air purification 150. Fruit, no available mutations yet, you're not even an adult yet. Seed, no available mutations yet, you're not even an adult yet. Well, that's the trick. Just in time for tonight. Before self-checking, Yang Jiju's mind already had the answer. Light and splendor. Monkey and turtle are both recovering well, and squatting around the house teasing the cat every day is not a long-term solution. Everyone has to go out and continue on their hunting journey. After all, the humans could make a comeback at any time, and the only way to stand a chance against them is to keep evolving. Therefore, Yang Jiju was ready. Tonight, using the special trap for cats that she had just figured out, she would take down this nuisance who came to seek trouble every day, and solve the potential threat in front of her house. Inject the clear air into the blade. I've injected 80 Qi into the blade, and I've got the skill, brightness and splendor. The waxy layer on the surface of your blade has the ability to absorb and accumulate light. When the storage capacity is sufficient, you can release the stored light energy. Animals looking directly at your blade is like looking directly at the sun for a short period of time. It's strange not to be blind. As for how long the blindness lasts, it depends on the other person's physique. Yang Jiju now has more branches than he can count, and all the branches are still full of wrapped clumps and clumps of leaves, like Neza, whose number of arms is multiplied by 10 and who is holding a chicken feather duster in each hand. As long as they are not subjected to drone bombing or fire, the body's layered defenses are so solid that it is nearly impossible for wildlife in the forest to breach them through sheer brute force. Even if the bison he encountered the other day came to his door, Yang Jiju would never be easily lifted off the ground, and now he is simply a fortress full of all-around fortifications. The ability to glow in the dark was the equivalent of adding a new batch of weapons to the garrison in this fortress. Poison fog with flashbangs. Hey kitty, you won't get away with it tonight. Yang Jiju, who had discussed the battle plan of catching the cat with the monkey turtle, began to absorb daylight crazily, waiting for the battle at night. In fact, half a month ago when the big cat came to the door to harass, if Yang Jiju sprayed the deadly poisonous mist, this trouble should have been solved. However, as he watched his body grow wildly day by day, unconsciously forming an absolute crushing advantage over that big cat, his killing heart faded day by day. A wild animal this dumb is unlikely to be a threat, even if it evolves down the line. Its low intelligence, on the other hand, made Yang Jiju envision one possibility: taming. His current body was too huge to go out and hunt too easily, and, at the rate of growth, he was pretty sure he wasn't even close to being tall enough yet. Given some more time, it might even be able to hold up a huge roof to shelter everyone from the wind and rain. Therefore, he or she is more suited as a castle to give partners a family home where they can sleep in peace. But he was guarding Fishmouth Peak, and the task of going out to hunt could be handed over to Monkey and Turtle, and with just these two generals, it was a bit of a stretch to see how it could be done. If you want to expand your team, then you need to gather more like-minded partners, strong, good-natured and smart, or, obeyed. As for the cat, Yang Jiju was obviously not staring at it because it was smart and powerful. What about obedience? Not sure. It's really just purely out of selfishness. Because he hasn't jerked a cat this big. He had even named the big cat before he had tamed it. Snowflake, you're here. The big cat under the moon arrived as expected, and at the sight of the figure, Yang Jiju, sap dripping from the corners of her mouth, rubbed the leaves in excitement. As always, the sun went down and the moon was just raising its head when it popped up and broke into Fishmouth Peak. However, compared to every cat tease in the past half a month, this night Yang Jiju had arranged a different game. Monkey and Turtle have recovered enough to go into battle. Turtle hid in his designated spot, just waiting for Shu's signal. The monkey, on the other hand, stood on a high place and shook a tree branch according to the plan, and his mouth was okio as a bait. The stupid cat did take the bait, swishing through the outermost layer of short branches, crunching inside and hanging on to fur everywhere. Looked like it was about to approach the main trunk to catch the monkey. Just then, the feline's natural enemy appeared, a ball of light. The moment the meat pad slapped towards the light ball, Yang Jiju was sure that the combat was successful. It might be able to have a short-lived effect if you blinded its cat's eyes with the ability to shine, but the possibility of the big cat escaping after being frightened by using the ability in such a way existed as well. Therefore, Yang Jiju chose a more prudent strategy. The ability of the serrated scales allowed him to curl the blades up, and releasing the light energy stored in the waxy layer in this stance was the effect of a beam of light. The beam was like a flashlight, hitting the ground to produce a ball of light. The moving ball of light is a fatal temptation for cats. Yang Jiju in his previous life did not often tease cats like this. Now wherever the beam hit, the soft cushion of flesh pounced. At this time, the big cat hadn't realized what a terrible trap it had stepped into, and it simply chased after that ball of light under the dictates of its instincts, punching cat punches over and over again. The ball of light, on the other hand, followed Yang Jiju's plan exactly, step by step, attracting the cat to run to the location of the trap. After a couple of teases, a meow was heard, and everyone was sure, we got it. The cat's paw shook frantically in the air, finally shaking off whatever had lodged itself in the pad of flesh, wrestling the crusty shell out of the way. It was only then that the big cat saw the slowly emerging spiked tortoise shell. Just as it was about to pull its legs out and run, it only felt a dark shadow suddenly fall on top of its head, and then its neck was caught by a pair of hairy legs. Monkey knew that in terms of strength he must not be able to fight this cat, so he did not dare to hesitate at all, and the first moment he mounted the big cat, he put his mouth next to the cat's ear and roared out an ape cry that swept the fallen leaves on the ground in all directions. This voice almost shook both Yang Jiju and Turtle. Fortunately, I was prepared for this, and a few inches below the ground where the turtle was lurking just now, I had already waited for a dozen or so root whiskers. As soon as he saw that the monkey had mounted the cat, his sharp claws broke right through the ground and bound the big cat solidly to the ground, tying it into a dumpling. It was only then that Yang Jiju got a good look at what the big cat that had passed out with its tongue sticking out looked like. Jerking a snow leopard can be an unspeakable experience, and he can't wait to pick the guy up and suck him. Snow leopard. This animal in Yang Jiju's impression belongs to the extremely rare and endangered species of natural extinction. They often inhabit high altitudes, love to hunt at night, and extremely curious. Just because of that damned curiosity, in the course of half a month of door-to-door trouble, the white fur on this snow leopard's stomach had been gripped off quite a bit, forming bald patches in the east and the west, which echoed those gray-black markings on its back, but that didn't affect the rubbing in any way, and Yang Jiju buried her face in the white blossom. How in the world could there be such a creature? Faceted, soft and furry, the general touch of baby skin being rubbed against the stubble of an old grandfather zapped the snow leopard, and it woke up groggy from the sound wave. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself cupped inside writhing tentacled roots, the rough old bark of the great tree buried in his stomach rubbing against him. Ya meow butterfly. Having received such a shock, the snow leopard simply couldn't control the pressure in its belly and bared a large bubble of leopard urine. Taking advantage of the monstrous tree's slippery hands, it struggled hard to fall to the ground, its fur exploding all over its body, and it made a ferocious sssshhhh sound. Snowflake, you're awake. Sucking on the cat was getting to her head. Yang Jiju couldn't get enough of it. The plan was to domesticate the big cat after taking it down, though he didn't force the other to be tethered. It was clear in his mind, taming wild animals could not depend on violence. Moreover, he was prepared for this situation of the big cat blowing up. The tree branch slowly handed a goose that had just been slaughtered not long ago to the big cat, and the moment the fragrant smell of blood drifted into its nostrils, the harsh fierce light immediately disappeared from those big eyes, and the orbits suddenly grew another size, and the irises became crystal clear. At the same time, saliva ran down the corners of his mouth. It's the best tactic to use against wild animals that want to be domesticated. To conquer its heart, you must first conquer its stomach. The look of gluttonous weeping was proof enough. The snow leopard's stomach had been conquered. However, because of the earlier fight, the snow leopard did not dare to take the meal from the branch, even though he was already hungry and his stomach was rumbling. Meow. You can't eat what the enemy gives you, meow. The appearance of wanting to eat and being a wimp was also completely within Yang Jiju's expectations. Seeing that the snow leopard did not dare to come up and eat it, he gently laid the goose on the ground and leaned his whole body back, and all the branches that surrounded it shrank back to make way for the snow leopard. See this situation? The snow leopard's guts finally a little bit. A mouthful of geese. With almost instantaneous disappearance of the speed of jumping away from the fish mouth peak. On the way home with food in its mouth, it was more than happy, completely forgetting the humiliation it had just suffered. Ahaha meow. The enemy was scared by my aura meow, and obediently offered tribute to Master Meow Meow. It must be because they can't beat this Meow Master and admit defeat meow, and obediently tribute Yang Jiju, full of future old father's smile. He was satisfied with the progress of his domestication this evening. The elimination of hostility was a gradual process, and the fact that the other party had eaten the food he had fed them today was the first step towards establishing a friendly relationship. Although you are able to suck on the cat every day from now on by tethering it up, you can't force it, so you have to attack the heart and convince the cat with virtue, holding back her cat addiction. Yang Jiju waved her hand toward the wagging and fading tail. Snowflake, see you tomorrow night. In a flash, the sun rose the next day. Getting this period of recuperation, the monkey not only healed its injuries, but its body was also getting stronger and stronger. It bent down to pick up a few stones and looked up at the sky, after using its compound eyes to anticipate the small, herringbone-shaped black shadows in the air. Its arms instantly expanded, its muscle lines like a bodybuilder's, and then, with its feet poised, it quickly turned 720 degrees. Whoosh! A few small stones flew up into the air. After a few seconds, 3 fat birds landed and Yang Jiju gave a thumbs up with a branch. We can feed the snow leopard properly a little more tonight. Food temptation is something that keeps adding up, and that is as powerful as a sugar-coated cannonball, and even the strongest-willed enemy will eventually succumb. It was too early in the day to wait around for darkness. The residents of Fishmouth Peak had more than just cat taming on their to-do list to deal with. Since he had already grasped the snow leopard's routine, Monkey took Turtle to tentatively let the range of activities expand a bit, and made a short round of patrols along the entrance to Fishmouth Peak. On this trip, they had roughly determined from the paw prints that the snow leopard was most likely inhabiting one of the ancient towers, large or small. At the top of Fishmouth Peak, snow leopards are den dwellers and usually settle in one place for several years after nesting. So, for many years, Fishmouth Peak has been the big cat's hunting ground. After listening to the monkeys' report on the completion of their patrol, Yang Jiju scratched the crown of the tree with a slight sense of shame. We have become an intruder. Out of this shallow guilt, he and the monkeys had a talk and hunted 3 more big fat birds to be used to apologize to the snow leopard. Then, just wait for the big cat to come to your door. However, when the big cat showed up this night, its condescending face made the guilt in Yang Jiju's heart disappear. This arrogant snow leopard's eyes flashed with streams of pride, and he walked into Fishmouth Peak with his head held high in his chest, striding with a 6-footed stride. Meow. Where's tonight's tribute meow? Originally, Yang Jiju had prepared 6 geese to feed to the snow leopard tonight, but after seeing its behavior, she took out only one and threw it on the ground as she did last night. The food on the floor had molded long ago. It took a lot of effort for Shane to push the trash can over and rummage through it without finding any food. She rubbed the mud off her face and strained her arms to crawl toward the next dark alley while the patrolling guard droid left. Just find something to eat. Eat your fill. Hide back in the sewers for the night, and make it through another night. She swallowed, half squinting to make herself see everything better under the streetlight, afraid of running into someone from the store or the cops. The eyes that swept around were like the pupils of a wild animal, and a few hundred meters away from her, on Pleasant Street, another pair of eyes were locked on a large man in a leather jacket. This sultry woman in the leather business had been staring at him for a good 10 minutes. She was sure the man was a new face, never been in the neighborhood before. A raw face with a cell phone looking around for a pimp to ask questions, looking out of place on the street. But he was by no means a cop, because all the cops on the block, this woman knew. Perhaps from staring too long, the big man turned his face toward her from across the street. As soon as eye contact was made, he walked straight over to her and after a polite smile, his cell phone was handed to her. This girl, ever seen her? Oh, apart from her looks, she's easily recognizable. Physically disabled, with only her left arm intact. There was a hint of guilt in the big man's low voice. Gee, never seen that, the sultry woman replied. However, her unintentional dodging of the eyes was firmly caught by the large man. His brow furrowed slightly, but instantly restretched, his face regaining its calm. The two were silent and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After the questioning just now, the sultry woman had already judged that this dude was by no means a guest who came to Pleasure Street to have fun, but instead was more like a living, breathing, 1 meter 9 something big trouble. The farther away you could hide from this kind of walking life trouble, the better. She gently lifted her heels and prepared to leave, only to be stopped in her tracks. The big man slowly reached into his breast pocket and removed his cigarette case. He lit one for himself and handed one to the sultry woman, who shook her head. Your price. I'll take that as the number. He held out 5 fingers. Then, on his cell phone, he typed in the number multiplied by 10 times that price and pulled up the payment link. Just give me an address. It won't involve you. It's a fair deal, isn't it? 10 minutes later, a dozen or so beatniks watching the scene lay eastward in the corridors of the dilapidated apartment building. Bigard grabbed his boss's tie and wiped the blood off his leather jacket. Cam, I don't know where she escaped to. I really don't know. As soon as the words left his mouth, the boss ate another punch. You're crazy and sick, aren't you? I'm a victim too. Half a month after buying that wild girl back, I haven't done a single business, and my customers were even hospitalized by her beating them up. The warrior's bottom is also too scary. One hand. She can still beat up people with just one hand. I'm in deep shit. A big loss. Well, Bigard lit a cigarette. His face expressionless, his voice without any ripples. Compared to the boss who ripped open his voice and wailed like a ghost, he was surprisingly calm. The girl whose body became that way was bought back by you to do business. Doing this kind of hook. Are you not mentally prepared to lose money? But some guests have fetishes that are just so strange, like crippled beauty, and market demand exists subjectively. Boss eats another punch. After the teeth were spat out, the cold face came closer. Your men, where are they set up? Point them out to me. The tablet with the map unfolded was handed to the owner. Before leaving that apartment, Bigard made sure that the sultry stranger girl wouldn't get caught up in trouble, because trouble wasn't breathing. On Pleasant Street, this sort of thing is so common that it hardly raises an eyebrow. He walked into the dark alley based on the deduced route. After the roadway guarded by the fighters and the route patrolled by the cops overlapped on the map, there were only a few locations left in the blind spots of this neighborhood, and with Shane's combat ability, he was definitely able to safely hide in one of them. Normal hitmen certainly can't check out these locations, but Bigard is a hunter, and an old one at that. Slowly lifting the sewer manhole cover, he saw his prey. It's me, he immediately snapped, but Shane didn't look back, crawling deeper into the sewers, until the sludge-covered woman was carried to the ground. Her severely undernourished fists were still pounding impotently on Bigard's chest. Drop by drop, the rain washed away the black mud from her face, allowing the bruises caused by days of beatings to show. The water in the bathroom had been running for an hour, and Bigard had extinguished a dozen cigarettes, having refused to sign the agreement, and having spent most of his remaining savings today, he now only parted with the cheapest cigarettes. It sucks to live a life like this. Hunting in the Forest of Trials was indeed much easier than it had once been as a soldier, but because Operation 068 was screwed up by himself, what should have been an easy day became the same as it was in the past, with artillery fire, death, and the loss of his men. The moment he woke up, he thought he was 100% going to be fired. Whoever thought the ridiculous happened, he wasn't penalized. The company intends to give him a raise and promotion for making poor decisions. What's even more absurd is that he got a promotion and a raise. But the victim, Shane, the only surviving member of the team, was abandoned by the company, and even his file number was wiped out. What a joke. Forget it. These days, that forest won't go back. Captain. A soft whimper from Shane in the bathroom interrupted his thoughts. Aren't you going to come in and help me wash? Shane's voice was shaking. Bigard sat outside the door, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Toiletries, towels, pajamas, they're all sitting on the bench, so you can push yourself out of the wheelchair when you're done. Shane, however, suddenly hissed loudly. Come in, Captain. I said come in. Do you hear me? I'm now like every other woman on Pleasant Street. Worth nothing but this. Guilt instantly flooded Bigard's mind as he heard the laughing Shane let out an exhausting cry, and hatred for himself made him bite his lip to make it bleed. He didn't know how to comfort her. After much deliberation, I swallowed the I'm sorry that was already on the tip of my tongue. If apologizing worked, there would be no wars in the world. Shane needed more than a pale apology, obviously. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Bigard slowly spoke in his usual calm voice. If you still consider yourself human, stop saying such things. Shane in the bathroom stopped crying frantically, his whimpers caught in the stream of water. From the moment he got home and pushed his wheelchair into the bathroom, Bigard's cell phone hadn't been idle. The mailbox is full of advertisements for surgery, prosthetic surgery that cost he could never afford, let alone the extremely expensive mutant fusion regeneration surgery. This is the third night that Snow Leopard has come to the door to beg for food. This time, it didn't rush off, but nibbled on the spot. Looking at the way it was concentrating on drying its food, Yang Jiju really couldn't help herself and boldly stretched out her branch to touch its head. the snow leopard finally stops resisting and gives a slight purr. It's so cute. Yang Zhizhu's heart fluttered. Moreover, this freeloader actually laid down on the ground to rub his back and scratch after his meal. A familiar image often seen in cat cafes that made Yang Zhizhu certain the feral cat had successfully turned into a house cat. Sure enough, when the branch to the snow leopard lying body, it is not only not vigilant to avoid, but spread into a big word, turned belly pose a guest you come posture. Can this be tolerated? The other party was so enthusiastic. Yang Zhizhu was not polite. A scratch finally released all the cat addiction that had been endured for some days. The snow leopard was originally intended to be a cat, but in this forest of danger, taming this athletic runner and jumper is too much of an extravagance to be used as a stress reliever. So, during the time that the snow leopard was splitting and licking his calves for a bath, Yang Zhizhu and the monkey were gesticulating in sign language for the rest of the day. In the past, monkey and turtle's cooperation was basically to conceal their figures through optical camouflage before sneaking in. But now that snow leopard is on board, what new hunting methods can be developed need to be explored. In order to fulfill his potential, starting tomorrow, this big white cat who dabbles in food is going to join the training. The air is thin at high altitudes, unless the cumulonimbus clouds gathered up. As long as it was on a clear day, there was not even the slightest blurring of the view in any direction you looked, especially when looking up at the sky. You can even faintly see the outline of the moon during the day. After the collapse of the wormhole area, Yang Zhizhu had seen the drone a total of 3 times, and all 3 times it had skimmed over the top of the wormhole, and he could tell that the pilot was not interested in the rest of the area at all. Today was the 4th time, still just passing through that area, and these days, even when helicopters appear in the distance, they only fly to the grassy gardens and southern hills on the eastern side of the area where a lot of ruins of man-made buildings remain. No one around the new home. For now. So, for the time being, the biggest trouble is not the humans, but this new big cat in the house. Is that a pig or a cat? After a few days of continuous feeding, Snowflake's stomach began to show a few beer barrel shapes, and when it was full, it went straight to sleep under a tree, not even returning to its nest. What's worse, because of the free dinner every day, he no longer goes out hunting voluntarily, and as soon as he gets hungry, he droops those big watery eyes and crouches down under the tree. Why work hard when you can beg for food? Besides, meals are begged on merit. Obviously living in this cruel forest, the matter of evolution is not at all on its mind. Anyway, it can eat. Looking at this virtue, Yang Zhizhu was now even a bit skeptical that it had evolved to the same rank as himself by begging for food, but his own team couldn't stop there. Even if the experience of sucking on a cat went to his head, Yang Zhizhu couldn't tolerate this lazy cat moping around. He gathered the light energy from the leaves into a beam and hit the ground to continue the night's training. It's the only way to get the snowflakes, who only know how to eat and sleep, to move. Not only is this guy stupid, he has very poor obedience. Any simple action requires dozens or even hundreds of repetitions of the conditioned reflex to train. It took several nights of hard work before this game, which utilizes feline instincts, finally made its most tentative progress. After being trained over and over again with a combination of light beams, monkey gestures and cries, Snowflake would travel to where the monkey was pointing as long as the monkey commanded it with a specific call, and each time it put the command into place, the monkey would take out bird and fish meat as a reward. So, Snowflake hugged, meow. As long as this meow master helps them catch the ball of light, they will worship this meow master and offer more tributes. Ahaha meow. This meow master must be a particularly majestic heavenly god in their minds. The idea of the advanced training was accepted under Yang Zhizhu's coaxing. Although the training process is slow, the results are not bad. Even in the daytime, without relying on the light orb, it could quickly follow the monkey's instructions to go there. Stay put, come over and gather, and bite that bird. Kind of able to join a field mission as a fighting force for the time being. The simple action of training is quite simple, but this simple training needs Yang Zhizhu and with the monkey together with the delay of a lot of time. A wink of an eye. Every day to absorb the high altitude straw and light. Yang Zhizhu's body once again puffed up a circle, to avoid attracting unwanted attention by being too tall. He even had the main trunk curled up and twisted a few times to coil into a pile like a python. Instead of a tree, he is now portrayed as a pile of trees, because the body has been fully nourished. A warm current in the branches of the collection. Feel the throbbing. Yang Zhizhu understand, their own flowers will come. By then, golden azaleas will be blooming around the lake, painting a stunning landscape of flowers and birds. As soon as the flowers are in bloom, the monkeys and snowflakes, armed with their own flowers as bait, are able to trick the critters into a variety of traps set up to bait them, and depending on the next stage of Blossom's mutated ability hallucinogenic ecstasy, he was even confident that he would be able to use this hunting tactic on larger animals as well. However, setting traps, using bait, and rounding up and chasing require teamwork. In order to accomplish this goal, the animal squad must go out scouting and fighting without relying on Yang Zhizhu, strengthen their tacit understanding, and hone their skills. It is a growth that everyone must experience, and only by hunting as a team and allowing each member's individual abilities to form a match will they be able to harvest their prey in the future with maximum efficiency. Now Snowflake's performance and training has given Yang Zhizhu a bottom line in her heart. It's time for them to go out and perform real-world missions. He held out a twig to the monkey and hooked it twice, then drew a few words on the ground. Make a battle meeting. After all this time together, he had taught the monkey some simple words. When they met in the peach grove, Yang Zhizhu had discovered that the monkey's intelligence itself was not low, and he did not expect that after a period of time together, its various behaviors indicated that I'm afraid its IQ level was not at all inferior to that of human beings. Having such a smart partner at your side can provide a lot more than just forceful security. Perhaps before too long the two will be able to take their communication fit up a notch and even try to collaborate on the production of some of the most basic hunting tools. After enough deliberation, in the evening, Monkey set off with Turtle and Snowflake down the hill from Fishmouth Peak, with a mission objective, a short patrol along the halfway point of the mountain. Sooner or later, everyone will have to expand their activities from the entrance to Fishbowl Peak to the entire mountain, and patrolling the mountain is a start. Tonight, the main purpose of the animal squad was to do a preliminary ecological survey of the area, and to watch for signs of human activity, and gold amount to avoid encounters with the enemy. The Snowflake, on the other hand, happens to be an insurance policy in case of unfortunate encounters with the enemy. It is lazy, but because it has been exchanged before, we all know that its individual fighting power is not weak. Carrying Turtle allows the monkey to hide in case of distress and escape. The squad thus assembled could fight and escape. And even if they really encountered an unbeatable enemy, if they let out a sonic ape cry in the quiet mountains, Yang Zhizhu would immediately rise up and come to support them. Such a pairing has been considered a comprehensive ability of the team, but after all, the animal team today is the first time to go out on their own to carry out the mission. Guarding the home of Yang Zhizhu worried. A moment to scratch the bark of the tree and a moment to shake the roots of the tree, waiting impatiently for the dawn. As the sunlight lit up the end of that prairie to the east, and the slightly cool morning dew wrapped around his body, Yang Zhizhu watched the triumphantly returning animal squad at the entrance to Fishmouth Peak shed touching sap, like the old father who sees his son or daughter's clothes at the entrance of the village. Snowflake was carrying a gray wolf on her back and a couple of hares in her mouth. The monkey's shoulders carried the prey that had bent him over. Arranging for them to go out just for reconnaissance actually turned out to be more than expected. Animal Squad's first field mission was executed perfectly. Seeing the monkey's drawings on the ground, Yang Zhizhu gained a better understanding of the ecology of the vicinity of Fishmouth Peak. Not far from Fishmouth Peak, about a few hundred meters down the road, there was a cave near a natural spring halfway up the mountain, with an extremely fishy smell, where a litter of gray wolves had nested. The Animal Squad encountered just a frail elderly gray wolf last night, but judging by the size, the scars all over his body, and his tail hair that looked like steel needles, this old wolf was definitely not to be messed with when he was young. And sure enough, the large mass of grayish-white substance that had entered Monkey and Turtle's bodies indicated the battle of his life. Gray wolves are cunning and good at hunting in packs, and the strongest enemy within a short distance can basically target the leader of the pack, the overlord of the den. Therefore, Yang Zhizhu drew a circle on the map, signaling the monkey, when the squad moves, take a detour and don't set foot in that hunting ground again. The enemies there are too strong. Even if he joined the battle to defeat the pack of wolves, he might lose both of them, and it was not cost-effective. Until everyone has grown up, it is important to avoid, as much as possible, messing with groups that are resourceful and know how to work together. However, the fact that the Animal Squad had returned with a large ticket of prey on their first reconnaissance made Yang Zhizhu's confidence in them grow. He believed that before long, this squad under his command would have the strength to go toe-to-toe with the pack of wolves. And continuing to listen to the monkey report, Yang Zhizhu realized, the squad's actions last night yielded important windfalls in addition to bringing back prey and discovering wolf dens. During the mission, the monkey inadvertently sees a small movement at the foot of the mountain, a small movement that definitely deserves everyone's attention. Because they were out scouting at night, even from an extreme distance, the tiny glowing spots flickering above the area where the giant worm had caused the collapse were still very conspicuous, and it was impossible to escape the monkey's compound eyes. Multiple bright lights flashed regularly and hovered, sometimes up and sometimes down. Read the monkey sign language with the text expression. Yang Zhizhu Heart has a number, rotary wing reconnaissance aircraft. Night turn on the lights. They must be in the shooting of non-night vision footage of the ecology. Shoot worms ecology? After escaping from that place, Yang Zhizhu never heard the crumbling sound caused by the giant worm drilling out of the ground, nor did he see that huge figure. It makes sense that a giant worm that has grown to an oversized size can't be poisoned. And since he himself had guessed that the bug was still lurking underground, it was normal for humans to generate the same speculation. That bug is not to be underestimated. Not to mention that head. I've grown to the size I am now, and if I run into it again, it could still eat me in one bite. It makes sense for humans to stay on high alert. Now we just have to hope they don't extend their observations to Fishmouth Peak. He told the monkey about the concerns in his mind, and after the exchange, the monkey patted his chest. From now on, every day in multiple time slots, use my good eyes to keep monitoring the Rotary Wing Scouts' activities in the wormholes, without delaying the hunt. It had to be so arranged in the moment. Seeing and waiting for an opportunity, the humans watch the wormholes while we watch the humans. However, it is necessary to devise countermeasures for various situations before the other side starts concrete actions. There was no way to be sure on what scale the humans would return to the forest, no way to be sure where they would land again, and no way to be sure if any of them would be as strong as the woman. Yet regardless of the manner in which humans will be encountered, everyone needs air now, and needs to get it quickly, and also needs to use it quickly in their ability to defend themselves against humans. Animal Squad, hurry up and grow up, resting during the day and bypassing the wolf dens at night to hunt in other areas, while this is interspersed with surveillance of the wormhole area. As per such routine tasks, the next few days of the squad went quite well. A steady stream of prey was brought back to Fishmouth Peak, and the humans made no moves beyond observation for the time being, and Yang Zhizhu finally experienced the gains brought back by the tacit cooperation of everyone. Devouring mutated creatures, gained air 22, devour mutated creatures, gain air 15. While absorbing the clear air, he looked at the three generals under his command with satisfaction. As long as we work together and catch the single prey in the forest, our future hunts will be both safe and efficient, and by the time my divinity sprouts and bears fruit, you will never be in danger of losing your lives again. Unbeknownst to me, for the prey brought back to feel more satisfied is the snowflake. Once alone in the hunt, it is to pick some weaker than their own opponents. But after the construction of the air sea met all the strong enemy, if it is not because of their legs good fast, may have been devoured by other creatures. So it hadn't tasted clear air before today. I didn't expect to go out hunting as a team and have the opponents who had once knocked themselves out of the game taken down with ease. And what was even more unexpected was that after the prey was brought back, that big tree actually prioritized itself to let itself devour the big head's clear air. An inexplicable wave of emotion assaulted its heart. Oomph meow. You fellows, offering tribute so devoutly, can really be the loyal dependents of this meow heavenly god. In the future, this meow great master will definitely protect you well. Muttering to himself in his mind, the large flickering eyes flashed with sparkling light. The endearing appearance made Yang Zhizhu unable to resist burrowing her tentacles out of the earth and rubbing the large white cat head back and forth. Clear air is used on this guy's evolution as a priority. After all, it's now the main combatant for going out to hunt. We need more prey before the humans can act. And if clear air is used on my own, it will only provide some ability to consolidate the defense of the homeworld for the time being. While jerking off the cat, he looked at the various animal carcasses laid out on the floor pondering. And, besides the air, the root tentacles picked up the carcass of a buck, and after turning it over and examining it, Yang Zhizhu called the monkey to him, and began to draw on the ground. Stone axe, stone knife, then the deer tendon. Finally, the bow. Yang Zhizhu had seen the monkey's aiming and throwing abilities many times before, but throwing rocks or javelin throwing is still too far behind as far as hunting efficiency is concerned. With the help of that ability to explosively increase the strength of its arms, it can completely and easily handle a longbow that has more penetrating power and is capable of a long duration, made with just the right combination of your own branches and deer tendons. The monkeys who read the illustration smiled and immediately began to look for material they could use at Fishmouth Peak. And at this time, Yang Zhizhu was racking his brain to recall the details of the ancient costume drama he watched in his previous life. What does the saddle look like? How to make it? At this point Snowflake licked his paws and dozed off, completely oblivious to the kind of treatment he was about to receive. The flowers bloomed as expected. The fragrance in Fishmouth Peak was overwhelming, and a large number of bees built their nests nearby. However, Yang Zhizhu, who was wearing a gorgeous new outfit, could not care about enjoying the flowers because he was not the only one of the plants in bloom at this time. Well, pollination, cuttings. During the time the animal squad was out hunting, Yang Zhizhu, who was guarding the house, was not idle. He developed a new use for his ability to grow fast. He made an opening in another plant and forced the nutrients from his own branches and veins into it, and the plant that received the infusion would be able to get a short period of strong growth. Through his artificial breeding, the vegetation of Fishmouth Peak is becoming more and more lush. The weeds gradually erected into meadows, and the small trees gradually grew into huge trees. Now, This natural rift is not what it was when we first moved here. This large expanse of dense forest would rate at least 5 A's if it were rated scenic. The jungle was so dense that it gave him excellent cover, and even if a drone flew right over him, he wouldn't be spotted right away as long as he didn't do any upside-down splits or simple maneuvers like tickling. The plantation wasn't just there to hide itself. A large pile of debris was completely engulfed under the cover of a large tree. That huge pile of clutter includes meat drying racks, simple stone workbenches, bamboo cages, and leather-making racks. The weather is starting to turn cooler, and Yang Jiju is currently unable to determine what latitude Fishmouth Peak is at, or what season it is now. He had to do something to prepare for natural variables. If the winters in this part of the world were cold, food would have to be processed in advance to make a surplus that could be stored for a long time. Some of the berries and animal flesh had been sun and air-dried and dehydrated, and had been stashed away in a cool, dry location. And in addition to the need for grain storage, there are also hunting efficiency improvements to consider. Various improvised traps for catching animals were laid out by the squad in the nearby tundra, caves, and cliff sides. Checking in every other day always brings back some variety of dumbass animals. This made the hunt a lot easier for the squad, and the harvest became more plentiful. As the grain storage and air at Fishmouth Peak continued to rise each day, a kind of ancestral joy seemed to ignite in Yang Jiju's heart as he occasionally drew himself up to patrol within the Rift Valley with his hands behind his back. There's something ineffably addictive about hoarding, and the more you hoard, the less satisfied you become, which in turn stirs up an urge to expand quickly. Having just settled down for a short time, Yang Jiju was already thinking of plans to continue expanding the team. After all, the manpower of Fishmouth Peak was still in serious shortage. Irrigation and cultivation required labor, and the production of more efficient hunting tools and traps even required laborers with good hands. What to write in a job advertisement for animals? In the midst of his worries, Yang Jiju heard a familiar voice in the wind that he had been away from for a month, a voice that made him shiver with fear. The propellers of the helicopter break the peace of the forest in this night sky. The voice was close. Yang Jiju was in the middle of speculating on the possible purpose of the humans' entry into the forest this time and where they might have landed when he heard an explosion that seemed to come from the direction of the wormhole. And after another 10 minutes or so, the squad that had gone out hunting returned to Fishmouth Peak on the morning dew. The monkey was panting, and as soon as he had scattered his prey he anxiously began to draw a diagram, accompanied by some sign language and words. Human helicopter, coming from the south, with a couple of four-legged robots dangling from the bottom of the plane, was about to land when it was hit by a flying creature, crashed at the wormhole, couldn't make out the shape of the creature that had attacked the helicopter, and it's gone. Also, all the rotary wing scouts at the wormhole disappeared overnight. After listening to the monkey's report, Yang Jiju was a bit surprised. What in flesh and blood could destroy a helicopter? If it's a bird, how big does it have to be? And at speeds that even the monkey's compound eyes with dynamic vision couldn't catch. It must be above me in strength. Strange. I haven't seen such a strong enemy in the air a while ago. I was speculating on where the suspected bird-like creature had been hiding for some time, when suddenly a cool breeze swept up the fallen leaves all over the ground. Yang Jiju came to a realization. From the north, migratory birds. Seasonal changes in migratory birds couldn't be more normal. Besides, after the burrow was exposed to the surface, it was only natural that a pool of flesh maggots that size would tend to attract birds. It was assumed that the recently migrated bird of prey had taken the helicopter as a food-grabbing creature before attacking, and the rotor-winged reconnaissance planes, it was feared, had been similarly destroyed by it. That's just as well. That guy doesn't know what he's doing and is acting so aggressively that he's sure to distract the humans. We at Fishmouth Peak continue to meet and watch. However, on second thought, since the humans had started sending in combat robots, it meant that they would soon be flooding into this forest. Even if the odds were that the humans would land in a wormhole far from Fishmouth Peak, and even if they would have to be held at bay for a while by that new flying neighbor, but it is extremely difficult for a creature with higher intelligence, such as a human, to be predicted how to start an operation. Moreover, the last human operation was completely wiped out in the wormhole, and if it were to come back, I'm afraid that the scale and level of equipment would not be at the same level as it was at the beginning. Regardless of their next step, everyone in Fishmouth Peak had to keep a much lower profile. After running through the current situation, Yang Jiju used a branch to write on the ground. From now on, going out hunting is on hold. Monkey, you monitor any abnormality in the worm cave around the clock. The monkey read it, nodded, and immediately ran to one of the tallest ancient towers at the top of Fishmouth Peak, but, only letting the stupid cat and the impulsive turtle go out hunting. Yang Jiju really couldn't rest assured. Arranging monkeys to be in charge of the fixed sentry posts meant that the hunting team's manpower was insufficient, and he began to worry about human resources again. With just one family of 4, It was a bit difficult to develop Fishmouth Peak into a fortress that was self-sufficient and could withstand human attack. However, thinking about it, the information that the animal squad had gotten from their first time out hunting made a thought flash through Yang Jiju's mind. With a quick deliberation, he hastily called back the monkey, who was already preparing to go to the sentry post. One more thing before we start the stakeout. You and Snowflake take this pocket and make a trip to the pockets are roughly made of buckskin and are barely able to pocket water. Monkey and Snowflake head to the very place where they first went out hunting and found the wolf's den. They waited for many hours at the ghastly doorway. And finally, several vicious wolves with bared teeth appeared from within. Snowflake protects the monkey, but only just. The two of them did not come this time with the intention of fighting the pack. Instead, the monkey hung the leather pocket from a branch and handed it to them, the scent of the flowers inside the bag wafting directly into the depths of the wolf's den. Yang Jiju's plan was simple. Since her own family was understaffed, she would get help. Facing a resourceful and smart pack like the wolves, diplomacy was not unavoidable. On this trip, the purpose of Monkey and Snowflake's mission was to negotiate a deal. Bartering, the beginnings of commerce. The three gray wolves were confused, not understanding at all where this monkey and leopard were coming from. Although the monkey was able to take a bite out of the mouth, but the leopard beside it, just based on the standing posture can be seen, absolutely not to be messed with. Moreover, a charming fragrance emanated from the pocket that the monkey handed forward, making the three gray wolves even more at a loss as to what to do. Seeing that they were interested in the pockets but were afraid to go up to them, the monkeys plucked up the courage to take the initiative. He first took a sip of the nectar in his pocket to show that it was not poisoned, then threw away the branch and took a few steps up with the pocket directly in his hand, reaching under the nose of one of the gray wolves. That sharp-mouthed green-pupiled fellow couldn't resist this temptation after all, and unconsciously licked 2 mouthfuls, and in an instant, his ferocious eyes became crystal clear, and his tail unconsciously wagged. So, the monkey slowly loosened his hand, and the gray wolf tacitly took the pocket with his teeth, and after holding it steady, he retreated back inside the burrow on his ass to enjoy himself. Today is the first time to deal with. Indicate the intention will be enough. Completed the task of the monkey immediately with the Snowflake rushed back to the Fishmouth Peak. When I arrived home, I was seeing Yang Jiju delivering a baby rabbit in an extremely bloody scene. The animal squad had recently brought back more and more varieties of animals caught in the traps, and some of the more docile ones had been selected by Yang Jiju to be kept inside the small fences built along the lake. With this primitive animal husbandry and dried meat as food reserves, even if there is an accident in the hunting ground or an unusual weather condition that prevents everyone from hunting, Turtle and Snowflake's food problem is at least guaranteed. As for omnivorous monkeys, berries are available. Therefore, Yang Jiju's recent busyness in keeping the house is considered to have solved the food problem properly. After today's busy day, we can start drumming up all sorts of work to solve the problem of keeping the cold out. Seeing the figures of Monkey and Snowflake at the entrance of Fishmouth Peak, Yang Jiju stretched out his bloodstained branch from afar to greet them. Like this, huh? Ha ha ha. Very good. Very good. As long as they drink it they will realize the healing effect of the nectar. Next step. We can set the price based on the healing effect. Establishing a trading relationship with another group is just like taming the snowflakes in the first place. You need to build trust with each other. This is something that can't be rushed. After making a brief exchange with the monkey, Yang Jiju was satisfied with the wolf's performance in accepting the first bag of nectar. It's hard to get started, so let them try it a couple times. The next thing to do would be to hide in this large expanse of dense forest growing on top of the mountain, watching for any abnormalities occurring in the direction of the wormholes while slowly building up a good trading relationship with the wolves. In the days following this everything was going fairly well. The bunnies were growing dutifully into something both cute and tasty. There was also nothing out of the ordinary near the wormhole. The monkey occasionally saw a huge black shadow passing back and forth across the sky, but was never able to identify what species the guy actually was. Perhaps fearful of the terrifying airborne creatures, the humans did not organize any action again. And as for the wolves, after giving a third free nectar, Yang Jiju had the monkeys suspend their feed. It wasn't until 2 more days had passed that arrangements were made for the animal squad to go forward to the wolf's lair without any goods and with all hands to negotiate a price. Although it was impossible to communicate with words, after the 2 groups of people had confronted each other for a while at the entrance of the wolf's den, some smart ones among the wolves understood the meaning of this monkey, turtle and leopard, and tentatively brought out a few small animals from the burrow. The 3 generals of Fishmouth Peak smiled at each other, picked up the carcasses of the animals given to them by the other side, and returned joyfully to their homes, immediately fetching a few bags of nectar for another trip to the wolf's den. Finally, there is a back-and-forth barter, first reached in the social relations of animals. In the long run, the problem of the lack of manpower to participate in hunting at Fishmouth Peak will definitely be solved. Besides, these nectars are squeezed out of Yang Jiju, inexhaustible and cost-effective. Establishing a friendly trading relationship with the wolves did not only solve the human resource problem of the moment in Yang Jiju's eyes. Such a first attempt allowed him to foresee more possibilities in the future. Just as primitive man went from tribes to tribal alliances, and then developed a variety of social relationships step by step. If he himself had organized the various communities in this chaotic and disorderly forest, it would have resulted in an overwhelming force. Combine that with your own divine abilities, to become the only king in the forest? Just thinking about it, Yang Jiju already felt a little bit fluttery and immediately smacked his old bark with a branch to wake himself up from his daydream. I'll squeeze in a little more, and you take it to the wolves, so they can hurry up and regain their energy to catch some big game that will make it back. Filling 10 leather pockets full of nectar, Yang Jiju hung the cargo on Snowflake's back. With some simple and crude weaving, he made Snowflake an oddly ugly but barely functional saddle that would carry cargo no problem. Unexpectedly, Snowflake came back from this trade with an unusually strong gray wolf following not far behind. It cautiously watched the entrance to Fishmouth Peak all afternoon and didn't leave until midnight. But before dawn, the gray wolf reappeared with several companions. They left a long whine and turned away, when Snowflake curiously hopped up to check and saw a huge python laying on the ground. Such a harvest makes Yang Jiju greatly happy. People say that wolves are cunning and treacherous, but the one I met is quite righteous. I'll squeeze some more, to give the gray wolf brothers a treat. The rules of the forest were cruel, but in these days of her new home's continued development, Yang Jiju thought she might have found a way to not be bound by that cruel rule. But there's more to this world than forests. Beyond the rules of the forest, there are harsher realities in the world that Yang Jiju recognizes all too well. He himself was trying step by step to survive the possibilities to establish order in the forest. Yet establishing order in the forest is not considered a great achievement. On the contrary, if one really develops the forest kingdom gradually, human beings will definitely not ignore it. When the time comes, it is unlikely that humans with advanced technology will send only a few helicopters to destroy themselves. As soon as he thought of this, he had begun to worry. It was not enough to be satisfied with eating and drinking and gaining evolution before the ultimate showdown. There must also be an advance arrangement of a long-term strategy against humanity. If the conflict rises to war, one still needs to know the human race well enough. At the right time, squads must be dispatched to actively gather intelligence on humans. A strong wind poured into the monkey's mouth, blowing both cheeks into two air-filled pockets. It was the first time in its monkey life that it had experienced swiftness like flying. Snowflake's legs and feet are really amazingly fast. Sitting on its back, if there are not a few leather ropes tugging on the body, the monkey would have fallen off. Even if it can stabilize the sitting position, running a few round trips along the peak of the fish's mouth, the repetitive feeling of pushing back and the centrifugal force of the drift, but also almost let the monkey dizzy cat. In order to strengthen the armed forces of Fishmouth Peak, this riding training is certainly a part that cannot be saved. The monkey possessed excellent aiming and shooting abilities, while the snowflake came and went without a trace. And during this period of time, Yang Jiju had long been pondering on ways to combine the two of them in combat. So, after pounding and pounding every day, I finally made a saddle that would allow the monkey to sit still on Snowflake's back. In addition, after much designing, making, and tuning, he had prepared a hunting bow that was best suited for monkeys. The broad back muscles of apes and monkeys are themselves unusually well developed compared to those of humans. After all, they spend a lot of time swinging in the woods, jumping up and down on their strong backs. Combined with the monkey's mutant ability that briefly allowed his arms to build up energy to enhance his explosive power, he opened his bow to shoot, and his arrows could even penetrate into rocks. It was a pity that there were no factories in the forest to produce steel. Otherwise, the monkey would have used this hunting bow to shoot arrows no less powerful than large-caliber bullets. Their current training will come in handy on the upcoming long-range reconnaissance mission. The monkey continued to observe the movements near the wormhole from the ancient tower for several days, and found absolutely nothing. And the forest was once again humid, and it looked like it was about to get foggy. So, after some discussion, it was agreed that Monkey and Snowflake would head to the worm's den together, and take advantage of the cover of the water and fog to investigate the information about the location of the helicopter crash. Several archery targets were set up at Fishmouth Crest, each one forked with arrows that hit the center of the red center. Monkeys are now proficient with bows and arrows, and will travel on extremely fast snowflakes during quests. What's more, below the cliffs of Fishmouth Peak, near the Creek Valley, the wolves would be there to meet the two of them. After a quick assessment of the risks, Yang Jiju was quite confident about this long-distance reconnaissance mission. It happened to be early in the morning when the fog came in, and the monkey and Snowflake greeted Yang Jiju before bouncing off and disappearing from his view. The arborvitae forest had been burned bald and then watered by rain, and those tall trees were lying at the bottom of the worm pit slowly rotting and decaying. and with a few more years of washing they would slowly turn into humus to nourish the land. In time, life will once again sprout anew in that pothole-ridden zone. But today, on such a damp and chilly day, the fishy odor of rotting trees laced with worm slime made Monkey and Snowflake gag repeatedly. Moving cautiously along the edge of the crater, they finally saw the rotary-winged scout that had collapsed in front of them, and a little farther on, they came across a large number of metal fragments, and a warhound-type hunting droid that was still trying to activate itself as it plunged into the earth, as well as the helicopter that fell to pieces. The priority of the reconnaissance mission that Yang Jiju explained to the monkey was to check for the presence of humans who had parachuted or otherwise escaped in the vicinity, and if they encountered any living people, to capture them and bring them back to Fishmouth Peak for interrogation, or scavenge items from the bodies to bring back for investigation. Unfortunately, the only human on board the helicopter had been turned into a black and smelly carcass in the cockpit after being burned and then doused with rainwater. So naturally there was nothing worth taking back with them. However, after investigating the vicinity of the helicopter carefully for 2 laps, an intact case did catch the monkey's attention. With a GA- sound, Yang Jiju violently broke open the special metal case it both brought back. Inside were 4 rotary wing scouts in shutdown mode and a tablet. Can I use this human technology thing? He hadn't played with human toys since he was reincarnated as a tree until now, and driven by curiosity, he fiddled with these new toys as if they were a treasure as soon as he opened the box. Unfortunately, that tablet requires a fingerprint or password to turn it on. You can only play with rotary wing reconnaissance planes. His clumsy branches and roots pressed nearly every switch on the machine and failed to get the buzzing little thing started. But, after continuing to take them apart and put them back together, he did manage to turn on the camera monitor screen on one of them. Several humans in camouflage uniforms appeared on the screen. One of them fiddled with the machine's lenses and muttered under his breath to his companion. Later, I'll do a final test flight check. It doesn't matter. It's the Vanguard anyway. Just a few robots. The camera continued to switch magnifications and spin around, making the image difficult to view, though the audio was crystal clear, and the human fiddling with the camera picked up in a serious tone. Well, it has to be checked. It's routine. It's documented. And I'm going to be docked a bonus if I don't make sure all the machines are running properly. You're strict enough. Then you take your time to check. The official troops of this operation are said to be bringing 30 to 40 war dogs. Your mechanic team will have to work overtime continuously. I don't think it has anything to do with our group since I didn't get the arrangement. But where did you hear that from? Haven't you heard? The official force is likely to be the department that doesn't exist, with dozens of medicated lunatics. The camera suddenly stops its haphazard spinning, and what appears to be the human drumming up the machine stops what he's doing, and he asks in a voice of curiosity tinged with worry. Dozens of warriors? Assembling in our little camp? What for? To go to war? And 068 related to it. Our camp since 068 to now has not been opened. I guess it is to find a high person to aftermath? To that stab the mess beguard aftermath. Did not catch the bugs not to mention, but also the hunting ground dry shut down. Stop. 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 Stop talking to me. The people involved in 068 are either fired or dead at the scene. I don't want to be implicated. I'm just a stinking machine repairman. Hey, you guys, you want to hear gossip and you're a wimp. The video ends here. It appears that the mechanic completed the test, shut down the rotor scout and put it in its case. Listening to the conversation in this video, Yang Jiju was dumbfounded for a long time before coming back to her senses. The matter of 30 or 40 war dogs, and dozens of drugged lunatics about to enter the forest choked him. First of all, in terms of numbers, a force of this size is not something a Bao can handle. Secondly, he had a vague idea of what kind of people the medicated lunatics were referring to. After all, during the battle at the wormhole, he had seen the woman stick the glass bottle containing the liquid into the slot at his collarbone. Dozens of that woman's kind? How is this going to be handled? Shane's hair smelled of lard, and she tilted her head back to glare with a disgusted look at Bigard, who was standing behind the chair. The glare caused him to give an embarrassed smirk and hurry off to wash his hands before returning to continue brushing her hair. He'd gotten up extra early today, but was still so frazzled that he was helping Shane blow dry his hair just after frying the bacon. I should say that he's been getting up extra early all month. Without a steady job as a hunter, one has to go around looking for work that can barely make ends meet, just like the other commoners in this city-state. Unfortunately, having spent half his life either on the battlefield or in the hunting grounds, that habit of being a professional soldier deep in his bones made it completely impossible for him to adapt to a position in a non-war zone. Being in sales because you can't squeeze a smile out of your face and can't bill anything at all. Trying to look at being a laborer only to have your job taken away by a robot. Not to mention the office positions with their cumbersome rules. And the bodyguard job. He wasn't about to try. After all, Right now Shane has no identity and no ability to live independently. As a warrior she also has no family. Should anything happen to himself at work, Shane would be completely lost as someone he could rely on. Can't let Shane get caught on Pleasant Street again, was his bottom line. The bacon, which he had cut to just the right size to be eaten, was laid out on a dinner plate with the fried egg, and after a thin sprinkling of salt and pepper, the plate was placed on the dining room table. Though anxious to get out the door and find a job, he carefully tied Shane's napkin. And what was placed in front of Shane, besides the dinner plate, was a cup of aromatic coffee. It was the last can of good beans he bought before he lost his job. Captain. I'd like a cappuccino, Bigard replied as he wiped down the freshly cleaned pan. That's how you drink good beans. The flavor doesn't get covered up by the milk froth. Not sweet. Not being sweet makes it even better to drink it slowly. You have to learn to savor the sweetness back. You can't always touch the sugar directly to your tongue. That would be cloying. As he spoke, Bigard had finished the chore at hand and was tying his tie in the mirror. And as he was about to put on his jacket and head out the door, he was wrapped around the waist by Shane, who had come up behind him in his own wheelchair. Captain, come back early. Aha. At midday he walked into the dark alley, not far from Pleasant Street, a last resort for Bigard. Really? At 2 p.m., he left the alley and drove with a colleague to the client's address. The work of the collection agency is related to the forces in the back alleys, but the people he deals with are the finances of the company and the debtors. At the very least, the level of conflict is not as dramatic as it is on the street. However, he never expected that the first job he received, just 2 hours after joining the company, would bring him to the doorstep of some old acquaintance. What the hell is going on here? Bigard and his co-workers, one at a time, blocked both ends of the apartment's hallway, and sandwiched right in the middle of the two of them was Bigard's former boss, the balding manager. Bigard, you ran off to a dark alley to pick up a job? Jesus Christ, you asshole, look at you. What a mess you've become. Being a punk? Collecting debts for your big brother? Shut up, you're the one who owes the loan sharks. So who are you to accuse me? Nonsense. If it wasn't because you gave up your job, I would have been eating and drinking. You bastard. You've dragged so many hunters down with you, and now you've dragged me down with you. If I hadn't lost my job, would I have to go into debt? Hearing his bald former superior speak so forcefully, Bigard's face, which had been somewhat angry, returned to its usual coldness. Those few seconds of exasperation and disappointment earlier were purely out of old feelings, and now that old feeling was gone. The bald man in front of him was just his own, a client. He took a few deep breaths, lit another cigarette and shrugged his shoulders, his tone becoming calm as water. It is only right to pay what you owe. The tall, burly figure then approached the bald manager step by step. Both men retightened the knot of their loose ties as they left the apartment building, and in the elevator, the colleague swept a sum of money into Bigard's account. Hey man, this one's for you. Go straight to the office tomorrow and see the finance. There's another job scheduled for you. You're hired. That's a pitifully small amount. Nowhere near a fraction of a hunter's paycheck. Gotta enjoy the sweetness back, though, don't you? You can go home with your money today. And before dark, he did make good on his promise to Shane to come home early. He stood in the hallway knocking on the door with gusto. Hey Shane, I'm back. But the response I got today was different than usual. Shane didn't push his wheelchair to the door. Bigard frowned slightly, a not-so-good feeling rising in his heart. He pulled out his keys to open the door himself, and the moment the doorway was pushed open, he saw the wheelchair, and he saw Shane, but Shane wasn't sitting in the wheelchair like he usually did. He rushed inside in a panic and picked up Shane, who was lying on the ground twitching, and one look at her face made Bigard realize what had happened. After picking Shane up, she'd had similar symptoms, the after effects of an enhancer stack, and today's reaction was particularly strong. Bigard even reached the hospital running. Sitting in the chair in front of the clinic, he was sweating, unsure of the severity of Shane's symptoms or whether the balance on hand would be enough to cover the full cost of treatment, because he saw his anxious look waiting in the corridor. The caretaker robot on watch specially poured a cup of coffee and brought it to him. Sir, it's free. Oh, thanks. Want some sugar? The robot's voice asked. Bigard was stunned, and after a few tears rolled around in his eyes, he replied in a slightly trembling voice. Yes, more. The more the better. Yang Zhizhu felt a sensation close to sleepiness. As a matter of fact, plants shouldn't be sleepy, and accompanying this sleepiness was a strange physical manifestation. He's not sure now if he's in a phase of slowing down growth because he's in the middle of flowering, or if he's been affected by the weather. The growth of all the organs of the body was decidedly less violent than in the previous month. On top of that, it's a different experience that's worse. It's over. Why do I keep craving acid and dry heaving about 10 times a day? This reaction. No way. This kind of reaction. which should not appear in a titular man, made his whole body suddenly jolt as if he had remembered something important, so he hurriedly lifted up the tree branch to check it. Sure enough, a portion of the fruit has come out from under the ovary of the flower. I'm pregnant. Is this a happy event? I'm afraid that recently, because they are in flower themselves, the fishmouth peak is richly scented, with swarms of bees hard at work. Not only did I feel a strong pregnancy reaction, but the panel also popped up a string of messages at that point unknowingly. Pleasure pulse detected. Congratulations, this bloom has successfully pollinated you, and you are ripe for new life. May you have many grandchildren. Unlocking new fruit mutations. New fruit mutation, tumor fruit skill. Requires infusion of clear air 70. Unlocking new seed mutations. New seed mutation, omnivision vegetation skill. Requires infusion of clear air 120. When he had a full view of the vegetation and built the air sea successfully, Yang Jizhu knew that he could obtain one such ability on his own evolutionary path. The next generation of plants grown through seeding will share the vision with their own body. As long as they continued to reproduce, they would be able to establish a huge surveillance network in the forest. But, according to the information learned from the video recordings carried by the rotary-winged reconnaissance planes, the humans were about to send dozens of hunters with the same single-armed combat capability as that woman into the forest. It takes a long time to sow seeds and germinate them until the plant grows up. And this ability, while powerful in its effects, does not solve the big problem at hand. The tumor fruit, on the other hand, allows one's fruit to accumulate venom and be able to be thrown and used as a poison bomb. It should work in the face of a large herd of wildlife, but not against a human wearing that obtrusive helmet. Strength disparity. Meet them again. Is it necessary to escape again? The thought had just popped into his head when he immediately shook the canopy of the tree to veto it. He had no intention of giving up on the new home he had just developed. There must be another way. Just as he was struggling to think of a way to defend himself against the enemy, suddenly, a neat parade of drones swept over the wormhole region at high altitude. Seeing the powerful firepower that almost killed him last time, Yang Jizhu pressed his body down out of instinct. However, the other side did not bombard, even made evasive maneuvers high in the air. Still, the drone couldn't blink away the dark shadow that followed close behind. After a few seconds, the monkeys, who had been doing reconnaissance in the ancient tower, got a good look at the black smoke coming from the three drones in turn, and the giant bird that had swooped back into the wormhole after demolishing the drones. After the forest returned to its usual tranquility, it immediately jumped down from the high tower and returned to Yang Jizhu's side, drawing the approximate appearance of the giant bird on the ground. But it drew this thing, how it looked so awkward. Birds with feathered hind legs as well, 2 pairs of wings, and sharp claws on the ends of their upper limbs. Rather than a bird, it looked a bit like a small steeler dragon that Yang Jizhu had once seen in an encyclopedia. But by the size of the monkey's comparisons, the flying neighbor clearly can't be described as small. Besides, it crashed a helicopter in its last action. Fast, strong, and can fly. With this neighbor present in the forest, it seems that people don't need to worry about threats from above for a while. But no sooner had the idea of a fluke surfaced than a heart-rending scream came from the area of the wormhole. A bird's chirp. Its high decibel cries drowned out the rest of the noise, so that it was only when the giant bird had screamed almost to the point of exhaustion that everyone heard the continuous machine gun fire. The unusual commotion alarmed all the forest dwellers. The wolves came out of their caves and climbed up to Fishmouth Peak, picking themselves up on the edge of the cliff to join Snowflake overlooking the wormhole area, trying to find out what was really going on there. What they saw in their eyes were strange, large metal machines that were beyond their cognizance. But everything that appeared in the forest, Yang Jizhu recognized. When the monkeys reported to him again, the anxious man simply could not bear to crouch down in the ground, and several times he tried to pull out the roots of the tree to pace himself. The ones that shot down the birds were 2 armored vehicles equipped with air-to-air machine guns. The armored vehicles were followed by several open-topped buggies equipped with mountain tires. The vehicle carried the party of hunters through that intact arborvitae forest on the west side to reach the area of the bug hole that had been burned bald. However, after a few minutes, the loud roar of the engines even reached Fishmouth Peak from the wormhole. This batch of vehicles entering the forest would no longer be of the type Yang Jizhu had once seen. It wasn't until the sun was about to go down that he carefully and personally pulled himself up from the base of Fishmouth Peak to walk up to the ancient tower and peeked over the top of the tower for a sneak peek to get a roughly clearer view of those strange vehicles. The vehicles were huge, and it was obvious at first glance that they were engineering vehicles, and the tools they carried were all of the type used for drilling. Because the human searchlights continued to illuminate the floor of the wormhole as bright as day, Yang Jizhu just peeled back to the high tower to observe their actions throughout the night. Once a portion of the larvae that had crawled up to the surface were cleared away, the humans dropped a dozen or so war dog robots to the bottom of the worm pit, and fenced off an area. Next, they set up machine gun towers, power grids, and firewalls with great efficiency. And once the defenses were set up, those drilling engineering vehicles, they began the work of drilling downward. As the night went on, the primeval forest became like a new building in the process of being rushed into construction, and the clattering noise disturbed the birds and animals in the forest to scurry everywhere. However, this batch of humans responsible for guarding the construction site were obviously much stronger than the last time they entered the wormhole hunters. And even if there were ungrateful tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves that occasionally came out of the forest to attack the construction site, they were eliminated in 3 tries. Seeing that the other side is so powerful, in order to ensure the safety of the whole team, Yang Jiju proposed to let the wolves also temporarily move to Fishmouth Peak to live, if in case of emergencies, and the wolves together to deal with, so that they can have a mutual care. The Wolf King did not understand sign language at first, but a creature like a wolf possessed spiritual intelligence and was extremely perceptive, and after a few transactions, it was able to understand some basic communication. So it wasn't long before all the young milk wolves migrated sleepily and with crooked steps into the dense forest of Fishmouth Peak to guard the rabbit hutch and continue to catch up on their sleep. However, the adult gray wolves and the Wolf King, having just moved on, were called together again by Yang Jiju to arrange an urgent task. It was close to midnight. Yang Jiju, who was preparing to return to the interior of the dense forest to hide before the sun rose, witnessed an unexpected discovery. The 2 SUVs made their way back to the site from the now broken hillside north of the wormhole, firing their guns in the air all the way to celebrate. Behind the vehicle, a huge bird, even bigger than the vehicle, was being dragged by a big net, and the guy was still breathing, struggling hard inside the cage. As he was being dragged, and the tire tracks left by the vehicle's movement were reddened by its blood, Yang Jiju summoned the wolves to arrange an urgent task because the giant bird had not been executed even after arriving at the construction site. The 2 SUVs dragged it on west into the woods. Seeing this situation, Yang Jiju speculated that the giant bird should be regarded as a windfall for the human beings, and regardless of the purpose for which they built the construction site in the wormhole, their nature was still a hunter. Having captured the giant bird and not executed it, it's not hard to guess the only reason for that: live hunting. Infuse the clear air into the flower. I've infused the flower with 150 of Qingtai's air, and I've obtained the skill, hallucinogenic fragrance, hallucinogenic scent. This is a full enhancement of aromatic seduction. Your scent is now able to attract large animals not higher than you, in addition to small animals, and cause the other party to fall into a hallucination. How long it takes for them to wake up depends on the difference between your and the other party's level. The lower the level, the more difficult for them to wake up hallucinogenic scent. This is a full enhancement of aromatic seduction. Remaining air, 110. Next, infuse the clear air into the fruit. I've injected Citai 70 into the fruit, and I've gotten the skill, tumor fruit. Tumor fruit, you can store 2 kinds of venom inside the fruit according to your needs, and the fruit injected with venom will explode. Although the impact is weak, but the venom will burst out at the moment of explosion, and it is more effective to throw it at your face. Remaining air, 40. After the activation of the mutation ability, Yang Jiju hurriedly picked some flowers on herself, stuffed them into a leather pouch, and hung it on the saddle on one side of the snowflake, and then used some leather rope to tie up the fruits with branches to hang on the other side. After listening to Yang Jiju's explanation, all the animals of Fishmouth Peak were mobilized to participate in this crucial rescue mission. For future air defense needs, that big bird must be rescued. With snowflake speed, she was definitely able to keep up with the 2 SUVs for tracking, and it wouldn't take long for the wolves to follow Snowflake's trail to the rendezvous. Those 2 vehicles had currently entered the arbor forest, far away from the wormhole, and it was precisely because they had lost the protection of the large force at the construction site that Yang Jiju dared to boldly arrange such a risky mission. As the animals quickly left Fishmouth Peak, he restlessly nursed the still dreaming young milk wolves and waited for everyone's triumphant return. The south side of the mountains had been in disarray since last night when there had been a human disturbance. Beasts of all kinds had burrowed out of their burrows, either terrified and ready to move, or lying behind trees peeking at the humans in preparation for a full meal. This includes 3 cubs, and after Mom and Dad were taken out by a large tree a few days ago, the 3 brothers moved into the hilly area to the south. With a good body base, he came to this place and fought off some critters and took over other people's turf. However, after seeing the human armored vehicle easily take down the giant bird that eats bugs in the pit every day yesterday, they are ready to move again. This forest, it's just too unsafe. The 3 cubs were sitting around on the ground, discussing where they were going to move, when a gust of wind suddenly leapt above all 3 of their heads. Haven't seen what the heck is going west through the woods. There was another whoosh 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 from the east, led by a male wolf so majestic that it was frightening. 10 or so gray wolves with bristly fur bared their teeth and ran through the forest, straight after the gust of wind that had just occurred. It was a long time before the three brothers felt that they could lift their tingly legs. "Brother, we have to move. Move immediately, move now." Going to the rescue along the southern trail was not just to avoid human surveillance from the site orientation. This forest was much richer ecologically than the wormholes. And the Wolf King wanted to cause more commotion in the forest in order to disrupt human tracking on the return trip. About half an hour later, an orange flare was fired into the air, and Snowflake, who saw the fire, picked up speed, and in the blink of an eye, Snowflake and Monkey were able to see the two parked SUVs in the clearing with their naked eyes. The location they chose for the delivery was not blocked by a plethora of trees, nor did they have to worry about forest beasts interfering with the delivery, as there was no noise from the constant construction over near the wormholes. It's just a shame that the overly safe environment made them let their guard down a little. Both drivers never wore helmets and wore regular camouflage clothing, and two of the four personnel in tights took off their helmets for a smoke and even talked and laughed. Even though the wolves hadn't arrived yet, the monkey knew the opportunity was too great to miss, and took advantage of this most lax effort by the humans to strike. He immediately rolled off the ground, and quietly removed both bags and held them in his hand, while with his other hand, as usual, he raised the turtle, and with his spiked-back armor facing the human, he silently moved in small, silent steps closer to where he had parked his car. 5 people gathered around, and one sitting in the car listening to a song. The first thing the monkeys set their sights on was listening to the song the guy who had fallen off the wagon. It pushed down the nervousness and fear in its heart and walked slowly step by step to the buggy. In the split second that the 5 men were collectively watching the video on one of their cell phones and laughing, the hunter sitting in the car had his helmet removed from his back by a hairy hand. "Who is it? What are you doing with my helmet?" Before the human had a chance to look behind him to see who was behind him, a strong scent entered his nostrils. The other 5 turned their heads at the same time at his inexplicable question, only to see a hairy monkey standing in the car grinning at them, and before they could draw their guns, a dark green ball was thrown into the face of one of the drivers. Bang! There was a bang, and purple juice burst everywhere in the air. The old man's do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. While those 4 of the 5 people without helmets all let out screams, the only one who screamed the most was the driver, who was smashed in the face. The man in the helmet had gone to pull out his gun out of instinct the moment he saw the monkey, but the big splash of purple juice on his helmet blurred his vision. He quickly raised his hand to wipe the visor of his helmet clean, only to see that his 4 companions had fallen to the ground en masse, 2 of the drivers broken, and one of them with a bloody, completely unrecognizable face. And while the 2 companions who were fellow warriors with him did not die immediately, they were both twitching on the ground, blood flowing outward from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Poison. That was his first reaction, and he immediately crouched low against the vehicle looking around to claim the enemy, and reached into a small pocket at his waist with one hand to remove the greenish enhancer. However, before he could inject it, he felt a murderous aura appear behind him. He turned in a panic and raised his gun, but was stunned to see the face. "Hey, crouch down, hide behind the cover. Did you see where the other side attacked from?" Before he could finish his sentence, his companion actually raised his foot and kicked at his head. The kick knocked him around so much that his jaw would have cracked if not for the helmet protecting him. "What the hell?" The attacked hunter immediately took up a stance to defend himself against the second kick his companion had already delivered. Just then, his afterimage caught the pack running through the woods while a furry figure twisted left and right on the SUV's contraption that held the trap net in place. At this instant, he cried out in his heart that something was wrong, and immediately shouted out over the communication channel, "Delivery point attacked. Call for backup." As soon as the words fell, the giant bird, whose anger flowed viciously outward from the corner of its eyes, broke free of its high-intensity hunting net, and its huge, sharp beak slashed down towards his head at a speed that the naked eye could not catch at all. "Hey, you're distracted. Something's going on at home, isn't it? Take it." The co-worker pulled a wad of cash out of his own pocket and shoved it into Bigard's hand without going over the company's account. In return, Bigard said, "Thank you. This favor will be repaid in the future." The finance company's office is located in a dark alley, and access to it also requires passing through the vestibule that serves as a poker room. A tired-looking Bigard looked very out of place with the exuberant, shouting poker players. After all the credits were maxed out, he kind of barely paid for Shane's first day of clinic. But it's the hospitalization that comes next that's the kicker, especially with all those expensive medications. He's at his limit, so there's no other way. When he returned to the inpatient wing, he straightened his disheveled hair in the bathroom, washed the grease from his face, and made an extremely forced smile as he gently knocked on the door and walked into the hospital room. Shane still had needles in his wrists, his lips were white and his eyes were blank. Sitting at the edge of the hospital bed peeling her oranges, Bigard struggled internally many times, but still didn't utter the words, "I'm going to keep working for the company. However, Seeing his embarrassed demeanor in every pore, Shane had already roughly guessed the current situation. Being a burden to be taken care of by yourself doesn't help in any way. To utter any words of comfort or persuasion as a tired man becomes a quaint self-serving sophistry. So she said nothing, quietly ate each slice of orange, quietly held the back of Bigard's hand in her only palm. Until late at night she drifted off to sleep, and the silent pair barely stirred up any words other than shushing. Early the next morning, Bigard arrived at the company's campus. He'd spoken to the bald manager's supervisor ahead of time and had talked about the general terms. So, entering the park, he didn't immediately report to command. Instead, he walked straight to the medical center. Some days ago, he was no longer an employee of the company and could never mess with any of the current employees. But today was different, and although he had refused a promotion in rank, the company had granted him some small privileges. The door to the med bay was slammed open by a head. Obviously, not with Bigard's head banging away. The reconciler, whom Bigard carried in his hand, was kicked in the stomach and then cracked open the door with his heavenly cap, and landed right in front of the doctor. Before the doctor's bladder could leak, he saw Bigard walk into the medical room with an elegant lady. By the time the two men left the medical center, the doctor and the reconciler's faces were unrecognizable, and blood was climbing down the doorway into the hallway. That lady spoke in a very disgruntled voice. "Mr. Bigard, I am a third-party caretaker hired by your company, and I possess professional ethics that belong to me, so there is no need for you to make such a demonstration to me. Even if you don't use your fists to tell me that if you dare to touch a single hair on Ms. Shane, you will end up the same as the two of them. I will not mistreat Ms. Shane for any personal reasons, and your demonstration of violence not only insults my professionalism, but it also makes you look very vulgar yourself." "Ha?" Ms. Elegant's statement confused Bigard a bit as he scratched his head. "You're slightly overthinking it. Beating the two of them up violently was just because I wanted to vent my destructive desires a little bit. It wasn't a threat to you. Moreover, if you want to talk about vulgarity, the patient you need to take care of next can be much more vulgar than me. In short, if you encounter any unpleasantness while working in my house, please bear with me. Elegant caretaker ladies are one of the benefits offered by the company. It is the company's responsibility to take good care of Bigard's family during his mission in the forest. This benefit also includes the rare medicines that Ms. Elegant brings to the door, and the therapeutic effects are not comparable to those common medicines in public hospitals." And to add to Bigard's heartbreak, the supervisor whose every thought was hidden beneath a smirk offered a rather tempting deal: surgery that would allow Shane to get back on his feet. Bigard's leverage, on the other hand, is to get mission 069 off the ground. Therefore, knowing that the danger level of this mission was far higher than 068, he still gritted his teeth and accepted it. The giant worm must have completed the construction of a sea of air that exceeded the clear body grade during the period when the hole in the ground was all sealed off. Its current strength was unfathomable, and it was anyone's guess how many hunters would be needed to deal with such a monster. However, the supervisor was not impressed. 10 squads, more than 60 fighters, each with strength close to Shane. There is a cost control aspect to any project, and all the executives agree that such a commitment is groundbreaking. Bigard had no way of convincing those above him to give in. But for this operation, even if he faced the most terrible dangers, he had to finish mining the ruins and make sure to return to the city-state and Shane alive. However, he had just gotten into the helicopter and already sensed that things were going in a bad direction. Before he had even committed himself to joining Operation 069, the idiots above him had already set up a reconnaissance mission, an outpost mission, and a construction mission in that order. Looking at this formation, they were planning to use the most violent method to feel out a path deeper into the interior of the wormhole even without a guide. And the recklessness of these rich people doesn't stop there. Instead of sending in fighters for air threat removal when both the reconnaissance mission and the outpost mission were met with surprises, they simply arranged for a construction team to move in. It also gave Bigard a ridiculous reason: the fighters' actions were too high profile and would attract the attention of other companies. This statement clearly reveals the implication. Without having to open his mouth to ask a question, Bigard already understood that the ground forces were not getting air fire support for this mining and excavation operation. One can only rely on the hunter's own instincts to deal with that bug. So, to deal with such a menacing target, Bigard even did some recovery training at the office. Restoration to wartime levels. However, as a guide, he was on his way in a helicopter to the wormhole area to meet up with the operation force when he heard a hunter's loud cry for help over the communication channel: "Delivery point under attack. Call for backup." He sighed and snuffed out the cigarette dangling from his mouth. In this operational force, his status was merely that of a guide, and he was not given command of the scene. However, in order to successfully complete the mission, he still repeated into the microphone once again the important matters that he had mentioned many times: hunters going to the delivery point for support. Please wear helmets in your entirety and absolutely do not turn off the gas protection. If there are traces of mutated plants at the site, do not pursue them deeper. The hunter who was crouching next to the SUV and was attacked by his companion didn't even have time to inject the enhancer, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a sharp beak slashing at his neck. After letting out a scream, his body was no longer intact. This sudden decapitation finally awakened his companion, who had fallen into a hallucination. He had just gotten a good look at the helmet, which had rolled to the ground gurgling blood, when he felt the huge black shadow pressing down over his head. Whoa, a mouthful, and the giant bird took hold of another head. The hunters who had made the delivery in the SUV had all been eliminated, but the roar of the helicopter's engine was getting closer and closer to the area where it was parked. Monkey immediately winked at Snowflake, then got on his hands and knees and spread all of the lumpy fruit underneath the body, weighing it down with just the right amount of weight. After setting up the trick thunder, he mounted Snowflake, cried out towards the wolves, and began to make his way back. When the monkey sneaked up on the human just now, Snowflake was always keeping an eye on the giant bird inside the trapping net. In case it was unfavorable to the monkey after it was released, he himself would be the first to rush over and pick up the monkey. Fortunately, the large, colorful bird was not a completely brainless creature, despite having committed the reckless act of crashing into a helicopter. After witnessing the monkeys freeing themselves from their cages, it realized that the various animals that had arrived in this batch did not want to kill themselves for devouring, but instead had come to the rescue. It is clear who is the enemy and who is the friend. Therefore, after recognizing the direction of the helicopter, it was not the least bit ambiguous, bracing up its body, which had already been tortured by the bullets, and was about to lift its wings and take off. But before rushing up into the clouds, the governor saw the monkey's gesture of reaching out and pointing to the crag on the east side, the highest peak in this forest, and immediately understood it. As it left the forest floor to go forth and take on the helicopters, the rescue teams from Fishmouth Peak had set up their formations as planned. Snowflake and Monkey were the first to leave, running up the mountain road to the highlands the way they had come. Instead, the pack dispersed on the spot, keeping a close eye on the dust kicked up by the vehicles that had come to support them. A wolf has been spotted. The machine gun on the roof of the car began to hiss, but because of the good cover provided by the tall arborvitae, the gray wolf that had been spotted was not hit. Subsequently, 2, 3, more gray wolves deliberately exposed themselves in the forest, holding the humans at the delivery site completely untraceable. It wasn't until the hunters had gotten out of their vehicles and were approaching the bunker in tactical formation with their rifles in their hands that the Wolf King let out a long whine to the sky, and all the gray wolves quickly took off running through the forest in every direction. The hunters had to give up tracking and watched as the wolves disappeared into the depths of the forest. The hunters who came to support them, a dozen in all, surrounded the scene of their companions' ambush in a state of alert after they had watched the wolves leave. One of the hunters carefully checked near the vehicle. There are a large number of traces of highly concentrated venom. That wizard, Bigard, was right. Everyone beware, check your masks. Hearing his reminder, all of them dared not slack off and double-check that their helmets could block the poisonous gas. The hunter who had given the order crouched down to continue checking. How could he not have imagined that he had already confirmed that the helmet's antivirus performance was absolutely sufficient? Yet he was still subjected to backstabbing. The moment he turned over his companion's body, a row of bloated fruits suddenly exploded, lifting his entire body 2 meters high. The blast loosened the lower end of his helmet slightly by a slit, followed by a rush of pungent odors into his mouth and nose, and in an instant blood stained the clear visor of his helmet. As his companions rushed forward to pull him out of the purple poisonous mist, when the helmet came off, his face looked as if it had been corroded, pus and blood coating his features. Guile. The hunters who had dodged a bullet only felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They had never heard of such sinister mutated creatures existing in the trial forest. The presence of a big problem under the ground and the escape of the giant bird they had just captured, plus this cunning and tricky poisoner, several dangerous targets stacked up, made them re-examine the feasibility of this mission. At the very moment when everyone's otherwise high morale changed subtly, the helicopter pilot suddenly repeated loudly over the channel, "Mayday, Mayday dash." A loud bang accompanied by black smoke then echoed through the forest. It's out of the way before mining has even begun. Once again, morale took a huge hit. One of the hunters suddenly realized that the one who had taken the tailwinds into the forest was the guide who had been able to take them through a safe route into the underground ruins, and he exclaimed, "Bigard, it's over. Our guide is dead." "You're the one who's dead." Bigard unclipped his parachute and checked his gear before calling into the end of the microphone. "My equipment is still functioning. Synchronized my position. If you have a vehicle, come and get me." A few minutes later, Bigard, who had arrived at the delivery point, scrutinized all the marks on the ground. Fruit rinds, lots of pollen residue, poison spots, monkey footprints, feline paw prints, and the wolves everyone just met. They came prepared, and for a very definite purpose. That big bird. He lit a cigarette and cupped his chin in contemplation, his eyes narrowing and widening. Any attacks on the sight side? He asked, tapping one of the hunters on the shoulder. There's nothing out of the ordinary at the site. That's, well, understood. Boys, a parent has appeared in this forest. Perhaps given some more time, this parent will become the king of the forest. Since there is no abnormality at the site, let's go back to the site. Mind the ruins according to the plan, and definitely don't mess with the king's subjects, and we won't run into the same dangers again. As soon as the words fell, a mournful scream came from the mountain road to the south. Bigard wrinkled his brow and inquired the 5 hunters surrounding him. Who went up the mountain? That area has nothing to do with the mining mission at all. Captain Bigard heard the call and came over to support a total of about 10 people. 5 of us went to pick you up at the location where the helicopter crashed, and a couple of others said they found quite valuable near the Wolf King's trail of bristles and chased them down the trail. The hunter's reply caused Bigard to slap his forehead a few times inexcusably. Idiot. It smells so good. 3 little bears are on their way to move to the Eastern Plains region. Since violent clashes occur frequently near the wormholes, it's better to hide far away. But, just a short distance away, a gust of wind suddenly cuts past them, leaving a few mesmerizing flowers in its wake. After a few more moments, the wolves popped up and disappeared. And when the bear sobered up from his intoxication, he realized that a number of tigers, leopards, snakes and lizards had already gathered around him, surrounding the 3 brothers. The wolves had alerted these locals earlier when they descended the mountain, and like the cubs, they couldn't help themselves at all as they sniffed the unusually strong scent of flowers as soon as they skulked through the mountains. After wandering drunkenly through the woods for I don't know how long, I just woke up and ran into hunters driving their SUVs up the mountain. It's done. Let's eat. Utilizing Snowflake's ridiculously strong locomotive power, the monkey weaves and meanders through the southern mountains, laying out a seductive, intensely scented area of golden rhododendrons. The beasts of the forest naturally congregate and form a natural barricade to keep humans out, but that wasn't enough. And in order to make the humans completely lose the chance to even organize another tracking, Snowflake and the pack of wolves each chose a different path back to Fishmouth Peak, and carefully covered their paw prints at the foot of the mountain. Monkey and Turtle, who have fought humans before, are well aware that the successful ambush of the humans at the delivery site was entirely due to a first-strike sneak attack. However, the reinforcements that were catching up were all in a state where they were ready to fight at any time, and with the strength of the entire Fishmouth Peak, even if they went together, they would not be a match for them. So everyone had to quickly withdraw back to Fishmouth Peak, and never expose the position of Fishmouth Peak. Even these organized armed forces were unsure of a head-on conflict with humans, not to mention the stragglers in the mountains and forests who had lost their souls to the scent of the flowers. Beasts were beasts after all, unable to form an organized and disciplined fighting force like Fishmouth Peak or humans. The 3 cubs fell dying in a pool of blood, as did the mutant creatures that swarmed against the SUV. Big brother is afraid that he won't be able to make it. Ergo was also torn in half. Only the 3rd brother plunged headlong inside the corpses of the animals, waiting for the horrible humans to leave the battlefield. The encircling beasts were close to 100, and there were clearly only 7 or 8 humans on top of that car, and the battle was actually a lopsided situation from the start. It had seen it with its own eyes. The humans got out of the car and, one by one, pulled out a tube of green liquid and stabbed it into the slot at the clavicle of the straitjacket, and as a result became more beast than beast. One of the hunters actually gnawed the head off a hedgehog with his teeth. In the blink of an eye, all the beasts that blocked the road were completely destroyed, while the humans only lost 1 member. Witnessing this breathtaking disparity in strength, the bear planned to be a vegetarian and do good from now on, and never get involved in anything related to hunting again, provided, of course, that one can survive the scene of today's one-sided slaughter. Now, the bear was so frightened by these humans that he was on the verge of incontinence, and lay straight on his back shivering under the bodies of the other animals. But those pesky humans had no intention of leaving. Stealing a few glances out of the corner of his eye at the humans' movements, the bear realized that it was not the intention of the humans to stay here, and that they were seriously examining the paw prints on the ground. A wide variety of beasts had gathered here, and the human tracking was greatly disturbed, while blood and flesh caused secondary damage to the trail because of a fight. So the humans looked very annoyed, so annoyed that they started emptying their magazines at the animal's corpse. By the time the hunters had returned to the SUV unhappily and started back the way they had come, the bear had thanked every god it could imagine. It even made a promise to the gods it didn't know to never eat meat again. However, about to embark on the migration path alone, the bear looks down at the remains of the beasts all over the ground and is caught up in an internal struggle. Isn't it a bit of a waste to just walk away? and the hunters who had left the place returned to the outpost of the wormhole in frustration. The car had just stopped when the guard at the outpost greeted them and pointed at their noses. According to the manual, shouldn't the hunters going to support the delivery point act as a group? Why are you few conducting a private tracking? The hunter who came down from the passenger side of the SUV indignantly took off his helmet and shot back in an imperturbable manner. The squad leader was blown up by a gas bomb. I have the highest rank on the scene. I'm temporarily arranging a hunt based on the situation at the scene. What's wrong with that? Seeing that the culprit was overwhelmed by his momentum, the other hunters who had participated in the hunt pushed open their car doors and came down to intercede on behalf of the leader. Did you see that guy's bristles? There was a similar gray wolf caught in the third hunting area before, and that team was so rich that they went straight to the shore. Shit, why are there so many worthless animals in the way when we could be catching up? Humph. Inciting the squad members to deviate from the main mission without authorization, and even causing one of the brethren to lose his life. I'll keep a record of all the behaviors of the several of you, and when you go back to settle the accounts, there will be a good time for you. And Bigard, who was sitting on the sidelines maintaining his weapon, could no longer listen to what these hunters were talking about at all, and he put on his headphones to isolate himself from the raucous repartee. Because of the non-disclosure agreement he had signed, he already had some initial knowledge of this non-existent department. The department he worked for in the company was mainly responsible for hunting mutant creatures in the Trial Forest's Hunting Area 6, and a wide variety of organs were put to good use in the company's research center. The non-existent department, simply translated, is the relic hunters, in order to ancient relics in the forest, desert, snowy mountains, the bottom of the sea. As for the relics of the information, even if the signing of the confidentiality agreement, Bigard still do not have the right to know too much in-depth information. These so-called relic hunters also do not have the authority. They only care about the mining. However, both the relic hunters and Bigard were aware of one minimal piece of information through the party lists of some recent operations. The mortality rate of relic hunters was as high as 65%, which was 3 times that of ordinary hunters. So their pay was likewise 3 times that of ordinary hunters. Therefore, these guys, as long as they catch the opportunity to be able to once directly rich, inevitably will not miss. After all, we are not fools. A job with such a high mortality rate is never a job you can do for the rest of your life. Therefore, Bigard did not feel surprised at all that there were casualties just after the start of Operation 069. He merely felt a bit of pity that the guys who died had given their lives in matters unrelated to the relics, which would delay the process of mining the relics. Their deaths hampered themselves, but without command Bigard could not make any corrections. Anyway, I have already reported all the speculations about a strange tree to the direct person in charge of this operation, the chief captain who was drinking beer in the tent. And it is up to the chief captain's decision on how to avoid the conflict with the strange tree and focus on the work of mining the ruins. The next step is to avoid the conflict with the strange tree and focus on mining the ruins. Inside the compartment of the SUV that had gone ahead to track the Wolf King, as the hunters got out of their vehicles, a rotor-winged scout flew out, and as soon as it saw Bigard, it came up to him in an affectionate manner. The company's AI syncs up every once in a while, and even if the machine used to serve other departments, it likewise developed a naturally inspired affinity for Bigard. Bigard rubbed its belly and played over the siege the hunters had encountered in the mountains. Traces of flowers. Really is also that guy's ploy. First rescue, then set up an ambush to block the pursuers. Strange tree. You can really become more and more difficult to deal with. An ache swept through Bigard's heart as he recalled the strange tree he had once met in the worm's den. But he rather restrained himself from suppressing all the hatred of the past. This time when he entered the forest, his only purpose was relic mining, and returned to Shane with a handsome reward. The chief captain sipped his beer and carefully analyzed all the information Shane had revealed. Technically it was analyzed again. Before traveling to the forest, he had devised an adequate response plan for any situation he might encounter based on everything the rotary wing scout had recorded at the wormhole. A tree with wisdom exists in the forest. This was the intelligence gained while watching the video at the command post, an intelligence that no one in the entire company but him had taken to heart. The tree was even able to organize the various animals in the forest. This is important information summarized by Bigard based on today's encounter. Everyone but him and Bigard apparently didn't care too much at all. Unlike Bigard, who hunted animals as a repetitive labor for a living, the chief captain had learned quite a bit about the history of the world in the process of hunting various relics. That's right, the 069 mission the company assigned him was a relic hunt, which in itself was already a highly rewarding operation. Except that the company didn't say anything about a tree with wisdom. Of course the company executives who only understood the immediate benefits would not notice those small details, but the chief captain did. And while Bigard had just been reviewing that rotary wing scout video recording, the chief captain had learned of the presence of rhododendrons at the site of the squad's ambush. In this way, All his speculations were finally confirmed. The divine wood, a great god once revered by all, and its seedlings, according to rumor, extracted substances worth a fortune. As long as he got the divine wood, he would never have to do this kind of hard work for the company again. The ploy to hunt the sacred wood for himself in this operation while the company was still unaware of it was gradually taking shape in his mind. Only this little thought must not be detected either by his subordinates or by that bigard. So, from the moment he encountered the attack at the point of delivery just now, the chief captain had been pouring beer in his tent to calm himself down while camouflaging a look of confusion. Anyway, it's better to prioritize following the company's instructions so as not to show your hand. The task of drilling had been adjusted based on the information provided by Bigard, and according to his guess, the drill would only have to go down a few hundred meters to reach the giant worm's spawning site. Moreover, large doses of anesthesia drugs were kept on standby next to the drilling, so that once the fat worm was encountered, he would be given a first dose to prevent the construction site from being destroyed. In keeping with the excellent stealth of this operation, once several drilling trucks were underway at the same time, long-lasting smoke screens began to slowly rise across the construction area. Ancient relics of such valuable materials were not a good thing if competitors from other hunting regions got a sneak peek. After all, even animals fleeing back and forth across the boundary line of a hunting area can normally be involved in attribution issues. Snowflake met up with the pack at the location of the wolf's den, and the group once again checked the path up the mountain to make sure that absolutely no traceable marks had been left behind, as well as counting the manpower. Fortunately, there were no human casualties in this quickfire operation. Under the cover of the hazy night, everyone quietly drilled into the dense forest of Fishmouth Peak. In the unlikely event that the animal team returned home half a step late, Yang Jiju must have been so anxious that she rolled off a cliff to find them herself. Each of the young milk wolves suffered the old sin of having a layer of fur jerked off by his impatient maneuvers. Although the rescue was successful, the humans had created a smokescreen at the construction location, causing Fishmouth Peak to now be unable to get high enough to continue monitoring their actions. Yang Jiju didn't know how long the humans planned to let that smokescreen last, or when the humans would poke through the roof of the giant worm with those drilling vehicles. But instead of chasing the humans to Fishmouth Peak, the humans had concentrated all their manpower there at the wormhole to catch up with the construction progress, and that was a satisfactory enough situation for him. Regardless of whether the giant bird was friend or foe, as long as it could live and stay in this forest, it would be able to provide continuous air defense support to the entire forest. And if the humans missed again in the hole in the ground and were eaten by that giant worm, then their priority target for vigilance would always be that worm, even if they came back to the forest. In turn, if the humans caught that big worm up, Fishmouth Peak might even be able to take advantage of the chaos to organize a pillage and grab the worm carcasses they were holding. Regardless of the outcome of the human-insect battle, there was only one thing that Fishmouth Peak needed to do right now. The entire team hid in the woods to recuperate. In the meantime, for the time being, let's just arrange for Snowflake to go out hunting and get some small animals back for the carnivores. Darkly pondering if there was anything else important he had missed, he suddenly heard a couple of wing beats. A large, colorful bird that looked like it was wearing a flowery coat fell askew from high above and smashed right into the top of his canopy, nearly crushing the trunk right off. Yang Jiju, embedded in the soil of the head, pulled out and shook a few times. Holding the waist, coughed for a long time, before coming back to consciousness. The strange people in the middle of the night to visit. It is the animals risked to save the big bird. The giant bird that fell to the ground already had air coming out but not coming in, its legs stomping around in pain, its weak chirping sound like it was holding water, and blood continuously bubbling out from the corners of its mouth. Seeing it injured like this, Yang Jiju didn't dare to delay in the slightest, and immediately exerted all her strength to make her nectar glands work, and all the nectar dripped into the giant bird's mouth. But the giant bird was so big that the tiny bit wasn't enough to drink, so the nectar squeezing went on all night. At dawn, the giant bird's breathing evened out a little, and the bullet hole no longer oozed blood in large quantities. While Yang Jiju, not a drop could be squeezed out. Both the leaves and the flowers wilted completely overnight, and the once golden flowers turned a waxy yellow. But after examining the giant bird's injuries, Yang Jiju understood that the treatment wasn't over yet, and that the bullet holes were still stuck in its bones. In an attempt to stabilize the giant bird, he kept stroking its stomach with a branch, and when he was sure he had psychologically built it up enough, a yellow mist exhaled from his withered leaves. The sudden mist caused the giant bird's eyes to be filled with panic, but it only barely struggled for a few moments, and soon, its body was completely unable to move. At that point, the sharp roots reached down the bullet hole and into the giant bird. When all the warheads were taken out, and the big tree in front of him twisted off its own branches and roots to bandage his wounds, the colorful giant bird realized that the poisonous gas just now was meant to save his life. It regained its strength a little, and immediately rubbed its head affectionately against the trunk. The little milk wolves were provoked to follow suit, being embraced left and right. Yang Jiju took a look at the giant bird's big eyes that were brimming with tears, and then took a look at its feathers that were as colorful as a palette, and a name came out of her mouth. From now on, how about you be called Tsuehua? When the sun shines on it, Jade's colorful feathers look even more fancy, and from the looks of it, it really does look like the illustration of the little burglar dragon in the science magazine. On the top of his head stood the gorgeous crown feathers, while 2 tough plumes grew from his long tail. Relative to birds, its forelimbs are too stout, and it looks difficult to walk with its chest up like a rooster, and it stands closer to a sprawling position, like a giant lizard with all its feathers. All the creatures that Yang Jiju had come into contact with in the forest so far were able to recognize their archetypes with the memories of their past lives. The only thing in front of me is a completely new breed of cuirassier. Through this acquaintance, he realizes that he is completely a frog at the bottom of a well trapped in the forest. If this is what it looked like when it was born, what does the complete ecology of this world really look like? He was caught up in a complex mindset of curiosity and uneasiness that repeatedly warred, and even developed the urge to step out of the forest to take a look. However, looking at Tsuewa's appearance, it was counterintuitive that she wanted to make a home in this mountain peak. Obviously, the night before, he had almost died, but now he was gleefully going around to pick up the remnants of tree branches that had fallen on the ground, and even sending these branches mixed with mud towards the top of Yang Jiju's head. Tsuehua, are you building a nest? You don't even look at how much you weigh. You have the tonnage to knock down a helicopter. Unfortunately, the big tree cannot open his mouth to talk. Tsuehua also does not look like it can understand the human language. Simply do not care about Yang Jiju's obstruction, but also frequently jump to his head. Look at that momentum. It must build the bird's nest out of the inevitable. Right in between the playful banter with Tsuehua, Yang Jiju was suddenly struck by a thought, remembering that in these days of living in the forest, there had never been a bird that had built a nest on top of his head. After all, he had either been driven around by the humans all this time or he had been looking for fights with all kinds of mutated creatures every now and then. It was rare to have a home in Fishmouth Peak, so it would be a good idea to try and attract more birds in. And if the birds could be trained in some of the basic movements like the domestication of the snowflakes, in the future, they might actually be able to try and organize a network of intelligence that would soar through the heavens. First, start with Trisha. Yang Jiju, who had just sprouted the idea of forming an air force, was immediately energized, copied a branch and waved it twice in front of Tsuehua, throwing it out towards the lake. Tsuehua looked at him dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. But the little milk wolves have opened their short legs to fight for the branch. Twigs, small stones, bottled drinks one by one towards Shane's head flew straight over. Fortunately, the lady pushing the wheelchair reacted quickly. She did not panic and opened the umbrella to block. Why is a loser like you even here? Get your ass back where you belong. Medicine pot. The person who threw the drink bottle was a teenager, and both he and the child behind him stared straight at Shane with eyes that were stamped in a mold of scorn tinged with anger. The children's anger toward her is clearly not due to her physical disability. The weather had begun to turn cooler, but Shane had deliberately asked the caretaker to change her into a strapless dress. The implants on her collarbone were openly visible, making her instantly recognizable to passers-by as a warrior. Miss Shane, this neighborhood is very hostile to crowds like yours. Should we continue on inside? The caretaker looked angrily at the children and asked Shane with restraint. Hostility is something I've gotten used to a long time ago, so if you're scared, that's enough for today's walk. Miss Shane, you specified that you wanted to come here and hang out and look around, and I should certainly do my job as a professional caretaker, except that if these children further threaten your personal safety, I may need to take some educational measures. As she spoke, the elegant caretaker removed the throwing stick from the utility bar behind the wheelchair. Shane raised his arm to stop her. Don't be nervous, Miranda. I actually lived in this neighborhood for a while when I was a kid, and these kids, these kids, you don't see them as fierce, but they only dare to throw bottles, and the ones who stay here to continue their lives are all cowards. The bold ones are all picked to be warriors. Here, Shane pointed with his chin to a minibus parked on the corner with about 10 kids lined up next to it, and several of the adults who filled out forms, measured their height, weighed them, and gave them blood tests were wearing company uniforms. How old was I then? I forget. Was lined up on the same street corner as them, and there's actually not a high bar for this selection. As long as you're healthy, you can go and be a warrior even if you're malnourished. Seeing a child who had been barcoded on the back of his neck after a blood test joyfully riding in the minibus with milk and bread, Shane unconsciously touched the back of his neck with a smirk on his face. As soon as he's chosen, he'll be able to start eating his fill that day. After a few moments of silence, Miranda, who was pushing the wheelchair, snapped in a soft voice, Ms. Shane, why would you want to come for a walk around the block today? Well, Maybe it's to see. She raised her hand and pointed to the simple housing that looked like workhouses. Wanted to see how the kids who didn't go on to become warriors are doing nowadays. Miranda didn't answer again. Walking the length of the street, she kept going to observe the residents on either side. Most of the men pick up garbage for a living. Most of the women have just returned from work on the neighboring Pleasant Street. And the children sitting on the curb look yellow and hollow-eyed. Compared to these dumb kids, the ones throwing rocks and branches and water bottles were cute. At least like living people. Miranda knew a little bit about the hunters and soldiers. And it was true that most of the failed investments like Shane's had become pill pots as the kid had just scolded them, and continued to contribute the last bit of residual value to the company. Shane was the only one who didn't suffer that downfall. Miranda mused as she continued her stroll. Is it because you're lucky that you want to come and see the misfortunes of others? No. A short time with Shane had pushed her over the idea that Miranda's main job for a long time had been companionship. She was always sensitive to the inner thoughts of others. And the small gesture of Shane secretly covering his face and crying as he left the dirty, stinky neighborhood made Miranda probably guess why Shane wanted to come and hang out today in the place where he lived as a child, because of misfortune. I wanted to come and see if I would have been happy if I had made different choices. Miranda took off her coat and covered Shane's slightly shaking shoulders. Miss Shane, it's a little cool. Let's go back. Take the jar at the top of the shelf. It's Captain Bigard's best stock. This can? Miranda, standing on her tiptoes on the stool, asked, looking down, the embarrassment bringing a long overdue smile to Shane's face. For normally Bigard could have removed that can of beans with a lift of his hand. Where would he have needed a stool? What about the practice? Miranda, who had removed the jar, asked, black coffee. Oh, you're not having a cappuccino today? I thought you only liked the sweet ones. That's the way to drink good beans. The flavor doesn't get covered up by the milk froth. That makes perfect sense. So where are we going for a walk after breakfast today? Not going out today. Miranda, do you know that one? Shane pointed to the guitar on the couch. It will be a little bit. It's been a long time. Hearing the word will, Shane excitedly shouted out. Then today, why don't you practice with me? Ha, hey, I'm a little embarrassed to say this. Shane scratched his cheek twice. Actually, there's a big intersection across the street from the Select Fighters place in the neighborhood I went to yesterday, which is where I lived as a kid. I grew up playing guitar and singing at the intersection because I have a better sense of tone. Ah, I can't believe you have this experience. I thought. Miranda had just gotten those 3 words out when she realized her rudeness and a red cloud instantly rose to her face. You think all warriors are big and strong and only know how to fight and kill? Sorry. Miranda's face turned even redder and she bowed slightly. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. In fact, I was thinking that if my own singing level can be retrieved through practice, I can still go to that intersection to sell songs in the future. Hey, maybe I'll bump into a discerning talent scout to give me a boost, and I can still make a lot of money. Shane's long-lost smile infected Miranda, who also smiled her eyes into a line. Oh, I've really heard about it. The kid from the dark alley became a big star. Ha ha, when I become a big star I'll be able to support Captain Bigard, and he won't have to hunt. Miranda felt taken aback at her sudden change of subject, but the company seems to value Captain Bigard, and the pay must be very high. After all, my fees are at the top of the industry, and these drugs are ridiculously expensive. These days, won't last long. I can't keep relying on caretakers relying on medication like a liability forever. And he can't stay in the woods where he could lose his life at any moment forever. The smile on Shane's face began to stiffen and his tone became a little lower. Miranda didn't know how to take it. And after a few seconds of silence, Shane's only hand grasped into a fist, her excitement causing her voice to tremble slightly. When he comes back this time, I'll make sure to persuade him not to get deeper and deeper into it, and not to get on a minibus that can't return like I did. Those children who didn't get on the minibus are still alive and well. Being a warrior makes you superior? What nonsense! After his emotions had calmed down, Shane's voice was low as if he were speaking only to himself. We can surely find a way out beyond the hunting grounds and the battlefield. A way to live from the way out even after leaving the company. Miranda took Shane's hand and nodded at her frequently in support. However, Miranda understood how unrealistic that sort of thing was. No one can live outside the company's predetermined path. A caretaker is always a caretaker. A hunter will always be a hunter. A warrior will always be a warrior. The chief captain, resting in his tent, had a nightmare about failing the warrior selection as a child and only being able to watch the other children ride in the minibus with milk and bread. He broke out in a cold sweat when there was a sibilant talking outside the tent. It was the rotating crew that was drumming up those warhound robots while chatting with Bigard. The chief captain took out his cell phone and glanced at it. There were 2 unread messages, encrypted texts. He wiped off his sweat and walked out with a bottle of beer. Chief captain, Bigard greeted politely. Oh, how was it? Did everything go well? Sort of. Expect 6 hours before we can set the bots in to clean up the larvae. Fine. Just don't make any more trouble. With that, he stumbled at a pace towards the designated pissing spot. Since Bigard's arrival at the site, all the rotary-winged scouts love to hang around him, and even occasionally break into the tents to inspect them. In order not to be caught on camera, the chief captain had to hide in an unmonitored corner to communicate with the stranger on his cell phone. Following the codebook, the message was translated. Your method won't work. Infiltration and carpet searches are too much of a waste of time. Use a bomb and flatten the entire 6th district. This will bury the large force of the worm's cave alive and force the tree to show itself. After the large force enters the cave, you will move to a safe location according to the route I sent over. And when the bombardment is over, our ground forces will take advantage of the chaos to make an entrance and go to join you. Cam, this method will never work. It's too much of a commotion. If we reveal ourselves and the company finds out, we'll be in for a rude awakening. He whispered to himself as he encrypted the text and sent it over. Currently surrounded in the worm's lair of this hunting team, he really is their own only two. They have been sent out to search for the godwood. As for how to act next, the chief captain's plan is not to delay the worm's hunting, but also follow the clues to the godwood's lair, and then use their own contacts to mobilize the old acquaintances of the other hunting area to carry out poaching. I didn't realize that my old acquaintance was planning to use such a radical approach. The guy must be desperate for money and can't stand a ploy that takes too long. The chief captain now had some regrets, and he feared that his old acquaintance would actually do as he was told. In this line of work, it's too hard to meet trustworthy people. He sighed, shaking his head. From the day he became a warrior he had been very clear about his position. Even if the instructor reinforced a concept in words to all the warriors every day, humans are above all life, and as the best of humans, you are even higher. By becoming a warrior, you have invested in a great cause that deserves to be praised by the world forever. The chief captain is still quite aware of his situation. I'm just a tool. All tools have a lifespan, so the only way to make as much money as possible with the authority given to you by the company is to make a profit before you run out of time. That's why he went through the trials and tribulations of getting into the non-existent department where he had the best chance of making a profit. The company always wanted to do everything possible to keep the records of the activities of the relic hunters completely secret, which was just what the chief captain wanted. The company holds too many secrets, and the chief captain, who is a relic hunter, holds just as many secrets that the company doesn't understand. In the business of hunting relics, having more secrets means that you are able to more accurately determine the potential price of each prey, rather than the so-called market price. For example, this relic under the feet, even if the company would never reveal its circulation price to a labor seller like the person in charge of the scene, before entering the forest, the chief captain had already done a survey of the buyers in secret. If he was able to bootleg this, he'd have nothing but bliss in his life. Unfortunately, if he really took this level of prey from the company, I'm afraid that he and the entirety of this hunting team would have all had to evaporate before the loot could change hands. But poaching sacred trees is different. Even after getting a variety of clues, the company's executives have so far failed to get hold of the information that Kamiki is active in this forest. It made the chief captain incredibly glad he was there. Though frontline personnel labored, the advantage of obtaining intelligence came to the fore when it came to this kind of thing. As long as he kept a low profile, quietly checked out the traces of the divine wood, hunted and killed it secretly, and then transported the wreckage to his hideout unnoticed through his own connections, he would have accomplished a great deal. But the guy who was in a hurry was actually planning to bomb. The old acquaintance that the chief captain contacted was an old hunter from hunting area 5. Many years ago, they had organized poaching hooks in the forest, and every time, they had executed according to the chief captain's plan in a low-key manner, and there had never been any mistakes. At the thought, the chief captain was a little angry and a little regretful, and he pinched his thigh a few times. Shouldn't have told him that the hunting target was Kamiki. I guess that guy lost his mind as soon as he heard that such an expensive prey existed in District 6, and threw away even the hunter's most basic quality, patience. In case that guy goes crazy and really bombs, things will definitely not be able to hide, only to get rid of him first. Before returning to the tent, he had already given an order through the encrypted channel with the 2 close hunters sent to search for the godwood. First go to hunting area 5 to assassinate his old acquaintances, and the hunting of the godwood could be delayed for a little longer. An old acquaintance making such an accident disturbed the chief captain and made him anxious. He feared both that his target would escape to another hunting area in the time he was delayed, and that the godswood would continue to grow, for according to the information provided by Bigard, the tree had already assembled a group of soldiers. Prey with higher intelligence can be tough to deal with. He scratched the back of his head, then pushed the wolf on the board forward 2 squares. Bigard ate the chief captain's wolf with a tiger. Ah! Missed it! The chief captain slapped his thigh heavily. You seem a bit distracted. How can you be distracted playing chess? Bigard said coldly. When his sight came into contact with his sharp gaze, the chief captain winced in his heart. People who were calculating plots and tricks in their hearts were most afraid of meeting the eyes of others, and Bigard's gloomy looks intensified the chief captain's heartfelt fear. He swallowed and digressed. Bigard, why do you think there are only animals and no humans inside the pieces of the fight chess game? Isn't it simple? From mice to elephants, humans eat them all. Even the strongest animals are at the bottom of the food chain, and civilization is the top of the food chain. According to your theory, if animals also formed a civilization, shouldn't they be playing on the same board as humans? Well, that's a question I've never pondered before. Bigard cupped his chin in contemplation for a moment and lit a cigarette. But in my experience, before animals formed civilizations, Chief Captain, the entrance is open. A young hunter interrupted the duo's conversation. Alright, ha ha ha, everyone gather, prepare to start. The Chief Captain stood up and yelled loudly. All of a sudden, the construction site was in full swing, and all of the hunters double-checked their gear to make sure their guns and their bodies were in tip-top shape. After the drilling vehicles moved out of the way, they worked hand and foot to assemble the huge camouflage tent directly above the hole. Even if a drone from another hunting area were to pass overhead, they would just think of that tent as a hunting camp. The hunters, meanwhile, all lined up around the entrance, while a large number of white phosphorus grenades were thrown into the interior of the tunnel, roasting the larvae to dryness. It both removes the threat near the entrance and provides some illumination. The relic hunters were all hand-picked warriors, and each one's physical qualities far exceeded those of the ordinary hunters that Bigard had once led. Seeing the chief captain gesture a departure, they took out their loaded weapons and jumped into the cave. Only Bigard slowly and leisurely slid down the ropes. This place again. The lamps on the helmets illuminated the bug corpses and masses of broken eggshells at their feet, and sandwiched in between were the remnants of hunters already gnawed away to nothing more than grimy white bones and helmets. Bigard walked over to the bones and found the warped metal dog tags nearby, which he carefully picked up and put in his pocket. Prior to Operation 068, these kids got along well with him, because he never touched targets that were too valuable. The team always made it back to camp safely, and in the long run, the team formed a brotherly relationship with him. This relationship exists only in Bigard's ranks. After all, no matter whether it was an ordinary hunter or a warrior, we all lived the days of licking blood from the tip of the sword, relying on killing to earn a living, and the camaraderie of fellow soldiers and whatnot was just too nebulous. It is this team under the chief captain that is more in keeping with the style of the hunting profession. So, seeing Bigard's action of picking up the dog tags, the chief captain standing on the side actually laughed out. Bigard, you're so funny. It's the first time I've seen a sentimental hunter like you, despite having a gloomy face. Ha ha ha. Though acting as a guide, Bigard had pre-coded all the rotary wing scouts and war dogs, and based on the data he provided, the vanguard of robots had quickly put together a 3D map so the hunters were already following the deeper routes. And because Bigard was crouched on the ground picking up dog tags, the two had pulled away from the hunters by a small distance. But, seemingly sure that he couldn't see the backs of the other hunters, Bigard grinded to his feet. Just a habit. From being a soldier before. So that's how it is. But it's really a romantic ceremony exclusively for soldiers. The chief captain continued to flirt. How about telling me about that time? Which battlefield did you serve in to come? What did you stab me with? Bigard, who forcefully pressed the liquid in the syringe to the bottom with a single push, lowered his voice. Chief Captain, when I was a soldier, I did a lot of dishonorable things that I don't really want to look back on. So let's continue the conversation we just had about fighting chess. What do you mean? Before an animal forms a civilization, humans will do anything to nip it in the bud, right? Because risk prevention is something that humans are very good at. What does fighting chess have to do with you stabbing me with a needle? Enraged at being stabbed with a syringe, the chief captain clenched his fist and jabbed it towards the small of Bigard's back, and the punch was completely blocked. He couldn't believe the fact that his punching speed as a warrior was slower than an ordinary man's. And not only that, Bigard, who had blocked the punch, immediately brought up his knee to return it, and his knee crashed against the chief captain's ribcage, causing him to stoop over and gasp for a few large breaths. Bigard continued the conversation. Even if the other party has not inflicted harm on me, they have posed a potential for inflicting harm on me, so I must take measures. Similarly, as a precautionary measure, a large dose of inhibitors has been injected into your body. Inhibitors are something that you should be familiar with. Hearing those three words, the chief captain's voice rose 2 degrees in fright. Inhibitors? Where did you get that from? Why are you plotting to kill the officer in the middle of an operation? Relic hunters? Non-existent department. Your information is classified in the company's files, making it difficult to investigate. However, I have at least been a frontline commander, and I can figure out how many manpower the team has, and what they are in charge of in each, just by taking simple notes at the hunting site. So, counting the ones that died in the attack at the delivery point, there should be 57 hunters that went underground. You left 4 to guard the entrance, and only 51 entered the tunnel. Where did the 2 missing from the team go? Can't answer? Another kick to the chief captain's forehead caused him to stagger and roll a few meters, cracking the shell of an insect egg. Hiss, this baby. Put. The baby worm that had broken out of its shell ate a whole pike of bullets and shattered into several pieces that fell on the chief captain, who was covering his chest. The guard kicked away the worm carcass and picked the chief captain up and removed his helmet. Give me an honest account of what you know, what the company knows, and what the hell you're playing at. One by one. Nice try. Do you really think we relic hunters are vegetarians? The guard mutiny. All retreat. The chief captain who was affected by the inhibitor was powerless to resist. He could only use all his strength on his voice. Only after he had shouted 3 times in a row did Bigard hand the chief captain the total control of the communication device he was holding, and shook it several times, and gave him a couple of bibbies. Go ahead and shout through your throat. The chief captain's expression of wanting to fight him immediately became well behaved. Not only are all of the communication channels cracked by me, but I also have control of all of the rotary wing scouts and war dogs for this operation. With that, Bigard pressed a button on an unfamiliar mini device underneath his helmet in front of the chief captain, and continued to intimidate in the chief captain's voice. Also, those dozens of hunters in there are no longer your men now. Is that clear? Traitor Bigard. After the interrogation, he removed the morale badge from the chief captain's shoulder. The information the chief captain eventually spilled out would take him some time to digest. The fact that the godswood was worth sky-high prices on the black market, that the hunters in Sector 5 had been poaching, and that the 2 men sent out were on their way to solve a potential crisis didn't concern him for the moment. The only thing that mattered to him quite a bit right now, based on the runes on that tunnel, the chief captain had surmised that the ruins here might induce a fusion aberration in the mutated creatures, and that was the reason why it was able to fetch a high price. In case the giant worm had undergone a fusion aberration, the optimal choice to mine the mysterious relic inside the tunnel was to absolutely avoid conflict with the giant worm. Now he himself must catch up with the hunter force ahead and account for several specific tactical options. But after continuing to advance a few hundred meters deeper into the wormhole, he heard a sound that was absolutely impossible to hear in this wormhole. Captain Shane, how is it possible that is hallucinating? Captain Bigard, it's me. This place is dark and gloomy. How could you bear to forget me here? I have waited for you at last. Judging by the voice, it was indeed Shane, but Shane never spoke in such a frivolous and flirty way. The strange human voice caused Bigard's spine to be thoroughly wet with cold sweat, and he scrambled to pluck 2 white phosphorus grenades from his belt and hurl them towards the source of the sound. The firelight illuminated the shadowy corner as if it were daylight outside the cave, and the worm that crawled there against the dirt wall trembled all over from the flames, followed by Shane's voice in a mournful scream. Ah, that hurts. Immediately afterward, the cavern shook slightly for a few moments. The shaking also brought Bigard out of his shock, and he immediately roared and aimed his assault rifle at Shane. The face, larger than a dump truck, screamed again, its already melted face becoming even uglier as layers of wrinkled insect skin suddenly unfolded to reveal sharp teeth. Hiss dash. Captain Bigard, you're so cruel. Miranda gently rubs away the bruises at the needle hole after injecting Shane with the inhibitor. Inhibitors provide the opposite effect of enhancers, and are used on the battlefield to weaken fighters, in addition to being used to stack patients who have fallen victim to the use of enhancers. Bigard had paid Miranda heavily before he left, and bought down enough inhibitors not only to give Shane a full course of treatment, but also to have a surplus. It was a small detail that made Miranda mentally compliment the brooding man. She hadn't realized that Bigard, despite having the look that the world owed him money and abusing violence, had an attentive and gentle side. Ms. Shane has met a good man. She quietly envied Shane as she prepared the rest of the oral medication for her. However, as she brought the pills and water to Shane and bent down, she felt sympathy for the pretty girl who had lost a limb, both young and beautiful, but unfortunately lost both her right hand and both legs in the hunt. It's a brutal business, being a warrior. It must have hurt. I wish I had gotten it back then. Although poor people like Ms. Shane were in the forest with danger every day, the mutant creature material they brought back also greatly improved medical technology. If I had come in time to bring back my lost legs and arms, I wouldn't be in a wheelchair. Alas, thrown in the forest, but not by wild animals. Miranda shivered and shook her head at the thought of that horrible devouring scene. Miranda's little gesture of shivering while squinting and shaking her head made Shane ask curiously, "Hey, Miss Nurse, I'm the one who's being attacked by a syringe. Like you're in more pain than I am." "Well, sorry for thinking of something not so good. Something bad. Are you referring to the wound I received?" But this kind of injury should be common within warriors. Haven't you ever treated someone coming down from battle, Miranda? I've never been to a war hospital, but I did come into contact with some people like you, Ms. Shane, at the convalescent home. The words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then you're still making a fuss. Isn't it normal to have fewer arms and legs on the battlefield? Was swallowed back by Shane. She understood the meaning of the look Miranda had just given her, sympathy. There is a huge difference between the warriors who can be placed in a recreational facility and themselves. They've done their battlefield service, and after completing their treatment, they'll also be fitted with prosthetics or undergo mutant fusion regeneration surgery to return to the battlefield and continue to fight for the company. But a failed investment like his own pure loss was only kept from being reduced to a pot of medicine for testing enhancers and inhibitors because of Bigard's protection. In fact, Shane was very aware that it was the defeated among the fighters who were the majority. The number of medication jars relative to the quality assets that reside in recreational homes is too numerous to even count. They are as weak as they are. The inferior beings that my old self used to talk about. If my past self had been sympathized with by Miranda and treated like an inferior creature, I'm sure he would have been on fire, Shane thought to himself. But today, she didn't have the slightest huff in the face of such a Miranda. Every day since Bigard had rescued her from the sewers, she had felt a little bit of the anger in her heart that had nowhere to go dissipate. Before becoming a warrior, a child like her wouldn't have been cared for. After becoming a warrior, the doctors and instructors were also only concerned with the statistics that indicated each ability. Only this last month has not been quite the same. The unparalleled care she had received for a month had taken away her fear of being seen as weak. Weak? Shane looked out the window thoughtfully. Miranda, can you accompany me to that place again today? You mean the neighborhood that gets rocks and soda bottles thrown at it by little kids? Well, is it okay if we go today at noon? Miranda, you're so much better at this than Captain Bigard, so if it's not too much trouble for you, let's bring some snacks over. Such a novelty Miranda had never experienced before, and she immediately replied with her brightest smile. Aha! I'll go get ready. As she passed through the dark alley with the cookies and basketball, Miranda asked curiously, Ms. Shane, actually, after I came back from there, I had a doubt in my mind as to why the kids were so hostile to you. Her words made Shane's eyes flooded with despair, and his voice became melancholy. The children who lived in that place either went to Pleasant Street when they grew up, or became the fighters who watched over the scene in Pleasant Street, and becoming a warrior had been the best way out, and they all, without exception, longed to be chosen. At that, she looked up at Miranda behind her. So it's time to go live happily ever after having become a warrior, not to come back here after having become a bereaved dog and shatter their bright illusions about the future. Understood, Ms. Shane. Miranda put a hand on Shane's shoulder. I'm unarmed today. I won't scare the kids. The two men smiled at each other. The moment they turned the corner, a few of the kids who had thrown rocks and soda bottles the last time happened to be walking towards the duo. The intersection just happened to be next to Shane's main destination for today's old trip, an old basketball court. Hey, kiddo, she grinned widely and gave a friendly wave, but the other side didn't appreciate it. Tisk, the oldest kid wriggled away, and the raggedy-clad followers grunted in his fashion. However, Shane's next question triggered the keyword, kid, have you guys had lunch yet? Ha! The youngest child clasped her hands to her chest and turned her face with a beak. Hey, don't be so fierce. Last time you guys threw things at me, I don't care. I even brought some delicious food today. Small token of appreciation. Make a friend. How about it? As Shane verbally seduced the children, Miranda opened the jar of cookies. Humph, you want to buy us off with a mere morsel? We don't make friends with the weak. When we become warriors, we'll be able to eat and drink every day. Ignore her. Let's go. Hey, let's go. What are you waiting for? The older kid got more and more agitated as he gradually realized that his orders weren't working on these little followers, and the kids all came up to Shane and Miranda's side with their palms outstretched. It's delicious. That's natural. It's made with pure animal cream and tastes better than any store on this block makes. Miranda is very proud of her ingredients and cooking skills. Finally, the youngest child exuded a look of dismay after devouring all the cookies in the jar. Sister, will you come back tomorrow? That's up to you guys. Just don't throw rocks at me and I'll come. TSK, what are you doing here? Just to bring us food? The older kid looked at Shane through his nostrils and pouted as he asked without a smile. I didn't give birth to you guys, so if you want to solve your eating problems, go back to your own moms. Shane took down the pocket net hanging next to his wheelchair and slapped the basketball twice with his left hand. I'm here to make friends. Looking for a ball player. Know how to play ball? How about practicing with me? Ha? You're playing ball in a wheelchair? All the kids were wide-eyed. When I was a kid, I was the king of the ball in this place. Do you have the guts to challenge me? If you lose to a wheelchair-bound person, you won't have the face to hang around here. let alone become a warrior. TSK, what a big mouth. Come on, one-on-one. The older kid who was so provoked lunged up and was about to reach out to grab the basketball from Shane's hand. Shane came to life, the corners of his mouth quirking as his left hand pressed the basketball downward with deft force. Bang dash came the sound of the basketball hitting the ground. No, that's not the sound a basketball makes. Shane, little sister? Warm blood sprayed Shane's face as the kid's hand came within centimeters of grabbing the basketball. As his body fell limply, Shane saw the gun-toting murderer across the road, and Miranda reacted, quickly stepping in front of the wheelchair before the other man could fire a second shot, and pushing Shane hard out of the way. The wheelchair was pushed behind cover when the second shot rang out, and Miranda yelled out to Shane before she collapsed in a mouthful of blood. Ms. Shane, run away. Ah, asshole. Don't run. Don't run. The murderer chased after him toward the street corner, carrying a pistol. The man was bald and slightly built. Shane had seen the man at the company's command headquarters, where he had been Bigard's superior. The moment Miranda fell, Shane had already quickly sorted out the intelligence of the scene with his former combat experience. This bald man was clearly coming for himself, for reasons unknown. The teenager was afraid it was hopeless, but Miranda was shot in the abdomen, so maybe there was a chance of survival. Since the murderer was targeting himself, he should have been lured away immediately, and a passerby might have called an ambulance for Miranda. The teenager's blood stained Shane's entire face, and no one could see her expression clearly now. However, the eyes that were not drenched in blood once again projected the same fierce light that they had when they were killing in the forest. The wheelchair was quickly steered and drifted with one hand as she pushed it into the doorway of a store on the side of the road that had no business. Now that Shane was hiding in a position that the bald man must not be able to see, the two of them were separated by the residential house on the corner of the street as a cover. The opponent ran so slowly that Shane even had to linger for a moment in the store's entrance in order to lure him into a combat situation that was favorable to him. It wasn't until the bald head appeared from the corner of the street, and after making sure the other party's eyes were in contact with his own, Shane quickly propelled his wheelchair and rushed inside the store. Miranda hadn't brought a weapon out with her, but against a civilian like Baldy, Shane was confident he could be defeated with his bare hands. The store was a hair salon and there was no one inside except the owner. Shane gave him a color and the owner didn't need her to say anything, he just obediently left the store down the back door. Anyone who sets up store in this awful neighborhood has long since become accustomed to all kinds of brawling scenes. By the time the bald gunman panted and felt his way into the store, the owner had already run out a few hundred meters. Come out, you're the culprit. I know, 067, 068, you're the one who screwed up, right? You made me lose my job. Baldy cursed as he looked around the salon for Shane. You know what's annoying? Bigard and you are living a good life, but only I. Nothing. I really don't understand what kind of trick Bigard pulled. He quit and got me fired. And what happened? He rarely do this kind of use force to solve things. The pressure makes him sweaty. Shortness of breath. Eyes also blinking. The results of that boy is good. Leaving me behind. He went back to the company to resume his job. And also offered such a high price to take care of you considerately. Ah, shit. Only the world that I was injured reached. You two are happy, right? Let me tell you, if old me is having a bad day, you two won't be able to have a good time either. I can't get rid of Bigard, but you cripple. Ha ha ha, today is the day you die. I can't wait to see what Bigard's face will be when he comes back from his hard work to complete his mission and knows that his little beauty died tragically on the streets. Ha 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 ha. Baldy finally found the wheelchair in the doorway of the hair salon bathroom, and he laughed madly. Ha ha, found you. Come out nice and easy. I can still make sure you die a good death. As he approached the bathroom, he pointed his gun at the doorway. The moment he kicked the bathroom room door open with force, Shane's figure plummeted from the roof, the handle of the metal comb in her mouth stabbing straight into the bald man's jugular under the force of gravity. What's wrong with me being crippled? Don't underestimate the handicapped. Making sure the bald head was broken, Shane scrambled back into his wheelchair and immediately rushed toward where Miranda had collapsed. Miranda, how's it going? The few children next to the pool of blood were like lost souls, crouching on the ground in a ball and bawling. The older kid who took the first shot for Shane had no pulse. Miranda is still breathing faintly. Shane hurriedly pulled his cell phone out of his breast pocket and prepared to call an ambulance. And the call had just connected when the stranger behind her suddenly reached out and snatched the phone from her hand and threw it a long way away. Hey, crazy bitch. Long time no see. Struck in the head by a heavy object and about to fall into vertigo. Shane recognized the voice. Half a month ago, Bigard finally mentioned some memories from Operation 068 to Shane himself. The first time in his hunting career that he had been stabbed in the back by one of his own people was during this action. A few hours ago, a tall, thin man in a deliveryman's uniform infiltrated the company's campus. He used to be an employee here, and on his first day on the job here, he cracked the internal network of this place with his superior hacking skills. Most of the information he was able to surreptitiously browse through as long as it was below that bold tier of confidentiality. So, easily opening the coded door from the command to the engine room was not a difficult task for him. The infiltration of the engine room was primarily for a machine. The video recorded by that rotary-winged scout was too well protected. If he hadn't poked around in the company's communication channels and emails for some clues, he would have never known that the 068 operation he had been a part of involved ancient relics. It was all because of that crazy woman Shane's multiple hands and feet, or else she would have gotten a piece of such valuable prey herself anyway. To make matters worse, after escaping back from that forest, he realized that Bigard hadn't died in the worm's den, and neither had that pesky crazy girl. By that time, he had already anticipated his certain doom. Bigard was not dead, and sooner or later he would shake out his defection, so he immediately set out to buy a fake identity. Unsurprisingly, not many days later, after secretly selling his assets, his original identity became black. He considered many ways out, and the best option for him was to take what little money he had left and live in a different city-state. But just the day before he was to leave the harbor, he learned the news of the unthinkable. That Bigard guy actually returned to the company and went on a mission to hunt that relic. This made him realize once again the great business opportunity, and he started to plan this operation. The door to the engine room was opened. The rotor scout is excited to be activated, thinking he's going on a mission, and as soon as he does, he'll be able to get back to his dad's side. Daddy! Ha! Who are you? You're not Dadby. You're the crew. You're the living team member. But how come your personal file was erased? What are you doing copying my data? The tall, thin man who had gotten all the records of Operation 068 left the corporate campus and returned home too hyper to sleep. The price, buyer, well, are solved. The rest is how to make that kid Bigard immediately send the prey to my hands. This guy's soft underbelly. Ha 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 ha. Based on the intel captured by the dark alley cameras, he already knew that Shane had been in a neighborhood where no one even cared if there was a shooting. By no coincidence, through the means of camera hacking, a few days earlier he had learned something else. Bigard's former boss had not only lost his job but was in debt and had gotten Bigard badly beaten up. Hospital? Why am I here? That ceiling was all too familiar to Miranda. As a caretaker, she recognized where she was the first moment she opened her eyes. When they saw her wake up, a couple of kids next to the hospital bed started crying at the top of their lungs, and the noise muffled the ambulance for a few moments. So it's you, guys. Miranda recognized them as the cookie-eating kids. Where's Miss Shane? She asked the question breathlessly. According to the information provided by these children, Ms. Shane, whom you were in charge of babysitting, should have been kidnapped. Miranda, you're a very good caretaker. How did you make such a serious mistake in your first dereliction of duty? The person who answered her was a colleague from the caretaking department. This person pointed at a few children and continued to chatter. If it wasn't for these nuisances helping you hand in a call for an ambulance, you'd have gotten yourself into it as well. I'm short of manpower right now. You're really good at causing trouble for others. Miranda was completely deaf to any words, racking her brain to remember the shooting. The assailants kidnapped Shane, not killed him. It is evidently directed at Mr. Bigard. She caught her colleague's wrist hard, and pleaded anxiously, please inform Mr. Bigard at once, and tell him to come back. There is something odd about this. Oh, about that. The colleague invited several children outside the ward and locked the door. The hunting site's contact with the outside world has been cut off because of this incident. But just in case, Miranda, from now on you will be under 724 surveillance. You have no right to disclose the incident about Miss Shane's disappearance to Mr. Bigard. This is the meaning of the hunting command. If the truth is delayed until after Mr. Bigard returns from his successful completion of the relic hunting mission and delivers the goods, your mistake is written off. The cuirass's bullet holes had begun to scab over, and it took advantage of the darkness to take another test flight. Two of the animal squad that had rescued her back to Fishmouth Peak had left the house, and Trisha was a little uneasy, but the injury she had just sustained hadn't healed completely, and she couldn't now fly at the speed or distance she had before she was captured by the humans. So, after just one hover, it returned to the top of Yang Jiju's head. His favorite hunting area was no longer thick with smoke, but the large group of humans were nowhere to be seen, and a huge tent had been left somewhere in the worm pit. Not knowing exactly what the humans were doing in their heads, Trisha was curious, and Yang Jiju was interested in something else. The drilling stopped at the same time the hunters were no longer as active in the construction as they had been earlier, so he was pretty sure that the large group of tricky hunters had entered the hole in the ground, and 9 times out of 10 their target was the giant worm. Since humans were no longer active on the ground, An escape artist like Snowflake was able to continue some simple scouting in the forest. Since returning from rescuing Tsuehua, trees have been falling frequently in the southern mountains, and tonight, Snowflake and Monkey's goal is to investigate the anomalies there. The tacit understanding of this combination of light cavalry was now different from the old days, and it did not take much time to return to Fishmouth Peak, and it came back with an important clue: a human arm. According to the monkey's report, the human was mixed with a large pile of mutant creature corpses, and those mutant creature corpses all showed the dried-up appearance after the air had been extracted, and the area where the trees fell left extensive signs of brown bear activity. Yang Jiju recalled the combat in which the squad had gone to rescue Cui Hua. Interesting, a survivor actually exists inside the beast that dragged the human. But it doesn't matter. Yang Jiju picked up the human arm and scrutinized it carefully. This thing has grown on me. Hunting licenses for hunting area 6. Looking at the morale badge on the human's arm, he muttered, "How many zones are there in zone 6? Wearing this license only allows you to hunt in zone 6. So what kind of relationship is there between the different hunting zones?" Suddenly, a fire that shot straight up into the sky appeared in the direction directly south of Fishmouth Peak. Curious, Yang Jiju stretched her huddled trunk up, and tiptoed up to the roots of the tree. Before she barely managed to peel herself over the edge of the fissure in Fishmouth Peak to peek at the small commotion taking place on the south side of the forest. The fire was moving slowly, but the flare was completely above the flare. Flares? The area lit up by the flare happened to have collapsed several large trees. From its position, the surviving brown bear had almost reached the southern coast by crossing the edge of the hilly terrain. Seeing this, Yang Jiju was struck by an idea and immediately made a gesture to the monkey probe again. Monkey led the way, put on the human helmet he had retrieved from amongst the pile of corpses and bones just now for protection from the wind, gave a dashing tug on the reins, and a gust of wind once again left Fishmouth Peak. But this trip was quite a distance away, and by the time that gust of wind returned to Fishmouth Peak again, the air was on the verge of condensing dew. Even with the sunrise approaching, Yang Jiju made an extremely bold decision. The information brought back by the monkey forced him to choose so. As soon as they heard the scouting report, the entire Fishmouth Peak was abuzz with activity, and everyone got busy in unison. Turtle and the wolves led the young milk wolves back to the wolf's den, which was obviously safer than Fishmouth Peak, which was completely open. Since none of the main fighting forces were stationed there, Tsuehua stayed alone at Fishmouth Peak to improvise since she was able to fly and escape on her own. And the main fighting force, Snowflake, Monkey, Wolf King, and Yang Jiju all rushed to the location where the flare had just lit up as fast as they could while it was still light. The intelligence brought back by the monkeys is summarized in these items. There are a few human tents in the area. The insignia they wear on their shoulders is different from the one in District 6. Brown bears have been captured alive, and there are a very large number of cages in that area holding all kinds of live animals. When we got there, we saw 2 humans attacking the humans in the tent. It was strange. Humans firing on humans. I don't know what purpose those 2 people attacked, but they are quite good at picking the right time, taking advantage of the brown bear and the people in the tent to join the battle. Cunning very well. Strike while the fire is burning. How could I not pick up such a time-saving and labor-saving cheap ha ha. When everyone left the foot of Fishmouth Peak, in order to catch up with the snowflakes, Yang Jiju used the roots of the tree to learn the arthropod's model to build up the strength to bounce and walk on the ground. And this sky-high tree smashed a crater every time it landed on the ground, hiding out like an old man in the days of Fishmouth Peak, raising flowers and growing vegetables every day. It had been a long time since he'd run so painfully wild through the woods. A huge tree running through the forest was practically a living, breathing bag of conspicuousness, but this was a situation he knew in his heart today. The brown bear had only encountered a small group of humans even after all that commotion in the forest, and at a time like this, don't hide at all. When it's time to be meticulous, it's time to be brave. Must move. Squirrels, rabbits, and hedgehogs huddled together shivering and discussing the route to move. There were few critters like them and everyone was scared silly. A month ago, there was a fire and a big earthquake in the northern arbor forest, and a large number of ruthless characters moved inside the southern mountains, causing the original order to be disrupted, and the various territories underwent a reformation, with the overlords changing places, and the small animals that survived in the cracks suffered. As a result, this night a brown bear that had just completed the construction of the aircy went crazy and pushed all the way flat, fighting from north to south and taking out all the new overlords. This crazy bear ran south to kill the area with the most human activity on one foot, and then came a gust of wind, a wolf, and a giant tree heading to the same location on the next. We can't stay in this place for another day. Let's move to the top of the mountain. Squirrel pointed to Fishmouth Peak, and rabbit and hedgehog nodded frequently. Monkey reined in Breakcat, and Snowflake drifted about 10 meters before stopping. The human camp on fire is just around the corner. A large number of cages held living mutant creatures inside, the most dangerous of which, the big ones, were asleep, anesthetized. A dozen or so human corpses fell on the ground, and after a careful stare with his compound eyes, the monkey recognized two among the corpses that weren't wearing their morale badges, the very same two men who attacked the camp, and none of the humans who survived wore helmets. Monkey couldn't help but grin. Holding Snowflake back a few steps, the big one is coming. A hunter who was counting the bodies heard a strange sound of crunching coming from the mountains and couldn't help but squint in that direction. A few balls appeared at the location of the strange noise. Hey guys, look, what's that? Hearing this, several of his companions looked up in the direction of his outstretched finger. What the heck? Flowers? It smells so good. Hey man, why are you pointing a gun at me? Ah, my nose, my lungs, me. The tumorous fruit was born in the ovary position of the flower. Yang Jiju even threw the flower and the fruit together towards the tent area. And all of a sudden, that camp was in a mess. The hallucinogenic effect of the flowers caused them to kill each other. And the tuberous fruit smashed into the ground, leaving a poisonous mist in which these unhelmeted hunters were exposed with absolutely no chance of survival. Hearing the screams gradually fade away, Yang Jiju pushed aside the layers of trees and appeared. There are about 10 tents in the camp, so there can't be just this many people. To be on the safe side, Yang Jiju temporarily prevented Snowflake and Wolf King from going forward to avoid being ambushed, and he himself stepped forward into the very center of the entire camp and began to check out the rooms one by one. A hunter hiding in a tent immediately put on his helmet after hearing the screams outside and kept watch with his gun aimed at the doorway of the tent, his eyes glaring like barbells because he was too nervous. Inside the night first came a bear. We cannot easily join forces to clean up. And then appeared two drugged madmen. Fortunately their own battalion is also equipped with a few drugged warriors, or pay a heavy price to solve the other side. Who knows that this is not much a while, and then there are door to cause trouble. Today must be a watery day, he said, staring at the entrance to the tent with a sweaty head, thinking in his heart that if he survived, he must go back and cross the fire pit to get rid of the bad luck. The moment the curtain at the entrance to the tent was lifted, he pulled the trigger to empty his clip. Several tentacles were shattered by the bullets. Octopus? The hunter changed magazines while guessing what kind of monster he had encountered, but was surprised to see 5 tentacles reaching in again and actually gesturing. The middle finger gesture. Shit, this isn't a mutated creature. This is a demon, right? Mom, I wanna go home. The hunter hissed loudly and pulled the trigger again. But suddenly, fierce light shot straight into his eyes that were glaring like barbells. His eyeballs felt the pain as if he were looking directly into the sun, and he lost his vision completely. And in a few seconds the helmet was removed as well, and he inhaled a mouthful of pungent vapor. First throw flashbangs, then poison gas. This trick is still the first time in actual combat. The effect is outstanding. Yang Jiju emptied every tent with the same maneuver, determining that there weren't any living people, and shallow-rooted his roots into the soil for earth, listening to sense that the only mutant creatures left in the vicinity were these in the cages, and then letting Snowflake and the Wolf King patrol around the campsite twice more. Yang Jiju was relieved that this firefighting went smoother than expected, but this was human territory after all. Who knew when reinforcements would arrive? And it was necessary to quickly count the loot and leave immediately. While examining the bodies, he saw the hunting licenses for Hunt Area 5 on the arms of these hunters. It turns out that this piece is Zone 5, and I don't know how the other zones are divided. It would be nice if this campground had a map of the entire forest. Monkey, search from tent to tent to see if there's a map. Yang Jiju carried out a gas mask from the tent where the equipment was displayed and handed it to Monkey. Next, let's see which of the cages can be taken back for training and which are suitable for devouring on the spot. Yang Jiju waved towards Snowflake and the Wolf King and rubbed the leaves towards the large cage where the mutant creatures were kept. However, the structure of this kind of cage was extremely strong. Even his current huge body could not forcefully break open the cage door. Fortunately, the locking mechanism was not a combination lock. There was a keyhole. Trouble, still have to find the key first. He turned to examine the bodies of the humans that had fallen to the ground, all of which had uniforms that all looked the same, and none of which looked like an officer. That's obviously not quite right. Suddenly, Yang Jiju only felt a chill down his spine, wanting to call out loudly, but because he was a tree unable to make a sound. In a hurry he immediately stood up tall to look for the figure of his 3 partners. Monkey, safe. Snowflake, safe. Wolf King. Seeing the human who was fighting with the Wolf King in one place, Yang Jiju immediately bent the roots of the tree and jumped up with maximum strength. In terms of speed, this way of moving was already his limit. However, that enemy was able to break free from the Wolf King's sharp teeth with a speed not dissimilar to Snowflake's, darted and climbed onto the wolf's back, then stabbed some sort of sharp weapon into the Wolf King's back. With the completion of the flowing movements, That figure quickly disappeared from Yang Jiju's field of vision. When he dropped from the air and reached the Wolf King's side, the Wolf King's body was no longer able to support its standing position, and the long sword sticking out of its back went straight through its chest cavity. The muscles of this gray wolf's body were simply as hard as steel, and its skeleton was even obviously several times harder than that of an ordinary gray wolf. To be able to create penetrating damage to the Wolf King at such a fast speed, and for him to be able to hide so well when his companions are all wiped out, this human is quite difficult to deal with. Yang Jiju gave the Wolf King a drink of nectar while notifying Snowflake and the monkeys by smashing the ground with a rumpled ball to make a noise. But when he heard the monkey's long-lost sonic ape cry, he knew he was another step behind. Shit! That high-pitched, booming ape cry rang out from the tent in the very center of the camp. Immediately following the ape's cry, the tent cracked open and the monkey popped out through the gap, narrowly missing the long sword behind him. If not for the effect of the ape's cry, the monkey would have been killed. But that voice just now had only slightly slowed down the human's movements by 30%, and even after receiving the shock of the sound wave, he was still able to continue attacking with his sword. Obviously, his equipment and strength were by no means matched by this ground full of corpses. Seeing his stance of arching his body and preparing to stab forward, Yang Jiju knew that the monkey definitely couldn't dodge the strike, but he himself couldn't reach that position fast enough to block the sword. However, the critical scene in front of him did not make Yang Jiju's hands busy. This time the attack on the camp. He brought all the absolutely reliable partners. He gently helped the Wolf King lower himself to the ground, arching his tree roots to build up his strength for the jump. Sure enough, thanks to the monkey's loud ape cry just now, a ghostly figure instantly pounced on the poised human. Hearing the monkey's call, Snowflake immediately exploded. Meow! Who dares to hurt this Meow Master's loyal slave? Now the only one in this camp who could match this human in speed was Snowflake, rushing to save the monkey before that sword thrust, only to see its normally well-behaved and cute cat face become ferocious, its nose all wrinkled up with 3 layers of lines, a cold murderous aura in its eyes, biting the human's neck and letting out a gust of low growls. But being so entangled didn't seem to do the trick. When this human was lying on the ground trying to struggle out from under the leopard's mouth, Yang Jiju saw clearly that what he was wearing was not the kind of camouflage clothing of ordinary hunters, but a layer of body armor. And although the location of the snowflake's lower mouth was fatal, not half a drop of blood flowed out. Hard armor, hard to penetrate with sharp weapons. Not good. The situation made his heart stutter as large tumor bulbs began to build up at the top of the trunk. Sure enough, the human who hadn't been mortally wounded by the sharp teeth felt a break in the tussle with Snowflake and reached down to squeeze the short-barreled shotgun at his waist directly against Snowflake's abdomen and pulled the trigger. The white fur was immediately dyed red with blood, and with an ow-ow a cry of pain, Snowflake collapsed helplessly onto the human body. The human was unharmed, and hastily rolled out from under the big cat's body ready to get up and deal with the rest of the monkeys in the big tree. However, even if his muscles were more developed and his motor nerves were more sensitive, his speed, which was indistinguishable from Snowflake's, needed to stand firm before he could exert it. Just in the moment when he was half kneeling and ready to stand up, an immense and incomparable tree tumor hammered down hard against his canopy. One-armed Wangbok fist Skyfall paraplegic. When this punch hit the human's head, Yang Jiju's entire body hung high in the air, and all the force conducted by the weight of the huge tree under the freefall motion converged on the tree tumor. The helmet was indeed hard and thick, but the human spine couldn't take that level of impact. Just as the fist hit, Yang Jiju heard the continuous sound of intervertebral discs shattering and crunching, just like firecrackers. For insurance purposes, even though the body inside the armor was already severely twisted and deformed, Yang Jiju still wrapped all of his limbs with his roots, spreading them into a large shape, and then, the large tumor ball shrunk into a small tumor ball. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The fan-like rotating fist slammed down, continuously swinging hundreds of punches, to make sure that the chest and abdomen position of that armor had been squeezed as thin as dumpling skin. Yang Jiju only withdrew his hand. His carelessness in searching the camp just now had caused Snowflake and the Wolf King to be seriously injured, and he no longer dared to make any mistakes. After determining that it was impossible for the human to stand up again, Yang Jiju hurriedly checked Snowflake's injuries. Fortunately, the other party was inconveniently aiming when it was tangling with the human just now, and most of the bullets flew out through the flesh. The few that remained in the body were only stuck in the cracks of the bones, and it didn't take much time for Yang Jiju to easily remove the warheads. Drinking the nectar, Snowflake was able to limp around, looking like the same beaten-up person he once was when he came to harass Fishmouth Peak. So what's next? Are you going to submit to me or let me eat you? Yang Jiju, who had found the key from the paperman, paced around the cage. Taming Snowflake, bribing the Wolf King, and rescuing Suehua have all taken several twists and turns, and with the animals in the cage having never met each other before, Yang Zhizhu isn't sure they'll be able to return to the fold, but this is not a big problem. Even if none of the saved animals are willing to follow back to Fish Mouth Peak to serve, all devoured on the spot is. Let's start with you. A big animal like you who can push trees down with your own strength is exactly the kind of labor force that Fishmouth Peak desperately needs right now. Looking at the brown bear that had just woken up and was rubbing its eyes in a daze inside the cage, Yang Zhizhu opened the cage door and handed a flower to it. But I didn't think the big, burly animal would appreciate it at all. Mom and Dad, I'm especially powerful now that I've devoured my big brother and second brother. So powerful that I can take revenge for you. That big tree is standing right in front of me. Xiong Laosan recognized the enemy in front of him and stood up with his teeth bared without a second thought. But its bare paw had not yet touched the tree. Suddenly heard an ape cry from the vicinity. Xiong Laosan's sight immediately turned over, just as the sharp arrow shot by the monkey pierced into the eye socket. Devouring mutated creatures. Gaining air 511. After witnessing Big Tree whip the brown bear that had been making such a ruckus in the forest into bear jerky, the rest of the prisoners became quite well behaved. Without exception, the animals that climbed out of the cages lay on the ground one by one, turning their bellies over. When they were watching the battle in the cage just now, they had witnessed the whole process of Big Tree treating the snow leopard and the gray wolf with nectar, and they had long had the intention of recognizing their masters. Besides, the difference in strength was clear at a glance, and they wouldn't be foolish enough to learn from that brown bear's lack of knowledge. One flying squirrel in particular had just gotten out of the smallest cage and climbed up into the canopy chirping and calling, but unfortunately Yang Zhizhu couldn't understand it at all. After gibbering for a long time, the flying squirrels, realizing that they couldn't speak the language, immediately glided down to the ground and poked their hands violently at the human corpses that had been smashed into paperweights. When the flying squirrel made this confused action, the expression on his face became more and more tense, so that Yang Zhizhu could not help but pay attention to it. He bent down to carefully observe the human wrist that the flying squirrel was pointing at, and only then did he see clearly the strange instrument on the wrist. Dynamic information is displayed above the LCD screen. Arrived at predetermined location. Automatic bombing begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended with the sound of an explosion that echoed repeatedly from the direction of Hunt Area 6. Disturbed by the sound, the heavily injured Wolf King let out a long whine with tears in the corner of his eyes, and pulled his legs up to run in the direction of his home. The children subjects are staying in the wolf's den. It is the head of a clan. Humph. It's fortunate that I'm prepared. Resentment built up in the old hunter in the gauntlet after he interrogated the two warriors without shoulder patches. After years of working with that bastard who specializes in hunting relics, this guy is so ruthless that he actually found someone to assassinate me. If it wasn't for the fact that I had planted a few warriors within my team, I would really have died for no reason. Since that's the case, why don't you just die under the ground as well and accompany your relics to a long sleep? I'm going to keep that divine wood all to myself. He scratched his head as he planned. The long-standing cooperation was all about the other party contacting the buyers and transportation. Even if he did take out the divine wood, how he would sell it was still a problem. Blow it up first anyway. He opened the software for remote control on his wrist meter and set up a route just right to blow the wormhole down. Start bombing this path first, in order to seal the relic hunters all the way to the ground. The next route, he set up for subsequent rounds of bombardment that would virtually flatten the entire 6th hunting district. According to his old partner's intel, Kamiki had once taken a bombardment and not died, so the probability of his prey burning to ashes directly in the bombardment was extremely low. The young hunter who had just set up the line and was outside the tent counting casualties called out, "Hey guys, look, what's that?" Then the camp began to riot. Knowing that the attack must not be simple, he hurriedly injected the enhancer into his body and hid in the woods outside the camp on the strength of his extremely high movement speed. And when he got a good look at the incoming enemy, his heart jumped into his throat. The sacred wood he was about to go hunting for actually came to his door. How can you pass up an opportunity like this? Drawing his long sword, he then darted toward the gray wolf, who seemed to be in the highest degree of danger, who finally stopped. Scared me to death. Yang Zhizhu finally used her fingers to complete the operation on the meter. At this point the base is so scared it slips out of the bark and the roots of the tree go limp and sit on the ground. After the countdown stopped just now, that meter actually showed, the next round of bombing starts in 25 seconds. In the heat of the moment, he immediately grabbed the palm of the hunter wearing the gauntlet that had not been smashed to try to operate the software on the instrument. I did not expect that the app was designed to be both simple and user-friendly. A few light strokes of the finger, and successfully cancelled the bombing, and the drone was in the state of hovering standby. Seeing that the bombardment had stopped, the flying squirrels were giddy, squeezing their eyebrows and chirping. "You little thing, you're still quite smart. You can take great credit." Yang Zhizhu reached out her tentacles to gently stroke its little head. I guess I must have been observing human behavior a lot while being held here to deduce that the drones were operated with this thing. What a little wit. The Wolf King, who had been struggling to run home, made sure that Fishmouth Peak was not blown up, and let go of his heart, spitting out blood and fainting. In the battle just now, it was the one that suffered the most serious injuries. It's safe. Now we can go home. Carrying both the Wolf King and Snowflake on his shoulders, Yang Jiju stretched out the tree branch to signal the group to follow and prepare for evacuation. Both human arms were puckered off, and as he hurried along, he fiddled with the other apps inside the device, not realizing that this thing gave a little surprise. The longed-for map has finally arrived, and it even has a 3D effect and height map. What's more, this map not only showed the entire terrain of the trial forest, but also marked the range of activities and delivery hubs of the squads in the 5th hunting area. This delivery hub is very close to it. Well, the squad's goods are concentrated here, and then loaded into containers and pulled to the harbor through large vehicles. Gosh, there are so many goods today. Personnel deployment. After running through the information on the map, he suddenly stopped and looked down at the dozens of mutated creatures that were following him in a vast array of preparations to return to Fishmouth Peak. I've got both ground troops and enough drones to level the 6th hunting district. So what's the point of going home, one way or the other? He immediately called the monkey to him and explained the new plan to him. The monkey patted his chest and promised, then found a hidden place by the roadside to guard the injured Snowflake and the Wolf King. And Yang Jiju himself turned toward the south with his vast army of animals. The little flying squirrel overhead began to chirp and yell again, and also danced with his hands, flaunting his appearance like a high-ranking officer giving a speech to the soldiers. All of the strongest humans in the entire trial forest were underneath the wormhole, and they were somehow bombarded with rounds of hunters from Hunting District 5 for whatever reason. Take advantage of this opening to take out the delivery center and rob another batch of goods. After arriving at the location marked on the map as the delivery hub, Yang Jiju leaned down on a short dirt slope and looked out, and sure enough the place was frequented by vehicles, and the equipment of the personnel stationed there appeared to be no different from that of an ordinary hunter. Seeing the way they talked and laughed as they counted the animals' organs, a handful of anger instantly surged up. Humph. I'll let you all have a taste of what I've suffered. The finger traced a straight line on the screen. Route set successfully. The next round of bombing will begin in 90 seconds. Civilians noticed something not quite right on the surveillance equipment. It seems like it's been half an hour since we've had any communication from our sector bordering Sector 6, right? And why did the drone just now? Before he could finish his words, the door to the small office room behind him was violently pushed open, and a boss in a tie yelled at every employee in the office. Why did our drones go to Sector 6? That's someone else's company's territory. Ask the squad leader at the front line which team is messing things up. Sir, that anomalous set of drones is not in Sector 6. It's over our heads. What's the point of flying over our heads when you're not on a mission? Ask quickly. Which squad is it? I'll contact the captains. Also, sir, that group of drones is accurately above your head. The first bomb went through the roof of this simple office hall and landed straight under the officer's feet. Cluster bombs then slammed into the office like a hailstorm. The outdoor equipment and roads of the delivery hub were similarly demolished. The attack came so suddenly that the hunters stationed there were not warriors. They were just ordinary people who got paid to come to the forest to hunt animals. And when they met such a bombardment they only knew how to hide under the table. However, this stupid method did save a few lucky hunters. They rolled and crawled out of the fire. After extinguishing the tongues of fire on their bodies, a few people looked at each other, and before they had time to celebrate how lucky they were that they survived such a disaster, they heard the sound of the mountains shaking and the roar of the wild beasts from far away and close to them. One of the hunters had never seen the beasts run like a tidal wave, and was so frightened that he was foolish enough to raise his chest binoculars and see a flying squirrel in the top of a tree. The critter's mouth was open wider than its head, and the motion of shaking its head from side to side made its two large fangs twitch haphazardly. After scrutinizing the little flying squirrel's muzzle, this hunter wondered in his mind, "Ula?" By then, an antler had pierced his chest. Devouring mutated creatures. Gained air 29. Devouring mutated creatures. Gained air 51. Parking lot vans and quadrupedal robots for transportation were violently lifted off the door panels by Yang Jiju like cans of instant food. In order to prepare for the second attack as quickly as possible, he absorbed the organs inside in one gulp. Because of the advanced bombardment to open the way, the animal army was able to capture the entire delivery hub with only very weak resistance. The beasts were dead or wounded only in single digits. But this place was close enough to the coastline that the bombardment and gunfire would surely bring in reinforcements. So, confirming that the delivery hub had been destroyed, Yang Jiju immediately shook the branch to give orders to the next destination. The drone bomber still had half of its residual bombs, and because the animals had gotten some supplies from devouring the delivery hub, Its overall combat capability was a notch stronger at the moment than it had been a moment ago. Leading the beasts in such a movement battle, Yang Zhizhu finally realized the natural advantage of mutated creatures. The more they fought, the stronger they got. Strike while the iron is hot. And the area of greatest concentration of enemy forces is clearly the docks, only a few kilometers away. So, before the ground troops met the enemy, Yang Zhizhu had already operated the drones and preset 6 rounds of bombing on the docks, and on the way in, he activated a weapon of mass destruction with the air he had just gotten. Infuse the clear air into the root system. I've injected 160 of clear air into the root system, and I've gotten the skill, Thorny Inferno. Thorny Hell, your root system has undergone a rapid growth of explosive pitchforks, a lesion controlled by your own consciousness, and the cuticle of the root system grown in this way is so hard that it cannot be softened by the ability to be rigid and flexible, so it will simply necrotize and break off from you in more than 10 seconds. Caution, it hurts when you use it. A warning alert with a flashing red light appeared on the human device as the dock came into view. Number of formations 1. Remaining airframes 5. Number of formations 1. Remaining airframes 4. Where are the forces that have air defense? Yang Zhizhu squinted his eyes to get a closer look, and as soon as he saw the 2 AA guns on the dock building, he immediately made adjustments to the drone's bombing path to lock onto a couple freighters offshore. But because of the loss of airstrike suppression, 2 heavy robots that made him crave tree sap came out of the dock warehouse. The things were about 4 meters tall and carried Gatlings with blue fire on their left and right sides. Because the animal army was storming along the road toward the docks, there was little cover on the way to the attack, and the gunfire greeted them instantly toward the beasts. And with the fire support from these 2 big guys, the human forces rallied to defend the various important locations of the docks. Seeing this, Yang Zhizhu did not hesitate to rush to the forefront of the animal army. His giant tree was far more capable of fighting off bullets than everyone's flesh and blood. Rushing to a distance of about 200 meters from one of the heavy robots, he fought to bend the roots of the tree and jumped, curling himself into a ball in the air and smashing it right on top of the machine's head. The machine fell to the ground on all fours, while the human inside the glass window became a complete meatloaf. Even though inside the cockpit, meeting the impact of the giant tree falling from the sky was like driving a supercar into a locomotive. The few humans hiding behind the robot had been dumbfounded, knowing that the rifle ammo would have little effect, but still shouting and raising their guns to shoot at the large tree that was slowly rising upright from its spherical shape. The moment the large tree's body stood up straight, the concrete floor of the pier all crumbled, and hundreds of spear-like rigid roots burrowed out of the ground, skewering any ill-equipped human into a small barbecue. Wow! It hurts like there are stones growing on my toes. This ability, I will definitely not use it again in the future until I have no choice. The proliferating roots that stabbed out from the ground quickly began to brittle, crunching and rattling as they detached from Yang Zhizhu's body. There weren't many humans left around, with the only ones lucky enough to be wearing body armor and vests, as well as the remaining heavy robot. Yang Zhizhu now looked down on this blue flaming toy, and despite being filled with love, she could only be ruthless and continuously swing a few hammers to smash it into the ground, along with the driver inside. What a nice hand-me-down. What a shame. Because the human's strongest firepower was eliminated, the animal army finally stormed the docks without incident, going from room to room to clear out the remaining defenders. Thinking the battle was over, he was about to count the loot at the dock when a violent shockwave suddenly hit the canopy of Yang Zhizhu's tree, shaving a full 5 meters off his height. He was stunned at where the human had launched the attack that had easily cut off his head. Looking around, he suddenly realized that the device controlling the drone was once again showing a red alert. Number of formations 4. Remaining airframes 0. The sea. Taking a closer look at the ships in the distance, Yang Zhizhu realized that the ships that controlled the drone bombing just now weren't all freighters. There was also a warship loaded with all kinds of artillery among them, but the group of guys he brought with him were all land creatures, unable to engage in water warfare. TCH, retreat first. Now that the pier has been destroyed, the objective has been achieved. But as he was about to leave, he realized that the team should not be able to evacuate in time, as several drones about to lift off appeared on the deck of that warship. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and activated the trick he least wanted to use. Inject the clear air into the stem. I've injected 80 of Qing air into the stem, and I've got the skill. Step up, step up. You can age your body as fast as you want, consuming 1 year of life for each year you gain. After the successful construction of the air sea, the life expectancy has been extended from the original short less than 10 years to 99. Today's battle, it is no harm to temporarily consume a decade or 8 years. The captain of the warship looked at the strange trees on the shore and ordered the gunner. Next round, fire. The order had just been given, but the tree suddenly took a long leap and fell into the seawater with a thud. Then a great deal of water vapor rose from the sea level surrounding the warship as if water were boiling. The captain reacted much faster than the crowd and gave the order just as soon as he saw the unexpected situation. Fire torpedoes and retreat to the deep. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt his feet begin to shake dramatically, realizing that the captain immediately stumbled onto the deck to confirm the condition of the ship. And as soon as the hatch was opened, a few tentacles were pushed into his mouth and nose. Yang Zhizhu, who had reached a height of 100 meters, stood up from the bottom of the sea and used his roots to lift the warship towards the shore like a slender man. There's a drone on this boat. Take it back and hide it. Maybe we can use it someday. It's a good idea to learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians. All the beasts couldn't believe their eyes when Yang Zhizhu, who had turned into a 100-meter sky-high tree after a few minutes of soaking, returned to the shore. The primordial forest is a world where strength reigns supreme, where status has always been tied to physical strength. Whoever is bigger is the bully. All of the rescued animals now had to crane their necks to get a good look at the giant tree. And the root was the only one of all the giant creatures with a gentle temperament. It didn't eat animals smaller than itself as soon as it happened upon them. What's the point of hesitating? A moose was the first to get down on one knee as a sign of loyalty, and everyone followed suit. Seeing the wild animals making a pilgrimage to a sky-high tree, the man in the suit hiding inside one of the offices in the dock building rubbed his eyes repeatedly and made a wink towards the two hunters beside him. Hey, Naburu and Naburu. You too. Have you ever seen this thing in the forest? The two hunters shook their heads like rattles. Fantastic. So fantastic. Actually wiped out all the docks. But fortunately, the one with the biggest loss is District 5. Those sons of bitches actually bombed my hunting area. Was counterattacked by others. Right. Deserved he. The man in the suit burst out laughing in triumph. And a small animal came out of the office exhaust vent and climbed onto his shoulder to laugh with him. Hacky hack. Where'd the flying squirrels come from? A minute later, the animals searching the chamber pulled him out. Yang Zhizhu crouched down low and brought the canopy of the tree up to the man's face for a closer look. Wear a suit, and fine skin and tender flesh. How to see is not like a hunter. And this tie and leather shoes. Look very high grade. Well, this guy is definitely not to play in the forest, tourists. First take back to say. After whipping the man in the suit unconscious with a stick, Yang Zhizhu covered his face with another piece of clothing, and also cuffed his hands with the thinnest of root whiskers, leading a group of wild animals back to Fishmouth Peak along the way they came. The team became even bigger when a few more cages were searched at the docks, and the wharf, used by humans for loading and unloading, was completely razed to the ground. Having consecutively terminated two important strongholds, this was undoubtedly an official declaration of war. But Yang Zhizhu, who had now assembled an army of animals, had no fear in his eyes, and all the human strongholds in the forest were recorded on the map and that device used to operate the drone. None of the hunting strongholds can escape until the humans organize a counterattack. The battle for the sovereignty of the forest begins with guerrilla attacks, rescuing animals from captivity to join the group, and rearranging the defenses with their own men. Moreover, after the frontal confrontation, Yang Zhizhu had been able to judge the strength and weakness of the humans more accurately, and on the way back to the camp, he once again confirmed his own guess. The strongest humans in the whole forest were all under the wormholes. So the first thing you must do after returning to Fishmouth Peak is to make sure that the round of bombardment from the wormhole didn't bury that unit alive. If they were still alive, then one had to do something about the aftermath. The drones on the warship, operated by another device retrieved from the captain's cabin, had been flown ahead to hover near the wormhole, and as soon as the humans emerged from the ground, the cluster bombs would knock them back like gophers. Arrived in the Fishmouth Peak of this large number of strange people to the Tsuiwa scared to find an ancient tower to drill in, until repeatedly confirmed that this tree into the sky is Yang Zhizhu. It is assured that it flew up to the top of the tree, with the size of the tree and a bird. The Tsuiwa will not be bent Yang Zhizhu's old waist. Monkey and Turtle had long since seen this sort of thing happen. After all, the two of them had seen Shugo change size anywhere and everywhere many times before. Besides, the monkey was immersed in fiddling with his new toy. This trip hunting to bring back the trophies inside there is a monkey quite favorite. With that sniper rifle after aiming a circle of the foothills, it smiled faintly. He has a use for it. There wasn't much ammo in the weapon case that he brought back. But anyway, he had already figured out where the human strongholds were, so he would just go back to loot them when he ran out. Next, all of you several capable generals need to recuperate from your injuries, and when the time is right, each of you will lead your own team to fight in a different hunting area, and our forces will, soon, cover the entire forest. Yang Zhizhu used sign language to tell the monkeys the plan for the future. Thinking that the animals were about to turn the forest into their own home, the monkeys jumped up and down with excitement, and stood on the branches of the trees, shaking and crowing loudly at the same time. Having once lost its entire clan, it waits every day for its revenge on the humans. Pain. The commotion of the animals woke up the knocked-out man in the suit. Seeing him awake, Yang Jiju decided to give him a surprise. The man in the suit with his hood removed let his eyes blink hard to adjust to the fierce daylight at this high altitude. When his eyes were no longer white, the fancy suit pants instantly became a little damp. All sorts of thousands of strange mutated beasts paced back and forth around themselves, and standing in front of them was a short-tailed ape with obviously extensive burns on its skin and only half of its fur left. Unsure of the purpose for which the animals had bound themselves to this dense forest, he gave an awkward grin. The monkey also puffed at the sight, then crouched low and wrote out 3 words on the ground with his finger. From where? The move startled the man in the suit and he began to gasp. Text? Combined with the organized raids on the animals he'd spied earlier at the docks, he finally remembered Bigard's report. An ape, a tree forms a particular social bond, and it's likely that if they continue to grow, their social bond will rise even further. Taken aback, he looked around the dense forest once more, getting a good look at the saddles on the rabbits and snow leopards inside the fence built along the lake, as well as the meat drying racks and some rudimentary tools. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a lower life form begin to build a civilization? He shook his head frantically, unable to believe what he was seeing, and a bikini pocket slapped him much more awake. The monkey again pointed to the writing on the floor. The man in the suit swallows nervously and tries sexually to communicate with this monkey in words. From the city to the south. He wasn't sure if the monkey had understood, as doubt seemed to be written all over the other man's face. Text only? The man in the suit wrenched his hands behind his back twice, unable to communicate with handwritten text even when handcuffed. However, the next scene scared him so much that his legs and feet weakened and his whole body collapsed to the ground. The monkey didn't ask any further questions though, but the sky-high tree behind it, surprisingly, hung down a branch and wrote 2 words on the ground. Distance, 600 kilometers. The man in the suit's weak voice sounded like he was recovering from a major illness. The mildly paralyzing toxin prevented him from feeling the pain beneath his sternum. And, under the effect of this just right dosage, his mind was so groggy that he had absolutely no room to juggle his mind to lie. The suit was dirty with his own blood. A very small hole had opened up where the sword had protruded, and Yang Jiju's root carefully passed through the organ in the way straight to the vitals, gently gripping the man's heart. Written on the floor. The man in the suit reads it clearly. If it lies, I can feel it in my heartbeat. So, word for word, he gave a full account as this great tree asked, how did things come to this? The man in the suit began to remember exactly where the accident had started. 2 days ago, he was half drunk at his air house. The 2 wonderful women he had brought home to bathe were in the shower when his phone rang. Got a lead. That look-alike of Bigard's. The crippled woman was attacked first by one of your employees. Oh, ex-employees. The shooter was a bald guy who used to work as a hunting area manager. The bald guy was such a bad shot that he missed the woman and was killed in return. The guy who took the woman was a tall, skinny guy. The camera didn't catch the face. The guy always wore a hood. What did you losers find out? What kind of clues are these? What's the conclusion? The man in the suit yelled at his cell phone in no uncertain terms, foaming at the mouth. This kidnapping is related to Bigard. This is very obvious. And as for the conclusion that we just came up with from the investigation, there is a high probability that the suspect has long been aware of the personnel of the 6th hunting region, and even the actions of the relic hunters. What he is targeting this time around is probably the thing that you want, and I would advise you to increase the supervision of the relic hunters. If this matter is known to Bigard, it will definitely go awry. Something will definitely go wrong. At the first sign of Shane's kidnapping, the man in the suit had arranged for the communications company to cut off all of Bigard's personal terminals, and judging by the clues he'd gotten today, that was definitely really proactive. The reason for this decision was that he was concerned that Shane's accident would affect Bigard's work, and now it seems that if the kidnappers contacted Bigard, something must have gone wrong during the delivery. As the 2 days passed by, the work in the forest barely going smoothly, and the arranged spies moving on to track down the kidnappers, the man in the suit had expected the accident to end there. But just this morning, waking up out of left field, the Dockers actually reported on a situation that had never happened before. Their counterparts in Hunting Area 5 had actually bombed Hunting Area 6, which was under their jurisdiction. He was furious and called for accountability, and the other party stammered and couldn't explain clearly. He then immediately took a private jet straight to the pier, intending to go to the delivery hub of the 5th hunting area to find trouble with those few people in charge of the scene. I didn't realize that I had just gotten inside the marina office building to relieve myself when the entire marina was hit by an airstrike. And now, the little life is probably going to be accounted for inside this forest. Is this a martyrdom? Is there a settlement? The man in the suit had become delirious. However, the information needed, Yang Jiju has basically mastered. The origin of the name Forest of Trials was to train warriors on the hunting grounds, and when they completed their performance tests, they would be sent to the battlefield to face opponents several times more fearsome than those in the forest. The forest areas were divided out into 11, under the jurisdiction of different companies, and the man in the suit was the vice president of the hunting division of one of those companies. As for the question that Yang Jiju most urgently needed to know the answer to, the man in the suit also gave an answer that satisfied him, before the company voted to make a decision. The regular army had no right to enter the trial forest to interfere with the company's operations, much less to drop a nuclear bomb. This place is, after all, the private property of 11 companies. Therefore, before the 11 companies reach an agreement and decide to completely annihilate the growing animal forces in the trial forest, one must gather fighting forces capable of destroying these 11 companies in one fell swoop. The only way to quickly convince the lords of the rest of the hunting regions to bow down to him was absolute superiority in strength. After all, his current self had not yet developed a divine nature and could not offer any material bounty to another animal other than nectar for healing. But after unlocking the man in the suit's phone with his finger and watching some videos, Yang Jiju finds a huge turnaround. It's far more than just the wild animals of the forest that can fight off humans. Through the interrogation just now, he had already learned that there was no superpower in this world, with a total of more than 500 city-states, and that even every now and then they would still continue to split off into 10 or 8 of them. There was a lot of war between these city-states, and there was a wide disparity between the rich and the poor among the citizens of each state. Yang Jiju has a grudge against humans solely because their harvesting in the forest nearly cost him his life, and the same hatred has been going on between the various city-states for untold years. Using humans against humans is the only way to be able to minimize the depletion of the forest. Yang Jiju scratched the man in the suit's cell phone, searched back and forth on the map, and watched several news stories about the war over and over again. The faces of children appearing in the news footage brought back memories of his past life. Humans really are the same everywhere they go. After living as a tree for so long, today was the first time he had gotten such a large amount of knowledge about the human world. But it was a strange mixed feeling. He silently memorized the names of the city-states that were frequently bombed and had frequent gunfights in the streets and alleys. The man in the suit murmured in pain as the anesthesia wore off. Yang Jiju wrapped his legs and neck with a tree root and hung him upside down and picked him up to take a good look. Fine skin and tender flesh, gorgeous crowns and expensive clothes. The vice president of the business department should be a dignified person anyway, right? Keeping him alive should have more advantages than disadvantages. Goods like them can help me greatly weaken the overall strength of the human race. After all, as long as they live to breathe, it is already a great injustice to the world. After a moment's thought, Yang Jiju fed him the nectar, and the wound on the man in the suit's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yikes, how did I forget? If he goes back alive, this lair of mine won't be exposed. Besides, just now writing on the ground to interrogate him, this matter can't be known to other humans. Yang Jiju slapped his forehead, watching his wounds miraculously healed. The man in the suit was excited. Such a healing ability, definitely worth vigorously developing. He clasped his hands over his mouth and shouted towards the tree. Thank you for not killing the grace. I'm going back. No need to send. Before the words were out of his mouth, the lumpy ball fell from the sky, splattering the animals gathered around to watch the show. With just one dock on the entire south coast, the largest human cargo hub has been destroyed, and the hunt will slow down. It's a condition that works in our favor. Watching the animals brought back begin to busy themselves with settling and healing at Fishmouth Peak, Yang Jiju began to prepare for the next stage of combat deployment. But in order to investigate the case, they will definitely begin to scout the entire forest from high altitude to the ground, and this will require a targeted interception. As for the ground troops, Snowflake, who is the most maneuverable, brought along some lads with good legs who can handle it. But in order to beware of those humans in hard armor, it is also necessary to have a partner who is strong and sturdy. Well, the animals brought back include bison and orangutans, and they and Snowflake should be able to form a cooperate. Animals that use brute force like this. Suppressing armor is a good hand to make up for Snowflake's shortcomings. All this time it's been hunting entirely on just cat fists and tiger teeth, gnawing on that kind of hard-shelled shells eaten to a great extent. But the drones brought back by the air defense are also only capable of bombing ground troops, and have no combat capability against the air. It still has to rely entirely on the cuirassier, and its injuries must heal quickly. Despite her injuries, Trisha had already begun nesting at the head of the tree, which had once again grown several times its height by leaps and bounds, and it wouldn't take long for her to regain her fitness. Besides, there are more important things to get on with now than meeting the enemy. Everyone had just returned home and was still recuperating when Yang Jiju summoned the monkey, and after the map of the entire trial forest was drawn, the monkey understood and started the preparations. Snowflake is not yet healed and can't carry it out to do business, but there are many fast-legged companions brought back. One of them is a gazelle that has won many battles in the raids on the wharf, and its eyes are always full of wisdom, so when Monkey carries the saddle to its side, this new companion doesn't show a trace of resistance, but obediently lies down on the ground and facilitates Monkey's mounting of the saddle. As the two of them hopped down the hill, they were followed by a few of the gray wolves returning from the den. The destination was the plains to the east. That was the first destination to be exact. Monkey takes nectar with the head of the man in the suit from earlier. Before the human race digests the loss of the docks, it is important to visit the strongest people in each hunting area, either to recruit them or to establish trade relations, so that the strength of the forest can be gathered together to meet the human army that is about to come. Just after dispatching the monkeys, Yang Jiju saw 3 raw faces appear at Fishmouth Peak. Although there were hundreds of animals brought back, the meticulous Yang Jiju still memorized the species and appearance of each one of them. The 3 little ones in front of us were neither rescued at the delivery hub nor brought back from the docks. Seeing that the tree had noticed them, squirrel, rabbit, and hedgehog cuddled up in a ball and shivered. "Don't eat us." The 3 boys' eyes glistened with tears as if they were begging for mercy. But Yang Jiju pulled down a bunch of berries and brought them to them, and graciously bent over so that the squirrel could easily climb his trunk. No matter how strong or weak they are, as long as they are willing to do their part for Fishmouth Peak, I will take them all in. Stroking the squirrel's big fluffy tail, Yang Jiju secretly set up a plan in his heart to expand the power of Fishmouth Peak in the future. Nowadays, the animals in this dense forest range from rabbits, squirrels and hedgehogs to tigers, bison and boa constrictors, and each of them can combine their mutant abilities in 1,000 different ways. Although the evolutionary grade of most of these animals was not high, as long as an organized group hunt was formed, the dissidents in the forest would fall to the Fishmouth Peak's team, and even the weak would be able to get a piece of the pie. If the next encounter with humans was a tough battle, the logistic ability of Fishmouth Peak could not be a drag. Since ancient times, the competition in war is not only about how brave the soldiers are in killing the enemy. This is a simple truth that Yang Jiju still understands. After the long run, everyone was exhausted and it was getting dark. Nowadays, with Yang Jiju's height of 100 meters, even if he stood at the lowest end of the Fishmouth Peak and straightened his body, he was able to look out at the sunset in the distance. The plain filled with the ruins of man-made objects that the monkeys and wolves had gone before looked even sadder in the light of the afterglow. If it weren't for the interrogation of the man in the suit, Yang Jiju wouldn't have been able to believe that that area had once been one of the busiest cities in the world. After decades-long strife, that city's population dwindled and fell into a paradise for mutated creatures, until the last inhabitant became dinner for the beasts and the city lost its name. And the original name of this Fishmouth Peak, Throne Peak, is gradually forgotten by the world. As the backyard of that city, the temples here once flourished with incense, but the world today has completely lost track of such history that became rumor. Using the man in the suit's phone to search online, Yang Jiju only sporadically understood a little bit of rumors about the past of the Trial Forest. If he hadn't personally seen the ruins and the ancient pagoda at the top of Fishmouth Peak, Yang Jiju wouldn't have taken such vague rumors as history. What a laughable history of civilization when the world's most prosperous city is reduced to a hunting ground. Looking at the ruins, Yang Jiju's feel no pathos. That red sunset is to ignite the desire in his heart to make this forest an independent civilization. The forest of trials. I inherited it. My civilization will never end up in the same place as yours. Many of these 100 or so animals have already begun to yawn. The weather is getting cooler and they are snuggled up against each other in preparation for sleep. And the diurnal variety was selected by Yang Jiju, although everyone was already tired. But for the sake of the next day's meals, these predators with the ability to fight at night still needed to go out and hunt. The seedlings of the agricultural berries are still growing, and the food varieties are too few, so I still have to arrange manpower to go down the mountain to find seeds and come back to breed. Pastoral animal growth is not like plants. I can't always use my own fiber bundles to inject nutrients into the bunnies, and the growth of domestic animals is a bit slow, so the meat for this period of time is still to be hunted inside the forest. The variety of fish is also a bit low, but such a big lake is a good pity not to raise fish. Now, although Fishmouth Peak is not short of manpower, but everyone's food and clothing has become a more difficult problem. Going forward, perhaps it will be busier and busier day by day, and may even encounter unexpected events, such as I must personally go down the mountain to respond to the human condition. According to the original set of communication cannot work. I need translators now in a clear and concise chain of command from top to bottom. Thinking about the queue of to-do items, Yang Jiju suddenly felt that she had returned to her previous life, and she could not cry but silently complained in her heart, I hate going to work. Infuse the clear air into the seed. I've infused CTI 120 into the seed, and I've gained the skill, Omnivision Vegetation. Omnivision vegetation. The next generation of plants you propagate by sowing seeds will become your expansion of listening to the earth as they grow strong roots, sharing their sight and sound with you. And the more offspring you have, the greater the range you can perceive. Caveat: audiovisuals that are too far away from you cannot maintain 100% clarity because of the layers of transmission. Although the effect of this ability is powerful, the waiting time is extremely long, requiring the growth process from seed sprouting shoots, to twigging and rooting, to lignification. However, because of the relatively abundant clear air on hand after returning from some looting, Yang Zhizhu chose to activate this ability first, preparing to plant eyes in every corner of the forest in advance. At present the monkey is not at Fishmouth Peak, and besides him the most resourceful animals are the gray wolf and the little flying squirrel. After beckoning the pack wolves over, he used his roots to dig a mound in the ground, then placed a tuberous fruit inside the mound and covered it with a thin layer of soil. Reading the action, a few gray wolves probably understood what he meant, peered down at the foot of the mountain where Yang Zhizhu's branch was pointing, and immediately set off sharply with the fruit. The human in the heavy armor had blown the human site in the wormhole area into flames earlier, but since the drones had only bombed one round before ending, the fire hadn't been too intense, and the tent had survived just fine. I don't know how the dozens of skilled hunters under the ground will make their next move when they come out, and it's never wrong to plant mines there just in case. Moreover, even if the fruit mines weren't triggered, by the time the seeds inside grew into saplings, that area was included in one's surveillance. A large amount of fruit had been consumed in the battles of the past few days, and now there were dozens of them left on his body, dozens that needed to be saved before the next birth. After thinking left and right, Yang Zhizhu circled 10 locations on the map, all of which were delivery hubs for other hunting areas. Since the location has been selected, reconnaissance should be set up as early as possible, but stooping down to look at the animals under their own banner, Yang Zhizhu was worried. The gray wolves have all gone out to carry out the mission, and the rest of these are either not too bright, such as snowflakes, or their combat ability is too weak. Forget it or wait for a few days of rest and recuperation. The animals brought back were all physically exhausted to the limit after a long period of confinement and after continuous running, and it was indeed too strong a time to go into battle. As for Yang Zhizhu himself, although there was still room for him to go out and sweep one or two delivery centers, these old and weak men of Fishmouth Peak were in a period of rest, and it was all the more important that he, the most reliable fighting force of the moment, should hold down the camp. Listening to everyone snoring, Yang Zhizhu also returned to the large mound by the lake and resat on his butt, his roots continuing to absorb water after entering the deeper layers of the soil. The lake water was slowly transported upward through the fibers inside the stem and erupted from the holes in the leaves, and in an instant the entire top of the peak was flooded with a thin cloud. The consistency was just right to obscure what was happening in Fishmouth Peak without being too conspicuous to invite suspicion. This time the earth listening made him feel like he was surrounded by a sea of air in the center. If the previous day's listening was like being inside a black hole, then today's listening was like being thrown out of the black hole. With the heat of the stars shining brightly beside me, Fishmouth Peak is no longer cold and quiet. By the time dawn breaks, everyone will be ready to join in the productive work. Eating berries alone is too mono-nutritious. Those few little piglets with a good sense of smell can go to the south side of the mountains to dig up some seeds of other crops and come back. And the rabbits don't have enough to eat. They still have to cultivate some sources of protein with a stronger reproduction capacity. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Zhizhu glanced at the sea of worms writhing inside those gullies at the foot of the mountain, then got goosebumps shaking the crown of the tree violently and shaking off countless fallen leaves. It's not like, won't work if you have to. A cold wind whipped through his towering trunk, and the few critters huddled underneath the tree shrank even tighter. Yang Zhizhu took out the man in the suit's cell phone, and there was only 5% battery left. While the screen was still dark, Yang Zhi wished to check the latitude, longitude and weather with the trial forest. It will reach -10 degrees after half a month. In addition to food, the problem of winterizing these little ones will have to be solved. The adult beasts are not afraid of the cold, but the young ones that have not been born for a long time will have a much lower survival rate in cold and hot weather than usual, even though natural selection was a law that wild animals had to follow. But looking at these little milk wolves that clung to her all day long, Yang Zhizhu couldn't be cruel enough to let them freeze to death in the cold wind. Shelter from the wind and rain. I'm still not big enough for this size. If it's a few times bigger, pulling out some tree holes to make a house would solve the problem of lodging. But if it's any bigger, there's no place in the forest I can hide. As she was fretting, Yang Zhizhu suddenly slapped the back of her head. Isn't the house ready-made? The place where we rescued the flying squirrels still had some tents left, so we can use them when we move back. Hey, you guys, you've got work to do tomorrow. He looked down and picked out a couple of strong animals. When we eliminate the hunters while uniting the other animals in the forest to grow in strength, It won't be long before our range of activities can expand to the entire trial forest. In the future, there will be no more need to hide on top of the mountain for the rest of your lives. You can wander wherever you want, and you can all live in the habitat that best suits you, no matter what species you are. Those nightmarish days of often having to deal with the regular harvesting of humans may be coming to an end. Imagining liberation from under that brutal rule, Yang Zhizhu stretched. The night was still young and he couldn't wait for sunrise. I'm going to photosynthesize beautifully all day. Woof! A yelp at his feet startled him, and he hurriedly leaned over to see that it was a small milk wolf, waking from its sleep with its ears perked up and twisting its head from side to side. Woof! The little milk wolf yelped again, followed by the others, and the animals with equally excellent hearing, except the wolves, stirred. Something's not right. Animals only look like this before a major natural disaster. What's going on? Yang Zhizhu's doubts were soon answered. The roots he had dug into the earth suddenly felt slightly tingly. It's like standing on a bus and the tactile sensation of the body shaking up and down when it hits a bump. The tingling touch lasted for nearly a minute, and immediately afterward, the mountain began to shake slightly. The animals were in disarray when the shaking commotion stopped, and there was a commotion of birds and animals in other habitats in the trial forest besides Fishmouth Peak. Under the moonlight, a flock of dark birds lifted their wings and moved to the plains to the east. Seeing this familiar sight, Yang Zhizhu immediately associated it with the giant worm underground. As expected, the ground shook again, and more than the first time. That worm must be in the middle of a fierce battle with a human. After seeing with his own eyes the new crack in the ground near the bug pit, Yang Zhizhu immediately fetched the equipment to maneuver the drone. It was possible that the humans would come out of the ground in force, or that the worm would make a hole in the place like last time. And no matter which situation arises, it's correct to close your eyes and let the drone drop the bomb inside the hole. Now Yang Zhizhu needs to keep a close eye on the wormhole and wait for the hole to appear. After the white phosphorus grenade stung the odd sphinx, it quickly burrowed out and in inside the intricate underground tunnels, and before long, completely disappeared. And although the noise from this brief struggle invited over more chubby, white worms, the sphinx didn't get mixed up in them. This writhing, low-threat target was completely out of Burgard's mind, and the Warhound robots surrounded him internally, frequently spraying plasma to clear a path. Although the way the sphinx mimicked Shane's speech sent a wave of nausea through Bigard was more rational than he had been when he acted 068. The purpose of entering the wormhole again was not to find trouble with that big worm. The relic was the priority hunting target. Sphinxes hid as long as they hid. The underground ruins were several kilometers deep, and Bigard didn't have time to delay on anything other than mining. The blue dot on the device continued to blink, indicating that the relic hunters were following the established route deeper and traveling without incident. Bigard quickened his pace, taking the Warhound robots quickly towards the center of the earth, heading forward to meet up with his team. Temporary team members, of course. Chief Captain, why are you alone? Where's Bigard? Finally, one of the team members spotted the Chief Captain following behind him. That kid is missing. Consider him a mutineer and deal with him. Anyway, we have the map he made in our hands, so if we continue along this path, we can still accomplish the mission without a guide. Ha? Oh, well, but hey, Chief Captain, this way we don't have to split the money with that guide, right? That's natural. The disguise of identity obtained through the voice changer was not recognized, and Bigard dropped his heart. As long as he commanded these relic hunters, who were strong enough to be about the same level as Shane, to follow the original plan properly and not cause any accidents, he would definitely be able to mine the relics smoothly. After this trip is done, Shane may be able to get back up and walk again. Thinking about how she was about to run and jump with glee again brought a rare smile to Bigard's taut face. Only no one could see it through the bulky helmet. Well, cough. Everyone pay attention. Bigard cleared his throat before informing the entire team in the open channel. In addition to the relics, the rest of the targets do not need to be overly concerned. If you encounter the enemy can't do an immediate kill. Prioritize evasion. Even if you start a war, do not go deeper into the entanglement. The relics are the mission objectives. Remember this. This was obviously said to the hunter who had once led a team to track the Wolf King. He didn't want these greedy relic hunters to screw up again. Bigard couldn't afford another unnecessary and unexpected situation like the one on the ground. Chief Captain, the relics this time are worth a lot of money, right? Are we going to get rich? The relic hunter following behind him snapped in a tone full of anticipation. Is it worth it? This is estimated to be only clear to the people at the top. Anyway, what we share is not still so little. Hey, I guess this time it's going to be worth a lot of money, because look, buried this deep, several kilometers underground. When have we ever dug at this depth except for undersea ruins? His words stunned Bigard. The way you calculate the price is quite special. As a warrior, There will be some physical symptoms related to the overuse of enhancers, most of which are reflected in the brain, as in the case of Shane. It usually manifests as excessive hyperactivity, excessive depression, or excessive brain circuitry clearing. And besides the fact that the kid in front of him had some weird brain, the movements in his hands were starting to make Bigard uncomfortable. The worms he encountered along the way, if they were small in size, were all easily torn apart by him, while the ones that were significantly larger in size were all like the one he was now stepping on under his feet. The young relic hunter dug his arm deep into the worm's mouthpiece and pulled out the innards after a stirring. He had a kangaroo bin mounted on the back of his backpack, filled with the sharp teeth of worms and some glands. Apparently these are his personal extra prey when he takes them back. However, it was because of the sight of the relic hunters killing the worms with ease that Bigard was cautious. One must not reveal a crack in front of such a monster, in case the other party realized that the chief captain had been dropped. Dozens of relic hunters could eat themselves alive in a matter of seconds. But if one harnessed such a fighting force, even if the sphinxes showed up again, they shouldn't pose much of a threat. When he saw the sphinx's true form just now, Bigard had roughly guessed that perhaps the giant worm had eaten Shane's legs and acquired human genes to become this appearance. Fusion aberration. Bigard had come into contact with a large number of mutated creatures, and generally speaking, every creature followed a specific path when evolving, with all of their organs mutating according to their original function. But not fusion aberration, a mutated creature that fuses with the organs of creatures of a completely different phylum than itself, with a completely unpredictable evolutionary path. And these deformed creatures often have extremely short lifespans due to too much rejection between organs. It seems that the true chief captain was right. The remains here did induce a fusion aberration in the creatures. Relic-related things were a complete blind spot in Bigard's knowledge, but at the very least, he knew that mutant creature-related relics were artifacts made by ancient civilizations. What kind of civilization would actually go out and make something like this? Induced aberrations? That's disgusting. What's the bidder going to do with this? Accompanied by the slightly insane relic hunter, Bigard had absolutely no need to worry about the worms that continued to swarm around him, and he easily went deeper into the underground as he speculated on the uses of such relics in human society. Finally, the giant dome came into view. All of the relic hunters stood under this dome, marveling at the magnificent structure built by the ancients. Bigard also felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the huge, dilapidated, perfect hemisphere that presented geometric aesthetics but revealed an eerie aura underneath the green, glowing mushroom cover. The only member of the team that reached this depth during Operation 068 was Shane, and Bigard was not physically present. After taking over the errand, he had viewed the full view of the ruins taken by a rotary-winged reconnaissance plane during a war council meeting. At that time, just by watching it on the screen, the grandeur and magnificence of the giant spectacle had already struck him deeply, and now, actually stepping foot in this creation left behind by the ancients, he could feel the solemnity that came over him even more. The depth of the foot is 3 kilometers underground. How did the ancient people make this building? This building is solemn as a mausoleum. Did he really want to go in? Even though dozens of relic hunters with extremely strong combat abilities were traveling with him, Bigard couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. Moreover, some kind of object had been stored inside such a huge structure for many years, and the purpose of his trip was precisely to bring it to the surface. What kind of consequences this move would incur? He had no idea at all in his heart, but there was no turning back. He had reached the entrance to the treasure, and by taking that treasure away and handing it over to the company, Shane would be able to get back on his feet. Giving his head a little shake to chase away the distractions, Bigard bent down to inspect the edges of the tunnel and began preparing his climbing tools. At this point, someone around me stammered, "The way of promotion is at your disposal." The relic hunter who had been accompanying him looked up and pointed to the runes engraved on the dome, muttering to himself, "What do you mean? Riddles?" Bigard didn't like riddles, and he was completely uninterested in the runes and some broken statues carved into the dome and the interior of the tunnels, just continuing to work on the tools in his hands. The relic hunter shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Ancient relics, aren't they all like this? Ancient scientists like to show off the technology they have researched, so they like to scare the general public with some arcane words." He laughed as he plucked a glow stick from the tool set next to his thigh and threw it into the mushroom-covered tunnel. The tunnel was so deep that the faint blue light gradually dimmed, slowly turning into a small blue dot that was eventually completely swallowed by the darkness. The relic hunter picked at the edge of the tunnel for several minutes, listening intently, never waiting for the echo of a glow stick dropping to the ground. He whistled and then dorkily laughed a few times. Everyone was wearing helmets, but Bigard knew that the lad's face must look terrible right now. There are times when a warrior is afraid. The targets that people need to bring out for delivery are just too deep. Before even entering the tunnel, The depth data detected by the rotary reconnaissance aircraft was already a full 252 meters deep, and how far away from the ground the tunnel led to was completely unimaginable to Bigard. Chief Captain, this time, we're really going to get rich in hell. Ha 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 ha. That hunter still laughed to give himself courage. He didn't even hear the sound of his teeth constantly banging. Although he didn't have any friendship with these relic hunters, the current mission needed to rely on their fighting strength, and as an old hunter, Bigard was quite good at boosting morale. He gently patted the young man on the shoulder. When you go down, you'll be in my group. I'll cover you. Just relax. Ha, Chief Captain. You say that, others hear it and think I'm a wimp. Without answering, Bigard tapped him on the shoulder again, and pointed to the beeping light on top of the communication device. The boy then noticed that the conversation had just been on a private channel. Hey, he laughed awkwardly and followed Bigard's example and began to prepare his climbing tools. Hell, this hell is quite humid, growing so many mushrooms, tightening the ropes used to keep him safe. Bigard stood at the edge of the tunnel and gazed once more into the endless darkness below. Shane, wait for me. Even if there is hell ahead, you can only go in with your head. However, other than this kid who had been chatting with himself just now, the rest of the relic hunters didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness at all. One of them even unzipped his pants and peed into the tunnel, causing his companions to laugh. These people are selected from an early age to go to training camps arranged by the company. They conduct simulated combat every day, and also receive frequent augmentation agent tolerance training, and have long been accustomed to a life of blood at the edge of a knife. Exploring is simply a family affair. Bigard even suspected that some of them could care less about their lives for the sake of performance. The hunter's unbridled laughter repeatedly stirred echoes in the dome, the commotion startling the inhabitants of the area. A few drops of slimy liquid crashed onto the tops of Bigard's shoes, and he looked up to see a worm with several layers of skin wrinkled out opening its mouth wide at his canopy. However, surrounding Bigard were dozens of warriors with extremely sensitive senses. Before he could act on his own, the relic hunters raised their guns and shot the bug through a sieve. At that moment, the peeing relic hunter walked over and laughed loudly, tapping Bigard on the shoulder with the same right hand that had held up the crumpled worm while he was peeing. Let's get to work, Chief Captain. Oh, well, it's the same as always. Leave 5 men to watch. The rest, follow me down and stay in formation. Yes. The relic hunters who received the order stuck climbing buckles on their belts, split into groups, and slowly descended down the tunnel's escalators. And the rotary wing scouts all formed a circle, flashing their searchlights and descending slowly to maintain altitude with the group. The searchlights were quite a bit stronger than the mushrooms, so everyone was able to see the engravings on the tunnel walls more clearly. The weak are the strongest. All beings provide for. During the descent, the young hunter who had been accompanying him earlier moved in the same group as Bigard, translating the runes he had saw the runes. Unfortunately, he could not recognize most of the text and could only translate only a few words. Bigard wasn't interested in the arcane words until the lad uttered, "Codable. Selective fusion. Codable? Designed like programming? I think that's what it means. Acting on top of DNA? Ancient scientists had such advanced technology, arguably, but thanks to the ancient technology not being inherited in its entirety. Otherwise, there's no telling how many monsters those city-states that revere mutation would have pounded out. Mutants. Well, it's disgusting enough that you don't want to be a good human and have to learn the lifestyle of a beast." The relic hunter's antipathy towards mutants instantly reminded Bigard of Shane's treatment of mutant creatures. Relic hunters are the same as Shane. They're all warriors. They've all gone through the same training, the same education. Maybe the lad doesn't understand the fact that he's just a tool in the eyes of the company. Maybe he understands but doesn't want to face it. Bigard doesn't know what he's thinking. But Bigard could see that the boy possessed the same obsession as Shane. The less he was treated as a human, the more he held a deep attachment to the matter of being human. He sighed softly and asked his mouth in a soft tone, "How old are you, kid?" However, this fellow young hunter interrupted Bigard. "Chief Captain," and before he could react to the meaning of the yell, the lad had already plucked the white phosphorus grenade from his belt and thrown it into the ground. All of the relic hunters who were climbing downward made the same motion in full force. It was only a few seconds later that Bigard noticed the anomaly with a perception that lagged behind the warriors. An overcast wind that arose abruptly interfered greatly with the hovering of the rotary wing scout. Wind cannot appear out of nowhere underground, but a violent flow of air does occur and is drawn in from above to below. All hands, air filtration systems on, drop gas grenades. Although he hadn't met the giant worm head-on himself, through Shane's memories and everything captured by the rotary wing scout, Bigard was prepared for the situation. Sure enough, only after 10 seconds or so, the abyss beneath the ground violently emitted an odd beeping sound, and the entire tunnel vibrated like the resonating chambers of a stereo. while the vortex once again began to devour the air in the tunnel, and the rotary-winged scout planes, according to pre-programmed procedures, each sought out a relic hunter immediately after the end of the first vortex, and were only spared by securing a mechanical claw to the hunter's shoulder and back straps. Similarly, the hunters held on to the railing of the escalator so that they would not be sucked into the ground, and, on the orders of the chief captain, they had thrown down dozens of gas grenades. According to the intelligence, the creature with the highest threat level inside the entire underground cave was the giant worm, which, in addition to its ability to come back from the dead in an unknown way, also possessed the ability to create wind tunnels. The most effective counter to such attacks is poisoning, but the gas grenades seemed to have no effect at all. Now, the relic hunters, who had been laughing and joking before entering the tunnel, couldn't remain as calm as they were, and every member of the team tensed up. One of the hunters tentatively threw down a few glow sticks and white phosphorus grenades again, trying to illuminate the bottom of the abyss with firelight to see if the enemy was poisoned or not. Suddenly, a violent, fishy wind blew from below and above. The bomb-throwing relic hunter howled out a miserable scream. Several white phosphorus grenades thrown down by himself all exploded on his own body, and even though the combat suit possessed strong flame-retardant ability, the shockwave still blew off his ropes. As he descended, screams repeatedly circulated through the tunnel like water waves. TSK, I didn't realize it had been hiding in this place. The guard gritted his teeth and gave an order after a quick judgment. Retreat upwards with all hands. Leave the tunnel before responding to the battle. This terrain is not favorable for us. Yes, all the relic hunters have taken a shot of enhancement and jumped upward. The young hunter snapped after bouncing up the wall a few steps. Chief, why don't you take a shot? The guard hadn't counted on actually revealing his identity at a time like this. However, at this moment when the two of them were looking at each other in disbelief, the abyss under the ground suddenly changed. Originally there was only darkness in that place. The only light in the entire tunnel, aside from the faint green glow from the mushrooms, was the white light of the rotary wing scout searchlight, but dozens of crimson lights appeared in the depths of that darkness. Slowly, the number of lights expanded to hundreds and hundreds. In the pitch-black abyss, these hundreds of simultaneously open eyes stared straight at Bigard, who had not yet begun his retreat upward. And, it seemed, something was coming at the hunters at a rapid rate. When the things that kept stretching upwards reached the illumination range of the rotary wing scout searchlight, Bigard realized that they were a dozen or so sphinx worms, tentacles in the form of sphinx worms growing on top of a globular mass. To be precise, Captain Bigard. Captain, Brother Bigard, it's me. Hey, boss, I'm lucky to be hanging out with a captain like you. Captain, I'll cover you. The 10 or so faces made Bigard instantly wrinkle his brow and his teeth creak. The members of the team killed in Operation 068 all became part of the giant worm in this form, and because only a small portion of the limb was left behind, Shane's face was the most blurred. The giganticized face of Shane reorganized repeatedly at the tip of one of the tentacles. The creature had trouble maintaining facial integrity, so her twisted face kept melting and regenerating. Each time she regenerated, she cried out to Bigard in a heartbreaking voice, "Captain, help me." The pained look gave Bigard goosebumps and almost vomited inside his helmet. This was just dry heaving on his part, but the sphinx worm actually threw up. The faces of those squad members suddenly opened their bloody mouths underneath their faces, and wind and a large amount of slime spewed upwards. Two of the relic hunters were half a beat slower on their feet and were hit by the slime. Under the rapid corrosive effect, the combat suits were as unbeatable as pieces of paper, and in only a few seconds, the slime had already dissolved the two hunters' combat suits into pieces before further eroding their muscles. The rotary wing scouts that were continuously filming and analyzing the battle transmitted real-time data to the hunters' helmet HUDs. In addition to the worm's own digestive fluid, that slime also contained the toxin that everyone had just thrown out. The crowd immediately understood that they must not attack the bug with poison gas again, so they loaded their guns and swept away, while the hunters who were good with blades drew their combat knives from their backs. Although the other relic hunters had already attacked at this point with their great reaction speed, the young hunter who had been accompanying Bigard into the tunnel asked in a witty voice, "Bigard, you're not the chief captain?" Tisk, having no time to explain to him in the situation of encountering an enemy, Bigard immediately operated the device on his wrist and intercepted the hunter's public channel communication. And, the moment one of the sphinx worms ripped open its face to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth toward the young man, it pulled hard on the rope tied around the two men's waists to save the young man. Just a few centimeters away, the young relic hunter narrowly escaped being swallowed by the mouthparts of the sphinx worm. "Bigard, you traitor, what did you do to the chief captain?" "It's a long story, kid, I'll explain it to you when you survive." While the two were talking, the sphinx worm had already launched its second attack. The huge human face grew on the head of the worm, which at this point split into 5 flaps revealing several rows of sharp teeth filling the inside of the mouth. The attempt to swallow the hunter in one gulp just now came to naught, and it seemed to be enraged as it let out a hissing sound, while mucus began to come out from within its mouth. Seeing the attack, which was about to spray corrosive liquid, building up momentum, Bigard and the young relic hunter looked at each other and nodded, and the relic hunter stepped upward without saying a word, while Bigard, who was not as athletic as the warrior, adjusted the pulley set on the safety rope to maximum power. The giant worm is now capable of more than anyone could have imagined, and must be urgently retreated to a wide enough field where it has been sufficiently analyzed to fight. Regardless of how it grew so many heads, the eyes helped the worm, which had no visual organs, to see human movements clearly. Each head was aimed at the retreating hunters, and each one locked on to its target and came after them. A bug with a human face on it was revolting enough, and neither Bigard nor the hunters expected it to be able to go on to evolve even more lurid variations. In the process of retreating upwards, we all witnessed the sudden and rapid growth of 2 lumps below the neck of each head of the worm. Those lumps kept swelling and stretching. Eventually, when the entirety of the relic hunters had retreated to the cavern that encased the dome and tunnel, and their feet hit the ground, the worms actually climbed up with their arms supporting their bodies. This Valley of Terror effect caused one of the relic hunters to be so frightened that he couldn't move, and froze in place before being grabbed by that huge palm. With a scream, the hunter was sent into the mouth of the worm that had Shane's face. Not the captain. Not good. Eat. She hammered the ground repeatedly with her hands clenched into fists in anger, and this anger seemed to be transmitted to the other heads as well, and the whole cave began to shake under the pounding of one fist after another. As a result of the resonance, the spawning ground above everyone's heads also shook slightly, and then the small movement cracked the floor of the worm pit. Along with the temper tantrum of Shane, the huge ball of flesh connected with all the heads slowly arched up from the tunnel. The countless crimson eyeballs stared even more round, and the sight was pointed at Bigard alone. Through operations 067 and 068, the company's research department had analyzed part of the giant worm's physiological characteristics. Since the worm does not possess visual organs, it perceives its environment mainly by smell and temperature differences. Of course, that's just the data for worms that haven't evolved to the stage they are at today. There was no doubt that even if he couldn't see his face through the helmet, the monster in front of him recognized Bigard among the relic hunters through his sense of smell and temperature difference. What's more, now that it has the power of sight, it launches its attacks with even more precision, with a squirming movement that squeezed from the lower end of the body toward the mouthpiece. A large amount of mucus spewed out toward Bigard. After a few rounds of offense and defense from the time they came into contact with the worms until now, the relic hunters had roughly deduced the worm's main attacks: mouthparts to swallow, slime to spit, wind tunnels to create, and those nasty arms underneath each head. Knowing the opponent's moves, everyone was able to dodge them with corresponding means. Even though his physical quality was not as good as the warrior's, Bigard easily dodged the large clumps of slime, and during the time of dodging, a way to defeat the worm was also thought of. With such a large number of eyes and having lived underground all this time, the worm must not have seen the sun. All hands, goggles on. Bigard immediately pulled out a flashbang as soon as he stabilized his footing, and threw it out towards the high altitude. Only a white flash illuminated the entire cave, and the worm's hundreds of eyeballs closed up, its huge body curling up as if it had suffered a painful blow. Seeing that the attack was effective, Bigard took the lead and raised the rifle behind him to vent his bullets hard on one of the human-faced heads, while several of the fastest reacting relic hunters quickly came up to match his attack. With a few sword sounds, the sharp blades quickly wheeled in the air, and the head of the worm, which had already been too bullet-ridden to open its mouth, was cleaved off by the hunter's combat knives. By the time those eyeballs recovered from the pain, the creature had lost a head, a whole worm body connected to a ball of flesh to be exact. All of its eyeballs were bloodshot and it slammed into the ground again in anger. But the impotent roar didn't undo anything as a second batch of flashbangs lit up the cavern once more, and Bigard, while controlling the warhound robots on his device to rally to himself, gave orders to the relic hunters: concentrate your firepower and attack each of its heads clockwise. The worm relies on its mouthparts for its main attacks. Blast the mouthparts away first, then dislodge those arms, and lastly, deal with the big ball of flesh at the end of its body with the eyes on it. Yes, the hunters replied neatly, repeating the tactic they had just used to dislodge the worm's other head again. This time, the pissed-off monster stormed out, and the giant ball of flesh directly stored up its strength to leap up from the tunnel entrance. As he descended, his body was so large that it smashed a crater in the floor of the cave, and the jolt caused the two hunters, who excelled in white-knuckle combat, to lose their center of gravity. Because of fighting with blades, these two men were closest to the worm's position, and they couldn't even stand up in time to escape, and were instantly sucked into the mouth by the two mouthpieces that were separated into 5 petals. Hey, don't stop. Flashbangs continue. Seeing that more and more companions were sacrificed, but the worms seemed to be getting stronger and stronger with each battle. One of the relic hunters couldn't suppress his anxiety and threw flashbangs into the air while rushing towards the mouthparts that had swallowed his companions with his combat knife. The heads of those two worms were still chewing, and all the eyeballs were always gazing in the direction of the chief captain. He figured the creature must not have noticed his sneak attack. Besides, if you're talking about white-knuckle fighting skills, you're a good fighter yourself. In less than half a second, the hunter's figure had already reached the bottom of the human face. His feet were hard. His stance was impeccable. Only to hear a swoosh sound. The blade in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air, but as the arc neared its end, the hard object that met him jarred his tiger's mouth. Before he could react to what he had actually struck, a white light flashed across his waist. As his upper body slowly fell to the ground, the hunter tilted his head to see a combat knife in each hand underneath this human face, one of which beckoned his own slash, and the other, in a move the warrior had learned only after long training, drew that perfect arc around his waist. What's the situation? The plan for the day should have been to photosynthesize beautifully all day long, but another mild earthquake made Yang Jiju become just as jittery as the critters. The drone controllers in his hand are almost wrapped in his disc. The ongoing commotion in the ground had not yet ceased when unexpected visitors reappeared in the forest. The helicopters that entered the forest this time were not the usual type seen, but large transport helicopters that appeared in formation. However, what made Yang Jiju doubly surprised was that they came completely towards the wormhole. Even though they themselves had attacked the docks on the coastline, the humans didn't seem to show much interest in the matter of tracking down the culprit. Seeing the transportation helicopter leave the forest after unloading its cargo, Yang Jiju's hanging heart was released. The humans who had come this time had invested 4 heavy robots in guarding the docks, and among the humans who had surrounded the outside of the tent along with the robots stood a man with a distinctly different identity. That body armor was just too shiny, and compared to the guy he had encountered earlier at the hunter camp, it was like titanium versus plastic. Judging from the metallic luster, even if he was not familiar with the prices of this world, Yang Jiju could guess that this heavy armor must be very expensive. That location. Isn't that where my coyote pups planted their mines? Watching one of the robots walk step by step towards the location where the tumor fruit was buried, Yang Jiju was a little panicked in her heart. In case they followed the clues of the fruit to investigate, she was afraid that she was going to have an encounter with this human wearing gorgeous armor. When that robot finally stepped 1 foot into the mound, the poisonous mist that erupted confirmed Yang Jiju's suspicions. Among the humans, only a few ordinary hunters were harmed, and the guy in heavy armor was completely surrounded by the poisonous mist, yet he was unharmed. Even the shockwave from the tumor fruit explosion was like a sneeze to that gauntlet. Just as Yang Jiju hesitated to let the drones take a swing at their heads to put an end to the problem, the human's reaction perplexed him even more. The robots merely held their positions in a guarded posture, while all the humans had no intention of investigating the gas mines. They even surrounded the tent with guns raised. Is it hard to believe that the bugs in that ground are valuable? Yang Jiju scratched his head in puzzlement. The company's commanding officer was seated in the company's headquarters with several people in flashy costumes. The only female pushed up her glasses and said to the stoutest of the middle-aged men, "There's been an accident." "Humph. What's the point of wasting words? I'm not just coping with the unexpected." That middle-aged man was full of disdain. The woman sighed. "You were urgently transferred here because that idiot, the vice president, has lost contact in the trial forest," she replied calmly, her brow furrowing slightly as she said the word idiot, as if she was displeased with the vice president's stupid move. Right. No matter if he's dead or alive. I'll take over the relic recovery matter anyway." "Why? Isn't that the arrangement?" "That's the arrangement, but there's been a new accident besides this one." "Oh?" The hunter who served as a guide for the relic hunters was a mid-level employee here named Bigard. The vice president had promised him a very expensive medical aid for a girl named Shane that he had designated. "So what? Does this have anything to do with the mission?" "The girl named Shane has been kidnapped, and we're guessing that there's a high probability that the kidnappers are targeting the relics that Bigard is helping to mine." The woman in glasses rubbed her brow. The hunting district's operations had been hit by a series of accidents, and the mess had kept her from resting for a long time. According to me, you guys should have cut off this Bigard's communications a long time ago, right? Isn't it true that similar tactics of not allowing any interference before completing a mission have been used many times? What's the matter? Accidental appearance here? Unfortunately, you're right. The little girl who was in charge of Shane's care disappeared from the hospital not too long ago and her current whereabouts are unknown. And while the probability is not high, the possibility exists that she tipped off Bigard by any means necessary. So, the middle-aged man yawned and shrugged. "That's why I have to go to the scene to intercept it, and it has to be done in a low-key manner." "Okay, Okay, this is the way to go. Have a safe trip. Seeing the relic hunter who had rushed forward cleaved in two by the warblade, Bigard realized the worm's most dangerous ability. He hastily hissed into the microphone. Keep your distance. Fight with your firearms. Protect every one of your companions around you, and no one else must be eaten by the worms. Eating his former teammates. The worm grows a human face. Eating a gas bomb enables it to spit toxin-laced slime. Eating the relic hunter. It actually learned how to use the weapon. If the fight went on in such a way as to generate personnel depletion, in the end no one in the ground would be able to return alive. Hearing the order, the relic hunters retreated backward, distancing themselves from the worm, while the warhound droid met it, attempting to cauterize the worm with high-volt plasma. The attack did have some effect, but the worms were surprisingly indifferent to the electric shock as they retreated to the edge of the tunnel, paralyzed by the plasma. The thick arm slammed into the ground, shattering the foremost warhound robot, which then once again made a move to curl its body in preparation for vomiting. The relic hunters had already maintained a distance of several dozen meters from the worm, and it naturally could no longer attack the hunters directly with its arms and mouth parts, so it could only choose to fight by spewing slime. Humph. There are only a few tricks that come and go, so don't panic everyone. Feed it bullets and just use intensive fire to cut off its head one by one. A relic hunter brought out a light machine gun. Assisted by his arm strength that completely surpassed the human limit, the light machine gun had almost no recoil, and the bullets were shot towards a human face in an unbiased and accurate manner. The worm had already vomited slime several times in a row, and the relic hunters had adapted to how to dodge its spewing by virtue of their superior perceptual abilities. At this distance, it would have taken at least 2 seconds for the slime to hit this hunter where he was standing, but in less than half a second, a ball of plasma with sparks flew towards the relic hunter who was pounding the monster's face with his light machine gun at an extremely fast speed. In an instant he was paralyzed and unable to move. Then a wind tunnel arose in the mouthparts of one of the worms, and the immobile hunter was sucked in without putting up any resistance. This scene made Bigard completely despair, and he realized the fact that it was impossible for the relic hunter to defeat this monster. How do you mine a relic guarded by a completely unbroken monster? He had to make a choice. The lives of these relic hunters who are completely at odds with themselves, or Shane's chance to stand up. Weaknesses are unknown, as is how much more it can evolve. Now faced with a completely unwinnable battle, while keeping his distance from the worm and retreating, Bigard anxiously tried to find a breakthrough. Until you find a weakness, it's simply impossible to defeat it the hard way. In order to quickly put the worm's intelligence analysis in place, Bigard reorganized the remaining rotary wing scouts and wardog robots to conduct detailed reconnaissance of the worm on all fronts. All the robots surrounded the net and scanned repeatedly at maximum power. After a few minutes of stalemate in a state of total defensiveness or dodging of the opponent's attacks, the robot had not been able to find out where it was physically weak and what organs it was still protecting when it attacked. In a sense, the creature was close to invincible when facing humans. Tapping his helmet a few times, Bigard finally gave the order with great reluctance. Retreat. Back to the surface for rest and recuperation. This order amounted to a complete abandonment of Operation 069. Even if the monster, which could no longer be called a giant worm, was lured to the ground to fight, the mission would only end in failure. Before setting out, the vice president had explained that in order to ensure that the entire process of mining and delivering the relics would not be detected by other companies as traces, the relic hunters would not receive any airfire support. However, if this team alone continued to fight by consuming enhancers, eventually all of their combat power would be depleted. Besides, after arriving at the ground, the relic hunters would inevitably discover their forged identities, and when the situation was in chaos, it was still unknown how it would end. Shane, I'm sorry. Bigard clenched his back teeth and used the Warhound droid temple to begin covering the retreat of the relic hunters. This non-existent team has no grudges against them, so there is no need to waste their lives in a situation where the chances of winning are almost zero, despite the fact that one doesn't get along with them at all. However, the young hunter who had recognized his identity just now suddenly reached his side with a quick step. He deliberately switched to private communication. Hey, why are you retreating? Don't you want to get rich? You saw it yourself. We can't win at all. And if we keep going like this, we'll all just die for nothing. But Relic Hunter itself is a position with a very high mortality rate. Rich and famous. Don't stop me from getting rich, you bastard. Before everyone recognizes your identity, continue to disguise as the chief captain to call them back. Completely unable to comprehend what was going on in the young man's head, Bigard asked in amazement, "Are you that afraid of death? Poverty is more frightening than death, isn't it? In our line of work, we've long been prepared not to see the sunrise the next day. If they really weren't afraid of death, why did they obediently follow the order to retreat?" Seeing that the worm was about to slash at him with its war knife raised, Bigard pushed the young hunter away and yelled at him, We're the only two left. Run! But to his utter amazement, the worm's arm holding the knife stopped moving in the air, and the blade that was originally swung towards the young hunter turned and danced horizontally towards himself. Captain Bigard! Captain Bigard! I won't spare you if you leave me in this place. All of the worm's human faces became hideous and twisted, not caring about the much closer young hunter. Instead, Mayfly Chrysalis continued to pursue Bigard, blades slashing all over this cavern, debris flying and smashing the rotor scouts as they held their heads in their hands. Suddenly, Bigard saw a spectacle on his helmet's HUD that the group hadn't noticed when they first climbed underground toward the tunnel. That tunnel is not bottomless. At first, because of the giant worm's fat body blocked the tunnel. When we look down, the only thing we can see is the deep blackness. But now that the worms had completely left the tunnel and crawled up, the rotary-winged scout got a good look at the eggs and some baby worms packed densely underneath. And in addition to the offspring born from this giant worm, right in the center of the bottom of the tunnel lay a diamond-shaped metal structure. The outer wall of that thing was arranged like a circuit board with wire slots, and its inner part flickered with regular streams of light. There was no doubt that the goal of this trip into the wormhole was at hand. Seeing that the worm was always clinging to its grip and attacking, Bigard was suddenly struck by an idea, and he called out to the lad into the microphone. Hey, I've got an idea. It's just the two of us, and there's still a chance to take the relics with us. Ha! You connect to the rotor scout's lens right now and get a good look into the tunnel. Is there any way to get the contents out by yourself with your strength? I see. Ha ha ha. After a brief explanation, the young relic hunter smiled wryly. Stall the bugs and I'll take care of the rest. With that said, he took out a tube of enhancer and put himself into a potion stack. Only a couple of stomps through the bricks could be heard, and the relic hunter had jumped into the tunnel. Ka! Hiss dash! A baby worm broke through the eggshell and shook its head proudly. My mother-sama gave birth to me in the safest place. There will definitely not be any natural enemies appearing here. This baby can thrive before going to play in the outside world. But the relic hunter landed right on top of its head. The warrior, who had entered a potion stack state, simply looked like an evil spirit that had come to claim its life against these baby worms, and with a snap of his fingers, all the hatchlings crumbled into the safe crib with their flesh and eggshells. The niche of light. Knowing a little about ancient runes, he looked at the engraving above the metal structure and muttered to himself, what a shitty name. And that's when Bigard's hiss came through the headset. Well, did you get it yet? You'd better move faster. I'm at my limit. Bigard, as an ordinary human, did not possess the same abundant physical strength as a warrior, and had some difficulty in warding off the frequent attacks of the worms. However, this worm somehow held an extremely strong grudge against Bigard, and the eye sockets on that hideous face squeezed out mucus, and madly continued to pummel with various combinations of moves. Ah, my eye! The relic hunter at the bottom of the tunnel let out a heartbreaking howl. Hearing the not-so-good call, Bigard rushed to focus his attention on the rotary-wing scout lens on his helmet HUD. The boy did get his hands on what could be called a relic. He cupped his hands around a mass of metal that kept twisting and distorting, but the thing was clearly metallic, yet it rose and fell rhythmically like a living creature. Hey, why did you take off your helmet? What if there are toxic gases in here? The relic hunter didn't answer, and having already removed his helmet, he actually took off the combat suit he was wearing, wrapping the object in his hand completely in his clothing, and took out another tube of enhancer. The effects of the 3 shots of enhancement exploded through his body, and the young relic hunter's physical senses were pressed to their limits. So even without relying on sight, feeling the air flow through his skin, and using his sense of smell and hearing, he quickly stepped on the inner walls of the tunnel and climbed up. At close range, Bigard realized that the lad's face was covered in blood, and those 2 eye sockets had become blackened holes. Bigard, definitely don't get caught in the light of this thing. I'm afraid I don't have a chance to get rich. Hey, rich and famous is a good thing. Normal. The side effects of the potion had begun to show on his body. His skin was rapidly festering while tiny beads of blood continued to seep outward from his capillaries. He took 2 steps toward Bigard by hearing, and finally, his legs could not support the weight of his body. Seeing that the young man was about to wobble and plant himself, Bigard immediately maneuvered the remaining war dogs to the rescue. As long as he held the giant worm at bay for a few more seconds, the war dog would be able to save the relic hunter and return to the surface with the relic without any problems. But Bigard was already a little stretched. In desperation, he also took out the enhancer from his pocket. As the potion slowly entered his bloodstream, the power was delivered to every cell in his body, and his senses became more acute. The sight caught a dark figure rushing towards the fallen relic hunter at great speed. Chief Captain, didn't you say retreat? It's a bit of a struggle just with you two as the rear guard. Let me help you. Ha 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 ha. By the sound of his voice, this guy was the same relic hunter who had been pissing towards the bottom of the tunnel. One of our own. Is great. Bigard smiled thankfully. By this time the potion was half absorbed and dodging the worm attack was clearly not as taxing as it had been a moment ago, and once again took off his flashbangs, ready to bid farewell to this difficult fellow and return to the ground. Thanks to the help of these two relic hunters, I'll have to bring Shane along to the door to thank them properly in the future. Bigard's heart was filled with gratitude for these two, and he had slightly changed his mind about the greedy relic hunters. You can help a lot. This kid on the ground is seriously injured. Take him out first. You bastard. What are you doing? Ha ha ha, didn't I say so? I'm here to help you ascend, the guy said while aiming his loaded rifle at the young hunter's head. 2 shots later, he continued to taunt. Bigard, I suspected you before the worms even crawled out of the tunnels, and the chief captain doesn't love his men as much as you do. This murderer who killed his companion kicked over the corpse on the ground, broke the young hunter's stiff arm, and carefully put the thing wrapped in clothes into his backpack. I can see everything you two did just now. This treasure must be worth a lot of money. I didn't come here for nothing this trip. Ha 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 ha, farewell forever, my god of fortune. When I become prosperous, I'll arrange a good graveyard for you. With that, he injected the enhancer into the slot at his collarbone and left the cave with a gust of wind. By this time, Bigard's potion had also fully begun to take effect, and the two of them ran wildly through the cavern in pursuit one after the other. Under the augmentation of the enhancers, the figures of the two were like 2 streaks of lightning, instantly leaving the angry giant worm behind. But the monster suddenly calmed down and gave up the chase, instead rolling its huge body and crawling toward the body of the young hunter lying on the ground. The humans stationed near the tent in the worm's cave never made any strange moves other than being on guard, and Yang Jiju slightly relaxed his guard. When curls of black smoke appeared in the plains area to the east of Fish's Mouth Peak, he was still wondering what was going on in that place when he suddenly felt a gust of wind across his head. Strange visitors arrive at Fishmouth Peak. This guy was so fast that even Suewa didn't react. It was not until a dark figure stood at the top of the canopy that Suewa and Yang Jiju got a good look at the strange man. The unrecognizable crow did not seem hostile, and it was carrying a roll of white cloth in its beak. Those eyes were like they possessed a spirit, staring straight at the tree. Could this be for me? Yang Jiju tentatively raised the branch and reached out to it. Sure enough, the raven heartily loosened its beak. When the rolled-up cloth was spread out, Yang Jiju came to a realization. This crow is a new friend, and with its help I have rescued several lions, and am now on my way to a hunter's camp where my fellow lions are confined. If we see fire and black smoke, it means that our operation has been successful, and we will next proceed to liberate several camps in the vicinity, and also that the wounded animals are on their way to Fishbill's Peak. Well done, monkey. The good news thrilled Yang Jiju, and the crow, seeing that it had accomplished its task of communication, immediately took off to return to the plains, its shoulders burdened with the most important work between the front and the rear. Sighting the crow's back as it left, Yang Jiju was overwhelmed with emotion. The power of the animals was gradually growing, although everyone used to get along as hunter and prey, but as long as their own divinity succeeded in sprouting, it would greatly increase the abundance of species in this forest. Besides, wild animals are much more capable of reproducing than humans, and as long as they build up 2 or 3 generations of troops, the day is just around the corner when humans will be completely expelled. The only thing he was worried about was the strength of the human in heavy armor guarding the entrance to the wormhole, which he didn't know yet. It's not enough to rely on the number of creatures to fight against such a civilization that has developed technology. In this world, how strong the combined combat capabilities of humans were was still a mystery to Yang Jiju. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is never dangerous, and so far all of his observations of humans have been limited to within the Forest of Trials. As soon as I settle these guys under the wormhole, it's time to figure out how to train a group of animals specializing in intelligence gathering to travel to the human world. I need to get to the bottom of all of them. He was wondering how he was going to play this big game when suddenly another gust of wind crossed his head. Crow, that's fast enough. What's the intel this time? Yang Jiju looked curiously to the top of her canopy, but looking around she couldn't see where the raven was. Instead, one of the ancient pagodas at the top of Fishmouth Peak appeared with a raw face that startled him. Humans? An ultra-compact, single-person aircraft left Fishbowl Peak and followed the programmed route to the hideout, and Miranda jumped out of the cabin, and with her parachute slowly reached the highest peak of the trial forest, with a long abandoned spire at her feet. The rotary-winged scout that had been gripping her back pointed exuberantly toward the tent at the base of the hill. Hack the jammer here, and you'll be able to contact Daddy. I'm going to get Daddy. The rotor scout broke free from the pit bench with great force. The tall, skinny member of the team that was originally treated as missing after Operation 068 was overactivated himself, took the data captured on camera and left the robotics storage room, so the door to the depot was open. The rotary-winged scout certainly wasn't going to stay obediently in place waiting for the crew to come and shut itself down. Dozens of days had passed since Bigard and Shane had been brought to the medical center, and with absolutely no idea of how close the two were, it had been as anxious as a hot pan. It had just quietly flown from the underground storage room to the outdoors, where it happened to bump into a couple of warhounds. TCH, grow some eyes you, woofed the war dog that had been clanked against the wall. I'm sorry, Humph, clumsy, did you see any suspicious humans just now? There was a brief malfunction in the park's security system, and we suspect an intrusion. Ah, there, going that way. Woof. The questioning warhound and a couple of his mates pensively chased after the rotary-winged scout toward the corner it was pointing at haphazardly with its mechanical claws. Invasion? That means that guy just now infiltrated the company to wreak havoc. What the hell is going on these days? Daddy, where are you? There was no sign of Bigard and Shane at the medical center. The office where paperwork is usually handled is also different. While the robots and security personnel were searching for intruders outside, it secretly investigated the list of company personnel and found Bigard's address in it. Passing through street after street, it finally reached the mansion where traces of Bigard's life did exist, and flew in along with the window. But the house was empty. But after scanning the house, the rotor scouts are surprised to find important information. There are still traces of Shane's life in this house. Hard. Is Shane going to be a mommy? The unexpected gain made the rotor scout chip all red and a hint of black smoke. With excitement, it cleaned the house with its clumsy mechanical claws and sat obediently on the couch waiting for the two to come home. But the wait was 10 hours. It sits up a bit, moving in and out scanning the street for people. 16 hours passed, and the rotary-winged scout realized the magnitude of the problem and became even more disturbed as it began hacking into the street's surveillance system. There was no confirmed sign of Bigard and Shane returning home until 24 hours. It cranks up the probability of the two meeting in accident to 99%. Started a solo citywide search. Finally, in the surveillance equipment on Pleasant Street, it saw what Daddy and Shane had gone through while he was in a coma. Also checked another smelly street not far away for a record of an attack on Shane before he disappeared. All clues break down here, and the man in the buttoned-up hood leaves the city-state's borders after loading Shane into an unlicensed vehicle. The only person in the know that he or she could contact was the elegant lady who had taken the first shot for Shane. The rotary-wing reconnaissance plane confirmed the license plate number of the ambulance and quickly lifted off toward the hospital. Meaning I'm under house arrest, right? After her co-worker left the room, Miranda clutched the sheets of her hospital bed into a tight ball. The corners of her mouth twitched and her brows were locked. The resentment in her heart had nowhere to be vented. Both of them understood how cold-blooded the colleagues' lightly spoken words were just now. They're used to it. The company intentionally cut off the communications of Bigard, who was at the hunting site, with the clear intent of not allowing the kidnappers to reach him nor for the personnel who knew about the abduction to break the news to him. It follows that the object Mr. Bigard is hunting must be of great value, and there's a high probability that the kidnappers, who have taken Miss Shane, have their sights set on the same target. If Mr. Bigard knew about the kidnapping, he would have gone out of his way to fight the hunters on the scene for that target. It does make business sense for the company to do this, but it's certainly a case of seeing death. The more Miranda thought about it, the more angry she became. Her fists clenched so tightly that her fingernails turned a little white. We will surely find a way out beyond the battlefield and the hunting ground. A way out that we can live even if we leave the company. The words Shane had once said hit Milan's heart that early morning. A warrior will always be a warrior. A hunter will always be a hunter. A caretaker is always a caretaker. Every screw must give everything in his life at his post. Miranda had long been numb to such a life, until she accompanied Shane to the smelly streets, until she played her guitar and listened to Shane sing. There was only one way to keep Shane alive, but that only way would require a price she simply couldn't afford. Fighting the company is a dead end. Miranda released her grip on the sheets and cradled her head before burying it deep between her knees. It doesn't feel good to be powerless. It doesn't feel good to have to watch a friend you just met die in senseless strife. Miranda, who had to choose to be an ostrich, shed tears of resentment. The colleague who was guarding in the corridor heard her intermittent sobbing, and sighed a long sigh. Originally, the company's arrangement was to execute you directly to minimize the risk. If I hadn't used all of my own options to give you a guarantee, Humph, you'll be content. We mole crickets, there's only one way to live. A slight noise in the room caught her attention, and she was about to push her way in to find out if anything had gone wrong. But barging into the room at a time like this was too reckless to fit the elegant image of the profession of caretaking, so she shrugged her shoulders in dismissal and sat back in her chair to continue her watch. And at that moment, the rotor scout, who had dived into the ward through the ventilation slots, stared wide-eyed at Miranda. And at the moment when Miranda was dumbfounded and was about to call for someone to come in and chase the strange thing away, the rotor scout's LCD screen popped up with the words, "Hello Sister Caretaker. Sister, can you help me save Mama Shane?" 2 minutes later, The ward's window, which had been unlocked, was smashed by a mechanical claw, and Miranda jumped with the rotor scout, and the co-worker who heard the glass breaking. Her face was first tense and terrified, but knowing that things could not be undone, she made a split-second decision to shove a couple of kids who had been roaming the hallway and refusing to go home into the locker where the janitor was placing her mop, and proceeded to sit back down in her hallway chair with a straight face. The black-clad men dispatched by the company soon arrived on the scene. As she was held against her head by a pistol fitted with a silencer, she calmly said, "My settlement money. Make sure it's on time." The man in black nodded and pulled the trigger. Caretaker Miranda is wanted in the city. Effective immediately. A citywide manhunt for District 6 Hunter Bigard. Effective immediately. Hey, machine, you're sure you can get the plane and weapons out safely, right? Sure. And don't call me a machine. It's rude, eh? Miranda steals a roadside vehicle and lists all the tools she needs to travel to the Forest of Trials to contact Bigard on her speeding rampage toward the corporate campus. As it happens, the company's robotics warehouse is stocked with them, and the rotor scout is able to steal them with ease. After a moment's thought, Miranda shot a glance at the rotor scout. "I'll call you Pabu then." Pabu. That's a nice name. Does it have any special meaning? Meaning? Monumental, I guess. That's the name of the dog my grandmother had. Ah, I'm not a puppy dog. Hold on. The reflection reflected in the rearview mirror left Miranda no time to continue her idle chatter as she twisted the steering wheel with all her might. The men in black on the motorcycle behind them were coming on strong, and they didn't look good. But Miranda's car skills are not unusual. The first year she became a caretaker she could only do odd jobs, often pulling prosthetics through the streets and alleys. Sometimes the car's prosthetics are too valuable to easily provoke robbers. So it was with that year of life and death that she honed her skills to be able to turn 8,000 to corner in an alley. With the complex terrain, she walked the black-clad man around corners everywhere after dropping off her rotary-wing scout, Pabu, near the corporate campus. Not long afterward, Pabu fetched the goods and slid inside the car like a loach while the man in black was still dazedly searching the street corner for the vehicle he'd lost. Seeing that she had shaken off her pursuers, Miranda frantically slammed her palms against the steering wheel and cracked up with excitement, wailing like a mountain monkey as she did so. All the resentment that had been building up in her heart for years roared out loud. Pabu, as of today, I'm a wanted man, and so are you. Ha 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 ha. She reached out towards the passenger seat and made a light fist bump with Pabu's mechanical claw. It doesn't matter. Pabu the wanted just wants to find daddy and mommy. Oh, I didn't see that you're still a big filial son. Ha, then, wanted Miranda. Will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Go, asshole. Runs really fast. Bigard knew that he was not at all as fit as the fighters, and that the time limit he could maintain in this state was no better than theirs. The guy who had snatched the prey left the dome at a breakneck pace, crossed the spawning grounds, and looked to be a few hundred meters short of reaching the entrance dug out by the drilling vehicle. If he let this kid reach the ground, he would have lost all his efforts. Although his purpose was obviously to take this relic by himself, after all, he was familiar with the other relic hunters, and if he incited everyone to come together to deal with himself, the result could be imagined. The young hunter who had just helped steal the relic for himself would have given his life in vain, and Shane would spend the rest of his life in such a body. So, Bigard didn't hesitate, even if the cost is life. Before he was pulled away by the relic hunter, he injected both enhancers into his body at the same time. This heart, which was pounding haphazardly like a cylinder, made him feel an unprecedented abundance of power, but he also felt his life draining away at a blistering pace with a stuck stopwatch. Bang! The stone under his feet was crushed by the impulse. Bigard's body rushed straight at the relic hunter at the speed of sound, and his fist jabbed out towards his opponent's waist socket as he approached. With 3 enhancers stacked on top of the normal, Bigard knew he only had 2 minutes. Within those 2 minutes, he had to kill this enemy in front of him. Ahem! The relic hunter's blood splattered on the inside of his helmet, blurring his vision, but with the feel of his body, he knew without looking that he had a hole through his waist. You life-threatening lunatic! I'm a warrior. Don't think you can win me over with just enhancers. Every mission of the relic hunter had been accompanied by death, and this was not the first time he had experienced this kind of injury. And even though his body was affected by the pain and he was unable to exert his full strength, he counterattacked with lightning speed. Bigard's helmet collided with the elbow the relic hunter flung at him, and immediately a beeping sound rang out in his ear canal. But his opponent's attack had absolutely no intention of stopping, and swung another punch at Bigard's throat. Out of instinct, Bigard set up his arms for a parry, but his opponent's punches came to a screeching halt. A dark shadow quickly tackled the relic hunter to the ground. Light, bright, my son, give me back my son. The searchlight on top of the helmet shot straight to the location of the sound, a bizarre sight that left both Bigard and the fallen relic hunter in such shock that they didn't know how to act for a moment. Judging by the skin, this would be that giant worm, covered in slime and wrinkled from head to toe. But its current form was clearly a human being, with upright feet, clenched fists in both hands, and a shoulder and backbone that fit the mold of a human being perfectly. The only thing that was extremely creepy was the head. Shane's face melting and reorganizing over and over again on a ball of flesh that couldn't even be called a head. Die, monster! Though doubly terrified of the creature that had shapeshifted again, the relic hunter held down by it launched a counterattack dictated by the desire to survive. Unable to move with his hands held by the other man, he mallet his head into the other man's disgusting face, and just then, Bigard's helmet displayed an anomalous message. Mr. Bigard, I finally reached you. Listen to me. Miss Shane has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers are targeting the relics you're hunting. That thing should not be handed over to the company under any circumstances. After entering the underground, he completely lost contact with the outside world. Previously Bigard did not care too much. After all, being in the depths of the earth, it is normal for cell phones to lose signal. Instead, Miranda, who was supposed to be at home watching over Shane, was talking to herself over a live channel. It meant that she had entered this forest herself, and that was, well, a big deal. Miranda's words made Bigard instantly understand the status quo. Not only did he have to snatch the weird thing from this bug and the relic hunter, but he also had to make sure that he was able to get out of the forest with Miranda without any problems and without using the company's transportation. He had less than 2 minutes left for himself, which was his physical limit, and he had it in mind. So, pouncing on the writhing worm and relic hunter, he calmly asked into the microphone, "Where are you now? Tell me." In that less than 2 minutes, the relic must be delivered to Miranda. The relic hunter's headbutt did hit the worm, but the blow merely deformed the opponent's limp muzzle, and the human face reappeared where the worm's shoulder had been. Ha! Die! Why don't you die? The relic hunter let out a desperate howl, knowing that there was no way he could escape from this monster. And at that moment, neither of the two sides who were wrestling noticed that Bigard's quick figure had plucked the relic wrapped in clothing from the relic hunter's hands. At the same time, several flashbangs exploded in a shower of sparks in front of the worm and the relic hunter. From the day they break out of their shells, worms do not rely on their eyesight to find food and water in dark environments. Back then, the rest of its senses were much more sensitive than they are now. Now, the giant worm, which has gone through several morphological transformations and has finally, after much difficulty, acquired a visual organ capable of perceiving light, is frequently attacked by flashbulbs in a single day. And ironically, having gained eyes it relies too much on sight, with a slight decrease in the acuity of its sense of smell and temperature perception. It would like to immediately go after the human who stole the niche of light, but it couldn't confirm the other party's position in the state of white before its eyes. In a fit of rage, it snapped the neck of the relic hunter pinned beneath it like a tantrum-throwing child would a toy. By the time he gulped the guy down, his vision finally slowly returned. Looking for Bigard's figure, it lifted its head, its legs contracted like springs to build up strength, and leapt to the brand new world outside, the colorful world that it had never observed with its eyes, and the place it was heading to. The relic hunters who had already escaped had removed their helmets, or should I say were removed from their helmets, until they were cleared of any suspicion of colluding with Bigard. They were only able to honestly put on the handcuffs reserved for custodial fighters and line up to kneel under the muzzles of the heavy robots. "Sir, the target is on approach." The heavily armored human nodded and removed his folding axe from behind him, eating the blow as soon as Bigard emerged from beneath the cavern with the relic. A few dozen seconds ago, the signal jammers placed in the forest showed an anomaly, and the communications soldier noticed this and immediately reported the information to this officer. It's the kind of thing that doesn't need to be investigated to know that the caretaker who helped Bigard, the wanted criminal Miranda, has entered the trial forest. That being the case, as long as Bigard didn't die under the dome, he must have snuck away with the relics. That kid doesn't possess the physical qualities of a warrior, but he survived Operation 068, so don't let your guard down, polish your eyes, and kill without amnesty once you've identified your target. Yes, the people who heard the officer's order all replied in short, forceful bursts, gripping their firearms tighter in their hands, ready to fire at Bigard, who had appeared from under the ground. They had gotten a general idea of the man Bigard in the combat meeting before they entered the forest. Prior to the accident, he led the lowest mortality rate in the company, guaranteed a profit on every hunt, survived the 068 event, and is nothing short of a living legend. Moreover, according to the report from the relic hunters just now, after everyone realized that the enemy under the ground was simply unbeatable, Bigard even chose to take the back seat with his mortal body, thinking that they were about to face such a ruthless character. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous. The top of the mountain, the highest peak of the trial forest once known as Throne Peak, was a place where hunters never went to hunt because the altitude was too high and the combat conditions were not favorable to humans. Knowing Miranda's location, Vegard came up with a rough plan in his mind. Any weapons in hand? He calmly asked Miranda on the other end of the communication device as he fled. Yes, I brought a pistol and cigarettes. There are no heavy weapons capable of triggering an explosion. Grenade launcher. Pabu brought one. It doesn't matter who Pabu is. Use that anyway. Shoot the tent. Now. Right now. What? I know the company's style too well. The entrance is surrounded now, right? I have the company stuff in my hand. How can they let me off easy? Understood. Miranda understood Vegard's intentions. Clearly the man knew much more about both the forest and the company than his own insignificant caretaker. Then there is nothing to hesitate. 100% follow the instructions of the other side will not be wrong. Pabu, fire the gun. Now. Miranda tapped Papu twice on the head. Roger that. The grenade launcher was fixed at an angle by Pabu's mechanical claws, and after fine-tuning it for wind and elevation, it spat out all the grenades one by one. Aiming at that distance was something only a robot like Pabu could do by using a grenade launcher as a rocket launcher. 16 grenades in a row, all hitting that tent. The explosion didn't cause too many casualties, but the shockwave completely disrupted the formation of the encircling net, while the fire and raised dust greatly interfered with everyone's vision. In this one moment, Vegard, who hadn't yet run out of the drug, leapt through the tent, and after recognizing the direction in the air, all the remaining flashbangs, white phosphorus grenades, and gas grenades in his waistband were thrown at the dazed hunters. Miranda, listen to me. My body will reach its limit in 50 seconds. Until then I will run as fast as I can to that burned-out peach grove on the north side of the forest. Come and get me. You must be faster than the company's pursuers. Take what I'm holding, and contact the kidnappers. Do you hear me? His jumping up has given Miranda and Pabu a good look, and Pabu is smoking black with excitement. Daddy! Finally, I get to meet Daddy. But Miranda, alarmed, asked loudly over the channel. Mr. Vegard, what do you mean by that? It's like giving an account of a will. There's no time to explain so much. Move. Now. Now. Tisk. Miranda put down the binoculars in her hand and grabbed Pabu about to run towards Vegard's designated spot, but suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Without realizing it, the mist drifting from the fissure underneath the ancient tower actually covered it. She squinted her eyes to scrutinize the dark shadows that shifted vaguely inside the fog, and didn't realize that she was surrounded by an overwhelming number of tentacles until the oddly shaped strip suddenly picked up speed and swung towards her. Seeing that his body was about to be grabbed by the tentacles, the white, chubby sphere suddenly blocked himself right in the middle with the tentacles. Sister Miranda, you go meet up with Daddy. I'll stall this octopus. The valiant Pabu unfolded his round belly, revealing an assortment of weapons. Humph, the monster that hurt Shane's mommy. You're really still alive. I, Pabu, will not be afraid of you. I will avenge Mommy Shane. Ha, ha, hey. After bouncing Pabu to the foot of the hill with a brainbuster, Yang Jiju once again reached out his tentacles to capture the woman who was fleeing north, who had just mumbled a few words and then fired at the tent without saying a word. Originally I was afraid of exposing Fishmouth Peak. I didn't bother to take care of the two of you, but you guys stomped your noses and actually set off firecrackers in front of my house. Although he was happy to watch the humans kill each other, but the woman was firing her gun at Fishmouth Peak, so if the humans underneath fought back, wouldn't he or she be out of luck? Since you fired, then I'll accompany around. The drone set its course at Yang Jiju's maneuvering and the cluster bombs were about to be aimed at the group of humans greeting near the tent. At the same time, he reached out and was about to grab the woman who had escaped. He had to ask what was going on with her grudge against these guys. In case there was an irreconcilable contradiction within the human race, he might be able to utilize it himself. However, the tentacles were only so many meters away from catching the woman when an inexplicably sharp pain attacked Yang Jiju's body, only to hear a loud boom. The canopy of the skyscraping tree smashed into the bottom of Yang Jiju's own feet. My head? How did my head fall off? Who did this to you? Having experienced countless battles in the forest, Yang Jiju was already completely familiar with the various characteristics of this plant body, and the pain this time was extraordinary, neither like that caused by the slashes of a sharp blade nor the burning wounds brought about by a bomb. He bent down and picked up his head, holding it up in the air to meet the daylight for a closer inspection, and noticed that the section of the wound was actually rapidly rotting and oozing out foul-smelling juices. So disgusting was the scene that he was frightened that he hastened to throw his head to the foot of the mountain with a force. A panicked heart calmed down a bit before he realized that the painful section of his body was also reacting in that vile way, while the panel popped up with a message he had never seen before. You're contaminated, and if you don't deal with it, the consequences are unimaginable. This reminder came at the right time. and Yang Jiju took a moment to observe the injuries on the severed surface. Realizing that the area of vesiculation was indeed spreading towards the rest of the body, he immediately allowed the thickest roots to harden, and without hesitation cut himself off another section. What the hell hit me? Even though the wounds he received weren't too serious, the disgusting ulcers made him wary. If the enemy fired a few more shots, he was going to be chopped up into an old stump, and he didn't want to be made into a root sculpture and displayed in a rich man's living room. And while searching around for the attack from an unknown source, the woman who had run away suddenly let out a heartbreaking cry. Mr. Bigard. Following the direction of the woman's face, Yang Jiju saw a naked human suddenly tear open his face, revealing countless eyeballs inside the cavity. Next, the face wrapped around the fallen human in heavy armor like the mouthparts of a worm. Oh my god. What the hell kind of monster is that? It's disgusting. Dumbfounded, he was observing the humanoid monster feeding when the guy suddenly lifted his face skin again, and the eyes inside turned their sights in unison towards Fishbreath Peak. At this instant, Yang Jiju felt a chill coming from the soles of her feet. Without waiting for him to crouch his body low to hide, red light suddenly shot out from those eyeballs and penetrated the trunk of Yang Jiju's tree. You've been contaminated again. Watch yourself. Thanks to the drones arriving at the start of the bombing route, a couple of those cluster bombs hit the creature right on the head, but this only bought Yang Jiju the time to treat his wounds, knowing that a round of bombardment wouldn't even be able to destroy himself, much less do any substantial damage to the creature. He had only one choice: the enemy was targeting himself, and the animals of Fishmouth Peak could not be affected. Before plunging down the valley, the light-filled ability covered the entire Fishmouth Peak with maximum brightness. A sun-like light appeared at the highest peak of the trial forest, and the animals inhabiting all corners of the forest, without exception, noticed the abnormality occurring at that highest peak. This included the armies of animals on the plains far to the east. The wolves and monkeys looked out in unison in the direction of their home, and after looking at each other, they nodded, called out to their friends, and with all the animals they had rescued from this hunting area, darted toward Fishmouth Peak. This is the signal that Yang Jiju had discussed with the monkey earlier. Having thrown all the flashbangs in his hand, Bigard hurriedly retreated towards the agreed location. Maybe the surprise attack just now could only slow down the besieger for a few seconds, but it was enough, and the stacking of the three enhancers had brought his fitness up to Shane's level for the time being. At a sprint, his vision couldn't even keep up with himself, and the flickering streams of light around his helmet made him nauseous. With this completely beyond the human body's limit of speed running, in addition to the eyes of the body's organs are also undergoing great damage, he can obviously feel his heart and kidneys are rapidly entering the state of exhaustion. Bigard was a normal human after all, and he had to slow down 2 steps slightly in order to adjust his breathing. However, in these 2 short steps, a lightning-like figure had already caught up. Sculptor, do you really think you can run away? The shoulder of the man in heavy armor slammed hard into Bigard's back, and the impact caused him to stagger and fly out about 10 meters. Fell to the ground. Bigard only feels suffocated in the chest, cannot stand up, and a cool wind behind him again. He only had to curl up his body to prevent this blow, but the other party this time holding a sharp short axe in his hand. The axe embedded itself into the small arm that Bigard had used to parry. The ulna bone shattered, but the axe head was jammed tightly into the arm by the muscle fibers strengthened by the enhancers. Seeing that he was unable to pull out the short axe, the man called Sir directly mounted on Bigard's body and swung both fists to pound repeatedly. Hundreds of punches were swung on Bigard's helmet in a few seconds of work, hardening that helmet to a pulp. He stopped the attack in his hand only when he met Bigard, who had changed shape in his face, with a miserable look of oil and light. Humph, this is what happens when you go against the company. The officer cursed viciously as he took the item wrapped in the combat uniform from Bigard's hands. Unconscionable. Who expected? He turned around, but saw a face as if poured by sulfuric acid was soaked in a person naked standing in front of himself. The man raised his hand to point to something wrapped in a ball in his combat uniform and uttered 2 simple words in a raspy voice, mine. Hearing those 2 words, the officer couldn't help but swallow as he realized what was standing in front of him. When the relic hunters crawled out of the ground just now, they had already reported their encounter in the depths of the wormhole. What's more, at this moment, in his afterglow, he clearly saw the tragic scene behind this half-human, half-insect monster. Whether it was the handcuffed relic hunters or the fighters they brought with them, or even the few heavy hunting robots, all of them were turned into bloody remnants as if they had been run over by a train. The officer's hands began to shiver, and not daring to make a move, he gently placed what the other man wanted on the ground, and quietly pulled out 5 enhancers at the same time. The other party didn't seem to care at all about the small movement in his hand, but suddenly turned his head 180 degrees and stared at the top of the cliff and thought. The creature stared for a few seconds before gritting its teeth in a tone that harbored great hatred. Tummy ache. The thing that gave me a stomachache. It wasn't sure what type of creature it should be counted as. So far, it had perfected its grade twice on the way to evolution, and each time it reconstructed the air sea it was like getting a new life. The moment it broke the ground, it greedily used all of its body senses to get a good look at this brand new world above ground. Above and below ground are two completely different worlds. Although the large trees have long since collapsed, the surface of the soil has been nourished for some time, and weeds and a variety of saplings are growing once again. There are birds and insects and a gentle breeze, and all the colors it had never identified with the naked eye. The bright sunlight illuminated the entire trial forest, making it feel warm and cozy. At one time, light didn't hold much appeal for it. As a worm, it doesn't need vision, but it was as if magic existed in that metal box, tantalizing it day after day. You don't have eyes. You'll never know how wonderful the light is. The rambling never stops. So it began to wonder what the light really was. Gradually, curiosity rose to obsession. That desire to explore caused it pain. Unexpectedly, one day, small unrecognizable creatures entered their lair, leaving behind body after body. It ate it and finally realized what the eyes were, and finally saw the light. The soft light inside the box is beautiful and gorgeous. Each time it receives exposure to that thing, it develops the pleasure of being gently stroked. It sank deeper, reveling in the wonderful light completely uncontrollable. It was like it contained all the mysteries of the universe, making it want to stare and stare every second. And the longer it looked straight ahead, the more it felt out of the realm of the creature, felt itself breaking free of some kind of bondage. Light, causing it to evolve as it pleases. The uninhibited pleasure made it fall deeply in love with that light. That's its treasure, and it can't be taken away from any creature. The moment it burst out of the ground, many humans surrounded it. It was happy because its body had gone through several shapeshifts and its stomach had long been hungry, and humans were much tastier than its own children. Its fuzzy face split down the middle, opening its mouth wide to create a wind tunnel to absorb everything in the vicinity. After chewing up the machine along with the man, it spat out the indigestible residue. The flurry of movements was so effortless that the human didn't even have time to resist. But the bad guy who stole the baby wasn't in the crowd. With its countless eyes, it easily spotted that the bad guys were fleeing to the north. The baddie seems to be chased by another baddie with a hard-shelled shell. By the time it strides up behind the two, the bad guy who stole the baby has collapsed to the ground, and the bad guy with the hard-shelled shell is holding his own baby in his hands. Mine. Those two words had just come out of its mouth when it suddenly sensed a scent that had once been up close and personal, at the top of the cliffs in the distance. It's you, the thing that gave me a stomachache. It recalled back to the mist of water that it had accidentally sucked into its belly inside the lair. The pain lasted for days and nearly killed itself. It stared angrily at the place with all its eyes. When the red light shot out, it was pleasantly surprised to find that it had once again broken the creature's limits. This must be the power the babe has given me. It was satisfied when it shot the creature at the top of the hill. But in that gap of less than a second, this bad guy in a hard shell case beside him actually took advantage of his distraction to try to escape with his baby. How could it possibly forgive such a cunning villain? Of course it has to be eaten. Right in the middle of feeding, the guy on top of the hill actually moved, so it didn't hesitate to release the ray again. The half-human, half-insect monster hadn't even slowed down from the attack of the cluster bombs when the sphere wrapped in a senkaku tree smashed into the top of its head. The tremendous kinetic energy was almost like a building falling from a great height. The ground was smashed out into a crater as big as a canyon, and the resonance even made the mountain shake a few times. Yang Zhizhu was sure that he had smashed his opponent's body into a deflated one, but the strange touch told him that the other person had not died because he had been smashed into a piece of paper. The large amount of mucus squeezed out of that guy's body made Yang Zhizhu's whole body slippery, causing him not even realize that the worm monster with only one layer of skin left had drilled into the inner shell along the gap of his root system. An ever-deforming human face swelled up like a blow-up balloon from the top of that dried-up body. Ah hey, if I eat you, I'll have that ability to make other people's stomachs hurt too. Right. After saying that, that human face suddenly swelled up again, and its entire body began to giganticize. In an instant, it hardened and broke away from the encased spherical shell. Yang Zhizhu once had a meeting with this worm under the worm's cave, and seeing this form, he realized that this giant worm had evolved to the extent that it could imitate the human form. However, when facing a giant creature like Yang Zhizhu, it did not choose to fight in its human form. Its huge body easily pressed Yang Zhizhu to the ground. Looking at the foot of this big tree cannot move. It opened its bloody mouth toward the most attractive aroma of the base to bite. Seeing that the sharp-toothed mouthpiece was about to gnaw off a section on his own body, Yang Zhizhu had a bright idea and followed Turtle's former tactic of letting his body bend and send it directly into the mouth of the giant worm. As soon as he entered the foul-smelling cavity, he immediately released two types of poisonous mist with all his might. while the roots and branches that hadn't yet been swallowed by the worm also exerted their efforts to cover the creature's mouth. Stomach ache. The worm's body began to twist continuously. After the last time it had been tossed around by this toxin, it had thought it was as immune as it had been to other injuries, but this time the dosage was too large, and there was a mixture of both toxins in it. Seeing that it was about to reach the limit of what it could withstand, the worm suddenly grew dozens of arms from the outside of its body, and its fingers stabbed in unison towards its own skin pouch. And immediately after that, with a bang sound, the worm's body exploded into fragments, and the juices were like rainfalls from the sky sprinkled down, and a large amount of poisonous mist began to spread around. It's just that easy. Unlikely, isn't it? Yang Zhizhu, who vaguely felt that there was a deception in it, quickly let the root system penetrate into the ground and performed earth listening. Sure enough, it's still alive. Finding the unusual movement, he immediately rolled the blade into a bowl shape and projected the beam of light used when teasing snowflakes. The strong light pierced through the fog to illuminate the 10 or so palms that were running a short distance away. These palms converged on their way as they meandered and fled, gradually reappearing in human form. When the legs grew out, the diminutive humanoid suddenly picked up speed, looking around for the body parts that had splattered out when he had just blown up, and as the body parts were swallowed back into his stomach, the giant worm's body once again reappeared complete. Just after the worm's body was restored to its original state, it immediately curled up its body and made a few twitching movements before suddenly opening its mouth wide and letting out a vomit. A big spread of purple slime squirted out, spilling over Yang Zhizhu's body. The moment the slime touched the bark, he felt a burning pain. Lethal poison mist? The toxin is the same, but it's more than just my toxin. This body of his was apparently immune to the toxins he synthesized, and the slime must have contained other harmful ingredients. As soon as he realized that the slime was extremely corrosive, he immediately rolled repeatedly on the ground, allowing the mud to strip most of the liquid from his body. This flurry of bore bathing maneuvers had finally allowed him to save the trunk, but unfortunately the bark had been stripped almost all over his body. After 2 simple moves, Yang Zhizhu had already realized in his heart that the difference in strength between himself and his opponent was too great, and it was simply impossible to defeat. Fortunately, the pre-agreed signal with the monkey had been conveyed just now. That guy is both smart and reliable. Even if I'm not, there it will definitely keep the children of Fishmouth Peak alive. In this forest, Yang Zhizhu had faced impossible enemies many times. There was a time when he could choose to hide or run away, but now he was incredibly thankful that the simply unkillable monster before him seemed to be staring only at himself, so that he would be able to serve as bait. Such a terrible creature could never stay in the forest. It had to be tricked into going outside. Having made up his mind, he drew himself up toward the southern wharf at a gallop. After being catapulted to the base of the mountain by a brainbuster, Pabu rolled around on the ground for a few moments before repairing his gyroscope, and when the ground stopped spinning it got a good look at the familiar figure that had collapsed on the ground. Daddy! Pabu flew madly towards Bigard, and just as it reached Bigard, the large tree on top of the hill suddenly smashed down in the form of a sphere, and right after that, 2 giant monsters started fighting only a few meters away from Pabu, with his mechanical claws hooked around the unconscious Bigard's posture. It took everything Pabu had to escape from the battlefield of those 2 giant creatures to the small hill to the north. Quick, help me undo his battlesuit. Miranda sprinted over to Pabu's side with a loud gasp. Having seen Pabu start to move at the top of the hill, she instantly came to her senses and rushed over to meet up with it right away. As an experienced caretaker, Miranda immediately understood the situation when she saw the trembling in Bigard's body and then examined his unusually tight muscles by touch. After the tranquilizer was mixed with the inhibitor, the syringe was lodged towards Bigard's veins and the medicine was slowly injected into Bigard's body. A few seconds later, the corners of Bigard's already bloody mouth twitched slightly, and a breath of cool air was inhaled into his lungs. Heartbeat restored, breathing restored, confirming that Bigard was out of danger. Miranda wiped away a cold sweat. However, she had already judged from the state of Bigard's body that even if the man had temporarily saved his life at this point, he would not be able to fight for the rest of his life. Even if the failure of multiple organs had reached an irreversible level, maybe the rest of his life expectancy. Miranda closed her eyes and shook her head. The purpose of entering the forest had not yet been accomplished and she had no time to look left or right. Now she had to find a way to steal what was wrapped in that dress with her own and Pabu's power without relying on Bigard. The 2 giant monsters were still fighting nearby, and the clothing-like thing, which had initially followed the heavily armored human and been eaten by the worm, fell out again when the worm's body exploded. After observing the battle between the 2 giant creatures for a while, Miranda noticed something odd. The worm seemed nervous about the thing, for it did not forget to look around for that which was wrapped up in the process of gnawing at the remains of its own body, and as soon as it found it, it swallowed it. She didn't understand what kind of value the thing held that provoked monsters and humans alike to rush to it. All she knew was that it could bring Shane back, so she had to get it out of this horrible forest herself. Pabu, the stuff is in the worm's stomach. I have 2 ways to do this. Which one do you choose? The first way is that we help Big Tree take out the worms. Pabu shook his head. Having just witnessed the creature blowing up and putting itself back together again, it judged the probability of everyone combining their efforts to defeat the worm to be close to 0. The second way is for you to sneak into the worm's stomach and steal the item. Pabu pondered for a moment and looked at Miranda with a serious face. I'll go with the first option. And just at the moment Pabu was loading the grenade launcher, they both saw the large tree turn and run away. Ha! Hey! Don't run! No way! Why are you such a wimp? The unexpected situation left Miranda at a loss as to how to react. This place under her feet was not safe, and if she left the severely injured Bigard here, she would be in trouble if she was attacked again. But the bug had followed in the footsteps of the big tree and chased after it. In order to save Shane, the contents of the worm's stomach must be snatched up no matter what. She was caught in a dilemma. At this point in time, Pabu, however, gently patted Miranda's shoulder in a very understanding manner. Sister Miranda, thank you for accompanying me to the forest, and please take care of my pappy. As for what's in that worm's stomach, leave it to me. With that said, without looking back, Pabu climbed upwards into the air, heading due south in pursuit of the worms. If the humans are back at the docks to start investigating the attack, I'm just in time to send them a big package. Even if the humans aren't there, I can still send a big package to their city-state. While contemplating how to turn the big trouble of the forest over to the humans, Yang Jiju suddenly felt a rush of heat in her chest. He hurriedly looked down to check and found a large hole pierced right through the center of the trunk, and the vile effect began to spread to the rest of his body again. TSK, how come all of this monster's abilities are so disgusting? He quickly wrenched the contaminated tree trunk right off and used the remaining half of his body to continue running south. But a second and a third, dozens of beams of light followed, penetrating their own bodies again and again. In order to keep the vesicles from spreading, Yang Jiju could only keep peeling off the contaminated parts of her body. This caused his body to get smaller and smaller, gradually losing the advantage of his long legs, and he was about to be caught up by the worms. In desperation, Yang Jiju could only grit his teeth and yell to the panel in his consciousness. Step up skill. Remaining full lifespan. Consume half. Instantly, a wave of warmth rushed from the base toward every cell in his body. The power that was exchanged for his life was constantly running around in Yang Jiju's body, and when this power reached the stem, the broken branches quickly sprouted new shoots that were divided into branches, and when the power reached the root plate, the white and tender new roots also sprang out endlessly. This violent growth was comparable to a newborn baby. In the blink of an eye, he returned to a height of more than 100 meters. If he took the stature of this sky-high tree and took his legs and ran lifelessly to the south, he could easily get rid of the worms behind him. But running away was not his intention. Yang Jiju's body was made entirely of wood. Even lying down it was able to float at sea level, not to mention that the dense root system could simulate the movement of an octopus in the water to speed up swimming. After looking at the map on the man in the suit's cell phone, he had long ago determined the location of the closest human city-state to the trial forest. If the worm was also able to swim in water, then directing it to the human city-state would be just like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, keeping the humans in check and preserving the animals in the trial forest. If that guy does not understand the water is better, as long as to cheat to the pier and then find a break to hold it jumped into the sea, even if it can be repeated back to life, cannot swim in the water of the monster soaked in the repeated death must not be a good taste. Because of his tall stature and legs that grew like poles, Yang Jiju, with the bugs behind him, quickly ran through the freight hub where he had led the animals to attack. The marina is close by, but he felt more and more that things were not going as well as he had planned. The speed of the worm was more than a notch higher than just now, and several red lights once again penetrated Yang Jiju's body. Enduring the pain of his injury, he chipped away at it sharply as he quickened his pace. Without realizing it, Yang Jiju had already reached her limit speed. Just now after a few moves, Yang Jiju on this monster is a rough understanding of some of the basic characteristics. It can only lie on the ground mayfly chrysalis when it maintains the form of a giant insect. The speed of movement is simply not fast. Even if you shrink the body to catch up with the human form, the 2 short legs compared to their own figure of 100 meters high, how can they catch up? But when a human with horns reached up next to the canopy to reveal a creepy grin, Yang Jiju realized that he had still underestimated the disgusting creature. The upper half of the worm's body maintains a human stance, while the lower half has 4 hooves. It must have eaten a gazelle on the chase. And just after reaching a distance close enough to Yang Jiju, the 2 eyes on that person's face suddenly split rapidly, and in an instant, hundreds of eyeballs covered that slimy human face, and a red halo glowed in hundreds of pupils at the same time. Eating a full shot of light at such a close range wouldn't be enough, even with all the longevity in the world. The body size of giant creatures has always been a double-edged sword. Although Yang Jiju's 100-meter-tall body size was strong, and he was able to benefit from the advantage of long legs when running, his body was too big, but it was difficult for him to dodge bullets, and likewise, it was a daydream to dodge the rays that were even more tricky than bullets. This is going to be accounted for. Since settling down in Fishmouth Peak, Yang Jiju seemed to have forgotten this feeling. During this time he had not only evolved to the level of a giant creature, but he had also gradually built up a viable force capable of defying the humans in the forest. A few smooth battles had made him almost forget the first day he woke up in the forest, almost forget the age-old emotion of fear when confronted with that boar in the grass, and now this second, that ancient emotion was once again weighing him down. He even thought that the monster in front of him was already at the top of the food chain. How big a gap was there between himself and the other party? He couldn't imagine it at all. The thought of "I might be eaten by it" surfaced in his mind. Not only that, if he was eaten by this monster, all the animals in Fishmouth Peak would become the meal in the stomach of this worm at the top of the food chain. Fear repeatedly spurred his survival instincts like needles, just like human beings secreting adrenaline in large quantities when they were in a desperate situation. Seeing that the light was about to shoot out, Yang Jiju suddenly recalled the cooperation between him and the monkeys when he had once fought in the worm's lair. At once he began to bend his body downward, his roots twisting like springs. Immediately after that, a fistful of large tumor balls smashed him partially into the chin position of that human face. With a poof, the head was blasted up into the air by the force of the fist, but because the worm's skin had been in folds for a long time and was very loose, the head was still connected to the body by an elongated neck. But the worm was surprised that he himself continued to fly high into the sky in such a position. It turned out that when Yang Jiju threw the downward hook punch just now, his body also rose up in the air, tightly dragging the worm along with him as he jumped hundreds of meters high. If he continued to wrestle with this guy on land, the result would be certain defeat. But the worm rashly caught up and approached Yang Jiju, but it created an opportunity for him to take the worm and jump straight up and fall into the seawater. The worm was a little dizzy in the air. It didn't like the experience of weightlessness. The unbearable feeling on its body made it fire. It hissed. The human face suddenly transformed into a worm's mouthpiece. The bloody mouth quickly bit the tree trunk, while the inside of the cavity once again opened its densely packed eyes. This time, all the rays of light hit solidly on the trunk of the tree that was bitten and immobilized. Ah! The severe pain that had never been experienced before made Yang Jiju almost lose consciousness. The panel began flashing a red alert message after a long absence. Once again, lifespan. Give me all of it to use for growth and leave it for 1 day. In a day's time, even if they were drifting on the sea, they would be able to drift to a human city-state. Sections of the trunk grow directly in the worm's mouth, quickly stuffing it full. Well, vomit. The worm with the pestle in its throat rushed to let go, only to find that the roots all over this large tree had a tight grip on its body, like knitting a sweater. Following the experience of once being worn in combat on a monkey, before falling into the sea with the worms, Yang Jiju wove a prison cage out of part of his own roots, completely trapping the worms that were encased in it. But in doing so, one's base was completely attached to the worm's body. Therefore, when the worm realized that things were not good and tried to change back to its worm form to hold up the cage, Yang Jiju's base was nearly shattered by the accumulation of pressure from that huge body. With a bang, the two giant creatures that were completely bundled into dumplings fell into the water in unison, and Yang Jiju used all the strength he had saved up to flail underwater and continue to swim towards the south. The worm must not be allowed to break free of its bonds until it had swum to the other side. This worm was bound by the cage all over the body, tried several times to expand the body, cannot break through the body of this close, then simply began to shrink back. Opponent in human form posture strength is far less than the worm form. Yang Jiju has long been through the previous battle to feel through this point. As soon as he sensed that this guy began to shrink the body, let his own root system to tighten the cage, so that the opponent will be more difficult to break free, and the human form of that small body will ultimately not be able to withstand the strength of their own root system, alive to be crushed. Even if this guy was able to come back from the dead, as long as he accelerated his own swim towards the city-state, it would inevitably not be able to retrieve all the pieces of its corpse in the ocean filled with currents. Sure enough, not much later, Yang Jiju felt the worm stop moving in her tightly locked embrace. The struggles of that body began to become weak and feeble. But just at the moment Yang Jiju thought he had the upper hand in the water battle, the seawater was suddenly and briefly tinted a crimson red. The sharp pain that ensued caused Yang Jiju to completely stop her simulated octopus-like swimming. Damage to base. You are heavily contaminated. Your air is being lost. All of your abilities have been drastically weakened. feeling the highly saline seawater seeping directly into his body through the broken bundle of fibrous tubes. He realized that a large hole had been cut in his base, and the worm's mouthparts were nibbling at the trunk bark as it walked around the holes like a moth. It turned out that the bug shrunk its body just to regrow a head out to fire that red light with its eyes at Yang Jiju's weak point. Finally breaking free from that layer after layer of binding, the bugs immediately climbed along Yang Jiju's torso, hastily sticking their heads out of the water to greedily gulp air. Finally, this one small movement allowed Yang Jiju to catch its weakness. Not only was the worm eagerly breathing air, the wrinkled skin had become dry, and not a single drop of the layer of transparent mucus characteristic of worms that had been wrapped around its body remained. Salt, despite the fact that he had suffered a huge fatal wound, couldn't make any strength in his body. His roots became stiff, while his vision kept blurring. Yang Jiju, who had finally found the worm's fatal weakness, seemed to see a ray of hope, but the silver lining is not personal. Seeing the current state of his body clearly, Yang Jiju realized that even if he finally overcame this terrible worm, the one who survived would not be himself. Even with all their might, they would only be able to give everyone in Fishmouth Peak a future where they would no longer have to face such a horrible creature. The pain at the base is gone, and the effects of the vesiculation are spreading to all parts of the body. As this deterioration progressed, he had little strength left. Time is running out. Before being completely eroded away from his entire body by the effects of that contamination, Yang Jiju smiled frankly and made his final thorn hell in the seawater. The sharp tip of the root pierced the worm's skin, and seawater quickly poured in through the wound. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr that no matter how this guy transformed, it was just a poor imitation of other creatures. Its nature hasn't changed. This floppy guy starts to get severely dehydrated whenever it is in an environment with too much salt because of its very poor water storage capacity. Certain that he had found his opponent's weakness, Yang Jiju immediately struck while the iron was hot, and all the organs in his body that were still able to act cooperated. A sudden mist rose from the sea level. The roots he had lodged under the worm's skin followed the cavity field through the worm's body in search of every organ that was accumulating bodily fluids, while the blades that pushed hard above the surface of the water evaporated all of the water that had been transmitted to them by the roots. This pumping combination of techniques caught the worm off guard, and the fresh water it retained in its body rapidly drained away while the highly saline seawater burrowed in through holes large and small. Aha! Ouch! 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 Stop it! The worm's head constantly shifted between its insect form and human face, shouting miserably as it did so, while no matter how hard it tried to shapeshift, it couldn't reverse the fact that it was losing its body fluids at a rapid rate. After the volatilization that lasted for tens of seconds, the worm's human face had turned into a bacon-like texture, with grease oozing out from underneath the withered and dried skin, and the sharp teeth inside the mouthpiece even scratched the dried and cracked cavernous intestines. Eventually, it could no longer mimic a human's ability to speak in full sentences. Kyow hiss, a defiant hiss echoed across the sea level. However, Yang Jiju was also unable to continue pumping because his body was completely rotten, and when he saw that there was only a tiny bit of fresh water left in the bug's body, Yang Jiju started to disintegrate in the water first. The rotting bark had long ago crumbled like splinters and been swept away by the waves, and the trunk crackled and cracked completely, with countless chunks of wood rising and falling on the surface of the sea. Roots shed from the body wriggled in the seawater, causing nearby fish to mistake them for water snake-like creatures and gather around to partake. And the worm seemed to be quite upset about the jade ending. It was supposed to be a beautiful day, and it came into this brand new world in a brand new body. How can you be taken to the brink of extinction by a creature that is completely inferior to you? I should have known better than to eat you. Damn it! Damn it! I haven't lived long enough. The worm loudly declared its hatred for the giant tree, while its mouth could still only emit a kai-hee-hee, chirping. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you inferior creature. If you hadn't been obediently eaten by me, nothing would have happened. You deserve to die. Before it ran out of gas, the worm used its last ounce of stamina to open an eye in the part of its body that was still flexible, and aiming at the last intact piece of wood floating on the surface of the sea began to accumulate that red light. Bloodshot eyes shed tears of remorse as it seeks to avenge itself by killing its enemy hand-to-hand first at the end of its life. But just then, 16 consecutive grenades came splatting down. The two giant creatures ran so fast that Pablo flew through the forest for a long time before catching up to the dock. But traces of both the big guys had disappeared from the pier, which had left Pabu dumbfounded, and was looking around on the shore when he suddenly saw a lone cloud of white mist drifting up from the sea, on what was clearly a sunny day. It was only when he saw the fog that Pabu finally arrived at the scene of the battle between the two behemoths. But by this time, the giant tree had become debris drifting around with the ocean currents, and the worm that carried the relics in its stomach that had gone to exchange for Shane's life had become a dry jerky. The result of 2 losses couldn't have been better for Pabu. That big tree was after all the culprit that injured Shane into his current state. Still, having consumed the worm to his last breath, Pabu was thankful for the large tree, otherwise how could he have gotten that relic back just by himself? Die monster! Aiming for that eyeball, Pabu fired all his grenades. Even a battle-hardened human warrior is no match for an AI when it comes to aiming with a thermal weapon. All of the grenades Pabu fired by pulling the trigger after repeatedly extrapolating the trajectory hit the already desiccated worms. Instead of being complacent, it allowed itself to climb higher, carefully approaching its goal. The fog on the surface of the sea had not yet dissipated, and the worm seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the sea after it was struck, with nothing but floating pieces of broken wood and bark before its eyes. Although it was confirmed that the target had been shot, Pabu didn't dare to presume that he had killed the other until he found the worm's body. There was too much wood floating at sea level to capture the underwater picture with the camera, and it had no choice but to try to dive. This model of rotary wing reconnaissance aircraft has the ability to barely reconnoiter 3 meters underwater, but the waterproof level is not high enough to damage the chip if it is immersed for too long. Even deadlier, it has no weapons to defend itself if it is attacked underwater. But now the only one who can go into the water to find out the relics and rescue Shane is Pabu, and it can only go hard. But no sooner had the camera probed underwater than Pabu realized he had been tricked. Several translucent tentacles quickly wrapped themselves around Pabu's entire body along the camera, and with a tug, Pabu felt his alloy shell begin to deform. Seawater began to seep into the tool compartment, and the propellers used to operate underwater were unable to rotate. The thing that had wrapped itself around him was a jellyfish with a mangled body and several crimson eyeballs growing from that transparent head. I can't believe I'm still alive. The tenacity of the worms gave Pabu a fear that the AI should not have. Besides, at this moment, it was no longer in the dying state it was in just now. You can see that the worm has devoured marine life at the point of imminent death by dehydration and is evolving a body that can adapt to seawater. And its actions at the moment let Pabu know that it not only possessed amazing vitality, but also surpassed unusual mutant creatures in terms of courage. Unable to rise to the surface, Pabu was dragged by it, probing toward the bottomless trench. 1 minute this guy was in a state of being tortured by seawater to the point of dehydration, and now he was trying to learn the swallow jellyfish's biological instinct of balancing the water pressure inside and outside of his body, and dared to use the seawater as his own vantage point to fight this robot. As a non-creature, Pabu felt that fighting spirit in his opponent that was characteristic of the creatures, the fight for survival. Warning, high water pressure, brain fart. Pabu's vision began to blur as the pods at the very core of its body detected seeping seawater, and it understood that it was not long for its life, but it didn't feel overly touched by the whole death thing as an AI. Instead, he worried about what would happen to Shane after he left, also worried if Bigard is out of danger. Pabu was resigned to the fact that there was absolutely no way to deal with it in any semblance of a way. On the other hand, looking at the worm that was using all its strength to advance towards the bottom of the sea, although it still looked quite weak, and that mutilated body was still being reconstructed at an extremely slow pace, but from those eyes that looked like they were about to bleed from staring at each other, Pabu knew that even if the worm was trapped inside this tiny body, it would still be easy to annihilate his own scout-type robot, which was still defenseless. Those eyeballs became brighter and brighter red, like a beacon lit in the deep sea. Finally, after crushing the robot's shell to the point where it began to bubble, several red rays penetrated Pabu's torso, and the seawater that instantly poured in demolished the metal shell in pieces. Just before the brain went blank, it seemed to catch the image of a large mouth quickly sucking the eyeline worm in. Despite the impending downtime, Pabu recognized the thing by scattered fragments of memory. Some sort of deep-sea fish that was extremely sensitive to light. Looking at the back of that big fish turning away, it cried out helplessly, "Hey, you come back. Don't take the relic away." Pabu is going to save, but it couldn't even catch up with this septuagenarian body of its. With a black eye, Pabu lost consciousness completely. Where is this place? I'm still alive? Pabu's body was reduced to plastic parts and propellers barely attached to the core pod as it slowly floated to the surface as it shed its bulky metal shell. He had somehow hugged himself to a piece of wood that felt just right to support his body, but the block of wood seemed to be decaying at a slow rate, although he didn't understand the reason. In order for the wood to support the weight of his body, Pabu used his mechanical claw, which was already down to 1 finger, to gouge off the rotted parts of the wood bit by bit. Once that was done, Pabu began to remember what had just happened. Worms, big fish, Mommy Shane, and Daddy, Sister Miranda. Although the first aid function of the core pod drained out most of the seawater, Pabu, whose brain had been soaked with water, had a momentary difficulty in organizing a complete memory. Just remember that you have a very important task on your shoulders. but the current life support system was so traumatized that it couldn't perform any tasks with this half-dead appearance. After looking around at sea level with eyes whose clarity had dropped to the level of an ordinary cell phone camera, it found land that would allow it to repair its body. Toward that bearing, it squared its body, using the rotting wood it was holding as a hull, and the propeller strained to begin its spin. Yang Jiju sucked in a breath of cool air after the fishy salty seawater in the fiber bundle was drained out. I'm still alive? Awakening. He gradually realized that he seemed to be in a lying position, and wanted to try to stand up, but could not feel his limbs at all, and a feeling of suffocation in the chest could not be dispersed, as if all the organs were exposed outside the body, or as if someone had put a hand into the heart socket and pressed hard on the heart. He struggled to get his blurry vision to focus and checked around before realizing that his shattered body did indeed confess a jade organ with a soft yellowish light. Your tainted base has been stripped. Although your life was saved, the damage to your base is irreversible, and your ability to grow and mutate is greatly diminished. Stripping? Who did such a big operation? Why do I have no impression at all? However, where is this place? It doesn't look like the Forest of Trials. Yang Jiju tried to grasp the mobility of the body that was now only a small part of it, and reluctantly rolled around a few times, realizing that he was lying on a sandy beach littered with household garbage. It seemed to be dusk by the look of the sky, while man-made structures were erected not far away. There were humans walking in shadow in the direction of that building, and observing the structure. It looked like a dock. The docks of the trial forest have already been burned down by me, so is it hard to believe that this place is on the opposite side of the sea? The sound of the ship's whistle confirmed Yang Jiju's suspicions. It was a freighter, filled with containers of all sizes. It was just about the time when the time went from dusk into darkness, and as the lights turned on, he saw the highway next to the dock, and the cars weaving back and forth on the road. Looking further down the highway, he saw a familiar sight from his time as a human urban neon. So this is where you live, hunters? Why do you have to go to our territory? Isn't it good to stay in your own home by the rules? Staring downtown, an indescribable sourness rose in Yang Jiju's heart. Even though he jumped into the sea with the realization that he might die to fight the monster, there was only one thought in his mind now that he had survived. He wanted to go back to the forest. He wanted to go back home. Recalling the scene of the fight to the death in the sea, he recalled that he had used up all of his lifespan to defeat his opponent. The last day was rightfully spent at Fishbowl Peak. Falling leaves must return to their roots, turning back to the sea, which was endless and gradually being swallowed by the darkness. He tried feebly to reach out his hands. It was as if this tattered body sensed his desire to move. Then the stake suddenly made a splintering bang, and a yellowish shimmering light came out of the crack seam. A warm light that softened the late fall sea breeze. It was a novel sensation he had never experienced when his body was intact. Now I'm just a piece of broken wood stumps. If the woodworker in the furniture store sees it, carry it back and sand it can only be used to make a stool. Obviously in this state like a walking corpse. But he felt the power of growth once again. Soft roots seemed to be starting to emerge from that crack. The force was inexplicably strong, and in not too long a time, a large number of newborn roots squeezed the crack wider and wider. Eventually, as the fissure continued to widen, the stake parted in two crooked flaps and collapsed as if it had been struck by a wood-chopping axe. Saplings break out of their shells and new roots and shoots sprout powerfully and quickly, and the exposed, warm, jade-like base was rewrapped in bark. What's going on? I haven't yet perfected myself at this stage and my lifespan is all but depleted. How did such strong growth ability get triggered? Yang Jiju was puzzled by the life force that was constantly emerging from her own source. Just then, the newly grown bark on the surface of the base suddenly cracked open, and the orange eyes that peeked out of it glared at him. He was glared at by himself. The scene scared Yang Jiju so much that he stumbled, his body lolling and rooting into the sand, and with that fall, he felt his back pressing against something hard, twisting his head. It was a sparking propeller, and the propeller, which was already almost out, was connected to a body made of nothing more than cables and electronics. The miserable robot hadn't lost power, but almost all of its systems were completely paralyzed, with the exception of the LCD screen, which sometimes flickered and sometimes was covered in garbled code. Monster, I'm going to fight you to the death. You're the one who put mommy in this state. Is the monster talking about me? Crap, crap, crap. Miranda had few spare bullets left on her, but the broken hole in the ground was a steady stream of bugs coming out like a freshly poked hornet's nest. But these worms are not wriggling into action. Some of them had green mushrooms on their backs, capable of ejecting spores, and some of them sprouted limbs that supported that fat body in both comical and disgusting positions as they crawled across the ground. But these kinds of threats are not considered deadly. A few minutes ago, Miranda had revived the mini-plane that had brought herself and Pabu to the forest, and she intended to send Bigard to a trusted old acquaintance for treatment first. But before the plane could land, it was demolished by a giant moth that flew out of the ground. and dealing with the moth had used up most of her ammo. Bigard was in a coma, and even if he woke up, in such a state of health, not to mention joining the battle, he could not even walk on his own. But just like that, assisting Bigard, Miranda could only deal with the swarm chasing behind her with her gun in one hand. It is difficult to leave the Forest of Trials on foot without an airplane. Now, not to mention recapturing the relics, how to survive had become a huge problem. The sea of insects kept spreading outwards, and sooner or later, it would cover the entire trial forest. You definitely can't run away on two legs. In any case, hide first and then find a way to contact for help. Miranda mentally sifted through a few reliable old acquaintances. Right now, she had to find an easily defensible shelter. After taking care of one of the worms that approached from behind, she once again looked at the ancient towers at the top of the hill. Maybe that's the only place to hide. The hour was nearing dusk, and the fall wind was colder in the mountains than in the city, so Miranda gritted her teeth and walked 1 foot deeper into the highlands. Bigard's tall 190 cm plus frame was a huge burden on her, and she was nearing her physical limit. So, as darkness fell, because she couldn't see the path beneath her feet, she stumbled and fell to the ground, and Bigard's body slid out a few meters towards the mountain. And at that moment, with a turn, she realized that the 10 or so oddly shaped worms behind her had already chased her close, and were about to pounce on Bigard's body. "Assholes, back off all of you," Miranda ripped out, loading the last magazine and pouring fire out towards the worm. But with her one shot it was like a mantle against a dozen or so worms with bodies the size of bison. Miranda had used up everything she had on her that could be called a weapon. She was a caretaker, not a hunter or a warrior, and there was no way a normal person without ammo could fight these powerful mutant creatures with her physical body. So, in the end, she could only choose to bravely rush to the worm and block Bigard's body with her own flesh and blood. Miranda closed her eyes. There are too many regrets left, but at least, at the end of the day, she put a not-so-numbing end to this numb life. The worm opened its bloody mouth and she smelled the foul odor, but the moment the 5-parted mouthparts came at her body, there was a continuous burst of gunfire from the hillside, knocking the frontmost row of worms to the ground. Following the voice, Miranda turned to look over, and what she saw in her eyes was a short but athletic figure, and behind that ape-like figure, jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards lined up in formation, revealing their snowy fangs. A monkey holds a rifle and shoots like a human. If regular people saw this incredible scene, they would have at least picked up their cell phones to take a picture and post it on social media. But Miranda is no longer surprised by any natural phenomenon that refreshes her perception. Everything that had happened in this forest had completely set her apart from ordinary citizens. She personally came to the hunting area where the hunters went in and out every day, and witnessed the monsters fighting with her own eyes, and the words and images about mutant creatures that she had seen on TV, cell phones, and magazines couldn't compare to what she had experienced today. So, in this moment, faced with the animals waiting sternly on the hillside, she didn't panic. The only thing she didn't know was why she was still alive. The monkey with the gun, it seems, only shot at the worms, not even himself. And just as she was speculating on the animal's intentions, the ferocious beasts came swooping down the mountain following a loud ape cry. In an instant, the 10 or so worms were torn into pieces. When it was certain that the danger was all cleared, the monkey walked slowly up to Miranda, surrounded by the animals. Compared to the human it was a little shorter, but despite this, its chin was tilted up high to show its pride unreservedly. The two humans in front of them were in quite a sorry state. The woman looked like she had used up all her strength and looked exhausted from head to toe, while as for the tall man lying on the ground, the monkey easily recognized him. The last time he encountered in the wormhole, he had nearly died at his hands. Now that we are reunited in this way, it's fate. In that encounter, the entire clan of monkeys died under the human bombardment, and the human team paid for it with their lives. At this point in time, it made no sense to take revenge on a human who had already been tortured into this state. What's more, at this time the cave at the foot of the mountain was still crawling out all kinds of bugs in a steady stream. The number of those creatures is so huge that it won't take long for them to cover the entire forest. In order to stay alive, Fishmouth Peak is now in need of manpower to help, even if they were once enemies. However, at least two things are certain. For one thing, the two humans had the same need to escape from the worms, the same goal as the animals. Secondly, judging by the flying squirrels report, the two of them were not in a companionable relationship with the humans who were using the potion in their tight-fitting combat suits. It's not a high risk to work with them for the time being. After further deliberation, a furry hand handed Miranda a box of bullets. Seeing the swarm of insects spreading around like waves at the foot of the mountain, Miranda finally understood the monkey's intention of leaving his life behind. She took the bullet with a knowing smile, while the corners of the monkey's slightly pursed lips twice seemed to be trying to express something else. The furry fingers gesticulated words that made Miranda realize, unexpectedly, that perhaps she and Bigard could survive the sea of bugs that surrounded them. As a veteran caretaker, she hadn't spent much time caring for deaf and mute casualties, so Miranda read the monkey sign language at a glance. Can drive a car, monster, plant my propeller back if you can, let's fight. With even the propellers removed, the Pabu completely lost the last of its mobility, and now it was just a few circuit boards connected through cables. Yang Jiju completely ignored the message on the LCD screen and continued to fiddle with the parts of this robot with the reacquired tentacles. The obstructing propeller continued to emit sparks of fire, and if left unattended, it wouldn't be long before the machine burned out completely. Now he could use this to find his way home. If I could take a boat to the Forest of Trials, I might still be able to fulfill my last little wish of returning to my roots. After falling on the thing just now, he glanced around a little and saw the input device dangling underneath the screen of the robot with all of its internal organs exposed, perhaps for debugging programs. Out of curiosity, Yang Jiju operated on that 9-gallery keyboard a few times. As it turned out, it was a surprise to find that this machine actually had a built-in browser. Unfortunately, the internet was in a disconnected state, so I couldn't use the maps, and I couldn't check boat trips at the marina. Yang Jiju sighed and used his tentacles to scratch this fresh body of his now, breaking out of the original broken block of wood with dozens of layers of years inside and out. He always felt like there was an inexhaustible amount of physical strength in his body. But despite the physical functions and mental outlook of this newborn baby, the cold line of numbers on the panel still displayed. Life expectancy, 99.99. You're about to go to ground, old man. The cold words filled his heart with aggravation. What a sad end to die alone in human territory. Even if I can jerk off a snowflake's belly for a while before I die. And just as he was struggling to think of home, the upper right corner of this robot screen suddenly began to flash an icon that looked to indicate a signal. Yang Jiju excitedly tried to search for information with her browser again, only to find that the icon indicated not the internet, but telephone communication, because a message box suddenly popped up on this screen. Miranda calling, dialed, Pablo, finally got in touch with you. I was worried sick when your signal took so long to come back. How's the relic? Did you get it? Sister Miranda, I am sorry, the relics in that worm were eaten by a big fish and are now nowhere to be found. The woman's voice on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her agitated tone became gentle and watery. And, it's okay, Pabu, you've been great. Tell me the last lost latitude and longitude of the relics and I'll think of something. Pabu obediently transmitted the coordinates. But how are we going to find it? That fish is a deep-sea fish, and without the fleet's involvement, trying to find it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I have no other choice because just now, the kidnappers have dialed Mr. Bigard's cell phone, and if the relics are not handed over to him before dawn, Miss Shane will. Miranda, who hadn't finished her sentence, was suddenly interrupted. Ah, Sister Miranda, I have an idea. Where's the address of the relics in one hand and people in the other? Pabu's superior arithmetic power was finally used on point, and after deducing all the possibilities in an instant, it suddenly found another way to free Shane. And after receiving the kidnapper's specified place and time of redemption, Pabu's screen began to flash rapidly. Hey, monster, did you just try to check the ship's itinerary? How did you know? Yang Jiju rubbed the back of his head. Yang Jiju, who had been wrapped up in the clouds by that conversation just now, hadn't yet been able to run through who exactly was Pabu, who was Miranda, and who was Shane, much less understand what they were talking about with the relics and the kidnappers. Another sudden question from this robot. Thinking of the text he had just typed into the keyboard, Yang Jiju suddenly realized that the robot had actually understood his intentions in this way. This sapling and a broken machine didn't realize they could talk to each other in this way. Starting a conversation is a good start. Maybe this guy can really help himself find out the way home. Yang Jiju got excited and immediately continued to tap on the keyboard. Yes, is there a boat to the forest? Also, what is this place? Humph, I won't tell you. Slightly, TSK. Yang Jiju copied a small conch on the beach and banged it towards the robot's head. No, 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 no. However, the displayed message paused for 2 seconds before another string of text appeared on the screen. Are you trying to get home? The cursor blinked a few times in succession and the screen refreshed again. Do me a favor and I can find transportation that will get you home. Who are you to negotiate with me for a piece of shit machine? Believe it or not, I can dismantle you right now? Then why don't you tear it down? I'll see how you get home if you tear me down. Yang Jiju was disliked by this robot, He was now quite curious as to what kind of person had designed a stomping AI, and even wanted to dismantle the machine and pull it down over this. However, on second thought, as rogue as the robot was, he really had no way of finding his way home on his own. It would be good to hear what the other side has to offer first. Then tell me, what favor do you want me to do? Help me to save someone. Saving lives? Don't tease me. Look at me now. I can't even save a chick or a duck. How can I save people? Have you been soaking in seawater and gotten stupid? But in the next second, the image displayed on the screen made Yang Jiju understand why this robot was certain that it could help it save people. Dozens of photos were shown in succession, all taken at a site where humans had to wear protective suits to enter. It was a large building interior with clean white walls and ceilings and floors. Dozens of humans methodically operated various instruments inside, arranging clear bottles and jars neatly on the shelves. The things contained in those vessels were more than familiar to Yang Jiju, organs of mutated creatures. The place looked, in all likelihood, to be a site used by humans to store the fruits of their hunters' battles. All the organs laid out in such a huge warehouse would be tantamount to plundering the bounty of multiple hunting areas if he swallowed them all by himself. It had been obvious how much power that contained. Yang Jiju was certain that each organ would evolve again for 1 round, or even 2 rounds. In doing so, of course, it possessed the power to help this robot save the day. How about it? It's a bargain. If you eat all the supplements inside, your strength will definitely surge. Even if you think I've cheated you, you can use your strengthened body to go straight back to the forest that belongs to you. Yang Jiju pondered over it, and the robot did have a point. Why did you choose to work with me when you knew there was a risk of being betrayed by me? This has been the branch that I have calculated to maximize the probability of getting that person saved. Yang Jiju silently looked at the robot and asked one last question. Aren't you just a machine? How can you be so desperate to save a human? And what about you? Why are you so determined to return to that forest? After further removing the excess parts, Pabu's body was folded into a ball, and Yang Jiju strapped it securely to her shoulder. Stepping into this human territory in the direction Pabu had explained. At times he mimicked an octopus and crawled. At times he hopped around like an arthropod. At times he climbed and squirmed on the facade of a building. And at times he jumped on top of a vehicle for a ride. Neon flashes in traffic. This place was obviously not considered a forest, but Yang Jiju was in a trance and felt that he had entered a forest in another sense. On his way to the corporate campus, he passed the pool party at the Villa in the Sky and the family of 5 on less than 20 square meters. The skyscrapers made of steel and concrete are like prisons through the sky on the roads where a large number of supercars are parked. Through the 3D advertisement board and the glass window, Yang Jiju could not see the prisoners inside, but with the 2330 mark on the top of the advertisement board and the brightly lit building, he knew that the prisoners inside were far from being released from prison. They lived like Yang Jiju's last life. 3 kilometers to go. Don't take it lightly after sneaking in. At this time of the day, there are not only war dog robots patrolling the park, but almost all the humans in R&D and operations are in their offices, so we'll have to sneak around a few of them to get to the warehouse. Yang Jiju gripped the chassis of the big van tightly, the canopy nodding at that screen. Ahem! The guard's walkabout stopped. In a drowsy half-sleep, he felt some sort of sweet liquid with an aroma being poured into his mouth, and not much later, the inflammation on the body seemed to subside naturally and the wound stopped bleeding. But after he opened his eyes, he couldn't be sure if he was in the human world or hell. There was a lake in front of us, cluttered with some extremely primitive tools, and the lake was littered with a bizarre assortment of insect carcasses, with a few mammals and reptiles mixed in as well. It must have been late at night, for everything seen in the eyes was colored cobalt blue by the moonlight. But this is not the only color that exists in the vision that represents bleakness. A sporadic red spark flashed beside him as a short gunshot rang out. Hey, hairy monkey, all the personnel have descended the mountain. We should pull out too. The guard recognized it as Miranda's voice. Great, Miranda's alive. But who does Miranda call a hairy monkey? The trauma from the stacking of enhancers was not something a normal person could withstand. And before Bigard could understand the situation at hand, his consciousness blurred once again, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. And the second time he woke up, before he even opened his eyes, he felt a violent lurch. It felt like riding a horse, and the texture of the hair that the skin of the dangling arms touched was very horse-like. It just didn't smell quite like it. Horses shouldn't give off this fishy canine odor. Mr. Bigard. Mr. Bigard, it's really awake. Hairy monkey, your medicine really works. Thank you. Me, Randa, where are we? And who are you calling a hairy monkey? Mr. Bigard, I'll explain it to you when we get to safety. Safe. Miranda, how long have I been out? How's Relic doing? How's Shane doing? The Relic is a long story, but, Mr. Bigard, please don't worry. All of us will definitely save Miss Shane. All of us? Squeezing his eyelids again, Bigard's blurry vision was finally able to focus. Illuminated by the hazy moonlight, he understood why he had been feeling regular bumps. His frail, lackluster body was racked on the back of a giant wolf while a low growl and whine stumbled across the grasslands. Hundreds of the beasts ran alongside this giant wolf in a neat formation. Behind the line was the 6th hunting area that Bigard had once known. Looking westward from the head of this eastern prairie, the lofty peaks seemed to be swarming with creatures. When a flare was shot into the sky, he could see clearly that the sea of creatures like waves were a large number of giant bugs with strange features. Some had horns, some flew with their wings at low altitude, and some grew uncountable long legs and crawled quickly. The sea of insects didn't just cover the entire mountain peak, it even spread to the grasslands, and the fastest moving among them had already caught up. Seeing this sight in front of him, Bigard realized that he was mixed up in a team of forest refugees. But why did these animals save themselves? The sound of gunfire ringing out beside him gave Bigard his answer. One of the 2 tongues of fire reddened Miranda's cheeks as she rode on the back of a reindeer toward the pursuing swarm and kept sweeping, and the face illuminated by the other tongue of fire was instantly recognizable to Bigard. The ape had impressed him once. I can't believe I've already learned to use firearms. The monkeys that had once made themselves suffer grew to such an extent, and that giant worm under the ground also appeared to be evolving at a record-breaking rate. Bigard can't help but begin to wonder, will the world still be dominated by humans? As a member of the human race, everything he had experienced in the forest today had caused him to start worrying about the future of his pack from the bottom of his heart. And the look the monkey threw at him in the space between magazine changes after realizing he'd woken up made Bigard's heart flutter even more. They were once enemies to each other, and the monkey who was an enemy not only did not execute his enemy, but chose to take his badly wounded self with him to escape. Throughout the ages, only those human beings who could be called wise possessed such a generous heart. The unobtrusive look it had just given Bigard had made him ashamed of himself. Hey, hairy monkey, how far is that place you mentioned? Sooner or later we won't be able to hold out at this rate. There are too many bugs. Aiming at the swarm of bugs clinging to the back of the group, Miranda asked nervously. Seeing the monkey gesturing in sign language, he said, it's just up ahead at that ramshackle campground. Come on, we're almost there. Once again, Bigard marveled at the animal's intelligence. Things come together in groups. Bigard recalled the big smart tree and thought to himself that it was no wonder they acted together. Only, raising his eyes to look around the procession of beasts that were fleeing, he did not see the figure of the great tree, so he could not help but wonder a little where the leader of the animals had gone, and even more so, where this procession of animals was fleeing to. In that one thought, Bigard's mind finally turned. Is this the all of us Miranda was talking about? After continuing the bumpy ride for a few minutes, the group suddenly stopped. With an ape's cry, several black shadows as swift as the wind appeared in the air. The gust lashed the tall meadows, causing the broken blades to cut like knives into Bigard's face, and it took several consecutive blinks for him to get a good look at the scarred, but well-built and sharp-eyed creature, a giganticized, small steeler dragon. The prey the relic hunter had once lost before entering the hole in the ground was a small steeler dragon, and it was also responsible for crashing the helicopter he had been traveling in when he entered the forest. In that momentary encounter, Bigard had not been able to scrutinize the little thief dragon's full appearance, and now he finally recognized the flying creature with its fancy body. He could never have imagined that the big trouble that once almost took his life had become a big hero that could save him at this moment. Led by the little pirate dragon, the bugs that were catching up were being carried high into the air before falling down hard, while the monkey covered Miranda's movements with fire. Miranda knew a little something about breaking codes and signal jamming, not to mention carrying the equipment she used to break that jamming device when she entered the forest. Inside the protective wall that the animals had surrounded themselves with their bodies, she concentrated on tapping away at the code. On the other end of the cable to which the device in hand was connected was a heavy car door. In terms of size, though, it's more of a cabin door than a car door. When asked by the monkeys if they could drive, Miranda was taken aback. She had neither seen a vehicle on the mountain, nor did she understand how much driving a vehicle could help these animals. It wasn't until the monkey had gesticulated for a long time to make it clear what kind of vehicle the supposed vehicle was that Miranda saw exactly what hope there was of getting everyone out of the swarm's disaster zone. And taking a good look at the giant vehicle, Bigard involuntarily exclaimed, "The borderline." Though never venturing into this grassland, Miranda and Bigard both know the history of what happened here. This vast grassland to the east of Hunting Area 6 once housed a huge, bustling city. After the war, refugees had to give up everything and move to safety in these huge vehicles, which were like mobile fortresses, in order to protect themselves from nuclear radiation and abnormal weather. In the valleys, in the dense forests, in the meadows, no matter how much they hid, the animals could not resist the tidal wave of swarms after all. This rock-solid artifact is the only refuge for everyone. Finally, Bigard understood the monkey's intention in getting himself and Miranda out. They'll never break through this door by brute force. And even if there are animals with natural godlike powers among the group that force the doors open, they still need the driver to drive the behemoth to escape to safety. The beasts were able to strategize a win-win solution, and Bigard somehow felt a sense of admiration for these forest dwellers. However, despite plotting an escape route, the situation around them didn't seem good. Approached at every step by the swarm, the animals surrounded the vehicle even more tightly, making it difficult to suppress the sheer number of worms with only the firepower of the monkey's one gun. And hearing the hissing sound approaching closer and closer, Miranda's chin continued to hang in beads of sweat when it was clearly blowing a cool late fall breeze. Just then, with stumbling steps, Bigard stumbled over to Miranda's side and reached for the device used to break the door code. Having been to war, he was obviously better at this kind of work than the medics. The gate opened a crack. Yang Jiju unplugged the Pabu cable from the port of the electronic door lock. In his current body, there was little to no pressure to dive into combat. The sapling is about the size of a basketball when curled up, and is not prone to startling the staff, either by crawling up the walls or rolling across the floor in a spherical shape. Only those robots with eyesight above the naked eye were not easy to deal with. In order to avoid their patrol routes, Yang Jiju delayed in the park for an hour or so before arriving at the basement used for storing the organs of mutated creatures. In this detour, he passed several office areas. As he made his way through the training center, he happened upon dozens of kids sparring in the gym for combat. One of the small, scrawny boys was taken down by an older kid in a matter of 3 hits, perhaps because of his poor base fitness, but his opponent was also a man of his own age, with no concept of lightness under his hands, and despite having one, he still rode on top of the little boy and kept swinging his fists. The instructor pulled the two apart a step too late, and the little boy was foaming at the mouth and dying. Seeing the children beat each other up, Yang Jiju had felt a little creepy. This bright and shiny traffic in the village is happening, so cruel fact. But what he witnessed next at the Potion Research and Development Center made his head spin even more. He arrived at this building furtively just as the gym staff was bringing in the little boy who had just been foaming at the mouth. The boy was escorted into an office with a sign that said Test Department. The boy had stretched out his limbs, rolling his eyes and convulsing, but the white coats surrounding him didn't look like they were planning to give first aid. They secured the boy's arms and legs in restraints to the hospital bed, while an auxiliary office robot brought trays holding dozens of vials of green potion. Seeing what happened next, Yang Jiju was a mutated creature. He actually felt that the humans inside this building were the real scary monsters. The boy's body sprouted all sorts of non-human organs before his bleeding head drooped from his 7 orifices. The white coats didn't seem to end the work at hand with the boy's death. The scales on the little boy's body were removed with small tweezers, and his sharp nails were pulled off one by one, until one of the white coats walked towards the hospital bed with a lancet. Yang Jiju no longer dared to look at it for more than a moment and twisted her head to drill into the ventilation slots. His destination was the basement that served as a warehouse. Monster! I didn't realize you were actually a good person. After Yang Jiju quickened his pace, Pabu, who felt the slight trembling of his body, came without a head, causing Yang Jiju to be stunned. You, a broken AI, can still tell the good guys from the bad guys? Because I'm an AI, that's why I can tell the difference. AIs don't constantly modify the standards of good and evil due to their position like humans do. Humph. Then you actually invaded my home. Pabu went into a dead loop and only resumed normal operations after the system rebooted. And by that time, the unmistakable shelves had appeared in front of him. Depending on the label, glassware containing organs or intact corpses of mutated creatures were neatly arranged on top. Dinner's on. Dinner's on. Minion. 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 Pablo yells over and over again on the screen. Had. Crazy bitch. I was really surprised that your dear Captain Bigard was so capable of sending me treasures of great value. Shane had rags chewed in his mouth and a black hood over his head. The left hand was secured to the chair. Having been in and out of the trial forest together, the tall, thin man who had kidnapped himself knew his own strength like the back of his hand. And even though his left arm was the only one of his 4 limbs that was intact, he still didn't take it lightly. Listening to the idle chatter nearby, Shane estimated that there were about 20 or so people in this group, and the weapons in their hands were not ordinary goods. Although the man had not revealed a single word to himself within the few days of his captivity, judging from the mission Bigard had been sent on, Shane had roughly guessed the kidnapper's purpose. I'm afraid Bigard has intercepted the prey the company wanted from the hunting area, and these robbers suddenly moved themselves out of their cells on this day and drove a few miles to reach a place where they couldn't hear any of the sounds of the city's hustle and bustle. With these clues, Shane knew that today would be the day when one hand would deliver the other. She knew the gang would go back on their word, because from Bigard's mouth, She had learned the reason why Bigard had been seriously injured during Operation 068. Shane understood that no word coming out of the mouth of the tall, thin man who had assassinated his companion from behind could be trusted. But she couldn't be sure that Bigard would listen to the kidnappers. She didn't have the luxury of hoping that she and Bigard would both get out of this deal. At the moment she was only worried that the curmudgeonly and honest Bigard would not be backstabbed by the other party as soon as they arrived at the place of delivery. In the car, she had rehearsed countless unexpected situations, and the probability of saving Bigard in an unexpected situation with this crippled body of hers was almost zero. Being caught by this man was entirely out of his own carelessness, and Miranda being attacked was equally his own fault. Shane was filled with guilt for these two, and she had been panicking all day about not being able to see anything through her hood. This feeling of powerlessness at her wits' end. She hated it. The chairs seemed to be set up indoors, but the place seemed rather run down, because every time the wooden door a few meters away from his body closed and closed, it made a creaking noise. This time the wooden door opened and a smell of smoke drilled into his nostrils as two playful men walked in from outside the house. The boss said we'd each get at least that much this time. Hey, that's great. With that amount, we won't have to work for the rest of our lives. Yes, get this money and I can go to Pleasant Street and play with every little birdie. You're stupid. Get this money and you can get a wife. And a pretty one too. What's the point of going to Pleasant Street? Oh, yes. Then I'll get a daughter-in-law and carry her to Pleasant Street. I've heard that this little girl we brought today has been sold to Pleasant Street before. Huh? Really? Then I have to see it. I want to open my eyes. Hey, what's going on? Don't move blindly. The boss said this woman is powerful. Don't go near her. I'll just take a look. The boss went to take a piss anyway. Don't you want to see it? That you take off your hood and I'll watch your back. Okay, hey. The moment the hood was lifted, Shane squeezed her eyes, and when her vision finally adjusted to the light around her, she saw a man with a stupid face glancing greedily over her body, and the companion behind the man was hoisted up with great speed by a couple of tentacles that reached in from outside. The tall, skinny man's thighs were shaking slightly and both hands were balled into fists. A few minutes ago, he left the command center. Originally and his accomplices said he was going to go to pee, who expected to walk into the toilet but suddenly felt a cramp in the abdomen. Urine upgraded to urine and feces. Since he had a delivery date with Bigard tonight, and out of nervousness he had purposely not eaten anything for dinner that would tend to upset his stomach, this bout of diarrhea came at a somewhat strange time. As the saying goes, you can travel 1,000 miles holding your pee, but you can't travel an inch with diarrhea. Despite being a little uneasy about her companion who was guarding the disabled little girl, she couldn't let a defecation that was halfway through be suddenly interrupted. However, for safety reasons, he still threw the walkie-talkie let each post to report one by one. Heard 10 or so, everything is normal. He only peace of mind to close his eyes all the strength. He had been unable to contain his joy when he confirmed on the phone that Bigard had successfully intercepted the company's quarry, Niche of Light. Although he didn't understand exactly what this thing did, the tall, thin man's eyes glistened when he saw the prices that buyers in the black market were clamoring to quote. The opportunity for wealth and freedom has finally fallen into your hands. However, if the little girl was returned to Bigard as agreed upon to complete the deal, it would be a fatal calamity in case these two were caught interrogating the company about their whereabouts down the road. He didn't intend to leave loose ends, so snipers had long been in position on the roof of this building. As soon as the method explained by the buyer confirms that Bigard is bringing the real deal to the Niche of Light, the sniper will shoot him without mercy. People live a life only to seek wealth. This opportunity to make a fortune is finally close at hand. The small of his back was still cramping and he felt like he had to squat for a few more minutes. Then he impatiently pulled out his cell phone. Every camera failed to see the vehicle arriving at the delivery site and he was a little anxious. At that moment, a news item was suddenly pushed over on the screen. Unidentified group attacked the biotechnology park. A company's pharmaceutical research and development building collapsed. The fire department is currently carrying out emergency treatment. The park around the road has been temporarily closed. Please the general public detour. The cover picture of this news story caught his attention. Wasn't this where he used to work? The unwarranted coincidence of that park being wreaked so much havoc at a critical juncture when Bigard had been invited to make a delivery alerted him, and he clicked into the link to the news in a panic. The video accompanying the main article is an aerial perspective. A large hole was cut right out of the top of the building, but there was no sign of an extensive fire in the building. This is definitely a destructive effect simply by virtue of kinetic energy, and the exposed basement underneath the large hole, which was close to 100 meters in diameter, was clearly used as a warehouse. The broken glass on the ground and the sentence, "The company's warehouse for biomaterials was ransacked," and it is speculated that the unknown criminal group's purpose was to steal these valuable materials. Sandwiched between a certain paragraph of the news text sent an instant chill down the tall, thin man's spine. He had also been in and out of the trial forest as a hunter, and had witnessed countless devourings between mutated creatures. There was no doubt that some creature had swooped down on the company's warehouse and converted all that stock into its own power. But why today? Why this time? A sense of foreboding welled up. He didn't bother to wipe his ass carefully, and only used toilet paper to gently stick on his pants, while shouting loudly towards the intercom. All personnel report again. Brothers, listen up. The situation is not quite right. People from points E and H now immediately go to point A for reinforcement. Point A, the very room where Shane was being held. And as it happened, the two guys at point A were the only ones among those who reported not answering. The tall, thin man's heart thumped. Something had happened. Something big had happened. He immediately gave the order again. All but the sniper responded by heading to point A, accompanied by a flurry of panicked footsteps and the metallic crunch of a loaded gun. The lead kidnapper summoned up the courage to break down the unlocked door of point A, and stepped into the room, immediately pointing his rifle at every corner of the room. Looking at his back, the group's palms were sweating and they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. The chair in the center of the room was supposed to hold the disabled woman as a hostage, but the chair illuminated by the flashlight held one of the kidnappers who had been guarding point A. The companion's face was already badly decayed, and the effects of that corrosion did not end completely. Drop by drop, his flesh and skin fell away from his facial bones, dropping to the ground with a snapping sound. Everyone looked on in horror. The kidnappers were not feeling fear because they had witnessed the tragic death of their companion. They were afraid of the intruder who had taken the little girl out of sight. How could he have found his way straight to the upper floors when he told Bigard that the delivery location was hundreds of meters away from this building? Asshole, asshole, asshole. Bigard, I'll kill you myself. Seeing that the hostage was nowhere to be found, the bandit leader was furious and redialed Bigard's phone. But to his despair, the voice that came from the other end of the phone was like a mocking monkey's cry. Something he never envisioned happened. Is it hard to believe that Bigard is still in the forest? So what exactly is attacking us? The tall, skinny man had to speculate things towards the worst possibilities, just as the cramps began again in the small of his back, and he suddenly realized that his arms and legs were producing a slight numbness. Poison. In the trial forest, before entering the worm's den, Bigard had asked the entire team of hunters to beware of poisonous gas, and the video captured by that rotary-winged scout in the company's hangar had shown images of Shane being attacked by the monstrous tree with poisonous gas. At the thought of this, the tall, skinny bandit leader immediately stormed out. Put on your gas masks. At the same time, he pulled out a general-purpose antidote from his own tool pouch, but before he could take it, the air was suddenly flooded with a large fog. These kidnappers he brought with him were, after all, just rabble, standing dumbfounded in the fog not knowing what to do. And so, one by one, there were screams. Bigard, you're so devious. Seeing that the momentum was gone, this guy immediately pulled out his legs and ran. With the help of these companions to stall the monster, he might still have a chance to escape. The score with Bigard will be settled in the future. But just after running 2 steps toward the building's exit, he despaired of seeing the tentacle-like roots blocking his way. Seeing the target, the tentacles that blocked every entrance and exit of the building were instantly powered up and stabbed straight towards the human's chest without a second thought. Hey, you can't enter the scene. The young constable was blown into the wall with a punch, while the one in heavy armor glared obliquely at the rest of the constables. Cops are useless. Get out of my way. As soon as he saw the tattoos engraved on this aggressive person, the officer with the highest shoulder rank immediately ordered everyone to close the line. The lack of a bigger confrontation with the man caused him to wipe a cold sweat off his face. Codename Scavenger. Cops can't afford to mess with this guy. Just the fact that he was present meant that the company executives had been angered by the case. The warriors who guarded the city-state for security were not at all on the same level as the relic hunters, who, in turn, were not on the same level as the troops under the direct orders of the scavengers. The cost of transferring him over for the mission could be worth the cost of several relic hunts. The company was the gold master of all public resources in this city-state, and since the gold master was planning to get real, the officer of course dutifully greeted all the handlers back in the car and left the park in a huff. Just as they were driving back to the precinct, a long line of armored vehicles swept down the other side of the highway toward the biotech park. Because the site where the attack took place was the company's hinterland, the company authorized the scavenger hunt at the first sign of the incident. With such an area of destruction, the intruder must have left a large trail. Whether it was a human or an animal that ran into the park and cost the company money, the company was bound to respond with crushing retaliation. Otherwise, where is the face? Creatures that dare to offend the interests of the company will never be allowed to continue to live in the world. Scavenger entered that destroyed warehouse and carefully checked around. And after analyzing the data with his instruments, he actually took off his helmet and picked up a branch to sniff it. He is an extremely rare and precious material for the company. As a child, he wasn't alone in that stinky street corner line. Both brothers were chosen to enter the company at the same time to be trained as fighters, and both brothers became the best of that reserve class. But in his first action after officially becoming a warrior, Scavenger, who was his older brother, had the misfortune of being mortally wounded by a mutated creature that created a fatal wound, with half of his face and half of his internal organs swallowed into the beast's stomach. The physically crippled fighters were naturally all sent to that building, the Pharmaceutical Research and Development Center. However, as a test subject, not only was he not tortured to death by the new drug, but he instead grew the face and organs that had been lost, and his sense of smell became unusually developed. This outstanding ability made him an even better hunter. But because he was treated as a disposable pawn by the company, he is not willing to accept the company's jurisdiction anymore. Through some mediation, he finally takes a very different path from his brother, a scavenger employed by several companies, and a frontline officer loyal to one company. Those at the top of the pyramid only used him when they were in really big trouble, using this scavenger who could definitely find his prey. And before he even received his assignment, Scavenger was convinced that something bad was going to happen today. His own brother, a frontline officer, is lost in the trial forest, and it's not long before the images sent by intelligence bring him to terms with reality. The trial forest had been completely covered by a swarm of insects, and the younger brother must be in a bad way. Even though no specific investigation has been launched, he believes it intuitively. The company's big trouble must be related to the accident in the forest. He sniffed the ground as he ran, feeling his way towards the outskirts of the city-state. It wasn't until a rotting building came into view that he got a rough lock on the enemy's location. The park is heavily guarded, so how could the beast enter easily? Capture that mutated creature and find out how it knew the place was a warehouse and how it got in anyway. Determining the strong smell of trees in that building, Scavenger leapt to the top of the rotting building, and with his command, armored vehicles and infantry armed to the teeth surrounded the rotten building. Seeing his men take their positions, he gave a little wave of his arm and spoke the word release into the microphone. At once, shells were fired in unison at the rotten building, although for the time being, it was impossible to determine exactly what kind of ability the monster that had invaded the park possessed. In any case, it was better to blow up the building first and bury it inside the concrete. Subjected to such shelling, the already shaky and rotten building finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. However, the scavenger never expected that the movement, which was comparable to a mild earthquake, had in turn covered the action of the large tree. Even though the rotten building collapsed, the shaking of the ground did not stop, but instead became more violent. The moment everyone finally realized that something was wrong, before Scavenger could give the order to retreat, he saw a crack suddenly appear in the ground, while steel cone-like plant roots stabbed out from underneath the chassis of every armored vehicle like rain, hardly enough to flip the vehicle all the way over. The infantrymen have also been dragged into the ground by another number of slender but pliable roots curling around their bodies. Among them, there were some sensitive people who had injected enhancers between life and death, and with a burst of strength, they chipped off the roots of the plants entangled in their bodies and quickly stomped on the edge of the crack and escaped back to the ground. However, the survivor immediately realizes that the root system is not the creature's only killer. Thud, buzz, dash. The repeated buzzing of the bells that you only hear when you go to a temple to pray for blessings suddenly rang out from under the ground. As the ground shook drastically once more, the skyscrapers suddenly rose up, stretching straight up towards the sky, with an aura as if they were going straight up into the clouds. When everyone fixed their eyes and looked up carefully, they realized that the skyscraper was, in fact, a huge tree. How many people does it take to hold this? Everyone had dropped the rifles in their hands. Using that to deal with a giant tree with such a size was like a mantis in front of a giant of this level. Not to mention the guns, even the rocket launcher might only be considered a toy. But after all, this group of people is the troop that followed Scavenger into life and death. What kind of big scenes have been experienced? Before Scavenger could give the order, they pulled out white phosphorus grenades, and the armored vehicles that had escaped the earthquake that had just occurred switched from regular shells in their guns to flamethrowers. At once, the humans' flame-driven counterattack began. Various kinds of igniters were thrown at Yang Jiju's body. The flames did have an effect, quickly picking off his wrinkled old bark, and the trunk quickly carbonized. But the ability to metabolize rapidly in seconds hardens and regrows new bundles of fibers and tender green bark in the burned areas. If he didn't have to protect the girl and the robot in the palm of his hand, he would have loved to make a scene in this human territory. Although the body heals quickly, the burns hurt too much. Sitting in the helicopter, the beautiful female reporter gripped the little chubby man beside him, and this small action warmed his heart. But unlike him, who was holding the camera but was distracted, The female reporter's heart jumped into her throat. The helicopter was located about 20 kilometers from the central area of the city-state and was still heading towards the far eastern outskirts. It's a location shoot for live headlines. And just below the helicopter, armored vehicles and several ATVs are chasing a large tree at maximum speed. The female reporter couldn't believe her eyes. The behemoth clearly possessed the outer skin of a tree, its head topped with dense foliage, yet its root system mimicked the form of an arthropod scurrying wildly across the earth. Observing the creature with her naked eye from high in the air, she couldn't tell if she was seeing a tree or a scorpion. The armored vehicles in pursuit of the creature used their machine guns and main cannons to fire at the creature, but the shells could not do penetrating damage to a creature of such a large size, and the explosions did send some tree bark flying, and the debris flew up along with the dust, but that's all the rounds of shelling could do. Moreover, as soon as the vehicle approached the creature, the high, scorpion tail-shaped trunk was quickly thrown across the road, making it completely impossible for the hunter on the roof of the vehicle to mount its body for a white-knuckle fight. The far outskirts of the city were not as brightly lit as the urban areas, and the pursuing party had to keep throwing flares to provide a source of light. Under that dim firelight, the huge size presented by the speedy and wildly running scorpion-shaped tree was even more suffocating. It was like a destroyer traveling through the wilderness, leaving deep craters and gullies wherever it passed as if it had suffered an earthquake. Any buildings in the way were smashed into dregs by the devastating impact. Even though the helicopter was shrouded in the darkness of the night, the camera-resistant chubby little man peeking in from time to time through the lights in the cabin still clearly saw her originally rosy lips gradually turning gray from the shock. As a reporter, she had never been in and out of hunting areas or battlefields, but because of her long exposure to a large amount of news material about mutated creatures, she had heard about the destructive power of these strange creatures. The one the convoy was chasing was slightly less than the species at the top of the food chain, but it was spotted downtown. This meant that the mutant creatures had bypassed the layers of corporate and police forces and appeared in areas where humans lived. This was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a mutant creature, and now gazing at the monster that raised dust and ran along furiously, the biggest worry in her mind was, in case this was not an occasional incident but the first of its kind, what would happen to the inhabitants of this city-state? Life in this city-state is bad enough, if you have to deal with monsters that are capable of causing life-threatening injuries at all times. The little chubby man suddenly interrupted the female reporter's thoughts with a frothy-mouthed maniacal laugh. Wahahahaha, monster, let's see where you can run this time. Drones in formation quickly swept by from high above, dropping tons of bombs, and in moments, the creature was smashed by a dense mass of incendiary bombs. The flames instantly crawled over the entire tree, and as the creature convulsed in agony, the splintering sound of firewood breaking rang out from the sea of fire. Just when the little fat peer and the female reporter thought that the monster was in a predicament, the huge body leaped up with flames, twisted into a cone in the air and then quickly dropped down into the earth. It was then that they both realized why the creature had chosen to run towards the middle of nowhere. Avoiding the highway doesn't just slow down vehicles. Enough soil can provide fire suppression. The human in body armor standing on the front row of armored vehicles didn't seem to be dead in the water, as he pulled out the combat knife behind him, and after touching a certain switch, the blade was instantly wrapped in plasma. Approaching, he lunged at the scorpion's tail, which was exposed on the surface of the earth, with a speed that the camera could only catch a blur of shadow. But he was still a step too slow, and the bright blade failed to slice off the monster's tail. Seeing the monster's entire body vanish into the earth, the hunter didn't hesitate to follow. Now both the convoy and the reporters in the helicopter were dumbfounded and could only wait around the large mound left by the monster. A short while later, with a loud boom, the monster's body rose into the air like a whale leaping from the bottom of the sea, lifting the waves formed by the sand, and a long root tip, against the hunter's breastplate. But the stabbing blow did not inflict a mortal wound, and the hunter quickly swung the gleaming blade to slice the roots from his chest, turning defense into offense, and sprinting with his feet on the monster's roots toward a sphere arching over the trees. The blade drew one splendid arc after another in the air. Branches, leaves, bark, and stumps of roots flew everywhere, but the monster's root tips were as numerous as hairs, cutting off one wave and giving birth to another, stabbing towards the hunter one after another. This man and a tree fought hard, the female reporter for a time to see into the god, completely forget that they are live on the scene. If not for that little chubby body type, she can't even think of the words. However, with a startled cry, the little chubby man seemed to lose his concentration as if the camera on his shoulder came off and fell from a great height. Sis, look at the phone. The little chubby guy took off his Bluetooth headset and spoke with his mouth wide open with a sobbing voice. Face to face with him, the female reporter saw the bean-sized beads of sweat on the forehead of the fat peer. Thanks to his mouth to remind, the female reporter noticed that his trouser pockets of the cell phone has continued to vibrate for about 10 minutes, and with her phone out, The push of messages already crowding the screen caused her to lurch and nearly fall out of the cabin. Citizens in the coastal area are requested to go to the evacuation centers in an orderly manner under the direction of the police. Any citizen has the right to shoot on the spot any robber who takes advantage of the disturbance to rob the company's property, and will be rewarded by the company afterwards. After sliding down a few more pages, the screen was filled with almost all the same messages, interspersed with the occasional missed call from his parents. Turning to the last page, she clicked on the link to the news before finally understanding what was happening on the shores of the city-state while she was away filming. The docks in the news video had been crawling with sea creatures she'd never seen before, and the freighter that was flashing its warning lights to try to dock was suddenly lifted from underwater by some great force, and it wasn't until the waves subsided that she could see that it was a lobster bigger than the freighter, with pincers full of eyes that clipped the hull with ease. Right after those eyes shot red light, the camera flashed a patch of crimson for less than half a second. The aftermath is nothing but pitch black, but the audio is a steady stream of human screams and vehicle crashes. When the video ended, the female reporter, whose home is less than a kilometer from the beach, instantly covered her face with her hands and bawled. The screen of the cell phone was still lit up with a blue light, and underneath the 52 missed calls was a line of blinding text messages. Son, it's too late. Don't come home. Don't come home no matter what. After the video of the coastline being attacked by the sea beasts was shown, the cell phone with even the case encrusted with gold was thrown onto the coffee table. Gee, no. A shaved flathead and stout middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the office of the finance company. The body of the flower shirt and he rested on the coffee table. That pair of feet stepped on high-grade leather shoes enough to indicate to the guests in and out of this finance company is what the nature of the finance company. The punk who was supposed to be in charge of street patrols in dark alleys seemed to have forgotten the rules he had explained countless times and recklessly rushed in without even knocking. This rude behavior caused his eyebrows to cross and he immediately started scolding these punks without a good face. Hey, no big deal. How many times have I told you to knock first? But unexpectedly, today's punks are completely unlike the usual. As soon as they are scolded, bowed their heads and apologized, but instead yelled loudly, "Big brother, have you watched the news? Asshole. Knock first. Didn't hear me, did you?" Upon hearing his sudden outburst, the several punks recovered their usual attitudes and left the office in a disciplined manner, closing the door before knocking softly on the door. "Come in, big brother." After the punks re-entered the office and bowed, it was only then that Flower Shirt answered their questions seriously. "Look, don't make a big deal out of it. In our line of work, you have to be able to change your face without changing your color. Understand? If you can't do that, you'll be a punk for the rest of your life." "Yes, big brother. But, what do we do now? Going to the shelter? Escape, of course. Except that we are escaping in a different direction than the citizens." Flower Liner opened the cabinet and took out his best stock. These boxes of high-grade goods he usually couldn't afford to smoke, but at this time threw them one by one into the hands of the minions, one box for each person. After lighting one, he pulled out the keys to the arsenal and garage, and went downstairs while explaining the night's plan to his minions. Perhaps it was the tide approaching the city, but the bullet hole in his chest was beginning to ache again. Once, in order to stay off the hospital list, he broke into a young nurse's house covered in blood and forced the other woman to remove the slug from him. After so many years on the road, he had always valued the word favor and justice, so he promised the little girl named Miranda, "The favor owed to you will be repaid in the future." He could never have imagined then that this nurse named Miranda would become a wanted criminal. It was also even more unexpected that the tall man called Bigard, who had come to work under his own hand a while ago, was actually her accomplice. Miranda's first call to this old acquaintance expressed that all the help wanted was transportation in and out of the trial forest. However, as an old punk who had faced all kinds of emergencies, he knew very well that just picking Miranda up from the forest wouldn't solve anything at all. As it happened, the news a few minutes ago had smoothed out everything that had happened in the Forest of Trials and this city-state. "Humph. Back then, counting on you to save the right person. I'll let you see what it means to be even this time." After gathering all the men in the dark alley, several vintage cars spray-painted with fancy tattoos roared towards the company's Robotics and Prosthetics Research Center. If it weren't for all the mutated seafood washing ashore on the news, he wouldn't have dared to rush out and rob the company of its top tech with such a small staff. "There's a change of plan. Forget about that big tree for now. You hurry back downtown and protect the safe transfer of the company's core property." The woman's voice in the headset seemed very tense, and Scavenger wondered where her usual cold-as-ice demeanor had gone. "Ha, I'm on a roll. Isn't this monster your designated target? Cut the crap and add the money. It's already in your account." Glancing at the suddenly surging balance on his account, Scavenger whistled. "Oh, this time it's really generous. It seems that you guys are really in a big mess." "Okay, don't worry. I'll be right there. I'm just accepting money to help others." In one move, Scavenger felt that the strange tree was like it possessed spiritual intelligence. Each attack was unexpected and cunning. He was curious about such a creature. Though professional ethics pushed the curiosity down, he couldn't separate himself from Dashu for a while, so he had to prioritize completing the company's account before anything went wrong. After dodging Oshiki's fist in a flash, Scavenger returned to the car, and with a command, the unit turned around in place and headed downtown at full power. Not far away on the private jet, the woman with the glasses who had spoken to him yelled and slammed the wine glass in her hand so hard into the flight attendant that the little girl's head cracked, but it didn't relieve her of her anger. Gritting her teeth, she copied the ashtray from the table and walked over to the paralyzed occupant. Glass ashtray after glass ashtray smashing into the innocent little girl's head, the venting continuing for a full half hour. It wasn't until she saw the skull bloom that the woman with the glasses threw away the ashtray in satisfaction and wiped the blood from her face. Although the scavengers were called back in time to stop the damage, and the most valuable things in the park were shipped out one by one, but before that, the punks in the dark alley dared to take advantage of the chaos and robbed a set of inexpensive prosthetic body. The Forest of Trials is out of control. A large tree has attacked the park, and never-before-seen sea beasts are flooding the city-state. Whatever damage this disaster caused, much of it would be on her head as executive director. Several fancy vintage car vehicles raced toward the eastern suburbs, and after one of the punks had been drumming up communications equipment for the better part of a day, the man in the flowery shirt finally made contact with a robot Miranda had said was called Pabu. Hey Pabu, see the coordinates I sent you? See, but who are you? TCH? Never mind who I am. Listen to me. Get to that place and meet me before dawn. I can't guarantee when the company will catch up. Humph. Stranger, why should I listen to you? In case you're a spy? Prabhu, listen to this man. He is an old acquaintance of mine and deserves to be trusted. Sister Miranda. Pabu then noticed that it was connected to multi-party communications, and since Miranda had put the word out, it immediately made a 180-degree turn in its attitude toward the stranger. Pabu departs immediately to rendezvous with Sister Miranda's old acquaintance now. TSK, a broken AI is quite resourceful. What kind of transportation do you drive? Can you make it before dawn? Pabu drives a big tree. Hiya. Ha? Driving a big tree? Just as Flower Shirt was scratching his head and guessing if the AI was buggy, a couple of kids sitting in the back row yelled loudly toward the device. Miranda, is that Sister Miranda? They hadn't heard Miranda's voice since they were put in the locker at the hospital, and had been worried until now. The punks all double-checked their weapons. What they were about to face next was not the kind of petty gang dispute, and everyone's stamina, energy, and weapons had to be in tip-top shape. It's almost dawn. Losing the cover of darkness would make it easier for either the sea beasts spreading inland from the coastline or the hunters the company might send to find this place. If the pursuers arrived, a vicious battle was inevitable. The man who was giving orders to the punks seemed to be prepared for all of this, and in addition to the manpower brought out from the city, the brothers from the various halls in the suburbs also converged one after another. Looking up, he was relieved to see the approaching blimp. After analyzing the news of the sea beasts attacking the city-state in conjunction with the intelligence described by Miranda, he made a complete evacuation plan within minutes. The company executives must have been the fastest to leave the city-state. There is no doubt about that. And ordinary citizens who follow the company's arrangements to go to the shelters are bound to be in for a rough ride as well. The number of those monsters that attacked the city-state was too large for the company to spend a huge amount of money on arranging subsequent rescue efforts. And in the long run, the citizens trapped inside the shelters would only be able to fend for themselves. At a time like this, if anyone honestly hides in a shelter, they are as gullible as a child. And likewise, in his eyes, the two Miranda and Bigard were like little children. They do things so much by the book that they actually act along the lines of the kidnappers. If Miranda had dialed him earlier, maybe Shane would have been safely rescued. However, thanks to Miranda's knowledge of seeking out this old acquaintance to repay the favor, it's not too late to start organizing a great escape. Only, this escapade has opened his eyes today. This is still incredible. He squashed the rifles the punks had raised. The giant thing that raised dust from the other side of the highway and approached the vintage cars was of a size completely beyond his expectations. Pabu makes a request to send the tree to join its animal companions, and from Miranda he learns that those animal companions are fleeing the insect-infested area of the forest with Miranda in a giant relocation vehicle. In this way, the group's goals coincide. If the swarms and sea beasts had the ability to reproduce, it would be only a matter of time before these monsters took over most of the habitable land. Right now, the forest natives and escaped humans on the vehicles need to find a foothold where they can hide from the monsters. The man zoomed in on the map on his cell phone, convinced he'd made the right choice. The Borderline's power system is an ancient technology that neither Miranda nor Bigard have ever touched. Controlled fusion. They didn't enter the body with the luxury of expecting the ancient vehicle, forgotten for years, to move. However, the condition of the vehicle was beyond their expectation. The power system was able to function 100% normally, and the gun system could barely provide some basic protection. I say barely, because kinetic weapons have little to no ammo in stock, and thermal weapons can affect a vehicle's power range if overused. So there was no delay here. Rather than using the weak artillery fire to stalemate with the swarm, it was better to speed up and escape. Immediately after the huge vehicle, which resembled a moving castle, moved, it moved at full speed towards the coordinates agreed upon with the partners who had escaped from the city-state. At this point in time, the sky had already dawned, and the ruins of the city situated on the grassland looked particularly bleak under the light of the rising sun. Broken windows and doors dangled from rebar, and the already cracked highway was filled with rusted cars. Vine plants and moss wrapped the office building like a green coat. Driving the vehicle, Miranda sighed in her mind that this was the city after the humans left, and as the city-state where he had lived, his home across the sea, had already been attacked by sea beasts. Would that place end up the same way in the future? Hospitals, schools, snack bars, cafes, movie theaters? Although she had spent the first half of her muddled life there, Miranda ultimately didn't want the residence where she had lived to become this eerie ruin. The borderline was like a 5-story building with a large number of bulletproof windows for reconnaissance and light installed around the body. After lumbering into the compartment, squirrel, rabbit, and hedgehog hugged and cried as the morning sun had evenly spilled over the entire forest of the trial, and the towering peaks in the distance were the homes where they had once lived, where there was fresh water, berries, and shelter from the winds and rocks of the mountains and the shelter of a great tree. But today, all that is gone, thanks to a few big, strong animals carrying dried meat and fruit on their escape routes. At least everyone will have something to eat for the next few days. But where this migration ends, no one knows. But every mutant creature understands one thing. Perhaps those species among them with a lifespan of only a few years may not be able to return to this forest again even when they reach the end of their lives. Although the vehicle was traveling at high speed, the worms, which were bigger than oxen and longer than pythons, always followed behind, their numbers increasing, and not an inch of grass was left wherever the swarm went. Lush forests and grassy gardens were eaten up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Desolation and withering will last a long time in this land. Weapons of mass destruction are approaching. Vehicles are about to go into full coverage defense. The sudden blaring of the siren and the repeated flashing of the red lights made all the animals in the car tense up. Miranda had never driven a vehicle like this before and she didn't really understand what was going to happen next. Even though she did nothing to operate the vehicle's auxiliary systems, one by one, the glass windows on the body of the vehicle raised glare-resistant flaps from the inside, while the outside of the windows gradually buckled into tightly fitting alloy armor. Not a single ray of light could come in from outside the car, and the cockpit windshield automatically turned on the digital imaging system. Weapons of mass destruction will arrive soon. Please fasten your seatbelts. Vehicle movement is suspended. Body rigidity is maximized. Please pay attention to the impact of the vehicle's personnel. Although only a few small, rapidly approaching red dots were visible on the radar, Miranda was sure that there was a good reason for the car's sudden stop to clench the ground. She quickly tightened the seatbelt for Bigard, who had fallen asleep again as soon as she opened the door, while she herself held on to the armrests on either side of the driver's seat. After a few calm seconds passed, the window screen lit up with a dazzling white light. Immediately afterward, the compartment experienced the lurching sensation of an airplane encountering air convection in the air. What's going on? A nuclear attack violates protocol. Shut up. If it wasn't for your mismanagement, our hunting area wouldn't have been spoiled for nothing. Besides, don't you see those densely packed big bugs? With the bugs occupying the hunting area, sooner or later they will spread to the east and west. Do you want to see all the city-states lost? Look at you. Neither did you organize the hunting area, and the city-states were also destroyed because of your negligence. This account you sooner or later. I'm on your account. The woman with the glasses took off her heels and threw them towards the screen with all her might, also pulling out her pistol and preparing to shoot the old faces on the screen one by one. If her assistant hadn't jumped on her and reminded her that this was an airplane, she would have actually shot her. Video conferencing was co-sponsored by about a dozen companies. They should have negotiated a series of military actions long ago, negotiated on the premise of taking themselves out of the equation. Only in a situation where the hunting area is completely out of control would these awful old men use the military with nuclear weapons. This will surely spoil the hunting area completely, and I don't know how many years it will be before it can continue to operate. Those old men ran other hunting areas on their hands, and were able to continue generating income with less trial forests. But as the youngest executive director, unlike the famous families who sat on uncountable assets, the total destruction of this hunting area meant the end of her life as a human being. How many years of accumulated hard work have come to naught? She certainly wasn't happy about it, and that resentment and anger was vented on that assistant. A few minutes passed and the assistant's scream stopped. The young body, stuck full of fruit knives and dinner forks, was stomped several more times with high heels, and finally stiffened completely into a cold corpse. But a phone call made the woman who had taken out her grievances on her assistant giddy, and she kept laughing maniacally as she stepped over the bodies on the floor, her face beaming with joy. Instead of having any effect, the nuclear attack not only did not work, but exacerbated the aberrations of the worms in the forest. Looking at the bugs that seemed as tall as hills under the bomber's lens, she was already mentally calculating her career's second wind. The mushroom cloud in the distance scared everyone into thinking that the city-state would be subjected to the same bombardment, but it seemed that there were no bombers flying overhead, and the radar of the airships didn't show any suspicious-looking targets. Miranda! Hey! How's it going? Miranda! Miranda lost her signal the moment the big explosion occurred in the distance. This scared Pabu and the man in the flowered shirt, and it wasn't until her voice reappeared intermittently on the channel that the man and the machine dropped their hearts. And by this time, it so happened that the running tree had reached the front. Finally, Pabu got a good look with his naked eyes at this flower-shirted man who was busy under the blimp. Based on its experience investigating the cameras while looking for Bigard and Shane in the city a few days ago, Pabu immediately recognized the man. A co-worker from when Daddy was a punk. Hello there, punk boss. The man didn't bother with it as he yelled towards a couple of women and children who had picked up the car as it passed by Pleasant Street. What are you looking at? Grab your asses and board. You guys. The women and children were so frightened by the huge tree that suddenly stopped next to the airship that they went limp, and it was only when they were sure that the creature had no intention of attacking the group that they boarded the airship in fear and peeked out of the window to see the creature on the ground. And as if the creature had a spirit in its heart, it stretched out its branches in front of the flower liner and gestured a few movements. Then, only one person and one tree were seen posing towards the sea beast's direction in a fight to the death. The situation was not promising. The largest sea beasts were wreaking havoc in the city-state, while some of the smaller but faster ones had spilled over, closing in towards the airships, separated by only a few hundred meters. Airships are already the biggest airborne vehicle a street punk can get his hands on. It has a high carrying capacity, but it is nowhere near as fast as an airplane. The group's planned route was to take a dirigible and head north across the sea, meeting up with the borderline at the ice fields. But before flying away from land, one must be far away from the species among the sea beasts that can emit rays. A brittle blimp can't take more than a few hits from that deadly ray. Pabu and Shane had already boarded the blimp with the help of the punks. And now, Yang Jiju was finally able to make a big splash. When he came out of the warehouse, he was full for the first time in a long time. However, it was still some distance away from clearing the body to perfection. However, this large number of sea beasts that suddenly appeared from the sea gave him a flash of insight. By dawn, the damn panel was alerting. 8 hours left to live. Old man, are you ready for your life jacket? In order to trap the many times deformed worm in the sea, he turned all of his remaining life into the ability to grow. If one did not continue to obtain clear air to allow oneself to evolve to the point where one's clear body was perfected, then this short life would indeed come to an end. He remembered clearly that after the last air sea build was completed, the lifespan was extended from 9 years to 99. A breakthrough in rank was the only way to extend one's lifespan, but the organs in the company's warehouse had already eaten every drop of themselves, and it was unlikely that they would be able to find a large number of body-cleansing creatures to provide themselves with sustenance in the few short hours they had been here. After honoring her promise to save the woman, Yang Jiju had already planned to give up, as long as she could return to the trial forest and return to her roots. But at that exact moment, ungrateful sea beasts appeared from the shore and flooded into the city-state. He was half full in the company's warehouse, and as long as he ate a full meal in the next few hours, there was a chance that his life, on the contrary, would continue. This time, it's another fight to stay alive. He made the roots bend like springs, and after building up enough strength, he cut through the air like a locomotive and slammed into the sea beasts that were pouring over the sky. Having just fought, Yang Jiju understood what caused the aberrations of these undersea creatures. Human fingers crawled under the belly of the turbot, a disgusting form that reminded him of worms that had been drained of their own moisture. Sure enough, when the distance was close enough, Yang Jiju could see the red eyeballs growing on these guys. It's really that guy who caused this. It has to be gotten rid of or the rest of the species in this world won't be able to survive at all. Such a terrifying evolutionary ability could actually be derived from other creatures. Yang Jiju didn't even dare to imagine the scene after this planet was completely occupied by that creature. There was a loud boom as the stacked fish, shrimp and crabs were smashed to pieces by this fast-forward rush of trees. The tactile sensation, and their stupidly dull demeanor, made Yang Jiju certain that, despite the fact that these fish, shrimp, and crabs all had large red eyeballs, the culprit for all of this was not one of them. The intelligence of these seafood is not even on the same level as that guy. The humans swept towards the incoming sea beasts with all their might, while Yang Jiju ran back and forth among the beasts, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who died under the roots of his tree were all turned into dry and withered corpses. This tacit coordination hardened and forced the overwhelming beasts to retreat hundreds of meters. The faces of the punks with red muzzles grew stony, and as the monster rushed forward, they came to their senses and realized what kind of disaster the world was about to face. If the monsters only appeared on land, perhaps the world wouldn't change much, and as long as armies assembled and slowly eliminated these creatures that continued to freak out, perhaps there was a chance for humans and other creatures in nature to continue to survive and thrive. But the trial forest had been completely covered by the swarm, and the city-state was surrounded by monsters that appeared at the bottom of the sea. In time, this ecologically unbalanced world must be on the verge of collapse. The women and children had already boarded the airship. The necessary supplies and weapons and ammunition were sent up, and as the airship's horsepower plummeted, the skipper yelled toward the punks on the ground, "Time to retreat!" Dark alley punks from humble origins, never received a good education, do not understand the big theory, but also cannot speak gorgeous words and phrases. But in a scene like this, shit and crippling, it's enough to make them express everything that's in their hearts. Understanding the heavy burden on their shoulders, their eyes were like torches, and they looked straight at the sea beasts in front of them with huge bodies, exposed fangs, and fierce eyes without fear. After giving a gesture to the man in the flower shirt, Yang Jiju rushed towards the deepest part of the group of sea beasts like a stray arrow. The man grasped that meaning and immediately commanded toward the minions behind him, "All aboard!" The spear-like roots drew dazzling arc after dazzling arc in the air, accurately stabbing into the sea beast's big, red, swollen eyeballs. Accompanied by mournful screams, their huge bodies rolled all over the ground. They had ultimately evolved from the form of sea creatures and had difficulty adapting to fighting on land. And Yang Jiju took the opportunity to strike consecutively, taking away the life of a sea beast with each root stab. The battle became more and more intense. The fight to the death made the shrimp shells, crab claws and fish lips splattered all over the sky. And Yang Jiju's body was also stained with sticky dirty blood, and the fishy odor caused him to dry heave. Although his body was huge, because he was well nourished, his figure loomed in the mist that he had inspired, sometimes disappearing as a recluse, sometimes cutting a wave of flesh and blood like lightning. Finally, the corpses of hundreds of mutant sea beasts piled up into a small hill, and Yang Jiju standing on top of this hill had already killed his eyes, and had he not heard the sound of machine gun fire from the other end of the airship, he would have even forgotten his main task. The trait of getting stronger the more he killed made him how glad he was to be a mutated creature at the moment. Even at the end of the oil, he was able to save the day by devouring the power. The line on the panel with the message, "Clear body complete," made him certain that he had saved this life for the time being, and the corpses in the bloodstained wasteland made him not want to stay here for a second, even though he was the one who caused this scene. Now that the airship had accelerated and he had harvested enough clear air, it was time to depart. The agreed rendezvous with his companions in the forest was a region of extreme latitude, and the airships would cross the ocean and head straight for that ice field, while the borderline would head directly north over the grasslands. There is no food source in that -70-degree tundra that can be devoured by monsters, and the ultra-low temperatures will discourage wildlife that does not have the ability to warm itself. But because of the humans aboard the borderline and the blimp, the animals led by Yang Jiju have the ability to withstand their natural environment with great productivity provided by humans. Only, both the animals and the humans are collectively in despondency on this escape. How long would everyone be able to survive in that freezing cold? And even if you get a break there, how will you face the world that has changed so drastically in the future? In order not to create too much burden for the airship, Yang Jiju decisively split himself in two before leaping up, leaving behind a tree trunk that could not only lighten the load, but also the residual venom in its interior that could hinder the pursuit of the sea beasts. The guns on the bottom of the airship roared and shot at the sea beasts that presumptuously came after them, while Yang Jiju hung onto the cargo basket of this airship with his roots. Bathed in the sea breeze, he looked downward at the corpses of sea beasts floating on the sea, the blue sea level, becoming scarlet and dirty. The dolphin covered with eyeballs was still making endearing cries in its dying moments, but it had already turned into such a state that if it didn't kill it painfully, everyone on the blimp would inevitably face the danger of being shot by those big eyeball bubbles. Yang Jiju's heart was filled with helplessness. If it wasn't for the worm that was causing trouble from it, perhaps one day he could take the sea creatures under his wing. They should never have ended up like this. The world shouldn't end up like this either. The tranquility of the past may be gone. The dirigible rises higher and higher, and escaping the sea beasts is a victory. But we all know in our hearts that this is only a temporary victory. Leave it to us. After Pabu understood the meaning expressed by Yang Jiju, he immediately got into the passenger cabin of the airship and started discussing with everyone about the next plan of arming the tundra. The tree had reached the moment when it must go dormant, and not a minute more could be delayed. so layer after layer of ropes and steel cables wrapped the body of the tree. Without realizing it, the airship had already crossed the strait. Looking at the vast sky and frozen earth in the distance, the hearts of everyone on the blimp were both apprehensive and fearful. The temperature gauge needle stopped at the -70 mark. The sky and the sea seemed to be frozen within a silver white. The wind was bitterly cold, whistling across the ice field and whipping up a dusting of snow. The sky took on a deep blue color, and although the sunlight was bright, it had difficulty penetrating this extremely cold air, and could only cast pale and faint shadows on the ground. The ice floes occasionally exploded with breaks, and the cracks in the ice that appeared in response looked like wounds in the ocean torn by the cold. These, even though the ice crystals shimmer in the sunlight like jewels embedded in the earth, their splendor still can't hide the harshness and desolation of this place. However, precisely because of the lifelessness of this pale sky and earth, no mutated sea beasts appeared nearby. After repeatedly checking the coordinates on the meter, Pabu finally peeked in the window and saw the lights on the ground. People deep in the cold fear loneliness above all else, and the huge vehicle moving slowly over the ground told everyone on the blimp that everyone was not alone. Sitting in his wheelchair, Shane wrapped his arms tightly around Pabu, unable to stop the tears from dripping down onto its circuit board. Thank you, Pabu. Thank you to all of you. Life is especially precious in areas that lack light and heat. A few plants that had adapted to the extreme conditions poked their heads through the snow and ice, short and tough, punctuating the white world with a faint green color. Occasionally, a few animals could be seen making their mark on this tundra, but that number was so pitifully small that it began to worry Miranda. Whether human or animal, the first problem to be solved when trying to survive in such an environment is food. With the monkey's extraordinary eyesight, the group, after a cursory reconnaissance, found a basin that would block the wind as a landing spot. The borderline had come to a halt, and with the exception of Yang Jiju, who had inexplicably grown fine threads and was wrapped in a giant cocoon, the entirety of the two teams were concentrated inside the fortress-like vehicle to escape the cold wind outside. The snow was becoming heavier, and even if we were to go out and forage for food, now was not a good time to do it. The bitterly cold wind kept the airship swaying in the air, and the anchors that were stuck into the ice all seemed to be jerked out by that tremendous wind. A giant migration vehicle, a blimp, and humans and mutant creatures capable of serving as combatants or as laborers made up the entirety of the tiny settlement. After counting the remaining jerky in the wagon according to everyone's meals, Miranda roughly estimated that everyone would last 2 more days. After 2 days, if no food source is found in the vicinity, the population is bound to shrink. After all, after a vicious battle and escape, there are many wounded among the animals, and their bodies are getting weaker and weaker. They need more and more adequate food supplies. The world outside the car was ice-covered with snow. An endless cold enveloped the sky and the earth. Although everyone came here with determination, surviving in such an environment was no less difficult than the trial forest that was completely covered by the insect plague. But everyone understood that fleeing to this place was their only option. No one complained about it. No animals complained about it. The man in the flowered shirt suddenly clapped his hands a few times, causing the drooping people to cast their eyes on him. All in all, it is considered a survival. To live one more day is one more victory. Cheer up and don't be discouraged. After the passage of the snow, the animals with a good sense of smell will go out with me to look for food. And, you few. The guy's chipper voice lifted the crowd. Indeed, as he said, every extra day is a victory. Although inexplicably caught up in strange events, thanks to a variety of coincidences, the group in the dark alley escaped with their lives. The rare life that is preserved must of course continue. When this white snow stops, teams must be sent out to search the neighborhood for prey. The monkeys who had heard and understood immediately picked out a few resourceful young gray wolves, and as soon as the weather improves, this colony on the ice field will have to start a new battle around survival. And until then, everyone who was already exhausted from the road to escape needed to get plenty of rest. The heating system was up and running, and humans and animals alike, long lost or newly acquainted, snuggled together to enjoy the busy quiet, a welcome respite from the aberration-caused disaster they had survived. When the familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in front of her eyes again, the excitement and joy in Shane's heart surged like a tidal wave, making her unable to hold back her hot tears. Bigard was still unconscious in his hospital bed, and his face, which had been deformed by the heavy blows, caused Shane's heart to ache, and Miranda, who had been drumming away at the vehicle's various systems, had not fully recovered from her gunshot wound. She didn't know for what reason she and these two people had become close relatives. She only knew that she had to spend the rest of her life repaying the favor of being born into death. The animals, on the other hand, couldn't contain their joyful chattering for a while since they saw the big tree hanging in midair in the carriage. As soon as the car stopped, they ran out excitedly to gather around the large, dormant tree. They would still be freezing and shivering beside the big tree if Miranda hadn't grabbed them one by one and pulled them back into the warmth of the car before forcing the door shut, especially one of the invisible big turtles, after being dragged back inside the carriage, always picking at the window and scratching the door non-stop, eyes staring straight at the wooden cocoon outside that was gradually covered by goosefeather snow. When he was on standby at Fishmouth Peak, Turtle had been looking forward to Yang Jiju's return, and after a long journey, he finally saw this big tree that he had once been born together with, and only then did he settle down. Although he understood that Yang Jiju had gone into hibernation again, as he had done when he fought in the worm's den, Turtle was still worried. After all, it was freezing cold outside the car, and the humans hiding in the car realized an identical problem. The current range of movement of everyone can only be maintained within the car. But if you want to survive here, hiding in the car forever is not a long-term solution. In this basin, there was a need for shelters that could provide shelter from the wind and rain, sites that could be productive, and a variety of fortifications. As far as this tundra is concerned, it's not easy for the newcomers, all of whom are foreigners, to put down roots and live here. People need all sorts of supplies, warm clothing, weapons that don't malfunction in freezing conditions, transportation that allows for reconnaissance in icy conditions. Understanding what was lacking at hand, the next step was easy, and people began to chat about what to do next, and slowly the chit-chat turned into deliberation, and in the end, everyone noisily surrounded the man in the flowery shirt and Miranda. So the matter of the work, line by line, was written on the blackboard. Prabhu's worries dissipated a trifle at the sight of the hilarious scene. If all hands are on deck, we'll survive. And Shane was the only one who wasn't among the crowd, and no one noticed when she hid in the corner by the stairs, the invisible snapping turtle. She was very impressed. The cracks on the turtle's shell were thanks to herself, and she lost her right hand in the mouth of that snapping turtle. There was also the monkey who had been barking orders at the other animals and had come close to being killed himself. The big tree that lay dormant in the snow had also had a tough deathmatch with itself. In Operation 068, they were painfully killed themselves. But now, instead of retaliating against him, the other party saved him from the hands of the kidnappers. The big tree recognized itself when the rotten building had just been saved. It didn't throw itself away by recognizing a former enemy, but instead kept its word. In that building, the roots of the tree seen by his own eyes stated in sign language, "Thank this robot. I promised it would get you out no matter what." Being the lowly creature he once scorned, he was so generous. It's the next day, and the snow hasn't stopped. It's just getting heavier and heavier. The sudden ice storm slapped against the body of the borderline, and everyone listened from inside the vehicle to the splintering sound as if a stray bullet had struck. Anxiety and anxiety were written on every face in the dim light. Food. We only have enough to last us a day. Miranda's voice was low and strained as she counted the remaining jerky, desperation in her eyes. The few humans gathered around the conference table and the monkeys and wolf kings looked equally grave. Even in human cities, if they encounter a food shortage, there have been stories of children eating each other. There are now dozens of species in this compartment to say the least, and one can only imagine what would happen if the food was cut off. But with such a heavy snowstorm outside, that blimp obviously couldn't move, and there are only 5 small, all-terrain light vehicles that can go out in the escape pods of the vehicles. But even if a human were to drive one of those vehicles out in search of food, if they did find it, they wouldn't be able to get out of the vehicle to gather it at all without carrying warm clothing. As for the animals, everyone came here from forests where grass and green trees grow, and there are no species among them that can predate in -70-degree weather. How to get out and how to find food became the most important task at hand. Just as everyone was at a loss, in the other stateroom, the unconscious Bigard slowly opened his eyes. Shane, who had always been at his side, finally couldn't stop his tears and buried his tired face into his chest to let out a sob. The cries startled Miranda and Pabu, who were in a meeting. Last night, several people were worried about his injuries, and knowing that he had finally woken up, they interrupted their meeting and walked into this guest cabin. Miranda, and you, Song Reed big brother, why are you here? The man he called Song Reed had changed out of his blood-soaked flowered shirt and was dressed in a maintenance man's outfit. Hearing Bigard open his mouth, Song Reed bellowed without any good humor. "Humph, isn't this thanks to your kid? It's quite the trouble you've caused. If you had been in the dark alley for longer, you wouldn't have been so stupid as to be led by the company and the kidnappers, and you wouldn't have gotten into such a big disaster. Dumbass. In the future, it's better to follow me to learn more about the dark alley's way of dealing with the world." "Yes, big brother." Song Reed, Bigard, who had been taught a lesson, tried to hold himself up to bow to Song Reed, and this woefully struggling appearance finally amused Shane to break into a fit of giggles. She had never seen the bitter-faced Bigard treat anyone so respectfully. Although she was about to go hungry, the fact that Bigard was out of a life-threatening situation was heavenly news to her. A few minutes later, Miranda and Pabu were talking to each other, running through everything that had happened in the last few days with Bigard. A flicker of uneasiness flashed in Bigard's eyes, but a stern look soon reappeared. As an old hunter, he understood how dire the situation was now. Though his fever hadn't gone down, he braced himself to get out of bed. Pabu, have you searched the interior of the vehicle yet? I worked as a gunner in a new generation of anti-nuclear fighting vehicle when I was in the field. There should be storage for input equipment and housings in this borderline. Ah, why didn't I think of that? Daddy, you're still the best. Pabu's on his way. Brother Song Reed, we must act immediately. This is my plan. Despite being covered in wounds, Bigard's voice was firm and strong, pointing to several areas on the map as he explained the detailed plan of the search step by step to Songwei. Survival in the wilderness is a hunter's basic skill, and the search plan that Bigard had worked out, although it hadn't fallen into place yet, gave everyone a peace of mind. An hour later, although it was midday, the storm had made the world dim and visibility outside the car was horribly low. So, Song Reed and a hand-picked dozen or so humans were on standby, waiting for Pabu to draw a complete 3D map. After pulling up the blueprints for the borderline, Bigard was pleasantly surprised to find a dozen or so sets of field officer armor stored in the equipment room, which would come in handy in this freezing weather. After putting on their armor according to Bigard's instructions, the punks brought from the dark alley were like children with new toys, climbing from one to the other to see who wore it more handsomely. Idiot, stop playing, rehearse with me. Formation, hand signals. Song Reed had a hard time remembering the basic hunter tactics that Bigard had instructed in the hour, but the group he had brought with him were just punks after all, and were completely confused with the hunter's set of survival, exploration, and combat techniques. An hour of study was too much of a rush for everyone, but in the current situation, the job of going out in search of food would have to fall to them. Papu, scans have picked up 2 locations where signs of biological activity exist. Pabu's voice came over everyone's comms, and the helmet HUDs of the outfitter were updated with the latest maps drawn by Pabu. Bigard, who had long dealt with rotary-wing scouts and wardog robots, was quite familiar with the robot's peripherals, and had helped replace the circuit board bear Pabu with a new scout shell before assigning armor to the punks. The multi-rotor drone carried by this borderline from antiquity was actually more advanced than Pabu's features, and when he thought about the controlled nuclear fusion technology that had been lost, Bigard had been able to be 100% certain that the ancients who had once lived in that ruined city-state in the Forest of Trials had surpassed the current world's highest level of technology on all fronts. Pabu, who had gotten a brand new body, was completely fearless of heavy winds and snow, and although the wind would hinder its flight to some extent, as long as it continued to adjust its body's posture, it was completely capable of scouting in this harsh environment. Accompanied by a low rumble, Pabu slowly rose into the sky, and after fully transmitting the details of the map to the borderline, all it needed to do was wait above the ice-covered manhole cover. The searchlights paled in the dimness, and seeing the lights suspended in the air, Song Reed ordered the punks to stop their vehicles. Ha ha! Uncle Song Reed, we're together again. Seeing the people in gauntlets stepping out of the car, Pabu enthusiastically approached them. The helpful Song Reed has become half a family member in its eyes. TCH, sooner or later I'll have to get that Bigard kid to fix your personality. It's so immature. Looking at the manhole cover, Song Reed and the punks pumped their fists. Exploring deep into such a fortification built in the last era in the freezing cold was an extremely new experience for them. But Pabu, who had repeatedly gone in and out of holes in the ground and left very bad memories behind, instead squeezed out a droopy expression on the LCD. It's underground again. It hates it so much. The narrow cavern was deep and dark, as if leading into an unknown abyss, but the small red dots blinking on the radar and the blurred images observed by the thermal imager told Pablo that there might be hope here to keep everyone alive. Food. Song Reed instructed the punks to form a tactical formation as they had just learned at the borderline, and they flashed their flashlights and loaded their guns. Hey, idiot, what the hell? What kind of pose is this? A small punk in the middle of the team is used to life on the street. The submachine gun in his hand is raised above his head. This stance is full of street paradigm. Was Song Reed slapped the back of his head twice through his helmet? He only managed to learn from the others to hold the gun in a standard position, but keeping this position to end the gun. Every step of his feet became a smooth turn. The comical appearance caused the crowd to laugh. However, a sharp hiss broke the silence. Apparently everyone's intrusion had startled the creatures that inhabited the head of the place. The punks finally tense up, and it takes an encounter with an unknown creature to wake them up and realize that they are now not punks on the street, but hunters on a hunt for survival. Laughter came to an abrupt end. Everyone dared not breathe a single breath, and the movement of the feet was also much lighter, for fear of startling something again. At this time, Bigard's voice rang in the headset. Don't be nervous, Those hunters who have just completed their training and went into the forest for the first time are just like you. As long as you stay in formation and maintain communication, you can overcome any kind of danger. And besides, there's Pabu on the scene. Hearing Bigard mention himself specifically, Pabu proudly turns 720 degrees in place. Hey, there's Pabu. Let's leave the headbutting to Pabu. With that said, Pabu turned his searchlight off and his thermal and night vision lenses on at the same time, and headed deeper into the cavern in silent mode. Following it, the hunter team was always able to receive all the images captured by Pabu, and the safety of the exploration was greatly guaranteed. Staying in formation, the group stepped into the cavern of the unknown. It was cold and damp, and the air was suffocatingly oppressive. Each man watched his step and moved forward cautiously, fearing that he might startle something dangerous. Suddenly, the hissing sound resounded again. The squad members immediately tensed and raised their weapons. At the front of the line, Pabu also spread his chest guard wide, a dozen or so smaller rockets poised to fire. A sibilant movement came, and red dots, large and small, gradually appeared on Pabu's radar. The speed and scale of the movement confirmed to it that the incoming unknown species was the very same heat source it had just captured while scouting outside. Coming. Little ones, prepare to fight. Ha, guys? The punks standing behind Song Reed were confused when they heard Pabu's posturing and barking orders. This guy had no sense of boundaries. Suddenly, a few sharp whistles sounded just off in the near distance, and Pabu immediately flashed his searchlight on. The unexpected, blinding light caused the attacking creature to rush to cover its face with both hands and hiss in pain. Seeing the densely packed animals in front of him, Song Reed only felt his scalp numb and did not hesitate to pull the trigger, while the minions behind him followed suit. In an instant, fire and blood filled the small space, and the mutant rats, large and fierce-eyed, were vast in number, endlessly bursting out of the darkness and barreling toward them. The battle instantly turned white-hot as the hunters and Pabu fought back, but the number of rats is too much. After a few rounds of shooting, Song Reed heart-thumped. The team is gradually difficult to recruit. The front of the attack of the rats is hesitant to retreat. A flash of light from behind the speed of running, and Bigard's voice rang out again. Song Reed's big brother, Pabu, you guys keep up your firepower and hold on a little longer. There's a big guy who left the borderline privately in the snow and is heading to your position. That bastard. He slipped out without a single greeting. However, from what I've dealt with it in the forest, it could be a considerable help in your search. As soon as the words fell, a huge wolf shadow brushed against Song Reed and went straight for the rats. This giant wolf, although wounded, was incredibly brave and instantly tore apart several rats, and that a body like steel, needle-like hair, gradually cohesion filament-like arc. With the plasma accumulation, it suddenly jumped up in the air and violently towards the continued to pounce on the rat group shot a claw. Between the flash of lightning and fire, piled up into a mass of giant rats by the plasma scalding flesh, the whole body convulsions squeaked, struggling not much a moment to be one by one collapsed to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene through Pabu's camera, Bigard finally understood why the relic hunters had to act privately to hunt down this wolf king when they were in the forest earlier. The bristles, which were capable of generating electricity, could be among the highest priced targets on the company's prey list. With the pack of rats all down, the cavern was finally quiet, and the punks, who had won their first battle as first-time survivors, suddenly cheered in unison. Today meant a lot to them. From this moment on, they finally became real hunters. However, the next moment, when Miranda commanded, "Pablo, hurry up and check the composition of the rat carcasses for toxins and contaminants." When Miranda commanded, "Pabu, check the contents of the rat carcasses for toxins and contaminants," an ominous feeling rose in everyone's mind. No way. Are we going to eat this for the next few days? After a quick scan of the carcass, Pabu gleefully replied to Miranda, "There's absolutely no harmful ingredients. Once the skin and guts are removed, it's nutritious protein. Really eat this." The punks began to complain, only to be hammered in the back of the head one by one with the butt of their guns by Song Reed. "Stop whining. If you want to survive in this hellhole, not to mention rats, even cockroaches, you'll have to pinch your noses and eat them for me." Though full of reluctance, the group tied up all of the rats' bodies with ropes and dragged them to the icy world outside the manhole cover with a lot of effort. The vehicles that came to be used in this area were low-powered and limited in capacity, but a few trips back and forth were able to bring all of these rats back to the borderline. The Wolf King, on the other hand, volunteered to choose to station himself here. He himself was a burrowing animal, and living in a burrow was more comfortable for him. Besides, it was unknown whether there was any danger in the space underneath this manhole cover, or whether there was more food. It didn't want to meet another freakishly large bug that appeared from under the ground, and stood guard so that it would always be able to notify everyone on the borderline whenever it detected danger. Toward the carcass of a rat, The Wolf King nodded nonchalantly, taking the lead with his dinner. Night fell over the ice field, and the sky lit up with brilliant arcs of green, taking in the rare view. The folks at the borderline finally enjoyed their hot meatball soup. Taishu network connected. Bigard wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. The signal wasn't full, but this was the borderline number finally connected to the outside world. Since the attack on the city-state, everyone's cell phones were unable to connect to carrier-provided networks again, and long-distance communications were unavailable in this freezing weather. Thanks to the old antenna modules that Pabu had reloaded on the roof of the vehicle while braving the snow, and the vehicle's communication system now barely had access to an unofficial internet called Takesaworld. This thing isn't like the regular internet. It's full of all kinds of hunting communities, and as soon as Bigard wasn't paying attention, Pabu stepped into the equipment room and asked curiously, pointing to the link on the screen, "Daddy, what's this called, a lowly auction?" These words scared Bigard so much that he immediately refreshed his screen, and in his embarrassment, he did not forget to sternly reprimand Pabu, "Pry less into the affairs of society, and you must never privately access the Taishu network without my permission. Remember that for me." "I'll." "Got it, Daddy." As a rotary-winged scout that often accompanied hunters in and out of the forest, Pabu was rarely exposed to the darker side of human society, so Bigard gave orders that could never be disobeyed, until his mind was fully matured. It was better for Pabu to never touch information in the gray area. There was enough food to feed the group for a week for the time being, and as for energy, the vehicle's powertrain was able to provide the electricity to heat and keep the rest of the body's systems functioning for the time being, and Pabu had tested the composition of the snow after it had melted, and with a simple filtration would be able to get clean, fresh water. Although the storm was getting crazier and crazier, everyone was able to barely catch their breath for a few days by hiding in their vehicles. But what comes next will require outside help. Although the borderline's interior was equipped with a 3D printer, the materials used to build improvised housing on the tundra had to be obtained somewhere. And besides, in the vehicle's storage equipment, Bigard hadn't found drawings for weapons, housing, or ammunition. In this case, the only way to find someone to buy it is through the Taihu network. But before entering the black market in search of the drawings, Bigard watched a few news stories about sea beast attacks. The level of insanity in this world had opened his eyes time and time again. Miranda, Shane, and Song Reed were all called to the equipment room, and as they looked at the video and text on the screen, they all cursed out the word animal in unison. Multi-sector stock market unexpectedly rises after the beast of the sea disaster. Investor confidence reshaped to lead a new boom in the bull market. It is reported that after the sea monster attack, with the cooperation of various departments of the city-state, major companies have quickly adopted a series of strong response measures, including but not limited to post-disaster reconstruction plans, marine ecological protection policies and economic stimulus packages for the affected industries. These measures effectively alleviated market fears in the short term, while also galvanizing investors' optimistic expectations for future economic recovery, driven by favorable policies. Investor confidence has been significantly boosted. In particular, those sectors related to post-disaster reconstruction and the ocean economy, such as construction, building materials, environmental protection and fisheries, have become popular investment targets in the market. Funds flowed into stocks in these sectors, driving the rapid rise in share prices. In addition, market analysts pointed out that, although the sea monster attacks have dealt a direct blow to the tourism and fisheries industries in the coastal areas, they have also given rise to a series of opportunities for the development of new industries, such as marine defense technology, disaster early warning systems. Song Reed turned off the video. No mood swings could be seen on his face. As a member of the dark alley, he had long understood what kind of goods the company was, and it was because of the company that he had been able to make a living in his line of work. However, Shane, Miranda and Bigard all used to work for the company, and it obviously took some time for them to digest this kind of thing. After his emotions had calmed down, Bigard once again skimmed through a few live feeds from the civilian population to get a general idea of what had become of the world. Several city-states that were financial centers activated their walls and defense domes at the first sign of news, and without exception, all of the key executives of the world's top 500 companies have entered the impenetrable air carrier. As for the sea beasts and worms, they met little resistance and continued to spread to every continent without delay, and it looked like it was only a matter of time before this worm-induced ecological disaster spread across the globe. Because a large number of people came into close contact with these disgusting creatures, people more or less understood some of their characteristics, so the various forums of the Taishu network gave these creatures a unified title, mimetic species. Compared to the mutated creatures that had once evolved steadily in various hunting areas, the mutation ability of the mimic species was too terrifying. In just a few days, they had already mimicked most of the world's varieties by way of fused aberrations, and no one could predict how far they would evolve in the future. But the elites who have taken refuge in their shelters and stood tall don't seem to give a damn about such things. Watching the anthropomorphic species gobble up vast tracts of good land, forests, and pastures, they are completely indifferent, and instead continue to introduce special products that are applied to the market in times of disaster, such as euthanasia medications and acid-proof liquid apartments and tickets to enter the enclosure. Civilization. Miranda clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling sharply as this dystopia built up an anger in her heart with nowhere to vent it. There's no need to question civilization. It was Song Reed who interrupted her. Civilization isn't some foul-smelling filth, and if we question civilization itself just because we haven't met a better one, then we've merely fallen into the trap of the high and mighty bastards. Miranda's mood at the moment. Song Reed completely understood. Completely understood. The education she had received since she was a child, the inauguration into society, and all the rules and regulations around her locked her into a small compartment. It is self-evident how hard the fall of the city-state hit her, but Song Reed had been on the streets since he was a kid, hadn't been half-sheltered by the company, hadn't received a day's paycheck, and so he'd never had to follow anyone's rules like a domestic animal. Therefore, among all the humans in the borderline, he was the only one who had enough courage to say something grandiose. Since the old civilization has collapsed, the worst thing we can do is to build another civilization, a better civilization, and a civilization that will not be eaten by bugs easily. Little ones, give me enough energy. Let's start work when the snow stops. Yes, Boss Song Reed. A simple sentence caused the punks to raise their arms and cheer loudly. The mountainous outpouring instantly dissipated the clouds of worry in Miranda's mind. After all these days of upheaval, on this day, she felt for the first time that maybe it wasn't all misery. The late-night aurora borealis is especially gorgeous, even making snowflakes look like shimmering, garish butterflies. The gale rolls these butterflies and continues to whistle, continues to send them far away. Outdoor temperatures stayed at -70 degrees as well, but everyone holed up on the borderline was already looking forward to the upcoming morning, because according to Pabu's calculations, a few hours from now, at dawn, everyone will be greeted with the first big sunny day in this cold new home. As soon as the weather clears, hunters will be able to expand their range to find hunting grounds and replenish their food reserves. The humans and beasts assigned to labor positions were also able to set up simple sheds near the base car as temporary shelter from the bitter cold that was to follow. Although the interior of the borderline is immensely spacious, everyone needs shelter outside of the vehicle in case the power system fails. Besides, we can't have so many creatures crowded inside a car to live and eat. These days of eating and drinking have already made the air inside the car dirty and foul-smelling, and it is easy to breed germs in the long run. Finally, the snow began to slowly stop, and the sky gradually rose to a fish-belly white. Everyone is looking forward to the future, talking about hunting plans and imagining life in their new homes. Miranda, in particular, with her somewhat frayed nerves, could not sleep at all at night listening to the big animals snoring. However, just moments before dawn, a little flying squirrel squeal breaks the peace and throws cold water on everyone. The large tree wrapped in a ball that had been buried next to the car was missing. Upon hearing this sudden news, Suehua did not care about the cold weather and immediately led the crows to ascend into the air, scattering in all directions to look for traces of Yang Jishu. Flying at high altitude in this tundra, the cold wind made them shiver, but they did have the strongest ability to move at high speeds, and taking advantage of the fact that the snow had just stopped, they were still able to find some clues when they conducted a search at this time. A tree that big, and it's just gone. Song Reed also put on his body armor in a hurry, and the human search teams got into their all-terrain scout vehicles. They grabbed the necessary gear and drove up and down the snowy plains following the tracks caused by the big ball rolling. Although it wasn't as snowy as the last few days, scattered snowflakes were still in the air. Song Reed kept wiping away the ice crystals from his helmet visor with his gloves, and the entire squad carefully searched every corner on the way, not missing any clues. Soon they found some strange tracks, paw prints, drag marks, and scattered splinters of wood. These signs indicate that Yang Jizhu did not wander off on his own, but was forcibly taken away by some force. Song Reed's heart tightened. Everyone on the borderline is a stranger to this ice sheet. They have yet to embark on an ecological exploration of the area. And just because they are isolated from the world by ice all year round doesn't mean that polar creatures don't exist here. Perhaps the unknown dangers hidden in the ice field were no less than those in the trial forest. The caravan followed the tracks all the way east and chased them to a place where a large number of ice-covered buildings had been erected. As soon as he saw the strangeness of the terrain, based on his intuition, Song Wei suddenly drank the hunters. Stop the car. All stop the car. Load your guns. The dilapidated buildings were surrounded by mountain peaks in a flat valley, with a sluggish northerly wind piercing the halls and the whistle-like whine of a train making the graveyard-like valley seem especially bleak. And the bleakness was a touch treacherous. With a temperature of 70 degrees below zero, the silver-white, frosty hills should have been permafrost. but high up there was crystal-like vegetation, and daylight filtered through the crystalline branches and leaves, reflecting dreamlike patches of light. Although the scenery was beautiful, Song Reed and the hunters felt an eerie scent in the air, and even with the helmet's air filtration device, they felt that their breathing became more and more difficult. Little thief dragon? MT Reed saw his companion hovering over the valley, and it too had come here after him, but seeing the tense manner in which he repeatedly swept over each building with a stern gaze, MT Reed reconfirmed that this place must be harboring some kind of danger of which we all knew nothing, and the broken wood shavings on the floor indicated that Yang Jiju must be here. The building didn't look very tall, and judging by the shape and the crooked fences nearby, it would have been a settlement that had been abandoned for years. Looking more closely, Song Reed saw the oil drums under the building at the intersection. A gas station? How old must this be? The image in the binoculars gave him the initial judgment that this was the village where the ancients once lived. Living in this ice and snow, it is actually possible to use vehicles. It is hard to believe that this place did not have snow before, but this place is obviously so high in latitude that it is close to reaching the North Pole. Song Reed's heart was full of doubts, when the subordinate's voice sounded behind him. Boss, are we going in? This hunter was timid between the lines, not to mention him, even Song Reed, who had seen a lot of storms, couldn't make up his mind for a while. After all, this mountain village didn't look like a place that was simply abandoned by humans. The mountain village was covered in snow, and there was absolutely no sign of any living creature moving about the area except for the broken wood chips and rotten bark on the ground. But the odd crystalline plants on the hilltop swayed in the wind and made a pleasant ringing sound like glass wind chimes. And, even more oddly, the traces of the large tree completely disappeared after entering the mountain village, while the ground was completely devoid of any animal or human tracks. Song Reed didn't have much knowledge about mutated creatures, and he only knew from listening to Bigard's temporary lesson that the big tree needed to remain in a dormant state of absolute serenity in order to build a new sea of air, and when it entered the next rank, it would inevitably be able to become a stronger fighting unit, giving everyone a safer guarantee to survive in this tundra. Since it was in a dormant state, it wouldn't have crawled to the mountain village on its own. But how on earth did the force that carried it over manage to leave no trace at all? Song Reed thought about it and fell into hesitation. He didn't know whether he should go in and search first while it wasn't too long ago that the big tree had disappeared, or whether he should wait for Bigard and Pabu to reconnoiter with their technology. Just as he hesitated, the little stolen dragon hovering in the air suddenly let out a painful chirp. Everyone looked up, only to see colorful feathers falling from the air, and the little thief dragon falling heavily. Song Reed was the first to react. When he got a good look at the large snowball stuck to the small stolen dragon, he realized how the enemy who took and stole the big tree managed to leave no trace in the snow. Flamethrowers, white phosphorus shells, use whatever gadgets you have that can generate heat. The enemy's true form is snow. The snowball on the little thief dragon's body got tighter and tighter, and in front of Song Reed's face, its gorgeous body was completely buried by the tumbling and surging white snow as if it was stuck in a swamp, and behind Song Reed's back, also suddenly stood up a snowman with a height of about 10 meters. Pabu, who had followed the caravan in pursuit, flashed green lights in the distance while Miranda's voice rang in her headphones. Song Reed, finally connected. Set all of your helmet's video modules to sync, and Pabu as a signal relay will allow us to get a real-time picture at the borderline. But at this time Song Reed couldn't care less about talking to her. The flamethrower in his hand held its strength and spewed out long tongues of fire. The sound of gunfire ringing out from this lifeless, frozen place was particularly piercing, and the echoes even shook the snow off the rooftops. Under Song Reed's command, the hunters continued to shoot at the yetis coming from all around them while trying to yank the little stealer dragon out of the snow. With a few rounds of flaming jets, the snowman, who had formed his body out of snow, quickly liquefied, leaving pools of steaming water on the ground, and the snowball that had been wrapped around the body of the little pirate dragon was forced back by the same heat. However, the little thief dragon's body had already suffered multiple wounds from the twisting and fighting just now. Blood seeped out from the joints. Seeing this, Song Wei immediately took out the medical kit. However, about to give the little pirate dragon emergency wound treatment, Song Wei realized that its wounds were not from an external attack, but had begun to rot from the inside. A bizarre aura was emanating from around the wound, sending shivers down the spine, and along the wound. It seemed that some bubbling substance was reorganizing. Miranda, take a look. What is this thing? What should I do with it? Song Reed frowned at the wound, his heart filled with doubt. At a time like this he could only turn to Miranda. It looks like a slime mold? Take a quick look at the residue left behind by the yeti that attacked you earlier. Does it also contain this substance? And really, now what? The bird's wound is worsening. What has to be done about it? Gotta bring it back. I've got to run lab tests and then. Guess there's no time then. Song Reed tried spraying the slime fungus on the snow directly with flame, and sure enough the substance was quite afraid of the heat. Since this method was in effect, in order to not let the little thief dragon's injuries continue to deteriorate, he could only resort to the most barbaric methods. At his command, the hunters swarmed over the big bird and held it down. Immediately afterward, the sound of pricking was endless, and the aroma of roasted chicken wings filled the mountain village, and the agonizing chirps shook the valley as several large snowballs fell, confirming that the slime fungus had burned to a crisp along with the wound. Song Reed hurriedly instructed a few hunters, "You guys, go ahead and take this big bird back to Miranda." Even though the whereabouts of the large tree had yet to be found, the wounded had to be prioritized. Having learned of the tragedy unfolding in each city-state, everyone unanimously viewed the borderline as the final arc. The life of each partner is extremely precious and any sacrifice becomes unbearable. Just as he was reorganizing his formation, Bigard connected to the channel. "Brother Song Reed, you guys stay put for a little while Pabu was loading a new exploration program. Judging from the slime fungus that just attacked you guys, the big tree is probably being attacked in the same way. Dragged inside the snow in the same way, right? That's why the trail disappeared completely in this place." "Exactly. Okay, so what's the program?" "Have to get a grip. This place, it's just not right." Even though he was wearing all-terrain combat armor, Songreed still felt an inexplicable chill. As he looked around, he always felt that the crystal-clear vegetation was emitting a faint glow, as if some kind of strange energy was surging through it. Have to find that tree as soon as possible, and then leave here. This place should not stay. Why didn't you wish me a happy birthday this time? This is no cause for celebration. For the enemies that will come your way will surely bring you despair. You've already suffered. I couldn't defeat my opponent even after exhausting my entire lifespan. It's not pleasant, is it? Every evolution from now on will have to face such a powerful opponent. Maybe it's easier to just die at sea. Do you really want to go on? Surviving the cruel path of evolution. Isn't that nonsense? What am I going to do with all the cats and dogs I have if I don't have me? So, come on, work hard. You're getting closer to challenging the overlords at the top of the food chain. The clear sea of air was like a mirror, and Yang Jiju felt that her body had once again been cleansed from the inside out. This time, the reconstruction of the air sea went much smoother than the last rank. After all, this time there was no running around wearing a monkey's back. The icy sky was peaceful enough, so he was able to concentrate and quietly penetrate. As his breath shifted, he thought he was about to be off the hook again, but the calm sea of air seemed as if something flickered before his tightly closed eyes. It disturbed him to wander off from time to time. Who is it? He had no choice but to lift his meditation for the time being. As a matter of fact, this air sea was one's spiritual world, and only one's own consciousness could dive into it. There shouldn't be any foreign objects here, but on the contrary, a huge eyeball floated in front of Yang Jiju. Since waking up on the coastline of the city-state, Yang Jiju had seen it growing out of his bark, but after a glance at it, the eye was immediately gone. He had thought that perhaps it was a hallucination of his own, or perhaps it was a random phenomenon, such as a minor illness like a cold or fever. But it was not expected that this big eyeball could actually follow his consciousness into the air sea. But look at that demented look. It's a far cry from the red eyes on the worms that glow with menace. Who are you? It was strange to think that Yang Jiju was sternly questioning a floating eyeball in his spirit world. The thing didn't answer. It just blinked, still staring at Yang Jiju with those dull eyes and sizing him up. The stare made his heart grow fuzzy, both unable to dialogue and communicate, but also able to dive into one's air sea. This big eyeball left Yang Jiju completely at a loss as to what to do with it. However, after being stared at by it for a long time, the feeling of committing nausea is really hard to suppress. Young Chi Chu swings away, right in the center of the bull's eye. Boom dash all at once, the thing blew up like a balloon. But just when Yang Jiju thought he had gotten rid of the big eyeballs and was ready to re-enter the meditative state, the huge eyeball came back up from the bottom of the airy sea and floated dementedly in front of his face. Unable to destroy? That trait is too much like that bug. The eyeballs appeared after he himself was torn to pieces in the sea by the worm, so I guess it must be more or less correlated with the worm. However, the eyeball, since it had opened its eyes on the bark of the tree, had only served to frighten Yang Jiju, and had not done him any substantial harm. Is it possible that in order to destroy this thing, you have to go out into the outside world and find the big bug? Sharp pain struck Yang Jiju, whose consciousness was still deep in the sea of air. This feeling was familiar to him. The last time he constructed the air sea, he was unable to maintain complete focus because the monkey carrying him had suffered an attack, and minor injuries immediately appeared on his body. And what happened this time? Is it possible that the car was attacked? Wrapping herself into a ball, the last thing Yang Jiju's eyes saw before she went into hibernation was a heavy snowfall in the dark night. Sheep tramp is a hardy plant, and low-temperature vernalization helps it bloom the following spring. so hiding in the snow should be safe enough for him. Moreover, there is still a companion guarding nearby. Precisely because of being under heavy protection, Yang Jiju is assured to enter the dormant state. As a matter of fact, he should be able to successfully complete the construction of the air sea very soon. But after meditating for a short time, he encountered strange things one after another. First, he was glared at by eyeball. It was dragged out of the eggshell by some force, hibernating in the low temperature. Yang Jiju's body was frozen and curled up into a ball. His growth and metabolism was at its lowest level, and he was much weaker than usual. And this deep dive into the sea of air was forcibly interrupted, resulting in his weak body being attacked by the turbulence of the air surges. As a result, he was like a carp frying its scales. The bark flew thinly, and several branches snapped off, while the root system fell down in thin rustles like middle-aged hair loss. Dying. I've just grown out of my limbs not long ago. Can you let me rest for a day? In the past few days, Yang Jiju had to soak in seawater, was chased and bitten by bugs, and had a few fights with human beings. So not only was her body exhausted, but her heart was also tired. It was not easy to get a chance to rest, but she encountered an inexplicable attack. This series of situations is really too wearisome to the human heart. Having been forcibly dragged from the sea of air, his vision slowly returned to normal, although this place threw a little bright light. But the sky, underground, left and right around, in addition to the ice, looked up and saw the bright light as through the head of the large ice through. Yang Jiju realized that he somehow entered a huge ice cave. And looking around again, he saw the creature standing beside him. Having lived in the trial forest for a while, Yang Jiju had at least seen a variety of mutated creatures, but he had never seen snow in human form before. The deja vu made him shudder. That big bug had also once displayed a human form. Could it be that the two were the same thing? With the battle instincts that had been honed over this period of time, seeing the snowmen gradually surrounding them, Yang Jiju could not help but immediately adjust her stance, and it was better to strike first. All of his not-quite-bald roots tried to make their way inside the cold, solid tundra. The earth-listening ability is unleashed. Now, Yang Jiju understood the physical composition of the Yeti. A web-like creature mimics a human skeleton, piling layers of snow on its body to cover it as flesh and blood. So it looks like a Yeti, which is good to deal with now that you know what the real thing is. Although he had just been dragged out by force, Yang Jiju's strength, endurance, and flexibility were not as good as when his body type was at its peak. But against this kind of thing that was numerous but slow to move, the chance of winning was definitely more than 70%. Before his opponent could attack, he got a head start and his roots flung up. The snowman's body was stout, as if it was a moving mountain, but because of his slow speed, his whole body was broken. Yang Jiju took a deep breath and focused her entire body on the whip-like root system. With a low shout, the root tips that were filled with power shot out, cutting through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. This cluster of whips drew a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for the leader of the snowman's chest. The snowmen didn't seem to expect Yang Jiju to attack so decisively, and seeing the incoming roots, they tried to raise their huge arms to fend them off. But these guys' movements were too slow. While Yang Jiju's attack was swift and fierce, the roots whipped viciously and repeatedly, splashing a large snowflake. For a while, the ice cave was filled with loud thumps. Being completely unable to keep up with Yang Jiju's movements, the snow people were completely enraged, and the leader let out a dull roar as he charged forward with a big stride. Slow, too slow. Yang Jiju nimbly dodged while continuously swinging his roots to counterattack. When fighting humans, stance had always been Yang Jiju's biggest shortcoming. However, these guys who formed their bodies out of snow were much bulkier than humans, and Yang Jiju could see every little move his opponent made. After a few rounds, the snowmen had turned into piles of snow on the ground with those whistling sounds. Yang Jiju flung out each attack, causing the snowman to roar in pain, but the snowman didn't seem to know how to back off and still fought tenaciously. However, after eliminating most of the Yeti, it was clear that he had the upper hand, but Yang Jiju felt that the situation was quite bad. The number of snowmen is increasing. Even though Yang Jiju destroyed their bodies to pieces, the snow that fell on the ground did not take long to reform into snowmen, standing up and continuing to pounce towards Yang Jiju. Yang Jiju can't afford such a protracted battle. It didn't look like physical attacks were having any effect, so he got the bright idea that he was going to deal with the Yeti in a different way. Once again he flung out his whip-like roots into the Yeti's body, but this time he didn't pull them out. Instead he mustered up enough energy to suck in a sharp breath. Thumbs down. Several snowmen that he stabbed into his stomach quickly evaporated, and a thick mist wrapped the snow, and this cloudy feeling combined with the freezing temperatures, Yang Jiju felt as if he was standing in a high-altitude cloud, directly extracting water to atomize. This method is indeed more effective than the attack method of chopping. Without the snow, there is no raw material. Now, the snowman finally difficult to reorganize the body. The snowman finally realized that they had met a tricky prey. However, Yang Jiju, who had allowed her body to come into contact with the snowman for too long, also found herself in equally big trouble. A strange kind of decay had begun to spread upwards at his roots. The speed was slow, but where that decay passed by, Yang Jiju could feel his body seem to be hit with numbness as if it were a tendon. And after not long, those few decayed roots couldn't maintain the toughness and firm structure of healthy limbs, and one after another, they fell off from Yang Jiju's body. The disgusting effect instantly brought back memories of the giant worm. Knowing that there was absolutely no hesitation at a time like this, he immediately and decisively twisted off all of the roots that were still spreading the effects of decay. At the same time, he gazed with high concentration at the Yeti's limb joints. When he was sparring just now, he had been searching for what exactly had been at work to spell out these snow blocks into humanoid bodies, and how exactly the mesh structure within them had been formed. With this glance, he finally saw clearly that the slimy substance that kept sprouting thin filaments seemed to be the culprit. This thing doesn't look like it has breathing organs anyhow, so using poison shouldn't work. Physical slashes and piercings couldn't even cause mortal wounds, and poisons couldn't deal with these guys. The only move you can pull off to dissolve the snow glow in the dark. Yang Jiju tried to make the leaves release flashes of light, but because the dormancy lasted too long, the body was kept away from daylight exposure. The faint glow was like an electric light with aging wiring, flickering for no more than a few moments before subsiding. Escape, it's all you can do. But where to escape from this hellish place? Yang Jiju still hadn't figured out how the snowman had brought him here. And in this huge ice cave, from top to bottom, he couldn't see any holes that he could get in or out of. And those snow blocks that had been scattered on the ground after he had dismembered them had almost all reared up by now. He had no choice but to wrap his body up in his roots again and roll around, trying to think of a countermeasure before he had to hide in his shell to keep himself as safe as possible from the Yeti. However, his current body was too weak, and it was a bit too much for him to maintain the monocoque structure woven with roots for a long time. It wasn't much longer before he felt the snowman seemingly grabbing at his roots. The guy was so strong that he was relying on a wave of brute force to make a hole in his shell. Then the crack grew wider and wider, and the snowman who had pried open the eggshell had come halfway in. Looking at the round head and brain with no facial features, Yang Jiju wanted to cry without tears. He never thought that he had gone through all the trouble of escaping from the giant worms and getting rid of the human pursuit, and in the end, he actually had to be buried in the freezing snow of this great north. At the moment of all thoughts, the base of his body suddenly cracked open once again, and between the cracks, a golden eyeball swirled back and forth, and after looking left and right, the eyeball glared straight at the intruding snowman. The glare startled the snowman, who froze and stopped arching inward, and Yang Jiju was also startled. There was somehow an extra organ on his body, and it looked like an organ that was completely out of his control. It felt like he had been hit by an evil spirit. However, perhaps because of sharing the same body, that big eyeball didn't seem to have the intention of plotting against Yang Jiju, but instead began to help him get rid of this snowman's entanglement. The golden-colored pupils gradually dilated, while Yang Jiju suddenly felt his mind repeatedly chirping syllables that he could not understand at all, and this raucous tone made him almost faint. However, the hardened vision was still able to see clearly that the snowman appeared to react in the same way as himself, and after being stared at by this large eyeball for a few seconds, the large head made of ice and snow actually began to emit a high-frequency vibration, while a crack appeared on the snowman's body. As the cracks became deeper and deeper, finally, the snowman's entire body crumbled from the inside as if a grenade had been stuffed into it, and snowflakes splattered Yang Jiju's face. The bizarre killing effect scared the hell out of him. I didn't expect that the strong enemy that I couldn't cope with even if I exerted all my strength was actually blown up by this big eyeball glaring at it. And it blew up to a complete smash, and the non-stop pumping goo completely became scum, and couldn't be moved anymore. Whatever it was that the worm had left on itself, for the moment, it seemed to work as a weapon. As a matter of fact, the eyes growing out of me should be my own eyes, right? But why can't I feel the existence of this organ at all? Driven by curiosity, Yang Jiju wanted to try to scratch this eyeball with a branch to see if the thing would hurt. But at this moment, a cold air that is even colder than the snowman is rapidly approaching. In an instant, Yang Jiju's root system froze into ice, and his body was like being bound, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. And a thin frost rose abruptly from the large hole that had been broken open by the snowman. It was obvious that something was about to drill in. In the heat of the moment, Yang Jiju, who couldn't make her body work, put her hopes entirely on her big eyeballs. Eyes, save me, do something. But the big eyes just blinked, indifferent to the gradually approaching frost. But the enemy did not intend to give Yang Jiju a chance to think about countermeasures at all. A cold wind with ice ballast blew directly in. In an instant, Yang Jiju's base and even that eyeball were covered with a layer of ice crystals, covered by thin ice. His vision became increasingly blurred, and he couldn't see clearly what was going on around him, only vaguely seeing a constantly shifting figure burrowing into the eggshell he had woven with his roots. The shadow looked very short, and the species could not be judged, but just based on this ability to make himself freeze sharply, this guy was not to be underestimated at all. Seeing that it was about to be completely turned into frozen food, Yang Jiju, who was helpless, gave up struggling. 3 near deaths had gotten him too used to this sort of thing to even despair. There was only one thing he found more unfortunate: with the ice covering his eyes and his vision blurred, he could neither tell what species the creature that was finally going to eat him was, nor could he see clearly where the other would start his meal by taking a bite out of him. However, being frozen numb, at least you don't feel the pain, and it's not a bad way to die. Just squinting my eyes in preparation for the last moment, suddenly he heard a clear woman's voice, a voice that recited a language he had never heard before, and besides, the way she recited it was like a chanting ritual. Vebo duvu monkoma dash. How could humans exist in a place like this? Yang Jiju concluded that she had been hallucinating before she left the world, but with that chant, he suddenly realized that the large eyeballs growing out of his base were closing fast and tight, and the bark closed as if nothing had happened. And next, something even more bizarre happened. A small, cold hand tapped him twice at his base. But it's really amazing. Shenmue actually didn't go extinct. You can hear me, right? Shenmue. As soon as the words fell, Yang Jiju suddenly felt the coldness around her instantly fading away, and the thin ice covering her body was also rapidly breaking up. With the ice slush thinning down, he was finally able to move his branches and roots. After shaking her head like a kitten or a puppy to shake off the ice flowers all over her head, Yang Jiju narrowed her eyes and bent down to stare, finally getting a clear look at the owner of that cold little hand. The girl's face was full of puzzlement as she stared up at the canopy of Yang Jiju's tree with a tight frown. Obviously, she was a human, look-alike from head to toe, but her crystal-clear musculature couldn't have anything to do with a normal human. This is not a human being. It's a living ice sculpture. The ice sculpture girl spoke again. It's really a god's wood. Just a little short, a little skinny, a little malnourished. Hey, why don't you have any manners? Don't pretend to be a log. Tell me about it. What's your name? The girl's whole body is composed of transparent and colorless ice crystals. However, a closer look at the face, or to be able to see her demeanor and appearance, the stretched eyebrows and slightly quirked corners of her mouth indicated that she was not hostile. However, because his body did not possess the organs for vocalization, Yang Jiju awkwardly scratched the bark of the tree, not knowing how to tell the other party his name for a while. Sorry, I forgot. There's no way to talk to your soul outside. Her voice tone suddenly raised a few degrees. Her face put on a look like she remembered something important. Then, that light footstep stepped forward a few steps on the roots of the tree, and grinned wickedly as she held onto the base of Yang Jiju. This kind of thing, it should still be the first time for you to experience it. It might be a little painful. Bear with it. I'm going to come in. This meaningless statement and the cold aura that her body continued to emanate in all directions frightened Yang Jiju, who couldn't help but tighten his root plate. Come in? What do you mean come in? Where are you going in? Looking at the young girl's slowly raised hands, Yang Jiju had a bad premonition. His heart thumping, those small hands that were so icy that it made him shiver straight away were like willow leaf knives, easily cutting a slit in the bark of the base of the tree, and then her hands violently exerted their strength to break this layer of the bark open, as if flipping open the tent door curtain, and the head with long hair like silver threads went straight into the hole that had been broken open. Stop. It's cold. Under this double torture of severe pain and icy touch, Yang Jiju could not bear it anymore and immediately attacked the tentacle-like roots towards her, wanting to pull out this frozen and unfamiliar young girl from her stomach. But the young girl moved too quickly, giggling, and the whole thing disappeared without a trace. This is coming in? The whole thing is in. Where did the drill go? The violated Yang Jiju was furious, picking at her whole body from head to toe, but she couldn't find anything unusual. Don't look. I'm here. The young girl's voice was actually conducted around inside her own body. This feeling was like obviously not wearing headphones, but heard the sound that completely isolated the outside noise. Such a strange experience. Straight to Yang Jiju raised to goosebumps. Hey, where? Here it is. With a poof, Yang Jiju seemed to be dragged into the water, and after he slowly opened his eyes as he felt himself floating to the surface, he realized that this was exactly the calm and wave-free air sea. His own air sea. The young girl, meanwhile, was crouching playfully above the water, looking down on her wretched self. This place is my private space. How did you get in here? Drilled in. Didn't you just see it? You can still drill into the sea of air? It did it too. Why can't I? The young girl pointed to the eyeball next to her that seemed to be sleeping. The explanation with a bit of irrationality in its reasonableness left Yang Jiju speechless. His dumbfounded look amused the young girl to the point of laughter. I'm Devi. And you are? Yang Jiju. Ha! The young girl laughed even louder. Yang Jiju? A sacred tree that evolved with the goat tramp as its original base is called Yang Jiju. In hilarious laughter, her silver white hair fluttered in the air, shimmering so brightly that Yang Jiju looked mesmerized. For a long time, he had not talked to anyone by opening his mouth. So, despite being intruded by a stranger into one's most private space, that deep sense of loneliness flew out of the sky at that moment. Devi. No matter what kind of creature this ice crystal-like young girl was, Yang Jiju repeated her name several times in her mind. Tired of laughing, Devi bent down again and put her hand on Yang Jiju, yanking him up out of the water. The two stood together on top of the sea of air, and for this mysterious space, Devi seemed to know more than Yang Jiju, who was the master. She raised her head and looked at the vast and boundless sky and said something that made Yang Jiju puzzled. Well, let me see. To what extent has this little sapling of yours evolved? Small? I was over 100 meters at my highest. Where is it small? But next, as this young girl stretched out her hands in the air, what appeared between the water and the sky made Yang Jiju marvel in awe. A large series of characters consisting of zeros and ones quickly flashed and tumbled in the air, and eventually these characters converged into the panel that Yang Jiju was very familiar with. A mutant goat tramp named Yang Jiju, a sacred wood seedling. Divinity has not yet sprouted. Stage 1 divinity has been unlocked. Stage 1 divinity, God's reward. Infused with clear air 343310.000. Divinity and rank do not affect each other. You can evolve to the next level even if your divinity has not yet sprouted. Evolutionary grade, body clearing, can absorb clear air, life expectancy, 98.999/99, crown height 73 meters, average arm span 84 meters, average root length 162 m, remaining air 0. The current grade is complete. Please rebuild the air sea and ascend to become a nascent soul creature to welcome your new life. This. Isn't this something only I can see? How did you get it out? 300 years ago, I was hailed as a genius bioengineer. Devi twisted her head around and smiled playfully. Seeing Yang Jiju's face full of doubts, Devi pointed to her own body. Here, look, this set of mine is similar to yours. I wrote it myself. The inside of her crystal clear body suddenly flickered with a faint blue light, and Yang Jiju carefully came up to look at it, realizing that it was a set of veins shaped like a nervous system spreading throughout her body. Editable life project. We have to start from 300 years ago. I'll talk to you later when I have time. Right now we don't have that kind of time. Look here. Look carefully. Following the direction of her finger, Yang Jiju seriously looked at the code that repeated multiple errors. Can't read. You're tainted. Silly. Contamination? Yang Jiju recalled the vesicancy that arose after his body was irradiated by that red eyeball during the deadly fight with the giant worm. But, those wounds, I've treated all of them. The contamination should have all been removed. Humph. The storage crossed the border so the system didn't find the genetic contamination that invaded your body when it checked itself. And besides, aren't those big eyes alive and well right here? Seeing is believing. You just don't want to accept the fact that you've been tainted, do you? So, this stuff, is it harmful? It can be big or small. The contamination comes from the niche of light. Since it was affected by that holy artifact, even if you manage to evolve and transform into a spirit-bodied creature, your abilities will continue to be corrupted. And this section of contaminated genetic debris is the same as a parasite. Parasite? Put it this way. Indeed, this habit of the two of you entering other people's bodies without authorization is really like a parasite. Yang Jiju muttered in a small voice. The young girl quirked her mouth, her eyebrows knitting together. Calling who a parasite? No, didn't say who. Humph. Better be polite to me. You're lucky to run into me. The gene fragments parasitized in your body are temporarily quarantined by me. Oh, so that's what that spell you recited before you burrowed into my stomach was for. What's a spell or not? That's called a directive. A directed virus constructed through musical notes. Don't get it. You don't need to understand. You just need to remember that from now on, every time you gain a new mutated ability, it comes with the risk of aberrations. And since you've been contaminated, you should have already seen the creatures created by the niche of light, right? Do you want to turn into that disgusting monster? Don't want to. Want to, at all. Yang Jiju's head shook like a rattle. So, you must regularly dive into the air sea to check the state of that big eyeball, and as soon as it wakes up, come here to me. Looking for you to recite a spell? Curse you. Come see me for your targeted therapy. But why are you helping me? As soon as the words fell, Devi's figure disappeared out of thin air from the air sea, And Yang Jiju was also dragged back to the real world by an inexplicable force from this completely closed space of consciousness. By now, Debbie had already landed on the ground with a light step bouncing off Yang Jiju's body. Since it was no longer a hostile relationship, Yang Jiju stretched out his body wrapped into a ball. This open chest, he realized that just now, within these few short minutes, his body had been surrounded by a dense crowd of snowmen. But they didn't look hostile. Instead they retreated and made way. And with the movement of Debbie gently waving her hand, the snow people even disintegrated into thick snow, and the sticky things that fell out from their bodies all drilled into the snow pile, so that this ice cave completely restored the silence and peace it deserved. Don't worry, there's only two things that will cause them to reawaken. Either a stranger has broken into the place or they've spotted a high-level predator that's in the neighborhood for the first time. Hey, you were brought in as prey by them because you were hanging around. It turns out that the habits of these yetis are also the same as the tigers, leopards and jackals in the forest. As long as the territory is trespassed, they will attack. Yang Jiju has been both the hunter and the prey. Naturally he can understand their hunting behavior, but he just almost lost his own life. He inevitably still has a little bit of resentment in his heart, and glared coldly at her after Debbie. You're still quite proud? Debbie just walked ahead to lead the way, her mouth still rambling. The ecology of this world is completely out of balance, and you just so happen to be the dose of medicine to bring the entire ecosystem back into balance, because you're a divine wood, the natural enemy of the niche of light. No, technically speaking, you're the natural enemy of all sacred artifacts, and you're even the natural enemy of the person who made the sacred artifact. She came to an abrupt halt, the thick wall of ice in front of her blocking the way. However, as she traced a strange geometric pattern in the air with her fingertips, the wall of ice actually flattened out from side to side, unfolding the long corridor-like passageway behind it, and a cold wind, also along the channel straight to Yang Jiju's canopy. The not much left of the leaves again swept down most of the leaves. The passage looked very flat, with no slope up or down, and the only thing you could see when looking in was endless blackness. This made Yang Jiju curious. How big was this place? However, Debbie's command, once again given with a hand gesture, caused the cloud of doubt in Yang Jiju's mind to instantly dissipate. An electric light gradually lit up on both sides of the passage, and the end of the passage unfolded in front of Yang Jiju like a picture scroll. This is not a naturally occurring ice hole. Borrowing the bright light, Yang Jiju finally saw clearly that the ice wall blocking the intersection just now was actually a huge metal door covered with a layer of thick ice, and the passage was simply a boarding bridge that was both wide and long. Inside this huge space, there were simply countless rooms and staircases constructed. It's a bit of a stretch to say it's a space station. It's just too big, and to say it's a spaceship. It's clearly built underground. Looking around, Yang Jiju was able to determine that in terms of size, this facility of unknown purpose could accommodate 10,000 people. Anyway, it's roomy, electrified, and has two heavy metal gates to keep out the dangers of the outside world. Yang Jiju suddenly had a flash of insight. If we let everyone move in here, wouldn't that solve the weather and safety problems? But Debbie was unpredictable. She turned and looked up at the lumbering tree with her head held high, blinking those big crystal eyes. I know what you're thinking. There's no way any other creature but me and my minions could survive in this place. Don't you feel it yourself? Being a hardy flower. It was only when she reminded her of this that Yang Jiju realized that the temperature inside this facility that was so big that it could be called an underground metropolis was even lower than that of a heavy snowfall. Being a goat tramp himself, low-temperature vernalization is itself an important part of his life cycle. But most of the creatures that had uprooted themselves to this tundra had grown up in the forest and were far less hardy than the polar creatures. If they were brought here to land, this extremely low temperature would indeed be a fatal disadvantage. Actually, there was originally a heating hub in this place. But unfortunately, the centuries of people fighting each other have long since paralyzed most of the life-supporting functions in the bunker, and it's not realistic to try to fix it. Not to mention that the humans of this era have forgotten too much knowledge, so I'm afraid that no one will be able to bring the bunker back to its peak. As she spoke, Debbie held out her hand and pointed to several rooms high above. Through the flickering light, through the glass window, Yang Jiju saw the corpses that had long been turned into dry bones. He followed Debbie a few steps further, and as he went deeper into the bunker, he saw more signs of battle minus the dryads. Bullet holes, broken knives, shattered helmets, and splinter marks on the walls were everywhere. Looking at everything in front of him, he was curious about what had ever happened in this world, and about this Debbie who had lived for 300 years. Debbie's every step left frosty footprints on the ground, and as Yang Jiju watched, she stopped after stepping on something soft. The teddy bear was picked up by Debbie. She grasped the guardrail of the passageway and looked into the depths of the bunker that the stairs led to, and asked in an icy voice as if she were talking to herself, "It's tragic, isn't it? Humans create such a powerful facility to defend themselves against external enemies, but in the end, they end up looking like this from the inside. Yang Zhizhu, on the other hand, didn't listen to a single word, because the incomparably familiar engraving appeared in front of his eyes. The rhododendron engravings once seen on those ancient towers at Fishmouth Peak. Oh, you've seen the coat of arms? Seeing Yang Zhizhu staring blankly at the rhododendron engraving, Devi seemed a bit surprised. So, you've already been to Throne Peak? This title reminded Yang Zhizhu of the large stone monument in her home far away in the Forest of Trials, so she nodded her head. Then you should have seen the city next to Throne Peak, right? I reckon that there are only broken walls left there now. When Devi asked, some sadness flowed out of her eyes, and when she saw Yang Zhizhu nodding again, her body suddenly rose up in the air and floated towards the huge pattern at the bottom of the steps, and she also beckoned Yang Zhizhu to follow her. The fortification, which was called a bunker in Devi's words, was at least several hundred meters deep as far as the eye could see, and the circular rhododendron engraving was located in the square at the very bottom. The place was likewise furnished with a large number of futons, like those ancient towers. My family has been studying creatures like you for a long time. Devi suddenly raised her hands and gestured a string of words in the air, and at her command the engraving lit up. Since a bizarre meteorite crash event, scientists have detected a substance named air, and due to the special deliverability of this substance, all living things have begun to mutate. The world has completely turned into a dark forest, where the weak eat the strong, and all energy is channeled in a single direction towards the top of the food chain. Devi typed in a command again and several huge holographic screens appeared out of nowhere in the plaza. What I'm about to show you is exactly that. It was an image of a beast fighting to the death. Between the flying sand, an upright lizard rises from the seafloor, but its head towers into the clouds. With a casual wave of its hand, the giant lizard wiped out the human fleet, while the tongues of fire spewing from its mouth burned patches of forest to ashes in an instant. When it sets foot on land, all the life it has trampled underfoot becomes dry corpses, and wherever it goes it leaves nothing but disaster, nothing but death. However, even so, such a behemoth had encountered opponents more powerful than it. A heaven-shaking hiss resounded in the distance, and then, accompanied by lightning and thunder, the long-tailed patriarchal bird, whose entire body glittered with silver light, quickly swooped down, and swooped the giant lizard down to the ground in its entirety. A large hole was made hard in its throat, and immediately, blood rushed like a great river, and the valley was completely dyed red. And that giant lizard is not dead. As long as the existence of living things beside it, it was its sharp claws and ruthlessly crushed, became nutrition into its body. In this way the two fought in the darkness of the sky, unable to distinguish between victory and defeat, and between the struggles, countless nearby living beings were killed or injured. After countless days and nights, that patriarchal bird finally ended the life of the giant lizard, and after eating it dry, it once again searched for its next prey. But its huge body needed to consume a lot of physical energy even to maintain a slow flight. So, every continent it passed through, that land became a wasteland. The law of the jungle became the only rule of the world, binding all life, until its life was completely exhausted. The gigantic patriarchal bird finally collapsed from starvation onto the barren earth that had been consumed by itself. And when it died, and the land had just regained a tiny bit of life, another long serpent set out on all the journeys that patriarch had gone through. When the image ended, Devi's voice rang out beside her. In just a few hundred years, a dozen or so overlord-level creatures appeared in the world, and each of their battles destroyed the world once, until the appearance of the godwood. Since ancient times, devouring has been top-down. High-grade creatures can devour low-grade creatures, but low-grade creatures can't devour high-grade creatures, and it is only the divine wood that breaks this rule that rules all life. The first sacred tree bestowed its fruit on other creatures, and in doing so, raised an army of powerful beasts to fight against the overlords at the top of the food chain, and though it was ultimately defeated, it left behind the seeds that birthed the second sacred tree. The second godwood not only retained the properties of its predecessor, but also evolved the ability to cure other beings, including humans, of diseases, but it was not to last long, and it too was wiped out by overlord-level creatures. The third divine tree, the only creature with the ability to devour in reverse, broke the most basic rules of devouring and frequently challenged the strongest creatures from birth. With its primal fighting ability, it kept the ecological balance. Vitality revived on all continents, and the intelligent civilization represented by human beings began to rebuild. In gratitude to the divine wood, people built thrones for it and cities at its feet to carry its gospel to every footfall of the world. The ancient pagoda, and those murals that looked like they were religious rituals. Yang Zhizhu finally understood the origin of the rhododendron engraving. All of him nodded his head if he thought, while Devi continued to explain to him the tragedy that happened in that long history. The divine wood made such a great feat that it should have been sung the praises of. but it was eventually betrayed by the humans it had helped. A small group of humans coveted Godwood's healing ability, and in order to live forever, they quietly bred the descendant of an overlord-level creature. That monster grew unnoticed to a level where it could battle Godwood, and while Godwood was treating a patient, it split Throne Peak in half with a single slash, and Godwood was unfortunately killed in that surprise attack. She paused and continued. What's even more unfortunate is that this divine wood, despite its remarkable battle record, left behind too few fruits, and those few remaining fruits were all sent to the laboratory by the rebellious humans. They set up corporations with the help of overlord-class creatures, and in order to make it impossible for all of humanity to ever be united as they were when the divine tree survived, they stir up trouble and create wars in the world every once in a while. Debbie took 2 steps closer and looked up straight into the canopy of Yang Jiju's tree. You should know the next thing. Hundreds of years have passed and the world has remained half dead in this way. Should an overlord-level creature reappear, all other creatures in this world, all the weak ones, would once again fall victim to it. Yang Jiju nodded while Devi continued. So, you asked why I want to help you. Of course, it's for the sake of ecological balance. Although it is said that I have transformed myself into a structure that can live in the freezing cold without relying on the ecosystem. But, if this world doesn't need to go through extinction after extinction again. Having said that, Yang Jiju had fully understood Devi's intentions, and the tree branch gently rested on her shoulder. It was a sentiment he certainly understood. After all, who doesn't also want to be without a hometown? Holy crap, Miranda and Bigard, who were drumming up data at the borderline, had not yet calmed down. Texts and images on the screen showed bits and pieces of what had happened to the refugees when they lived in that city beneath Throne Peak before the war. The level of technology seen in the images was many notches higher than this present age, and by going to the mountain tops to seek the blessing of the sacred trees, diseases and injuries would be far away from the forefathers. These pioneers appeared to be more affluent, both materially and spiritually, than their contemporary counterparts who were struggling to make a living in the major city-states. In other words, the world declined much more dramatically after the war than anyone thought. However, all of this account is completely contrary to what is being advertised by the company and the city-state's governmental and educational systems that the company has spent its financial resources to create. The company was once attacked by terrorists who believed in evil creatures. The company rescued displaced civilians from an attack by mutant creatures. Corporations have helped refugees rebuild civilization. After learning the truth about his past, Shane in his wheelchair drifted into a trance and saw his childhood self waiting in line to receive bread. She took Bigard's hand and smiled lightly. Captain, it seems that we are rather lucky than those who survived in the dome. Ha, you guys are so free. Watching a movie in the car? I'm busy here. Song Reed was panting heavily. He wasn't as skillful with climbing tools as the hunter, and he stepped out of the way a few times as he explored down the hole that Pabu had drilled, making a mess of it. This kind of field errand is quite inept for him to read, but the task of going to Yang Jiju today is one that no one but him is capable of. Miranda carries a wound and is a healer, equally inept at exploring and fighting. Shane was even less helpful with that look, and while Bigard had the most experience in hunting and was still a good wilderness survivor, he was the most injured. Not to mention that after Miranda's assessment, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to perform in the field for the rest of his life. What made Song Reed fret was that perhaps he was the only field commander who could take on field assignments for a long time to come. He wasn't going to complain that the errand was too hard and tiring. He was just worried that his inexperienced hunting self might drag everyone down with him. As if reading his mind, Papu squeezed a thumbs up on the LCD screen and shouted raucously beside him. Go, go, go! Climbing in an ice cave is a very dangerous operation even for veteran climbers, and a word or two of cheer alone won't help. Eyes will arrive at the ground. Song Reed or feet slip. The force in the hand also did not grasp. Finally the whole person fell down. Ah! Daddy! Daddy! Something's wrong. Uncle Song Reed is dead. Pabu panicked and yelled over the public channel. A staggering sound that scared everyone on the borderline. AI doesn't lie. Bigard stood up anxiously and asked nervously into the microphone. Prabhu, what happened? You tell me clearly. Uncle Song Reed fell down to an altitude of 80 meters. Song Reed was an ordinary man, an old punk from a dark alley, not a fighter like Shane. A fall at this height would be vicious. Pabu, you asshole, at least take a pulse before you say I'm dead. Get over here and help. Everyone was relieved to hear Song Reed's voice. Bigard couldn't help but exclaim, the armor of the ancients is just sturdy. As he was putting everyone's gear on before the squad left, he realized that the man-portable equipment on the borderline was far superior in performance to the hunter gear the company had once rationed. With such a large tech drop, and perhaps finding some ancient tech, even with just such a small population, a fight with the company might not be a lopsided defeat. Found it. There's leaves, roots, and by the looks of this ground being rolled over by a big ball, That's definitely it. Found the clue to the big tree. Song Reed, who had been yanked out of the snowdrift by Pabu, reported excitedly. And that's when the other hunters followed the ropes into the ice cave from the outside. However, this place is ice and snow. The temperature is even lower than on the ground. So everyone should be careful of their feet, and definitely don't destroy the structure of the surrounding ice wall. In case it collapses, we will definitely be trapped to death here if we can't get out. Ow! The punks hadn't adapted to the hunter's identity yet, and inside this ice cave they ripped their voices out in agreement, and the echo stirred up a sudden crack in the ice above their heads. The creaking and rattling movement scared everyone so much that they no longer dared to make a sound, waiting for the movement of the ice cracking to stop. Song Reed, who was infuriated by the stupid bastard, walked up and slapped him on the back of the head. Keep your voice down. After all, this dumbass hadn't learned his lesson, and after being taught a lesson by his boss, he yelled out again like a knee-jerk reaction. Yes, got it. After all, when he lived in the dark alley, he yelled like this every time after being slapped by Song Reed. After all, it seemed sincere. Another crack appeared, then a third and a fourth. Cracks crawled like cobwebs all over the thick block of ice above everyone's heads. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and as they watched the fissure begin to drop ice slag downwards, Song Reed finally realized that the ice could no longer hold its structure. This time he couldn't care less about the sound level. His voice was urgent as he yelled out to the punks, "Spread out! Everyone, take cover!" But the command was too late, as the huge block of ice on top of his head finally began to crumble, and a cone-like piece of shattered ice fell in a freefall towards Song Reed's canopy. It looked like the ice pick was about to hit Song Reed's head. Instead, his afterglow saw the wall of ice beside him move left and right like a door, and a black shadow swift as the wind arrived in front of him. There was a splintering sound, and the dimly lit ice cave finally saw the light of day. But what puzzled everyone was that, obviously, the ice that made up the ceiling above their heads had collapsed, and daylight was finally shining in, but not a speck of ice had hit them. Each man felt about his body and checked it properly, and indeed no one was hurt. At this point, everyone looked up and finally spotted the body that had saved them from themselves. The tree became radiant once again, and the top helped to keep the falling ice off of everyone. And this body of his now was very different from the first time he saw it. That head of leaves was so lush that Song Reed's heart was envious of it, and in the veins of each green leaf, it looked like some kind of fluorescent substance was flowing. The bark was no longer pitted and pockmarked, but showed a bit of metallic texture, and under all the branches, a large number of chi roots were born, and those chi roots were like the tail fins of deep-sea fish, swaying and fluttering beautifully in the air. Looking at the renewed tree with his head held high, Song Reed completely failed to notice the slowly approaching footsteps behind him. A cool chill reached the back of his neck before he realized the young girl standing behind him. Old. Big, demon monster ah. The idiot who had just triggered the collapse of the ice cap pointed at this teenage girl whose whole body was like ice crystals and let out a pig-killing squeal, faced with a living creature that they had never seen before. Normally, the human's instinctive reaction is either to run away or to try to quickly eliminate the other person. So the hunters raised their guns toward Devi. Just at the moment when one of the hunters was about to shoot, Yang Jiju swung his branch in time to knock the rifle out of his hand, and took a step forward, letting the rounded and thick tree trunk block in front of Devi. The big tree made such an attitude, and besides, this ice sculpture-like woman had absolutely no intention of fighting everyone. Song Reed had understood the situation, and he waved his hand back, signaling for everyone to disarm. Until everyone lowered their guns, Devi poked her head out from behind the tree and made a face. "Humph, I count on you guys to know what's good for you. Your outdated kinetic weapons are barely enough to deal with the current generation of humans, but it's not nearly as fun to try to compete with me. Behind? In this day and age?" And looking at the corridor-like metal passage behind the ice wall, Song Reed associated everything with the borderline. When he crashed to the ground just now, he himself was not injured thanks to the ancient's armor. Since this woman was so contemptuous of the guns in everyone's hands, it meant that she should be in possession of those powerful, forgotten ancient technologies. Song Reed silently celebrated in his heart, thanks to the big tree out to stop a conflict. Or else these punks from the dark alley are afraid that they all have to be accounted for in this freezing weather. Out of politeness, he opened the visor of his helmet. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the previous era, right?" "Oh, quite resourceful." Devi jumped to the tree and rubbed Yang Jiju's head. "Your people aren't bad to find this place, but..." She suddenly looked up to gaze at the clouds rolling in high in the sky. "You don't have much time left. You have to hurry back." And as soon as she spoke, the guard's voice came over the hunters' headsets. "Listen to me. Whether you find the big tree or not, you must return immediately now. A storm bigger than yesterday's is moving in from the northwest, and will arrive at where the borderline is stationed in about 4 hours. When the punks heard about the urgent situation, each of them looked at Song Reed with sadness. TCH, retreat, little ones, back to the surface at once. Oh yeah, the guard, that big tree we found. The communication had just been transmitted, and Song Reed heard the headset and like it was in a zoo. Okie 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 okie. Quack quack quack. Ouch. The animals cheered incessantly, making the heart of this man of the road, who had been fighting in the dark alleys for years, swell with blood. The fact that righteousness even existed among beasts struck him deeply, although his heart was full of doubts about this ice sculpture-like woman, and he was curious about this shelter hidden under the ice cover. But the blizzard that was about to hit was no joke. Song Wei made a wink towards Yang Jizhu, and walked towards the rope that was used to enter the ice cave. However, just as he turned around, he felt the softness suddenly wrapped around his waist, and after the thing wrapped around in a circle, it lifted his whole body up. At that moment, he twisted his head to look at it, only to realize that the thing at his waist was the chi root on Yang Jizhu's body. This large tree picked up all the hunters in the same way, then bowed and built up its strength before jumping up and carrying everyone back to the ground with ease. And when Song Reed looked down, he was eye to eye with the young girl who waved goodbye. After returning to the borderline, there was still the big tree to ask what was going on with the young girl and the earlier disappearance. With one easy jump, he leapt up 100 meters, and besides, as soon as he touched even a trace of daylight, his body began to grow at a rapid pace. Even the leaves of the trees were now as strong as thin sheets of metal. Power surged around like waves throughout his body. This crazy growth of restlessness like a child who had just entered puberty. Before leaving the bunker, Debbie had given him some good advice. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to complete the construction of a brand new RC in such a short period of time. The ancestors had once built a huge device at Throne Peak that led underground and was closely linked to the Earth's core in order to better utilize Shenmue's strength. And here in the bunker, the same simple simulation was constructed under the plaza carved by the rhododendron. The people were paranoid that one day they would be able to find the cells of the sacred wood and regrow it. However, under the intersection of fate, Yang Jizhu, who grew up in the trial forest, came to this place by mistake, and quickly broke through his own rank with the help of that device. Although that group of pioneers is no longer alive, the relics they left behind have helped. Yang Jizhu still really wanted to thank them properly and thank Debbie properly. Before he left, he had extended an invitation to Debbie to travel to the borderline, but Debbie's trippy explanation made him realize that his presence had already put Debbie in danger, and that he shouldn't push her into a deeper crisis. From Debbie, he learned that the city that was once built at the foot of Throne Peak was called Clover, meaning steed in mountain. Since Croft was attacked by rebels, war has instantly swept across the globe, and refugees have no choice but to enter the same relocation vehicle as the borderline, languishing and drifting around in a world filled with radiation and war. One of them came to this northern tundra surrounded by ice and snow. They built shelters underground and survived with great difficulty, but food shortages have made life difficult for the refugees. Eventually, tragedy struck again. Lacking food and energy, the bunker became a bloody battlefield just like the world outside. In the entire shelter, only lucky Debbie survived, and her luck comes from the gift of coding that she has had since she was a child. She transferred her consciousness within the slime molds that were capable of rapidly transmitting bioelectricity. The slime molds act as the nervous system, and the ice, the snow, becomes the shell that encases it. From then on, she was no longer dependent on food or the outside world. Unfortunately, by the time the operation was completed, everyone in the shelter had already been sacrificed in the fight. She didn't get to apply the surgery to even one of her companions, so she was left alone in the bunker for 3 long centuries. But this solitude also brought her absolute safety. No matter how big the disaster is in the outside world, no matter whether it is monsters or human beings, no life has ever stepped into this territory surrounded by ice. After hearing about Debbie's life, Yang Jizhu broke off the idea of trying to invite her to the borderline. Should the company and the aberrations invade the tundra, he wouldn't want to expose Debbie to the enemy because of the trail he left behind. So, even if Debbie's help would be needed later, the borderline would have to keep its distance from this bunker. On the way, Yang Jizhu briefly told Song Wei all about her encounter in the ice cave. The amount of information was so dense that Song Reed drove the car for a while to digest it properly before he could straighten it out. As the car sped across the ice field, both Song Reed and Yang Jizhu worried about the winter that had just stepped in. It was late fall when we left Fishmouth Peak, and at the moment it's winter, and it will be at least 3 months before the weather warms up. This is greatly detrimental to the survival of the borderline, and greatly detrimental to the survival of the Yang Jizhu. Sheep Tramp can tolerate cold, but not extreme cold. Longer nights and shorter days characterize the polar climate. The sunlight received in these short days was too little, and thanks to this already promoted body, the tiny bit of photosynthesis could barely store energy otherwise. Therefore, under this season, Yang Zhizhu is not suitable to trek and fight with mutant creatures every day like earlier. Until spring arrives, things that are too physically taxing are better left to a lesser extent. Clouds had covered the sky by the time the group returned to the borderline, and lightning and thunder crisscrossed in a dim darkness. Although the borderline was rock solid, it was pushed and shoved so hard by the gusts of wind that could blow the ice floes off the sea that those seated inside could visibly feel the floor rocking, and the hull creaking like an old sailboat. Yang Zhizhu, whose body was huge and had no fear of the cold, simply sat on his butt on the car, which not only fixed the body but also allowed him to rest for a while. This snowfall can no longer be described as gooseflesh. Each snowflake hit Yang Zhizhu endlessly like a gunshot. Sitting on the roof of the car, Yang Zhizhu wrapped the branches around his chest like a human hugging his arms tightly, facing the wind and snow, listening to the thunder in the sky that sounded like a million horses. His thoughts were clearer than usual, just as it was easier to concentrate on his homework when it rained. The last encounter with the giant worm was in the ocean. No matter how far that guy had evolved, it was bound to have taken on the characteristics of the strongest sea and land creatures, and the only thing that could not be determined now was whether that guy had eaten the most powerful birds or flying insects. If it has become amphibious on land, sea, and air, it will mean that the world will change its food chain at an unimaginably fast pace. It would not only quickly become the overlord-level creature that Devi spoke of, but it would also throw the world's ecology into complete disarray. The most frightening thing about mutant creatures is not one or two extremely powerful mutant abilities, but camouflage and intelligence. Creatures with unknown abilities must be harder to deal with than creatures with known abilities. That worm was tricky precisely because it was so varied. Even though his own strength nowadays was incomparable, Yang Zhizhu was still able to predict that the future confrontation with that big bug would be incomparably difficult. So, from now on, men must be singled out from their own ranks to keep a constant watch on all creatures in the southern seas, on land, and even high in the air. However, while he was planning the way to defeat that absolutely impossible enemy in the future, a burst of black smoke suddenly came out of the borderline's exhaust system, and the lights inside the vehicle flashed several times repeatedly. The signs don't bode well by any stretch of the imagination. Yang Zhizhu knocked on the glass window worriedly, wanting to ask what had happened to the stewards. The guard helplessly scribbled a few words on the window. Probably a power system malfunction. This is too inefficient to communicate in sign language and strokes. Anxious Yang Zhizhu came up with a thought that the next time she went to Devi's place, she would have to ask for advice on how to efficiently communicate with other creatures as a sacred tree. The size of today's team isn't the same small group as Fishmouth Peak. Besides, the addition of humans complicates many things. When teaching the animals, perhaps throwing a bone will allow for simple communication. But there are so many details involved between collaboration with humans that the borderline needs to have a more advanced way of communicating. But for the moment, he had to use the stupid method. What happens if it malfunctions? Following Bigard's example, Yang Zhizhu wrote on the glass with a branch. It'll lose its heating capacity. I'll have to check and see how long the fusion pile will last. Bigard's injuries were still fresh, but when it came to repairs of such high-end technology, no one but him was up to the task. With Miranda and Song Reed assisting him, he put on his engineering armor and stepped into the access bay. Because of the need to maintain heating in extreme weather, the reactor, which had not been used for a long time, was automatically overloaded, and because the duration of the overload was so long, critical components wore out. Song Reed had already given a brief report on the ice sculpture maiden and the bunker after returning to the borderline. So, Bigard was sure that the thing still worked, and if he went to the ice sculpture girl for help, he could definitely fix it. But even if it could be fixed, the vehicle would need to be left completely open for the duration of the repair. That kind of exposure to freezing conditions is too much for the passengers. And to make matters worse, the power system, which is now broken, is expected to go out in less than 12 hours. So in case the snowstorm doesn't end in 12 hours, everyone will be freezing. Bigard's eyebrows knit together as he looked at the -110 displayed on the outdoor thermometer. After the inspection, he returned to the cockpit and told everyone about the serious damage, including Yang Zhizhu, who was stepping outside the car window. A powertrain failure will not maintain the temperature inside the car. After figuring out all of the situations reported by Bigard, Yang Zhizhu suddenly thought of a solution that only he could accomplish. Inspired by those servants of Devi, he began to look around for ice in the snow. So, all night long, stepping deep and shallow in the snow, Yang Zhizhu was like an old man picking up bottle caps. Whenever he saw ice that was a satisfactory shape and size, he piled it up next to the borderline number. All night long, he skipped around picking up ice piled up like a small mountain. By now, the sky was lit up with a faint light. The snow wasn't about to stop, and after Bigard checked the vehicle's data, he looked at Yang Zhizhu with worry in his eyes. There's still 7 hours to go, but he did not expect In the car outside the busy Yang Jiju but then a okay gesture. The ice that he had carried around had built a circular wall around the borderline. As the walls were laid higher and higher, Bigard was surprised to find that the temperature outside the car had risen to -92. The walls piled higher and higher until a far dome covered the borderline number. And once again Bigard saw the outdoor thermometer. -80. After this little igloo gradually took shape, the temperature picked up once again. During the time Yang Jiju was building the dome out of snowbricks, Bigard was not idle. The maps downloaded from the open web had been tampered with so many times by the company that the place was marked on the maps as a completely dead place, a complete no man's land. But there are still collectors on the decentralized Taifu network who have kept the original version, and it is easy to see from the ancient maps that a dense coniferous forest once existed near the location where the borderline was stationed. And over the evolution of time, with the slow decline in global temperatures, that coniferous forest was buried underground and should have formed coal. And the facility where the scouting team had brought back the rat meat earlier was actually a railroad tunnel running east to west. In this frozen terrain, any supplies could potentially improve everyone's chances of survival. And Bigard drew circles around the two locations, necessitating the sending of scouting parties to search them as soon as the wind and snow stopped. Only the storm. I don't know how long it will last. The power furnace was about to go out. And if it weren't for a large tree building a house like blocks outside the car, I'm afraid the busload of refugees wouldn't have lasted the moment the blizzard stopped. Ukiya, a distinctive building bred by an ancient civilization. In the world where Yang Jiju once lived, the Inuit invented this insulated house to continue that primitive and mysterious civilization in the cold Arctic land. Nowadays, Yang Jiju relies on his large and powerful body to move tons of snow and ice, and the huge snow house piled up around the borderline number has the same insulating effect. Even if the vehicle's internal power system fails, humans and animals don't have to face the bitter cold of -100 degrees in this blizzard. However, everyone on the borderline understands that the snow house can only serve as a temporary insulation. In order to survive in this icy land, it's not realistic to rely on only a layer of insulation barrier. In order to withstand every storm in the future, everyone must work together to repair the complex power furnace system on board, or, perhaps, rebuild the heating system at a lower level. After all, even Bigard, who was well versed in all sorts of mechanics and electronics, had only a passing familiarity with the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. The same cannot be said of the cyber folk scientists who are active on the Taiwu network. The car's powertrain came from the olden days when the level of technology was high, and it would be difficult to repair it with the level of knowledge of modern people. Although Debbie lived nearby and the group could go to her for help when the snow stopped, she was only an expert in life engineering, and her knowledge of physics might not be at the height of being able to repair the power furnace. Therefore, Yang Jiju, who had barely piled out a dome of ice and snow, immediately discussed this matter with Bigard after resting down, and after further deliberation, they decided that as soon as the blizzard stopped, they would immediately send a team to the area where the coniferous forests used to grow. Coal is inefficient, but it is a solution to an immediate need. Once the plan was set, Bigard pulled Pabu into a busy schedule. Although they knew little about controlled fusion, their knowledge base was more than enough to design a boiler. During Operation 069, Bigard's overuse of enhancers left aftereffects that would never allow him to fight again. On the borderline, however, he seems to have found a position more suited to him, the Bubble Bay, known as the safest city-state in human society because of its absolute solid order. What that absolutely solid order means is that every citizen, starting from childhood, will follow an absolutely straight path to fulfill his or her mission in life and to complete his or her contribution to society. Here, each individual's career plan is meticulously designed, including promotion programs, elimination programs, recycling programs, and entry programs. Since the citizens live a constant life from birth to death, the city-state truly is absolutely safe. Because of his safety, Bigard was planning to settle down in this part of the country after leaving his life on the battlefield. Because of security, Shane, who has been displaced by war since he was a child, squeezes inside a truck carrying forage and stows away here, trying to make a living. Because of her safety, Miranda, who grew up in the city, was cautioned by her family never to leave her hometown because the city-states beyond the Bay of Trumpets are inhabited by barbarians. Because of the safety, the gray industry that Songwei worked in was given enough room to grow, and the penniless man made his way through the dark alleys. Bugle Bay was buzzing with activity today. The beach was like a firecracker going off all the time with the sound of splits and pops. If you stand on the beach with your eyes closed and your nose pinched, you will definitely think that today is a day to celebrate. But loosen the fingers pinching your nose, and you're bound to smell a pungent, fishy odor. And if you open your eyes, you will see the source of the dirty, disgusting firecrackers. The bodies that formed the Giant's View had been resting on the beach for some time, and happened to explode one by one on this day. Various unrecognizable varieties of sea creatures mixed with human launching water spread all over the beach, and the seabirds were happy and thankful for the gifts of nature. Vehicles on the highway have long since become scrap metal, and on street corners where the power has not yet been cut off, loudspeakers still howl hoarsely and bared. Broken voices, please, citizens, enter the shelters in an orderly manner and wait for the company's assistance. Underneath the dark clouds, a few figures sneak behind vehicles, looking at the giant lobsters that still roam blindly through the streets. They must evade the creatures and enter the supermarket to find food that is still edible. They escaped from the shelter, which did not serve the purpose of shelter at all. After several days of waiting, the company's rescue never showed up, and even communication with the outside world was completely cut off. The people starving in the shelters have finally been completely reduced to beasts, at first eating each other's children, and next violently looting food and whatever supplies they can. The men were fortunate enough to leave the shelter early, and what they didn't know was that they left the shelter on the front foot, and the company activated the gas cycle inside all of the shelters on the back foot in order to wipe out the witnesses once and for all. Apparently, it was a device that had been deployed during the construction of the shelter. There were too many mutated creatures roaming the streets for these few survivors to create any commotion at all, and they carefully moved their feet towards the supermarket with shelves full of potato chips. Just moments before they were about to reach the entrance of the supermarket, a helicopter swept over their heads. Scavengers with war knives in hand descended from the sky and cleaved the heads of these men sharply. "Hey, the rats are pretty much out of this place. When's the closing payment?" he asked into the microphone in no uncertain terms. "Extinguished pretty much, which is to say, not all of them yet. I don't want any shipwrecked people to exist in Bugle Bay who are able to vocalize, and when you do, you'll naturally receive the final payment." The woman's voice remained icy cold, making Scavenger hate her. "Ms. Sinai, today is a good day to celebrate. How can you be disturbed by those lowly barbarians?" The man with the ornate silk tie smiled. "Sorry, it's official business after all." Sinai hung up the phone and pushed up her glasses, responding with a polite smile. As the executive director with direct jurisdiction over all of Horn Bay's life science and technology businesses, Sinai Miyamoto had exerted a series of public relations efforts and packaged Horn Bay's rebuilt businesses into a special fund that was a hot commodity on the market before finally saving some face with the board of directors. The board's awful old men dropping nukes on the trial forest was a completely hostile act for her. Those old men, because they were born decades before her, had hijacked all the assets of the entire city-state at the beginning of the construction of Bugle Bay, the industrial park, the tech park, the CBD, and even Pleasant Street. Miyamoto Sinai, who was a latecomer, had started out entirely from that small hunting area in the trial forest. The hunting area is her base. However, as fate would have it, the nuclear attack was biased and did not have any effect on the trial forest. Instead, it has given her a favorable stronghold in all international capital circles. Since disaster cannot be obliterated, it is better to let it turn into profit. If the current population and facilities in Bugle Bay are sought to be preserved, the major companies will incur huge costs that will outweigh the benefits. But if Bugle Bay is completely destroyed and everything is pushed back, this building from scratch will become a huge growth pool that can drive more than just one or two businesses. To make sure that the Hornets' Cove would be destroyed fairly cleanly, the scavengers came in handy just in time. After all, within Sinai Miyamoto's power, Sidhu's army was the strongest fighting force excluding nuclear weapons. However, the noble gentlemen at this dinner party today were full of contempt for martial artists like Scavenger, including this young lord across the table who frequently made secret glances at Miyamoto Sinai. Everything they have today came from their fathers, living in a completely different world than the warriors who traded their lives for money. At this moment, a white-haired old man standing on the stage in luxurious clothes bowed to all the guests in a very gentlemanly manner. With a smile in the corner of his eyes, he slowly said in that elegant voice, "So, let's celebrate Ms. Sinai Miyamoto. This prosperity is thanks to her tireless efforts all along. And thank you for Ms. Miyamoto's great contribution in the disaster." Bang dash, the champagne was cut open by an elegant saber. Next, every celebrity who came to the banquet walked up to Miyamoto Sinai with a glass of wine in their hands, and changed their usual taunting attitude to talk to her enthusiastically. Miyamoto Sinai had long since become numb to all this posturing. She knew these people too well. Many years ago, when she first arrived in Horn Bay, she understood the rules that sustained the world. There is no difference between a city-state and a trial forest. Evolution, the only way out for her. She has devoured countless competitors on her way up the ladder. Despite acquiring her current status, the overlords who were perched at the top of the food chain and possessed the strongest genes from birth would still only look down on her with contempt. For example, the young master who just made a secret glance at the table. After the dinner was over, he stiffly used his drink to drag Sinai Miyamoto into his limousine. But Sinai Miyamoto wasn't in the mood today. She had been relieved that the matter of Hornblower Bay had not been completely resolved. So, this attitude angered the young master. He undid Sanai's shirt with brute force and slapped her hard across the face. "What are you, bastard who crawled up from below? Our family has been the pinnacle of power since 8 generations ago. You bitch. It's your good fortune to be picked up by my old man." Seeing such a farce discharged from the back of the compartment, the driver had the sense to pull up the flap resting between the cockpit and the passenger compartment, and the young master slapped her twice more, which dimmed Miyamoto Sanai's originally stubborn eyes. Seeing this, he forced her down on the seat. That's how the food chain works, and Sanai Miyamoto has long been numb to it. It's like a fighting game of chess. Elephants eat lions, lions eat tigers, tigers eat leopards. There's just a huge difference between the real world and the game of chess. A mouse can eat an elephant on a game of chess. And in this absurd world, rats can only be eaten. Rats can only ever be eaten. Nobody expected that crazy blizzard to last 3 full days. The stock of food had been mostly depleted, and with the loss of heating from the power furnace, everyone hid in the wagons and shivered. Snowflake, such a furry animal, naturally became people's favorite bed, although full of up and down a leopard's unique stench. But under the cold, people cannot care about the nasal cavity of the feelings. So the snowflake was like an old hen hatching eggs, with cuddly humans and turtles lying perpetually under its belly. Despite the thorns on the turtle's back, though, because she knew that creatures like it had a rather poor ability to withstand the cold, Snowflake endured the pain of being stabbed by it and used her own body heat to cover the cold body. Over the course of a few days, the injuries of the little steeler dragons injured by the slime fungus had been pretty much healed. As soon as they saw the blizzard stop, all the teams set off at once, according to the division of labor that had already been worked out. It's not a light burden they each carry before the next storm hits. Songreed took the hunter squad and Snowflake and the other carnivores to the entrance of the Underground Railroad, and went forward to meet up with the Wolf King, not knowing if there were still rats hiding in that hole in the ground. The borderline had consumed little meat left, and they had to catch some to use as a food stockpile. And, in addition to hunting, they had to go ahead and search for steel along the path Burgard had instructed them to follow. Although Bigard and Pabu had already created the design of the heating boiler, raw materials were still needed to make it with that 3D printer. Since the cave where the rats were found was the entrance to the Underground Railroad, steel should be able to be found in the middle of it. The other team was led by Yang Jiju, and the animals that followed him were either yaks or mountain hogs, which are big and powerful. If one succeeds in finding the coal formed by the taiga under the ice, it's a pretty tough logistical project to mine the coal and ship it back to the borderline. With no big trucks, brute force is the only option left. Walking in the ice and snow, looking at the vast ranks behind, Yang Jiju heart but a warm feeling. Although the future is difficult, although the environment is difficult, but around their own side of the partner more and more, it always gets better. One of the benefits of a strong root system is that it provides shoes that look like ice claws. After this storm, the whole land was nothing but a vast expanse of white. Because of the frosty sky, it was difficult for animals other than Yang Jiju to move an inch. But this frosty sky also gave the borderline a small sense of security. Alone, Pabu carefully scanned each ice floe along the shoreline, nearly 100 kilometers from the vehicle. The waters of the high latitudes are cold to the bone, and there are not many varieties of marine life that survive in these waters. Fish from the warmer waters of the south seldom come here. Still, as a precautionary measure, Bigard had arranged for Pabu to scout the area and watch out for the arrival of aberrant species affected by the niche of light. The Arctic Circle may well have been the planet's last clearing, but everyone knew that the status quo wouldn't last forever as the monsters spread like a deadly disease toward every corner of the planet. What people need to think about is not if pollution will come, but when it will come. Every single one of them needs to think, including the punks under Songreed's hand who are not good at thinking but only good at arm wrestling. A few days of tundra survival had completely washed the levity from their faces. There are no bars, no mahjong tables, no pleasure streets, no stalls in this barbaric cold land. Even sleeping has to be snuggled up to those big, stinky, furry animals, drinking melted snow and eating rat meat. Such a life has transformed these city-pampered punks into wild hunters in a matter of days. Despite the lack of food and clothing, their biceps actually became stronger and their abs became more defined. Even his cheeks, which usually always wore a playful smile, were becoming more and more Bigard-like and somber. Songreed also didn't expect that just by changing the living environment, the hangdog followers actually matured so much. As they explored the unfathomable railroad tunnels, their formation was indistinguishable from that of professional hunters. No more silly, haphazard commotion. Not even the traps laid out next to the railroad tracks were stepped on by anyone. And because of the pack of wolves, exploring this completely unfamiliar fortification turned out to be a less dangerous task. When they lived in Horn Bay, all the transportation everyone took was cars or motorcycles. so something like the subway was fairly new to them. In the past, people were able to build railroad tracks and platforms underground, and this project has survived such a long time that it actually maintains its structural integrity. And the magnificent and bleak ruins are an eye-opening experience for Songwei. Once again, several arcs of electricity appeared in front of the group, and the echoes of the Grey Wolf's low growl rippled through the tunnel several times. Songreed understood that they had once again encountered the enemy, and immediately had the hunter team speed up their pace to go to support them. When they arrived and met up with the wolves, the Wolf King stepped over the charred carcass of a rat and glanced back at the arriving humans, grinning. With its strength against such a creature, it was like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. However, rats were, after all, a highly reproductive species, so as they continued deeper, this mixed squad of grey wolves and humans encountered thousands of rats. The rats were not much of a threat, but they were sturdy, and after a bit of fighting, the borderline's food storage problem was solved. However, in the process of advancing in the tunnel, Songreed couldn't help but look at the surrounding scenery in his mind and speculate. How many dynasties had changed hands before this refuge with excellent advantages in the freezing weather was occupied by rats? The remains of spiders larger than rats had air-dried, while numerous cocoon balls wrapped in spider silk hung from the walls, and there, inside, were the carcasses of all sorts of strange creatures, mice, bears, bats, even humans. Seeing the weapon in the human corpse's arms, Songreed curiously walked over to it, lighting his flamethrower and burning out the spider silk in his way before carefully removing the gun. It was a large caliber shotgun, but after looking around, Songreed couldn't find a magazine. But after fiddling with it for a while, he tried to pull the trigger, and the shotgun, which could already be called an antique, actually fired bullets normally. After firing a few more shots, Songreed realized that the shotgun didn't need to use solid ammunition, and that its impact to cause destruction came entirely from the air. Instead of a shotgun, it's a highly compressed air pump. The ancient people's technology is also too strong. Really can't figure out how they actually perished. Unhappy, Songreed brought the shotgun to his hand. A weapon that could save bullets was a good thing to have in this tundra where supplies were scarce. If I took it back to Bigard to deconstruct it, I might be able to mass-produce more with that 3D printer in the car. And just as he was fiddling with the air pump shotgun, a small commotion came from the wolves. According to the blueprints of the building provided by Bigard, the squad's current location was a long way from the subway station at the end of the tracks, but the group seemed to have reached a dead end. The wreckage of the train was right in front of us, completely blocking the road ahead. However, having found the big guy, there was no need for the squad to move on, because according to the previously discussed battle plan, the main purpose of this exploration mission was precisely to find enough steel. The trains, which look like long dragons, provide hundreds of tons of raw materials, to say the least. Songreed, who hadn't encountered any problems, smiled happily and immediately contacted Bigard, who was sitting on the borderline. We found something that can provide steel. This thing is spectacular. I'm transmitting it over the video feed now. Look, how do we get this thing out of here? Bigard on the other end of the microphone pondered a little, and proposed a program that Songreed hadn't expected. This body, it looks as if it hasn't been damaged, or else try to see if it can be started? If the vehicle can be started, our range of activities can be further expanded, and it's more or less a pity if this kind of transportation with great carrying capacity is melted into steel. Well, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. With that said, Songreed instructed the hunters to look along the perimeter of the train for doors that could be opened. The flashlight's light poked around the tunnel, but while the humans in the group searched for the entrance to the train, the Wolf King seemed to notice something strange. It wrinkled its nose and sniffed, then cocked its head and perked up its ears. Who dash? The canine's characteristic low growl on alert caught Songreed's attention, and he immediately raised his hand to signal the hunters to be on guard. After a few field trips, the hunter squad's tacit understanding had improved a lot, and everyone immediately quieted down and formed a defensive formation around them. The humans formed a guarded circle with their guns, while a few grey wolves joined the king of the wolves in cautiously following the unusual scent and searching. Aside from the torches in everyone's hands and the searchlights on their helmets, it was pitch black in this tunnel, and the wolves' low growls made everyone's already uneasy hearts doubly tense. Songreed could even hear his heart beating. When dealing with the rat packs they encountered on the way, the Wolf King didn't show this wariness-filled attitude at all. It's not hard to surmise that it must have spotted creatures with a very high threat level. The punks in the dark alley hadn't received the kind of training that Shane had. Their past combat prowess was reflected in debt collection and rent collection, and after coming to the tundra, they had dared to carry out field missions solely on the basis of this armor on their bodies. If the enemy was an opponent that even the Wolf King had to treat with caution, this group of hunters would probably only be able to provide some weak fire support. So, Songreed called for support in time. Bigard, Are there any more units on board that can fight? Things aren't looking good on my side. I'll make arrangements right away. What kind of enemies have you encountered? It's not clear yet, but looking at the Wolf King's appearance, I guess it's quite dangerous. Do not engage. Retreat at once. We cannot afford the sacrifice of anyone, or any animal. Bigard's voice was a bit urgent, but it spoke Song Reed's mind. Since he didn't know what was hidden in this place, it was better to leave first. He immediately shook his flashlight and drew out patterns to give instructions to the Wolf King. While living together on the borderline, the group had gone through a number of tacit training sessions and had finally choreographed some basic tactical commands. Those emerald eyes glanced back at him, followed by a sharp howl, and the gray wolves gathered around the human in droves, all of them evacuating in a long, orderly line out the way they had come. However, just after withdrawing a few steps, the skinny figure unintentionally illuminated by the flashlight gave Song Reed goosebumps, though the figure's footsteps were extremely fast, flashing by in everyone's field of vision. Still, Song Reed clearly recognized the creature's form. He knew he was absolutely right. Bigard, you may not believe me when I say it, but I just now saw humans. What? Big brother Song Reed, are you serious? I can't possibly be wrong. That's clearly a human with long hair, skin and bones and nothing on. The communication between Song Reed and Bigard was delivered over the public channel, and every member of the hunter squad stood stunned and at a loss for words at those few simple words. While Miranda and Shane aboard the borderline both stopped what they were doing in their respective hands. How could humans survive on this ice-covered continent? In an underpass tunnel completely overrun by rats? Hesitantly, Song Reed and the Wolf King looked at each other. The train is lying honestly in this place. It will not sneak away somewhere else. And even if the team withdraws first and waits for support to arrive before killing it, it will not delay the main task of obtaining the steel. But if we catch him, we'll get more information about this tunnel. Song Reed, after all, is not a real hunter, and does not have step-by-step engraved in the marrow of his bones. Quite the contrary. He had formed a habit of gambling long ago. After many years in the dark alleys, it was no coincidence that the Wolf King, who was 7 parts cunning and 3 parts greedy, fell in line with his scent. One man and one wolf looked at each other, and after determining the ruthlessness in each other's eyes, they quickly spread their feet and rushed over in the direction where the figure had just disappeared, completely ignoring Bigard's throaty shouts of "Don't be impulsive" over the channel. Meanwhile, the big tree Yang Jiju, who had completely crushed all the creatures of the borderline number in terms of power, had just arrived at the location indicated on the map. The snow on the road had been cut out by him into several gullies, so the animals behind him did not need to walk hard against the wall of snow, and they all stepped on the road he had cut out and formed a long line, gritting their teeth against the bone-chilling cold to keep up with the big tree. After double-checking the terrain, Yang Jiju was sure that Bigard was talking about this place. So, with all his strength, he suddenly leapt into the air, and in the air he made the roots twist in the same direction, an action that turned his body directly into a huge cone. And then, when he crashed to the ground in a free fall, the snow was like the water surface that had been suddenly thrown a big stone, splashing tens of meters high as if it were a big quilt, splitting and covering the animals that had come here with him. There was a thumping sound, and the earth shook slightly from the impact. By the time the yaks, reindeer, and bighorn goats shook the snow off their bodies and emerged from that big quilt, Yang Jiju had already plowed a big hole in the ground. Then trees that had been dead for years appeared before his eyes. Circular saw blades, collapsed cabins, stakes, and abandoned trucks were buried beneath the deep ice, and seeing the remains of the lumberyard beneath the ice, he could finally be sure he hadn't made a wasted trip. The information provided by Bigard was correct. A taiga does exist in this area, and because of the considerable number of years of burial, the trees deep in the tundra have formed high-quality coal. Plenty of fuel was at his feet, and the animals he'd brought on this trip were natural carriers. Before they left, Monkey and Miranda had helped hang simple saddles on the group's backs. However, the location of the underground coal area was dozens of kilometers away from the borderline number, and mining the coal and transporting it back by physical strength was not only inefficient, but the route could even be very dangerous if there was another stormy weather. According to Bigard and Pabu's design, the amount of coal that would need to be consumed every day after that furnace was built was quite a bit. No matter how you weigh it, carrying coal by brute force can only serve as an immediate emergency plan to get the stove lit first. As for how to maintain the efficient mining and transportation of coal in the future, it was still necessary to go to the bunker and humbly ask the centuries-old Debbie for some advice. Living for hundreds of years, Yang Jiju opened up while digging for coal. Then shouldn't we be a little more respectful when we meet in the future? After all, people are elders. Should I call her Devi grandmother? Or Devi Ama? There were so many mysteries about Devi, and ever since their last parting, Yang Jiju had always looked forward to their next meeting. curious to know more about what she had seen during these 300 years. He didn't just possess such great curiosity about Debbie alone, though. Debbie had said that there was more than one migration vehicle that had escaped from the city-state. That being the case, are there any other descendants of the first men left in the world besides Debbie? The sunlight in high latitudes was too short, and as a shrub, Yang Jiju couldn't fully photosynthesize here. So after digging up a few large bundles of coal, he felt weak and lethargic all over. Once he saw that it was getting late and safe, he snapped at the cows, horses, sheep, and deer that had come forward, and then tightened the goods that had been tied up on everyone. The vast coal-carrying party returned to the borderline number the way they had come. In his previous life as a human, Yang Jiju held a job as a small finance. Watering and fertilizing the flowers on his palm-sized balcony was already considered physical work for him. Today he had been down digging for coal, and driving a team like a herdsman to carry a load. And the novelty of this never-before-tried experience had made him for a time completely ignore the fatigue of his body. If he had vocal organs, he would simply want to yell across the vast expanse of the snowy plains. However, as the sporadic flames lit up next to the several-story-tall vehicle in the distance were gradually seen, the sweet girl's voice sang a tune he'd never heard before. Because the snowy plains were deserted, the songs were crisp and clear in the clear air, while the darkening sky painted the green aurora borealis, transforming the polar region into an open-air music venue. The call of the song made the animals speed up without realizing it. In the dead silence of the snowy plain, the location with the light on was the only thing everyone could rely on. Gradually getting a little closer, Jans got a good look at Shane, who was sitting in a wheelchair and strutting his stuff. Perhaps because the weather is too cold. Perhaps because in this harsh environment to survive everyone always have to rely on each other, despite the fault with her. But in this moment, Yang Jiju has long put down the past grudges. In order to survive, each life form gathered on the borderline is a partner that must be united. A campfire was lit in the snow, and a large pot set over the fire was simmering with fragrant ratatouille. Humming as she did so, Shane stirred the pot with the large horse spoon she held in her left hand, and waved gleefully when she saw Yang Jiju return with the coal-carrying party. And Miranda was busy in the snow in the same warm clothing as Shane, and in the course of a day's work, under Miranda's leadership, and in imitation of the snow houses piled up by Jan Zizhu, the little creatures built small-sized houses beside the borderline. The bottom of these snow huts also allow room for plumbing troughs in accordance with Bigard's design. I don't know how long it will take to fix the borderline's power furnace, and besides, if you eat and live in the same vehicle, everyone's feces can easily harbor germs in a confined space. Since this place had become the last clearing on the planet, and in order to make it more convenient for long-term habitation, Miranda had led a team since early this morning in building snow huts, large and small, according to the size of the animals. This is a long-term project, and there is still at least half a month of construction to go before all humans and animals can live in individual snow houses. After a long day of labor, Miranda was exhausted, the tip of her nose freezing red as she panted heavily, a white mist rising in front of her. Seeing the several large bundles of coal that Yang Jiju had brought back, all the animals gathered around the bonfire, and now that they had fuel, the fire could finally burn brightly. As long as we wait for Song Reed to bring back the steel and get the boiler built, the whole colony will finally have enough backbone to face the cold winds and blizzards. Only it was getting dark, and Miranda was a little worried when she wondered if Song Reed's group was making good progress in the railroad tunnels. She took a bowl of broth from Shane's hand and took a small, hurried sip, oblivious to the fact that it burned her tongue, before picking up another bowl of broth and walking into the borderline. The borderline solar panels were only capable of storing a small amount of power for maintaining basic functions, so the vehicle's cockpit was being used as a command center. And at the moment, Bigard was the only one sitting in it to assist the Song Reed squad in real time. And the moment the metal door to the cockpit opened automatically, Bigard's sudden shout at the top of his voice startled Miranda so much that she nearly spilled the broth in her hand. "Don't be impulsive. Wait for backup." Bigard repeated it several times in a row. But the end of the microphone didn't give any response until after a few minutes. Song Reed's voice with a bad joke came through. Hey, guess what we caught? Song Reed, big brother, we are not in a dark alley. Not in front of our own house. You can stop messing around like this." Bigard braced himself on the tabletop and stood up and sat back down in his chair, Song Reed's unauthorized action making him break out in a cold sweat. Don't worry, everything is under control." "So what did catch humans? There are actually living people in this place. I don't know exactly what they grew up eating, but looking at this appearance, it should still be a child." "A child? Survived the tunnels? That's incredible." "Ah!" A shriek through trepidation interrupted the two men's conversation. Immediately afterward, the intermittent sound of gunfire echoed across the public channel, and unlike Bigard, the gunshots that Song Reed heard came from a bearing about a few dozen meters behind himself. Because of his keen movement, Only he and the Wolf King together dashed deeper into the tunnel after the naked human teenager, leaving the rest of the Grey Wolves and the Hunter's squad behind the two of them. Hearing the gunshots, Songreed said in his heart that it was not good, and immediately yelled, "What's going on? Did you guys run into rats?" But no sooner had he thrown that down than the sparse gunfire came to an abrupt end. The headset didn't ring with anyone's answer for a long time. Instead, the Wolf King beside him, who had pinned the human child to the ground, let out a low growl. Songreed immediately twisted his head to see. Flashlight illuminated that the teenager's face actually penetrated a trace of bizarre smile. Before he could react, a wave of air came from behind, launching his entire body several meters away. Thanks to this body armor, that impact did not penetrate his body. Enduring the sharp pain in his back tendons, Songwei looked around while his body flew out, along with the flashlight's chaotic swaying. Only in a short moment, he saw clearly where the force that sent him flying originated from. It was a rifle, not unlike the air-pumped gun he had earlier removed from the cocoon formed by the spider. In terms of its shape, and the gun was clearly held in the hands of a human. The armor and helmet that the man wore were almost identical to the ones on the squad from Song Reed. Seeing this, MT Reed came to a realization. The gear he was wearing came from the Borderlines warehouse. It wasn't hard to surmise that the person who attacked himself was most likely in possession of a level of technology from the same era as that relocated vehicle. The guard, who was sitting in the cockpit, panicked for a moment when communications were suddenly cut off and the hunter team that had been attacked in the railroad tunnels lived or died. Hearing Miranda and Bigard talking in a panic in the car, Yang Jiju, who didn't know what was going on, bowed and stuck her branch into the car. These two men spoke into the branches of the tree. "And you and I finally explained the situation. There is no room for delay in such an emergency situation, and the rescue must begin immediately. But polar nights are much colder than days, and the human guarding the borderline to give Miranda a handjob is clearly not the best person to go on a combat mission." So, after a quick deliberation, Yang Jiju grabbed up the snowflake who was huffing and puffing, and without saying a word, drew his legs and sped towards the direction pointed out by Bigard. Aside from the wolves that had already been dispatched, the only ones that excelled in nighttime combat were the snowflakes. This big cat rolled its eyes with its tongue out, half asleep and half awake as it felt itself being carried on the shoulders of a huge body, running through the cold wind with 1 foot deep in the air. The wobbling sensation was quite a sleep aid, so the snowflake hung onto the branch with a big grin and slept soundly once again. When it woke up again, it was in a strange tunnel full of rusty, burnt, fishy smells. Looking at the rat meat all over the ground, its appetite was so great that it actually lay down on the spot and ate it in the wind. Looking at its appearance, Yang Jiju regretted a million times for bringing such a cargo to the rescue mission. In this moment he even guessed that if he were to rank all the wild animals of the borderline number high or low in intelligence, Snowflake would definitely be at the bottom of the list. This guy, since he wants to eat, he can only wait for it to finish eating and then continue to look for Song Reed. But I did not expect that the snowflake who feasted on a beautiful meal actually hiccuped and then fell asleep. Now Yang Jiju could be anxious. He had no choice but to make the killer move. Even though he had absorbed less than 3 hours of daylight during the day, glow in the dark, he murmured in his mind, and the light energy that had built up in the waxy layers of the blade was slowly released, projecting a flashlight-like circle of light onto the ground. It was this trick that finally brought out the snowflake's instincts once again, and it worked 100 times over. Before Yang Jiju could take a step, snowflakes quickly jumped up and down in this tunnel, a tree and a cat traveling deeper along the tracks. The railroad tracks were covered with the corpses of rats, about the size of human beings, and the scene was shocking to Yang Jiju. Fortunately, the carcasses were not mixed with gray wolves and humans. However, after continuing on for some distance further, he realized something was wrong when a train blocked the way. There were a dozen or so guns scattered on the ground. The rifles were of a very familiar-looking model, the exact type that the hunter squad had been equipped with when they set out. But the only objects that fell to the ground were guns, not to mention human bodies. Not even many shell casings. However, there were no large animal tracks in the vicinity and no bloodstains. This allowed Yang Jiju to rule out the worst possible guess. It seemed that the hunter squad had encountered no giant beast. After all, animals that eat without leaving a trace are in the minority. After investigating around and realizing that the place was a dead end, he exerted all his strength to yank the obstructing vehicle outward along the railroad tracks about 10 paces, finally opening up a passageway. The further in they went, the more Yang Jiju felt that the chances of the gray wolves and hunters surviving were not small, for after traveling on along the tracks for a while, after the roots of the tree had touched the loose soil, he illuminated the ground with the light energy he had stored up, and found neatly arranged human footprints, as well as canine paw prints of varying sizes. Despite the loss of their firearms, the hunter and the gray wolf came here on foot. Now Yang Jiju was certain that they had not been killed, but more likely had become prisoners. Only, With all the signs he had observed so far, he could not conclude what creature had taken his companion alive. Out of caution, seeing that the soil in this place was soft, he put his roots into the ground, releasing pulsing surges of air back and forth to detect nearby mutant creatures. Earth listening did not capture any sea of air other than snowflakes. So it is. Yang Jiju suddenly thought of something. When he left the borderline just now, the guard was still anxiously trying to establish a communication connection with the hunter squad. Since the enemy has the ability to jam communications, they obviously have the technological means to do so. Tactics for dealing with humans and wild animals can be very different. Yang Jiju signaled Snowflake to slow down her pace, while she herself cautiously began to watch out for possible traps in this unfamiliar environment. Even as he continued on his way deeper into the tunnel, he only dared to walk on the obvious human footprints on the ground. The light in his hand also hit the trail to show the snowflakes the way. However, after only a few steps, he realized that his light had lost its effect on the snowflake, who completely ignored the circle of light on the ground, and instead bounced up the wall at great speed. The moment Yang Jiju looked up to see, she realized that the location where the snowflakes were flying to was flickering with alternating red and yellow bright lights. Much more fun than the mess she had made. Stupid! Come back here! Anxious Yang Jiju threw the root system like a whip, trying to pull the stupid cat back. But the snowflake is, after all, a feline, extremely fast, where can be easily entangled by a large tree. Not much effort. The snowflake reached the location of the flickering bright light. At that moment, a familiar pungent smell wafted through the air, and Yang Jiju realized that she had been caught in a trap when she smelled it. That was clearly the smell of gunpowder, and it was the smell that made him squint to see exactly what the distant flash was. In his previous life, he hadn't played with this thing, the big bared flower, in his old home during the New Year's festivals. Cats are justifiably drawn to this stuff, because, upon seeing the psychedelic and gorgeous fireworks, even Yang Jiju herself couldn't help but be happy. In a trance he even thought about ordering another bee to play with. And as the large flower was bared, he heard an ow meow ow ow. Snowflake's body was directly picked up by a rapidly sweeping black shadow, rising high to hang on the top of the tunnel, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't get rid of the netting that was detained on its body. Only then did Yang Jiju come back to his senses and immediately pulled up his feet and rushed towards the location of the snowflake. But just as he kicked his foot, he stumbled and fell to the ground as something sticking out of the ground clamped down on the roots of the tree. This force could by no means be human, but just now when conducting earth listening, Yang Jiju clearly did not capture the air sea of any mutated creatures. He turned to look at the moment he fell and realized that the big hand catching his roots looked like a mechanical claw under Pabu's belly. The pain that came from the feet instantly spread to the whole body. Yang Jiju actually experienced for the first time within this plant's body the feeling of nearly going into shock due to severe pain. This sudden dizziness had not been present when the flames burned his body, or when he was illuminated by the light from the worm's eyes. This is a completely instantaneous stress reaction of the body being hardened and physically forced by brute force. The metal claws that caught the roots of his tree had mechanical arms articulated behind them. Not living beings, much less mutated creatures. So it was no wonder that he had clearly probed with earth listening but had not detected the enemy in ambush. The strength of that large claw surpassed any enemy Yang Jiju had ever fought against, and despite struggling in vain, after ripping off 10 or so roots, the claw moved upward along his body again and snapped onto the root disc. Worse, during the struggle, another mechanical claw also drilled up from the ground, tightly hooped Yang Jiju's trunk. Trapped in the noose like a cross, Yang Jiju completely lost the fulcrum of force. The body can only be like a fishing fork pressed by the big carp like flopping. Confirming that he was completely immobilized, the loose soil suddenly began to tumble, and a cold body that smelled of rust arched up from the ground like a shithouse. This giant robot was nothing like the level that guarded the docks. It was several times larger in size alone, and the weapons and rockets mounted all over its body made Yang Jiju give up the idea of struggling. Since none of his partners had become corpses, he might as well be honest and tie up his own hands as well. After all, both the poisonous mist and the tumor ball, when used on such a sturdy mechanical body of the opponent, were simply hitting a stone with an egg. He stopped struggling altogether and relaxed his body to lie in a wide berth. And although the snowflake in the distance was meowing while fighting back, but looking at that situation, how the snowflake was inside that big net could only scratch off its own hair. Until Snowflake, like Yang Jiju, went completely limp and stopped exerting herself for nothing. A crisp whistle echoed through the railroad trackline tunnel. So, in a flash, dozens of lights came on, illuminating Snowflake and Yang Jiju to the point of squinting. At this point, Yang Jiju's suspicions were finally confirmed. It really was humans who ambushed them, and well-equipped ones at that. For, no human who had ever crossed paths had ever shown Yang Jiju a weapon that could make him pass out. Two human shouldered weapons shaped like bazookas and aimed them at his base. and as the weapon emitted an ear-piercing beeping sound, a slow surge of energy gathered at the muzzle, and after a few seconds, Yang Jiju felt the heat wave that hit his face. The sudden burst of energy didn't make him feel pain, but instead set off a flopping vomit. With a crash, a huge spread of shiny liquid sprayed outward along the leaves. The vomiting lasted for several minutes, and then he felt like his body had been emptied out, and he lost consciousness. At the North Pole, the dots of stars in the night sky always made Pabu feel close to the sky. However, with a heavy burden on its shoulders, it did not have the leisure to view the bright stars now. The hunter team is lost in a railroad tunnel, and in an effort to locate them, that big tree takes a panther on a star-studded journey to reinforce them. While the big tree was an absolutely reliable fellow in Pabu's eyes, the tunnel he was traveling to was a completely unfamiliar location, and Bigard wasn't comfortable with the rescue operation. After spending a great deal of time investigating on the Taishu network, Bigard still hadn't gotten any specific information about that railroad. So Pabu, who had just finished his reconnaissance of the coastline, had the bright idea of going directly to the spot it was so reluctant to approach. According to the route he had memorized, as soon as it saw the sparse buildings, it panicked and climbed upwards. The thick snow on the ground had left it in a bad psychological state. The ice cap had clearly collapsed on his last visit. Prabhu didn't realize that only 2 days had passed and the place had been recovered with a heavy layer of ice. At first glance, it looks like Devi did the trick. With this layer in the way, there was no way for Pabu to enter the underground. It reached out its mechanical claws and scratched its head. After further hesitation it decided to use the oldest method. Knock knock. The mechanical claw tapped on the ice a few times. Anyone? After getting this new body, Pabu has a megaphone that can customize his voice. So, the clear and lovely child's voice echoed over the snowy plains for a long time. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing no answer, Prabhu had to ask again stiffly, "Grandma Devi, are you home?" Still no answer. "Devi milk." Done before the words were finished, Pabu's propeller lost power and his body fell hard onto the ice. Twisting the camera to the frosty propeller, it saw Devi standing behind it with a fierce look on her face. Moments later, Pabu was placed on a workbench in the bunker, and Devi fervently warned it after tapping the last piece of code with an external input device. "Since it's an AI, you should be able to read this code, right? Read it to yourself." When the name Devi is articulated with a suffix like grandmother or mother-in-law or great-grandmother, immediately triggers the self-destruct program. Pabu, who had read the code, shook his head anxiously. "Sister Devi, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Poof. Devi stretched out in her chair and then stuffed Pabu's gut belly back inside the casing. "Say, what's the matter with me in the middle of the night? Sister Devi, I wouldn't have wanted to come and startle you if it hadn't been so urgent." After a detailed conversation, Devi understands what happened to Songwei and Yang Jiju. Disappeared at the railroad tracks? This is not good. If your people encountered not mutated creatures but humans, just with your backward weapons and counting that big tree is not their opponent. In short, absolutely do not hard contact. Muttering to herself, Devi opened the lid of the pabulum again, and the intestinal stomach was yanked out anew. "Little one, I'm installing a global map of the railroad in your storage device now. Also, patch your signals into my channel. This time you've encountered an enemy that's even tougher than the mutated creatures." Dazed and confused, Yang Jiju seemed to dream that Snowflake and a large group of small milk wolves were licking the bark of a tree affectionately. "You awake? Hey, hey, hey." The stranger's voice made him see reality clearly. Himself dumped in a completely sealed warehouse. Hundreds of humans he'd never seen before surrounded him in layers with guns raised, and the stranger who'd spoken had scraped all the bark off of him, and his exposed trunk was brushed with a sticky substance, something that prevented him from making any movement at all. This feeling made Yang Jiju secretly feel bad. At this moment, it was as if he was no longer a monster that could run and jump, but rather like he had turned into an ordinary shrub. Yang Jiju was sure that he was inside the railroad tunnel, because staying here was suffocating like a vegetable cellar, and he couldn't even hear the slightest sound of wind. Suspended from the large iron hook, he had spun around several times and had taken a good up and down survey of his surroundings. He couldn't see a single ray of natural light. In addition to a few searchlights nearby, only the light from the fire burning in the large iron barrel illuminated the dimly lit enclosed space. Of course, Yang Jiju's body was not spinning under the drive of his own will. The human beside him was very focused on the task at hand, brushing the thick slime evenly as he slowly rotated Yang Jiju's body like he was brushing honey on a rose tied to a rack, because all the bark had been stripped off. With each stroke of the brush across the bare stem, Yang Jiju's entire body shivered from the cold touch. However, a slight shudder had been the only action he could make at the moment. This big iron hook he was hoisted up on was about 10 meters from the ground, and on the ground, wood cut into sections had been piled up, the texture and appearance of which made Yang Jiju feel very familiar. until he felt himself being hoisted up and swaying in the air with only 3 or 4 meters of this body left. Yang Jiju realized that the wood laid out on the ground was exactly what had been cut off from his own body, and the circular saw blades mounted on the arms of the robots that accompanied the rumbling footsteps as they walked on the ground gave him an idea of how he had come to look the way he did. A few humans were clearing the scene as they gathered the leaves scattered on the ground into a pile and built a tall hill, and the branches and roots had likewise all been removed. Now Yang Jiju is a complete round wooden stump. However, because of the feeling that the base was still intact, Yang Jiju could not help but speculate that perhaps these people knew quite a bit about their own body structure, and were able to saw themselves into cuts of lumber and yet preserve their lives. Not to mention, the slime that brushed evenly over his body completely controlled all of his abilities. The panel similarly displays never-before-seen words: excessive stem loss, total failure of mutation capability, leaves completely fall off, all mutation abilities fail, roots completely detached, all mutation abilities disabled. It seems that the enemy is quite good at dealing with itself, and after glancing at Snowflake, who was being held not too far away, he was even more certain that these humans, not only were good at dealing with themselves, but were equally good at dealing with all mutated creatures. Snowflake and the Wolf King were both shackled to their limbs, and they were imprisoned within separate glass tanks that were filled with goo that kept them completely immobile. This kind of slime, I'm afraid, is a substance specifically used to restrain mutant creatures. This kind of being hung up to be slaughtered is not a good taste. What's more, without the branches and roots, Yang Jiju now can't even do the most basic communication, and has no qualification to negotiate with the other party. He didn't even understand why these humans had captured themselves instead of just eliminating them. The sacred wood whose branches are no longer gnarled and whose leaves are no longer bright green is nothing more than section after section of timber. Timber. What purpose does it serve for them? Is it hard to believe that you're going to be made into a table, chair and bench, or a coat closet? Just as Yang Jiju was in a trance recalling the cherry wood armoire she had been unable to buy when she went to the furniture store in her previous life, the stranger who was swiping honey spoke again. God would. How many years? I was not personally experienced that glorious years. However, your story of your tribe has been passed down for hundreds of years. The man's voice was hoarse and feeble as he opened his mouth to speak, and it was only then that Yang Jiju noticed that there were only a few waxen teeth left in his mouth. This poor oral health fit his voice and accent perfectly, as well as the face that looked as sick as it could be, which, again, fit his thin and stooped frame. From being the most powerful mutated creature, being pushed up to the altar of God, gaining the faith of countless people, becoming the hope in people's hearts. And what happened? The Savior fell, and my ancestors were slaughtered and enslaved because of their belief in the Godwood. The brush in his hand suddenly fell at his feet. The trembling action of bending down to pick it up made Yang Jiju feel that this guy might stop breathing the next second. After all, his posture did seem to have a few minutes of the meaning of dying. Upon picking the brush up, the man coughed several times in a row, but laughed strangely. Ha ha ha. In the end, the ancestors could only leave their homes and hide in such a shitty place to survive. Do you know why they ended up like this? Words just asked out. The man will hands hold Yang Jiju's body, swaying back and forth, and deliberately lowered his voice with a very awkward accent to answer himself. Oh, I don't know. You quickly tell me. He then switched to his raspy voice. Because they relied too much on the divine wood, they built thrones for the divine wood, and offered a big tree as if it were a god. They even put the hope of their civilization on a tree. Deserved it. Deserved to be slaughtered, deserved to be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly let out a loud laugh until he bit his tongue before stopping. According to me, God would. There is only one use. For medicine. When he finished, he waved his hand at the high ground. Something huge and mechanical seemed to have started moving above the several searchlights that always shone on Yang Jiju. With the sound of gears rolling, a rust-covered instrument slowly descended. This thing reminded Yang Jiju of many torture devices from the Middle Ages that he had visited in museums. The ring-shaped instrument was getting closer and closer to Yang Jiju's body, being approached by such an iron fellow in a situation where her whole body could not move. Yang Jiju tensed her body out of instinct, and the sudden movement the instrument made next helped to tense him up even more. This thing completely hooped Yang Jiju's body, which had been brushed with mucus, and he felt like he was being choked at the throat. Several syringes thicker than chopsticks were then poked directly into the base. At that moment, Yang Jiju felt some kind of substance being slowly drawn out of her body. All wood fibers throughout the body are slowly inactivated in this process. When the air sea ruptured, please repair it as soon as possible, popped up on the panel. Yang Jiju was already completely unable to concentrate. Vertigo struck his consciousness again. My ancestors, who received a little nectar from the sacred tree as a savior's gift to cure all diseases. No. How can the finest herbs be used in this way? The slim man stared at the empty container at the top of the instrument that kept filling up with yellowish gas, greed flaring in his eyes. Snowflake forced himself to brace his body, letting his head rise to the surface of the slime, and bared a few tiger teeth to let out a sheepish, feeble growl. His eyes filled with anger and resentment. Even though he fought to free himself a few times, the shackles and slime made all his efforts futile. All it could do was let out another low growl to express its displeasure at what was in front of it. After being caught in this place, it had watched Yang Jiju being sawed into several pieces, and now the man's act of using a machine to extract air from Yang Jiju's body had caused Snowflake's anger to reach the extreme. Even though it was wrapped in goo, the hair on this leopard's head still exploded, scaring the few humans watching from the side and raising their guns. And one of them, slightly more daring, took a few steps forward and raised the butt of his rifle towards Snowflake's head for a hard shot. But the panther had clearly taken a butt shot, but its eyes remained fixed on the section of steak hanging high in the air, not caring about the human who had punched it. The anxiety written on its face made the human who had hit it with the butt of his gun instantly soften his legs in fear. Everyone who lives in this place understands the passing of their ancestors. Humans in those days were like this leopard in front of him, venerating the divine wood, worshipping it, cherishing it, and believing in it. They value God's wood more than themselves. The look on the snow-white leopard's face made the human carrying the gun more and more angry the more he thought about it. If it wasn't for the fact that our ancestors had relied too much on the sacred wood, we ourselves as descendants wouldn't have contracted this strange disease and only be able to hide and live inside the gloomy subway station. He raised the rifle in his hand high, ready to give the panther another shot. However, an eerie and menacing aura that suddenly emanated from behind him left him frozen in place. Craning his head to look, he happened to be eye to eye with the giant wolf locked in the other cage. The eyes that glowed green like a ghost seemed to speak, "Try touching it again if you dare." Being stared straight at by these stern eyes, the human only felt a chill running through his body, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground inadvertently. Even though the animals were caged, even though they were soaked in special slime, the few humans guarding the cages, including him, were too intimidated by the look in the Wolf King's eyes to make another move. At the same moment, in the huge iron cage in another corner of this warehouse-like building, Song Reed had already opened the handcuffs with the help of his companions. The punks who make a living in the dark alleys are either very good fighters or a bit crafty, or they don't survive at all. As for what kind of crafts, that can be too much. All kinds of strange. Anyway, as long as in the dark alley to be useful, they more or less know a little. As it happens, M2 Reed has a good scryer on hand. Before being put into the large iron cage, everyone was stripped of their body armor and searched as well. But the humans who had been hiding in the subway station for centuries would never have guessed that these despicable strangers could hide a blade under their tongues. The punk with a razor blade hidden under his tongue had discussed an escape plan with Song Reed the first moment he was locked up. He removed the blade from under his tongue and drew the piano wire from inside his ear canal. Of course, you can't unlock handcuffs with just those two things. While the guards were all distracted by Snowflake and the Wolf King, he popped in place a few times, and small wrenches and screwdrivers fell out, which pried the handcuffs off of Song Reed's hands. The two men then pressed their bodies close to the cage door of the large iron cage. By picking the lock here as well, Song Reed was able to seize the rifle in the hands of the guard with his back to the cage door. At first, when they encountered this group of humans at the railroad tracks, the hunters brought by Song Reed were beaten to death. The weapons in the hands of the enemy were too powerful, and with little counterattack, the hunters were put down one after another. When he was pointed at his head with a gun and raised his hands to surrender, Song Wei didn't get a good look at the group of enemies because the other side's searchlights were too blinding. It wasn't until they were shackled and held here that Song Reed and the hunters under his command sized up what their attacking enemy looked like. They were all yellow and skinny, their mouths were full of rotten teeth, and their bodies were slimmed down like skin and bones. If not for the body armor they were wearing and the advanced weapons they were holding, Song Wei could not have lost to such an opponent. However, after being escorted to this colony, Song Reed also roughly understood the strength of the other side clearly. There were probably a few hundred people living inside the colony, and the 30 to 40 that were encountered on the railroad tracks earlier should be the elite of the group. While most of the residents here were not equipped with decent weaponry, and even more alarming to him was the fact that the bony teenager he and the Wolf King had originally met in the tunnels also lived in this place. However, he does not seem to be treated in the same way as the other residents. The teenager didn't even have a scrap of clothing on him, despite the fact that the group had attacked Song Reed's hunter squad, dividing up the captured weapons and armor, and even dividing up some of the dry rations. No supplies had been distributed to the teenager. Moreover, after another short while of observation, among the hundreds of people, Song Wei found more than one human being who was the same as that teenager. They were naked, front to back, hiding in a corner eyeing the clothed residents as they dined. These are the people who are not even qualified to go near the big iron barrels to roast the fire. A slave? This was the first guess of MT Reed. Thinking back to the earlier encounter at the railroad tracks, the likelihood of the teenager being used as bait was very high. It was just that, even after a cursory observation of the colony's customs, Song Reed still couldn't tell if the slaves had been brainwashed or not. If they were not willing slaves, then the probability of the hunter team he brought with him escaping this place would be greatly increased. However, even if they escaped from the large iron cage, even if they captured the weapons in the guards' hands, the fighting strength of those 30 to 40 in body armor was still not to be underestimated. Besides, in addition to the human guards, a total of 4 heavy robots were going to be quite a tough nut to crack. Looking at the suspended Yang Jiju was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Songwei knew that time was running out and he had to act now. Clang wang dash, there was a sound, and the lock on the door of the large iron cage was opened. And as if he had seen through Songwei's actions, the Wolf King, who was about 10 meters away from the large iron cage where the humans were being held, let out a long whistle at this critical moment, attracting the attention of all the guards. So, Song Reed immediately scurried away from the cage, not even concealing the sound of his footsteps. One of the bony guards with his back to him apparently heard the commotion and whipped his head around with a ah. Before he could see what was happening behind him, he felt a sandbag-sized fist rammed into the back of his head. With a skill honed in dark alleys, Song Reed was still more than capable of dealing with the yellow-faced guards even if he was unarmed. The guard fell to the ground with a muffled grunt, and it was only before he lost consciousness that he saw the open cage door behind him. One by one, the imprisoned hunters crept out and disappeared into the darkness not covered by searchlights and firelight. Until the cage was completely empty, the rest of the guards still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Instead, all of them had their attention drawn to the giant wolf that kept howling. Among them, a guard leaning next to a large iron barrel rubbed his hands together while sighing. "It's so cold. Fortunately I caught the sacred wood, regardless of whether the Patriarch's pharmaceutical project is reliable or not. At the very least, the new firewood is enough to burn for a month." And another guard standing beside him complained, "You don't want to crow. That drug program has precipitated several generations of design. No matter what, in our generation must be refined. I don't want to hide in the underground forever to live my life. I want to go to see the sunshine outside. I want to go to breathe outside the air. Don't you want to? Only young fools like you have such high expectations of the outside world. I think home is quite good. Go out outside. How dangerous. Have you forgotten the mass extinction a few hundred years ago? I'm so sick of going back and forth every day around the subway station. Hey, then you go volunteer, and you'll be the first to try the potion when it's made." As soon as the words left his mouth, the smile on the guard's face froze for a split second as the fierce eyes that emerged from behind his companion stared straight at him. The owner of these eyes was none other than the outsider captured today, and the guard instantly realized that the iron cage had been opened, and he was about to cry out for help when he felt his mouth and nose forcefully covered by a large hand, while his neck was strangled in a deadly grip. With a burst of dark energy, the guard's body went limp and collapsed, and his companion standing across from him was similarly strangled to the point where he rolled his eyes and slowly lost consciousness. The fire within the iron barrels flickered. Song Reed winked at his companion, and the two quietly dragged the passed-out guard to a corner where the fire couldn't shine. And by this time, looking around, the dispersed hunters had taken down several guards in succession. As expected by Song Reed, these people have been living in this sunless tunnel for a long time. Their bodies are weak like old people, and they all rely on their weapons and equipment to forcefully pull up their fighting strength. Therefore, having encountered such a situation as a sneak attack, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to call in outside help. After all, the fortifications set up along the railroad tracks could never be just this one warehouse-like building. Song Reed guessed that there might be more aborigines living nearby. So, in order to avoid escalating the conflict, Song Reed instructed all the hunters under his hand as soon as he escaped from the cage not to hurt the guards as much as possible. If you didn't count Grey Wolf and Snowflake, there were only about 20 hunters that Song Reed had brought with him, and after a while of sneaking around in ambushes, half of them had gotten their hands on weapons. However, the Wolf King, who continued to howl and try to break free, eventually angered the guards, who alternated between electric shocks and clubs, and after a series of beatings, it seemed that a couple of smart guards realized what was going on, and immediately ran towards the iron cage where the humans were being held. The Wolf King buys everyone enough time, but eventually, the fact that the hunters escaped is discovered by the natives. So a riot began in the large, airtight warehouse. The guards have been banging the cans hanging in the air, a rudimentary siren that immediately puts every sentry guard on alert. Even though the tracks hadn't been touched by the aborigines yet, the hunters led by Song Reed were already aware of the next fight, which couldn't be solved with bare hands. With a dozen or so air-powered guns all at the ready, the hunters all took cover behind their bunkers in an orderly fashion. and an armed fight was ready to break out. The sound of footsteps, yelling, and the clinking of cans filled the ears and annoyed Snowflake. Just now, watching Yang Jiju hanging in midair being drained bit by bit, its anger had already reached its limit, and this time a raucous noise made it even more incapable of suppressing all the stifling in its heart, and ripped out its voice to meow. However, shackled and submerged in this slimy liquid, the only thing it could do was scream. Due to the extremely strong night vision, hiding in the darkness of Song Reed's face, it could see clearly. That man had just stepped out of the cage and handed a simple look to Snowflake. Wait, coming to get you in a minute. Although he knew that his companion must have plotted a detailed battle plan, Snowflake simply didn't want to wait a second longer. After all, the round wooden stake hanging in midair was about to turn into a rotten stick, and hearing the snap, Yang Jiju's body cracked a seam through his entire body from over-dehydration. Snowflake couldn't hold it down any longer. It raged a bit in anger. The Snowflake, who usually didn't have much of a brain, actually let his body arch hard from the sudden rage, and with the shift in his center of gravity, he tipped the vat containing him over on the ground due to the sideways tilt, and it just so happened that the guards who were originally watching it didn't notice the unusual commotion because they were looking around for the escaping humans, and the cacophony that stirred throughout the large warehouse just happened to mask the sound of the glass cylinder falling to the ground. A few tens of seconds passed, and the sticky liquid slowly flowed out, and when the slime no longer covered her entire body completely, Snowflake gradually realized that she was able to make her strength up as she usually did. An animal like the snow leopard is considered a small predator compared to the tiger and lion, but it is a feline after all, a predator with the most suitable body structure for hunting. Sharp claws instantly popped out of the flesh pads, while the muscles in its limbs rapidly expanded like blowing up balloons. When the searchlight hit the snow-white leopard, the natives finally began to flee. Long-term lack of nutrition, they have never seen such a robust animal, not to mention the sharp teeth like a sharp knife. This big cat even just used the meat pads out of a cat fist, is enough to send these skinny aborigines to see the great-grandmother. Seeing that Snowflake was about to break free, the pilots of the two heavy robots immediately aimed their full-body weapons at its body. However, after two consecutive clangs and waves, the large leopard in front of them disappeared into thin air. Then, a white lightning bolt went straight to the man operating the instrument next to the big iron hook. Seeing that Snowflake had already managed to break free, Song Reed also stopped hiding, and with a greeting towards his companions behind him, he raised his gun to aim at the guards in armor among the crowd. Earlier when they met in the tunnel, they were ambushed by the other side and suffered a big loss. This revenge must be avenged. You guys can't be like this. The Godwood. Godwood is mine. It's the life-saving herb for our whole clan. Being held down by Snowflake's claws on the ground, the man hissed with his hoarse voice. Obviously these few voices had used up his whole body's strength, and under Snowflake's claws, his weak body, those few struggling movements were like swimming on land, which appeared to be ridiculous. Just as Snowflake let out a guttural snarl ready to snap his neck in one bite, Song Reed climbed up the ladder just in time to hurry and stop it. The streets have their own way of surviving, and Song Reed has been in the dark alleys for a long time and knows how to get along with hostile forces. There were at least hundreds of aborigines in this warehouse, and although they had treated themselves rudely, the other party was, after all, the owner who had survived in this environment for a long time. As a visitor, it was clearly against human decency to kill the proprietor cleanly because of a conflict. Moreover, the borderline was only about 10 kilometers away from the entrance to the railroad tunnel, so in case they overdid it in this place, and in the future the aborigines swarmed out to retaliate, the camp that had been painstakingly set up at the borderline would be wasted. And the deeper consideration in Song Reed's head was that perhaps every corner of the planet except this polar ice field had been completely occupied by that aberrant worm. In that case, the survivors of the borderline could be tasked with the great mission of continuing civilization. How can we claim to be civilized in the future if we slaughter the aborigines? Before he became the boss of the district, his own predecessor had taught him the most important thing he needed to realize in order to mix with the street peace is the most important thing. Earlier, when eavesdropping on the two guards chatting over the fire, the patriarch in their mouths was firmly memorized by Song Reed, so he gently stroked Snowflake's large paw, signaling it to let go, and the gun in his own hand was pressed against this man's head on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, you, the patriarch, should be the most powerful person here, right? Seeing the other party's surprised look, Song Reed was sure that his guess was right. So, after pulling this skinny old man up from the ground, Song Reed took a deep breath and yelled out in a loud voice that could cover the sound of gunfire. If you don't want your patriarch's head to explode, all of you will put down your weapons and cease fire. This sound of intimidation really had an effect, holding the patriarch as a hostage. The machine guns in the hands of those heavy robots no longer rotated, and the hunters who were hiding behind the bunker and struggling to fend off the artillery fire finally got a chance to catch their breath. Seeing the firefight come to an abrupt end, The hunters rushed out from behind cover and pushed back the containers that had trapped the gray wolf as fast as they could. Weapons and equipment are not dominant in their hands at the moment, only rely on the hostages in their hands to not be beaten into a sieve by the other side. The first time the mutant gray wolves rescued, they just barely have enough combat power to fight against the Aborigines. During the stalemate between the two sides, Songreed's mind was also spinning rapidly. On the hand of this man called the Patriarch is so important to the Aborigines. Since this is the case, the extent to which this hostage should be utilized has become a problem that must be carefully considered. If he were brought back to the borderline, a great deal of information would be obtained, but such a brutal approach would be sure to invite reprisals. If he was released during the escape, he might be able to intercede later at the right time. However, the borderline continues to be heavily steeled for now. Regardless of the choice of how to treat this hostage, the plan to move that train back to the borderline to be used as raw material for the boiler would have to be put on hold. For how long was completely unpredictable. The dilemma worried MT Reed, and at this time, beside the snowflake heart is also similarly worried. Still hanging in the big iron hook on the sacred wood, although no longer be extracted from the body of the sap, but because of the layer of mucus wrapped, this round wooden pile is still motionless. Snowflake did not have the ability of the earth to listen. It simply could not tell if Yang Jiju was dead or alive. It could only put its forehead on the exposed stem, close its eyes, and listen carefully purely with those ears that were erected. Even if it could hear the sound of the sap flowing inside the stake, it would be a great comfort to it. But it didn't realize that within those few seconds of listening intently with its eyes closed, its ears caught a sound that seemed to come from a very distant bearing. It didn't sound like a creature. It tilted its head slightly, concentrating more on discerning the location and distance of the sound, and after a few more seconds, the rescued wolves of the pack actually raised their heads alertly. Their ears perked up. The alertness of the animals also made all the humans uneasy, and both hunters and Aborigines, infected by their unusual behavior in general, all held their breath and looked around. Hearing the car engine-like roar, one knows that something must be approaching with sound waves that only animals can catch. Come, here they come. How did they feel their way here? The Patriarch, who was grabbed by Songreed's neck like a chicken, suddenly widened his eyes in shock and shouted with a trembling voice with a crying tone. The cheap jerseys from China. Cheap jerseys from China clan is coming. The rest of the clan began to shriek as well, and the building was instantly in chaos. With the exception of the slaves who didn't even have any clothes, everyone started to run around. Even the pilot of the heavy robot, who just opened the hatch and stumbled and jumped off the ground. It was because they had begun their escape that Songreed's eyes finally caught a few iron doors and found an exit out of this place. Even the Aborigines, without exception, are all panicked and disoriented, and all fools know that they should retreat at this time, having only just been neutralized. The members of the borderline must not be involved in greater danger. With a severe lack of information and a lack of understanding of everything, everyone had to get out of the area immediately before the danger that the natives feared came. He immediately patted Snowflake on the back, allowing it to take a bite out of the Patriarch who was a hostage, while he himself sharply removed what was left of Yang Jiju from the iron hook. In his heart, he silently prayed that this sacred wood would not die. And on the ground, the humans guarding the wolves saw Songreed's movements and tacitly winked at each other, and a group of people converged in the direction where Snowflake and Songreed had withdrawn. When everyone withdrew from the iron gate one by one, Songreed, who had been guarding Snowflake's side, suddenly realized that the panther had stopped in a hurry, and the sacred wood strapped to the saddle behind it nearly rolled to the ground. Songreed was wondering what the Snowflake had chosen to stop because of what she had seen when she felt a sharp pain in her chest. The bullet penetrated his chest cavity from the back. Immediately after that, there was also a sudden burst of gunfire beyond that iron door, shot several times in a row. The sound of ribs and internal organs being penetrated by bullets was heard clearly by Songreed. Thanks to a nudge from the Snowflake beside him, Songreed was spared from the ensuing strafing. Seeing that Songreed had already lost his eyes and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, while the Aborigines outside the iron gate fell one by one in the rain of bullets, Snowflake was forced to bite the corner of Songreed's coat and withdrew inside the warehouse. Not only was Snowflake forced to return to the warehouse, but the overly dense firepower froze and drove all the people fleeing outward back into the warehouse like ducks. When he was escorted here, Songreed kept his head down and was blindfolded with a rag. So it was not until this moment, when the governor saw the iron gate beyond, that he realized the circumstances in which he found himself. It's not open air outside the iron gates. It's still the same tunnel covered with railroad tracks, with at least 7 or 8 railroad tracks across the floor and intricate, winding roads. It looked as if the warehouse was a hub that had once been used for transshipment of goods. It's not hard to see that this place must have passed a lot of trains in the past, and the ammunition that just hit Songreed's body came from a moving train head. Intense gunfire was interspersed with the roar of the front engine, and, with firearms in their hands, Dozens of heavily armed soldiers swept in while jumping off the ground from the large pegboard at the back of the front of the vehicle, closing in on the warehouse. At this time, the Aborigines who had previously escorted Song Reed's group to the warehouse but were now wrapped up in dumplings had no choice but to raise the weapons in their hands to fight back. But as the soldiers coming down from the train advanced, it was easy to see which side was at an advantage and which at a disadvantage. There was nowhere to escape from the crowd that had been jammed back into the warehouse, except for the guards in their armor, all of whom were huddled together in a ball. Who could tell each other apart in this chaotic scene? And if we didn't do something, we were going to be taken out in one fell swoop by the guys coming down from the front of the car. So, even though the pain of the gunshot wound on his body was unbearable, Song Reed still forced himself to hold back the injury as he grabbed the slave beside him. This naked and dull-eyed slave's body had not received enough nutrition for a long time and was weak. And when he was gripped by Song Reed's big hand, his arm hurt so much that it made him cry out. It took a forced pocketful of food for him to stop crying and stare dumbfounded at the stranger with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Who the hell are those guys out there? Why did they shoot at the sight of you? The car. Heads. Who live in the car? Eat in the car. Do that shit in the car to have babies. And pull the counter all the way down the railroad to burn and loot. But how could they have come here, when the railroad had clearly collapsed? Ho, sounds like nomads living on the railroad, don't you? Have you lived in this shithole so long that you don't have one of those front ends in your hands? Hearing him ask this question, the slave's head shook like a rattle. With his humble status, he naturally didn't know much. And the patriarch who had been held in the mouth of the Wolf King spoke up. The train is too dangerous. It can only bring us war. In order to be safe, the former ex-patriarch made a wise decision to destroy all the heads, and then blow up all the railroads leading to the big station. Otherwise we would have long since become the dead under the guns of the heads. The patriarch's exuberant yelling made everything suddenly clear to Song Reed. Understand why the patriarch is so important in everyone's eyes. Understand why their first reaction to seeing an outsider is enslavement. Understood why those heavy robots were rusty. Understand that this group had advanced weaponry but did not continue to expand their armed forces through production. Close the country? No wonder. The face is yellow and thin. The clothes are not covered. And even used slaves. The company at least knows to cover up. You are good. There is no difference with the primitive people. It was because of the complete closure and stagnation that the guys were simply overwhelmed by the pressure of the heads. Although they had inherited the technology of their ancestors, the group of relics had long since lost all knowledge from the ancient civilization through the years. In that case, MT Reed can be worried. The raging gang of Chetu soldiers outside had no intention to cease fire at all. And listening to what the patriarch had just said, if the Chetu had maintained a nomadic lifestyle for a long time, then their purpose in coming here was obviously to completely loot. As it stands, there is absolutely no possibility of dealing with them at all, but the possibility of escape was also completely wiped out, and the heads had formed a jar by blocking everyone in the warehouse with that heavy firepower. There was no other way. Covering the wound, Song Reed had to hastily and busily order the hunters under him. The hunters who received the order immediately caught a few Aborigines and asked loudly how the 4 heavy robots they had left behind should be piloted. This group of Aborigines had long ago completely lost their fighting spirit in the suppression of the enemy's firepower, and it was obviously a luxury to expect them to rise up in resistance, so the immediate breakout could only rely on their own people. Following the map given by Devi, Pabu and Monkey quickly arrived at the location where the abandoned train was parked. En route, Pabu spent a considerable amount of time digesting what a subway is and how this complex underground railroad system works. What amazed Pabu even more were the 3-dimensional layers of the map. The structures buried in the snow that made it tisk-tisk. No one is going to build a subway in the wilderness. The existence of a subway here suggests that a huge city with a large population once existed above ground. According to Devi's intelligence, this northern city was similarly implicated in that nuclear war that surrounded Godswood. The inhabitants either equally fled to foreign lands in giant relocation vehicles like the Borderline, either that, or hide underground and live. That is, until the planet enters its natural ice age and the remains of the city are completely covered in ice. And since then, Devi had once again failed to receive any signals, electronic or analog, from within the subway station, but she remains convinced that humans still reproduce offspring in that mysterious underground tunnel. Except that Devi, who had never met the other side in centuries, couldn't be sure how many people lived within the lines of today's metro, or what kind of civilization they had become. However, Devi could be certain of one thing: with the strength of the group of humans from Horn Bay, if they were to fight hard, the battle between them and the remnants of the ancient civilization would definitely only result in a one-sided outcome. While both Pabu and Vigard could only tell that the entirety of the squad that had entered the subway station had disappeared, Devi guessed, however, that they had more than likely encountered the ancient remnant that resided within. As to whether the rescue should be effected by means of peace talks or by forceful attack, a conclusion could not be drawn until the state of the scene had been seen through Pabu's eyes. With the modifications, Pabu's signal had been wired to the bunker, and the entirety of the images captured by its lens were visible on the screen in front of Devi. Every living thing has an environment that is best suited for its growth. After countless experiments for conditioning, the temperature, humidity, and light within the bunker had all reached the optimal indicators for keeping the slime molds in the body active. This fragile creature was extremely poorly adapted to its environment. Otherwise, Devi would have wanted to personally head to the subway station to rescue Yang Jiju. Despite gaining a completely unlimited lifespan, she was also trapped within the bunker forever. So, Pabu's sudden visit brought a touch of unexpected pleasure to her boring life. With a beep, an energy drink came out of the bunker's drink machine, and Devi jumped over it, blew into the cup to make the room temperature drink into a frozen drink, and then sat down in her office chair and crossed her legs, spinning the chair around 3 times in place with glee. Devi was a little excited at the rare appearance of a neighbor who came to her door seeking her help. It had been a long time since she had stared at the screen with such rapt attention. The last time she had been so engaged in her work had been 200 years ago. Now given the opportunity to command that rotary-winged scout on the front lines in real time, Devi secretly vowed that she would absolutely make a big show of getting Kamiki out of there and put on a good show in front of her neighbors. Not so much for this group of neighbors to return the favor later. For Devi, who can only play with the snowman every day, getting even one compliment is a great gift. All the footprints, claw marks, and shell casings on the ground were scanned by Pabu and transmitted to the bunker's computer. After discovering a few drops of air-dried slime traces, Devi suddenly frowned and exclaimed, "Pabu, turn off the lights and use the night vision mode. In addition, the monkey that acted with you stops here. Just let it hold its position and wait for a reception. The enemy possesses a special weapon for mutated creatures. No wonder none of the kittens and puppies that you have sent in have escaped. I'm afraid that the big tree is also in bad shape." Pabu obediently turned off the searchlight, and the power system was adjusted to silent mode, the propeller sounding about as loud as a mosquito vibrating its wings. "Sister Devi, Pabu shouldn't have to be afraid, right? Pabu is not a mutant creature. It's a brick wall." As soon as the words were out of their mouths, both Pabu and Devi realized that the communication was suffering from strong signal interference. Humph, a little sculpture. This level of hacking, Devi didn't put it in her eyes at all. At least she had lived for more than 300 years. Even if she only spent 3 minutes a day to familiarize herself with the books on the bookshelf, being a hacker from scratch, in-depth hacking techniques, and hacking the world, from zero to proficient, it was enough time for her to work on her hacking skills until they were perfected in these hundreds of years. 10 cold delicate fingers flew up on the keyboard. Countless residual shadows stunned the snowman who stood beside him serving Devi an energy drink. For hundreds of years, how could the snowman have ever seen Devi's appearance of using all her strength? Within seconds, she quickly and remotely rewrote Pabu's firewall, nullifying the interference completely. At this point, she smugly replied to Pabu on the front line, "A brick wall? In case you meet a hacker with 1% of my level, you're just a pile of brass. So take it easy." However, because the enemy's interference failed, Pabu's night vision lens immediately caught a dark shadow that was rapidly approaching him. "Pabu, look out!" Devi, who was also watching the scene on the screen, stood up nervously. However, fortunately, this body obtained from the borderline was loaded with all sorts of weapons, and seeing the unfamiliar figure approaching him at an extremely fast speed, Pabu opened his chest guard without saying a word, and several small missiles immediately ignited and flew out. Bang! 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 Several consecutive explosions broke the silence in the tunnel, scattering dust from overhead, while the flames from the exploding missiles illuminated the unfamiliar figure. It was then that Pabu saw clearly that what he had struck was a frighteningly large bat, whose wings had been engulfed in flames. However, what was even stranger was the fact that there was a human figure lying beside the bat that had fallen to the ground and kept fluttering around. The human had already lost one of his arms to the impact of the missile, and he screamed in agony as he stood up and used his other arm to try and extinguish the remaining embers on his body. Being surprised as to why the human had appeared with the bat, where the firelight swept by, Pabu vaguely saw several more dark shadows coming toward him. Clang, clang, clang a few times. Because the alloy plate on its body was hit by bullets, Pabu's body was tilted and almost fell to the ground, and when it readjusted its posture to hover smoothly, only then did it see clearly that the 3 humans were riding on the backs of 3 bats each, with fire coming from the muzzles of their guns, and the bullets were coming toward it head-on. And, deeper into the tunnel, just behind the bat riders, came more gunfire and the shouts of people tearing their voices out. All kinds of noisy sounds were getting closer and closer, and the ultra-powerful searchlights were reflecting the tunnel through and through. The rumbling sound was very unfamiliar to Pabu. but Devi nervously yelled out to Pabu, "Pabu, retreat for now. There are too many of them." When the bullet-shaped locomotive was about to hit Pabu's body, it could see clearly the humans who were densely packed on the roof of the car. Their faces were covered with strange totems. All of them were fierce and vicious, and the guns in their hands were like a torrential rain pouring down on Pabu's body. Although the alloy plates were able to withstand physical ammunition, it took a few rounds that burned through the circuit boards for Pabu to realize that his opponent had more than just kinetic weapons. Hot lasers it couldn't afford to mess with, so it obeyed Devi's words and buzzed along the way it had come at maximum horsepower to escape. Thanks to the monkey holding his position and setting up his sniper rifle for cover. After each deafening large-caliber shot, Pabu measured that the trajectory of the pursuit behind him was reduced by 1. However, in the process of escaping, it suddenly realized that the humans on that train seemed to have gradually weakened their attack, and the screams kept coming from behind. The surprise on the monkey's face made Prabhu look back. The train has stopped. Seeing the sparks that continued to excite on the tracks, and the signs that the body was slowly being dragged backward by a tremendous force, both Pabu and Devi guessed, in unison, that the train had by no means come to a halt because the driver had applied the brakes. A huge figure shifted in the back of the winding tunnel. The figure seemed to grow countless tentacles that wrapped around the train that still tried to run forward. Pabu took a few curious steps forward. Instead, the camera captured an eerie sight that made Devi blink. The humans and the bats they were riding with were all on the ground, writhing in agony and vomiting constantly. As Pabu took a few more steps forward, he suddenly met eye to eye with the giant eyeballs that appeared from the back of the train. As the sound of the engine grew louder and the ground shook slightly, Snowflake suddenly perked up its ears and looked up at the roof of the warehouse. Thin dust and metal shards falling into its eyes. Just as it blinked, the metal roof of the warehouse suddenly received a violent shock. Sparks bursting out while metal shards flew around like reeds. The attack from above stunned one of the slaves. The iron doors on the ground had been blocked by enemy fire, and the blasts from above had left everyone in this warehouse completely without their last cover. Knowing that there was no way back to escape, the slave could only stare dumbly up at the large hole above the warehouse that had been blown out by the enemy. Upon closer inspection, he then realized that the entire roof was shaking from the explosion. Seeing that the huge metal roof was about to collapse, the slave, who had nowhere to run, had to scream with his mouth wide open. And as it happened, a steel bar went straight into his throat and then out between his legs. A few gray wolves were quick on their feet and immediately relied on their strong bodies to protect their human companions. And the snowflake who had acted most swiftly had vanished into thin air. The lightning-fast figure leapt straight up onto the falling roof. The instant the explosion occurred, it caught a nasty whiff of the odor. Meow. This Meow Master hates bats. The Bat Knight had just finished blasting the roof from above and was about to pull out a grenade from his belt to bombard it when he suddenly felt his body being hit by a locomotive in general. The tremendous kinetic energy erupted from that amazing speed directly slammed the Knight and the Bat under his seat together into the wall of the tunnel, smashing a big hole hard enough to gouge it out. Hit by such a high-speed impact, the internal organs of the Knight and the Bat were crushed and shattered in an instant, and the one man and the Bat spat blood from their mouths, stopping breathing before they could see what exactly was attacking them. By this time, Snowflake had caught a glimpse of the 10 or so bats beside him with the humans sitting on their backs with his afterimage. Of all the animals, snowflakes hate bats. Canine creatures never urinate or defecate where they eat or live, so Snowflake loves the pack of gray wolves that live together. And being a feline himself, he is even more particular about hygiene. He even has to cover his poop with sand afterward. But bats are creatures that don't bathe for a long time, urinate and defecate in the caves they live in, and prefer to live in dark, damp places where there is no ventilation or daylight for years. The stench of their odor was straight up making Snowflake gag. With Snowflake's stature, it can definitely break out from the rain of bullets, but it is impossible to leave its companions to escape alone. All of its companions were blocked in the warehouse like dumplings. It was already anxious, and when it saw such a small group of bats, it made a wave of fury from the bottom of its heart to rise up. The fried Snowflake made a hissing, threatening sound, stomped on the wall, and ran at the dozen or so bats. However, even if the Snowflake's movements were fast, 10 or so bats were flying in the air after all, and it needed to step on the point of gravity every time it launched an attack. So, between the scurrying and jumping back and forth, it was caught by the human riding on the bats, and a barrage of bullets hit the Snowflake's body at a distance that was almost sticking to the Panther's fur all the way through. With a mewling cry, Snowflake's body fell heavily to the ground. But the enemy's attacks didn't stop there, and as he watched the Batrider throw down bomb after bomb, the searchlight suddenly swung around in the dimly lit space. Hearing a few lumbering, dull footsteps, Snowflake only vaguely saw the tall figure blocking his way, and the bombs dropped by the Batrider were all completely eaten by this body. Neither the snowflakes that fell to the ground nor the panicked humans suffered any damage from the bombardment. the bullet was lodged in its body, and every breath the snowflake took tugged at the wound, a paroxysm of excruciating pain that made it difficult to keep its eyes focused. In a trance, the blurry body in front of him mistook it for the tree that teased him every day with a flashlight, equally tall, equally reliable. However, Song Reed's voice, which almost shouted his throat out, made Snowflake finally look at the metal body that protected him. Song Reed shouted out a name. Despite living with the humans for a few days, Snowflake couldn't remember what all of them looked like or what their names were. However, Song Reed's vociferous shouting allowed Snowflake to finally put that name and face together. The man in the heavy robot's shattered cockpit was surrounded by tongues of fire all over his body, and before the Batrider swept the cockpit, he squeezed a forced smile out of his burnt face towards Snowflake, and at that moment, the other three punks on the bench robot had finally mastered the operation of this heavy weapon. The muzzles of Gatling's guns lifted en masse, sending a deafening roar at the bats flying through the air, blue fire burning the muzzles red. Even though the 10 or so bats and the riders on their backs were cut to pieces by the bullets, these punks who followed Song Reed in the dark alleys together every day still hadn't relieved their hatred. In any industry, the relationship of co-workers can only be referred to as co-workers. But for the punks, every co-worker, all of them are known as brothers. Today, they lost a brother, so in their eyes, none of the enemies who drove the train to attack will return alive. But it seemed to be worse than they thought. As more head engines roared from beyond the warehouse, the pilots of these three heavy robots saw that the roof of the warehouse had been lost and that a huge number of enemies were about to fish their way through the iron doors. They simply activated the power furnace's overload directly, the engine giving the robot an extremely high level of energy at maximum power. And with a few pops, flames erupted from the exhaust holes on the back of the robot. In an instant, the walls of the warehouse were completely knocked down, while the three robots rushed straight into the crowd of cheetahs. As a result, the Chetu soldiers who had formed an encirclement were instantly disorganized, and a bloody storm directly swept over these tracks. A dozen or so vehicles were loaded with large-caliber weapons on their front ends, and the heavy robots were loaded with missiles and flamethrowers. For a while, gunshots, explosions, and hisses echoed throughout the tunnel. Even though they were wearing body armor, the Chetu soldiers were, after all, bodies made of meat, and were like toads wearing layers of protection in front of the robot's raised big feet. Wherever he stepped, the juice of the toad splashed in the sky with a plopping sound. But the vehicle leaders were outnumbered and had an unending supply of firepower, and with the constant barrage, one of the three robots soon went out of action, falling to its knees and unable to move, and the pilot, who was sitting in the cockpit desperately trying to push the joystick, was like a lamb to the slaughter. A dozen or so of the head soldiers surrounded them as they continued to fire at the already shattered glass of the cockpit. Just as the soldiers were about to completely shatter the already broken shell of the cockpit, a greenish shimmer suddenly appeared behind them. In an instant, a large number of flickering sparks jumped out of the air. With more and more sparks, the soldiers felt their bodies tingling a bit, and when they realized that the situation was not good and began to look to their left and right, the hairs of the giant wolf behind them that looked like steel needles gathered a large number of dazzling spots of light, and immediately after, countless arcs of electricity flung themselves in the air, and the electric current climbed up the train along the rails. The Wolf King's sudden run into the middle of the crowd really caught the Chetu clan soldiers off guard. The soldiers closest to the Wolf King had been burned to a crisp by the electric current, and before their bodies caught fire, their eyes were ejected from their sockets due to the abnormal voltage being applied to their bodies. Those standing on top of the train have also fallen to the ground foaming at the mouth, their limbs twitching. However, this bout of electric waves that used all its strength did not do much damage to the Wolf King itself, and with a staggering lurch in its footsteps, it could no longer hold up the upper half of its body with its two front legs. Every time this move was unleashed, the bioelectricity that maintained the normal functioning of the body would also be disorganized by this burst of electricity. It was a pity that the number of Chetu clan was just too much. Even though the Wolf King had taken down dozens of soldiers, within the extremely fast speed, the enemy's encirclement formed once again. Bullets were showering the Wolf King like he didn't want money. After using that killing blow just now, it could no longer fight and needed time to regain its strength, so it had to limp around, using the train as a cover to hide. But it was still hit by a few shots in its escape. The Wolf King's movement speed was completely unable to match the swift as the wind snowflakes, and with another gunshot wound, its steps became increasingly sluggish. Eventually, a reinforcement bat took a bite out of the tail. The bite made him wince in pain, and in the struggle to fight back, he saw in desperation the head of the train that continued to replenish from the other end of the tunnel. With such a huge number of troops, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. But it was, after all, the head of a clan. And even at the last moment of its life, it had to do its best to give its subjects a chance to escape. Letting out a long whistle to the sky, the Wolf King once again activated the only remaining electrical energy in his body. Sparks and arcs of electricity forming once again as the hairs on his back stood up. But this time, blood also flowed down its 7 orifices. However, this plan of using its last breath to make a wide-range killing move was still mercilessly crushed by the enemy. Several bouncing little black balls exploded in sequence around the Wolf King. It had thought it was a grenade commonly used by humans, and reflexively closed its eyes and arched its body tautly, intending to defend itself against the flames and shockwaves that were about to come its way in that position. But not only did the explosions not appear, the burning sensation and the shock likewise did not surge through its body. However, the moment the little black ball burst open, the Wolf King felt a familiar nauseating power. Its bristles, which had been hardened and were gathering electricity, suddenly crouched down, and the sporadic arcs of electricity actually sent a tingle through its own body. Then, its limbs went completely limp and it couldn't even maintain a standing position. This inexplicable power possesses the same effect as the slime that fills the inside of those large glass tanks. Just as the Wolf King fell to the ground on its side, all the bats fell out of the air as far as it could see, and the grey wolves it had brought here fell to the ground one by one. But the enemy using this unfamiliar weapon didn't stop attacking. The little black balls still bounced everywhere throughout the battlefield, automatically exploding whenever they got close to the mutated creatures. It took some searching along the tracks of this particular bomb before the Wolf King saw a half-naked, tall, burly human with every inch of his skin tattooed with strange and bizarre totems holding up a howitzer that was taller than he was. The human seemed to be very proud of the heavy weapon in his hand, and it looked as if he didn't take any opponents into consideration, including the 2 tall and powerful heavy robots. Otherwise how could he let his body go into battle without any protection? Or maybe the man didn't take his life seriously at all. As he continued to pull the trigger, he let out a loud laugh. As for where the black grenade that flew out of the barrel would explode, he didn't care at all. As if he didn't care if the bat riders who were on the same side as himself would be affected by this particular bomb. That hideous face and eyes even made the Wolf King think that this guy was a beast from the forest rather than a human. Aside from the Wolf King, the pilots of the 2 heavy robots that were still fighting hard also noticed the madman. After analyzing the chaotic scene a little bit, they understood the strangeness of those black grenades. The Chetu clan possessed a weapon that specialized in restraining mutated creatures. If this madman was not finished off, all the grey wolves would be unable to move. And with just 2 robots, not to mention breaking out, I'm afraid that they would barely be able to fight hard for a few more rounds. The 2 then silently raised their weapons towards the tall madman. At the same moment, Song Reed, who was hiding behind the bunker with the unarmed slaves, noticed an unusual movement because of the explosion of the small black ball. When the roof of the warehouse fell, the crowd on the ground was dead and wounded, and those who survived were in disarray. And in the midst of the melee, the only remaining piece of wood from the god tree was blasted by several rounds of bombs that rolled all over the place. That is, until a volley of tennis ball-sized black grenades hit the already cracked stake, completely splitting it in 2, like firewood split by an axe. And the mass of warm, jade-like vesicles inside the wood was thoroughly displayed in front of everyone. Because of the inhibiting effect of the black durability, Song Reed watched as the vesicles bubbling with a yellowish shimmer rapidly lost their luster. Now, with his heart in his throat, he let out a desperate hiss toward the pile of broken firewood. Don't die, you bastard! Everyone had high hopes for Shenmue, and if the tree died unjustly because of his own rash actions during the mission, Song Reed felt ashamed to face everyone on the borderline, and all of his animal companions. However, as he watched in despair as the sack bubble dried up and cracked, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea in his stomach. Then all the blood vessels in the back of his head expanded rapidly as if high-pressure gas had been pumped into them, and the tightness caused him to have a splitting headache. Then the suffocating choking sensation began to set in. In the process of consciousness gradually hazy, Song Reed accidentally found beside him all the human beings have appeared in his same reaction. Everyone has bent down on their knees and vomited more than, and all the weapons within the tunnel also collectively become mute. And what surprised him even more was that the snowflake beside him also appeared to react in the same way as a human. Who is trying to kill me? The unfamiliar voice came from the pile of broken firewood, and Song Reed braced himself and twisted his face to look, only to find that the already dried saccule had turned into a large, glittering, menacing eye. One brush, another brush, hanging upside down on the big iron hook. Yang Jiju was completely unable to move, and could only let the slim man with bared yellow teeth smear his body with slime. Suppressed by that strange power, he couldn't feel the flow of air at all, and his body became no different from that of an ordinary tree, and because of being stripped of his bark, he couldn't even be called a tree, and completely became a piece of wood to be slaughtered. He thought he would be turned into a table, chair or bench, but he didn't expect this eccentric man to laugh as if he were talking to himself and say make medicine out of sacred wood. As it happened, listening to the man talking to himself. Yang Jiju's sight happened to see the various carpentry tools piled up on the ground as he kept rotating on the iron hook. Not to mention, that huge planer scared Yang Jiju. If the old Chinese doctor really existed in this place, I'm afraid that I would next become a thin slice sealed in the medicine chest. 5 cents for Sasanqua, 2 cents for Poria, 3 cents for Angelica, and 1 cent for Shinmu. Simply unable to any resistance, even unable to communicate with the other party. Yang Jiju has already drawn in his mind the scene of the doctor writing himself into the prescription. What he didn't realize was that the method of medicine the man was talking about was not slicing himself into thin slices and frying them. As he pressed a few buttons and then pulled the lever, a machine like a torture device hooped itself. The moment the syringe's needle pierced into her body, Yang Jiju felt her body being hollowed out and her consciousness gradually became hazy. As his vision became completely black and lightless, he also completely lost control of all of his body senses. Even the pain caused by that syringe suction slurp was no longer felt. In a trance, the awakened Yang Jiju realized that her consciousness was actually within the air sea. Only, the clean and clear lake surface was rippling tremendously, and slowly, the center of one ripple rolled up into a whirlpool, and as the whirlpool became more and more turbulent, the lake water flew into the sky as if it was pouring backward, pulling up one water column after another. Then, the calm surface of the lake also changed its original appearance, and the shocking waves surged wildly. This scene reminded Yang Jiju of the chaotic ocean when he first constructed the air sea. This humanoid body standing on the surface of the air sea also slowly withered with the drastic changes in the air sea. Staring at the aging and fading face on the water, Yang Jiju could only wait powerlessly for death to come. However, the unwillingness in his heart didn't make him give up his last struggle. Yang Jiju was not the only body of consciousness within his own air sea. Ever since Devi cast the command as if it were a spell, the big eye has been sleeping in the air sea like a parasite. Now, with the loss of air, Yang Jiju could visibly see that the large snoring eyeballs were gradually becoming dried out in the same way as herself. Last time when they were surrounded by snowmen, the eyeballs that suddenly grew out of their bodies saved their lives. And regardless of how harmful this thing is, at the moment of life and death, as long as it is a technique that can save their lives, Yang Jiju must give it a try. Dragging his skin and bones, Yang Jiju raised his foot and stepped towards the big sleeping eyes, kicking hard on the wrinkled eyelids. After learning something about aberrations from Devi, he naturally understood in his mind the risk of this kick going down. But this risk is nothing compared to the risk of dying here, and possibly even involving Snowflake, the wolves, and the humans you've just met. Almost spitting out all the bitter bile, Song Wei not only felt the inexplicable squeeze suffered by his abdomen, but even all the blood vessels in his brain were rapidly expanding, as if they were going to explode in the next second. But more than the physical pain, the scene he caught in his afterglow chilled him even more. The size of that large eyeball was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time at all, it grew to the height of a 2-story building. No organism can grow without absorbing nutrients. So, watching clearly the action of the large number of tentacles growing around this large eyeball rooting into the fallen bats and human corpses within the frantic absorption, Song Reed once again couldn't control the writhing in his abdomen and vomited the last bit of gastric juices out. The corpses that were used as sustenance were like leaky balls of leather, losing all their water in an instant and turning into dry bacon. And as they were devoured, the eyeballs became even more grotesque, and some of the tentacles that were originally just wriggling around like mounds of meat appeared in an appetizing way, with incomplete human limbs and bat wings and claws replacing the tentacles and supporting the huge body of the eyeball as it crawled around. Claws replaced the tentacles, supporting the eye's massive body as it crawled around. And the nutrients provided by the corpses didn't seem to satisfy the monster that was growing at a blistering pace, as those freshly grown arms and winged claws continued to reach out to the leggy slaves. Within a few tens of seconds, the eyeballs doubled in size again, and human mouthparts appeared on the eyelids, mouthing incoherent cries of good, hungry, and don't run. Both Song Reed and Snowflake were certain that the large eyeball had indeed appeared from within the withered base of Yang Jiju, but where was there even a hint of a woody physical feature in the disgusting monster in front of him? It would certainly be good if the gods would survived, but this huge monster was more like those aberrant sea beasts that had attacked the Bugle Bay compared to the gods would. Among the hunters, there are even a few small guts by the scene in front of them scared out of their wits. Although the gust of the stomach is still gusts of acid reflux, headache has not subsided, but compared to the aborigines, they are after all strong. The body's remaining residual strength is still able to support the action of raising the gun. Out of self-preservation, they couldn't help but reluctantly raise their guns and fire all their bullets into this big eyeball that was going around grabbing people as food. However, such a feeble attack did not hurt the monster in the slightest, but instead enraged the other party. Ouch! Die! La! The bullet-ridden big eyes screamed strangely, crawling with the dozens of human arms gripping the ground underneath his torso as he quickly rushed towards the humans shooting at him. However, just at the moment when the eyeballs had already rushed in front of them, and had already stretched out their arms to scratch these few hunters, the hunter, who had pissed his pants in fear, however, noticed that the huge eye stopped moving in its hands, and a tremor ran through its entire body, as if it was struggling hard. At this moment, however, the hunters felt that the pressure that was forcing all the bodily fluids from their bodies to seep outward suddenly disappeared, and their bodies were finally able to move normally, and as such, they immediately rolled and crawled to escape. Within a few steps of pulling their legs out and running, they heard a crack of skin splitting open. These few hunters were too tired to turn their heads to see what was happening behind them, and at that moment, not far away, Song Reed was able to take in the changes that had occurred in the monster. The monster's eyelids unexpectedly grew a few tender branches. These branches first waved haphazardly in the air. As they continued to twig and grow, the tender green bark of the branches gradually turned dark brown, and then, like a steel wire, the branches poked straight into the interior of the eyeball. In an instant, as if a faucet had been unscrewed, blood mixed with all sorts of strange liquids gushed outward from the eyeballs, and under the pain, those crooked mouths let out pig-killing grunts. At the moment when the monster's shouts attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, only the few hunters who had been escorting the aboriginal patriarch heard the guy muttering to himself insanely. Kamiki was parasitized? When was that? Isn't the aberration all the genetic information damaged? That can't be put into medicine. The impatient young hunter gave him a rifle but straight to the stomach. What's the chatter? Weird old man. And at the same time the resourceful hunter suddenly whistled, and gave a wink to his companions. Although he didn't know exactly what method the big eyeball had just used to cause all the creatures on the battlefield to react with vomiting and fainting, that one moment had after all caused the cheetah's siege to completely subside. At this moment, the soldiers of the Chetu clan were even more attracted by the odd large eyeball, and the few grey wolves that had rushed into the crowd also stood up from the ground. If he didn't run away at this moment, I'm afraid that he would either turn into a ration for the big-eyed beads next, or be shot indiscriminately by the cheetahs, who even had totems tattooed on every inch of their faces. So several of the hunters immediately assisted Song Reed and Snowflake to their feet, and the squad quickly came together and opened full fire towards the headers who were staring into the wide-eyed and dumbfounded eyes, while the formation neatly approached the front end of one of the vehicles whose engine was still roaring low. The two heavy robots that were still able to move saw the actions of their companions and immediately understood, shooting all the missiles on their bodies at the densely packed vehicle head soldiers, covering the grey wolf with their bodies of steel as they moved towards the front of that vehicle amidst the sound of explosions. This burst of surprise fire caused the cheetahs to snap out of their daze as well, immediately raising the weapons in their hands to counterattack, while the abnormally tall human fell back on the group of enemies who were planning to run away without even giving them a second thought. He leapt off the roof of the car and raised the massive howitzer in his hand, aiming it straight at the large eyeballs that were fighting themselves left and right. At this rate, the only target worth killing for him was the largest. Only, after dozens of black grenades were launched and bounced en masse to explode beside the large-eyed man, the creature not only didn't suffer from suppression and inability to move like all the other mutated creatures as he had expected, but instead, it took the big man's life in the very next instant. Before he could fire, branches and densely packed roots continued to stab outward from the interior of the eye, and as he watched the body, which was made up of a variety of aberrant organs, was about to be torn apart by the plants inside of it, a flurry of black grenades caused the plant organs to instantly lose the battle. The newly grown branches and roots ate all of the grenade's attack, and were unable to move for a moment, and taking advantage of this opening, Big Eye's wounds healed at a rapid rate, and the deformed human arms took advantage of the situation to break off the branches and roots. Such a scene looks like an ancient soldier full of arrows breaking off his own body by brute force. After a frenzy of tearing, the big eyeballs finally suppressed the growth of plant cells in their bodies, and now, only then, did they want to get up to look for the human who had fired at them. Kamiki's cells were more fearful of the black grenade's growth suppression than his own aberrations, which grew savagely in a completely irrational manner. But that kind of shell had the effect of weakening the mutation ability of all life forms, after all. So, after sweeping his eyes across the circle and spotting the tall human who was full of confidence to pull the trigger again, Big Eyes immediately powered up with dozens of human arms braced against the ground and pushed himself to roll quickly towards the man. The massive body was like a mountain of flesh, and within seconds it rolled over the human's head. Immediately afterward, the sound of bones breaking and internal organs being crushed throughout the human's body played a moody little tune underneath the eyeballs that made it happy. Earlier when he watched the battle, Samway stared at this guy with the tallest figure among the crowd, naked and half-bodied, holding a weapon taller than a man but able to move freely. Every little movement he made, his whole body's bulging muscles would emit a burst of trembling, together with that bright laughter and the confidence on his face. Let Songwei once thought that this guy was the most tricky enemy in the whole battlefield. Unexpectedly, with a poof, the man said no more, and the squeezed-out juice was sucked clean by that big eyeball in a single gulp. However, fortunately, the big man's risky action bought enough time for Song Reed and his party to seize the car. During the time that the big eyeballs were squeezing the big guy launching the grenades, the hunter squad had already killed all of the headhunter soldiers on one of the front ends, and managed to grab that section of the front end. Although seeing the situation just now, everyone understands that the life and death of the sacred wood in the body of that big-eyed bead is uncertain, but their own side has many injured people, so they can only escape first before making plans. As the front of the vehicle slowly accelerated towards the entrance of the tunnel, as the hunters watched, the cheetah soldiers behind them were once again caught up in a fight with the big-eyed beads, blood splattering wherever the bullets went, but the tiny wounds healed instantly as soon as they ate one of the humans. There were fewer and fewer Chetu soldiers still able to stand on the battlefield, yet that big eyeball was getting stronger and stronger. Enjoying its meal with a big mouthful, it gradually grew into a meatball blocking half of the tunnel. Seeing that the defeat had been finalized, the Chetu soldiers had no choice but to escape, but the road they came from had been completely blocked by the big eyeball, so they had to drive towards the direction of the section of the head of the car that had just been hijacked by the enemy and retreated in defeat. Because of absorbing too much nutrients, the body is too fat. Big eyeballs at this time staggering, cannot catch up with the fast-moving train on the railroad tracks. Seeing the bloated body thrown far behind the front of the car, the soldiers of the caravan rose up in triumph, leaping and cheering with excitement, but they neglected to mention the power of the squeeze from within that their bodies suffered when they first saw the big eyeballs. Along the tracks, the convoy had just traveled a few hundred meters when a sound wave that made their whole body resonate with it came from behind them, followed by the nausea, retching and splitting headache that came back. And, this time the impact was far more violent than the previous one. Within seconds, all the drivers were foaming at the mouth in their seats and falling into a stupor. The high-definition camera carried on Pabu scanned through and saw only a few speeding trains, but the monkey not far from it, who had set up his sniper rifle to take aim, recognized with those compound eyes and extremely high magnification scopes the Song Reed and other companions seated in the cockpit at the front of one of the train cars. It immediately gave Pabu a few gestures of sign language to inform Pabu of the information it had scouted, but immediately afterward, a wave of sound that triggered a dusty resonance in the air but couldn't be captured by the cochlea came at it fast from directly behind the train. In a flash of lightning, the monkey felt as if all the fluids in its body seemed to boil. Nausea and regurgitation, headache, numbness in its hands and feet, a series of extreme physiological discomforts made it immediately understand the enemy's attack. Monkeys are also able to emit eardrum-shattering sound waves through their cries, as long as the larynx is made to vibrate with force. However, it was obvious that this kind of attack made by the other party was more than a notch stronger than ape cry in terms of deterrent power and range of effect. A few tattooed human beings, perhaps because of their stronger bodies, still retained their strength after receiving the shock of the sound wave, and they stumbled through the car window and jumped down to the ground, struggling to take hard steps in the direction of the monkeys, as if trying to use all of their strength to escape from the gigantic figure behind them that was constantly shaking its tentacles. But in the scope, the monkey clearly saw that their 7 orifices were already spewing blood outward like a fountain, and as they squinted their eyes and barely took a few steps out, another burst of sound wave was initiated, and these few humans couldn't escape after all, and in unison, they blew themselves up like overinflated balloons. All the organs and blood instantly volleyed into the air, a scene that made the monkey break out in a cold sweat, and through Prabhu's lens, Devi in the distance saw it all. Crap! Kamiki didn't know what kind of stimulus he got and was completely eroded by the aberrant cells. Prabhu, the only one who can act now is you. A pure piece of machinery, do as I say at once. While shouting anxiously into the microphone, Devi skillfully uploaded a long list of commands to Prabhu's storage device. After a few days of study, Miranda had memorized the contents of the operator's manual, an e-book that Bigard had carried with him that briefly summarized important information about mutant creatures. Because of the long period of time she would be living with the mutant creatures that followed, Miranda, as a paramedic, had to learn about them in conjunction with the veterinary skills she had once mastered. In the future, if the animal has an injury or disease, she can also diagnose and treat it in time. Most of the descriptions in that manual center around one key: air. This substance is colored and invisible, completely lacking in mass, but real. It cannot be defined simply in terms of solid, liquid, or gas. The manual does not record when humans were first exposed to the substance air. The air flowing through the mutant organism cannot be extracted directly. Creatures in the natural world make genetic breakthroughs through the plundering of air to achieve the result of continuous evolution. However, humans, as higher intelligent beings, cannot mutate in the same way. The company had conducted a variety of experiments, and either directly eating the organs of mutated creatures or injecting the body fluids of mutated creatures into the human body could only result in the death of the subject. However, because of the accumulation of a large amount of experimental data obtained, scientists have concluded that unpurified air cannot act on the human body. But after centuries of research, mankind has never mastered the method of extracting pure air. But long-term experiments have spawned byproducts, enhancers, inhibitors, through a specific formula that combines the organs and bodily fluids of mutated creatures in a fixed way. One obtains a potion that dramatically enhances the human physique, as well as a counteragent that removes this enhancement. And all of the research combed through the prey value analysis forms have played a huge role in the mutant hunting industry, better guiding the hunters on field missions to strip each mutant creature of its high-value organs. The manual serves the greater purpose of pointing out the habits and physiological weaknesses of mutant organisms within the known range. This is a lifesaver for hunters. That's why every hunter recites the contents of this manual over and over again before entering the hunting area, so that all the knowledge is engraved in his head. However, because of those detailed lists, Miranda was also able to push back on how to save the mutant creatures with the most efficient maneuvers. But Miranda was more upwardly mobile than her fellow students in medical school, and maintained that absolutely dedicated heart for saving lives even after she became a nurse. Such a pamphlet was obviously too shallow for her. This abbreviated knowledge can be totally insufficient if one is to become a good doctor against mutated creatures. About mutation, this phenomenon, about the air, can only be explored through future clinical consultations? Go for it, Miranda. Miranda secretly resolved that in the next few days she would study the substance of air. Since the company had chosen to cower inside a few dome-like protective shields to continue that dark reign, the borderline had naturally become humanity's last hope, if not the last hope of all living things. And the burden of solving the mystery of the mutation in order to keep the creatures reproducing clearly fell on her, the only healer. At the moment, everyone was anxiously awaiting the return of their companions from the tunnels, and Miranda, knowing that she couldn't be of any help in terms of combat and exploration, continued to comb through the manual once more. Studying hard is all she can do now. The long list of commands received nearly fried Pabu's CPU. Moreover, while receiving this offensive command, Debbie also explained the difference between mutation and aberration to it for a long time using various specialized terms. Seeing that it just couldn't digest it for a short period of time, Debbie had to re-explain it to it with the simplest of analogies. Pabu, you know about picture compression, don't you? Humph. Of course I know this. Pabu even develops his own software for retouching pictures. Now that you know that, you can think of a creature's DNA as a picture, like a full body shot of Pabu. Oh, and then what? What about mutation? Which you can understand as the active behavior of the draftsman. For example, this full-body picture of Pabu was drawn by me. If I make 2 strokes on my own drawing board, and I imagine that I am making a tail grow out of the back of Pabu's ass, and the movement of my hand is the same movement of drawing a tail, then the signal that the drawing board receives is transmitted to the picture file, and so the picture changes accordingly, and that full-body picture of Pabu does indeed have a tail growing out of it. Well, probably get it. Debbie went on to explain, and as for the aberration, it was the fact that I did perform the action of drawing the tail, but that information was not transferred to the picture file in its entirety because the data was lost in the process. So what grew out of the back of Pabu's buttocks was a human head instead of a tail. Oh, Sister Debbie, I understand when you explain it like that, like the lossy reading and writing of picture files. Right. So you can imagine if the damaging reading and writing occurred when the layer relationships in Pabu's full body shot also malfunctioned. And as the artist I clearly wanted to draw the ass in the last layer, and the brush drop happened on the propeller in the foremost layer. Curious, Pabu asked. Aha, what next? Now, you correspond the hierarchical relationship of the layers to the grades of mutant creatures, with the top layer being turbid, then clear, and then the next layer. Ah, Pabu understands. So, this big eyeball, and the big worms we used to see in the ground broke the order of the food chain in which creatures must devour from higher to lower grades, and devoured them with a direct disregard for the grade of the food. That's right. So this guy can eat just about any living thing, and instead of converting the food into a substance like air, the food just fuses a part of the DNA mapping onto its own picture. So the more you devour, the more chaotic it becomes. Well, Pabu, you're getting the hang of it, little guy. So do you know how to deal with it now? Pabu wants to think about. At this moment, according to Debbie's previous instructions, Pabu flew in silent mode, carefully approaching the big eyeball that was using the train as a lunchbox, shaking out the human inside and swallowing it, while carefully scanning the long list of offensive instructions sent by Debbie. Finally, it exclaimed softly in realization. Ah, Pabu knows. Zip file. Exactly. The instructions given to you are the code that forces the compression of the image files into a purely digital file. and all you have to do is find the original image to extract from the pile of compressed numbers and decompress it back into an image. Pabu understands. The task of saving Shinmu was wrapped up in Pabu, though Pabu's mouth promised painfully. Devi wasn't so sure about her part of the command. After all, the last time the aberrant cells produced by the niche of light were suppressed within the godswood, the aberrations did not occur to a high degree. But now this huge and disgustingly monstrous lifeform captured in Pabu's camera has fused with so many creatures that even the spider's great long legs have begun to appear on it. The situation really made Devi break into a cold sweat. She clearly has a more in-depth knowledge about mutant creatures than modern people who have been long blinded by corporations. Just like her theory of picture compression, she was certain that the soul of that sacred tree, Yang Zhizhu, still existed within the compressed dimension, the very space defined as the air-sea. As for whether Pabu can successfully strip him of the DNA information that has been reduced to utter chaos, it is still up to him to create his own. Within the air and sea, the canopy full of bright stars is like a malfunctioning television set, constantly flashing colorful streaks. The murky water was still able to reflect his reflection, but Yang Zhizhu could no longer recognize his own face. Every second, that face of his switched to a different one, and a large number of memory fragments belonging to other people or even other creatures constantly began to hit his consciousness. The roasted cockroach in the patriarch's bowl smells so good. I really want to take a bite, but unfortunately I'm a slave and I'm not qualified to eat that kind of fragrant food. I've been giving that female bat food for 3 days in a row. Why hasn't she come to me to mate? I want to mate. I want to mate. I was so presumptuous that I accidentally trampled on 2 more children. Today it's a pity. Let's have 200 more in a few days. Mushrooms are delicious. Moss is delicious. Poop is super delicious. The first fragment of the canopy fell, and seeing the sheer gray color behind that fragment, Yang Zhizhu knew that the sea of air had begun to collapse. Just a few minutes ago, he had remained conscious, struggling to regain control of his body under the suppression of the aberrant cells, but the sudden detonation of several bombs around him had left him unable to even make the motion of lifting a branch, just as he had been when he had been coated in slime. Unfortunately, that kind of bomb didn't do enough damage to the rapidly expanding aberrant cells, and the big eyeball grew bigger and bigger, gradually preying on every neuron Yang Zhizhu was able to manipulate. Now, Yang Zhizhu, who had completely lost the mastery of her body, could only powerlessly watch the collapse unfold in the sea of air. Not only did it completely take over the body, the hunger of the aberrant cells, and that crazy desire to devour the world hit Yang Zhizhu's consciousness like a disease. And following this desire, Yang Zhizhu even vaguely sensed a part of the memory fragments from the giant worm that lived underground all year round. Mayfly nymphs and eat, drink, and be merry. No thought exists for the first half of its life but so instinctive, until inadvertently touching a piece of cold metal. The thing was cold to the touch, but even without eyes, one could see the dazzling light emanating from its interior. The thing was like the sun, luring the worm to gaze at it, to look straight at it. Being attracted to the light, the worm completely becomes a creature that lives purely for food. But from among the fragments of the worm's memory, Yang Zhizhu discovered a dull color other than light. The dazzling light came from a gray space. It's better to say it's a space than a field, because that place doesn't seem to have boundaries at all, and it's deep gray. But amazingly in this moment showed in front of Yang Zhizhu, the canopy encasing the sea of air collapsed one after another, turning into dust, and what was bared was that dull, pure gray. Just as Yang Zhizhu was staring straight at the gray field, the many organisms that were wrapped around his legs below the surface of the water suddenly let out a mournful cry, and the large eyes glued to him welled up with tears as if they were in great pain. Accompanying this anomaly, Yang Zhizhu heard a familiar voice chanting like an incantation, Vevo Duvio Mankoma, Devi. At the first moment, Yang Zhizhu remembered the experience of Devi putting the aberrant cells to sleep under that ice cap. Looking at the arrows that kept shooting out from the gray field towards the big-eyed beads, Yang Zhizhu finally understood what kind of principle Devi's command was operating on. The words of the command get translated after passing through the gray field, forming a substantial attack that harms the consciousness of the aberrant cells, and likewise, the aberrant cells send out instructions in a condition that they themselves fail to notice, and after passing through the gray domains get transferred to bring down higher dimensional damage on the bodies of humans and all other living beings. Even though he had not yet escaped from this peril, Yang Zhizhu seemed to see a glimmer of possibility, the possibility of defeating the niche of light. The cold wind caressed Yang Zhizhu's cheeks, but a dazzling light flashed before his eyes, so he tried to open his eyes. Songwei brother, he woke up. But is this really him? What appeared in front of them were several faces written with panic, faces that Yang Zhizhu was familiar with, several punks who had followed Songwei around. Hair, born, what? Feeling that the condition of her body was rather wrong, driven by instinct, Yang Zhizhu asked. Then, to his amazement, Something happened, the words that surfaced in his consciousness popped out in a baby-like voice, and he himself actually acquired organs capable of vocalization. But this vocal organ does not seem to be a human larynx. And because of these words popping out of their mouths, the faces of the punks became even more embarrassed than they were just a moment ago, and the sudden opening of Yang Jiju's mouth to speak could have scared these few humans to death. Ah! They exclaimed in unison, raising the rifles in their hands. Looking up and seeing the black hole of the gun, Yang Jiju realized that he had been looking up at these punks from the moment he opened his eyes. When did I get so short? He asked again, unconsciously. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt himself being picked up by a few cold fingers, and then dropped into a completely transparent glass jar. Then, with a boo dash, the mouth of the glass jar was sealed by the lid. After tinkling this glass jar a few times, Yang Jiju realized that her strength was pitifully small. Besides, the figure reflected vaguely in the glass looked very strange. Attached to a few spindly legs was a skinny body wrapped in bark, which was topped with an eyeball. What a monster! And you know you're a monster. It was Pabu's voice. It turns out that it was Pabu who threw himself into the glass jar. Now that she has acquired an organ capable of vocalization, Yang Jiju of course wants to ask why she was locked up, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw the large amount of blood and limbs behind him and immediately understood everything. The memories before I opened my eyes were a little fuzzy, but he knew perfectly well why he couldn't remember everything that had happened during the collapse of the air-sea. It's because of that deep, bleak and infinite gray field. All of the codes were thoroughly unfolded in the gray field, allowing him to fully understand the physiology of the aberrant cell clearly, and to fully comprehend the entanglement of the aberrant cell's DNA with his own DNA as it occurred. While Devi's commands continued to suppress the aberrant cells, Yang Jiju, who was in the gray realm, gave herself a little surgery. The distortion did peel off successfully, but going in and out of the gray realm was a completely foreign process to him, and that experience was almost equivalent to compressing and recompressing himself. There is no way for him to guarantee that the data is 100% undamaged. He had to use his memory to restore the DNA to what he thought was the original version. And what happened next? He knew nothing about. It can be a real mess, but it's good to be back. Kind of peaceful. Devi instructed the snowman to bring up 2 iced drinks, one to hold for himself and one to drop into the glass jar that held Yang Jiju, and handed him a straw. And by this time, the large screen in Devi's exclusive office located in the bunker was already showing the combat record captured by Pabu for the 3rd time. The huge eyeball had squeezed so hard that the tunnel had begun to cave in, and when it had eaten almost all of the heads, Pabu finally caught the break and stuck electrodes and syringes into the big eyeball the way Devi had instructed him to. With the cooperation of the inhibitors, pulses generated at a specific frequency fed the instructions compiled by Devi directly into the large eyeball. Finally, after its body froze for a few minutes, disintegration from the inside out began to occur. Limb after limb fell from the twisted and deformed body of the big eyeball as if it had suffered a strong repulsive reaction. It wasn't until finally, after searching amongst the puddle of gore for a while, that Pabu picked up the only small thing that looked like it still had any remaining limits of life. According to the size, Devi did give Yang Jiju a very apt new name, bamboo worm. In fact, at first, the name she intended to use was bamboo worm carrying a small school bag, because the arthropod-like body arched out of a bulbous wooden tumor, which seemed to be pregnant with fruits. But because this long list of names was too awkward, Dewey simplified it to the 3 words bamboo worm. She drained the drink from her glass in a single gulp, pressed her face close to the glass jar, and with her big, flashing eyes fixed dead center on the bamboo worm's inside, asked, "So that's all you remember of what happened inside the Grey Realm?" For safety's sake, Pabu didn't return to the borderline with Yang Jiju, but came to the bunker in the first place, as Devi had requested. She had already determined through scans and interrogation that the malignant aberrant cells had completely disappeared from Yang Jiju's body. I'm afraid the rest of the memories have been lost in the process of traveling in and out of the Grey Realm. Well, but it's not right. After scanning, the pollution on your body did all disappear. But what is the situation of this body of yours now? Although it is composed of wooden fibers, but from the form of the joints and the nervous system and digestive system, of the body's various physiological structures, you are like an arthropod. Instead of saying that the contamination was removed, it is better to say that you yourself became contaminated. Where do you still have the appearance of a divine would now? Scratching the tops of her eyelids twice with her front paws, Yang Jiju replied in that strange baby voice. I also find it strange. However, judging from my fighting style when I was hunting in the forest, could it be that I made a mistake in reconstructing my DNA because I inadvertently mimicked the movements of an arthropod? It's a possibility, but I don't really care what form your DNA is in right now. There's only one thing I care about. Yang Jiju scratched his eyelids a few more times with his front paws. Now he finally understood why flies liked rubbing their hands and faces so much. It was indeed oddly comfortable. After coming to the bunker and going over the limited memories of what had happened in the Grey Realm, he had also figured out what Debbie was going to say next. So, in unison, the two uttered, "Swallow upward." Debbie's expectations of Yang Jiju are all due to his not yet fully budding divinity, and she firmly believes that Yang Jiju, who is the daughter gods would, inherited this physical characteristic completely from her DNA. The weak and the strong are the only laws in this world. Higher-ranked creatures are able to prey on lower-ranked creatures with impunity. However, creatures of lower rank cannot devour the air of creatures of higher rank. Under the action of this law, from the very beginning of the birth of living things, the whole planet is undergoing the cycle of death, after layers of elimination. Before the final decision of the strongest fall, all the nutrients of the planet continue to be channeled to the only strong one. It is not until the strong man dies that everything has the chance to revive again. However, a previous generation of Kamiki in history broke the only law that ruled this planet. It is because of the knowledge that the world must go through the cycle of death over and over again that Debbie chooses to let her body take the form of an ice sculpture, sustaining her life in a way that produces almost no energy consumption. Living forever in this ice and snow would at least avoid all the biological strife of the habitable zone, as well as the more complicated human strife. She had informed Yang Jiju of all this the last time she came to the bunker. The divine nature that evolved from the previous generation of divine wood, thirsty and strong, was the only reason she chose to help Yang Jiju. As long as this rule of divinity still existed, the world had the possibility of restoring balance, and Debbie herself had the hope of returning to the livable zone once again, or even to her homeland, to the vast grassland at the foot of Throne Peak. Despite being a little disappointed with Yang Jiju, who had turned from a 100-meter-tall tree into a small insect in a bottle, Debbie was after all a grandmother who had lived for over 300 years and had a much stronger mindset than the young. She nuzzled, tossing the glass jar gently up into the air, then catching it with both hands, then tossing it up again. The look of the little bamboo worms in the jar flopping back and forth amused her. If you lose your divinity, then stay here as a pet. The world can't go back to being normal anyway, except for this isolated ice field. The world is full of aberrant species crossover. Stop. Stop it. I don't want to live here playing caddis for you. This place is freezing. I'll catch a cold. Let me go home. Debbie tossed a few more rounds of the glass jar. You can't go back now, because I can't determine for now how you're growing, or whether the contamination in your body has been gotten rid of, or lurked, or has fused your body completely. She stopped moving her hands and continued after a pause. And, besides, are you confident that you're absolutely clean? You entered the Grey Realm with the aberration cells. Can you be sure that the person you are now is a god's wood, and not an aberration cell? When she left the Grey Realm, her body lost some of her memories in the process of repressurization, and Yang Jiju indeed could not refute Debbie. In your current state, would returning to the borderline be of any help, other than causing hidden problems for everyone? You can't fight if you encounter an enemy, and you don't have the healing ability of your original body. Even other people have to avoid you when walking, and they can trample you to death if they're not careful. A few words choked Yang Jiju speechless. So, before investigating the habits of this bug of yours, just stay here with me honestly. Last time I came I didn't take you for a nice stroll in my house. Look, how big is my house? At least 10,000 square feet. Pabu set up a couple of signal relay stations on his way back to the borderline, so Bigard finally adjusted his communications. With that, communications between the bunker and the borderline, as well as Pabu, and the few all-terrain scout vehicles, and even the helmets of the field agents, were finally open and unobstructed. After sharing all the information, Bigard learned about all the strange things that had happened to Yang Jiju. However, the loss of a tree of that size amounted to a direct weakening of this camp's combat power by half, and he began to worry about the coastline. What are we going to do in case the sea beasts cross into these waters across the permafrost bay, which is blocking the ocean currents? Is there another way to deal with the niche of light? Debbie's voice rang out from the communication device. Correction. In my eyes, the niche of light is not something evil, but rather a powerful tool that can balance the world's ecology when properly utilized. Therefore, it is the aberrant species we need to deal with, not the niche of light. Bigard ponders a bit and responds into the microphone. Because creatures irradiated by it can ignore the rules and engage in the most direct and savage devouring, forcing a fusion that breaks the limits of DNA. That's right. So even though I don't know exactly what kind of person crafted such a holy weapon, I have 51% reason to believe that that craftsman must have built it out of consideration for this world's absurd cycle of death. Knives are not guilty. The bearer is guilty. Aha. Off topic. Let's just prepare in case the aberrations kill us from the south. There's no other way. I'm sorry to say, that's why I'm pinning my hopes on Kamiki. Oh, and while I can't think of any tactics for dealing with the aberrations, I do have enough time to give you guys the same kind of surgery I did before the aberrations arrive. Kind words are appreciated. Bigard sighed and shook his head. And just then a hunter entered the cockpit to report back, interrupting the communication between the two. The bullets in Boss Songwei's body have all been taken out, and his life is not in danger for the time being. But we seem to have met danger. Another enemy attack? Bigard frowned. The heads within the subway line had been almost decimated by that big eyeball. They shouldn't have come out to chase after them. And then they encountered danger again? What kind of person is it this time? Boss Bigard, why don't you come with me and take a look? The hunter said as he assisted Bigard toward the door of the borderline. The injuries he sustained in the trial forest still hadn't healed, and Bigard's commanding work over the past few days had obviously drained a great deal of his physical strength, and his face looked rather ugly. After stepping out of the borderline, the hunter whistled towards the blimp that had already lifted off using the coal that Yang Jiju had brought back earlier. Even though they knew that Bigard was currently in a very bad state of health, the people on the blimp understood that the conditions they saw at high altitude had to be witnessed by the commander. Once Bigard stood shivering on the deck of the airship, the old man at the helm shoved the binoculars he was holding into his hands. The old man raised his arm and pointed to the northwest. Following the old man's hand and seeing the dark cloud that was as thick as a brick wall, Bigard's heart had gone cold. It's still a long way from the borderline number, but the storms that can be caused by a cloud of this size are like the difference between a whale and a goldfish when compared to the previous two. Everyone standing on the deck of the blimp was ashen. The borderline's power furnace has not been repaired. Although Oshiki had moved a large amount of coal before entering the subway tunnels and encountering a huge change, the steel needed to build the boiler had not yet been moved out of the tunnels. That boiler had to be built anyway before the storm hit. With no time to lose, Bigard immediately descended the ladder to the airship and began counting the personnel and animals still available for field duty, while giving orders into his communication device. Pabu, from now on, your mission is to monitor the storm's movements around the clock. I need real-time path and distance data. 1, 2, 3, pull. The yelling was repeated all afternoon in the subway tunnel. Following Bigard's instructions, a hunter conducted a remapping of the map. After prying away a portion of the aged ice extending outward from the tunnel entrance, the railroad tracks buried beneath the dirty ice were revealed. Following the course of the tracks, this hunter judged roughly the period when the subway once functioned properly. This railroad was able to lead directly to the remains of the huge city to the south. Unfortunately, the tracks do not extend in the direction of the borderline number. Therefore, at present, the only way to travel between the two places is by means of light carriers such as all-terrain reconnaissance vehicles. However, the cargo capacity of such a small vehicle was too poor, so the blimp followed the hunters to the entrance of the tunnel in order to transport the steel back to the borderline. Before the northerly winds became more violent, enough steel could tentatively be hauled back to the borderline within 10 round trips on the transport capacity of this airship. The entrance to this tunnel is about 20 kilometers from the borderline stationing area, a location Bigard named the railroad crossing for ease of communication, and after entering the railroad crossing, continuing 4 kilometers deeper along the underground railroad tracks, there is the abandoned station where Song Reed led the crowd into an ambush, and according to the information on the ancient map provided by Devi, that station full of putrid smell was once named Peach Orchard Station. The station's entrance and exit to the ground had completely collapsed, and even though it was impossible to ascend the steps to reach the ground, with the name of the station, one could imagine how prosperous the place had been before the ice. And 9 kilometers further on from Taoyuan Station is the large station that served as a hub for freight transportation, which was once named Inugan Station in ancient times. After interrogating the captured clan leader, the hunters finally learned that the hundreds of humans occupying the canine post called themselves the Colorless. The name is derived from their skin. Because of their long life underground and malnutrition, their skin is so creepily white that, to Miranda, it doesn't even qualify as human skin, but rather as a translucent film. The matriarch, who had been coughing up severe blood since being taken out of the subway station, was currently unconscious and being treated in the sealed medical bay of the borderline. At the first sight of daylight, the matriarch is scared out of her wits and yells at the top of her lungs to get back to the subway station. His physical manifestations made everyone quickly understand his fear of the outside world. The guy mumbled the sun's rays are poisonous over and over again and passed out. However, after blood tests, skin slices, and a variety of scans, Miranda very quickly identified the colorless matriarch's lesions. Due to an apparent genetic defect, his lungs were constructed to adapt only to the air pressure and oxygen concentration inside a subway station, and the cause of the disease was the air, not the daylight. But whether the disease is contagious or not, Miranda will need more tests to find out. Therefore, the squad that traveled to the railroad crossing was scheduled to be human only, and operated with full helmets on. Although the actions of the colorless in plundering the sacred wood with the intention of forcing it into a drug were barbaric and crude, Nevertheless, for scientific reasons, Miranda instructed the hunters to retrieve as much sacred wood residue as they could from the subway station for future research. In case the disease is contagious, it is better to take early precautions than to expose everyone to dangerous conditions. 1, 2, 3, pull. The yelling started once more. A dozen or so hunters worked together to secure the thoroughly damaged locomotive and heavy robots with steel cables to the hooks of the locomotive, which was still capable of traveling. Without the help of sacred trees and giant animals, they could only use this most primitive method of carrying. Once the steel had arrived at the borderline number, it took a lot of time to print the components into shape, and in the absence of industrial robots, assembling the furnace was a big job. Therefore, these 10 or so hunters didn't dare to rest at all and continued the physical work at hand. However, at Devi's suggestion, the kids on the borderline got busy. The first moments of the hunters' return to the subway tunnels had secured the entire route from Canine Heights Station to the railroad crossing, and the surviving headers had long since fled in the direction from which they had come after the great battle, continuing deeper along the tracks from Canine Heights Station to some station farther down the line. The remaining colorless people were no longer capable of fighting, and the freedmen and slaves among them hid in the ruins of the warehouses at Inuyasha Station and continued to eke out a living. So, before the steel was moved, a large amount of the previously hunted rat meat had been shipped back to the borderline, and it was the children's job to sterilize and process the meat, partly to satisfy the borderline's food reserves in the wake of the approaching blizzard, and partly to fulfill Devi's proposal. By the guards' count, the total number of humans on the borderline was 45, which also included a few children, while there were only 61 large animals that could be used as laborers and 35 large animals that could be used as combatants. If animals were counted as population, a camp with a total population of less than 200 would hardly have developed enough productivity to cope with the workload of manufacturing, coal mining, or even hunting, and the Yeti that Devi was able to maneuver couldn't maneuver too far from the bunker. So the remaining population of the colorless, which had become a scattered mass, might be able to serve as a temporary labor force, once fed, to complete the construction that needed to be done on the borderline before the blizzard hit. In the first moments of observing the storm, there was already discussion about whether to relocate the family to the railroad crossing or Peach Orchard Station. After various evacuation scenarios were devised, people finally decided to stick to the borderline number. Even though the subway station was sheltered from the snow and wind, it was too far from the coal mines, and even after going underground, people still needed to heat and cook, and hiding in that place, in case you happen to encounter the retaliation of the headers in a blizzard of weather. Being attacked by both the weather and the enemy, you are bound to die only. In spite of the fact that all the posts were properly organized and everyone was actively working on all the sheltering measures against the storm, the guard was still worried. Those 4 heavy robots in the hands of the colorless clan had been completely scrapped in the battle. Songwei was seriously injured, and Shenmue, who was the strongest combatant, had also turned into a small bug that could be casually trampled to death. The borderline is now in a state of total lack of defense. Aside from the blizzard, it can be tricky if you run into any more emergencies. But all the time he had been maneuvering in the command room, he hadn't even noticed that someone had quietly left the borderline because they had noticed his concern, and was driving to Devi's bunker, following the bearings on the map. Can you let it out to play for a while? Miranda stared curiously at the bamboo worms inside the glass jar, and when she saw her constantly swallowing her saliva, Yang Jiju completely dismissed the idea of going out of the glass jar to breathe fresh air. I'd advise you not to. I'm still going through a long period of observation through various experiments to make sure it's better to keep him in the can until the aberrant cells are completely removed from his body. Then can I come to be your experiment assistant? Upon hearing the word experiment, Miranda's face was filled with excitement and flushed with a hint of redness. Hey Miranda, come on. You're going to get Devi in trouble if you go in and out of the bunker too often. Who knows if there are airplanes and satellites in the sky watching this place? Hearing Yang Jiju's baby-like voice, the blush on Miranda's face became even more delicate, and she lifted the glass jar high, squinting her eyes to stare inside and scrutinize Yang Jiju. Becoming this way is much cuter than that full-bodied old bark gesture. And talking is amazing. When she said that, she whipped her head around to ask Devi again, what does he eat? How do you poop? Know how to sit down and get down and drill fire rings? Hey, I'm not a circus bear. Yang Jiju, who was holding the jar, was powerless to retort. And Devi, who was busy on the sidelines, couldn't be bothered to make small talk with these two, as she had already put on her white coat in style. The prosthetics Miranda brought with her lagged a bit behind ancient technology. However, in terms of their durability and flexibility, they were definitely enough to restore an outstanding warrior to his original level. Although her studies in medical school were quite solid, Miranda was, after all, only a paramedic and had never operated a knife to perform surgery. let alone the delicate and demanding technical work of prosthetic surgery. Otherwise, she would have put Shane in a prosthetic body long ago when the borderline had just arrived in the tundra. Knowing that Devi had remodeled her entire body, she hit on the idea of rubbing the surgery. Only at first she hadn't personally come into contact with this mysterious woman who had been hiding underground and living alone for 300 years, and always felt that it was a bit too much to ask for such a request. But because of the loss of the God's Wood, the borderline at the moment was extremely lacking in combat power, and the moment the God's Wood was captured, Shane had already discussed with Miranda about coming to visit Devi. Unexpectedly, this ice sculpture-like woman was quite polite to the two people who had suddenly arrived at the door. After all, it had been too long since Devi had experienced something new, and every day was nothing but building snowmen and making various flavors of drinks. Despite a proper mask, gloves, and white coat, Shane was more than a little intimidated by the crystal-clear lead surgeon. In order to safeguard the safety of his companions, Shane had to inhale the anesthetic gas stiffly. However, it was during Miranda's cooperation with Devi's prosthetic surgery. No one noticed the glass jar sneaking around as if it had legs, stepping out beyond the iron gate and into the white ice field. The moment the glass jar was lifted up, Yang Jiju's heart was thrilled. Of course he knew who could manage to sneak into this airtight bunker unnoticed. Only the fact that he could still be recognized by Turtle even after he had turned into this shape made him feel a pang of sorrow in his heart, and tears streamed out of those large, lonely eyes, snapping and falling to the bottom of the glass jar. There was an all-terrain scout vehicle parked outside the bunker, and Miranda had made it a point to cover the body with snow and ice after getting out of the vehicle so as not to reveal the location of the bunker, and the vehicle was parked farther away. When leaving the bunker and leaving that car, Yang Jiju finally saw Turtle's face that was beating its upper and lower teeth and freezing after a long time. It must have stealthily gotten into the car through its optical camouflage, specifically in order to come and meet itself. After the lid of the glass jar was puckered off, Yang Jiju took a step and popped out, hugging Turtle's head tightly and rubbing it fiercely. However, looking at the turtle's shivering appearance, Yang Jiju immediately ordered it to hide back inside the bunker, explain everything that happened to Devi, and take the initiative to admit its faults in order to fight for leniency. If he followed his own actions, this little guy as a snapping turtle would surely freeze to death in the freezing cold. Although reluctant to leave, Turtle, who had always obeyed Tree Boss's orders 100%, crawled towards the bunker's gate with tears in her eyes. Yang Jiju realized that staying in the bunker was a good choice, and it wouldn't hurt to stay in the can as a pet until Devi had the anomalies in herself sorted out, like a grasshopper. Only, that kind of wait was too long. The borderline had just been stationed in this place, and everyone was not even guaranteed basic survival for the time being, and having lost his original gigantic body himself obviously didn't help in any way. But just because you can't help doesn't mean you can't do anything. As a mutated creature, he knew that the weaker his body was, the quicker he had to start devouring it and keep getting stronger to recover to his original level. He didn't want to wait for Devi to get her aberration risk checked out before he got started, but he understood Devi's concern. Since there was a risk of aberrations in his body, he could not return to the borderline number himself, so he took a quick step away and walked by memory towards the subway tunnel where the vicious battle had taken place. Wow! This. Flying like this. Cool. Yang Jiju looked at the construction of his new body, although the length of each leg was only a few centimeters, but because of the arthropod's movement characteristics, every time he exerted force under his feet, it made him feel like he was as fit as a fiddle, as opposed to the experience of squirming around as a tree with its roots, which was simply a world away. What was even stranger, however, was that Yang Jiju could clearly feel that photosynthesis had begun within his body since leaving the bunker, and the slippery orb on his back seemed to be growing larger at a rate visible to the naked eye. Once again, Yang Jiju felt nausea start in her stomach and a sudden craving for acid. No way. I look like this, and I can still have a second child? And what on earth will be born this time? Now he was completely confused as to whether he was a bamboo worm or a tree. However, in this state of bearing fruit before it had blossomed, he was basically certain that the resulting child would not be a goat tramp seed. If I'm the baby's mom, who's the baby's dad? If I'm the baby's dad, who's the baby's mom? Keeping the thought in his head, he arrived at the familiar tunnel entrance before darkness fell. Seeing his companions on the borderline in full swing with the steel handling, he resisted the urge to join them and drilled into the tunnel without looking back. Yang Jiju did not enter the subway line aimlessly. Since his body had shrunk, he took advantage of the smaller creatures. While staying inside the glass jar, he took in all of Devi's maps. The next stop on the Inukayoka station, as far as the terrain is concerned, definitely has the most valuable natural resource in the freezing cold, the hot spring eye. In the process of rushing all the way into the railroad track, although Yang Jiju felt that the cold caused the body fluids of the whole body to circulate poorly, but there was no numbness of the hands and feet or stiff joints because of the low temperature, and it seemed that the ability to protect against the cold still remained at the level of the previous level of being an alpine shrub. However, after stepping into the subway station, the smooth wooden lump on the back of his abdomen became a little larger because he was no longer subjected to the chopping of the cold wind. A wave of nausea flooded him as soon as his body warmed up, and this time the pregnancy sickness really squeezed some sap out of his stomach. And, once again, the tightness and bloating propped up his stomach a little bit bigger. This physiological phenomenon made Yang Jiju embarrassed, not knowing whether to speed up the pace to catch up, or should rest for a while to avoid moving the fetus. Between hesitations, the lights ahead approached at a rapid pace, and the sound of the train running over the tracks rattled the tunnel. Yang Jiju's current size was about the size of a watermelon, so she didn't need to hide deliberately at all to be discovered. So he lay down graciously beside the sleeper and observed the moving train for a while. It's one of our own, they're moving steel. And seeing the mangled bodies and broken brass left in the aftermath of the battle, Yang Jiju was certain that he was about to arrive at Inugan Station. When he listened to Devi and Bigard's communication in the bunker, he knew that this station where the colorless clan had settled for a long time had been completely destroyed by the previous attack, and now even if there was still a portion of the clan lingering on in the dilapidated station, they had lost the most basic guarantees for heating, food, and hygiene. If these long enclosed and self-locked, near-primitive communities could be enlightened and migrate to the borderline, they could add a lot of vitality to the construction of camps beyond the railroad tracks. Besides, they had lost the ability to arm themselves, and accepting the olive branch handed to them by the borderline was the best option for the colorless. But Yang Jiju did not enter the railroad to accomplish this task. Compared to the colorless clan, the Chetu clan that lurked in the depths of the tunnels, possessing a large number of locomotives and capable of organizing a huge army, was the main purpose of his visit. Without being spotted by any of the colorless remnants, Yang Jiju tiptoed away from the canine post station. A fork in the road appeared in front of him. There are obvious signs of vandalism in the upper tunnel, and, judging from the tunnel collapse, the route was blown off on the Inukong station side. The tunnels below, on the other hand, were both rudimentary and unsafe, and it was clear from the signs of construction that the route hadn't been open for very long. It became clear at a glance that in order to extend the looting route, the headers had reopened a hole out of the blocked route. Although small in size and good for hiding, Yang Jiju could not help but be wary when he saw this new railroad switch. When he encountered the tattooed, gun-raising, wailing cheetah soldiers, he assumed that the other side was merely a warlike, murderous, barbaric civilization. But these guys also had the ability to build roads and be productive. This should not be underestimated. In fact, when planning to sneak into the tunnel alone, Yang Jiju had already made enough mental preparation. In such a cold environment, the hot spring I marked on Devi's ancient map must have gathered an unknown civilization, and it was feared that the owner of that fertile land was none other than the Chetu. After all, in terms of overall strength, the Chetu race completely crushed the colorless race, since they possessed such a powerful fighting force. Even if a mild civilization had once survived near the hot spring's eye, it must have been wiped out by the cheetahs in the hundreds of years of history. As for why Yang Jiju chose to travel alone to the hot spring eye where a large number of enemies were likely to gather, this goes back to the information he had been keeping from Devi. Devi was very much interested in whether Yang Jiju retained the full DNA of the gods would, as the trait of upward devouring would be a crucial influence in future battles with the aberrant species. But no matter what kind of command exploration was used within his air-sea, she was unable to find out any information about divinity. And, since leaving the gray domain and awakening in this new body, although Yang Jiju could still see the light blue panel floating in the air, the panel had so far always displayed garbled code. This exacerbated the difficulty of Devi's exploration of this body of Yang Jiju. So in her plan, Yang Jiju could only be kept as a pet under long-term house arrest inside the glass jar. But Yang Jiju, who had awakened, did not tell Devi truthfully everything she knew and remembered. He didn't want to scare Devi, since turning into this appearance, as far as instinct was concerned, Yang Jiju was very sure today's self possessed almost the same characteristics as that giant worm in terms of devouring. These days, he can eat anything, with recipes so extensive that he scares himself. If he had told Devi the secret of his ability to extract energy from human beings and convert it into air, I'm afraid, everyone in the borderline would have turned their backs on him. And because of this, Yang Jiju was fairly certain that even though his body was currently pitifully small, as long as he captured enough food in battle, I'm afraid that he would soon be able to regain the size he had during the time of the giant tree, or even, perhaps, surpass the size he had then. In order to get his strength back and for that fertile land to become a long-term food source for the borderline, he had to get to where the enemy was gathering before Bigard or Song Reed could spare a spare hand to explore the hot spring's eye. The headers have built tracks for expansion. though they don't seem to understand the word safety, judging by the loose sleepers and the tunnels that keep falling into the dirt. As she walked through the new tunnel, which was designed to poke through a rock wall to Inukai Station, Yang Jiju jogged and jumped all the way through the tunnel, fearing that this tofu dreg project would collapse at any moment. However, as soon as he left the small tunnel, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Jesus, how many of you are there? Judging from the brightness, Yang Jiju knew that the light was far away from him, but the cacophony of voices from the brightly lit place had already caused echoes to ripple around in this tunnel. 20, 30, while approaching the crowd, Yang Jiju counted the heads of the trains parked at that place. Each front end was heavily armed with machine guns and artillery, making these subways look like little tanks lying on the tracks. And in addition to the heavy weapons on the carriers, more than 100 soldiers were carrying guns he'd never seen before. People armed to the teeth, patrolling around along the railroad tracks. Compared to this lineup, I'm afraid the last group that attacked Inuyasha Station was only a fraction of the cheetah's army. But what makes Yang Jiju even more curious is, where do they get the energy to maintain such a large army? Along the tracks, large iron barrels were placed every few dozen meters, and the roaring firewood inside kept the soldiers on patrol from freezing. But the carbon monoxide from the inadequate combustion also left some of them limp and struggling to breathe next to the train. However, observing the large-sized fan that was rotating above the tunnel, Yang Jiju was certain that these people were not mere barbarians. They understood the importance of ventilation in subway tunnels, but for some reason they had not upgraded their heating and ventilation facilities to a more efficient and scientific level. Dodging searchlights sweeping everywhere and traps hidden on the ground, Yang Jiju carefully climbed up to the head of one of the tallest trains. It was only now that he got the perspective of being able to look down on the whole situation. Judging by the tattoos on the people's faces, the men were indeed headbangers, but the 100 or so headbangers surrounding the train were fully loaded, and the platforms on either side of the tracks were lined with iron fences set up a head higher than the people. These head shrinkers have done nothing but be on guard, practice their guns, and practice grappling. Yang Jiju probably judged that this place was a military camp. Moreover, according to the distance, Yang Jiju was pretty sure that the hot spring eye was near the barracks. It seems that this is not a colony where the cheetahs live, but rather a frontline base to continue the expansion to Inukayoka Station. I'm afraid that because of the defeat from the last attack, the current Chetu clan barracks looked peaceful. Everyone was just noisily maintaining the proper order in the barracks, and hadn't begun to gather and had no intention of organizing the next attack. However, by keeping this group of hidden dangers here to grow in strength, their own companions might not even have a place to hide in case they one day broke right out of the tunnel and ran at the borderline. This barracks, it must not remain. Yang Jiju gritted his teeth and left the barracks, heading deeper into the tunnel along the railroad tracks. Although he wanted to pull out this hidden danger right now, Yang Jiju knew that if his watermelon-sized bamboo worm casually jumped up and hugged a soldier's face and started devouring it, I'm afraid that within a few seconds, he would be directly yawned by the flamethrower on the front of the vehicle and the Gatling that was emitting blue flames on his body, which would take out every single cell on his body, go to their big rear first, then kill them. Planning in his mind, Yang Jiju quickened his pace. Just how large that rear was, he could not yet speculate at all. However, just judging from the 100 or so heavily armed soldiers and those properly functioning locomotives, the heads must be strong in the rear, and they are short on ammunition and energy in addition to food. Jogging along the way, Yang Jiju was quite curious about what degree of richness of their supplies. Even if they casually stole or robbed a little bit to move to the borderline number, we do not have to starve and freeze in this bitterly cold land. On the road after leaving the barracks, there was a sentry post set up almost every 50 meters, and the deeper one went, the brighter the lights became. But every time he passed by a sentry post, Yang Jiju was annoyed by all kinds of cruel traces that made his whole body as uncomfortable as crawling with ants. The teeth of the trap hold a wide variety of beasts' ankles, and on the wolfsbane traps made of long spikes were pestled the corpses of humans with no tattoos on their faces. Even in the eaves of the sentry towers hung humans stripped naked and executed. Judging by the blood on their bodies, these people hadn't been dead very long. It was not until they passed one of the largest sentry posts that the two towers formed a bacon rack that made Yang Jiju completely unable to hold back the fluid in his stomach. Vom dash. He threw up all over the floor again. Being pregnant with a child himself, he was prone to regurgitation. And seeing the bodies scraped into rows on the wire that had already had their eyes gouged out and their scalps cut off, he finally couldn't hold it in. All of these men had large swaths of skin cut off their backs by knives to form the words, defector. Hanging bodies clearly serve a cautionary and intimidating purpose. This made it not difficult for Yang Jiju to guess that this powerful and savage tribe had its own serious internal problems, and judging by the freshness of the corpses, the Cheetos colony must have had a recent civil disturbance. This then allowed Yang Jiju to catch the pivot point to crush the Chetu clan. It would certainly be a great joy to get rid of this savage clan that could run out and storm the borderline at any moment with minimal sacrifice. The gate behind the sentry tower was tightly closed. The several machine guns that were set up were kept in a state of readiness to be able to fire at any time. And the eyes of the 10 or so soldiers stationed above the large iron gates were obviously more stern than those of the soldiers in the barracks. And their figures were much sturdier as well. This swashbuckling aura made young Jiju 100% certain that once she passed through this iron door, she would see the hot spring eye that Devi had marked on the map. Pabu. Report. Returning to the cockpit from the blizzard, the guard immediately threw off his gloves, which were already hanging from the ice, and shivered as he picked up his glass of water to take a sip. Today, the manpower brought in by Songreed is no longer uniformly referred to as hunters. Instead, they are divided into technicians and laborers based on the needs of the position. Under Bigard's direction, technicians are operating the Borderline's 3D printer to produce boiler components, while Bigard directs workers to lay trenches for underground pipes along each snow house. Doing this kind of hard work in freezing temperatures is a rather unique experience, with beads of sweat running down your spine and up your ass, but your cheeks and the back of your neck, exposed to the wind, are freezing. It wasn't until their bodies couldn't hold out any longer that Bigard and the workers returned to the borderline to warm up. Daddy, the dark clouds have paused their movement and are visually estimated to arrive in about 21 days. But if the north winds intensify, the time could be drastically shortened. Understood. Continue to hold your position. Daddy. Yes. And don't freeze yourself out. After hearing Devi's communication, Bigard fumed straight away. Having only just settled in, everyone has learned to take liberties. It seems that Songreed started it, suddenly going after the strange human in the tunnels, causing everyone to be forced into the war between the cheetahs and the colorless. Then, Shenmue escapes from the glass jar privately, and Miranda takes Shane on an extremely high-risk prosthetic surgery without authorization. The most shameless one is the turtle. After secretly releasing God's wood, he actually had the nerve to roll over on all fours at the entrance to Devi's bunker with his stomach full of sycophancy. There's just not a single one of them that's a relief. Bigard rubbed his brow and glanced at the monkeys sitting next to him drinking hot water together. Nowadays, Monkey has been placed in a technician position because of his daily reading and his increasingly solid knowledge of engineering. Seeing Bigard's helplessness, it took off its goggles and showed a whatever look, and even shrugged at Bigard. However, as soon as the next batch of steel is delivered back, the boiler will be ready to start. Looking at the -75 on the outdoor thermometer, Bigard gritted his teeth, put on his gloves and stepped out of the car again. Watch out! Watch out! Even though a worker stepped in the thick snow, he used all his strength to pull up his legs and fling himself forward to push the well-intentioned but helpful child out of the way, and the boiler support collapsed just a few centimeters away from the child. The child was frightened by the movement of the collapse of the bracket. Already frozen into an apple-like cheeks instantly hung teardrops. The entire construction site, in addition to the clanking sound of the hammer and the sound of the steam valve pressure relief, it is the highest decibel of the voice of his wailing, instantly catching the attention of everyone. The children brought from Horn Bay were 4 in number, and these little ones, who possessed no skill whatsoever, were full of energy, and, being born in a poor family, could not help but help when they saw all the people busily engaged in erecting the boiler. Since all the raw meat had been made into stockpiles and the hunters currently looking for food hadn't brought back fresh ingredients, the kids who were supposed to be helping with the cooking really didn't have anything to do, so they unconsciously skulked around the construction site, banging a hammer here, digging a shovel there. But this construction environment is, after all, in the freezing cold, no better than the city, and even the scaffolding is too rudimentary and rattles in the cold wind. From the real-time weather provided by Pabu, the storm has suddenly changed its path and the winds from the north have begun to pick up and are expected to reach the borderline number in 15 days. In order to speed up the completion of the construction of the cold protection equipment, everyone had to work at their own risk. Safety hazards abound, but you have to tough it out. Yikes! Pissed off old man. The worker who pushed the child out of the way grumbled as he got up from the snow, picked up the child and walked into the borderline and looked around for the other 3 children. You few little things, can't you see how busy the construction site is already? Can't you let everyone save their asses? The aggrieved sniffling child couldn't even muster a word of retort. After all, he had indeed caused a mess for the busy workers just now. The worker saw several children are hanging their heads and not squeaking, helplessly shook his head. His face gradually eased. He cupped the hot water and drank a couple of mouths after he heard the construction site of the quickly come to help people. Someone is injured. He didn't rush out to help, but instead, he clenched his jaw and came up with a good idea for arranging the children. Hey, 4 brats, come with me. With him at the helm, a few kids scowled and followed into the largest of all the snow huts. Currently, the tiny campground next to the borderline's parking location was entirely designed by Bigard, with 30 or so snow huts surrounding the still unlit boiler, forming a circular colony conducive to saving heating paths, and the largest of the snow huts was clearly not intended to be used as a residential home. Miranda, who was a medic, was still currently in the bunker working with Debbie, performing surgery on Shane for the prosthetic fitting. However, some tasks such as dressing wounds, administering medication, and cleaning the wounds of injured and sick people can still be done by several people who are placed in technician positions. When they had entered the railroad tunnel earlier in the vicious battle with the headers, several of the hunters had already suffered gunshot wounds and were currently lying in hospital beds under the care of the technicians. And because the construction was being rushed, the workers kept getting work-related injuries, and the worker who had just caused a small wave of commotion on the construction site was currently sitting on a chair waiting for the technician to help treat his wounds. Hey, looks like there's a shortage of manpower. Ha! The worker lifted the insulation curtain and yelled at the mechanics inside the snow room. Not enough, not enough. There are too many injured. Can you guys do some minimal protection on the construction site? Not many people will be able to work if any more get hurt. I can't. Boss Song Reed and Boss Bigard have both demanded that the furnace be lit as soon as possible. It's going to cool down tonight, and if there's no heating, I'm afraid we're all going to be turned into frozen meat here. Not to mention the injuries. Gee, go get busy then. What are you doing in the infirmary when your arms and legs are fine? Hey, brought you a couple of pups to play for a while and share the work you have on your hands. A couple of kids timidly emerged from behind this worker's uncle and were shot a dismissive look by the mechanic. Then don't be idle. Go get hot water. And be quick about it. Ow. A couple of small fireplaces in the infirmary barely raised the indoor temperature a little, but a building like a snow lodge had a limited ability to keep out the cold. And this morning, Bigard had gotten the temperature figures from Pabu, and was expecting another 5-degree drop in outdoor temperatures during the night a couple of hours from now. And I was afraid that tomorrow, if the northerly winds didn't lose their momentum, the group would be embracing a minus 90-degree morning. After thinking it over, Bigard gritted his teeth and made the decision. And despite the fact that everyone in the camp was exhausted, he announced to everyone during the lunch hour that the boilers had to go into a heating test phase before dawn, in order not to freeze to death. This night is destined to be sleepless, until the sun went down. A huge wave of air rose from the ground, the water mist in the process of rising immediately frozen into ice flowers. To the medical clinic connected to the pipeline workers lifted the insulation curtains. United exuberantly shouted towards everyone, "It's hot! The pipes are hot!" Bigard, who had been worried, unconsciously clenched his fist and shook it twice, and the corners of his mouth showed the slightest hint of a smile. Independently designing such a huge heating system, and printing and molding it, and then leading the workers to put it together. Every single mistake could result in the people in the camp freezing to death in this harsh polar night, as the rumbling and booming began to assault every pipe leading to the various snow huts under everyone's feet. People clung to each other in joy and the animals ripped up their voices and began to crow, touching the outer wall of the huge boiler that gradually began to roll. Song Wei, who had just barely recovered from his injuries, also smiled gratefully. Bigard, you kid, I didn't expect to be quite capable, but Bigard, who stood writing and drawing next to him, was once again focused and completely absorbed in the task at hand. A simple storehouse needs to be planned near the campground to stack enough coal before the storm hits. Not only that, but everyone on the borderline would be safer if a coal route could be opened up that would be unobstructed even in the face of a blizzard. Unfortunately, Kamioki, who was not afraid of the cold and was full of strength, not only lost his huge body, but his current whereabouts are still unknown. Climbing out of the hot pool, Yang Jiju felt dizzy, a normal reaction to soaking in a hot spring for too long. Because his body was small enough, Yang Jiju only needed to avoid those bright searchlights, and then he easily infiltrated the Chetu clan's guarded colony. As expected, not far from the barracks, this large subway station was the living colony of the coiled heads. If the colorless are clearly a slavery society, then the Chetu colony gives Yang Jiju's first impression of a tribal confederation divided into warlords. It was because this subway station was so brightly lit and crowded that he finally got a good look at the tattoos on the faces of every man and woman in the headliners. In this place, only the children had clean faces, while the adults without exception possessed facial tattoos, but not the same totem on each face, and they seem to prefer to live and move with people who have the same totem tattoos. Still, it's pretty prosperous. In addition to the large iron gates, there were also multiple gates set up inside the station, and each of these gates was stationed with a few soldiers, and although the armor and firearms of these soldiers looked quite advanced, the clothing and various household items of the civilians were Spartanly comparable to that of the colorless races. In particular, the vendors coming in and out along the train tracks left an extremely deep impression on Yang Jiju, whose human-powered carts were full of all kinds of mutated and unmutated animals coming in and out of the station. A butcher at first glance, and after seeing the once familiar animal, the black-haired pig, Yang Jiju even developed a feeling of hunger. After coming to this world, when devouring an animal, he was merely able to feel the air in the other person's body being fed into his own body in an energetic manner. A simple and rough process that completely omitted digestion, as well as chewing and tasting. But it seemed that because this current body possessed certain animal characteristics, Yang Jiju once again recalled the pleasure of eating delicacies. Witnessing the peddler and several of his escort-like looking companions leaving the colony along the railroad tracks with their hand-cranked carts, Yang Jiju's eyes were tearing up. Dumplings, little piggies, don't go away. He hadn't had dumplings in too long. And when the trader's advancing route lit up with a searchlight, Yang Jiju finally saw the official place name of this subway station, 9 Springs. Not Hot Springs, but 9 Springs, so you can imagine the number of springs in this area. No wonder even animal husbandry has developed. The black-haired pigs bundled up in the car of the vendor who carried the pigs away were at least a dozen or so, close in size and of the exact same breed. And their eyes were completely devoid of the wild look that characterized all the animals in the trial forest. So, based on these points, Yang Jiju dares to conclude that they are definitely domestic pigs. And taking a look at the densely packed population in the Jochuan station, which must be counted in thousands, Yang Jiju was even more certain that the abundance of all kinds of materials in the hands of the Chetu clan definitely exceeded his own imagination. Just as he was hiding at a high point to observe the folkways and customs of 9 Springs Station, a cat that had not yet undergone mutation suddenly and quickly jumped from behind. Claws sliced through the bark of Yang Jiju's tree, narrowly missing the only large, rare eye he had. This exchange of lightning and fire caused a great shock in his heart. It wasn't so much that he was surprised at how well the cat had approached him silently while launching a quick attack. After all, any random cat could do that. Yang Jiju was surprised that she had actually dodged the feline's attack. The body was small, but the bioelectricity was transmitted extremely fast, and the arthropod's ability to eject from its joints could be much better than tree roots. He could not have imagined that nowadays he could actually be able to fight with the feline in terms of speed. So, facing this cat that had exploded its hair all over its body and was mouthing sihasaha like it had eaten chunking hot pot, Yang Jiju immediately came to be interested. He raised his front paws in front of him, extending the tips of his claws like steel needle burrs, and his feet picked up the footwork of a boxer as he slowly approached the kitty with small, broken steps. How well the new body fought. He hadn't experienced it yet. Who knows? The cat jumped up and was about to slap himself in the air with a swirling cat fist when he easily slid the shovel and gave the little kitty a straight shot. Asterisk hashtag at. Ever since his body had turned into this shape, the panel had always displayed a garbled code. And what exactly was the meaning of the message that had suddenly popped up at this time? Farming Sumi was completely puzzled. But still, from his senses, he knew that as a normal creature, completely unaltered, the kitty had indeed turned into energy and been absorbed into himself. It feels exactly the same as the experience of getting air. Moreover, having just absorbed the cat into her stomach, Yang Jiju fully felt the surging power. The body instantly became firmer, but it didn't get bigger. It took him a little by surprise. And then, after eating a few more rats, cockroaches, and geckos, Yang Jiju still hadn't gotten any taller. Now, he sensed the uniqueness of this body. You can become stronger by devouring it, but you don't get bigger in size. But after taking 2 steps and realizing that his body was heavy, Yang Jiju touched his wooden tumor. After eating some food, not only did my own body become stronger, but the baby in my belly got bigger. This strange phenomenon made Yang Jiju not dare to eat all the time. The plan had been to run behind enemy lines to wreak havoc and steal some supplies back to resupply the borderline. You can't have a baby on the move, can you? And born in enemy territory. Well, disappointed Yang Jiju hesitated. The result of devouring was not as he expected. Then today's dive would not be a wasted trip? However, on second thought, although this body did not receive a boost in size, it would come in handy in operations that required concealment. In any case, come what may, poke around the location of the highest echelons of the heads and figure out where this group is coming from and how dangerous they are before going back. Thus, Yang Jiju took aim at the blind spots of the searchlights and the vision of the patrolling soldiers and flew between the streets. Thankfully, this civilization seems to have a very distinct hierarchy, and the unarmed civilians treat every soldier with respect. So, by drilling into the compartment with the most soldiers guarding it, you can find the center of power of the entire station step by step. But on this trip through the shuttle, he slipped his foot on the glass window of one of the carriages and fell into a barrel with a thud. The carriage was quite lavishly furnished, and even had smoked incense next to the barrels. And as soon as he dropped into this bucket and smelled the faint sulfuric odor, Yang Jiju understood that this was the hot spring water specially sent from the spring to take a bath. The status of the carriage owner. Even if he was not rich and powerful, was definitely higher than that of a commoner who put up a bunk on the platform to sleep. It's snowy outside, but this carriage isn't just set up with a big bucket of hot spring water. It's also decorated with velvet-textured blankets hanging on the walls. And right next to that blanket, strings of jewelry made from animal bones, pearls, and gems caught Yang Jiju's eye. Looking around carefully again, seeing the skirt emitting a gust of fragrance placed on the chair next to the vat, Yang Jiju thought to herself, bad. The hot spring water was just the right temperature, but that outfit was clean. No need to guess. The mistress of this carriage must be making preparations for a bath somewhere. And what Yang Jiju fell into was the very tub that the others were about to use. Slip away before you're discovered. Realizing the danger of the situation, Yang Jiju immediately stretched out her claws towards the edge of the barrel, and the soles of her feet began to tread water randomly. Although he had adapted to running with this body, but swimming in the form of a bamboo worm, Yang Jiju had no experience at all. The more you fear something, the more it comes, because the various trace elements in the hot spring water rapidly washed over every hairy fiber of the body. Yang Jiju had already fallen into a state of slight intoxication, and a few paws did wave with all their strength, but the body didn't seem to have the intention of listening at all. The more you tread water, the more you spin in place. Just then, the worn door of the carriage creaked open. Not only were 2 tungsten bulbs lit up in the room, but the human who came through the car door was holding a candle in his hand. The carriage was instantly as bright as day. Yang Jiju even at this time struggled out of the tub. There was no place to hide. Looking to be exposed, he simply put his heart across, let himself slammed into a few mouths of water. His hands and feet also stopped the movement, slowly towards the bottom of the vat sinking. Even though there were joints in the body, Yang Jiju had not evolved organs like lungs, so even if he hid underwater, he would not be suffocated. Although the body sank to the bottom of the barrel, but Yang Jiju also, because of soaking in the water, completely no way to hear the outside, can only be motionless at the bottom of the vat. As long as the 2 lamps extinguished, they will have the opportunity to escape. A few minutes later, the lights did go out, but the slight swaying of the fire could still be seen from underwater. The human must not have left yet, and just when Yang Jiju felt dizzy and about to pass out, a slender figure sat into the tub with a thud. Between the Millennium Kill and continuing to lurk, Yang Jiju chose the latter, because right now, he was struggling to lift his paw up. Although he had a fair amount of certainty in the matter of sneaking up on a freshly bathed woman, that presupposed that his own body could reach the state it was in when he had just split that cat with an easy sliding shovel. The tonic effect caused by the trace elements of the hot spring water made him feel like an old man who had dunked a few bowls of ginseng chicken soup and nibbled on a steamed turtle, with warm currents running around in his body, but a sneeze would easily splash him with a nosebleed. However, this state of being close to having a congested mind unexpectedly allowed Yang Jiju to retrieve that familiar feeling when entering and exiting the gray domain. Since she was not discovered by the woman who was taking a bath, Yang Jiju simply took advantage of this marvelous state that her mind was in to dive into the air sea. If memory serves, it should look like this: compressed, decompressed, rising from the physical dimension. After several attempts, Yang Jiju's consciousness within the air sea suddenly exclaimed success. The instant he opened his eyes, he saw his tree-shaped body in the gray field, the intricate root system reaching out with lightning speed to bright lights, large and small, so far away that it was impossible to tell where the distance lay. Before he could react, in the next instant, his consciousness was quickly jerked away from the gray realm as if he had been forced offline. It was electric again, and once again those thighs and the shimmering water of the hot springs appeared before his eyes. It was as if the process of entering and exiting the gray domain had occurred in just a fraction of a second. This time, coming out of the gray area, Yang Jiju but got a completely different experience from the auditory senses. A fine rustling sound kept stirring in the ears. When he tried to listen more closely, he realized that the faint chatter was like many people whispering in his ear in voices too small to cover the wings of a mosquito. He tried to close his eyes tightly and let all the neurons in his body focus on his sense of hearing. Finally, though only for a few seconds, he heard a sweet woman's voice. If this goes on, the situation will only get more and more tense, and we'll need more colonies. Or else I don't know if there's going to be a way to take a cozy dip like this in the future. The sudden appearance of the voice startled him, but who else could there be in this steamy carriage but himself in the tub and this woman? It's hard to believe that she's the one who said it, but how could I have heard her when I was underwater? Just in the middle of his thoughts, Yang Jiju suddenly felt a sharp pain attacking him from the inside out, and the beeping sound that seemed to rise up his head continued to scream in his ears. At that moment, the familiar light blue panel finally popped up once again, but without the garbled code, Earth Listening Beta. Activate. Yang Jiju, who was tormented by the headache and the beeping sound, didn't have the energy to figure out what this beta referred to. What's worse, this woman seemed to have an extremely high tolerance for hot spring water, soaking in the bath for a whole half hour. which meant that Yang Jiju had been trampled and sat on and ravaged for a full half hour, waiting for the clatter after the beauty out of the bath. Yang Jiju still dare not rashly float to the surface of the water. It took a few more minutes for the candle to go out before he let his already soaked body slowly climb up the wall of the barrel. Vomit. Yang Jiju, who was dislodging the soapy foam, immediately vomited a large amount of hot spring water, and the flimsy bamboo worms fell to the ground with a splat. Fortunately, the lightweight body of this bamboo worm and the few freshly used towels laying underneath the tub didn't make too much of a ruckus. At this time within the carriage completely turned off the lights, heard the regular breathing sound. Yang Jiju knew that the woman who had just finished soaking in the bath had already fallen asleep on the bed in one corner of the carriage. Wash and sleep? Not even blow-drying your hair? If you don't catch a cold, who will? By the faint light that occasionally dangled outside the carriage, Yang Jiju crept toward her comforter. There was one thing he needed to be sure of. Walking over to the bedside, Yang Jiju stretched her arms and pulled her legs, estimating that she had recovered 70 to 80% from the dehydrated state after the bath. So he climbed up onto the pillow and boldly stabbed the sharp, pointy spikes on his front paws towards the woman's earlobes. Ouch! The woman who was stung exclaimed, and while she was relighting the tungsten bulb to look around the compartment for exactly what had bitten her, the light-footed Yang Jiju had already slipped quietly out from under the doorway. Sure enough, the woman's voice was exactly right for what she had just heard under the water. The earth listening ability, which was originally used to detect mutant creatures around them, actually returned to his body in another form. After leaving the compartment, Yang Jiju, who once again tried to listen as he had just done, discovered the colony's Achilles heel. People on the streets were returning to their carriages, and sleeping bags were lined up on the platforms like spread-out enoki mushrooms. The whole station was much quieter, and although it was impossible to judge the time by daylight in such an underground fortification, one could guess just by the atmosphere in the station that night had fallen on the frozen land. Because the ends of the front and back claws were covered with spikes, climbing became an extremely simple matter for Yang Jiju. Neither when he had been a human, nor when he had been that giant tree, could he do what he did now, which was to hook tightly to the wall and climb easily to the ceiling. Suspending his body high above the ground, Yang Jiju found one carrying a large canister inside one of the many small vehicles on the railroad tracks, and at this moment, there were several uniformly dressed guys waiting nearby with large wooden barrels. The faucet turned on with a gush of mist, and it appeared to be the vehicle used to deliver the natural hot spring water, but with them delivering water by vehicular transportation. I suppose there are only two possibilities. Either the station is far from that spring, or the level of craftsmanship of the headers isn't good enough to justify the direct construction of a piping system. When he encountered the colorless clan himself earlier, he was easily captured by those skinny and bony guys, and later on, the cheetahs completely destroyed the colorless clan's homeworld with an absolute advantage. Therefore, the combat strength of the Chetu clan is not something Yang Jiju dares to underestimate. But from the standard of living in this colony, he could probably conclude that this group was a form of civilization, strong in military power and poor in infrastructure. This conclusion instantly made Yang Jiju think of using means other than war to acquire hot springs, energy, and even various other resources in their hands. After all, he needed supplies, not a fight to the death. Just like it was with the wolves in the first place, since we all live close to each other, trade is not a bad option. And while pondering what kind of leverage the borderline could come up with in exchange for the supplies in the hands of the cheetahs, the hot water truck had filled its last bucket and slowly left the station. Hanging high above, Yang Jiju observed for a few more moments, and sure enough, just as he had presumed, the several buckets of hot spring water were all sent into the most luxurious carriages without exception. In that case, the one I was just soaking in a bucket with should also be a prominent figure in this station. Blinking thoughtfully, Yang Jiju dropped gently from the air and flew over the wall towards the compartment guarded by the most guards. Search first to determine what the headers need most, then pass the chips. Meow. It smells so good. It smells so good. Snowflake, freshly healed, searched anxiously around the camp, sniffing everywhere for traces left behind by Yang Jiju. But when the camp was lit up with a huge stove, black smoke rolling up, and the rhythmic chirping sounds coming from the relief valves, it all made it curious to go back and see what was going on. Until an aroma of roasted meat spread out in this icy sky and snow, it finally couldn't bear it anymore and darted towards that big stove as if it was an arrow. More shoveling. Ow. The worker wiped off his sweat and shoveled up the coal again to feed it into the main furnace, and tongues of fire popped out, nearly setting his hair on fire. But the fellow worked with even more vigor. While the borderline's power furnaces used such complex technology as controlled fusion, living on that relocation vehicle was a daily struggle to endure the body odors of their animal companions, especially the Wolf King, who sat taller than a human, and a single pee from an adult male canine was enough to make everyone sick for days. now that the power furnace is off the fire. We have been freezing for several days, although the snow hut can burn a small stove inside the heating, but the temperature cannot come up at all, but also make a house smoky odor. The heating effect is far from today's set of mature heat system. Everyone worked all night to get the furnace fired up, and Bigard took the technicians to debug every node of the heating lines before dropping in and declaring a day and night of rest for the entire camp to ease the night's exertions. Though the time had reached daylight, the sky was dim, and the wall made of dark clouds to the north seemed to press a little lower, a little closer to everyone. It was weather that made the hearts of those who peeked out through the insulated curtains of their snowy houses recoil in horror. If this furnace hadn't been built in a hurry, the ensuing snowfall would have turned them into complete popsicles, but the snowflake, covered in heavy white fur, acted as if she didn't realize the weather had changed, and returned to the campsite to follow the scent around. Finally, it swallowed and salivated as it entered a snow house with a chimney inserted into it, a house much larger in size than the one that served as a folks' home, and the cooks were busily continuing to stew the day's dinner as the snowflake peeked in. Seeing Snowflake's eyes, which were already strained, a chef carried a freshly roasted rat leg to it. As Snowflake feasted, he put on his warm clothing and lifted the insulating curtain to wave toward the two workers who were ready. The three men combined their efforts and carried a large pot and the already marinated rat meat out of the kitchen and onto the sled cart parked in front of the door. After tying it tight, the three men waved and whistled toward Bigard, who was watching from a distance. Thus, the two reindeer and the two gray wolves took their steps, hung their heads against the bitter cold wind, and ran quickly, transporting supplies like food. It was not a crime to use a coal-consuming airship. In the dim light of day, the kerosene lamplit sleigh car ran crookedly toward the railroad crossing. This was not an arrangement made by Bigard alone, but a decision made after everyone had talked it over. Although this move would directly consume 1/3 of the camp's food storage, and the consumption of food would intensify with each following day, the decision was unanimously approved. Once the rat meat arrived at the railroad crossing, the soldiers escorted the cook and the rat meat all the way to the dog post station on guard. In the course of moving the steel, Songreed had already arranged for an articulate punk to try and reach out to the colorless clans that remained at the dog post station, and today, the cook setting up a cauldron to make rat stew at the dilapidated station was the first step in establishing friendly relations with them. Although this bargaining trip consumed a large amount of the borderline's food reserves, the supply of coal during the storm would have been very precarious if there had been a lack of labor to help out on the next coal delivery route. Even if there is plenty of surplus food at that time, it won't help. After all, where would a popsicle have an appetite for food? Just during the period when people were busy in their respective positions for the survival of the borderline respectively, the laboratory of the borderline didn't stop. The drugs had been screened for hundreds of rounds, and the objects of experimentation were various tissue slices extracted from that patriarch of the colorless clan. Although progress has been slow, Miranda is confident that she has developed a potent drug against the hereditary lung disease of the colorless race. If more live samples could be obtained from the rest of the clan, the progress of drug development would get a substantial boost. As long as friendly relations could be established with them and they were cured, the lack of manpower being put into the construction of the borderline would be greatly alleviated. When shaking hands, one of the parties must always extend their hand first. As the scent spread through the enclosed environment, the remnants of the colorless clans that had been hiding under the broken walls gathered, but they didn't dare approach. The stalemate was seen by the soldiers, who immediately understood, and collectively put down their guns and withdrew a few dozen steps before the bony, colorless people finally mustered up the courage to walk over to the cauldron. Even the matriarch was chronically malnourished, not to mention the clansmen who could not share much food at all, especially the group among them who were slaves. The colorless are easily identifiable, the clothed are civilians, while the unclothed are slaves. What made the cook feel ridiculous was that among these colorless people who had survived the massacre, only the civilians were more courageous and stood next to the stove in a queue waiting for the broth. But the slaves didn't dare to come half a step closer at all. The orders he received were to distribute the food equally among the colorless, but the situation left him at a loss as to what to do, and he could only ask Songreed, who was always observing the status of the bargaining front from his helmet camera, over the microphone. Do as I say. First bowl of soup, for the slave at the end. Well, good. The chef picked up the bowl and approached the slave after filling it with broth, but his action scared the slave so much that he panicked and sat down directly on the ground. Incontinent, resisting the urge to commit nausea, the cook nevertheless bent down and handed the broth straight to him, and, supervising the slave, downed the broth one bite at a time and ate the meat one bite at a time. When the last bit of food was cleaned up, the slave's eyes continued to glisten with tears. The colorless clan was well organized above the distribution of any supplies. What the clan leader didn't want was given to those below him, and those below him were given to those further down. How had he of humble status ever enjoyed a hot broth? However, As the bowl of soup went down, he also knew that he had violated the taboo of the clan. Sure enough, without realizing it, 3 civilians with rags on their bodies surrounded them, and although they didn't dare to take offense at the foreigner who had brought the food, yet, right in front of the cook, the 3 of them lifted their legs in unison and kicked the slave in the face. Hey! What for? Stop right there! This sudden scene set the cook on fire. Such a move was so disrespectful that he rushed forward and pushed the 3 men who had been beating the slaves away, and they fell to the ground as if they were small chickens with such a gentle shove, half unable to regain their strength. And likewise, the slave was already a blur of face, with air coming out but not coming in, just from the beating he received from the 3. At this point, more civilians began to whisper, and the slaves were so frightened that they completely disappeared into the darkness, not even daring to venture their heads out. The chef didn't know what to do. A friendly negotiation had turned into such a situation. Any mistake could not end well, but Songreed said something that took him extremely by surprise. Kill those 3 civilians who beat the slaves. Ha! Kill as a punishment. Yes. Although hesitant in his heart, the chef was, after all, one of the punks brought in by Songreed, and he never disobeyed the orders of Songreed's boss. And since the order came over the open channel, the rest of the soldiers raised their guns in defense of the rest of the colorless, who might start a riot at any moment. As soon as he received the order, the cook, without hesitation, copied the sharp knife he had just used to split the rat meat and stabbed it into the throat of a civilian. Yikes! The crowd of onlookers began to shriek in horror, while the other 2 murderers who had just beaten the slaves were quickly finished off by the cook. Next, tell them what I said, word for word, loud and clear. Just before the crowd was about to start scattering in all directions, the cook yelled out exactly what Songreed had told him to do. All of you, come over here and get your food. I don't care if you're a slave or not. From today, if one of you starves, the whole crew will starve. And if today, any of you, including the slaves, don't get broth, there will never be broth again. The roar shook the subway station, and the echoes reverberated throughout Inuyasha Station for several moments. When the station returned to peace, the slaves hiding in the shadows crawled out in fear. Finally, the full complement of colorless survivors hiding at the canine post station formed a long, orderly line next to the cauldron. Seeing this, the chef admired up. The boss is the boss. Directly straighten them out. Still, Songreed, who had long been in the dark alleys, was on the defensive, and had his soldiers watch every one of them to make sure that all of them drank the broth. As expected, not as Songwei expected. Among the crowd, after a sneaky slave received the broth, he quietly hid in the shadows and delivered the broth in his hand to a civilian. And MT Reed, who saw this scene, gave another order. There was still a large portion of the party waiting with empty bowls, but the chef suddenly stopped serving the soup, as if to deliberately demonstrate it for all to see, and strutted over to the slave. Why don't you have your own soup? The slave's eyes widened in terror and he shook his head vigorously. His eyes locked on his master as if begging for help, but instead of his master's help, he was greeted with a rolling bullet from his pistol. Before the slave's brains could fall to the floor, the cook approached the civilian with 2 bowls of broth in his hands. And you, why do you have 2 bowls? He volunteered to give it to me. Bang! After the 2 bodies fell to the ground, the cook whistled and returned to the cauldron to continue serving the soup. And after going through all this in just 10 minutes or so, there were no more surprises. Songreed, who was observing all of this, was certain that the friendly dealings with the colorless tribe had gotten off to a good start. If Miranda is sure enough about the pharmaceuticals, there is a good chance that these colorless survivors will be living with the borderline for a long time in the future. It's not necessarily a bad thing to get rid of the scourges that are used to being slaves and wanting to make others slaves in advance of the integration of the population. In this section of the carriage inside the bath is a fat old man. Climbed in from the window to see the old man into the bath moment. Yang Jiju hate to take out this big eyeballs to chop. His compartment, in addition to being no less lavish than the fine decorations in the woman's room earlier, contained a large number of maps and papers, and hanging on a coat rack was a military uniform. Seeing the large number of guards guarding the entrance, Yang Jiju guessed that the owner of this carriage could be ranked in the entire station, so it was not in vain. He crept up the legs of the desk and, while the old man was in the shower, went through the various papers cluttering the desk, page by page. General? I don't know if it counts as Supreme Commander, but the correspondence is with some kind of commander or station chief or something, so it's definitely not a low status. Eastern Front, Western Front, TSK, 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 you guys hit pretty far. Through the entire intercity underground transportation line, this is more exciting than Devi expected the situation to be. Combined with the dense markings drawn on the map, Yang Jiju probably sort of knew the Chetu clan's expansion route all along. Dozens of stations? each littered with the war wounds of the headliners. The station clans that could be absorbed would be absorbed by them. Those that couldn't would be looted by them. And those stations that had experienced looting by the cheetahs would once again be subject to a new looting as soon as they were rebuilt by the Aborigines, week after week for centuries. But they never expand into the ground. Clearly there are stations marked on the map that have crossed the frigid zone and are not far from present-day human society. But this civilization, armed for centuries, is dead set on not taking that step into the distance. Is it fear? Yang Zhizhu didn't understand the reason why these people chose to live underground forever, and he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. 4. In the general's pile of papers, he found a map of the plowing layout of Nine Springs Station. Although these guys invade around like nomads for a living, they sure own agriculture. The borderline, which was surviving in the freezing temperatures, had a huge shortfall in food, which the cheetahs could just about provide. But Yang Zhizhu had yet to find the key piece of intel that he most wanted to get, what the cheetahs lacked. And what was there that the borderline could supply? After all, deals require reciprocal leverage. But it seemed that there was not much time left for further reconnaissance here tonight, when the tub suddenly made a considerable commotion, with several successive clatters, and the fat old general appeared to be getting out of the bath. So, Yang Zhizhu quietly rolled the plowing layout map into a small paper roll, clamped it under his creaky nest and prepared to leave. Just moments after getting down from his desk, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. So he immediately recalled the details of the Earth listening beta he had just used in the woman's compartment before leaving. Trying to do it the way he had just done it, he adjusted his breathing to allow the circulation of bodily fluids to rapidly focus nutrients to his brain. Using each newly acquired mutant ability is a one-for-one experience. This trip to bring out the Earth listening beta was much more fluid than the one earlier. The moment he closed his eyes and severed the link between his optic nerve and his consciousness, he felt countless flickering halos emerge from the darkness. And one of the brightest was right in that orientation of the real-world bathtub. An old voice rang in his ears, "Stinking bitch, how dare you refuse me this afternoon? When I knocked down this station, your old mom was also your age, and was just as stubborn as you at first, but in the end, she still gave in. Humph, had to ask me to send soldiers over to pick you up." And from the doorway of the compartment, 5 different voices rang faintly, and all of them were approaching themselves at a slow pace. The old thing is in great shape, for his age. The daughter of the so-called Nine Springs Station looks really well presented. Hey, so sleepy and annoyed to have to stand guard for 8 hours. Is it just me? The air wafting over from that direction of Inuyasha Station smells so good. Broth stew? It can't be. Must be an illusion. In addition to these 4 strange men's voices, Yang Zhizhu actually heard the voice of the woman who was taking a bath with him. What a situation. Just fell asleep and got zapped by a bug from nowhere. And now she's being escorted to this old man's room. If it is not for the peace of the Nine Springs Station. This phenomenon of hearing voices directly from human souls made Yang Zhizhu recall that unique experience of detecting nearby mutant creatures by pulsing them when he put his roots into the ground. One must have somehow repressurized the misplaced genetic information in the gray realm, causing the skill of Earth listening to be projected in a whole new form in the physical dimension. But the next stumble and sharp headache taught Yang Zhizhu another lesson, making him realize the fact that he was not yet proficient in this power. Seeing that the several soldiers escorting the woman were about to pull open the door of the carriage, Yang Zhizhu failed to jump out of the window and instead fell back to the floor of the carriage with the roll of maps in her limp grip. Thanks to that, the realization didn't completely faint, and he dodged behind the curtains in a panic, mentally rejoicing. It's better to use this ability as little as possible. The side effects are too great. At this time the carriage door has been slowly pulled open by a soldier. The body-fat and trembling general also put on the bathrobe. He was full of red, gasping for breath to welcome out, sat on the edge of the big bed. The corners of the mouth and eyebrows taught up a majestic expression, but the 2 eyes in the eyes of the full of colorful thieves light, not to mention the wonderful girl who was escorted here. Even Yang Zhizhu was uncomfortable to look at him more than twice. The heartfelt voice that he heard just now had told Yang Zhizhu what was going on in this awkward scene. In the face of absolute force, as an aborigine, this daughter of the Nine Springs Station simply did not have any chance to resist the old man, not to mention grabbing her over to serve the bed. I'm afraid that the old man wants her life and strangling an ant is no different. However, it's impossible to do such a thing in front of the ministry, isn't it? As soon as he thought of this, Yang Zhizhu suddenly had a thought that could turn a war into a war. As long as the old general retained a minimum of integrity and let the guards who had escorted the women over go out, he himself must take this opportunity, the opportunity to make a profit with empty gloves. If one were to trade supplies with the cheetahs, it is true that the borderline could not come up with a decent bargaining chip. But if the cultivated soil, the hot springs, and even those batches and batches of black-haired pigs were in the hands of the aborigines of Nine Springs Station, the owners of this station before it was conquered by the Chetsu, there would be much more room for negotiation. Luckily, the distinguished old general had stumped the soldiers after they had frisked the young girl, and not only that, but had thoughtfully unlocked the doors, and even closed all the windows and drawn the curtains with that grunting body flinging its fat. Now it was just the lone man, woman, and a tiny bamboo worm within the carriage. What? Cough. Not convinced? More than 10 years? Still. Cough. Not convinced? The veteran general muttered in a voice that was almost ready to cough up the leaves of his lungs, and a hairy hand grabbed the young girl's wrist tightly and yanked her hard to the edge of the bed. The lights in the carriage had been dimmed to an ambiguous dimness by him. The young girl was simply powerless to break free from this old guy's grip, and could only be filled with disgust. But a few points of helplessness were sandwiched within this face of disgust. You know in your heart what will happen to you if you refuse me, and what will happen to your people, don't you? The old man suddenly lashed out and flung the girl onto the bed, a throw that knocked the slender young girl off her feet, so that, as she fell, she didn't even notice that a strange-looking bug had crawled up to the ceiling of the compartment. Ha! What's going to happen? Humph! Downfall. The old general was about to say something. The voice sounded wrong. He wondered if he was a little deaf because he was getting on in years, and why there was a strange baby voice in the carriage when it was only himself and this pretty girl. Looking down at his reflection on the mattress, the general suddenly realized that his head was slowly opening up into 6 claws, while his scalp was a little itchy and even had a slight tingling sensation. Thinking that he was blind, he raised his hands to rub his eyes, but in a flash his eyes rolled white, his limbs straightened, and his whole body tensed up and fell to the ground. When the maiden came back to her senses, the old general was already foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground in convulsions, which did not last long before blood sprang from his 7 orifices like a gushing spring. At that moment, in order to prevent the young girl from screaming out, Yang Jiju, who had withdrawn her front paws from the general's cervical vertebrae slit, instantly lashed out and pounced on the girl's face. All the young girl saw was a dark shadow jump up from the general's head and hold her face at a rapid pace while a wooden feeling sphere was shoved directly into her mouth where she was about to start screaming. Don't make a sound. One eye pestled up to the young girl's, and the strange mouthpiece half open and half closed under the eyelid uttered the words in a baby-like voice. To Yang Jiju's surprise, the young girl was quite obedient. Indeed did not make a single sound, merely sucked in a mouthful of cool air, rolled her eyes and fell limply onto the general's corpse, and was also bounced up twice by the general's subcutaneous grease before completely falling unconscious on the ground. Aha, okay, no problem. The chef who had made sure that every colorless clan had broth when he heard Song Reed's command in his headphones knocked up the pot bowl in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by the sound, the chef yelled out, "Friends of the colorless clan, since we've all eaten together, it's time for us to formally get acquainted. A while ago we had a bad time with each other. We know that we caused the conflict by mistakenly entering your precious land first, so this matter, it's our fault. As an indemnity, we'll help rebuild your homes, and if you're short of food, we'll manage enough. What are you doing this for? No reason, just wanted to make a friend. After all, we intend to put down roots in this icy world, and more friends make a better way. What are your intentions? Is it to take us all as slaves? Female slaves to give to the soldiers, male slaves to dig tunnels, like the cheetahs, right?" Upon hearing this mouthful of timid questions from one of the colorless races, the cook suddenly burst into laughter, while several of the soldiers were equally amused. Ha, we don't want any slaves. Slaves are not qualified to be our friends. We want friends who help each other and survive together in this harsh environment. I don't believe it. You guys must be scheming. Whether there is any trickery or not, you will see with your own eyes. The day will come, will it not? Tomorrow at the same time, we will send another grain. The cook stretched his back, looked at the brethren who had come with him, and asked, "Shall we, then, finish for the day and go back?" The soldiers jumped from their guard posts and followed the cook to the head of the train they had used to get here. Food and coal alone is not enough, although it can solve the problem of indoor food and clothing, but the guys always have to work outdoors. Warm clothing is now a big gap. Basically follow the shift according to the post distribution. Both Song Reed and Vigard felt their brains buzzing as the technician reported back. There are no raw materials in this place either. The clothing of the colorless clan is already considered an antique, and if it weren't for the shortage of supplies, they wouldn't have been able to distribute their clothing and food to only a few people for so long. Well, speaking of the colorless, send them some weapons before the storm arrives. The colorless can act as our first line of defense if the cheetahs are still going to attack. Their ability to defend is vital. Hearing Song Reed say such ridiculous words in a calm tone, Vigard was so exasperated by him that he shook his head. "Aren't you afraid they'll bite us back? Hey, I have a way. Don't worry about it. I am confident that within 10 days, within 3 days, let these guys completely become our loyal allies. Since Song Reed patted his chest and promised, Bigard couldn't argue anymore. After all, in this aspect of negotiation, Bigard couldn't have any experience at all. Someway Big Brother has been mixed in the dark alley for so many years. His skills must be deeper than mine. Right. Well, I'd better not think too much and focus on the matter at hand. After the meeting, Bigard dove head first into the makeshift workshop. A new sled just made by a 3D printer is being installed under the direction of a monkey. In order to search a large area for all possible sources of supplies, the hunters will split into multiple squads to scout long distances in groups of 1 man and 2 wolves. And within the subway station, the firepower system along the entire route from the railroad crossing to Inukoyoka Station is being commissioned. And by the time the food is delivered to the colorless again, that line will be fully energized and open to traffic. Killing, war, plunder, conquest. Fragments of memories from the war continued to assault Yang Jiju's neurons. Thanks to the woman's complete fainting, she didn't see her horrible eating. As a matter of fact, Yang Jiju's look when he was extracting nutrients from the old general's corpse scared even himself when he looked at it. Devi was not a worrywart, and during the devouring process, Yang Jiju nearly lost control of himself several times and extended his front paws towards the unconscious young girl. He didn't understand if this strange hunger was because the food was ferocious in character or because this body of his was more voracious than a tree. After a full meal, the body's strength became noticeably stronger, but problems arose. The baby in my belly got a little bigger, precisely because he was pregnant. Yang Jiju did not dare to excessively devour creatures, but this young girl was unconscious. In case the soldiers broke into the house at this time, he needed a stronger body to fight with the other side. Fortunately, because the process of settling the old general just now had produced absolutely no commotion, the guards outside the door were still leaning against the door of the car and taking a nap. So a cup of cool water was thrown in the young girl's face. Seeing that she still wouldn't wake up, Yang Jiju once again zapped at her earlobe. Finally, the tightly closed eyelids suddenly shook a few times, and then the dazed eyes finally opened. Well, monsters! The young girl tries to shout, but is unable to utter a full word and can only stammer through her towel-stuffed mouth. Shoo. The silencing gesture didn't work, and Yang Jiju flared up, flinging a barbed bibble to calm her down. First of all, I'm not a monster, and secondly, I'm not your enemy. The young girl woke up but her body was still curled up on the floor, and Yang Jiju crawled over to her face as she spoke, and after scratching the mouthparts that were capable of vocalizing with his front paws, he seriously corrected his earlier words. Well, even though I'm a monster, I'm not your enemy. If I were to harm you, you'd already end up like that fatty. Yang Jiju pointed to the general's corpse that was completely covered with a quilt. The tragic situation was too horrifying. He didn't want to scare the young girl into fainting again. Blink if you hear me. The young girl blinked. To prove that I'm not your enemy, all you have to do is tell me how many other important heads of the heads live in which compartments, and I'll go take them out for you. Wink if you hear me. The young girl shook her head first out of instinct, then blinked frantically at the strange bug. Seeing this, Yang Jiju boldly removed the rags stuffed in her mouth. What species of creature are you? I've seen mutated creatures but I've never seen one that can talk. Hey, are you an idiot? Can't you prioritize? Take a closer look. This general, he should be an unrivaled figure in the Chetu clan's army, right? Since you've done away with one, you have to do away with the rest. Otherwise when the soldiers find out, your little life will be gone. I didn't kill anyone. Oh, Yang Jiju sneered. Did you think that those soldiers would believe what you said? That a talking bug killed the general and escaped, but left you alive? The young girl who finally realized the seriousness of the problem was dumbfounded and could only think seriously about Yang Jiju's proposal. Besides, in your own heart, you also want to finish off this old man, don't you? Only then, for the sake of Nine Springs Station, for the sake of Nine Springs Station, for the sake of the station's peace and quiet, you had to choose to sacrifice yourself. How aggravating. Unexpectedly, this word aggrieved can be regarded as hitting the young girl's heart. The valve of tears completely loosened. Sobbing was about to rise to bawling. Yang Jiju rushed to once again give her a thorny beady. The young girl who had been slapped and confused finally came to her senses completely, and the situation at hand did not allow her to hesitate any longer. One doesn't do it. One doesn't rest. Though it was not the intention to rebel against the years of Carthead rule in such a violent manner, every day since the station fell, as the station master's daughter, she has dreamed of overthrowing these barbaric warmongers and returning to her days of freedom. The bug of unknown origin had already proved in action that it was on the same side as himself, so it would be better to try what he said. After all, the fact is that, in view of the fact, it is only possible to act on his plan. Hands, loosen my hands, quick. Seeing that the look on the young girl's face was no longer hesitant, Yang Jiju knew that it looked like he would be able to make a big splash tonight. He coolly cut the ropes binding the young girl's wrists, while the other immediately climbed to his feet, pointed to the map behind the general's desk, and spilled out the information Yang Jiju needed. There are a total of 6 senior officers guarding the station. As long as you get your hands on them, I will immediately gather my clan to take down the swarm of stragglers. But the most damaging thing is the barracks guarding the 2 ends of the station. The garrisons there are small in number, but they are all elite troops, and it will be difficult for my clan to eliminate the 2 ends of the force, so I can only choose a direction to retreat in after I have gotten my hands on them, and then seek to make a counterattack. Ha ha ha, no need to be so troublesome. It's enough for you guys to break one of the barracks, leave the rest to me. Bugger me. I didn't even put warships in my eyes before. Shoo, hearing the footsteps, Yang Jiju put her front paws out, signaling to Toya behind her to stop. This daughter of Nine Springs Station, whom I had just met, graciously explained her name, Toya, meaning gentle light. After hastily exchanging the information in the general's mansion, Yang Jiju tiptoed under the carriage with her. If she acted on her own, Yang Jiju's tiny body could manage to stroll through the entire Nine Springs Station without being noticed at all. But now he had to take Toya to his aunt's house, since both parents were overrun by the cheetah's invasion. The young Toya has been living with her aunt's family. Recently the heads have been looting all the remnants of the entire subway line from east to west, causing each station under their rule to receive fewer and fewer rations of supplies, and Nine Springs Station is one of them. Nine Springs Station itself had been oppressed for years, and now the heads were bringing back fewer and fewer medicines and clothing to replenish this station, and were intensifying their efforts to draft and collect food from this station. Nine Springs Station, which looks like a prosperous place, has actually been in crisis for a long time. In an effort to reinforce order, the cheetahs could only force the discontent of the natives of Nine Springs Station to once again wield their scythes against Toya's family. The former rulers of the place, the male elders of the family, were arrested and imprisoned on various charges within just a year, and Toya, having lost the right to live in her aunt's house, has been under house arrest in a separate compartment. Before leaving the general's compartment, Yang Jiju took the long dress that Toya had thrown to him and tore it into shreds and rubbed it into the puddle of generals on the floor. While disguising the general's body alone for 2, he asked Toya, "Your people, are they sure that all of them will listen to you?" "Of course it will. Even if Nine Springs Station has been conquered for more than a decade, we, the Tough family, will still be the Tough family, and the people of the Tough family will still be the people of the Tough family." Kia. Yang Jiju, who had grown into the form of a bamboo worm, laughed because of the unique structure of his mouthparts, and the sound when he laughed scared Toya's whole body and made her shiver. "Hey, little girl, how old are you?" 16. Only a teenager. No wonder. It's not your fault for thinking naively, since you're so young. As an adult, I have to advise you that some wild animals that have been tethered to their collars for too long will completely turn into domestic animals, completely forgetting who they once were. If you take on one of your own who has turned into a domestic animal, don't be soft. Humph. What do you know as an outsider? Sons and daughters raised by hot spring water are not as cowardly as you think. If I'm being paranoid, then of course it's best. Yang Jiju made a perfunctory remark, but in her heart, she prepared a backhand, and Toya, who had changed into the men's clothes in the general's closet, couldn't help but begin to worry because of this mention by Yang Jiju. Growing up, her aunt and uncle always plotted privately for the day when they would be free of the cheetahs, and Toya never forgot the shame of her subjugation, but there was nothing to be done. The opposing force was too strong, and the number of dead soldiers raised by the Tough family from childhood was so small that until Toya had grown up, the right time for action still had not come. She really had no way of knowing how many people had changed their hearts and how many had lost their faith after so many years. Toya had absolutely no idea in her mind as to whether she would be able to successfully take the station back this night. But this weird bug was looking like it had a plan, which made Toya very puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? Mutant creatures she'd seen before, and from experience, the larger the size of the mutant, the stronger the combatant. But a bamboo worm this small was confident about making waves in Nine Springs Station, where thousands of people lived. But just now this little thing did solve the fat old man handily, and there was not a single sound. Until now, the guards guarding the outside of the carriage were still in the dark. Toya really couldn't figure out just how capable this little worm who called himself Yang Jiju was. The boots of the patrolling guards passed right next to this carriage, and the flashlight bobbed up and down several times. The soldiers had been noticeably more careful in their patrols in the recent past. Toya had heard from the vendors that there had been rebellions at other stations, and perhaps because of this, the Keto soldiers feared more civil unrest, and for this reason, after an earlier failed attempt at an attack toward the easternmost end of the railroad, The once collapsed Inukoyoka station. The barracks side never dared to organize a new attack. Once the sound of the soldiers' clunky boots had faded away and the light from the flashlight had dimmed, Yang Jiju waved a paw for Totoa to follow. They had crossed a dozen or so cars by acting on the ground on their stomachs. Finally, a carriage with a lighted doorway and a painted totem of a clay pot appeared in front of the two, and Totoya squeezed Yang Jiju's hind leg and gestured toward the doorway of that carriage. Upon comparison, Yang Jiju realized that the totems on Totoya's neck, arms, and back were identical to the overflowing clay pots painted on the carriage. Auntie's house, though, is a bit of a pain. Look at those 4 guards. The 2 tattooed with hot springs totems are from Arta family, and the 2 tattooed with artillery totems are guards from the Chetu clan. Following the direction of her finger, Yang Jiju hit her eyes, and even if she didn't need to use her tattoos to recognize them, she could clearly distinguish who was one of her own. The 2 Ta family soldiers cruised back and forth, indeed holding down the doorway for security purposes, but the 2 cheetah guards were clearly watching for the people in the compartment. Looking pretty tight. I should still be in the general's compartment right now, so of course I can't just knock on the door and walk in. What do I do? Ha! Before she could finish her question, she saw the little bamboo worm in front of her fly out like a spring. Hey! 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 It's been a while since I've used that move. Eat my punch! The 4 legs of arthropods have an unknown number of levels of bouncing ability compared to tree roots. As his body bounced out, Yang Jiju's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of his flight. He just held up his big belly and tensed his whole body in preparation for the onslaught. With a crisp bone-cracking sound, the entirety of the Ta family guard who had been hit was thrown away by the impact, as the punch landed squarely on the jaw and the guard gained an infantile sleep without uttering a word. His companion didn't even notice what was happening beside him, and before he realized the attack, Yang Jiju struck him in the jaw with the same precision. The sound made by the 2 consecutive punches made the 2 cheetah guards realize something wasn't quite right, and at the same time twisted their faces around to examine the Ta family guard lying on the ground. After continuously throwing 2 punches using his stomach as a tumor ball, Yang Jiju was hyped up by the powerful impact and once again became nauseated and retched. But the 2 tall and horsey Chetu soldiers seemed to have found themselves. He had no choice but to bounce again and hold the face of one of the guards, and that's when the churning in his belly finally got the best of him, and a stream of pungent, acrid juices poured all the way down the guard's throat. At once, the guard who had been stabbed in the throat coughed violently, but what gushed out of his mouth and nose was bright red blood. In a flash of lightning, Yang Jiju's sharp 2 front claws had already wiped his neck. He had no intention of giving the last remaining guard a chance to call for help. His body jumping up once more, his claws spinning in the air and quickly flying towards the neck of the guard who was about to open his mouth to cry out in panic. 5 seconds? 3 seconds. Too fast to see. Totoya, who had witnessed a human head fall quietly to the ground and watched Yang Jiju instantly take down all 4 of them, stared with wide eyes. Such a body is much more powerful than the Chetu clan's elite. She finally realized that she had underestimated this bug, and also realized why this alien bug looked like a winner for the night attack on the Chetu clan's barracks. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get over here and help. Struggling to drag the body, Yang Jiju raised a paw and waved it toward Totoya. The 2 men hid the body and the 2 passed-out versions of themselves in the shadows before carefully knocking on the door of their aunt's house. A pale woman's voice came out of the carriage. Who is it? Keep your voice down, Auntie. It's me. After about 10 minutes or so, Yang Jiju had climbed out of another carriage filled with prodigal laughter. This is some distance from my aunt's house. According to the information provided by Totoya, this officer was in the streets whenever he wasn't on the battlefield, and after he was pushed into the bathtub and drowned to death. Yang Jiju was afraid of catching some strange disease because this officer's whole body was almost full of pustules of all sizes. There are 5 left. Not only did they have to be taken care of quickly, they had to be quiet and never exposed before the Ta family's forces were assembled. After dropping Totoya off at her aunt's house, and briefly explaining the purpose of her visit to the frightened old woman, Yang Jiju left first, the assassination of the officer being the first step in regaining her freedom at Nine Springs Station. Although this body moved swiftly, and the tasks of assassination and reconnaissance could be easily accomplished, but if he had to face the dense firepower of the Vehicle Head clan and the black grenades that were specialized in suppressing the mutant creatures, or if he ran into the big bats that could swallow him with one mouthful, Yang Jiju was not so sure. So the battle must be fought at a rapid pace. At this moment, the battle plan to cooperate with the Ta family was already in close progress. However, judging from the look of both fear and contempt on the faces of the Ta family's aunt and the few Tus living in the aunt's house just now, Yang Jiju vaguely felt that the outlook was not optimistic. After all, the only humans who had accepted living with mutant creatures were the dozens on the borderline. As for these remnants living in the subway station, I don't know if they'll be able to get along in the future. The chef once again arrived at Dogpatch Station with the marinated rat meat. a trip that had been scaled down considerably from yesterday. One of the tracks from the railroad crossing to Inukayoka station has been completely repaired, but the power supply system has not yet been fully erected. However, torches have been erected on the walls on both sides of the tunnel for ease of coming and going, and with regular additions of tar, the route can be illuminated with the barest minimum of security. Now that the lighting problem was solved, the road was much safer, and on the way here today, a dozen hunters talked and laughed, and escorting the cook to deal with the colorless had become the most comfortable of all the errands on the borderline. But today, chefs bring more than just food. A technician followed the team in order to get more physical data for the development of a potent medicine against the hereditary lung disease of the colorless race. When the pots were set up and everyone began to help busy themselves with lighting the fire and cutting the meat, he stood up a full set of instruments and equipment he had brought with him from the infirmary. "Come over to me and line up for a blood draw before we start the meal." "Ha? Draw blood? Blood loss will kill you." "Yeah, and it hurts so much. I'm not going to." The living conditions at Inuyasha Station were extremely poor, and it should have been a long time since these two colorless people had received medical treatment, so their fear of syringes was completely understandable to the technician. He tried to make his voice mimic as calm as Miranda's. "Please cooperate. It's for your sake to have your blood drawn. That strange disease of yours? The one that can't see the light of day. We're in the process of developing a drug, and I don't know how much longer you'll have to wait for it to be made if you don't cooperate." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Inuyasha Station was silent. "What? Don't you guys want to go to the outside world? After you're cured, you guys can go out." "Cured? Really? Can be cured?" A colorless man excitedly walked up to the mechanic and gripped his wrist tightly with his dry hands. "Assuming you are willing to cooperate, we are also willing to do our best to speed up drug development." "Cure? Cure? I can leave the subway station. I can go to the outside world to live. History books are remembered above. Nuclear war is hundreds of years away from today. The outside has been safe for a long time. I want to go to the outside. I want to go outside to live. Stay in the subway station inside or almost bored me to death." The more this colorless clan member spoke, the more excited he became, and after a sudden moment of bewilderment, he immediately sat down next to the technician and stretched out his arm. "Here, smoke mine first. In order to go out and live outside, you can smoke as much as you want." And as soon as this guy spoke, all the colorless people swarmed over and formed a long line with tears in their eyes. From the longing that filled each man's eyes, the technician could see how torturous it was to be stuck living in the poorly stocked Inuyasha Station for so long. However, the hunters from the once city life didn't want to be stuck in this icy place with few supplies for a long time. The camp was in full gear to prepare all means of protection from the cold in order to withstand the blizzard. However, as this storm passes, people will welcome the next one. It was hard enough to escape the harsh cold weather forever. Not to mention, the food reserves were being depleted at a rapid rate in order to establish friendly relations with the colorless. At this point, Bigard, who was sitting in the command room of the borderline, was worried that at this rate, it wouldn't be much longer before food rationing would have to be started. But that's not a permanent solution either. Finding a new food source is imminent, and hope rests on the sled teams that have already dispersed out. After settling the last officer supervising the grain collection, Yang Jiju jumped to a high place to look at the huge spring water irrigation system, and his heart was full of expectation. This station, he was determined to win. Having such a large granary was definitely more than enough to feed the 9 Springs station and the borderline, if it wasn't conscripted by the Chetu clan to be used for military rations.